Chapter 1. Signing in for a Millennium. The 18 Layers of Hell. In the dimly lit space, a shroud of crimson clouds hovered above, casting a sanguine hue over the entire realm. Swish, swish, swish. At the end of the 18th layer stood an inconspicuous Grim Reaper, wielding a broom to sweep away the withered grass and debris on the ground. The Reaper appeared to be in his late 20s, with sharp eyebrows and bright eyes, his facial contours distinctly defined. It was evident that in life, he was a strikingly handsome young man, relying on his looks. Within the depths of the 18 layers of hell, a multitude of formidable souls were imprisoned. Some of these souls towered hundreds, even thousands of feet tall, appearing as if they were connected to the heavens and the earth from afar. This soul is an excellent spot for signing in, the young man murmured to himself, sweeping towards the towering soul that loomed over 1,000 feet. Swish, swish, swish. The aura of the soul was overwhelmingly terrifying, as if any single thought could annihilate the world. Should it choose to act against this Grim Reaper, it could extinguish his life 1,000 times over with but a mere thought. Yet, it refrained from taking action. This was the underworld. Indiscriminate slaughter of Reapers would only exacerbate one's sins. To slay a mere minion, resulting in an extended stay in this hell for centuries, was hardly worth the cost. Swish, swish, swish. With the broom in hand, the Reaper continued his laborious task, finally arriving at the designated sign-in spot. Ding! You have signed into the 18th layer of hell, earning the Chaos Demon God Spear. The young man was named Heng. Once, he had been a traveler from another realm. Or perhaps, he was a traveler in his previous life. Now, he served as a Grim Reaper in the underworld, tasked with menial duties. Swish, swish, swish. As he swept, dust billowed around him. From a distance, the towering giant resembled a colossal pillar connecting heaven and earth. The sweeping Reaper appeared as a mere ant crawling upon the ground. Even a single hair from the giant's foot, akin to a massive pillar, could easily crush him. Heng raised his gaze towards the majestic giant, swallowing hard. When will I become such a powerful being? Even in death, with only a soul remaining, one can still shake the heavens and the earth. In hell, the souls imprisoned were indeed terrifying entities. Some had reached the realm of emperors before their demise. The giant he had just observed was a soul of emperor-level caliber. Even in its ethereal form, a single thought could bring about cataclysmic destruction. Heng exhaled a breath of frustration, gripping the broom tighter. Soon, very soon, in 1,000 years, my plan shall soon come to fruition. Once I complete the sign-ins in all areas of the underworld and claim all the rewards, I can reincarnate. In my next life, I shall undoubtedly become the supreme being of the universe. With this thought, his eyes shimmered with brilliant fervor. In his previous life, upon arriving in the realm of cultivation, he had not acquired the sign-in system. After cultivating for over 300 years, he was slain by his enemies, and his soul descended into the underworld. Consequently, upon receiving judgment in the Hall of Yama, the sign-in system was activated. To be frank, the manner in which this system was initiated was rather peculiar. However, upon reflection, Heng perceived it as a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity. He discovered that within the underworld, one could sign in and acquire rewards that could be stored within the system space and subsequently taken out of the realm of the dead. In other words, in his next reincarnation, he would also possess these treasures. Upon realizing this, a wildly ambitious plan began to burgeon within him. That was to persistently sign in within the underworld. By claiming all the sign-in rewards available here before undergoing reincarnation, he would effectively secure a substantial head start at the starting line. Thus, Heng sought a position as a minor underworld servant. Under the pretext of cleaning the underworld, he roamed through the entirety of the realm, including the 18 layers of hell. At each location he tidied, he would sign in. And so, a millennium passed. How many rewards could be amassed over a millennium of sign-ins? It could undoubtedly be described as a vast multitude. The system permitted a daily sign-in. With 365 days in a year, over 1,000 years, that amounted to 365,000 sign-ins. Moreover, the deeper one signed in within hell, the more substantial the rewards. Following this particular sign-in, a notification echoed in his mind. Ding! You have signed in for a millennium in the underworld, completing sign-ins at all locations. You have received the ultimate reward for underworld sign-ins, the eternal celestial demon body. The eternal celestial demon body is the most potent divine physique among the 36,000 cultivation physiques. Heng raised an eyebrow, a wave of elation surging within him. The millennium of sign-ins not only granted him a plethora of treasures in the underworld, but also bestowed upon him the mightiest divine body of all time. Every effort had proven worthwhile. Ding. Please note, to merge with the eternal celestial demon body, it must be done during the fetal stage, otherwise the fusion will be unsuccessful. Heng nodded slightly. Many powerful physiques have stringent requirements for fusion. The stipulation for the eternal celestial demon body merging during the fetal stage was not excessively harsh. When the time for reincarnation arrives, he could simply choose to merge with this physique that I have signed in at all locations in the underworld. It seems it is time to be reincarnated. Anticipation bubbled within Heng. He had prepared for this moment for a millennium, solely to ensure readiness for his next life. Having prepared a millennium in advance before reincarnation undoubtedly placed him in a position of unparalleled strength. In the Hall of Yama. Yama sat before his desk, looking up at the young man before him. Heng, are you truly prepared to relinquish your position and be reincarnated? Indeed, Heng replied with a gentle nod. Very well. Over the past millennium, you have served the underworld diligently. Without a single misstep, Yama picked up a scroll, reviewing Heng's records from the past. 1,000 years, joining the underworld and becoming a minor servant was not necessarily a permanent fate. As long as one possesses the desire to be reborn, one can relinquish their position and embark upon the cycle of reincarnation. Moreover, as a Yama envoy, one can accumulate virtuous deeds, ensuring that in the next life, one is reborn into a noble family. The king of hell closed the ledger and turned his gaze towards a young man before him. Heng, having served in the underworld for a millennium, you have amassed 1,000 years of merit. In this next life, you shall be reborn into a prestigious family of cultivators. With diligent practice, you are destined to achieve great accomplishments in the future. Having served the underworld for 1,000 years is indeed a remarkable accumulation of virtue. Reincarnation will grant you a significantly higher starting point than that of an ordinary person. Thank you, Your Majesty. Heng clasped his hands together and bowed respectfully, his heart brimming with joy. With a millennium of accumulated rewards and the prospect of being reborn into a wealthy household, he was certain that in his next life, he would tread further along the path of cultivation. Now, shed your attire as an envoy and accompany Neo-Tu and Ma Mian to be reborn. The king of hell gestured towards the figures standing at the entrance. Understood. Neo-Tu promptly responded, stepping forward to indicate the way. Please follow me to the bridge of helplessness, where you will partake of Meng Po's soup. According to the customs of the underworld, anyone wishing to be reborn must drink Meng Po's soup to forget their past lives' memories. This rule applies equally to envoys of the underworld. Chapter 2. Rebirth. On the road to the underworld, a mournful wind howled, accompanied by the cries of restless spirits. Occasionally, faint blue flames flickered across the desolate landscape. Leading the way were the Oxhead and Horseface, followed closely by a young man with sharp eyebrows and bright eyes. Brother Ox, do you know which family I will be reborn into this time? Heng had not received any news from the King of Hell. In the realm of eternal life, the Li family, the Oxhead replied, his tone tinged with envy as he mentioned those words. The Li family was an ancient clan, existing for a staggering 100,000 years. Few ancient families could rival the depth of heritage possessed by the Li family. You are indeed fortunate. To endure for millennia merits the title of an ancient clan. The Li family's longevity indicates the presence of formidable powers safeguarding it. Being born into such a family is a dream for many. Upon hearing the name Li family, Heng's heart soared with joy. In his past life, he too had been born in the realm of eternal life and had long heard of the Li family's illustrious reputation. The ancient clan was renowned, known to all. To his astonishment, he found that he was to be reborn into the Li family. Truly, it felt as though his ancestors were smiling down upon him. Brother, the Oxhead placed a hoof on Heng's shoulder. After serving the underworld for a millennium, being reborn as a member of the Li family is well-deserved. To be honest, I truly admire your perseverance. Sweeping is a laborious and monotonous task. Enduring it for 3 or 5 years is commendable. To persist for 50 years is a testament to great willpower. And you, Heng, have steadfastly endured for a full 1,000 years, cleaning every corner of the underworld. Such an extraordinary feat has never been witnessed before. Thus, your determination is truly formidable. With such tenacity, you are destined to become one of the most powerful beings on the path of cultivation. As the three figures traversed the road to the underworld, the passing spirits greeted them respectfully until they arrived at the bridge of forgetfulness. The ox head patted Li Heng's shoulder once more, speaking with a hint of regret. "Brother, according to the rules of the underworld, everyone must drink the Mengpa soup before reincarnation, and that includes us who have served as messengers of the dead. Do not worry. If I come to find you in the next life, you shall still be my brother." A few black lines appeared on Li Heng's forehead, and the corners of his mouth twitched. "Please don't seek me out. If you do, it will surely mean I have died again. Brother Ox, we haven't even been reborn yet. Can we speak of something more pleasant?" The ox head scratched his head. "I'm not good with words. Please don't take offense." Unbeknownst to them, the trio had reached the bridge of forgetfulness, where an elderly woman with a stooped figure and a face etched with wrinkles stood waiting. "Li Heng, upon hearing of your arrival today, I, your old grandmother, have taken the liberty to enhance the concoction, simmering it for an additional 3 hours. Come now, drink this bowl of broth, and set forth on your journey." With that, she presented a bowl of yellow herbal soup to Li Heng. The pungent aroma of the herbs was rather overwhelming, causing Li Heng to scrunch his nose in distaste. "Good heavens, Mengpa, you have gone to great lengths in preparing this brew. Are you so fearful that I might reminisce about the likes of you?" Li Heng gingerly accepted the bowl, casting a reluctant glance at his 3 aged friends. "My dear companions, I earnestly hope we shall never cross paths again. Farewell." With those parting words, he pinched his nose and tilted his head back, gulping it down in several swift swallows. At that moment, a notification echoed in his mind. "Ding! You are partaking of Mengpo's soup, which will erase all memories of your past. Would you like to use Eternal Affection Water to counteract its effects?" "Confirmed. Ding! You have utilized Eternal Affection Water, nullifying the effects of Mengpo's soup." Previously, while signing in at the Niha Bridge, he had obtained a treasure, the Eternal Affection Water. With this precious elixir, the soup's effects could not take hold. This meant he could retain the memories of his previous life and reincarnate through the passage of reincarnation. This was the most crucial step in Li Heng's plan to sign in at the underworld. After finishing the soup, Li Heng's eyes became vacant, as though he had lost his very soul. This was, of course, a ruse. As long as he stepped into the reincarnation passage, his millennia-long signing plan would be deemed a complete success. "Brother, let us proceed." Neo 2 guided Li Heng to the Hall of Reincarnation. At the center of the Grand Hall, there lay a luminous passage shimmering with 7 colors. Li Heng transformed into a beam of light, vanishing within the reincarnation passage. The realm of eternal life. The ancient clan of the Li family. This venerable lineage has existed for over 100,000 years, possessing an astonishing heritage that renders them untouchable throughout the entire realm of eternal life. Within a tranquil pavilion, 2 figures stood. One was an elderly man with gray hair and beard, while the other was the current clan leader, Li Hengtian. After performing a respectful bow, Li Hengtian raised his head and inquired, "Ancestor of eternal life, what command do you have for me?" The ancestor of eternal life stroked his goat-like beard and replied slowly, "I, in my twilight years, have observed the celestial phenomena and calculated the signs. The ancestor emperor is about to reincarnate." "What?" Li Hengtian's eyes widened in astonishment, his body trembling with excitement. "Is what you say truly so?" The reincarnation of the ancestor emperor would indeed be a monumental event. There exists a legend within the Li family. It is said that 10,000 years ago, a peerless prodigy of the Li family, endowed with extraordinary talent, reached the pinnacle of the emperor realm. However, for reasons unknown, this empress chose to undergo reincarnation. After countless lifetimes, she would be reborn into the Li family. At that time, this empress would lead the Li family to the zenith of greatness. The specifics of this prophecy are known only to the successive clan leaders. Indeed, it is true. The ancestor of eternal life nodded slowly. "If I am not mistaken, the ancestor emperor resides within the womb of your wife." Li Hengtian's mouth gaped wide, his eyes nearly bulging out. "Me? The reincarnation of the ancestor emperor within my wife?" The eternal ancestor retrieved an ancient tome with a yellow cover and placed it upon the table before him. According to the ancestral teachings, the ancestor emperor undergoes a cycle of rebirth every 100 generations, and in his final incarnation, he shall return to the Li family. At the moment of his birth, there will undoubtedly be signs of extraordinary phenomena. Hongtian, this matter must not be whispered to a single soul. Li Hongtian nodded vigorously, his demeanor grave. Rest assured, ancestor. This matter pertains to the future of the Li family, and I shall ensure that not a single misstep occurs. More than just the future, the eternal ancestor intoned solemnly. What he did not voice was that the Li family had prepared for the ancestor emperor for 100,000 years, awaiting his reincarnation. In this life, they would utilize this accumulated time to pave a grand path for the ancestor emperor. Ancestor, I shall retreat to the side chambers to keep watch. Li Hongtian, knowing the significance of the ancestor emperor's news, longed to return immediately. I shall accompany you. The eternal ancestor rose slowly, his aura shifting dramatically. My old bones also require some movement. Chapter 3. The eternal celestial demon god body in a dimly lit space, where one could hardly see their own hand. Li Heng gradually regained consciousness, enveloped by a warm liquid. Is this the womb? Ah, how delightful it is to feel alive. After a millennium in the underworld, existing solely as a soul without any corporeal sensations, he had felt like nothing more than a cold corpse. The chance to live again is indeed an unexpected joy. Most importantly, having consumed the elixir of eternal affection, he retained the memories of his previous life, along with the treasures accumulated from 1,000 years of signing in at the underworld, starting from the same line. Yet having 1,000 years of advantage over others, how formidable that must be. I have a sister? As Li Heng opened his eyes, he beheld an infant girl across from him, her eyes closed in slumber. How wonderful it is to have a sister, a companion to play with. The rewards from signing in vary depending on the location. The underworld, being a place of extreme Een, had provided him with predominantly cold and Een-attributed treasures over the millennium. Among these, there were also some treasures suitable for cultivation. In this life, he would merge with the eternal celestial demon god body. This was the ultimate reward obtained after 1,000 years of signing in at the underworld. To neglect such a gift would be a waste. As his consciousness entered the system, he could see the description of the reward. The eternal celestial demon god body. The celestial belongs to Yang, the demon to Een. Both Een and Yang originate from chaos. Only by merging Een and Yang and cultivating together can one achieve the supreme path. No wonder it is said to be the strongest existence among the 36,000 types of cultivation bodies. By merging this celestial demon god body, one can cultivate as both celestial and demon, both divine and demonic. For me, this is undoubtedly the most exquisite divine body. After a millennium of signing in at the underworld, what had he accumulated the most? Naturally, it was the treasures of cold Een attributes. These treasures, when used for demon cultivation, could effortlessly lead to the attainment of the supreme demonic body. However, within the realm of cultivation, celestial and demon are inherently opposed. To become a demon god means to be destined to clash with celestials. Sooner or later, he would have to contend with all cultivators across the land. Perhaps he would even meet those old friends from the underworld again. But possessing the eternal celestial demon god body changes everything. He could cultivate as a celestial or as a demon, with no adverse effects on either path. With a mere thought, he could switch between the two. In this way, the advantages accrued over a millennium in the underworld could be perfectly harnessed. Merge. Having made his decision, Li Heng chose to integrate the eternal celestial demon god body. Buzz. The divine body seamlessly melded into his being from the system space. Li Heng closed his eyes as golden and black radiance flickered alternately across his form. His physical attributes grew increasingly robust during the fusion process, and he soon drifted into slumber. After an indeterminate period, the fusion reached a state of tranquility. In the womb, the infant girl slowly opened her eyes. No force can hinder my ascent to becoming the eternal sovereign. The eternal sovereign, the preeminent amongst the emperors. The true dominator of the three realms. This century-long preparation has been but a prologue for my destiny as the eternal sovereign. In this life, I possess unwavering confidence in my inevitable rise to greatness. Li Chenxi cast her gaze to the side, where a male infant lay. To her surprise, she discovered she had a brother in this life. Within the womb, a pair of dragon and phoenix twins had formed. From their development, It appeared that the boy and girl were nearly equal in size, each weighing around 5 to 6 pounds. Even during the 3rd month of gestation, Li Qinxi had already gained consciousness, beginning to absorb the nourishing amniotic fluid, merging it with the formidable cultivation essence she had amassed over the past 100 millennia. A gentle tremor coursed through Li Qinxi's being. The infant's body radiated a golden glow, resembling a sacred embryo. Within her chest, a golden bone resided. These two treasures were the culmination of her 6 months of integration, the primordial imperial embryo and the supreme imperial bone. With these 2 artifacts, who could dare to rival me? Such treasures would incite envy even amongst the strongest of emperors, with one alone capable of staining the earth with blood for miles. Now, both artifacts had coalesced within one individual, surely provoking the deepest jealousy amongst the emperors. Over the course of 10 millennia, only 2 types of imperial-grade treasures had been acquired, each requiring immense effort and sacrifice. These treasures had become wholly fused with her being, and now she awaited the moment of her birth. After her arrival into this world, numerous opportunities and treasures would further aid her in achieving the status of the eternal sovereign. In this life, any hindrance to her ascension must be eradicated entirely. Time passed swiftly, and half a month had elapsed. Inside the chamber, 7 or 8 midwives bustled about. Li Hongtian looked questioningly at the elder beside him. According to the renowned physician, the due date was still 3 days away. Was it not premature to summon the midwives at this moment? This physician was highly esteemed, and his estimations had never been incorrect. However, the elder of longevity had called for the midwives 3 days in advance, claiming that the child would be born today, which left him perplexed. With hands clasped behind his back, the elder of longevity spoke slowly. Have you ever heard of the 9 Radiant Sun's blessing? At the mention of the 9 Radiant Sun, Li Hongtian's eyes brightened. On the day of the child's full moon, when the sun rises, a blessing will be bestowed. This blessing can confer immense benefits upon the infant, significantly aiding in their future cultivation. Such blessings can only be obtained on the full moon, precisely on the 30th day. Surpassing this day, even by a mere moment, would forfeit the opportunity. The 9 Radiant Sun is an extraordinarily rare phenomenon, occurring only once every 10,000 years. Should any infant encounter the 9 Radiant Sun on their full moon day, it would undoubtedly signify an extraordinary fortune. Seize the opportunity, and one can undoubtedly soar to great heights. I have observed the celestial phenomena. 30 days hence will herald the once-in-a-millennium 9 Radiant Sun's Day. The ancestor emperor has meticulously prepared for 10,000 years, choosing to be born during this auspicious period for a compelling reason. I firmly believe that the ancestor emperor will be born today. Such a rare opportunity is one the ancestor emperor surely cannot afford to miss. Ah, I see. Li Hongtian suddenly comprehended. Your analysis is astute, ancestor. It seems the probability of the ancestor emperor's reincarnation occurring today is exceedingly high. The divine healer has mentioned that Menglan is expecting twins. I wonder if the ancestor emperor will be the first or the second to be born. The old ancestor stroked his goatee thoughtfully and replied nonchalantly. It is said that the ancestor emperor possesses a proud and solitary disposition. How could he possibly be the second to be born? So, you imply that the ancestor emperor is destined to be the firstborn? Li Hongtian inquired, turning his face towards him. Indeed. Shortly thereafter, the midwife in the adjoining chamber became busily engaged. It appeared that the lady was about to give birth. Li Hongtian could not help but give a thumbs up to the old ancestor. Your predictions were indeed correct. After a moment, the sound of a baby's cries resonated through the air. Weya, a voice from within announced. Congratulations, patriarch, you have been blessed with a precious daughter. Chapter 4. Myriad celestial beings. The few individuals guarding outside the door exhaled a sigh of relief. Among those present, only the clan leader and the venerable ancestor were privy to the news of the ancestral emperor. The others merely perceived the event as the birth of an ordinary child, paying little heed to its significance. Amidst the crowd, voices of congratulations erupted towards the clan leader. Congratulations, esteemed leader, on the birth of a precious daughter. This is a moment of great joy for our Li family. At that moment, a thunderous roar resonated through the clear sky. Boom! Golden clouds began to soar from the distant horizon, swiftly enveloping the surrounding area for miles. The heavens themselves cracked open, revealing a chasm stretching 1,000 feet, from which a purple aura emanated. As this ethereal presence manifested, the members of the Li family felt an overwhelming pressure. Some, lacking the requisite strength, found it difficult even to breathe. Suddenly, with a crack, the infant girl soared from the rooftop, suspended in midair. The purple aura in the sky gradually merged into the child's form. It was palpable that with the infusion of this energy, the infant's vitality surged, surpassing even that of many individuals aged in their 40s or 50s who had undergone cultivation. This extraordinary spectacle left all present utterly astonished. Li Hongtian stiffly raised his head, his eyes filled with disbelief. Could it be the primordial purple chi? According to legend, at the dawn of creation, the universe was imbued with primordial purple chi, a divine essence of unparalleled potency. To absorb even a fraction of it would elevate one's innate talents to a terrifying degree. Before him, the quantity of primordial purple chi drawn by the infant was substantial. If she were to absorb it all, her innate potential would surely be unparalleled. Indeed, the venerable ancestor of longevity raised his white brows in astonishment. This is the primordial purple chi. Who would have thought that the reincarnation of the ancestral emperor would also attract such divine energy? What extraordinary talents must one possess to achieve this? He, being the oldest among the inhabitants of the longevity realm, had lived for over 8,000 years, his experiences far surpassing those of ordinary mortals. Though he could have ascended to the ancient realm long ago, he chose to remain in the lower realms, awaiting the ancestral emperor's reincarnation, a vigil that lasted over 6 millennia. Now, witnessing the ancestral emperor's reincarnation, he found the potential even more astonishing than he had imagined. As this celestial phenomenon unfolded, numerous members of the Li family gathered to observe. Heavens! What kind of talent could attract the primordial purple chi? Our Li family is about to witness the emergence of an unparalleled prodigy. Such innate potential is undoubtedly insurmountable. Although these clansfolk were unaware of the ancestral emperor's circumstances, the prospect of a remarkable prodigy's emergence was cause for celebration. In no time, the infant in the sky absorbed the entirety of the primordial purple chi, gently descending back into the bedroom. The midwife remained diligently engaged in her tasks. Shortly thereafter, the room was filled once more with the cries of a newborn. The midwife called out to the courtyard, "Congratulations, esteemed leader, on the birth of a son." Li Hongtian smiled with great joy. "Haraha, I have a son. How wonderful. I am far happier than when the ancestor emperor was born." Although the ancestor emperor possesses extraordinary talents, he is bound by his status and will have to act according to the whims of the ancestor emperor in the future. This infant is the true heir to the legacy. As for the child's innate abilities, I have not given it much thought. The recent celestial phenomenon accompanying the ancestor emperor's birth was the result of 100 generations and 100,000 years of preparation. Regardless of this child's potential, I shall cultivate him to become the supreme being of heaven and earth. As I pondered, a tremendous roar erupted from the heavens, louder than before, causing the very fabric of existence to tremble. Many clansmen, upon hearing this sound, collapsed in fear, some even bleeding from their orifices. The sky split open, revealing a fissure stretching 100,000 miles, as if the heavens themselves had been torn apart. From beyond the rift emerged towering giants, awe-inspiring celestial beings, and fearsome demonic deities. The entire firmament was filled with these divine and demonic entities, numbering in the tens of thousands. Their overwhelming presence sent shivers through the cosmos. In the realm of eternal life, numerous reclusive cultivators, some with millennia of experience, felt a sense of suffocation as the celestial and demonic forces manifested. The eternal life ancestor gazed skyward, his profound eyes trembling. Were the celestial and demonic beings descending together? It was a well-known fact that they were irreconcilable foes. Their simultaneous appearance foretold impending calamity. Or perhaps, the eternal life ancestor glanced towards the bedroom. Was the ancestor emperor's extraordinary talent so intolerable that even the celestial and demonic forces could not abide it? He struggled to comprehend why such entities would make their presence known. However, when reflecting on the ancestor emperor's birth, everything began to make sense. The ancestor emperor's unparalleled potential was a threat to the three realms, prompting the celestial and demonic beings to unite in their quest to eliminate him. Just as he was deep in thought, a crack echoed, and the roof tiles shattered completely. The infant soared from the remnants of the roof, floating gracefully in the air. Giggling, The boy gazed at the celestial and demonic apparitions above, his laughter echoing through the atmosphere. In that instant, the world trembled. Thousands of celestial and demonic beings bowed in reverence to the infant. The spectacle was grand and awe-inspiring. For a radius of 100,000 miles, all witnessed this incredible scene. The members of the Lee family were left utterly astonished. What on earth was happening? Why were thousands of celestial and demonic beings kneeling before the infant? This was indeed a genuine celestial and demonic apparition. Or was it that the child's innate talent was so formidable that even the celestial and demonic realms bowed in submission? They could hardly fathom what kind of potential could elicit such reverence from celestial and demonic beings at the moment of birth. Though these myriad celestial demons exist merely as phantoms, their essence undoubtedly embodies the pride of celestial beings. Yet, at this moment, they prostrate before the infant boy, which speaks volumes about his extraordinary lineage and innate potential. Even the venerable ancestor of longevity, who has lived for over 8,000 years, felt as if his mind were struck by a thunderous revelation, nearly leading him to the gates of the underworld. His vast experience allowed him to speculate on the infant's qualities. It was evident that the boy possessed an extraordinarily formidable divine physique, capable of commanding the submission of celestial demons. In this regard, he far surpassed the previously manifested female infant. Just moments ago, he believed that the phenomenon surrounding her birth was enough to astonish the three realms. However, with the appearance of the boy, it became clear what true awe-inspiring presence meant. The sight of countless celestial demons kneeling was something beyond mere imagination. Li Hongtian found himself in a state of profound exhilaration. Ha ha ha. My son possesses the potential of an emperor. How splendid. How could one not be overwhelmed by such a revelation? His two children yielded extraordinary capabilities. One attracted the primordial purple energy, while the other drew the reverence of countless celestial demons. Their talents defied the heavens. Ancestor, have you perhaps erred? Could it be that this boy is the reincarnation of the ancestral emperor? In terms of innate quality, he is vastly superior. If he were indeed the ancestral emperor, it would be more readily accepted. Chapter 5. The divine child, the eternal ancestor, was momentarily taken aback before he replied, "There is no mistake. That infant is indeed the reincarnation of the ancestral emperor. There can be no error regarding gender. It is clearly inscribed in our lineage that the ancestral emperor was a female, who ascended as the Empress 10,000 years ago, the illustrious Dawn Empress." The mention of her name evoked memories in many of the elder generation. Moreover, a magnificent statue of the Dawn Empress, crafted a millennium ago, stood proudly in the square before the ancestral shrine. How could there possibly be a mistake? Li Hongtian felt a twitch at the corner of his mouth, his mind struggling to comprehend the situation. The ancestral emperor had prepared for 10 millennia, yet even a newly born male infant seemed to outshine her efforts. If she were to discover this, would it not drive her to fury? Inside the chamber, a gaping hole in the ceiling afforded a clear view of the outside world. Li Chenxi, swaddled in her cradle, gazed at the myriad celestial beings above, her eyes nearly popping from their sockets. Could it be the ancient celestial demon body? Over the past 10 millennia, she had diligently studied countless ancient texts and learned that within the three realms, there existed a total of 36,000 types of cultivation physiques. At the pinnacle was the ancient celestial demon body, a physique capable of reaching the utmost heights in both celestial and demonic paths, deemed the greatest throughout the ages. To think my brother possesses the ancient celestial demon body. A bittersweet smile crossed her lips as she pondered the irony of her own preparations spanning 10 millennia, only to find herself outshone at birth. A defeat so absolute. Though I may have lost in terms of physique, your future accomplishments will never surpass mine. Li Chenxi had meticulously prepared for this life for 10,000 years. The primordial emperor's embryo and the supreme emperor's bone were merely the beginning. Countless opportunities and treasures awaited her, ripe for integration. Most precious of all was the wealth of cultivation experience amassed over the past 10 millennia, something no newborn could ever rival. With this thought, Li Chenxi felt a wave of comfort wash over her. After a millennium of growth, the Li family had become an immensely powerful clan, boasting 100,000 direct descendants and numerous vassal forces within the eternal realm. The extraordinary phenomenon had drawn many clan members, who surrounded the scene in layers. It was unclear who initiated it, but soon a voice rang out from the crowd, calling the infant in the sky divine child. The The surrounding people echoed the call, raising their arms in fervor. Divine child! Divine child! The chants surged, each wave louder than the last. In the Li family, the title of Divine Child held extraordinary significance. Only those born with exceptional talents had the potential to be bestowed this honor. Clearly, Li Heng's innate gifts far exceeded the criteria for being called a Divine Child. Li Hongtian and the Eternal Ancestor exchanged a glance, each reflecting the shock in the other's eyes. The jubilant cries of so many clan members proclaiming the name of the Divine Child signified the collective anticipation of all. Such a situation had never before occurred within the Li family. At that moment, the venerable elderly Dashan, with his youthful visage and white hair, stepped forth from the crowd. Patriarch, the male infant possesses extraordinary potential. I believe he should be designated as the Divine Son. He is destined to inherit the great legacy of the Li family. According to the customs of the Li clan, any young disciple who demonstrates remarkable abilities may become an heir to the family, ultimately facing numerous trials to ascend as the patriarch. However, there exists an exceptional circumstance. Should a divine son arise within the family, he becomes the primary heir, poised to directly inherit the monumental legacy of the Li family spanning over 100,000 years. The emergence of a divine son is a rare event, and when it occurs, it invariably heralds the next patriarch. This outcome pleased Li Hongtian, who naturally wished for his son to be proclaimed as the divine son, ensuring the continuation of their lineage, particularly given his son's extraordinary gifts. Failing to inherit the family legacy would indeed be a loss for the Li clan. As for the ancestral emperor, he too would likely comprehend the situation. What should be done regarding the ancestral emperor? The venerable ancestor, with furrowed brows, took a considerable time to ponder before ultimately arriving at a commendable solution. Standing in the void, his gaze swept across all present clansmen. Today, Li Hongtian has welcomed a son and a daughter, both of whom are prodigious talents. This is a joyous occasion for the Li family. I have decided to bestow the title of Divine Daughter upon the female infant and that of Divine Son upon the male infant. The simultaneous emergence of a Divine Son and Divine Daughter heralds the rise of a prosperous era. This pronouncement would also serve as a satisfactory explanation to the ancestral emperor. The words of the elder carried significant weight. Although the female infant's potential was slightly inferior to that of her brother, her designation as Divine Daughter was more than adequate. The members of the Li family erupted in joyous acclaim, chanting, Divine Son, Divine Daughter, Divine Son, Divine Daughter. The fervor of their voices crescendoed in a harmonious chorus, genuinely venerating the two newborns as their Divine Son and Divine Daughter. Within the chamber, two newborn infants lay upon the bed. The male infant slowly opened his eyes, gazing out the window. The sky was a brilliant blue, adorned with drifting white clouds, as several dragonflies flitted past the window. It was a tranquil and serene sight. Oh, the sensation of rebirth is truly delightful. Li Heng had spent over a millennium in the Underworld, surrounded by wraiths and darkened corners, a torment he had grown weary of. Were it not for the need to sign in and seize every advantage before birth, who would willingly endure such a place for 1,000 years? Newly born infants lack the ability to speak, as their bodies require time to develop. This body possesses an astonishing vitality. Truly, it is the eternal celestial demon divine physique. His consciousness entered the corporeal form, settling in the chest area. Thump, thump. The heart beat with a resounding vigor. With each contraction, it propelled the life force, surging audibly throughout the body. Within his own being, Li Heng could distinctly hear the sound of blood coursing through his veins, akin to a rushing river flowing through its channel. This phenomenon arises only when one's vitality reaches a certain level of intensity. A typical child should commence their cultivation at the age of 12. However, my current physique is capable of beginning this process around the age of 3. During infancy, various aspects of development are essential. Engaging in cultivation too early imposes a tremendous burden on the body, hindering its growth. Consequently, most children initiate their cultivation in their teenage years. The more exceptional one's aptitude, the earlier the cultivation can begin. It is exceedingly rare for an individual to start cultivating at the age of 3. Prior to this age, the focus is primarily on nutrient absorption to facilitate rapid physical growth. Such nourishment typically consists of gentle spiritual substances, like beast's milk or ethereal liquids. Li Heng is eager to accelerate his physical development to ascertain the true extent of the legendary immortal and demonic body he possesses. He decides to test the efficacy of the signing-in process within this room. To him, this space also embodies a certain essence of the Tao, albeit rather feeble, comparable to an ordinary signing-in location within the Netherworld, significantly inferior to that of Hell. Ding! You have signed in at the chamber and received a bottle of mysterious spiritual liquid. This liquid, a gentle spiritual essence, can nourish the body upon absorption. The rewards acquired through signing in are stored within the system space and can also be utilized directly from there. The liquid will integrate seamlessly into the body. I wonder if my current physique is capable of assimilating the mysterious spiritual liquid. Chapter 6. The Resilient Divine Body Under Ordinary Circumstances. An infant's frail physique would render it utterly incapable of absorbing the Xianling liquid, potentially causing a rupture in its meridians. Only those who have attained the strength of the Xiandan realm could hope to ingest such a substance. The levels of cultivation are categorized as Qi condensation, body refinement, foundation establishment, Xiandan, Yuanying, and out-of-body. However, Li Heng's current body is anything but ordinary. It cannot be measured against that of an average person. With a hint of trepidation, Li Heng lowered the swaddling blanket slightly to gaze at the other bundle beside him. His sister lay peacefully asleep, her eyes closed, and the room was devoid of others. Observing this tranquil scene, he waved his hand and produced a hefty jade bottle, barely able to grasp it with both hands. With a decisive pop, he removed the cork and peered into the narrow neck of the bottle, which was filled to the brim with Xianling liquid. Dipping a finger into the liquid, he brought it to his lips and tasted it. The rich essence erupted in his mouth like an explosion of vitality. For an ordinary infant, consuming even a small amount of Xianling liquid would be unbearable, akin to ingesting arsenic. Yet, Li Heng experienced no adverse effects. His body merely felt a gentle warmth before returning to normalcy. Was this truly all there was to the Xianling liquid? Embracing the jade bottle, he began to drink deeply. Gulp after gulp, he consumed the entire contents of the bottle. The potent essence surged through his body, racing along his meridians with reckless abandon. Not even a child of 14 or 15, well-versed in the Xiandan realm, would dare to consume Xianling liquid in such a manner. They would exercise extreme caution, absorbing it gradually to allow their bodies to digest the inherent vitality. To do what Li Heng had just done was tantamount to courting death, as it could easily rupture his body. However, contrary to expectations, nothing of the sort occurred. The Xianling liquid rampaged through his meridians like a ferocious flood, wreaking havoc. Yet, his meridians stood firm, as if forged from steel, impervious to the tumultuous currents. Thus, the liquid's ferocity was gradually subdued, assimilated by his formidable body. The infant's physique strengthened slightly, living up to its reputation as the ancient celestial demon's divine body. Having consumed the Xianling liquid, Li Heng felt immensely satisfied. This body was far more robust than he had anticipated. Noticing that a small amount of Xianling liquid remained in the bottle, he glanced at his sister and made a decision. Given her strong constitution, a small amount of Xianling liquid would likely pose no issue. Laying a solid foundation at this stage would facilitate her future growth. He dipped a finger into the bottle and placed it in his sister's mouth. This meager portion would surely be harmless. As the liquid was absorbed, her furrowed brow relaxed, and she appeared to sleep even more soundly. Suddenly, the door creaked open, and 3 individuals entered the room. A man and a woman, accompanied by an elderly man with white eyebrows, are present. The woman, adorned in exquisite garments and crowned with a phoenix hairpin, possesses a striking beauty, though her face bears a hint of fatigue. This woman is none other than Lu Menglan, the wife of Li Hongtian. Seated beside the bed, she cradles the swaddled infant boy, gently patting his back. Hongtian, look quickly. Hunger is smiling at me. What an adorable little fellow. A profound affection radiates from Li Hongtian's gaze as he tenderly pinches the baby's cheek. He truly resembles me. Li Hongtian takes the infant into his arms, his hands trembling with excitement. After embracing the boy, his attention turns to the girl beside him. The matter of the ancestor emperor is exceedingly sensitive. Should it come to the knowledge of those with ulterior motives, peril would surely ensue. Thus, even his wife remains uninformed. Lu Minglan gazes at the 2 children, her voice softening as she speaks. In 20 days, it will be the full moon blessing. I heard from the ancestor that the 2 children are fortunate enough to coincide with the once-in-a-millennium 9 radiant heavenly Sunday. Their luck is truly extraordinary. We ought to prepare thoroughly for them to reap greater rewards from this opportunity. The full moon blessing is a rite every infant must undergo. The stronger the physical constitution, the greater the blessings received. The 9 radiant heavenly sun is no ordinary event. The infant's physique is far too fragile. An overwhelming blessing could be detrimental, even harmful. Therefore, prior to the full moon, enhancing the children's physical resilience will enable them to better accept the blessings. Indeed, I have come specifically for this matter. Li Hongtian replies with a slight nod. The ancestor emperor intentionally chose to reincarnate on the day of the 9 radiant heavenly sun, undoubtedly hoping to attain significant fortune during the blessing. He intends to assist the ancestor in fulfilling this blessing. As he contemplates this, he gently presses his thumb against the ring on his ring finger. With a soft thud, a stone, roughly 3 feet square, falls to the ground. The stone's hue closely resembles that of mutton fat jade, yet its texture is even more delicate and soft. A rich spiritual essence emanates from the stone. Lu Minglan, sensing this aura, feels her spirit uplifted. This is mutton fat spiritual jade embryo. Goodness, such a large piece exists in the world. Lu Minglan, having married into the Li family, possesses an extraordinary lineage. The Lu family is also one of the premier families within the realm of longevity. As a daughter of the Lu family, she has encountered many rare treasures. Their family vault houses a piece of mutton fat spiritual jade embryo, merely the size of a thumb. That small fragment is already worth an immense fortune. The piece before her, 3 feet square, is over 1,000 times larger than her family's. Its value is beyond description. The mutton fat spiritual jade embryo is a gentle spiritual jade. If placed on an infant, it can subtly enhance their physical constitution. A mortal body can transform into one of exceptional talent. Such esteemed families cherish this jade embryo to nurture their kin, which accounts for its consistently high price. The exquisite piece of mutton fat spirit jade, measuring merely 3 feet square, is unparalleled throughout the entire realm of longevity. Should it be employed to nurture an infant, it would undoubtedly yield a prodigious talent within a few years. How did the Li family acquire such a magnificent piece of mutton fat spirit jade? Lu Minglan inquired. Her curiosity piqued. Her own Lu family, being a prestigious clan, had never heard of such a treasure within the realm of longevity, capable of producing such a substantial spirit jade. This mutton fat spirit jade is housed within the family's treasury, but its precise origins remain shrouded in mystery. Li Hongtian's eyes mirrored his confusion. Access to the Li family's treasury is strictly limited to the clan leader and the ancestors. Furthermore, those permitted entry must swear an oath to the heavenly principles, vowing to keep the treasury's secrets from outsiders. Within the treasury lies a forbidden zone, protected by formidable formations, impenetrable even to those of ancestral caliber. The mutton fat spirit jade is indeed a treasure safeguarded within this restricted area. The clan leader lacks the authority to enter this zone. Only the ancestors hold such privilege. It was only during the recent reincarnation of the ancestral emperor that an ancestor was granted access to retrieve this extraordinary mutton fat spirit jade. Prior to this revelation, Li Hongtian was entirely unaware of the existence of such a remarkable treasure within the Li family. Chapter 7. The spiritual jade embryo of sheep fat. The ancestor of eternal life, with hands clasped behind his back, seamlessly steered the conversation forward. This spiritual jade embryo of sheep fat was unearthed by the previous patriarch of the Li family in a place of desolation. In truth, this remarkable jade was not a product of the realm of eternal life, but rather originated from the ancient desolate realm. Over the span of 100,000 years, the Li family has flourished, establishing its influence across 3,000 minor worlds, as well as within the vast ancient desolate realm. The ancient desolate realm is a domain accessible only after ascension, where the most formidable powers can transcend to the realm of the emperors. It was in this very realm that the ancestor emperor attained his imperial status 100 millennia prior. The Li family within the ancient desolate realm wields far greater power than that in the realm of eternal life. In that boundless expanse, ethereal celestial energy allows for the formation of such a substantial spiritual jade embryo. This particular jade was sent down from the upper realm Li family via a boundary stone, intended to prepare for the ancestor emperor's cyclical rebirth. Within the confines of the treasure vault's forbidden zone, not only lay the spiritual jade embryo, but also numerous invaluable treasures. When the time is ripe, these will be bestowed upon the ancestor emperor, aiding her in attaining the status of a timeless emperor. Understanding this, Lu Minglan chose to believe in the existence of the desolate land. Such places often conceal many rare treasures. Although a jade of this magnitude is indeed uncommon, it is not beyond possibility. Li Hongtian carefully moved the spiritual jade embryo to the bedside, placing the infant girl in the center of the jade. The 3-foot-wide jade was just ample enough for a single child. Placing two would render it somewhat cramped. He mused silently. Ancestor Emperor. Such a large jade should suffice for a protracted absorption. He had also gleaned from the ancestor that the items within the vault's forbidden area were exclusively for the ancestor emperor and must never be utilized by outsiders. Otherwise, should the ancestor emperor lay blame, no one would escape unscathed. In her swaddling, Li Heng was taken aback at the sight of the vast jade. Indeed, the Li family was extravagantly wealthy, having procured such a substantial piece of spiritual jade. It seems I am destined for a life of luxury. Although my sister possesses remarkable talent, she is certainly no match for me. Thus, I am assured to be a focal point of the Li family's nurturing. Sister, why are you lying in the center of the jade? Quickly make some room for your brother, so we can all absorb together in harmony. Isn't the blessing of the 9 radiant sun a splendid opportunity? I too wish to enhance my constitution and seize a grand chance. Though I am the younger of the two, I am, after all, over 1,000 years old. I cannot see myself as merely a younger sibling. Regarding the 9 radiant sun, I was unaware in my previous life. During my time in the Underworld, I occasionally came across ancient texts during my sign-ins. In moments of leisure, I would peruse these texts, acquiring knowledge previously unknown to me. Lu Minglan gracefully approached the spiritual jade embryo, bending to place the infant boy upon the jade, only to be halted by Li Hongtian's intervention. Hold on. The spirit jade cradle feels rather cramped with 2 infants. If one rolls over, it may fall to the ground and be ruined. Perhaps it would be better to have one on the bed and the other in the cradle, alternating their positions daily. The children are still so small. It would be heart-wrenching if either were to fall. Caution is indeed advisable. Although the spirit jade cradle was intended for the ancestral emperor, there exists a hint of selfishness, as he wishes for his son to absorb more energy as well. As long as the intake is not excessive, the ancestral emperor would likely not take offense. After some contemplation, Lu Minglan agreed, acknowledging the potential risks. She placed the spirit jade cradle beside Heng's bed, ensuring that proximity would allow for the absorption of spiritual energy. Li Hongtian, after further thought, suggested that they alternate placing Li Heng in the cradle so that he could benefit from the energy as well, while direct contact with the cradle would yield superior absorption. Even being nearby would allow for the intake of the emanating spiritual essence, albeit at a slower rate. Thus, Li Hongtian positioned the spirit jade cradle at the bedside, supported by 2 large blue stones, allowing the male infant to absorb spiritual energy while resting on the bed. Li Heng gazed at the female infant in the cradle, then glanced at the wooden bed beneath him, feeling a desire to find a mirror to inspect whether his appearance bore any resemblance to his father's. Why is my sister absorbing energy first when my aptitude is stronger? I wish to lie in the cradle first, as direct contact would expedite the absorption process significantly. Could it be that my father doubts my parentage? That shouldn't be the case. Never mind, let my little sister absorb today. I shall take my turn tomorrow. With 20 days remaining until the 9 radiant sun, it is clear that the stronger the physique, the more favorable the opportunities one can seize. Thus, it is imperative to enhance one's physical condition during this time. After placing the spirit jade cradle, the clan leader and the elder departed, leaving Lu Minglan alone to care for the 2 children. Noticing that Li Heng had fallen asleep with his eyes closed, Lu Minglan also lay down to rest. Having just given birth, it is essential to recuperate properly. Upon hearing his mother's steady breathing, Li Heng opened his eyes and gazed eagerly at the spirit jade cradle. Such a large cradle provides ample opportunity for absorption. The Underworld's rewards yielded a treasure, the celestial embryo jade dew, which is valued 100 times more than the spirit jade cradle. However, the medicinal properties of the celestial embryo jade dew are potent and unsuitable for newborns. Li Heng pondered that he would first absorb some energy from the spirit jade cradle to enhance his physique before proceeding to the celestial embryo jade dew. He could always return his sister's share later. The spirit jade cradle, square in shape, rested beside the bed, exuding a mist of azure gas. This was not a chilling aura, but rather the essence of concentrated spiritual energy. Heng extended his chubby little hand to grasp a wisp of the azure gas. Upon contact with his skin, the gas did not escape between his fingers, but rather flowed along his skin, penetrating his body. It transformed into a warm current, bringing immense comfort wherever it traveled. After absorbing the gas, his physical condition improved slightly. The effects are remarkably potent. Merely a wisp of gas equates to but 1% of the efficacy of the profound spirit liquid. The spirit jade embryo before him, if entirely absorbed, would undoubtedly yield an effect several 100,000 times greater than that of the profound spirit liquid. The two are incommensurable. Heng extended his hand and gently caressed the surface of the spirit jade embryo. Its texture was soft and resilient, reminiscent of tofu. A warm current seeped into his body through his skin. The speed of absorption from direct contact was an order of magnitude faster than that of the gaseous essence. This is precisely why it is said that lying upon the spirit jade embryo enhances absorption efficiency. The greater the contact area, the swifter the body can assimilate its energy. Even without conscious effort, the spirit jade embryo gradually nourished his physique. Heng inclined his body, akin to a gecko, pressing against the spirit jade embryo to maximize the absorption of its spiritual essence. As time passed, marked by the duration of a fragrant incense stick, he could feel a significant enhancement in his physical constitution, invigorating him beyond his prior state. Yet, he remained unsatisfied with the pace of absorption. He was aware of a method that could expedite absorption even more effectively than merely reclining on the spirit jade embryo. He then extended his little finger, applying force along the edge of the spirit jade embryo until a small fragment broke away. He placed this fragment in his mouth, tilted his neck back, and swallowed it whole. Chapter 8. The audacity to steal my treasure. The spirit jade embryo, once nestled within, transformed into a profound energy that permeated the body. This force surpassed the Xianling liquid by several hundredfold, akin to a ferocious tsunami rampaging within. Yet, as this tidal wave surged through, the meridians remained as unyielding as steel, forming an impenetrable barrier that thwarted the roaring spiritual essence, securing it firmly in place. Despite its formidable appearance, there was little genuine peril. Truly, the eternal celestial and demonic divine body was formidable. Such an overwhelming spirit jade embryo could be withstood without consequence. Heng realized that he had significantly underestimated the might of the celestial and demonic divine body. This divine physique, ranking first among the 36,000 constitutions, possessed its own merits. The vast energy thoroughly awakened the latent powers hidden within the celestial and demonic divine body. Suddenly, the body quivered violently, releasing a terrifying suction that drew all this energy inward. As the divine body absorbed this force, it grew increasingly robust. Whether divine or spiritual, there were distinctions in their realms. The newly acquired constitution was merely its nascent form. Only through continuous absorption of spiritual essence could its growth accelerate. Presently, the celestial and demonic divine body remained in its initial stage. Upon absorbing sufficient energy, it would reach the minor completion stage, at which point it would be exponentially stronger, potentially manifesting some extraordinary power. The energy from the spirit jade embryo was overwhelmingly potent, prompting the divine body to commence its absorption and rapid growth. In the blink of an eye, an hour had elapsed. Within Heng's body, a radiant glow emerged, outlining a human figure. The left silhouette shimmered in gold, while the right was shrouded in darkness. The celestial and demonic divine body, half celestial and half demonic, was represented by gold for the divine and black for the demonic. This silhouette was currently a mere dashed line. Once the outline fully materialized into a complete figure, the celestial and demonic divine body would be considered to have reached minor completion. The spirit jade embryo was an exquisite delight. Just one more piece. The spirit jade embryo resembled jade, its texture slightly firmer than tofu. Although Heng was merely an infant, the innate strength of the celestial and demonic divine body allowed him to break off a piece of the spirit jade embryo. A typical infant would certainly lack the strength to do so. Hence, with a determined effort at the corner of the spirit jade embryo, Heng managed to detach yet another small fragment. The male infant wasted no time, promptly stuffing it into his mouth and swallowing it. His body remained glued to the spirit jade embryo, continuing to absorb the overflowing spiritual essence. On the surface of the spirit jade embryo, Li Chenxi reclined in an optimal position, her back fully in contact with the embryo, greatly enhancing the absorption effect. This was the spirit jade embryo that I collected back in the day. Ever since I began preparing for the cycle of 100 lives, I started gathering various treasures, dispatching them to the lower realms via the Heavenly Realm Stone. I also left ancestral instructions for future generations to collect treasures on my behalf. I await the opportunity of the cycle of 100 lives that shall come in 100,000 years. In this life, I must ascend to the status of the Eternal Emperor. In merely 20 days, the moment of the 9 radiant sun shall arrive. It is imperative that the Primordial Emperor's embryo reaches the initial stage of maturity to receive the blessings of the sun. The 9 radiant sun graces the world only once every 10,000 years. The blessings of the sun are the most potent among the lunar blessings. Should one be fortunate enough to attain them, a seed of sun fire shall be left within the body. This seed is immensely powerful, if nurtured successfully. It can rival the celestial flames. With diligent cultivation, it may even evolve into an extraordinary celestial fire. To await this opportunity, she has delayed her reincarnation by 3,000 years. Such a fortuitous chance must not be overlooked. The 9 radiant sun is formidable, and a frail body cannot withstand the force of its blessings. A moment's carelessness could reduce one to ashes. Thus, she has procured a piece of ethereal jade, intending to hasten the maturation of the Primordial Emperor's embryo. By that time, her physical strength will be sufficient to absorb the blessings of the 9 radiant Sunday. What? This little rascal dares to seize my ethereal jade. Near the edge of the bed, the male infant is lying sideways against the jade, siphoning away some of its essence. Although the amount is minimal, she is not pleased with her treasure being pilfered by another. Consequently, she alters her position and crawls toward the edge of the bed. Peering down, she observes the male infant's face pressed against the jade, rubbing it back and forth while drooling, exuding an utterly infuriating demeanor. Li Chenxi's ire flares. Although she is merely an infant at present, she was once a revered empress, commanding respect from all. She has always been the one to seize resources from others. Who would dare to covet her possessions? This audacious little brat, clever enough to recognize the jade's value, shall find that I will absorb the entire ethereal jade, leaving him with nothing. Suddenly, she notices Li Heng reaching toward the edge of the jade, and to her astonishment, he pries off a small piece and stuffs it into his mouth. Upon inspecting the edge, she discovers a hole the size of a fist, evidently indicating that much of the jade has been consumed. This scene nearly causes the Empress to explode with fury. How dare you devour my ethereal jade? Even in the vast ancient realm, acquiring such a sizable piece of ethereal jade is no trivial feat. She had initially intended to rely on this jade to elevate the Primordial Emperor's embryo to the initial stage of maturity within 20 days, and subsequently absorb it gradually to achieve full maturity. At that point, this body's potential would reach its zenith. But now, for every morsel her little brother consumes, she loses an equal measure. This is outright theft. As an empress, how could she allow her treasure to be so brazenly snatched by a mere child? With determination, she reaches out and pushes the male infant's shoulder. Though the force is not great, the infant, lying sideways, topples over and promptly awakens Li Heng. What is happening? Why is my little sister so mischievous? The newly born infant exists in a state of development. Even if endowed with remarkable physical strength, this fact remains unchanged. It will take at least a year or two before he can articulate words or take his first steps. Li Chenxi cast a fierce glare at the male infant, her eyes conveying a clear message. You little rascal, this spirit jade embryo belongs entirely to me. Do not even think about seizing it. Subsequently, she extended her tiny hand and pinched off a piece the size of a peanut from the edge of the spirit jade embryo, promptly placing it into her mouth. In terms of size, her portion was 4 to 5 times smaller than that taken by Li Heng. Although the Hongming Emperor embryo and the Supreme Emperor bone were fused together, granting her superior physical attributes, they still paled in comparison to the bodies of ancient celestial beings. Therefore, Li Chenxi dared not absorb too much at once, fearing that her body might burst from the excess. Witnessing this scene, Li Heng felt amusement swell within him. His little sister was quite clever, mimicking his actions with the spirit jade embryo. Thus, they engaged in a playful competition to see who could consume it faster. One piece after another, they reveled in their feast. As the sun dipped below the horizon, Lu Minglan, having awakened from her afternoon slumber, stretched languidly. Upon seeing the two children indulging in the spirit jade embryo, she was nearly startled out of her wits. Chapter 9. This emperor is ready to duel with you. They are consuming the spirit jade embryo. My heavens! Although the spirit jade embryo possesses a gentle essence, the act of consuming it directly could cause its spiritual energy to explode within the body. A moment's carelessness could lead to chaotic meridians and even result in a catastrophic demise. Yet, observing the two children, it is evident that consuming the spirit jade embryo not only poses no harm, but rather enhances their physical prowess. This divine physique is indeed beyond my imagination. Lu Minglan finally comprehended her own limited understanding and realized she had vastly underestimated the formidable nature of the divine body. Dear child, eat more, she said, personally breaking off a piece of the spirit jade embryo, dividing it into morsels the size of peanuts, and placing them beside Li Heng. Yay! Li Heng beamed with delight. Truly, there is nothing quite like a mother's love. The saying holds true. That biased father favors his sister, demonstrating clear partiality. Li Chenxi was nearly infuriated. This is the emperor's spirit jade embryo. You do not support this emperor, and yet secretly distribute it to that little rascal. You two are undoubtedly in cahoots. However, these thoughts remained unvoiced, hidden from the eyes of outsiders. As a newborn, he could only watch as his precious treasure was gradually appropriated by this insufferable brat. Creak! The door swung open, and 3 maidservants entered, bearing dishes and beast milk, and placed them upon the table within the room. You may leave, Lu Minglan instructed as the maidservants exited. She produced a spirit jade needle and tested each dish for poison. In recent days, Li Hongtian had been away on urgent matters. Before his departure, he had cautioned her to ensure that every meal was free from toxins. With the emergence of a divine son and daughter in the Li family, one could never be too careful, for any envious adversaries outside might seek to harm them. The jade needle, crafted from spirit jade, would turn black upon contact with any poison, proving significantly more effective than a silver needle. After confirming that several dishes posed no threat, Lu Minglan felt reassured and began to feed the two children with the beast milk. 2 days swiftly passed. Li Hongtian had yet to return from his important affairs. Although the eternal life ancestor remained nearby, without Li Hongtian present, he refrained from checking on the children, deeming it inappropriate to intrude while the matriarch was there to tend to their needs. In the span of 2 days, a substantial corner of the originally square spirit jade embryo had been consumed. More than half had been devoured by Li Heng, while only a small portion had been consumed by Li Chenxi. As for Lu Minglan, being more inclined towards the male infant, she paid little mind to their consumption. In her view, regardless of which child consumed the spirit jade embryo, it would only serve to strengthen their divine bodies, a clearly advantageous outcome. As long as no peril arose, consuming the entirety of the spirit jade embryo was not a concern. Buzz! Suddenly, Li Heng soared to the center of the room, emanating 2 distinct auras. The left shimmered with golden light, while the right radiated a dark glow. What once were mere outlines of light had now solidified into a human form. Lu Minglan gazed intently at Li Heng's form, a wave of trepidation washing over her. Breathing became a considerable challenge. This was the manifestation of his divine body. In such a brief span, his divine physique had reached a minor completion stage, an astonishing rate of progress. It was indeed thanks to the spirit jade embryo. Otherwise, Li Heng would not have achieved such remarkable success in so short a time. Li Chenxi, sensing the aura of the divine body, lifted her gaze towards the infant, nearly driven to madness. You have audaciously seized so much of this emperor's spirit jade embryo. I shall contend with you. This spirit jade embryo was her foundation for the completion of the Hongmeng imperial embryo. Now, with this little brat consuming so much, what remains would scarcely suffice. Her vitality surged uncontrollably, reaching her mind. This former empress, overwhelmed by fury, fainted. Li Heng noticed his sister's peculiar state. Why has my little sister fainted? Perhaps my imposing presence startled her. It is only natural for a newborn, unfamiliar with the world, to be frightened by me. As he returned to the bed, having achieved the minor completion of his divine body, his internal meridians, organs, and physical form experienced a significant enhancement, at least 100-fold improvement from before. To attain such strength in less than a month since birth was indeed a delightful surprise. Li Heng turned his attention to the spirit jade embryo. Initially, it was a square mass, resembling a large block. Now, it appeared gnawed upon, with a small corner missing, consumed by Li Chenxi. A substantial portion was absent from the center, devoured by Li Heng himself. His divine body was evidently more robust than his sister's, allowing for a quicker absorption rate. With a swift roll, Li Heng positioned himself at the edge of the bed, extending his hand to tear off another large piece of the spirit jade embryo. Previously, his sister had consumed pieces the size of peanuts, while he had portions comparable to quail eggs, 4 to 5 times larger than hers. Now, the piece he was tearing off was the size of a chicken egg, significantly surpassing the quail egg in size. With the minor completion of his divine body, all aspects of his physical attributes had strengthened 100-fold, and his absorption rate had markedly increased. Consuming such a large piece at once was no challenge. Li Heng divided the substantial chunk of spirit jade embryo into several smaller pieces and swallowed them whole. The ferocious spiritual essence erupted within him, akin to a monumental tidal wave surging through his limbs. His meridians, fortified like iron barriers, steadfastly protected his body, impervious to the ferocity of the spiritual essence, which could only obediently await absorption. The eternal celestial demon divine body unleashed a terrifying gravitational pull, drawing in all the spiritual essence. Under the vast expanse of this essence, his power continued to amplify. After the minor completion of the celestial demon divine body, the absorption speed of the spiritual essence accelerated 100-fold. Though he consumed a greater quantity of the spirit jade embryo at once, the absorption was swifter than before. Within the span of a single cup of tea, the chicken egg-sized piece of spirit jade embryo was completely assimilated. Li Heng relished this process of becoming stronger. Once he finished one piece, he tore off another the size of a chicken egg, continuing to absorb one after another. After finishing the meal, he did not forget to break off a small piece and gently place it in his sister's mouth. "Little sister, do not be shy. Let us indulge together. The more we absorb, the greater the blessings we shall receive. You have been in a deep slumber. Allow me to assist you. Do not say I have not been kind to you." From day to night, and then to dawn, Li Heng delightedly fed himself while also tending to his sister's needs. As dawn broke, a ray of sunlight streamed through the window, illuminating the infant girl's face. The brilliance was blinding. She instinctively shielded her eyes with her tiny hand and slightly opened them. Why is it that I find myself on a soft bed? Was I not resting upon the Lingyu fetus? How did I end up here? The scene before her gradually came into focus. The first thing that caught her eye was the silhouette of a boy. It appeared he was holding something, stuffing it into his mouth. As her vision cleared further, she realized it was her, Lingyu fetus. Such a large piece. Her gaze drifted past the boy, seeking the direction of the Lingyu fetus. I recall the Lingyu fetus was located here. Where has it gone? Has someone moved it? Or is it simply in another location? She scanned her surroundings, but found no trace of the Lingyu fetus. The boy's new actions captured her attention. He crawled toward the edge of the bed, bending down to reach beneath it, seemingly searching for something. As he withdrew his hand, his previously empty palm now held a significant piece of the Lingyu fetus. Chapter 10. The Ascendancy of the Divine Body. The piece of spiritual jade embryo, held in the hands of the infant boy, was astonishingly the size of half a steamed bun. He stuffed it into his mouth and swallowed it within mere bites. Li Chenxi was utterly petrified. Previously, she had absorbed for 2 days only to procure a piece of jade embryo of that size. Now, this infant had consumed in one gulp what had taken her 2 days to acquire. This treasure, painstakingly obtained to nurture the primordial Emperor's embryo, had unexpectedly fallen into the hands of this little rascal. She hurriedly crawled to the edge of the bed, her head peering over to take a look below. To her dismay, her heart sank as she beheld the scene. The originally 3-foot square spiritual jade embryo had been devoured nearly entirely, leaving only a small fragment of half a foot. The rest had vanished into the boy's mouth. My jade embryo. Return my jade embryo. This once Empress felt her blood surge, rising to her head in indignation. Just as she had awakened, she fainted once more. Li Heng gazed at his sister with a hint of surprise. Why has my little sister, who just woke up, fallen asleep again? This delicate body of yours cannot endure such exhaustion. Brother shall come to your aid. With a flick of his small hand, he retrieved a jade vial from his spatial ring. The elixir of immortal embryo, a celestial nectar born from the heavens and the earth, possessing remarkable nourishing properties for fetuses. Its efficacy far surpassed that of the spiritual jade embryo, though it was not suitable as the initial nurturing liquid for a fetus. Li Heng had consumed a considerable amount of spiritual jade embryo, significantly enhancing his strength, thus allowing him to absorb the elixir of immortal embryo. The reason he had been seizing his sister's jade embryo these past few days was to prepare for the consumption of the elixir. He opened the vial, dipped his finger into the liquid, and placed it into his sister's mouth. "Sister, this elixir of immortal embryo is of great value, surely compensating for the jade embryo you expended." As Li Qinxi swallowed the elixir, a smile graced her lips in her dreams. As if she had entered a beautiful reverie, Li Heng swallowed the elixir of immortal embryo, lying on the soft bed, absorbing the turbulent energy within him. With the foundation laid by the spiritual jade embryo, the absorption of the elixir was far more effortless. After a considerable time, a radiant light began to emanate from his diminutive body. A formidable aura surged upwards toward the heavens. In the celestial realms above, a colossal deity, towering 10,000 zhang, began to materialize. With the heavens above and the abyss below, it stood like a pillar connecting the earth and sky. The titan was adorned in two colors. The left side gleamed with gold, exuding ethereal celestial energy. The right side was cloaked in black, reminiscent of the unfathomable demonic aura from the abyss. The figure of this deity was so immense that it was visible for miles in all directions. Many common folk, upon witnessing this sight, knelt in reverence, bowing their heads to the divine being. Even numerous cultivators, feeling the deity's overwhelming presence, were rendered incapacitated upon the ground. In the heart of the 10,000 mountains, the Tiangui pavilion stood. The elder of Tiangui sat atop a high tower, gazing toward the direction of the colossal deity. The Li family has remarkably seen the rise of two heavenly stars, destined to upheave the world. Beside the elder stands a young girl. "Master, did you say the Li family has heavenly stars? 2 of them?" Upon hearing the term heavenly stars, the girl's eyes widen, filled with astonishment. The emergence of heavenly stars signifies the birth of an extraordinary individual endowed with great fortune. The presence of one, let alone 2, clearly indicates that the Li family's fortunes are indeed ascending to an unparalleled height. The aged seer nods slightly. The 2 heavenly stars resonate with one another, suggesting that the Li family's rise is unstoppable. In the ancient Ji family, within the secluded loft of their forbidden grounds, an elder who has long been in seclusion slowly opens his eyes. Should outsiders discover that this ancestor of the Ji family still lives, their jaws would surely drop in disbelief. The elder senses the aura of a colossal deity, and his pupils suddenly constrict. Could this possibly be the fabled eternal celestial demon body? Why would it manifest within the realm of eternal life? He had only encountered references to the eternal celestial demon body in ancient texts, which offered but a few fragmented descriptions. Were it not for the body's distinct characteristic of coexisting celestial and demonic essences, he might not have recognized it. The transformation into a divine incarnation. Could this eternal celestial demon body have reached its pinnacle? A sharp intake of breath escapes him at the thought of such a formidable entity potentially being fully realized, nearly causing him to choke on his own astonishment. "Where's the clan leader?" A voice calls out softly, echoing from the forbidden ground. Shortly thereafter, a robust middle-aged man appears in the loft. "Greetings, Ancestor Tianya." Jihao kneels, bowing his head 3 times. "Do you know the origins of the colossal deity's incarnation?" Ancestor Tianya inquires. For many years, he has been in meditation, and it was only due to the overwhelming aura of the colossal deity that he was roused from his trance. Jihao, lowering his gaze, responds, "If I am not mistaken, this colossal deity's incarnation hails from the Li family. I have been in seclusion for merely a century, yet the Li family has produced such a formidable presence." Ancestor Tianya gazes out the window towards the colossal deity in the heavens, a flicker of wariness in his eyes. With the divine body fully realized, it seems no one can stand in their way. Upon hearing the words divine body fully realized, Jihao abruptly raises his head, his eyes nearly bulging with disbelief. "What? Are you saying this divine body has already reached its peak?" Though he has witnessed the colossal deity's incarnation, he remains unaware of the circumstances surrounding its emergence. Indeed, although Ancestor Tianya is reluctant to admit it, the reality remains unchanged. Is this true? Ji Hao's expression transforms dramatically, akin to witnessing something profoundly surreal. Recently, 2 children were born into the Li family, and that male infant attracted countless celestial beings and demons to pay their respects. In just 15 days, the infant's divine body has already reached its peak. Such talent is truly terrifying. The divine body represents the most potent constitution in existence. Each divine body possesses immensely formidable cultivation potential. Moreover, there are 2 realms of divine bodies, minor completion and major completion. With each advancement, one's aptitude can be enhanced exponentially, by dozens or even hundreds of times. Even the more terrifying divine bodies have transcended into the realm of completion, capable of enhancing their powers 1,000-fold, even 10,000-fold. The ancient, immortal, and demonic divine body was already formidable. Now, having ascended to the realm of completion, one can only fathom the extent of its terror. Unbelievable. 15 days. The venerable ancestor of Tianya was left in a state of utter shock and disbelief, his body trembling as if he might bite his own tongue. He had presumed that achieving the complete immortal and demonic divine body was a feat reserved for those who had cultivated for decades, if not centuries. Never in his wildest dreams did he imagine that it was merely a child barely a fortnight old. Such innate talent is truly horrifying. Ancestor, should we seek an opportunity to eliminate that infant? Ji Hao suggested, making a gesture across his throat. The Ji family and the Li family, both ancient clans, had their share of conflicts, albeit superficial ones. With the emergence of a prodigious child from the Li family, should he be allowed to grow unchecked, he would undoubtedly become a grave concern for the Ji family in the future. This must not be allowed. The venerable ancestor of Tianya swiftly waved his hand, his tone laden with gravity. This child has achieved the ancient, immortal, and demonic divine body in such a short time. He is surely favored by great fortune. Our Ji family should seek to cultivate a good relationship with him, rather than a hostile one. Ji Hao was taken aback by the ancestor's unexpected endorsement of the newborn. Since the ancestor had decided to forge a bond, it would be prudent to strengthen the ties between their clans and aspire to become allies. At the entrance of the Li family, Li Hongtian, who had been away for several days, had finally returned. Initially in high spirits, his expression shifted to one of sheer astonishment upon witnessing the colossal divine manifestation in the sky. His body transformed into a streak of light as he sped towards his residence. In the courtyard, the revered Elder of Longevity was also present, gazing upward at the celestial giant. Ancestor, what is the meaning of this? The Elder of Longevity turned stiffly to face him. If my conjecture is correct, it seems the ancient, immortal, and demonic divine body has reached completion. Chapter 11. Countermeasures what? Li Hongtian swallowed hard. My son has achieved a divine body. How could it have happened in just a few days? It was unfathomable that after only a brief visit to the forbidden area, Li Heng returned in less than 5 days, having reached such a significant milestone. The speed was astonishing. Elder Changsheng glanced towards the bedroom and suggested, "We should visit your wife's chamber. Perhaps we will uncover the truth there." Li Hongtian stepped forward and pushed open the door, immediately spotting Li Heng seated on the bed. His gaze then fell upon Li Chenxi, who was lying beside him. Finally, he was taken aback to discover that the originally square piece of sheep fat spirit jade had been reduced to a mere half-foot fragment, a mere tenth of its original size. This scene finally illuminated the situation for Li Hongtian, nearly causing his mind to shatter. Ha 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 hic. His son's divine body was a cause for immense elation. Even if he had consumed all of it, it mattered little. Yet, the spirit jade was a treasure of the ancestral emperor, and now that Li Heng had consumed so much, he felt a pang of anxiety. He dreaded the thought of the ancestral emperor holding him accountable, leaving Li Heng to bear the repercussions alone. The ancestral emperor, having undergone countless reincarnations and cultivated for 100,000 years, wielded unparalleled power. How could a mere newborn boy possibly contend with such might? Although the boy had now attained a divine body, his future growth would far exceed that of a girl, and he could never hope to rival the ancestral emperor. Elder Changsheng was equally perturbed, suddenly slapping his forehead. For the past few days, he had felt an inexplicable anxiety. However, since Li Hongtian had been away, Lu Minglan had been left alone with the 2 children, attending to their needs, making it impractical for her to visit the chamber unaccompanied. No one could have anticipated that such a monumental event would transpire in just a few days. To be frank, while Li Heng's achievement should bring joy to Elder Changsheng as the patriarch, he was also left wondering how to explain this to the ancestral emperor. Li Hongtian hastily approached the bed, placing his hands on Lu Menglan's shoulders. Menglan, why did you allow Heng to consume the sheep-fat spirit jade? This method is far too perilous. He could have met a tragic end. I thought he was fine after eating it, so I did not intervene. Lu Menglan replied, cold sweat breaking out across her brow as her robe became damp. Now, reflecting on the potential dangers, her heart raced with panic. Thank goodness nothing went awry. Otherwise, how could she justify it? Sigh. Li Hongtian sighed deeply. You have been careless. The spirit jade was intended for both children. By letting Heng consume it all, what will Qinzi absorb? Qinzi also consumed the spirit jade, though at a much slower rate than Heng, so naturally, he absorbed the majority. Lu Menglan argued, her maternal instincts clearly favoring Li Heng. After all, they are both my children. It matters not if Heng consumes a little more. There is still about a tenth of the spirit jade remaining, which Heng does not need at present. Let it be saved for Qinzi. You. Li Hongtian sighed again, stepping out of the room with the elder and into the courtyard. Elder, what shall we do now? The spirit jade embryo remains so scarce. While it is indeed beneficial for my son to absorb it, how can I explain this to the ancestor emperor? The eternal ancestor sighed, his white brows furrowing in contemplation. Alas, within the confines of the treasury, there are some treasured items that nurture infants. But none possess the efficacy of the spirit jade embryo. I shall have to utilize them for the time being. I hope the ancestor emperor does not take offense. It is truly a lamentable situation. The venerable ancestor emperor, a celestial being of unparalleled might through countless reincarnations, could not surpass an infant boy in his early days. Should this be revealed, those who once knew the ancestor emperor would surely find it absurdly amusing. Thus, it must be this way. Li Hongtian gazed through the open door at the small remnant of the spirit jade embryo on the ground, with roughly 10% remaining. It should suffice for the ancestor emperor's divine body to reach its minor completion. With half a month remaining until the blessing of the full moon, there should be enough time. The 9 radiant suns' blessing was personally selected by the ancestor emperor, and it must not be overlooked. They believed that the ancestor emperor would have made further preparations for the 9 radiant Sunday. This time, they were certain to receive the sun's blessing and obtain the sunfire seed. After some discussion, the two returned to the room. This chamber was spacious, containing 3 beds in total. Previously, the 2 children had shared the middle bed, while Lu Menglan kept watch by the window on the other. Li Hongtian gently lifted the female infant and placed her on the innermost bed against the wall, swaddling her tightly. He then picked up the remaining spirit jade embryo from the floor and positioned it in the corner of the room. From now on, the 2 children would sleep separately. The remaining piece of the spirit jade embryo belonged entirely to Qinzi. It must not be allowed for Heng to take it. In any case, Li Heng's divine body was already fully developed. This resource was unnecessary for him, and it should still be presented to the ancestor emperor with respect. The infant, having just been born, could merely crawl and had yet to learn to walk. Although his divine body was formidable, he still needed to grow at a natural pace. Step by step. However, possessing a divine body would enable them to develop at a rate surpassing that of ordinary people, facilitating their journey into cultivation. Menglan, you must not show favoritism towards Heng. Qinzi is our child too, and she deserves to absorb the spirit jade embryo to grow. Lu Menglan nodded and assured him. Rest assured, I will take good care of both of them. Li Hongtian squatted beside the bed, gazing at the smiling infant boy, and softly instructed, You mustn't take your sister's things anymore. You must be obedient. Okay, Li Heng instinctively replied. Upon hearing this single word, Li Hongtian's hair stood on end. He rubbed his ears, questioning whether he had misheard. A normal infant would not begin to speak until around 1 year of age, uttering only simple words like father or mother. Yet here was Li Heng, merely a few days old, already speaking? He turned his rigid neck to glance at Lu Menglan, who appeared equally stunned. Did I just hear incorrectly? Did Heng just say okay? No. I heard it too. Upon hearing her son's words, Lu Menglan was taken aback. As infants gradually engage with the world, they begin to comprehend right from wrong, learning what to say and how to respond. The fact that Li Heng could understand their conversation was indeed remarkable, akin to a prodigy. A sudden chill coursed through Li Heng, and beads of cold sweat trickled down his back. He had nearly exposed himself. The secret of his dealings in the underworld and the retention of memories from his previous life were matters that must remain concealed. These two revelations must never fall into the hands of outsiders, lest they provoke unnecessary complications. He was still young, without the means to protect himself, thus, exercising caution was paramount. Initially, he was mute, but later, his divine physique evolved, accelerating his development, allowing him to articulate words. Li Hongtian, wide-eyed, attempted to engage him further. Hunger, do you understand what I am saying? Call me father. Would you like some beef's milk? Despite these inquiries, the infant displayed no reaction, simply grinning vacantly. Witnessing this, the two individuals finally exhaled in relief. It seemed that Hunger had unwittingly spoken those words earlier. He was still not capable of speech, and further attempts were unnecessary. Chapter 12. The Weeping Empress. As night fell, a full moon ascended into the sky. Within the chambers, the fist-sized luminous pearl emitted a brilliant glow, illuminating the room. Lu Menglan, caressed by the night breeze, breathed evenly, clearly succumbed to slumber. Li Chenxi awoke, having just experienced a delightful dream, one in which she consumed an elixir of immortality. Upon opening her eyes, she felt her body significantly strengthened, surpassing even the effects of the spirit jade embryo. What could this mean? Could that boy have fed me some extraordinary substance? Surely not. Perhaps it is merely an illusion. Upon awakening, she found herself alone on a bed, with that insufferable boy a full yard away, her heart finally at ease. That boy, this time, you cannot steal my spirit jade embryo, can you? From now on, any absorption will take place right here on my bed. Let us see how you dare to snatch it. A child must be at least a year old to learn to walk. Her body was still in development. The two beds stood like a chasm, thoroughly separating the two individuals, alleviating her worries of theft. Li Chenxi broke off a small piece of the spirit jade embryo, shaking it triumphantly at the infant boy before popping it into her mouth, relishing the experience as she swallowed it down. She resolved to teach that little rascal a lesson in due time. Li Heng turned his head, noticing that his mother had fallen asleep, and began to crawl towards the edge of the bed. Just as he was about to tumble off, Li Chenxi felt no concern. The wooden bed was approximately 3 feet high. Even if the infant fell, he would be unable to climb back up. With a soft thud, Li Chenxi was instantly petrified. The boy had risen from the bed and lightly jumped to the ground, approaching her with a beaming smile. She swore it was the most terrifying smile she had ever witnessed, akin to that of a devil. What? He can already stand and walk. Li Chenxi's mind buzzed, as if 1,000 flies were swirling within, threatening to explode her brain. She possessed the Hongming Empress embryo and the Supreme Empress bone, 2 imperial treasures, and yet she could not master the art of walking. Yet this infant had already learned how to do so. How utterly terrifying. Was this the dreadfulness of the eternal celestial demon body? Li Chenxi felt utterly defeated, vanquished beyond measure. She even pondered whether this cycle of rebirth had been a grave mistake. Li Heng clambered up the side of the bed, having just discovered that he could stand and walk, even execute simple jumps. All of this was the result of the maturation of the eternal celestial demon body. Its completion accelerated his physical growth, far surpassing that of an ordinary infant. He mused, my father truly believed that separating me from my sister would confine me? Reaching the corner of the wall, he broke off another small piece of the spirit jade embryo and placed it in his mouth. As the spirit jade embryo entered his body, it transformed into a vast energy that spread throughout his being. What could this possibly mean? After the divine body reached its pinnacle, distinct differences were once again apparent. Previously, when absorbing the spirit jade fetus, the spiritual energy surged into the meridians like a tsunami. This time, however, the spiritual essence flowed into the body gently, akin to a meandering brook, exerting no impact on the meridians whatsoever. It should not be that the spirit jade fetus has become docile. Rather, my divine body has grown so formidable that it suppresses all the turbulent spiritual energy. The current meridians have transformed into a grand canal, capable of withstanding even the most tumultuous currents. With the divine body fully realized, the effects of the spirit jade fetus have become negligible. Even if absorbed, there would be little benefit. It seems this spirit jade fetus has outlived its usefulness for me. In that case, I shall leave it for my sister. Li Heng broke off a substantial piece of the spirit jade fetus. opened his mouth wide in a mock gesture of eating, and playfully winked at his sister. Upon witnessing this scene, Li Qinzi felt an overwhelming sense of grievance, her eyes quickly welling with crystalline tears. How arduous it was for me to procure the spirit jade fetus. And you, brat, are consuming it all. Is it easy to endure countless reincarnations? The more she pondered, the more aggrieved she felt, and finally, the tears flowed uncontrollably. Oh, the Empress of great stature, who has lived for 100,000 years, brought to tears by Li Heng. Li Heng himself was taken aback. He had not anticipated his sister to be so sensitive to jest. This was merely the beginning, and she was already in tears. Forget it. This is no fun. I shan't play with you anymore. He broke the spirit jade fetus into smaller pieces and placed them into Li Qinzi's hands, then playfully pinched her cheek. Once Li Qinzi received the spirit jade fetus, she quickly ceased her sobbing. This boy does know how to care for me. Even if you return the spirit jade fetus, I shall not forgive you. Seeing that his sister had stopped crying, Li Heng silently returned to his own bed. Now, he awaited the blessing of the full moon with eager anticipation for the gifts it might bestow upon him. Half a month later, beneath the night sky, the stars twinkled abundantly. In the courtyard of the Li family, a gathering of over 10,000 clanspeople congregated in the square. For them, today marked an extraordinarily significant occasion, the blessing of the full moon. The divine son and daughter were to receive blessings together, coinciding with the rare phenomenon of the 9 radiant Sunday. This was undoubtedly an exceptionally rare event of divine blessings. With some time yet before the sun would rise, the crowd engaged in spirited discussions. The 9 radiant sun, a sight to behold only once in a lifetime, truly evokes excitement. Who do you think will receive the greater blessing from the 9 radiant sun, the divine son or the divine daughter? It should be the divine son, right? After all, his divine body has already reached its apex. The divine daughter is also formidable. I have heard her divine body has achieved a preliminary success. According to legend, those who receive the blessing of the sun will have a seed of sunfire sown within them. If nurtured successfully, it will reach the level of celestial fire. To endure the blessing of the sun requires an exceptionally strong constitution. It remains uncertain whether the divine son and daughter can withstand it. The divine bodies of the deity and the goddess are indeed formidable. However, they are merely infants who have just reached the tender age of 1 month, making it exceedingly challenging for them to withstand such terrifying celestial power. The likelihood of failure looms large, and no one dares to assure that the 2 infants will assuredly succeed. In the east, the light of dawn ascends gradually, to everyone's astonishment. At the edge of the horizon, 9 fiery orbs emerge, resembling the imminent rise of 9 suns. The crimson flames swiftly paint the sky in shades of red, transforming half of the heavens into a blazing hue. Many common folk, witnessing this spectacle, are left agape in disbelief. Some farmers, overcome with fear, drop to their knees, bowing towards the radiant horizon. O heavens, the 9 suns have appeared. A great drought is upon us. We shall surely starve. In ancient times, there were frequent rumors that 9 suns once graced the sky. When illuminated by these celestial bodies, the earth would inevitably suffer from severe drought. Additionally, legends tell of a divine figure named Ho-E, who shot down 8 of these suns, restoring peace to the world. In the realm of immortality, numerous cultivation sects and clans observed the extraordinary phenomenon of the 9 radiant suns rising, yet they did not react with the same terror as the common folk. They understood that this was merely an exceedingly rare occurrence. What ascended into the sky were not 9 suns, but rather 8 celestial bodies akin to the sun, positioned remarkably close to the realm of immortality, manifesting a rare and wondrous sight that appears only once every 10,000 years. Chapter 13. 9 radiant suns. In the Li family square stands a majestic altar, towering 10 zhang high. On either side of the altar lie 2 infants, the divine son and the divine daughter. Upon the small platform to the right, the reflection of 9 suns rising is captured in Li Qinzi's pupils. Her tiny hands instinctively clench in anticipation. The 9 radiant suns. For this exceedingly rare blessing, she has waited 3,000 years. This time, she must secure the blessing of the divine son. Acquiring the divine son's blessing is no simple feat. It necessitates not only a nascent divine body, but also a specific technique to summon the sun's energy. One serves as the catalyst, while the other forms the foundation. Both are indispensable. Merely possessing a foundation without the means to invoke the sun's power would leave one helplessly watching as the divine light eludes them. Li Qinxi turned her gaze towards the infant on her left. "Little one, let us see how you contend with me this time." Although the boy possesses a formidable divine body, lacking the technique to summon the divine sun renders his strength inconsequential. Thus, she is confident that the boy will only attain the most ordinary blessing. With the divine sun's grace, her power will surge, leaving him far behind, extinguishing any potential rivalry. On the horizon, the 9 suns ascend majestically from the skyline, their scorching brilliance illuminating the earth. At this dawn, the temperature soars to unprecedented heights. Crops in the fields droop, stripped of moisture. Red Dragon Summoning Technique. From the girl's body, a fire dragon rises, transforming into a colossal dragon stretching 100 jong, soaring towards the heavens at an astonishing speed. This fire dragon exudes an overwhelming aura, its oppressive presence palpable across the sky. Within 1,000 miles, all beasts bow in submission. To contend for the power of the divine sun, Li Qinxi diligently mastered the red dragon summoning technique. Upon reaching the nascent stage of the Hongmeng imperial physique, the energy within her allows her to execute this technique, albeit only at a fraction of its true potential. The members of the Li family, witnessing the emergence of the fire dragon, are left utterly astounded. What? The divine daughter is shielded by a fire dragon. Could it be that her veins flow with the blood of a dragon? Is this fire dragon vying for the divine sun's power? They remain unaware that Li Qinxi has employed a particular technique, for she is but a child just past her first month. Speculation arises that perhaps the fire dragon protects her, drawn to the extraordinary phenomenon of the 9 radiant suns, eager to seize their power. Such occurrences are exceedingly rare, yet not entirely unheard of. Li Heng gazes at the fire dragon, his pupils narrowing slightly. Unexpectedly, my little sister is quite formidable. A fire dragon stands guard over her, assisting in the pursuit of the divine sun's power. It seems I must take action as well. He bows his head in contemplation, pondering how to shift from a passive stance to an active one. After a millennium of signing in at the Underworld, he has acquired numerous powerful techniques. However, being merely a month old, he is yet to embark on formal cultivation. Many techniques remain beyond his grasp. He delves into the depths of his system space. Here lies a realm where a vast expanse of land is adorned with a myriad of celestial treasures and miraculous elixirs. In one particular area, jade slips hover gracefully. Some emanate a chilling aura, unmistakably harboring extraordinary secrets. A black stone, wreathed in billowing dark smoke, captured Li Heng's attention. This was a technique acquired from the 16th layer of Hell's sign-in rewards, the Heaven-Devouring Art. The Heaven-Devouring Art, using blood as a conduit, harnessing the power of myriad demons to consume the heavens and the earth. This technique does not require demonic energy to activate. Rather, it necessitates blood. The stronger the demonic energy within the blood, the more potent the effects of the technique. It can be said that this is the most suitable technique for Li Heng at present. Thus, he resolved to claim it. Within the confines of the system space, Li Heng's ethereal projection, appearing to be in his early 20s, mirrored his visage from a past life. The projection seized the black stone and crushed it with a decisive grip. Crack! As the stone shattered, a black light surged into his third eye. New memories flooded his mind, detailing the intricacies of the heaven-devouring art. A remarkable advantage of the techniques acquired through the system sign-in is that they can be learned instantly upon being shattered, bypassing the cumbersome process of comprehension. Now, Li Heng had mastered the method to wield the heaven-devouring art. In the realm of reality, a fire dragon soared towards the horizon, roaring defiantly at the 9 suns blazing in the sky. The terrifying sound waves traversed thousands of miles, instilling fear in countless beings upon the earth. A formidable pull emanated from the dragon's maw. The 9 suns had fully ascended, with the central sun being the largest and radiating the most intense flames. Known as the heavenly sun, the 4 suns on the left and the 4 on the right emitted slightly lesser flames in size. As the fire dragon unleashed its suction force, the central heavenly sun shone even more brilliantly. The entire land was bathed in crimson hues. A red beam of light appeared among the 4 left suns, connecting them harmoniously. Each of these suns released a fiery energy that converged into the central heavenly sunday. The same occurred with the 4 right suns, intertwining their flames and unifying them within the central sun. Now, the fiery power of the nine suns coalesced into one. The central heavenly sun erupted in an even more resplendent glow. A terrifying heat, akin to ocean waves, spread from the horizon into the inland. Wherever it passed, vegetation was charred to cinders. A beam of light shot forth from the heavenly sun, directing its radiance towards the Li family. With a swift motion, Li Chenxi ascended from the altar, suspended in midair. The beam enveloped her, immersing her in flames. The onlookers from the Li family beamed with astonishment. Blessings from the heavenly sun. The goddess truly can summon the power of the sun. The fire dragon's might was overwhelming, releasing such a terrifying force. After receiving the blessings of the heavenly sun, the goddess's future accomplishments would undoubtedly surpass those of the divine sun. There are several key factors in enhancing one's strength. Qualifications are merely one aspect. It is fortune that truly influences one's capabilities. Some individuals possess extraordinary talent, but suffer from unfortunate circumstances, while others may be born with lesser aptitude, yet are able to seize various opportunities in life. When comparing the two, it is undoubtedly the latter who possesses greater strength. The blessings of the sun are indeed a significant boon bestowed by the divine maiden, capable of compensating for inherent deficiencies in talent and allowing one to keep pace with the scion of the celestial realm. Li Hongtian felt the terrifying presence of the fire dragon, his body trembling in response. Truly, the Ancestor Emperor is formidable. Such astonishing feats can only be executed by immortals. I presume. The Li family also possesses numerous qi cultivation techniques, yet they pale in comparison to this fire dragon. The Ancestor Emperor is a formidable being hailing from the ancient wilderness world. Any technique he wields could easily dominate the realm of eternal life. The Eternal Life Ancestor stroked his goat beard, his white brows lifting in astonishment. The Ancestor Emperor must have long been prepared for the blessings of the sun, and the fire dragon is indeed a remarkable strategy. The techniques casually employed by the Ancestor Emperor far surpass those of this venerable ancestor, who has lived for over 8,000 years. Chapter 14. The 10,000 demons devour the heavens. Li Hongtian gazed at the unremarkable infant, a hint of regret in his voice. Heng has just reached a month old. How could he possibly comprehend the art of qi induction? He is certainly unable to receive the blessings of the heavenly sun. Such a pity. It is indeed unfortunate to miss the once-in-a-millennium 9 Radiance Heavenly Sunday. However, they could do nothing to assist Li Heng, leaving him to rely solely on his own capabilities. The Ancestor of Longevity nodded, stating, although he cannot obtain the blessings of the heavenly sun, the ancient immortal demon divine body is exceedingly formidable. With proper cultivation, he will undoubtedly become the right-hand man of the Ancestor Emperor. At that time, the Ancestor Emperor shall not neglect him. He understood that the Ancestor Emperor had undergone countless reincarnations in pursuit of becoming the supreme being of heaven and earth. Yet, the path of cultivation is inherently fraught with challenges against the heavens. Having multiple allies is always advantageous. Henger's fortunate position as the younger brother of the Ancestor Emperor is indeed a blessing. Li Hongtian remarked with a touch of nostalgia. The Ancestor Emperor has prepared for 100,000 years. What treasures could he possibly lack? As long as Li Heng performs commendably, the Ancestor Emperor will undoubtedly be generous. Even a few drops of his essence could provide boundless benefits. At the altar, as Li Heng opened his eyes, he was greeted by blinding light and instinctively shielded himself from the sun with his tiny hands. My little sister has already summoned the power of the heavenly sun. I must act swiftly as well. The manifestation of the 9 Radiance Heavenly Sun is fleeting. If I miss this opportunity, I shall never encounter it again. A drop of dark, ominous blood, imbued with a sinister black glow, flowed from his fingertips. This drop, rich in overwhelming demonic energy, was exceedingly precious. Were it not for the completion of his divine body, he would not dare to expend such vital essence so liberally. The 10,000 demons devouring the heavens technique. The droplet of black blood shot skyward. With a sharp crackle, the blood transformed into a swirling black mist. Boom! Above the heavens, a chasm stretching for thousands of feet appeared, as if torn asunder by some terrifying demon god. From the other side of the rift poured forth a torrent of demonic energy. Towering demon gods, each standing 1,000 feet tall, emerged from the fissure. Upon closer inspection, one could count exactly 10,000 of these formidable beings. The terrifying demonic aura surged forth, forming a dense, dark cloud that suppressed the radiance of the 9 suns. The crowd gazed upward in alarm at the demon gods, engulfed in confusion. No one understood what was transpiring. The demon gods have descended. What is happening? Could it be that the demon gods are also vying for the power of the heavenly sun? How frightening. It feels as if a mere sneeze from a demon god could obliterate me. Many members of the Li family, terrified, fled in panic. Unwilling to remain in such a perilous situation, Li Qinxi, who was absorbing the power of the heavenly sun, remained unaffected by the demonic energy, enveloped as she was in the intense solar flames. Just when the onlookers assumed the demon gods were about to assault the realm of longevity, an unexpected scene unfolded. To their astonishment, the myriad demon gods made no offensive moves. Instead, they sat cross-legged, floating serenely in the skies above. The sight of countless demon gods in meditation was incredibly majestic, densely connected, obscuring the sun and sky. Boom! A formidable demon deity unleashed a terrifying force of attraction, drawing upon the celestial power of the sun. Boom! Another demon deity released its pull. Boom! Boom! Over 10,000 demon deities joined in, tearing the very sky asunder, creating an overwhelming sensation as if the heavens themselves were about to collapse. The 9 suns on the horizon could no longer withstand this might. The central sun emitted a beam of light 1,000 times broader than before, directing its brilliance towards the Li family. The surrounding 8 suns, not connecting to one another, each released their own beams, all aimed at the Li family. Each beam was 100 times thicker than that which Li Qinxi had absorbed. Swish! Li Heng soared into the air, engulfed by the convergence of 9 beams of light, drowning in golden radiance. This golden light contained the essence of the ultimate solar fire, instantly dispersing the myriad demon deities suspended in the sky. However, this was of no consequence. The countless demon deities had accomplished their mission, successfully drawing forth the celestial solar power. Under normal circumstances, demon deities could not absorb this celestial energy. Their primary role was to invoke the power of the sun and bestow blessings upon Li Heng. The brilliance of the 9 suns was blinding. Every member of the Li family shielded their eyes with their hands. A few who were slightly slower in reacting, merely glancing at the point where the beams converged, found blood seeping from their eyes. Only those of exceptional strength could protect their gaze with spiritual energy, allowing them to look skyward. Li Hongtian nearly dropped his jaw to the ground, his mouth agape in disbelief. What on earth? Even the usually refined gentleman could not help but curse upon witnessing this spectacle. The multitude of demon deities had actually summoned the celestial solar power for Heng. How terrifying! The previous scene was utterly shocking. 10,000 towering demon deities, simultaneously executing their powers to attract the sun from the horizon. Under the overwhelming force of attraction, the heavens almost buckled. If such a method could be employed to draw forth spiritual energy, it would likely summon energies across the entire realm of longevity. How could anyone else survive under such circumstances? Heng was truly protected by a multitude of demons. He could not fathom how these myriad demons had appeared, only able to theorize that it was indeed a divine protection bestowed upon him. Such a situation was the only logical explanation. Li Heng possessed the ancient immortal demon body, the strongest of all divine physiques, whether celestial or demonic. Thus, it was only natural to have myriad demons as guardians. The venerable ancestor of longevity trembled uncontrollably, his white hair dancing wildly behind him. This was the blessing of the 9 radiances. The legendary blessing of the 9 radiances. The blessings from the 9 radiant suns are categorized into various levels, their effects differing vastly. The blessing previously received by Li Qinxi was referred to as the blessing of the celestial sun. The central sun served as the focal point, supported by the 8 surrounding suns, converging solar fire to bestow blessings. Such a blessing was already immensely powerful and frightening. It required not only a formidable catalyst, but also a robust constitution to integrate the blessing. It is said that throughout ancient times, the occurrence of the 9 radiant suns has been recorded only 5 times, including this instance with Li Qinxi. Eons, countless ages. The phenomenon of the 9 radiant suns has occurred a myriad of times, yet only 5 individuals have been bestowed with the divine blessing of the sun, a rarity that speaks volumes. The blessing of the 9 radiant suns, where all 9 celestial suns unleash their fiery power in unison, is 1,000-fold stronger than that of the singular sun throughout the ages, The blessing of the 9 radiant suns has existed solely in the realm of legends, with no record of anyone ever receiving it. Now, however, Heng has accomplished this extraordinary feat. The formidable ancient body of the immortal demon, summoned by the collective might of myriad demons, has finally manifested the 9 radiant blessing. The eternal ancestor had glimpsed mere fragments of this in an ancient tome, never truly believing he would witness the 9 radiant blessing in his lifetime. Hantion, I genuinely suspect that the ancestor emperor may have been reborn incorrectly, taking on a male form. If this infant boy were indeed the ancestor emperor, everything would fall into place. They would readily accept and believe in the ancestor emperor's unparalleled strength. Yet, the ancestor emperor is not the infant boy, but rather the girl. The ancestor emperor's preparations over 100,000 years seem to pale in comparison to a mere newborn boy, a disparity so great that it would surely infuriate the ancestor emperor. Chapter 15. The 9 Suns Celestial Fire, as anticipated. The celestial infant absorbing the power of the sun suddenly lost control and plummeted from the sky. During her descent, crimson blood erupted from the corner of her lips. Hantion swiftly soared into the air, securely cradling the infant in his arms. Ancestor, are you all right? Ancestor. In a moment of desperation, he inadvertently uttered the words ancestor. Fortunately, the high vantage point in his subdued voice spared him from being overheard by the clan members. Upon hearing the term ancestor, Chenxi's expression oscillated between fury and pallor. She now regarded the title as a profound humiliation. The more it was uttered, the more incensed she became. After enduring countless lifetimes and preparing for 100,000 years, I cannot even best a mere male infant. What a futile existence. Witnessing the unprecedented phenomenon of the 9 Suns blessing, her composure faltered, nearly succumbing to madness. With great effort, she managed to control her body and complete the fusion of the sun's power, albeit sustaining significant injuries in the process. With a pained gasp, another mouthful of blood was expelled in a fit of rage. The Empress rolled her eyes in exasperation and fainted. Hantion sighed helplessly, shaking his head slightly. Truly a case of unfortunate timing. Had the ancestor been born a few years later, he would not have faced the anomaly that is Heng. Yet, if he had been born later still, he would be no match for Heng at all. Nevertheless, my son is undeniably formidable. He possesses the makings of a great emperor. Above in the heavens, a blazing orb enveloped Heng. The power of the sun surged through 36,000 pores, penetrating his skin and entering his body. Every cell within him, under the searing heat of the solar fire, became intensely warm. Any ordinary individual subjected to such overwhelming solar energy would undoubtedly ignite in flames, reduced to ashes. Even his sister, with her nascent primordial emperor's physique, could not assimilate such domineering solar power. However, Heng was of the perfected eternal celestial demon body, with a physique of terrifying strength. Assimilating this solar energy posed no challenge for him. The solar fire continuously seeped into his being, akin to a furnace growing ever hotter. Even the celestial demon body felt the excruciating nature of the melding process. Yet, who was Heng? His willpower was formidable. How many could endure sweeping the underworld for 1,000 years? No mere mortal could claim such resilience. Despite the pain, he gritted his teeth, not uttering even a sound. Thus, as the solar fire integrated further, his body underwent a profound refinement, elevating him to a fearsome new level. The infant's form radiated a crimson glow, reminiscent of a branding iron heated to its peak. Every cell, every organ, was refined to perfection. Nearly an hour passed before the radiant orb enveloping his exterior gradually dissipated. In the left side of his dantian, a golden flame emerged. Upon sensing the essence of this flame, Heng's heart soared with joy. This is the 9 Sun celestial fire. To master the power of celestial flames at merely a full moon is truly formidable. Chenxi's desire to receive the blessings of the heavenly sun is largely fueled by the aspiration to obtain the sunfire seed. This seed, however, requires gradual cultivation and the absorption of fiery essence to evolve into genuine celestial fire. Gaining the blessings of the 9 radiant suns not only significantly enhances the divine physique, but also directly grants a celestial flame. The 9 Sun celestial fire, forged from the fusion of 9 solar orbs, is immensely more potent than the heavenly sun celestial fire, 100-fold stronger. Celestial fire possesses the ability to incinerate all things. undoubtedly serving as a powerful trump card for Li Heng. Who would dare provoke him? A single cast of celestial fire would effortlessly resolve any conflict. The greatest gain from this full moon blessing is undoubtedly the 9-sun celestial fire. Furthermore, the divine body has been tempered by the solar flames to an astonishing degree, subtly influencing future cultivation. The 9 radiant suns, shortly after their ascent, saw 8 of the solar orbs disappear. After absorbing the power of the heavenly sun, Li Heng once again descended upon the altar. The young disciples of the Li family raised their arms in jubilant cheers. Divine Sun, Divine Sun, Divine Sun. They bore witness once more to the formidable prowess of the Divine Sun and believed that in the near future, he would undoubtedly become a supreme force in the realm, leading the Li family into a new era of prosperity. 3 years later, in a spacious courtyard, a vibrant flowerbed bursts forth with blossoms of every hue, while a few colorful butterflies dance around the floral arrangements. Beside a bamboo pavilion stand 2 children. The young boy, with large eyes and handsome features, is destined to become a striking gentleman in his adulthood. The girl, with fair skin and a chubby little face, is utterly adorable. The boy extends his hand, and a gray butterfly alights upon his palm. Sister, look at the patterns on this butterfly's back. They resemble a type of linen thread. I've given it a lovely name. Li Heng lifts the butterfly before his sister, Linen Butterfly. Isn't it lovely? Boring, Li Chenxi dismissively pushes the boy's hand away. Startled, the butterfly takes flight. Linen Butterfly, don't fly away. Li Heng is somewhat speechless. Aren't little girls supposed to adore butterflies and flowers? Why is his sister so peculiar? At such a tender age, she prefers knives and swords. Who would dare to court her when she grows up? 3 years have passed, and both children have grown considerably. They are now able to run, jump, and even climb rooftops. The time to begin their cultivation is fast approaching. Li Heng is filled with anticipation for the journey ahead and eager to discover just how swiftly he can cultivate with the eternal celestial demon body. With heavy footsteps, Li Hongtian approaches the 2 children. You have just turned 3 years old. Let us delay your cultivation for now. I shall take you to a special place. Father, where are we going? Didn't you say we would begin our training upon turning 3? Li Heng gazes up at the robust figure of the middle-aged man. Do not rush into cultivation. There exists an affair of greater significance. Li Hongtian crouched down, gently caressing the boy's head. Both children had long since mastered the art of speech and exhibited remarkable intelligence. The ancestral emperor was somewhat understandable, having lived for 100,000 years. However, Li Heng, at the tender age of 3, displayed extraordinary brilliance, which was indeed astonishing. They attributed this intelligence to the ancient divine body, as it was only natural for one endowed with such a divine physique to possess heightened intellect. The Li family estate was comparable in size to a city, sprawling across a vast expanse of land. In the rear courtyard lay a cultivation ground covering 1,000 acres. Adjacent to it stood a towering stone tablet, rising to a height of 100 zhang. Inscribed upon the tablet were several prominent characters, the ancient divine body ranking, cradling one child in his arms. Li Hongtian approached the stone tablet. Now, you may activate this tablet and endeavor to ascend the ancient divine ranking. Within the realm of cultivation, there exists a divine ranking known as the ancient divine ranking. The trials associated with the divine ranking encompass various challenges, such as the divine body and divine strength. Those who manage to secure a place on the ranking will be granted an extraordinary opportunity. Should one seize it wisely, they may soar to great heights. However, there is a prerequisite to ascending the divine ranking. One must have reached the age of 3. Chapter 16. My father is too biased. The eternal divine rankings encompass various categories, and the one before us pertains to the rankings of divine physiques. In principle, with the divine bodies possessed by Li Chenxi and Li Heng, they should easily ascend the divine rankings. However, their youth had previously hindered them. From a considerable distance, Li Heng's attention was immediately drawn to the stone tablet, igniting his curiosity. With my eternal celestial demon physique, I am destined to claim the top position on the divine physique rankings. The divine physique rankings are a synthesis of various attributes. For instance, Li Chenxi possesses the primordial emperor's embryo and the supreme emperor's bone within her. During the evaluation on the stone tablet, these 2 extraordinary treasures will be amalgamated to assess their strengths. The more hidden cards one possesses, the easier it is to ascend the eternal divine rankings. Li Heng craned his neck to read the small print at the base of the stone tablet. Divine Physique Rankings. First place, Yi Tianfan. Ancient Sacred Body. Supreme Bone. Divine Physique Rankings. Second place, Jun Wuming. Sacred Body Dao Embryo. Divine Physique Rankings. Third place, Ji Buhui. Supreme Sword Bone. Divine Physique Rankings. Fourth. The list records only the strongest 100 individuals. If a newcomer ascends the Divine Physique Rankings, the current 100th will automatically be disqualified. Each individual may remain on the list for a maximum of 10,000 years. Exceeding this duration results in automatic removal. Upon seeing the name Yi Tianfan, Li Heng's expression turned nostalgic. In a previous life, he had encountered the Eternal Divine Physique Rankings as well, not solely within the Li family. For such stone tablets are prevalent in many locations. The records encompass not only the long life realm, but also all practitioners from the broader realm of cultivation. Trillions of individuals vie for these 100 coveted spots. To claim the pinnacle position is to be regarded as the strongest among this vast multitude. Attaining a spot on the rankings confers the qualification to enter the Eternal Divine Domain, a realm of great opportunity. While signing in at the Underworld, Li Heng had acquired numerous ancient texts, detailing information regarding the Eternal Divine Domain. It is said to be a place where deities once resided in ancient times, filled with countless treasures left behind by these divine beings. With a stroke of fortune, one could seize an opportunity sufficient to traverse the three realms. The three realms refer to the realms of cultivation, the celestial realm, and the demonic realm, rather than three isolated worlds. For instance, the lesser 1,000 realms comprise 3,000 realms collectively known as the realm of cultivation. As Li Heng gazed intently at the Eternal Divine Physique Stone Tablet, a flicker of doubt crossed his eyes. The Eternal Stone Tablet has existed for countless eons, yet why does it lack Dao Essence? After acquiring the system, he could perceive a unique form of Dao Essence. The more robust the Dao Essence, the greater the rewards obtained from signing in. Typically, for such a stone tablet, the longer its existence, the more concentrated the Dao Essence should be. Yet this stone tablet before him appears devoid of accumulated Dao Essence. Or perhaps the Dao Essence it harbors is not present here, but rather within the Eternal Divine Domain. The Eternal Divine Domain has existed for an exceedingly long time. Undoubtedly a prime location for signing in. Li Heng approached the stone tablet, preparing to test his divine physique. However, upon witnessing this, Li Qinxi grew anxious and swiftly pulled Li Heng back, preventing him from advancing further. I am the elder sister, and I wish to test first. What distinction is there in the order? Li Heng raised an eyebrow, for you are destined to lose and occupy the second position. That much is beyond dispute. The ancient demon god body far surpasses Li Qinxi's two constitutions, existing on an entirely different level. Li Qinxi gritted her teeth in frustration, insisting that she should be the first to occupy the foremost position. When cultivators ascend the ancient god body rankings, they receive the ancient god key. This reward is determined based on the rank achieved upon first ascending the list. The reward for the first place is significantly superior to that of second. Should Li Heng ascend first, he would undoubtedly claim the top position, and no matter how hard Li Qinxi tried, she could never surpass him, resigning her to the second place. However, if Li Qinxi were to test first, with the power of the primordial emperor's embryo, she could certainly secure the first place, temporarily claiming the throne and obtaining the ancient god key designated for the top rank. If Li Heng were to test afterward, he too would sit upon the throne, equally receiving the ancient god key for first place. This arrangement would yield the greatest benefit. Moreover, what Li Qinxi was scheming for were the opportunities within the ancient god realm. Only by becoming first could she gain access. Therefore, it was imperative to test before Li Heng. No way, I am the elder brother, and I must go first. Li Heng turned and strode towards the stone tablet. Li Qinxi desperately tugged at the boy's arm, but found his strength overwhelming, likely surpassing that of 9 bulls combined. A dragging mark was left on the ground. Li Heng, I offer you this celestial deer leg. Let me test first, will you? In desperation, she resorted to offering her pesky younger brother a favor to halt him. Upon hearing the words celestial deer leg, Li Heng indeed paused. Celestial deer are exceedingly rare in the realm of eternal life, as rare as phoenixes and dragons. Their meat is tender and juicy, extraordinarily delicious. A few days ago, at the banquet for the 3rd anniversary, she had the fortune of tasting a piece of celestial deer leg, and had since fallen in love with its flavor. Now, hearing her sister mention the leg, he found himself salivating. Really? Of course. Li Chenxi reached into her spatial pouch, producing a leg of celestial deer measuring 3 zhang in length that fell to the ground. It truly is a celestial deer leg. Li Heng's eyes sparkled as he gazed at the leg. Tempted by its allure, he was instantly swayed. Where did you procure such a large celestial deer leg? Celestial deer are already rare, and a leg of this length indicates that it belonged to a formidable demon that has cultivated for thousands of years. Such a creature is exceedingly difficult to hunt. The meat is rich in spiritual essence, nourishing the body and benefiting cultivation. A single bite could grant a mortal several more years of life. Over time, regular consumption could even improve one's constitution, potentially allowing them to become a cultivator. It was, of course, a gift from father. Li Chenxi glanced at the middle-aged man behind her. Li Heng nodded slightly. Considering the celestial deer leg, I shall allow you to test first. After all, whether one tests first or later makes no difference to him. Soon, I shall ascend to the coveted pinnacle once more. For now, let my sister relish the sensation of being the first. Li Heng gently touched the leg of the celestial deer, storing it within his spatial ring. This spatial ring, bestowed by Li Hongtian, possesses an expansive interior, capable of accommodating a small mountain of 100 feet in height with ease. The Li family, being a prominent clan, enjoys considerable affluence. With a sigh of relief, Li Chenxi felt reassured. Over the past 3 years, she had observed that Li Heng had quite the hearty appetite, consuming substantial portions at every meal. Especially when presented with delectable dishes, he found it difficult to restrain himself. Although the leg of the celestial deer is a rare delicacy, the opportunity to secure the top position on the Eternal Divine Body rankings renders it invaluable. Even a fleeting experience at this esteemed rank will yield rewards befitting the first place, with no lasting repercussions thereafter. Li Chenxi proceeded towards the Eternal Stone Tablet, while Li Heng approached Li Hongtian, looking up with a hint of frustration as he expressed, "Father, I too desire celestial deer meat." It was indeed surprising that the Li family managed to procure such a delicacy. The cost of transporting it from the ancient realm of the desolate heavens would be exorbitant, far surpassing the value of the celestial deer meat itself. Chapter 17. The Eternal Divine Rankings Heng. Upon hearing this question, Li Hongtian felt a throbbing headache. The leg of the celestial deer was not a gift from him to Li Chenxi. Rather, it was something Li Chenxi had brought from the Primordial Universe Tower. This tower is immensely powerful, capable of merging with the soul, ensuring that even through countless reincarnations, its essence remains intact. The treasures collected would only grow in number with each rebirth. Li Chenxi would always proclaim that any treasure she presented was bestowed by the Li family, thus avoiding suspicion. However, this predicament weighed heavily on Li Hongtian. He crouched down gently, pinching the boy's cheek. "Hunger, your father will surely procure some celestial deer meat for you. On the surface, I must support Li Chenxi, but secretly, I will gather more treasures for you." How could he possibly explain this to Li Heng? It would be absurd to reveal that your sister is the reincarnation of an ancestral emperor and that all the family assets belong to her. Over the past 3 years, he had drawn upon the ancestral emperor's treasury to provide Li Heng with nourishing treasures. Li Heng nodded in understanding. The Eternal Stone Tablet stood adjacent to the training ground, where many young disciples were diligently practicing. Upon seeing the clan leader accompanied by the divine son and daughter, they quickly gathered, realizing a test of divine bodies was imminent. They encircled them, creating a tight throng, eager to witness the event. Oh my! The divine son and daughter are about to test their divine bodies. I can hardly wait to see them ascend the divine rankings. The outcome was beyond doubt. The divine son would undoubtedly claim the top position. At long last, a member of the Li family was poised to ascend the divine leaderboard. One could only wonder what kind of eternal divine key they would acquire. The path to the divine rankings was fraught with challenges, requiring one to compete against countless individuals. Though the Li family boasted a history of 100,000 years, only a mere handful had ever graced the divine rankings. A century may appear lengthy, yet in the millennia of the divine rankings, it is but a fleeting moment. Li Chenxi approached the stone tablet, a radiant glow emanating from her hand as she pressed it against the lower part of the tablet. With a resounding hum, the tablet sensed Li Chenxi's divine body and began to tremble violently. A wave of terrifying energies surged forth from the tablet, soaring into the heavens and conjuring an otherworldly spectacle in the sky. Within this illusion, boundless primordial purple energy swirled, nurturing a divine body radiating an aura of dread. Beside this divine form lay a bone gleaming with resplendent golden light. Esoteric patterns were inscribed upon the bone, forming an extraordinary design. Should a mere mortal cast their gaze upon it, they would feel an overwhelming, cataclysmic power. The members of the Li clan gazed upward, their expressions filled with awe and horror as they beheld this vision. Heavens! What a terrifying divine body nurtured within the primordial purple energy. How fearsome must it be? Oh my! Why does that bone possess such world-destroying strength? Is it truly that powerful? No wonder she is a divine daughter. The eternal stone tablet unveiled both of Li Chenxi's divine bodies, releasing an aura that merged with her brow. Within her mind, a voice imbued with boundless authority echoed, resonating with an overwhelming presence. Thou, who shall dominate the ages, shall ascend to the pinnacle of the eternal divine body ranking. Now, thy name shall be inscribed atop the stone tablet. Hold on. Li Chenxi conversed with this voice in her mind, wishing to conceal her identity and replace it with music. The name Li Chenxi echoed resoundingly 10,000 years ago, in the ancient wilderness realm. Merely uttering it could strike terror into the hearts of malevolent spirits. Should her name appear on the eternal stone tablet, sharing the same name as the illustrious Li Chenxi of yore, it would undoubtedly attract considerable attention. Those ancient beings, having lived for hundreds of thousands of years, would surely harbor doubts and might even seek to trouble her. At present, her strength was far too feeble to ensure her safety. Being targeted by such elder entities would spell certain doom. Therefore, it is prudent to remain incognito. When she attains the power to defy heaven and earth, she shall reclaim her rightful name. Having endured for 10 millennia, she cared not for this fleeting moment. As thou wishest. With a thunderous rumble, the stone tablet trembled, and a golden name slowly emerged at the pinnacle of the list. Divine body ranking. First place, Musi. Primordial Emperor's fetus. Supreme Emperor's bone. Once the foremost name. The second place retreated by one position. Divine body ranking. Second place, Yi Tianfan. Ancient holy body. Supreme bone. Divine body ranking. Third place, Jun Wuming. Holy body Dao fetus. A crimson orb descended from the heavens, perfectly landing atop Li Chenxi's head, merging into her consciousness. Within the orb lay the eternal divine key, accessible solely by her. Throughout the three realms, 10,000 eternal divine body stone tablets were situated within various factions and domains. Simultaneously, all 10,000 stone tablets unveiled wondrous phenomena. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. Terrifying auras surged into the sky, conjuring extraordinary visions in the air. In these illusions, boundless primordial purple energy swirled, nurturing the primordial emperor's fetus alongside a supreme emperor's bone. As this scene materialized, the three realms quaked. Within the 3,000 minor worlds, numerous ancient clans and powerful sects beheld this spectacle, their minds rendered stupefied by the sight. Heaven above, could this truly be the fabled primordial emperor's fetus? How terrifying! The mysterious patterns upon this bone remind me of something. The supreme emperor's bone. It surpasses the supreme bone by a considerable margin. The Yi clan, after all, could not maintain their position atop the ranking. The primordial emperor's fetus and the supreme emperor's bone, two treasures possessed by a single individual, signifying an impending rise against the heavens. Each of these treasures, regardless of which, is immensely powerful. Now fused into one, they unequivocally demonstrate this person's extraordinary prowess, unchallenged through the ages. These ancient clans were consumed by envy. If such a prodigious talent were to arise within their lineage, their ancestral graves would surely smoke with pride. The ancient wilderness realm, renowned as a realm of celestial magnificence, is home to countless divine body stone tablets, nestled within its expanse. The Yi clan, one of the ancient clans, boasts an exceedingly long history, spanning over 1,000,000 years. Once the foremost individual on the divine body list, Yi Tianfan, now serves as the current patriarch, also known as the Yi Emperor. Within the confines of the Yi family's forbidden grounds, a disheveled man opens his eyes, revealing an utterly terrifying light within his pupils. Who dares to usurp my throne? The primordial emperor's embryo. The supreme emperor's bone. How intriguing. Both the Primordial Emperor's embryo and the Supreme Emperor's bone are coveted treasures that stir within him a yearning desire. He even feels a tug of ambition to seize them. Should he manage to extract the Supreme Emperor's bone and affix it to himself, his power would undoubtedly soar to unprecedented heights. Musi, who could this individual be? Within the ancient clan, the Mu family is exceedingly rare, leading him to speculate that it may very well be an alias. Summon someone at once to investigate the origin of this Musi. Each time the Eternal Divine list shifts, it brings forth a tempest of bloodshed. Those who ascend the Divine list become the focal points of contention among various factions, coveted and courted relentlessly. Should they fail to secure an alliance, they will resort to seizing or even annihilating their rivals. Such is the harsh reality of the three realms. Chapter 18. Aspiring for supremacy in the ancient realm, the Li family, ruling over a vast expanse of territory, has developed an immensely formidable power over the course of 100,000 years. Within the confines of their estate lies a unique area known as the Eternal Manor, where numerous ancient stone tablets stand tall. Upon closer inspection, one would find that there are indeed hundreds of these tablets. It is quite rare for an ancient clan to possess such a multitude of these eternal stone monuments. The members of the Li family are not entirely aware of the reason behind the seemingly extravagant use of valuable land to establish a manor of little apparent utility. After all, ascending to the ancient divine rankings is an exceedingly daunting task. At that moment, one of the stone tablets within the Eternal Manor exhibited a strange phenomenon. As the anomaly manifested, an elderly man radiating a terrifying aura appeared before the monument. The elder fixed his gaze upon the first line of the tablet, and as he read the words Primordial Emperor's embryo and Supreme Emperor's bone, his expression grew increasingly animated. Particularly upon seeing the characters Musi, he became even more convinced of his thoughts, his eyes brimming with tears of excitement, his voice quivering with emotion. After 100,000 years, Ancestor, you have finally reincarnated. This venerable elder is the most senior ancestor of the Li family, having existed since the establishment of the clan by the Dawn Empress. He is also one of the few in the family aware of the Empress's reincarnation. Long ago, Li Chenxi had confided in him that after 100 cycles of reincarnation, she would ascend to the pinnacle of all ancient divine rankings with unparalleled talent. Furthermore, to conceal the news of her reincarnation, she would adopt a pseudonym. Her surname is Li, which, when separated, reveals Musi. The presence of these two characters, coupled with her formidable divine physique, instantaneously confirmed that this individual was undoubtedly the ancestor. Overcome with joy, the ethereal elder looked up to the heavens and laughed heartily. Haraha, ancestor, your talent is unrivaled throughout the ages. A millennium? No, 100,000 years, perhaps even 1,000,000 years, and surely no one can surpass your innate gifts. Even a single Primordial Emperor's embryo could easily overshadow Yi Tianfan. Now, with the addition of a Supreme Emperor's bone, no one can possibly eclipse the ancestor's qualifications. You are indeed the foremost figure of all antiquity. In high spirits, the ethereal elder seized the purple jade wine gourd hanging at his waist and took several hearty swigs. In the realm of longevity, within the Li family, Li Heng's attention was fixated on the crimson glow he had just witnessed. Is this the ancient divine key? The red luminescence signifies the highest tier of divine keys. With it, one can access the core region of the ancient divine domain. Within the ancient divine domain lie many fortuitous opportunities. Only by obtaining the ancient divine key can one enter this realm. Ascending the ancient divine rankings grants the coveted divine key. The rank determines the quality of the key. The first place key is undoubtedly the most powerful among all. Li Chenxi's urgency to test her abilities before Li Heng stems from her desire to secure the top position and acquire the finest divine key. Should she place second, she would forfeit the opportunity for such a red divine key and be unable to proceed with her subsequent plans. After completing her assessment, Li Chenxi returned to Li Hongtian's side. Li Heng raised an eyebrow and, with a smile, remarked, "Sister, doesn't it feel exhilarating to be in first place? If you'd like, I can retest tomorrow and let you enjoy the thrill of being number one for a day." Bored, Li Chenxi turned her head away, disinclined to engage with this young man. Truly, he had a knack for touching on sensitive topics. Internally, she thought, "I'll let you have this ancient divine body ranking for now, but for the next divine rankings, you shall have no chance." The ancient divine rankings comprise many lists, the divine body ranking being merely one among them, currently available for testing. Throughout her 100 lifetimes, she had diligently prepared to ascend various ancient divine rankings. With a decade of preparation and a wealth of experience, how could a mere fledgling compare? Heng, relying solely on his formidable divine body, managed to ascend a single divine ranking. Titles like the Ancient Divine Power ranking require immense power and skill to claim the top position. She vowed that if Heng were to secure a second ancient first place, she would return to her mother's womb to be reborn. Since you do not seek my assistance, I shall proceed to test it myself. Heng strode to the stone tablet, pressing his small hand against it. The entire Li family held their breath, their eyes fixed intently on the stone tablet, eager to witness the extraordinary manifestation of the ancient celestial and demonic divine body. With a hum, the stone tablet trembled violently, causing the entire Li family to shudder in response. Terrifying energies surged towards the heavens, and the sky transformed into a scene of otherworldly grandeur. Within this illusion appeared numerous celestial emperors and demonic gods, clustered together in such vast numbers that they seemed to stretch endlessly. These celestial and demonic figures all knelt in unison towards the center of the world. There, an imposing deity stood, towering to an astonishing height. The left side of its form shimmered with golden light, while the right radiated darkness. With a sweeping gesture, the deity commanded thousands of celestial and demonic beings to prostrate themselves in deep reverence. The spectacle was immensely grand and awe-inspiring, making it clear that this deity was an unparalleled force, the sovereign of countless celestial and demonic beings. The Li family, witnessing this breathtaking scene, was rendered speechless. Heavens! Is this the might of the ancient celestial and demonic divine body? Thousands kneeling in worship. How terrifying! If the divine son continues to grow, he could undoubtedly command celestial and demonic forces. Our Li family possesses a divine son, destined to rise. Perhaps we could even reach the glorious heights of 100 millennia ago. Although the vision presented by the divine daughter was also impressive, it paled in comparison to the earlier spectacle. The difference became stark once they were juxtaposed. With a hum, the stone tablet emitted an aura that penetrated Li Heng's mind. Engaging in communion with him, you, who dominate the ages, aspire to claim the pinnacle of the ancient divine body. Now, your name shall be inscribed atop the stone tablet. Do you wish to conceal your identity? Upon hearing the notion of concealing one's identity, he recalled how his younger sister had used the pseudonym Muz earlier. Though she had secured the top position, no one truly knew who she was. Li Heng abruptly raised his head, his eyes sparkling with brilliance. In the realm of the underworld, I have endured for a millennium. This grand conflict of worlds cannot be tolerated any longer. In this lifetime, I shall ensure my name resonates through the ages, revered by countless beings. The underworld has bided its time for 1,000 years, waiting for the day when it could be immortalized in history. Now that this opportunity lies before me, my heart has already made its choice. At the pinnacle of the stone tablet, a new line of grand characters emerged. The divine body ranking, first place, Li Heng, the Eternal Immortal Demon Divine Body. The members of the Li family, upon seeing the name of the divine son inscribed atop the stone tablet, erupted in fervor. Some raised their hands high, shouting with unrestrained enthusiasm. The courage of the divine son, unparalleled among us. The name of the Li family shall surely be etched into eternity. The might of the divine son. Who can withstand the force of the divine son? Although the divine daughter also claimed the first position, she used a pseudonym, leaving her identity as a member of the Li family unknown to all. Despite her formidable divine body, it seemed somewhat stifling. Now, however, the name of the divine son is immortalized on the ancient stone tablet, earning the admiration of the masses. The Li family shall undoubtedly command respect from all factions. This sensation ignited a fervor within the clan members, elevating their spirits to the pinnacle of ecstasy. Chapter 19. Radiant colors of the sky in the vast expanse of 3,000 miniature worlds. Countless ancient stone tablets concurrently bore witness to the divine manifestation that had just transpired. An overwhelming number of cultivators stood in stunned silence, paralyzed by fear. The ancient immortal demon divine body. Could it be the one ranked first among the 36,000 divine bodies? How terrifying! The divine body could command both immortals and demons. My blood surged with excitement. Who exactly is this Li Heng? Why has he ascended to the pinnacle of the divine body rankings shortly after Mu Zi's emergence? Just moments ago, these individuals were astonished by Mu Zi, believing he embodied the ancient supreme divine body, destined to dominate the rankings for millennia. Yet, who could have anticipated that merely a single incense stick's worth of time later, the divine rankings would shift once more? A figure named Li Heng appeared, radiating unparalleled talent, overwhelming Mu Zi in a single stroke. This ancient immortal demon divine body undoubtedly stood as the mightiest entity within the three realms. In the primal ancient realm, within the forbidden grounds of the Yi family, a disheveled man had just entered a state of cultivation when he was startled awake by the extraordinary phenomenon. This is the ancient immortal demon divine body. Even as an emperor, having witnessed countless formidable divine bodies, he was left dumbfounded by the sight before him. Was it not said that after the ancient era, divine bodies of immortals and demons ceased to exist? Why then has such a divine body re-emerged? Could it be that the great catastrophe of antiquity is truly upon us? The great catastrophe is a calamity for all cultivators, emperors included. A moment's carelessness could lead to demise amidst its chaos. In ancient times, countless earth-shattering immortals and demons perished under its onslaught. The current three realms are significantly weaker than in ancient times. When the true catastrophe descends, none shall escape unscathed. Within the forbidden grounds appeared a middle-aged man, the current patriarch of the Yi family, Yizu Emperor. The patriarch knelt in reverence. Yi Emperor furrowed his brow and inquired, "Do you know the origins of this Li Heng?" "I do not," the patriarch replied, lifting his gaze slightly, his tone exceedingly cautious. "However, I recently inquired and learned that within the Chongqing realm, there is a divine offspring of the Li family who may possess the ancient immortal demon divine body. The influence of the Yi family sprawls across 3,000 miniature worlds, encompassing not only the direct descendants, but also numerous vassal clans. Whenever a preeminent talent emerges in any miniature world, news travels swiftly." Yi Emperor narrowed his eyes, his gaze sharp as a blade. "Chongqing realm, Li family. Li Heng, dispatch individuals at once to investigate this matter thoroughly." "As you command." The Yi patriarch vanished at the doorway. Yi Emperor's fingers rested upon the desk, gently tapping the surface, producing a rhythmic tap-tap-tap. For the past 100 millennia, the Li family seemingly has been preparing for something. Could it be for this divine offspring? Although the Li family's maneuvers were discreet, the might of the Yi family was even greater, having long since sensed something amiss with the Li family. Over the past 100 millennia, the Li family frequently dispatched treasures to the Chongqing realm. Perhaps they were preparing resources to cultivate a certain descendant. Now, with the emergence of the ancient immortal demon divine body, Yi Emperor's previous conjectures were confirmed. If the conjecture holds true, the Li family harbors grand ambitions. The influence of the Li family is not to be underestimated. They are indeed a revered ancient clan. The Yi family, however, wields an even more formidable power, recognized as an ancient lineage. Only those forces that have existed for over 1,000,000 years can be deemed ancient lineages. The Li family also possesses formidable emperors to guard their interests. Anyone wishing to provoke them must be prepared to pay a considerable price. Presently, the Yi emperor has grown increasingly intrigued by Li Heng and is eager to uncover their true intentions. In the Li family's estate, the Eternal Manor, the ethereal ancestor sits beside the eternal steel, leaning against a jade stone, holding a purple jade wine gourd, indulging in hearty libations. The celestial brew flows from the corner of his mouth onto his garments. Ah, what bliss! It has been ages since such joy was felt. Today, he intends to drink to his heart's content. Suddenly, the steel trembles violently, a terrifying aura ascends to the heavens, forming a surreal spectacle above. The list inscribed on the steel undergoes a notable transformation. The ethereal ancestor's hand stiffens, the gourd tilts, and the precious celestial brew spills forth like a cascade of pearls. Unnoticed by him. In the past, such a valuable elixir offered to the land deity would have caused him great distress. Yet this time, he is oblivious to the brew, his gaze fixated on the steel above. The top position on the god body list has changed hands. The ancestor emperor had only held the top spot for an hour. This is undeniably the swiftest fall from grace in history. According to his estimations, within 10,000 years, no one would be able to unseat the ancestor emperor from his pinnacle. Not even in the subsequent decades or centuries would anyone surpass such innate talent. Who could have anticipated that the change would occur so rapidly? Just moments after the Ancestor Emperor ascended to the list, his position was usurped by another, the eternal celestial demon god body, Heng. Suddenly, he recalls that the Ancestor Emperor had a brother born alongside him. It seems his name was also Heng. Could this Heng be a member of the Li family? Communication between the ancient heavenly realm and the lower realms is fraught with difficulty, relying solely on the steel for messages, each transmission costly and limited in content. Since the birth of the Ancestor Emperor, there has been only one communication with the Li family in the longevity realm, inquiring solely about the Ancestor Emperor's affairs. The information relayed from the Li family mentioned Heng, noting his impressive potential but revealing little else. The ethereal ancestor had shown no interest in Heng, thus refraining from further inquiries. However, given the current circumstances, this Heng's potential is not merely impressive, it is astonishing. The Ancestor Emperor spent 100,000 years preparing to ascend to the pinnacle of the god body list. Yet Heng, merely an infant, can overshadow the Ancestor Emperor. If this were to become known, it would surely provoke laughter from the external world. This cannot stand. I must utilize the steel once more to inquire about this Heng. Is the Heng on the god body list truly a member of the Li family? The surname Li is exceedingly common. Encountering someone with the same name is quite ordinary, yet it could lead to an awkward misunderstanding. With this thought, the ethereal ancestor made his way towards the Forbidden Land. In the realm of eternal life, within the Li family's training grounds, a resonant hum echoed. The stone tablet quivered as a radiant spectrum of colors descended from the heavens, enveloping Heng. Upon witnessing this dazzling array of hues, Li Chenxi's pupils constricted in astonishment. Could it be that the ancient divine key possesses a seven-colored manifestation? The information she had previously received indicated that the ancient opportunities were categorized into 5 distinct colors: white, silver, gold, purple, and red. Depending on one's rank, one would acquire keys of varying colors. Those ranked between 51 and 100 would receive a white orb. 31 to 50 would attain a silver orb. 11 to 30 would be bestowed a gold orb. 2 to 10 would earn a purple orb. And the first would claim a red orb. Never had she encountered mention of a 7-colored orb. This revelation suggested that the divine key within this orb surpassed even the red orb in potency. Could it be that? Li Chenxi contemplated a possibility. Heng's ancient celestial demonic physique had reached the true pinnacle of ancient extremes, thereby granting him the 7-colored key. Although the previous first-place holders bore renown, they merely excelled beyond others without attaining the ultimate zenith. It was only upon reaching this genuine apex that the 7-colored key manifested. She surmised that this conjecture was likely to be remarkably accurate. Chapter 20. The Eternal Realm. What fortunes await the 7-colored key? The purpose of 100,000 years of preparation is to ascend to the pinnacle of various divine rankings with unparalleled talent. Acquiring the red divine key enables one to unlock a hidden treasure within the eternal divine domain. The opportunity to become the eternal sovereign lies concealed within that treasure. A considerable number of precious artifacts have been gathered for this purpose. However, it was never anticipated that the eternal divine key would exhibit a spectrum of colors. Perhaps this is intrinsically linked to the chance of becoming the eternal sovereign. It seems prudent to have a thorough discussion with that insufferable brat. Since a new 7-colored key has been discovered, an investigation is in order. Heng stood still, closing his eyes. After the vibrant light merged with his being, an object materialized in his mind. It was a token radiating with a kaleidoscope of colors, inscribed with enigmatic patterns that unmistakably indicated its extraordinary nature. The 7-colored key. It bore an exact resemblance to the descriptions found in ancient tomes. During previous sign-ins, Heng had obtained several ancient texts detailing the eternal divine key, replete with comprehensive information and illustrations. The knowledge gleaned from these tomes surpassed the information circulating within the 3 realms, being far more detailed. The divine key exists in 6 colors, and only upon reaching the eternal realm can one obtain the 7-colored key. Furthermore, this key can unlock a portal within the divine domain, granting access to a precious artifact unattainable by other divine keys. Upon acquiring this key, a notification resonated in his mind. Ding! Congratulations! You have reached the eternal realm and activated the eternal sign-in mode. Eternal Sign-In Mode. Absorb the essence of eternity. The rewards for sign-ins will be proportionately enhanced. The more essence of eternity absorbed, the greater the sign-in multiplier. Such a sign-in mode exists. Li Heng's eyes gleamed with brilliance. According to the system's description, future sign-ins could yield multiple rewards rather than merely a single one. Previously, when signing in at locations in the Underworld, each site could only be visited once, yielding one reward per sign-in. With the enhancement of the sign-in multiplier, a single sign-in would now generate significantly more rewards. Essence of Eternity? This was indeed something he had never encountered before. However, based on its name, it should be related to the Eternal Steel. As his consciousness returned to reality, he cast his gaze upon the Eternal Steel, examining it thoroughly from top to bottom. Where is it? According to his conjecture, if the Eternal Steel contained the essence of eternity, it should be visible, just as the path of sign-in could not be perceived prior to the system's advent. Consequently, Li Heng circled the steel, yet sensed no particularity. It appears that the essence of eternity does not reside here. Perhaps it lies within the eternal divine domain. The divine domain is vast and boundless, having once been the abode of deities, making the presence of the essence of eternity entirely plausible. He would have to venture into the eternal celestial realm to investigate. With the seven-colored key now in hand, entry into the divine domain is finally attainable. Upon entry, there exists a time constraint, and each divine key may only be utilized once. It is imperative to deliberate carefully on the most opportune moment for entry. In the afternoon, the scorching sun blazed upon the earth, rendering the air stifling. Within the bamboo pavilion, Li Qinxi sat on a bench, her gaze fixed upon the lotus flowers in the pond. Standing beside her was Li Hongtian. An imperceptible barrier enveloped the pavilion, completely isolating the sounds within. Even among their kin, the two communicated with utmost caution. Ancestral Emperor, when do you intend to enter the eternal divine realm? Li Qinxi inquired. In 3 days, she responded. 3 days. Li Hongtian's expression portrayed concern. Would it not be perilous to venture there now? I have heard tales of ferocious beasts within. The eternal divine realm had once been the abode of deities. Although the gods had vanished, some beasts lingered on. The ancestral emperor, once formidable, was now merely a 3-year-old child, yet to commence his cultivation. Encountering a beast would indeed be treacherous. Those beasts do not initiate attacks on humans, Li Qinxi reassured him. She had traversed the eternal divine realm in her previous life. The realm possessed restrictions. As long as one minimized contact with the beasts and maintained a friendly demeanor, danger could be evaded. Only if provoked would the beasts regard humans as adversaries. That is reassuring, Li Hongtian exhaled, refraining from further persuasion. He had faith that the ancestral emperor would never undertake a venture without certainty. Heng also possesses a divine key. I wonder what fortune he might encounter. The seven-colored key was indeed a novel concept to him. Judging by its hue, it was undoubtedly rarer than Li Qinxi's. Li Qinxi narrowed her eyes slightly and remarked, the eternal divine realm harbors numerous secret caches. Perhaps Li Heng's divine key could grant access to the core regions of these hidden treasures. She too was intrigued by the seven-colored key. Their primary objective in entering the eternal divine realm was to seek the opportunity to become the eternal emperor. This seven-colored key might very well be related to that pursuit. I wish to accompany Li Heng to the eternal divine realm. What? Li Hongtian was taken aback. If Heng goes along, might there not be danger? I had originally intended for him to wait until he turned 18, allowing his strength to reach a certain level before exploring the divine realm. I will ensure his safety, Li Qinxi responded softly. Each divine key may only be used once before it vanishes. I fear Li Heng may wander aimlessly within the realm, encountering unforeseen crises. By being together, we can offer each other support in times of peril. Very well, Li Hongtian conceded, seeing the ancestral emperor's unwavering resolve. Just exercise caution in all matters. In the quaint courtyard, there were 3 adjoining rooms. The divine son and daughter each resided in their own chamber, a request made specifically by the young girl. The door creaked open gently, and Li Qinxi entered Li Heng's room, where she was met with an enticing aroma of roasted meat. On the wooden table by the window lay a large platter of perfectly roasted celestial deer meat, the delectable scent wafting through the air. Li Heng grasped a substantial piece of roasted venison and took a hearty bite. It was truly delectable. Li Qinxi cast a cold glance at her younger brother, letting out a soft huff. All you do is eat. What's the matter? Just because you have teeth now, you think you can indulge? Li Heng raised an eyebrow in response. During that millennium spent as a messenger in the underworld, he had nearly forgotten the taste of food. After being reborn, he had spent the first 2 years toothless, but now that his milk teeth had finally emerged, he was eager to savor the delights of gastronomy. How could he possibly remain idle? In 3 days, accompany me to the eternal divine realm, Li Qinzi said softly. Why should I go with you? Li Heng retorted, lifting a piece of perfectly roasted venison to his mouth. You are too young. It's dangerous for you to go alone. Li Qinzi adopted a tone meant to coax a child, oblivious to the fact that her own age was only a few hours greater than his. You're older? Li Heng looked at her with a face full of disdain. Well, I'm older than you, and that's what matters. Li Qinzi asserted with the authority of an elder sister. Let me think about it, Li Heng replied, not immediately acquiescing. Chapter 21. Breakthrough. Little sister, are you perhaps timid, unwilling to venture forth on your own, and hoping for my protection? Li Heng remarked, while simultaneously indulging in a piece of venison. As the tender meat slid down his throat, a wave of warmth surged from his stomach, nourishing his entire being through his meridians. This celestial deer meat, imbued with an abundance of ethereal energy, fortified the body and enhanced one's physical prowess. Consistent consumption over the years would yield even more pronounced effects. The two of them could also look out for one another. Li Qinzi adopted a different approach to persuade him. Li Heng pondered, acknowledging the truth in her words. His younger sister, so innocent and naive, would inevitably require his assistance when faced with danger. While he often enjoyed teasing her, it was merely in jest. He would not take it to heart. When genuine peril arose, as her elder brother, he would undoubtedly come to her aid. Very well, seeing that your expression is so pleading, I shall accompany you. With your brother by your side, you shall be safe. However, you must behave and not run off. Li Qinzi scoffed softly. I do not exhibit any pleading demeanor. That is merely your own imagination. It is often said that the worst enemy one can have is their own imagination, and indeed it held true. Since he had agreed, it was a fortuitous turn of events, and no further words were exchanged. 3 days hence at the hour of the tiger, come find me, and we shall enter the eternal divine realm together. With those words, he departed the room without a backward glance. Li Heng finished the last morsels of the celestial deer meat, secured the doors and windows, and settled upon a cerulean mat. Typically, children begin their cultivation after the age of 12. Members of prominent families often provide their offspring with medicinal baths in advance, allowing them to cultivate at the tender age of 7 or 8 due to their exceptional constitution. The scions of the Li family, both the divine son and daughter, possess divine bodies, enabling them to start their cultivation as early as 2 years old without issue. To ensure prudence, Li Hongtian decided that the 2 children would commence their training only after they turned 3. The initial stage of cultivation is condensing qi, which involves sensing the spiritual energy of the world and absorbing it into one's body. Subsequently, one can utilize this energy to perform simple martial techniques. During the absorption process, one's physical attributes may also improve. Li Heng closed his eyes, directing his consciousness inward. His physique was unlike that of an ordinary cultivator. The left side embodied the celestial, while the right side represented the demonic. He could wield both demonic and celestial powers, their interplay promising to unleash boundless combat potential. To elevate his realm, he needed to cultivate both celestial and demonic energies. For instance, a typical cultivator could reach the peak of condensing qi by absorbing sufficient spiritual energy, subsequently breaking through to the body refinement realm. However, possessing a celestial demonic body required not only the absorption of spiritual energy, but also the assimilation of demonic energy, each reaching the pinnacle of condensing qi before one could advance to the body refinement stage. Both were indispensable. With a flick of his wrist, Li Heng conjured a dark box in his palm, within which lay a pitch-black demonic pill. This demonic qi pill, infused with pure demonic energy, would swiftly elevate his demonic path cultivation upon ingestion. The essence of demonic energy and refers to the same kind of force, albeit with different nomenclature. This demonic energy pill, when consumed by an ordinary practitioner of dark arts, should facilitate a breakthrough from the first to the pinnacle of the stage. The stage encompasses 10 minor realms, from the first to the 9th, culminating in a peak. Li Heng seized the quail egg-sized demonic energy pill and swallowed it whole. The dark energy dispersed within his body, surging toward the right side. For a typical practitioner, the demonic pill that enables a breakthrough to the peak merely creates ripples in the water, akin to a small stone dropped into a pond, failing to alter the water level significantly. The efficacy of the demonic energy pill proved disappointingly feeble. He had anticipated that a single pill would elevate him from the first to the second level. Instead, it merely augmented the energy within his body by a slight margin, leaving him far from achieving a breakthrough. To transcend, one must absorb a sufficient amount of demonic energy to reach a critical threshold. Once more, with a flick of his wrist, a 3-foot-long black wooden box appeared on the ground, filled to the brim with demonic energy pills. 1,000 pills, surely this would suffice? During his time in the Underworld, he had encountered these pills frequently and had classified them during moments of idleness. This time, Heng grasped a substantial handful, 7 or 8 pills, and ingested them all. The potent demonic energy spread through his right side. Despite absorbing such a copious quantity, he remained significantly distant from a breakthrough. Next, Heng continued to seize the demonic energy pills, incessantly stuffing them into his mouth. To an onlooker, it might appear as though he were indulging in candy. After consuming nearly 100 pills, he finally felt a surge within his demonic form. Focusing intently, he commanded the energy to swell forcefully. Boom! He had reached the second level. At last, a breakthrough. He had not anticipated that his ascension would demand such an expenditure of demonic pills. For an ordinary practitioner, a single pill suffices to ascend from the first level to the peak. Yet he, with 100 pills, had only managed to elevate to the second level. The quantity of demonic energy stored within him was undoubtedly 1,000 times greater than that of an average practitioner. And this was merely the initial realm. As his strength increased, so too would his physical prowess. In time, he would undoubtedly become exponentially more powerful, by tens of thousands, even hundreds of thousands. Subsequently, Heng consumed another 150 demonic energy pills. Boom! He reached the third level. Then, 200 pills. Boom! He attained the fourth level. 250 pills. Boom! He reached the fifth level. 300 pills. Boom! He ascended to the sixth level. The entire box of demonic energy pills was nearly depleted. However, there was no cause for concern. Numerous other types of demonic pills remained available for consumption. These demonic energy pills were but a trifling fraction of his millennia-long accumulation and were of little consequence. With a powerful body, the quantity of pills required for enhancement would multiply significantly, and the resultant strength would correspondingly increase. All these expenditures were indeed worthwhile. By the time he finished consuming the 1,000 demonic energy pills, it was already the following morning. As the sun ascended to its zenith, a slender beam of light seeped through the crevice of the window, illuminating the room with a gentle glow. Heng remained within the confines of his chamber, resolutely continuing his cultivation. Owing to the formidable nature of his divine body, he felt no trace of fatigue after an entire night of practice. Rather, he was invigorated by the enhancement of his physical prowess. This sensation was one that mere mortals could scarcely comprehend. Suddenly, a 5-foot-long black wooden chest materialized in the open space, its lid flung open to release a dense aura of demonic energy. Inside lay an abundance of demonic cores, each the size of a chicken egg, densely packed, an estimated 1,000 or more in total. These were great demonic cores, imbued with an exceptionally pure essence of demonic energy, each core possessing a potency at least tenfold that of an ordinary core. For cultivators at the chi condensation stage, recklessly consuming a great demonic core could lead to catastrophic consequences, potentially resulting in their demise. Only those at the body refinement stage would find a degree of safety in partaking of such cores. Heng grasped one of the great demonic cores, bringing it to his lips for a tentative bite. The robust demonic energy coursed down his throat and into his being. And even this single mouthful surpassed the potency of an entire ordinary demonic core by several magnitudes. Chapter 22. The Eternal Divine Domain. The Great Demon Chi Pill proved quite delightful. Heng consumed it with relish, swallowing several of the pills in quick succession. Were those demonic cultivators to witness a mere 3-year-old child indulging so boldly in such powerful elixirs, they would undoubtedly be struck with terror. The boy grasped the great demon chi pill as if it were an apple, devouring it voraciously. In no time, he had consumed over 30 of them, and the demonic energy within him surged once more. Boom. He reached the 7th level of chi condensation. With each pill he consumed, the quantity within the box diminished rapidly. The sun set in the west only to rise again in the east. Boom. Within the confines of the room, demonic energy overflowed. The right side of Li Heng's body shimmered with a mysterious black glow. He had reached the pinnacle of chi condensation. Crack, crack. As he moved his limbs, the sound of cracking bones echoed through the air. The vitality and muscle strength within his body had increased 100-fold. It is important to note that he possessed a divine physique. Although he had yet to cultivate it, his physical form was already remarkably potent. With such a foundation, 100-fold enhancement rendered him unparalleled among ordinary demonic cultivators. How formidable! Li Heng gazed at his right hand. As he gently clenched his fist, he could feel the terrifying power contained within his diminutive frame. The eternal celestial demonic body was even more awe-inspiring than he had previously imagined. The pinnacle of chi condensation was not the ultimate limit of this realm. Further refinement of the demonic energy was required to render it more pure. In his previous life, having been born into an ordinary family, it was sheer coincidence that led him onto the path of cultivation. He was unaware that beyond the pinnacle of chi condensation lay the possibility of refining spiritual or demonic energy. It was only later, upon perusing ancient texts, that he discovered the concept of refinement. To traverse further along the path of immortality, it was imperative to refine the spiritual energy within his body. In ancient times, those formidable beings of heaven and earth had all undergone this refinement at this stage. Furthermore, there existed an ancient stone tablet, inscribed with the rankings of divine energy throughout the ages. To ascend the list, one must refine their energy at least 15 times. Having achieved the zenith of the demonic body, he aimed first to elevate the celestial body to its peak before attempting refinement. While his right demonic body had reached its pinnacle, the left celestial body remained in an undeveloped state. Li Heng withdrew the remaining great demon chi pills into his spatial ring and procured a 3-foot-long redwood box. The Xianling pill, imbued with rich spiritual essence, was suitable for cultivators at the chi condensation stage. This pill was akin to the demon chi pill. Consuming just one could elevate a cultivator from the first level of chi condensation to its pinnacle. Within his family, only those of superior aptitude among the direct line had the privilege of obtaining such pills, and typically only one could be acquired in a year. This redwood box contained no less than 1,000 pills. Should his kin catch sight of this, they would surely turn green with envy, perhaps even harbor ill intentions. Drawing from his recent experience, Li Heng swiftly grasped a handful of Xianling pills and placed them into his mouth. Crunch, crunch, like indulging in jelly beans. 7 or 8 pills slipped into his belly. Shortly thereafter, his aura surged dramatically. Boom. In the realm of chi condensation, an entire box of mysterious elixirs was consumed in no time, resulting in a breakthrough to the 6th level of chi condensation. As dawn broke, a gentle ray of sunlight slanted into the courtyard, dispelling the chill of the night. Li Chenxi stood in the courtyard, patiently awaiting. What was amiss? It was already a quarter past the hour of the tiger, yet that boy had yet to emerge. She was a punctual individual, and it was unexpected for Li Heng to leave her waiting. Knock, knock, knock. She rapped heavily on Li Heng's door, and soon thereafter, a rustling sound emanated from within. Who is it? Little sister, why are you seeking me so early? Li Heng had just completed his cultivation and appeared invigorated, showing no signs of fatigue. You've forgotten our appointment. Li Chenxi replied, her expression frosty as she shot a glare at the boy. Li Heng shrugged nonchalantly. It's not too late, is it? Let us head out now. He had been engrossed in his training, and the elixirs had captivated him so much that he had indeed forgotten about the ancient divine realm. All right, Li Chenxi nodded, retrieving a crimson divine key. We shall both activate it together to enter the ancient divine realm. The ancient divine realm was an expansive world, accessible through the divine key, albeit limited to certain areas. Both the divine maiden and the divine son could ascend the divine body ranking and coexist within the same spatial domain. As they each drew forth their divine keys and let a drop of blood from their fingertips fall upon them, they were enveloped by an extraordinary force, ushering them into a new world. They found themselves in a lush forest, replete with vibrant vegetation exuding a spiritual essence. A meandering stream flowed down the mountainside, its waters sparkling with a crystalline brilliance akin to gemstones. The two children appeared by the stream's edge. As Li Heng's vision cleared, he inhaled deeply, instantly feeling rejuvenated and invigorated. Indeed, this was the ancient divine realm. The air was imbued with such rich spiritual energy. Even without cultivation, merely staying here for 3 days would significantly enhance one's physical constitution. He recalled the time he absorbed the spirit jade embryo, which emitted a verdant aura that, upon contact, could dramatically elevate one's physical prowess. The air here was 7 or 8 times more potent than the spiritual essence released by that spirit jade embryo, underscoring the formidable strength of the spiritual energy present. If one could reside here, even without cultivation, they could become a supreme being of heaven and earth. Alas, the ancient divine key only permitted them to linger for 3 days, after which they would be expelled by the key. Li Heng surveyed the surroundings, his gaze drawn to a mountaintop nearby, where a golden light floated, dazzling in its brilliance. What is that light? Could it be related to the ancient energy? Previously, when activating the ancient sign-in mode and absorbing the ancient energy, the sign-in multiplier could be enhanced. It was time to ascend and ascertain if he could absorb it. Little sister, do you see that mountain emitting golden light? Li Chenxi followed the direction of the boy's finger, but aside from the azure sky, she found nothing associated with the golden light atop the mountain. Are your eyes filled with stars? Where's the light? Li Heng's pupils constricted, confirming that his suspicions were not unfounded. The mountain's elevated position allowed for a panoramic view of the surroundings. We should ascend. Li Chenxi resolved to climb the mountain to ascertain their current location, which would aid in determining their next destination. Each divine ranking corresponds to a specific area within the eternal divine realm, approximately within a 10-mile radius, restricting movement to this vicinity. Indeed, Li Heng nodded. He hoped that the golden radiance at the summit aligned with his conjectures, as this would facilitate the system's upgrade. Chapter 23. The Radiant Sun Mushroom, the Modest Hill, standing at a mere 100 or so zhong, soon welcomed 2 diminutive figures to its summit. There, a plant emanating a crimson glow captured their attention, resembling a spirit mushroom. It measured approximately 3 feet in diameter, its entire form a vibrant scarlet, as though it were a flame. Li Chenxi's eyes widened in astonishment. The Radiant Sun Mushroom. Even as an empress who had encountered countless treasures over the span of 100 millennia, she was left utterly awestruck. Never had she imagined that the Radiant Sun Mushroom could grow to such an impressive size. 3 feet in length, entirely devoid of impurities, this mushroom, if taken to the ancient realm of the wasteland, would undoubtedly cause rivers of blood to flow among the celestial sects and clans. Its worth was immeasurable. It was a miraculous substance for body refinement. Moreover, the Radiant Sun Mushroom contained the essence of pure solar fire, capable of nurturing the sunfire seed. Even a small fragment could cultivate divine flames. Should they manage to acquire it, their strength would undergo a remarkable transformation. However, Li Heng's gaze did not linger on the Radiant Sun Mushroom. Instead, it roamed the surroundings. To his eyes, a layer of golden light enveloped the area surrounding the mushroom. He received a system notification. Ding. You have discovered the essence of antiquity. Please approach within a yard to absorb it. Li Heng nodded subtly. Indeed, this was the essence of antiquity. Why was it concealed beside the Radiant Sun Mushroom? Could it be that the growth of the mushroom attracted this essence? He found this possibility highly plausible. The growth of such a mushroom required the absorption of the celestial energies from the divine domain, eventually drawing in some of the essence of antiquity over time, gathering it in the vicinity. This implied that places harboring the essence of antiquity often yielded rare treasures of heaven and earth. This hypothesis filled Li Heng with elation. The essence of antiquity was conspicuous, easily traceable by the golden light. Wherever the essence of antiquity resided, treasures were sure to flourish. Not only had he discovered the essence of antiquity, but also a rare gem. It was as if he possessed a locator, revealing treasures at a glance. Furthermore, he noted that alongside the mushroom, there was not only the essence of antiquity, but also a profound aura of Tao, at least equivalent to the 12th level of hell. This indicated that this location was also suitable for a sign-in. This treasure was indeed the Radiant Sun Mushroom. Li Chenxi surmised that her inexperienced brother would likely fail to recognize such a treasure, and thus she spoke its name aloud. This mushroom was extraordinarily precious, capable of nurturing the sunfire seed, while the remaining portions could be utilized for body refinement. We must proceed with caution. There may be certain beasts guarding the vicinity of the mushroom. The more precious the treasure, the stronger the guardians it attracts. Given their current strength, it was prudent to avoid confrontation with such beasts. Since she had brought Heng into this realm, she was determined to ensure his safety and prevent any danger from befalling him. Though she sometimes spoke harshly, her heart was ever mindful of his well-being. Fearful of any potential peril, Heng, let us approach with caution. If any danger arises, we must retreat immediately. Only when the situation is safe should we attempt to collect the celestial mushroom. Do you understand? Understood, Heng nodded in agreement. The two proceeded forward, with Li Qinxi leading the way, shielding Heng behind her, ensuring she could spot any potential threats to protect her younger brother. Rustling sounds emerged from the nearby thicket. A massive python, roughly a foot in diameter and extending 10 zhang in length, slithered forth. It moved swiftly, coiling around the Qiyang celestial pool in the center. Guarding it closely, hiss! Li Qinxi halted abruptly, eyeing the colossal serpent with caution. Atop the creature's head, a silver bulge was discernible. This is a silver flood dragon, not merely a python, but a dragon in the process of transformation. Though it had not yet attained the status of a celestial beast, it was far beyond what a mere 3-year-old could contend with. Li Qinxi refrained from advancing, and the silver flood dragon did not initiate an attack. In this divine realm, magical beasts do not attack humans unless provoked. Heng, we must leave. Reluctantly abandoning the Qiyang celestial mushroom is unavoidable. We have no means to confront it. So retreat is our only option. The divine realm is filled with opportunities, yet without strength, acquiring these treasures is exceedingly difficult. Why leave? Heng gazed intently at the dragon, swallowing hard. Dragon meat must be incredibly delectable. In his previous life, he had heard tales of its exquisite flavor, but lacked the strength to hunt it. Now, encountering a dragon, he felt he could manage an encounter. What time is it? And you are still thinking of food. Li Qinxi gently patted the boy's shoulder, urging him, we must leave swiftly. If we provoke the dragon, no one will escape. Death in the divine realm is absolute. There is no resurrection. You go ahead. I have a way to deal with it. Heng, even if not for the sake of food, desired to approach to absorb the ancient energy and to sign in. Thus, he resolved not to leave at the first opportunity. With that, he waved his small hand forward. A burst of golden flames erupted from his palm. Suddenly, the temperature soared, causing the surrounding vegetation to wilt, while the Qiyang celestial mushroom radiated a brilliant red light. The silver flood dragon sensed the terrifying flames and fled in panic. However, its speed could not match that of the celestial fire. A cluster of golden flames pursued the silver flood dragon, striking at its rear. Sizzle! The flames penetrated the silver flood dragon's body, forcing it to writhe in agony upon the ground. Its silver scales turned crimson, emitting plumes of steam. The dragon's struggles gradually diminished until it lay still, motionless. The rich aroma of cooked meat wafted through the air. Heng inhaled deeply, swallowing hard. How delightful! The 9-yang celestial fire is truly remarkable. Flames can be categorized into several types: spiritual fire and celestial fire. Spiritual fire, originating from the mortal realm, possesses an extraordinary level of sentience, making it ideal for alchemy, crafting artifacts, and engaging in combat. In contrast, celestial fire is a phenomenon that can only be found within the vast universe, boasting an immensely terrifying temperature capable of incinerating all things. The silver dragon, merely a demonic beast, is significantly inferior to celestial beasts and thus cannot withstand the might of celestial fire. Merely coming into contact with it results in instant immolation. The ferocity of celestial fire is staggering. Li Qinxi found herself in a state of bewildered stupor as she recalled the battle scene. The celestial fire was far more formidable than she had anticipated, effortlessly vanquishing the silver dragon, which stood no chance of resistance. What was most alarming was that Heng could wield celestial fire at such a tender age, enabling him to easily obliterate a formidable beast like the silver dragon. This truly stirred envy within the heart of the former Empress. The silver dragon was swift, and its draconic scales could withstand celestial fire to some extent, perhaps allowing for a chance of escape. However, Heng struck at its most vulnerable point, ensuring its complete incineration. This action severed any possibility of escape for the silver dragon. Though reluctant to admit it, the Nine Suns' celestial fire is indeed fearsome. Chapter 24. Sign-in upgrade. This young man possesses an extraordinary fortune, having even attained the 9 Radiance's blessing. The 9 Radiance's blessing, a boon that has never been bestowed upon anyone throughout the ages. Yet, this lad has received it, truly the child of destiny. Were it not for the 9 Radiance's blessing, it would be impossible for him to acquire the celestial fire at this stage. Oh wait, it is the sheep-fat spiritual jade embryo. If this lad had not consumed my spiritual jade embryo, how could he have achieved such a formidable divine body? As Licenzi pondered, she suddenly felt something amiss. The eternal, immortal, demonic, divine body, in theory, could not attain completion solely by consuming the spiritual jade embryo. Could it be that he has absorbed other heavenly treasures? The stronger the divine body, the greater the consumption of celestial materials required for its perfection. Her primordial emperor embryo could reach completion, yet the immortal demonic divine body still seemed to be far from that point. Could it be that dream was real? One night, she dreamt of drinking the celestial embryo jade dew, initially believing it to be a mere dream, yet her body did indeed grow significantly stronger afterward. Could this lad have consumed the celestial embryo jade dew, allowing his divine body to reach completion? Might it be a companion celestial treasure? Some individuals are born accompanied by certain heavenly treasures. This lad, truly the child of fortune, even possessing a companion celestial treasure, it is indeed astonishing. Upon considering that Li Heng might have fed her some celestial embryo jade dew, the resentment in Li Chenxi's heart dissipated considerably. The 9 Yang celestial fire is remarkably useful. With a flick of his hand, Li Heng drew the celestial fire back into his body. In the Dantian region, there exists a unique space capable of housing the celestial fire without any adverse effect on his body. Approaching the Qi Yang celestial herb, as he neared within a yard of the golden light, that radiance was instantly absorbed into his body. Li Heng could feel that some powerful essence had augmented within him. Soon, all the ancient vitality was completely absorbed. Ding! You have absorbed ancient vitality, enhancing the sign-in mode. Sign-in multiplier increased to 1. Daily sign-in count 1. Li Heng's heart swelled with joy. He had never anticipated that increasing the sign-in multiplier could be so effortless. One must not underestimate this single multiplication. The higher the quality of the sign-in location, the more valuable a 1x increase becomes. For instance, signing in at the 18th level of Hell could yield a chaotic demon pill, and with a multiplier, it would yield 2, an immeasurable worth. Possessing the eternal, immortal, demonic divine body entails a terrifying resource consumption for ascending realms. Although the resources previously acquired were plentiful, they would inevitably deplete one day. Enhancing the sign-in multiplier would better replenish resources, allowing for a swifter elevation of his realm. Increasing the daily sign-in count is also an immensely powerful outcome. Previously, he could only sign in once per day. If he encountered a particular sign-in location and exhausted that day's count, he would have to wait until the next day. This would be a significant waste of time. In the vast ancient divine realm, where the Tao's essence is rich, one could encounter numerous sign-in locations. Each divine key permits entry for only 3 days. Even if one enters midway on the first day, they can sign in at most 4 times. Undoubtedly, this would squander many sign-in rewards. After the increase in frequency, I now check in twice daily, allowing for a maximum of 8 check-ins over 3 days. It is possible to check in beside the Qiyang Immortal Herb, providing an excellent opportunity to test the efficacy of the eternal check-in mode. As I approached, I silently recited the words check-in. Ding! You have checked in beside the Qiyang Immortal Herb and received the reward of a 10,000-year Qiyang Immortal Herb. In eternal check-in mode, rewards are doubled. You have additionally received another 10,000-year Qiyang Immortal Herb. The Qiyang Immortal Herb on the ground appears to be around 1,000 years old. Within the 3 realms, 1,000-year treasures are exceedingly rare, as most are harvested after merely decades or even centuries. Within the divine domain, however, 1,000-year treasures are somewhat common, while 10,000-year treasures are considerably scarce. This place sees few human visitors, but indigenous beasts fiercely compete for these treasures, often consuming them upon reaching a certain growth stage. Therefore, it is truly a delightful surprise for Li Heng to acquire a 10,000-year Qiyang Immortal Herb through his check-in here. Astonishing! Receiving an additional herb means that he now possesses 2 10,000-year Qiyang Immortal Herbs. How exhilarating! Such treasures are rarely found even in the depths of hell. Typically located below the 12th layer, where the majority are of the extreme Yin variety, with very few being of spiritual quality. To elevate the realm of the immortal demon body, one must cultivate both immortal and demon essence, necessitating not only extreme Yin treasures, but also spiritual ones. The Qiyang immortal herb is thus exceedingly precious. A 10,000-year Qiyang immortal herb, while simply 9,000 years older than its 1,000-year counterpart, boasts a value exceeding 100 times that of the latter. With every additional 1,000 years, its value increases tenfold. Consequently, two 10,000-year immortal herbs are worth 200 times more than a 1,000-year one. The Qiyang immortal herb on the ground is of lesser value, yet Li Heng sees no reason to let it go to waste. He retrieves a small spade and carefully uproots it, placing it into his spatial ring. Li Qinxi stands nearby, observing her brother excavate the treasure without any objection. Internally, she muses that since he defeated the silver flood dragon, it is only fitting that he claim this herb. However, it must not be used carelessly. Perhaps she should teach him proper usage to avoid harming his health. After finishing with the herb, Li Heng stands atop a prominent boulder, gazing into the distance. The surrounding terrain is not elevated, allowing for a clear view of the scenery beyond the mountains. That small hill also exudes an aura of eternal vitality. There is also one within that grove. Over there, a towering tree stands 100 zhang high. The concentration of eternal vitality is astonishing. According to previous conjectures, such vitality typically accumulates from celestial treasures. The stronger the aura, the more exceptional the treasures therein. Continuing to absorb the eternal vitality will enhance the check-in multiplier. Li Qinxi shields her eyes with her hand, peering into the distance. On an open patch of land, the outline of a structure captures her attention. This must be the Eternal Temple. Within the Eternal Temple lies immense opportunities, where one can uncover many traces left by deities from ancient times. She discovered, within an ancient tome, that the secret to becoming the Eternal Emperor lay concealed within the Eternal Temple. In her first life, the very one in which she attained the status of Emperor, she endeavored to surpass the Eternal Emperor, but lamentably realized that her innate talent was woefully inadequate. The aspiration to transcend the Eternal Emperor was utterly unattainable. Not only she, but all the formidable emperors within the ancient wilderness were ensnared in the realm of emperors. Unable to take that final step, the Eternal Emperor represents another echelon within the Emperor's domain. Only through breaking through can one truly ascend to become the sovereign of the three realms. In that lifetime, she acquired the Primordial Universe Tower, which enabled her to conceal her memories within its confines, evading the myriad methods employed by the Underworld and preserving her memories through the cycles of reincarnation. A fervent notion emerged, 100 cycles of reincarnation, devoted to achieving the status of the Eternal Emperor, meticulously planned over 100,000 years. Li Qinxi, through immense toil and hardship, ascended to the Eternal Divine ranking and secured the Crimson Divine Key, precisely to gain entry into the Eternal Temple. Brother, there is a palace over there. Let us go and take a look. A palace? Li Heng turned his gaze in the direction indicated by his sister and indeed discerned a vague silhouette. Good heavens! This structure is suffused with an abundance of eternal qi. It was evident that this edifice was extraordinary. Should they absorb this eternal qi, the multiplicative benefits would undoubtedly be substantial. However, before venturing to the temple, it would be prudent to first absorb the eternal qi from elsewhere to avoid the necessity of returning. I shall first head toward that grove. Li Heng gestured toward the left, where eternal qi also lingered. It was even more potent than what they had just absorbed, clearly indicating that treasures lay hidden within. Chapter 25. The Ancient Tree of Life. The palace was not nearby. We should not squander time within the woods. Li Qinxi's thoughts drifted towards the Eternal Divine Temple upon discovering it, causing her interest in exploration to wane. I wish to venture into the woods. Li Heng insisted on his decision. The forest was the closest point from their current location, and a detour to the palace would consume excessive time. Reluctantly, Li Qinxi had to concede that Li Heng's strength far surpassed her own. Thus, this expedition would be led by him. Let us proceed, Li Heng declared, turning towards the forest, gnawing on a piece of celestial deer leg meat as he walked. How delectable! First, the deer meat, and later, we shall savor the exquisite taste of dragon meat. Ah, how I missed the days before my journey, when takeout was just a call away. Li Qinxi glanced towards the palace and then at the boy's retreating figure, silently dubbing him a glutton. They would have to defer their visit to the temple. Although their movement was restricted to a 10-mile radius, this unfamiliar terrain posed a risk. Dispersing could lead to difficulties in reuniting should a crisis arise. It was wiser to remain together. The forest was expansive, filled with towering trees reaching heights of 20 to 30 zhang, and home to many rare plants. Even in the desolate ancient realm, the two young adventurers soon arrived at the heart of the woods, where stood a colossal ancient tree, soaring to a height of 100 zhang. This is the ancient tree of life. Li Qinxi's pupils dilated at the sight of the tree. The ancient tree of life absorbed the spiritual essence of the surrounding area, nurturing an extraordinary vitality. Within its trunk lay the sap of life, each drop worth a fortune. Even as an empress, she had seldom encountered such a towering specimen. Beware, do not approach, Li Qinxi cautioned, halting the boy. The ancient tree of life had developed sentience and would attack humans. Anyone who ventured within a 10-zhang radius would be regarded as an enemy, leaving the two of them at the mercy of the tree's voracious appetite. Li Heng lifted his gaze towards the trunk, where an ancient face was etched into the bark. Above, the tree crown shimmered with an abundance of primordial energy, far richer than the previously encountered qi of the radiant sun. With such a wealth of ancient energy, would his sign-in multiplier not double? Moreover, there were sign-in opportunities beneath the trunk as well. It would be disingenuous to claim he was not tempted. Each divine key obtained from the divine rankings corresponded to a specific area within the eternal divine domain. This meant that the realm associated with the body of the gods could only be accessed once. Thereafter, it would be forever lost. Missing this sign-in location would result in a complete forfeiture. How could they approach the ancient tree? To absorb the primordial energy, one must draw within a zhang's distance. The same applied for signing in, which could only be done within that range. However, upon approaching the ancient tree of life within a 10-zhang radius, one would be identified as an enemy and inevitably face its wrath. Without absolute confidence, one must refrain from advancing further. This ancient tree, which has flourished for approximately 2,500 years, possesses a power far surpassing that of the silver serpent. It is estimated to wield the strength of a celestial beast. Although the Nine Suns' celestial fire is formidable and exerts a restraining effect on wood attribute creatures, Li Heng's own strength is insufficient to harness its full potential. Had he mastered fire attribute techniques, in conjunction with the celestial fire, he could undoubtedly extinguish this ancient tree of life. The recent effortless defeat of the silver serpent was primarily due to its status as a mere beast, not yet reaching the celestial tier. We must depart from this place. This ancient tree of life is beyond our capabilities. Although Li Qinxi possesses numerous powerful treasures, she has only been cultivating for 3 days and is unable to wield those artifacts. She can only gaze at the ancient tree, powerless to confront it. Wait, I am feeling a bit hungry. Let us rest for a moment. At a distance of 20 zhang from the ancient tree, there lies a clearing. Without waiting for his sister's consent, Li Heng sat down and produced a sizable piece of deer leg meat. His intention was not to rest, but rather, he had conceived a plan that might enable him to contend with the ancient tree. Really, at such a time, you are still thinking of food? Li Qinxi grasped her brother's arm, attempting to pull him away, but found him as immovable as a bull. Li Heng began to gnaw on the meat, dividing his consciousness to enter the system space. The Nine Suns' celestial fire was summoned into this realm as well. Celestial fire is categorized into grades, ranging from the 1st to the 9th, and then there exists a supreme grade. The higher the grade, the rarer and more formidable the fire's power. Although the Nine Suns' celestial fire is rarer than the Heavenly Sun celestial fire, its true flame power is equivalent to that of a 1st-grade celestial fire. Such a grade poses challenges in confronting the ancient tree of life. If the grade of the Nine Suns' celestial fire could be elevated to the 2nd or even 3rd grade, it would stand a chance against the ancient tree. During his time in the Underworld, Li Heng acquired numerous treasures, among which is a legendary item capable of enhancing the grade of celestial fire. Li Heng's figure materialized in a searing region, where a volcano belched thick smoke. Within the crater, the magma radiated an infernal heat, seemingly capable of melting heaven and earth. Should Li Qinxi appear here and behold this magma, she would be astonished to discover that this substance is no ordinary material, but rather a celestial-grade treasure. The crimson celestial lava can nurture celestial fire. Nine Suns' celestial fire, descend and absorb some of it. The nine suns' celestial fire appeared at the volcano's mouth, sensing the crimson celestial lava below, exuding an exuberant aura. Upon hearing its master's command to absorb the lava, the flames burned even more fiercely. The celestial fire transformed into a streak of light, plunging into the magma and voraciously devouring the surrounding crimson celestial lava. The flame power possessed by the nine suns' celestial fire was rapidly ascending. In the real world, Heng sat upon a moss-covered rock, holding a large piece of deer leg meat, his face smeared with grease. Within the confines of their abode, the chef was tasked with preparing the leg for immediate consumption. Li Qinxi stood nearby, beads of cold sweat forming on his brow, exclaiming, "You glutton! Our time in the divine realm is limited. We cannot afford such waste. Do not fret. Would you care for a bite?" Li Heng had already devised a plan. Once he elevated the rank of the immortal fire, he would confront the ancient life tree. "I have no appetite," Li Qinxi retorted, his mind far from thoughts of food. Thus, Li Heng settled upon a moss-covered stone, methodically gnawing on pieces of venison for over an hour. His intent was not solely for sustenance, but to cultivate the immortal fire, preparing for the impending encounter with the ancient tree. Within the confines of the system world, the nine-yang immortal fire grew increasingly potent. Suddenly, a rustling sound echoed through the forest, emanating from the direction of the ancient life tree. Vines, thick as a man's arm, lunged toward the two with malevolent intent. Upon witnessing this, Li Qinxi's complexion drained of color, a knot forming in his throat. This is dire. The ancient tree is about to strike. We must flee. Chapter 26. The ancient tree under normal circumstances, remaining outside a 10-jong radius of the ancient tree would not provoke its hostility. However, these two children lingered too long, inciting the tree's ire and preparing to launch an attack. Li Heng's eyes narrowed slightly as he thrust his palm toward the tree, unleashing a golden flame. The tendrils recoiled in its wake. Li Qinxi reacted swiftly, turning to flee. After running several zhong, she glanced back at Li Heng, only to find him still unprepared to escape. "Run," she urged, her voice laced with urgency. "It's dangerous." Without regard for her own safety, she quickly stepped in front of Li Heng, determined to shield him with her small frame and buy him some time against the impending tendrils. Though he could be infuriating, their blood ties compelled her to act as a protective sister in this perilous moment. Grasping Li Heng's wrist, she urged him to flee. "Quickly! Your celestial fire cannot contend with the ancient tree. At best, it will only delay it. We must seize the chance to escape." She had long anticipated the outcome of a confrontation between the celestial fire and the ancient tree. While the fire might hold the tree at bay, it was incapable of inflicting any fatal damage. The tree's tendrils would consume them both, leaving no possibility for survival if they lingered. The nine suns' celestial fire surged through the tendrils, crashing violently against the trunk. The intense heat charred a large section of the bark instantly. The ancient tree writhed in fury, emitting a series of creaking sounds. "Cursed humans!" it exclaimed, its mouth opening to articulate human words. "I will not let you escape." In a flurry, thousands of tendrils shot forth from the trunk, ensnaring the celestial fire in a vast net. The tendrils intertwined, forming an enormous sphere that entrapped the fire's power, rendering it momentarily impotent. Thousands of tendrils flew toward the fleeing duo, intent on eliminating the two humans. Once the celestial fire lost its master's control, it would become much easier to deal with. Panic surged through Li Qinxi as a chill crept down her spine, her garments drenched in sweat. The ancient tree possessed a remarkable intelligence, rivaling that of humans, and it was evident that it had devised a strategy to deal with them. If the tendrils caught up to them, death was inevitable. Did this mean they had to abandon the divine realm? She felt a deep sense of reluctance. The divine key allowed entry into the divine realm and could also facilitate an exit. By activating the divine key once more, a force could be summoned to transport them away from this peril. In the face of danger, the option to activate the key for escape existed. Yet, leaving now meant that they would never have another chance to enter this place. She had yet to explore the temple and investigate the matters surrounding the Eternal Emperor, leaving her with an overwhelming sense of frustration. "Li Heng, take out the divine key. We must leave this place." No matter how reluctant she felt, they could not afford to perish here. Preserving their lives was essential for any chance of turning the tide. Suddenly, a scorching wave surged from behind. A colossal sphere formed from countless vines erupted violently under the terrifying force of flames. Boom! The searing blaze transformed the forest into a golden spectacle. Li Chenxi turned around, gazing at the infernal fire, her eyes nearly bulging with astonishment. The Nine Suns Celestial Fire. It has advanced. Previously, the Nine Suns Celestial Fire was merely the size of a fist. After its advancement, it now measured nearly a foot in length. The aura of the flames was extraordinarily fearsome. Even from a distance, one could sense the dreadful heat radiating from it. The Nine Suns Celestial Fire morphed into a beam of light, hurtling straight toward the ancient tree. The aged face etched upon the tree's bark was filled with terror. Swish, swish, swish. Thousands of vines shot toward the celestial fire, igniting into fierce flames before they even drew near. The fire spread along the vines, reaching the trunk. When the celestial fire struck the bark, the terrifying heat caused it to ignite instantly. The searing flames engulfed the entire ancient tree. Li Chenxi halted, ceasing her flight. Her gaze fixed intently on the cluster of celestial fire, brimming with envy. It had indeed advanced. What extraordinary luck! The previous Nine Suns Celestial Fire was merely of the first rank. After its advancement, it was equivalent to the third rank. Third rank Celestial Fire is exceedingly rare, even in the desolate realms. Confronting a life tree over 2,000 years old posed no challenge whatsoever. She glanced at Li Heng beside her, consumed with jealousy. How could this lad be so fortunate? At such a perilous moment, the celestial fire evolved on its own. Is he truly the fabled child of destiny? There are several possibilities for the evolution of celestial fire. The first is that the fire consumes treasures of the fire attribute, if it devours enough. Reaching a critical point of flame power, it can evolve. The second occurs during a moment of crisis, breaking through barriers and evolving autonomously. This form of evolution is exceedingly rare. Among thousands of celestial fires, one might not emerge. How long has this lad possessed the celestial fire? In less than 3 years. It has evolved on its own. What astonishing luck! Based on her conjecture, Li Heng likely has not cultivated any treasures to nurture the celestial fire. It must have evolved to protect its master in the face of danger. Such a situation is profoundly enviable. Treasures for nurturing celestial fire are scarce. Even she, after 100,000 years of preparation, has encountered but a few. Seeing the advancement of the celestial fire, Li Heng nodded in satisfaction. Moments ago, the Crimson Sun Celestial Fire had consumed the Crimson Celestial Lava, reaching the brink of a breakthrough. When the ancient tree launched its sudden attack, he had to summon the Celestial Fire. Under the extreme pressure of battle, it finally broke through. This breakthrough is intrinsically linked to the Crimson Celestial Lava. Truly, the Crimson Celestial Lava is remarkable. Such a treasure was scarcely acquired during his time in the Underworld, yet now it proves invaluable. The Celestial Fire's temperature is exceedingly high, causing the ancient life tree to burn fiercely. Nearly 2 hours later, the flames finally extinguished. In the vicinity of the ancient tree, spanning a radius of 100 feet, no other trees were present, thus averting a conflagration in the forest. With a resounding crash, the ancient tree succumbed to the ground, leaving behind a thick, verdant liquid. Li Heng approached, retrieving a jade vial to collect the substance. The Tree of Life sap. Approximately 20 drops. Truly a remarkable treasure. This sap is imbued with potent life force. For cultivators beneath the celestial realm, no matter the severity of their injuries, a single drop ensures complete restoration. For those nearing the end of their lifespan, a single drop can extend their life by a century. A century may seem fleeting, yet it provides ample opportunity for these cultivators to achieve significant endeavors. With this additional time, they might even transcend their current boundaries and gain further longevity. Thus, the Tree of Life sap is a coveted gem sought after by all within the realm of cultivation. As the trunk fell, the ancient energy from the canopy slowly descended, yet it exhibited a tendency to dissipate. Upon the plant's demise, this ancient energy would vanish entirely within a few days, rendering it impossible to absorb thereafter. Chapter 27. Abundant rewards. The ancient Tree of Life has perished. It can be signed upon, and can also absorb the essence of eternity. Li Heng chose to first absorb the essence of eternity to enhance his signing multiplier, as greater benefits could be attained through signing. Standing still, it was not long before golden light descended from the heavens, merging with his body. Ding! You have absorbed the essence of eternity. Your signing rewards have increased twofold. Your daily signing attempts have risen by 2. With this doubling, the total signing multiplier now amounts to 3. Had he previously signed at the Crimson Sun Immortal Herb, he would have received 4 Eternal Crimson Sun Immortal Herbs as a result of the triple rewards. Each of these herbs is worth an immense fortune, coveted even in the desolate realms of the ancient world. With the rewards increased again twofold, it was evident that the essence of eternity gathered by this ancient tree was indeed substantial. According to his conjecture, the quantity of the essence might correlate with the longevity of the plants. The longer they existed, the more they absorbed. Signing. Ding. You have signed at the ancient tree of life and received a reward of 1 vial of life essence. With the threefold enhancement, you have additionally acquired 3 vials of life essence. Collecting 3 extra vials, along with the original 1, totals 4. Li Heng's heart soared with joy. The rewards from signing automatically entered the system space. As his consciousness delved into the space, he opened the jade vial. Basking in the sunlight from above, he peered into the vial. This single vial contained approximately 100 drops of life essence, amounting to 400 drops in total, sufficient for a considerable duration. Life essence is a precious treasure for healing wounds and prolonging lifespan, highly sought after across the 3 realms. Collecting more could only be advantageous. Li Heng gathered 17 drops of life essence from the ground, leaving 3 behind. These 3 drops are for you. After all, he had obtained plenty through signing, so there was no need to be overly concerned about a few drops. Life essence can heal injuries. If one were wounded, consuming it would lead to swift recovery. The realm of cultivation is fraught with peril, and he did not wish to witness Chinzi suffer harm. Despite their frequent banter, they were family, and he genuinely cared for her well-being. Thank you. Li Chinzi cast a grateful glance his way. In such moments, it was commendable that Li Heng still thought of her. Life essence is indeed precious. It could sometimes save a life, and possessing a few drops equates to having a formidable trump card. Previous unpleasantness stemming from the spirit jade embryo had resulted in some losses. Now, shall we head towards the temple? Wait. Li Heng pointed towards a distant small mountain, stating, I wish to go to that mountain. In his eyes, this mountain also emanated a rich essence of eternity, rivaling that of the ancient tree, and it was certainly worth exploring. What could be on that mountain? Li Chinzi was skeptical that Li Heng could randomly point to a location and discover treasures. Regardless, I am going. Li Heng turned and proceeded towards the small mountain, indifferent to whether his sister followed. Li Chinzi was left speechless and could only choose to follow behind, accompanying her brother as they ventured forth. 2 individuals traversed through the woods, entering a narrow path, when suddenly a shroud of misty barrier appeared ahead. Li Heng approached the barrier, gently touching it with his fingertip. Upon contact, a ripple emerged from the point of contact, radiating outward. The barrier exhibited a formidable resistance, preventing his finger from penetrating its surface. Passage through the barrier was evidently unattainable. Li Chinzi, well acquainted with this obstacle, retrieved the Crimson Divine Key, intending to utilize it. With the White Divine Key, one could only explore the outermost regions. The Silver Divine Key granted access to the second zone, rich in opportunities. The Golden Divine Key allowed entry into the third zone, while the Purple Divine Key provided access to the fourth zone and the temple. The Red Divine Key, apart from granting entry to all areas, also permitted access to a special hidden treasury within the temple. According to Li Chinzi's investigations, the secrets to becoming the Eternal Emperor were concealed within that treasury. The girl pressed the Divine Key against the barrier, which then automatically fissured, creating a passage wide enough for them to pass through. Li Heng likewise produced the 7-colored Divine Key and traversed through. To explore further territories, a higher ranking on the Divine Leaderboard was imperative, thereby allowing for the absorption of greater quantities of the Eternal Chi. Some Divine Leaderboards offered direct rewards upon ascension, rather than mere access to the Divine Domain. Compared to entering the Divine Realm, this leaderboard bore a significant advantage. Once ascended, one was guaranteed to receive rewards, eliminating the need for chance encounters. Subsequently, the 2 ascended a small hill, which was devoid of any guardian beasts. At the summit lay a pool radiating a cerulean glow. Upon sighting the pool, Li Chinzi was utterly astonished. This was the Spirit Liquid Heavenly Pool. What extraordinary luck! She couldn't help but glance at the boy beside her, pondering what unique ability enabled him to sense such a treasure atop this hill. From a distance, The small hill bore no distinctive aura. Only upon closer proximity could one discern its peculiarities. Within the eternal divine realm, there existed unique laws of power, preventing treasures from revealing excessive auras. The spirit liquid heavenly pool served as a reservoir of celestial spirit, allowing cultivation through its essence. Merely a single drop equated to a month of arduous practice. However, there was one peculiar stipulation. The liquid within the pool was solely for cultivation and could not be removed. Once one departed from the pool, it reverted to the most ordinary liquid. Above the pool, golden vapors floated, which seamlessly integrated into Li Heng's body as he drew near. Ding! You have absorbed the eternal qi. Your sign-in multiplier has increased threefold. Your daily sign-in attempts have increased by 3. The existence of this pool predated even that ancient tree, having accumulated a greater amount of eternal qi. After absorption, the sign-in multiplier was again elevated threefold, culminating in a total of 6 times. Thus, the rewards from sign-ins became exceedingly substantial. The pool contained the essence of the Tao, conducive for sign-ins, and without hesitation, Li Heng absorbed the eternal qi. Ding! Upon signing in at the spirit liquid pool, you have received a reward of 3 zhang of spirit liquid. The reward has been amplified 6-fold, granting you an additional 18 zhang of spirit liquid within the realms of the system space. A new pool identical to the one before you has emerged in an open area, 3 zhang in width and 21 zhang in length. This pool allows any ethereal manifestation within the space to absorb the inherent spiritual essence simply by immersion. The system space can directly channel the absorbed spirit liquid into the corporeal form. The current spirit liquid pool, measuring 1 zhang in length and 1 zhang in width, pales in comparison to what has been acquired through the system's sign-in. The enhancement in sign-in multipliers has significantly elevated the benefits attained in a single session. Such locations for sign-in can only be utilized once, after which their profound essence dissipates. The higher the multiplier, the greater the rewards. Entering the eternal divine realm has indeed proven worthwhile. Little sister, let us postpone our visit to the temple. Remain here to absorb the spirit liquid, Li Heng remarked. Casting a glance at the twilight sky, the day was waning, and darkness began to envelop the surroundings. It is a rare opportunity to encounter such a treasure for cultivation. We shall stay here tonight, and venture forth in exploration come the morrow. This pool, though modest in size, is ample for 2 individuals to absorb for an extended period. Since you discovered this pool, it is rightfully yours. It would be inappropriate for me to absorb from it, Li Chenxi stated, not wishing to claim what was not hers. Had it not been for Li Heng, they would never have encountered such a marvel. Not to worry, there is plenty of spirit liquid in the pool, is there not? It cannot be taken with us anyway, so let us quickly absorb it all. Li Heng generously replied. Very well. Li Chenxi, taken aback by Li Heng's unexpected generosity, found her perception of him significantly altered. This lad does not seem so detestable after all. Perhaps I had misunderstood him before. Chapter 28. The primordial omniscience technique. Li Chenxi let out a cold huff, seated beside the spirit pool, her delicate hand dipping into the ethereal liquid. As her skin made contact with the spirit essence, its rich vitality seeped through her pores and into her being. Swiftly retracting her hand, she settled into a cross-legged position, absorbing the energy that flowed within her. A sudden tremor coursed through her body, releasing a formidable aura. Li Heng, standing nearby, was momentarily taken aback. Has she already reached the pinnacle of qi condensation? My little sister is no ordinary talent. Initially, he had thought that within 3 days, Li Chenxi would merely achieve the 2nd or 3rd level of qi condensation. Now, she had already reached the peak, far surpassing his expectations. She was refining her spirit energy. After reaching the pinnacle of qi condensation, one could choose to directly break through to the body refinement realm. Yet this path would forfeit many crucial experiences. Only by refining the spirit energy within could one establish a more solid foundation, paving the way for greater future accomplishments. In ancient times, numerous celestial beings emerged precisely because they understood the nuances of proper cultivation, laying down a robust groundwork. During that era, the practice of refining spirit energy flourished. However, as time passed, cultivation methods were simplified, discarding the most vital components, leaving only the foundational stages of qi condensation, which consists of 9 levels. Within the Eternal Divine rankings, there exists another list corresponding to the refinement of spirit energy, known as the Eternal Spirit rankings. To secure a position among the top 100, one must have refined their spirit energy at least 15 times. This represents the apex among countless individuals. My sister has already commenced refining her spirit energy. I cannot afford to be idle. With a splash, Heng plunged into the spirit pool while his sister was engrossed in her training. Immersing oneself in the essence yielded the most profound effects. However, not everyone dared to leap into the spirit pool, as the body could not withstand the pressure of spirit energy and could potentially burst. The pool was deeper than it appeared, approximately a yard in height. As the boy dove into the pool, he rolled up his sleeves and began scrubbing his body with the spirit liquid. Having been roasted by the flames near the ancient life tree and emerging sweaty and uncomfortable, he decided to cleanse himself in the spirit liquid. One must admit, bathing in spirit liquid is truly an indulgence. There is likely no greater luxury in the world than this. Once he had rinsed his body clean, he sank to the bottom of the pool, adopting a meditative posture. The eternal celestial demon body allowed him to breathe even within the spirit liquid, a concern he need not entertain. Inhale. The spirit liquid permeated through 36,000 pores, igniting a surge of potent vitality within his being. Heng skillfully guided this energy, integrating it into his left side. Compared to consuming medicinal pills, the absorption rate from soaking in the spirit liquid was exponentially faster. In just a short period, the spirit energy within him reached a critical threshold, propelling him to the 7th level of qi condensation. Beside the pool, Li Qinxi remained immersed in her cultivation state. The spirit liquid she had gathered was swiftly depleted. The efficacy of the spirit liquid was indeed remarkable. Compared to elixirs, this is far more readily absorbed. I must seize the moment to absorb as much as possible, lest I fall behind that young man. Until now, in whatever I undertake, I yearn to compete with Heng. The spirit liquid pool mandates that the liquid cannot be taken away. It must remain here for absorption. The victor will be determined by who can absorb more over the course of a night. I possess an extraordinary technique for absorbing spiritual energy, and this young man certainly cannot surpass me. This technique was specially sought after in the ancient wilderness realm, requiring no celestial energy to activate, making it ideally suited for the primordial imperial embryo. The primordial all-encompassing art must be practiced in conjunction with the primordial imperial embryo. Without such a constitution, it would be futile to acquire. During the initial 3 days in the eternal divine domain, I relied on this technique to achieve a breakthrough to the peak of the qi condensation realm in such a short time. Now, encountering the spirit liquid pool, it is the perfect opportunity to absorb some of the liquid for refining spiritual energy. Refining spiritual energy involves purging impurities from the innate spiritual energy within one's body and condensing it into a new form of spiritual energy. During this process, the existing spiritual energy diminishes, necessitating the infusion of new energy to continue. The Eternal Divine Energy Rankings is a title I must strive to claim. After a decade of preparation, I shall undoubtedly outshine my competitors. Where has that young man gone? A glance around reveals no trace of Heng. There was no commotion earlier, so there should be no danger. Perhaps he has stepped away. With all he has consumed, it would be surprising if he didn't have an upset stomach. Li Qinxi cupped a pool of spirit liquid in her hands and brought it to her lips, consuming it entirely. Afterward, she quickly focused her mind and activated her celestial technique. Primordial, all-encompassing art. The spirit liquid surged into her body, rapidly expanding and rushing toward her meridians. Just the day before, she had finally broken through the primordial imperial embryo to a perfected state. The rate of absorbing spiritual energy now exceeds what it was by 1,000-fold. This is precisely why one must wait 3 days before entering the divine domain. As the primordial all-encompassing art commenced, it gathered the errant spiritual energy within her body, directing it along the pathways of energy refinement. In no time, the spirit liquid was fully absorbed, and the refining process was successfully completed once. Li Qinxi opened her eyes, scooped up more spirit liquid, and swallowed it. This direct method of consumption is swifter than absorption through physical contact. She closed her eyes once more to absorb. Thus, nearly an hour passed, and the time she had refined her spiritual energy reached for. A colossal full moon ascended into the night sky, casting a silvery luminescence across the land. The night in the divine domain was illuminated by the moonlight. Why has that young man not yet returned? Could something have gone awry? The area by the pool remains desolate, still devoid of Li Heng's presence. I shall wait a little longer. He should return soon. Li Chenxi again cupped some spirit liquid, consumed it, and closed her eyes to meditate. Just as she entered a state of cultivation, scenes of Li Heng being pursued by demonic beasts and desperately fleeing flashed in her mind. With cries of "Sister, sister, save me," echoing in her mind, Li Chenxi abruptly opened her eyes, her pupils filled with deep concern. No, it cannot be. Is this young lad truly in danger? I must go and investigate. After all this time, I have come to regard him as family. Li Heng is, after all, my brother, sharing the same blood coursing through our veins. When a brother is in peril, his sister cannot remain indifferent. Without hesitation, Li Chenxi turned and descended the mountain. Suddenly, a thunderous sound erupted behind her. Whirling around towards the pool, she saw the spiritual liquid gushing forth like a fountain. A small boy's figure emerged from the depths of the pool. Were it not for his divine physique, Li Chenxi would surely have mistaken him for a lifeless body rising to the surface. What? This boy has been submerged in the pool. The thought of Li Heng, covered in filth after soaking there for so long, made her feel nauseous at the mere idea of having ingested that spiritual liquid. Chapter 29. Entering the temple, I drank my brother's bathwater. Li Chenxi crouched on the ground, retching repeatedly. The spiritual liquid she had consumed earlier could not be expelled in the slightest. That little rascal. I never want to see you again. Li Heng had just been submerged at the bottom of the pool, his body absorbing the spiritual essence with remarkable efficacy. He had successfully broken through to the pinnacle of qi condensation. The next stage involved refining the spiritual energy. The position he could ascend to on the divine qi rankings depended on how many times he could refine the energy. Are you feeling unwell, little sister? Li Heng inquired, gently supporting his sister's shoulder, his expression filled with concern. Is your stomach bothering you? Perhaps a sip of the spiritual liquid could help. At the mere mention of drinking the spiritual liquid, Li Chenxi's indignation flared. Absolutely not. If it weren't for having ingested the essence of a male infant, would I feel this nauseous? This brat truly knows how to strike a nerve. Very well, I shall not concern myself with you any longer. Seeing his sister recover a bit, Li Heng no longer worried. At this stage, it was crucial to absorb the spiritual liquid without delay. With a splash, he leaped once more into the spiritual liquid pool, leaving behind a petrified Li Chenxi and her hand, which had instinctively raised in an attempt to stop him. Why did you jump back into the pool again? It's a faster way to absorb it, Li Heng replied nonchalantly, unbothered by the grime. He sank once more to the bottom of the pool. Li Chenxi furrowed her brow, hesitating repeatedly before finally cupping a handful of the spiritual liquid. However, this time, she did not swallow it. Instead, she absorbed it in her palm. There was no way she would consume what Li Heng had soaked in for so long. Absorbing it with her hand would take longer, but it was a tolerable compromise. As Li Heng descended to the pool's depths, his 36,000 pores unleashed a formidable suction, drawing the spiritual liquid into his body. Refinement. The impurities in the previously absorbed spiritual energy were gradually eliminated, allowing new energy to merge within. Throughout this process, while the quantity of spiritual energy did not increase, its purity saw a significant enhancement. Employing the same technique, the refined energy would undoubtedly be more potent. Refinement, in essence, is a straightforward process, albeit one that consumes considerable time and energy. At a certain point, one might find it impossible to continue the refinement. Each person's cultivation aptitude varies, resulting in different limits. As the night wore on, the level of spiritual liquid in the pool dwindled, approaching its bottom. Li Heng had managed to refine the energy a staggering 10 times, leaving him just 5 refinements shy of the ancient divine qi rankings. The difficulty of these final 5 refinements was exceedingly daunting, requiring several times more spiritual energy than before. Throughout the night, Li Chenxi had also absorbed the spiritual liquid, but her intake amounted to only a fraction, merely 1/10 of what Li Heng had achieved. The majority of the pool had been consumed by him. As dawn broke, a blush of morning clouds adorned the sky. Li Chenxi opened her eyes, gazing at Li Heng in astonishment. This young man is truly an enigma. His ability to absorb spiritual essence is astonishingly rapid. Although she employs celestial techniques, her progress is significantly hindered by not entering the spiritual pool for cultivation. The primary issue lies in the fact that the Hongming imperial embryo cannot withstand such a large influx of spiritual essence, potentially harming her meridians. Thus, the formidable nature of the ancient immortal demon divine body becomes strikingly evident. Subsequently, the two ceased their cultivation and proceeded towards the divine temple. Along the way, Li Heng discovered 3 more locations imbued with the aura of antiquity. After absorbing them all, the multiplier for his sign-in increased 5-fold, bringing the total to 11. Additionally, he received substantial rewards from his impromptu sign-ins. In the clearing stood a magnificent hall, its walls adorned with the likenesses of deities. As Li Heng gazed upon one particular divine image, his consciousness was irresistibly drawn into a unique realm. Within this space resided a terrifying deity. Its divine form shook the heavens and the earth. Even the slightest movement sent tremors through the cosmos. What a fearsome vitality! This deity undoubtedly possessed a divine body, surpassing even my ancient immortal demon divine body. The deity existed in a time long past, an era when individuals could effortlessly ascend to the realm of immortality. The physical constitutions of that time were unfathomably superior to those of the present. In such an age, the immortal demon divine body would have been utterly insignificant. After the ancient times, no deities remained, likely due to the inability of cultivators' physiques to meet the requirements for divinity. Li Chenxi, upon seeing the image of the deity, stood frozen in awe, unable to regain her composure for a protracted period. This is the true pinnacle of strength in the cosmos. Although she had previously encountered images of deities in ancient texts, those depictions lacked the divine resonance to convey their immense power. After what felt like an eternity, the two regained their senses. "Shall we enter?" Li Chenxi proposed, as she produced the divine key and gently pushed the grand door. With a creak, the heavy door swung wide open, releasing an ancient aura from within the hall. Li Heng likewise retrieved his divine key and entered the hall alongside his sister. Upon stepping inside, the ancient aura surrounding them surged towards their bodies, causing them to pause at the threshold as they absorbed the abundant energy. Ding! You have absorbed the ancient aura. Your sign-in multiplier has increased 10-fold. Your daily sign-in attempts have increased by 10. Li Heng was taken aback by the sheer quantity of ancient aura concealed within the ancient divine hall. It appears that this temple can indeed absorb ancient essence. Yet it cannot retain it indefinitely. After a certain threshold, it disperses. Considering its age, the ancient divine hall has existed for countless millennia, and the ancient aura must exceed current levels by several tens of thousands of times. However, after Li Heng's absorption, the increase was merely 10-fold. Thus, he surmised that this temple's capacity to absorb ancient aura is not permanent. It functions like a vessel, constrained by its own limits. Once the capacity is reached, no matter how much additional ancient aura is available, it cannot be contained and will overflow, perpetually maintaining a state of fullness. Upon a single absorption, the entirety of the ancient energy within the vessel is drawn forth. Even after several millennia, or perhaps tens of thousands of years, the ancient energy here shall once again brim. Yet Li Heng will be unable to partake in its absorption. An enhancement of 10-fold is indeed a fortuitous surprise. Including previous gains, the total augmentation amounts to a remarkable 21 times the signing reward. Consequently, a single signing will yield exceptionally generous rewards. To elevate the ancient divine body, an immense quantity of spiritual and demonic energies must be absorbed. By increasing the signing multiplier, one can acquire greater rewards, thereby accelerating the pace of future ascensions. Should he rely solely on the absorption of the world's spiritual energy for cultivation, the prospect of breaking through a single realm remains an indeterminate span of time. Chapter 30. The Chaos Divine Bone. Within the Eternal Divine Hall lies a long corridor, flanked by towering statues, each representing a deity. As Li Heng walked, he surveyed his surroundings. Only upon entering this sacred space did he comprehend the true essence of divinity. Even a mere statue exuded an unshakable aura. It is said that immense fortunes are concealed within the hall. Should any deity take notice, one could attain their legacy. This legacy, a gift from the divine, would prove invaluable, even if only a fragment were acquired. However, the standards of these deities are exceedingly high, and few mortals are deemed worthy of their attention. Many who possess the purple divine key leave the hall empty-handed. Two individuals traverse the corridor, and upon reaching a statue of a deity, The grand stone figure suddenly erupted in brilliant light, enveloping the girl within its radiance. A look of astonishment crossed Li Heng's face. His little sister's fortune was astonishing, securing an opportunity here. The Eternal Divine Hall harbors varied fortunes, and the chance they encountered was linked to the divine body. Behind Li Chenxi, the ethereal silhouette of the Primordial Emperor's embryo manifested. The statue of the deity gestured, gently caressing the phantom of the embryo, which then burst forth in dazzling brilliance. Originally resembling an infant, the embryo transformed into a majestic celestial being, emanating an imposing presence that exuded terrifying pressure. Li Heng's pupils constricted, and his heart raced. The Primordial Emperor's divine body. This was an advanced form of the Primordial Emperor's embryo, possessing cultivation potential that was at least 1,000 times greater. The attributes of the Primordial Emperor's divine body rivaled those of the eternal celestial and demonic divine body. He never anticipated that his little sister would encounter such an extraordinary opportunity here. A twinge of envy stirred within him. Previously, he had effortlessly surpassed his sister with his celestial and demonic divine body, excelling in both cultivation speed and physical prowess. Now, he found himself only slightly superior to the Primordial Emperor's divine body, far from dominating. Indeed, the Eternal Divine Hall was a remarkable place. No wonder so many would risk everything to gain access. A single opportunity could lead to an unprecedented rise. Only those who ranked among the top 10 on the Eternal Divine list could qualify to enter this revered hall. As the moment of fortune concluded, the statue reverted to its initial state. Li Chenxi, sensing her transformation, was filled with a mix of surprise and joy. The Primordial Emperor's divine body. What a delightful surprise. Upon entering the hall, no one could ascertain whether they would be granted a fortune. Turning to the boy, a smug expression adorned her face. You see, my divine body is now nearly on par with yours. I am destined to surpass you. Henceforth, you shall call me sister. Having secured her fortune, the two continued deeper into the corridor. As Li Heng walked, he remained vigilant, hoping for a statue to respond and bestow upon him an opportunity. On this occasion, it seemed as if fortune had run dry. Reaching the end of the corridor, none of the statues responded, leading to a tinge of disappointment in the heart. Li Chenxi gently shook her head, having come to the terminus without a single opportunity presenting itself. It was evident that Li Heng would find it exceedingly difficult to attain any chance. What a pity. At the corridor's end lay a spacious hall, dominated by a colossal statue, magnitudes larger than any previously encountered. An aura of authority, demanding reverence, emanated from this statue. Behind it stood two imposing doors. The left door was somewhat smaller, adorned with a golden plaque inscribed with the characters Eternal Library of Ancient Tomes. The right door, towering significantly over the left, bore the inscription Eternal Treasury of the Gods. Li Chenxi gazed longingly at the left library. From an ancient tome, she had gleaned that within the library of the Divine Body Hall resided a sacred text, containing the secrets to transcending into the Eternal Emperor. Should she find this tome, she could lay the groundwork step by step, ultimately achieving the status of the Eternal Emperor. However, entrance to the Eternal Library was no simple feat. One must possess a red divine key to unlock its door. As for the treasury, it was a private domain of the gods, accessible only to them. Throughout countless eons, no soul had ever traversed that threshold. Now standing in the grand hall and witnessing Li Heng's lack of fortune, it appeared that hope was nearly extinguished. Although Li Chenxi aspired to surpass Li Heng, witnessing his absence of opportunity stirred a sense of regret within her. After all, a visit to the divine realm was a rare occasion. As she retrieved the red divine key, preparing to enter the library, a sudden hum emanated from the towering statue in the center. Its eyes abruptly opened, revealing endless divine power within its dark pupils. A mere glance into those depths sent a chill coursing through Li Chenxi. With a thunderous rumble, the statue raised its arm, gently sweeping over Li Heng's head. A profound voice resonated throughout the hall. You, with the immortal demonic divine body, in the realm of the eternal, receive the chaos divine bone. With a creaking sound, a fissure appeared in the statue's abdomen. A radiant bone, shimmering with iridescence, floated before Li Heng, gradually merging into his chest. Witnessing this divine bone, Li Chenxi trembled in fear. This was the legendary chaos divine bone. How could Li Heng have acquired such a formidable treasure? The Chaos Treasure was the most powerful artifact across the three realms. This singular Chaos Divine Bone surpassed the Hongming Emperor's divine body by leaps and bounds. Coupled with the immortal demonic divine body, the gap between them widened significantly. The girl sighed helplessly. The advantages gained from her previous possession of the Hongming Emperor's divine body had dissipated in an instant, and the disparity between her and Li Heng continued to grow. Given this trajectory, it seemed improbable that she could catch up to his pace for a considerable time. As the Chaos Divine Bone integrated into his chest, it fused with an existing rib. Thump, thump. The heart beats with an increasingly resounding vigor. With every throb, it propels the vital essence rushing throughout the body. Within the vessels, one can almost hear the roaring sound of a tsunami. Li Heng could not help but marvel at the sheer power of his divine physique. The celestial and demonic body, coupled with this primordial divine bone, had elevated his innate talent to an incomprehensible degree. The temple they had now entered, known as the Hall of Divine Bodies, was imbued with opportunities related to the divine form. Once these fortunes were bestowed, the statue regained its pristine state. As Li Heng approached the base of the statue, he perceived an exceptionally rich aura of the Tao surrounding it, rivaling that of the 18th level of Hell's sign-in location. It was evident that this was an excellent place to register. Presently, the sign-in multiplier had reached an astonishing 21 times, promising extraordinarily generous rewards, which filled his heart with anticipation. Sign in. Ding. You have successfully signed in at the Hall of Eternal Divine Bodies and received a reward, 1 bottle of Eternal Divine Oil. With the multiplier of 21, you additionally receive 21 bottles of Eternal Divine Oil. Chapter 31. The Blood-Linked Divine Image Divine Oil. Upon hearing this term, Li Heng's mind immediately conjured images of the famed Indian divine oil, his expression transforming into one of sheer intrigue. Could it be that this divine oil possessed some extraordinary effects? Perhaps it warranted a trial in the future. With a gentle closing of his eyes, he delved into the depths of the system space to peruse the introduction of the divine oil. The eternal divine oil, sourced from the sacred mount of all gods, where the primordial essence converges, is distilled into a single drop every 10 millennia, boasting terrifying body-tempering properties. With a mere flick of his wrist, a palm-sized jade vial materialized in his grasp, the wooden stopper yielding with a satisfying pop. Bathed in sunlight, he peered down the neck of the vial. Inside, a golden liquid shimmered, a modest quantity of 100 drops. To his delight, this divine oil was a treasure forged atop Mount All Gods. A rarity that took millennia to condense into just 1 drop. How precious it was. A full vial represented an accumulation of 1 million years. The ancient signing-in mode was truly exhilarating. Originally, he could expect to acquire only 1 vial from signing in here. However, with the ancient signing multiplier enhancing his fortune 21-fold, and combining it with the initial vial, he ultimately received a total of 22 vials. In terms of years, this amounted to an astonishing 220 million years of accumulation. How invaluable was that? Even Li Heng, who possessed numerous treasures, felt that the rewards were overwhelmingly generous. This vial of divine oil, when utilized at the body-tempering stage, would undoubtedly yield formidable results. Li Chenxi approached the grand entrance of the library, inserting the red divine key into its designated slot. With a creaking sound, the heavy door swung open inward, releasing an ancient aura that wafted toward them. A magnificent library unfolded before their eyes. Without hesitation, Li Chenxi stepped inside. An invisible barrier enveloped the entrance. As the girl approached, sensing the divine key in her hand, the barrier automatically parted to allow her passage. Li Heng, wielding the 7-colored divine key, followed closely behind and encountered no hindrance at the barrier. The 7-colored key, being of a higher rank than the red key, granted him access to the library as well. The library was vast, lined with rows of bookshelves, each brimming with tomes. Individuals entering this sanctuary could select 1 book to take with them. The purple divine key allowed entry into the temple, but did not grant access to the library. Only the top-ranked individual on the divine leaderboard, who secured the red divine key, could enter the library and select an ancient manuscript. This was precisely why Li Chenxi aspired to claim the top position, even if it were only for a fleeting hour. Upon entering the library, Li Chenxi stood before each bookshelf, scrutinizing the titles of the volumes. Li Heng halted before one shelf, lifting a particular book, 9 Tripods Refinement Method. This was a technique to elevate the divine body's realm, but it held little significance for him. He set the book down and reached for another. The longevity technique may be of interest to those aged, but I am still youthful and not on the brink of death. Setting the book aside once more, I turned my gaze to another volume. After perusing through several shelves, I found no suitable cultivation method. This one appears intriguing. The bloodline divine image harnesses the power of one's bloodline to summon a divine figure. The stronger the bloodline, the mightier the manifestation. What does Li Heng possess at the moment? Undoubtedly, it is his bloodline. At this stage, the ability to summon a divine figure through one's bloodline to fight on one's behalf would unleash formidable power. This is undoubtedly the most fitting technique for me. I shall choose this one. Cradling the book in my arms, I glanced toward my sister in the distance. Why is she still indecisively selecting? Has the plethora of books dazzled her eyes? I approached her, picking a book from the shelf and presenting it before her. Here, I believe this technique suits you. Li Qinxi turned to look, her anger flaring. The nurturing body and spirit. I shook the book in my hand and remarked, your temper is far too fierce. Practice this technique to cultivate your demeanor, and perhaps one day, you shall find a good match to marry. Go to hell. The former Empress, even in an unguarded moment. Let's slip an expletive. Look at you, so young yet already cursing. I pressed the book into her arms. Studying this would be beneficial for you. Ignoring my words, Li Qinxi turned away, but her eyes inadvertently caught sight of something that made them shine with excitement. In an inconspicuous corner lay an ancient tome. Its pages yellowed with age. The Heart Sutra of the Eternal Emperor, an ancient text, had informed me that within the library of the Divine Body Palace, there existed a book detailing the path to becoming the Eternal Emperor, bearing the same name as the one before me. The girl acted swiftly, seizing the ancient book and stowing it in her spatial pouch. I too caught sight of the grand characters inscribed on the tome, my pupils narrowing in shock. The Heart Sutra of the Eternal Emperor? Could it be that this book contains the secrets to achieving the title of Eternal Emperor? Beyond the Emperor lies an even greater realm known as the Eternal Emperor. It is said that since ancient times, the Emperor has been the pinnacle. No one has since attained the name of Eternal. Adopting a more amiable expression, I fixed my gaze upon my sister's eyes. Dear sister, might you consider lending me that book? I harbored a keen interest in the knowledge of becoming the Eternal Emperor. Having been granted a second chance at life, it would be prudent to plan ahead and seize valuable opportunities. No, Li Qinxi, having acquired the book she desired, made no further searches and turned toward the exit. I merely wished to take a glance. I won't take your book. I hastily pursued her. Unfortunately, my sister had already secured the tome within her spatial ring, rendering any attempt at contention futile. This won't do. Li Qinxi did not look back, swiftly passing through the barrier and exiting the library. Each individual is permitted to take but one book. Even if placed in a spatial pouch, the rule remains unchanged. How stingy. Li Heng could only ponder the possibility of seizing that book at an opportune moment. I must return, thought Li Qinxi, preparing to shatter the divine key and depart from the divine realm. Wait, I wish to explore this door. Li Heng moved towards the larger wooden door on the right. This door is inaccessible. Li Qinxi had never heard of anyone being able to enter the treasure hall. It was said that only the deities residing here could gain entry. Upon reaching the entrance of the treasure hall, Li Heng pressed the 7-colored divine key into the slot of the grand door. With a creaking sound, the heavy door swung open inward. An ancient aura enveloped him. Li Qinxi's expression transformed into one of sheer astonishment. What? The 7-colored divine key grants access to the Eternal Treasure Hall. No way. The Eternal Treasure Hall houses an array of treasures collected by the deities, each a rare gem difficult to find in the 3 realms. Securing even one of these artifacts would bestow boundless benefits for the future. This lad's divine physique is already formidable. If he acquires another treasure, how could anyone else survive? Chapter 32. The Abyss of Shadows. Li Heng successfully passed through the barrier and entered the treasure hall. Li Qinxi approached, but upon contact with the barrier, she was abruptly repelled. Clearly, the red divine key could not penetrate this place. Only the 7-colored divine key could gain entry. There was no way to enter. The barrier not only obstructed her, but also isolated the internal circumstances. The treasures lay tantalizingly before her, yet she could neither obtain nor see them. Li Qinxi could only wait outside. Such an abundance of treasures. Li Heng was taken aback. Inside the treasure hall, A dazzling array of rare treasures from the three realms adorned the space. Moreover, these treasures were intimately connected to the divine body. Upon entering, he noticed a golden, Ganoderma-like plant, approximately a foot in height, exuding a rich aura of spirituality. This is the Golden Radiance Immortal Ganoderma. How astonishingly large! A Golden Radiance Immortal Ganoderma of such size would require at least 10,000 years to mature, casually placed on the ground. It was indeed a treasure of a 10,000-year caliber. This only underscores the wealth of remarkable items contained within this treasure vault. Upon entering the treasure pavilion, the divine key transmitted a message. He was permitted to select 3 treasures to take with him. Previously, in the library hall, he could only choose 1 book. Yet here, possessing the 7-colored divine key allowed him to acquire 3 treasures. Such an opportunity was overwhelmingly powerful. However, obtaining the 7-colored divine key was no easy feat. One had to reach the pinnacle of the ancient realm to have a chance. A slight deficiency in the divine body would render it impossible. Li Heng's gaze roamed the treasure pavilion, his heart tinged with curiosity. Why could he not sign in here? It was likely that all the Tao essence was concentrated around the Great Hall's statue. The Tao essence possessed by the statue was immensely powerful. Signing in just once granted a vial of ancient divine oil. A single drop of this oil required 10,000 years to coalesce. It was far more precious than the treasures before him. At last, he selected 3 coveted treasures: the Golden Radiance Immortal Ganoderma, the Xiantian Immortal Dew, and the Spirit Essence Pagoda. Li Qinxi did not leave the divine hall, but paced back and forth outside the treasure pavilion. Soon after, she encountered a handsome young boy. "Little brother, what treasures did you obtain in the divine hall? Can you tell your sister?" Li Heng raised an eyebrow, deliberately exaggerating his words. "There are numerous treasures inside. I selected 10 items." By saying more, he hoped that later, when retrieving items from the system space, he would not arouse suspicion from outsiders. "What? You could select 10 items?" Li Qinxi gasped, nearly drawing her breath into her lungs. The treasures in the treasure hall were undoubtedly far superior to those in the library pavilion. She believed that 1 item was worth 10. What did it mean to be able to choose 10 treasures? Li Heng could select the 10 best artifacts, and with these treasures, his future growth would undoubtedly be rapid. Some of these items were even unattainable in the ancient realm of the wild heavens. "Brother, you must never casually reveal these treasures in front of outsiders. There exists a principle that states, a commoner is guilty merely for possessing a treasure. If your possession of a valuable item becomes known to others, they are likely to covet it. Within the Li family, no one would harbor ill intentions toward you. Yet beyond their confines lies a realm fraught with peril. To be candid, the abundance of treasures acquired by Li Heng has instilled a genuine sense of concern within her. She fears that, should Li Heng inadvertently expose them, certain nefarious individuals might take notice. It is improbable that a guardian will always be present to ensure Li Heng's safety. Thus, it is prudent to offer a word of caution. Indeed, I am aware. You need not worry. Li Heng is no child. He naturally understands the wisdom of discretion in matters of wealth. The divine realm, extending for 10 miles in every direction, had been thoroughly explored, and the time had come to depart. Subsequently, the two shattered the divine key and exited the divine realm. In the eternal life realm, within a clandestine corner, there exists a place that strikes terror even in the hearts of cultivators, the abyss of shadows. A bone-chilling wind lashes against the walls, producing sounds reminiscent of wailing specters. Deep within the cave lies a towering mountain of bones, measuring 100 feet high, littered not only with the remains of monstrous beasts, but also the fallen bodies of cultivators. A shadow descended from above the cave, kneeling before the bone mountain in reverence. Lord of the Ghosts. Creak, creak. The bone mountain trembled under the influence of some malevolent force, and from its depths emerged a shadowy figure. Standing approximately 10 feet tall, with blood-red eyes gleaming with an eerie light. "Lord of the Ghosts, you have finally returned." The Elder of Bones intoned with a deep growl. 30 years prior, the Crimson Moon Ghost King had been besieged by cultivators, leaving only a remnant of his soul to escape back to the abyss of shadows. In a bid to resurrect the Ghost King, the Elder of Bones had slaughtered 100,000 souls, accumulating a mountain of bones for the Ghost King to draw upon the power of the departed, ultimately achieving his revival. The Crimson Moon Ghost King twisted his neck, his voice raspy as he declared, Those cultivators could never fathom that I am not only alive, but have also grown stronger. This time, I shall annihilate all those sects. The Ghost King possessed formidable power, comparable to that of a human at the void diving stage. Only the most prestigious sects could boast of such a powerful entity among their ranks. With the Ghost King's enhanced strength, vanquishing a first-rate sect would pose no challenge. My lord, now that you have been resurrected, I advise you to inhabit a human vessel as a puppet to prevent being easily detected by cultivators, suggested the Elder of Bones. The last time, the Ghost King's carelessness had led to his discovery and subsequent entrapment in a valley. Very well, pondered the Crimson Moon Ghost King before nodding slightly. Are there any living humans available? Indeed, I have already made preparations for you, the Elder of Bones obsequiously replied. Before long, a diminutive demon brought an elderly man before the depths of the cave. The old man appeared weak and battered, evidently having sustained grave injuries. The Elder of Bones remarked, a few days ago, this old fellow ventured near the abyss of shadows for reconnaissance, and I captured him. Pray, assess whether this vessel is suitable. The Crimson Moon Demon King examined the realm of the human before him, nodding in satisfaction. The strength is commendable, and the physique is quite robust. This vessel shall serve well. Who is this individual? Does he possess a lineage? Seizing the body of someone with a noble ancestry would yield far greater utility than that of an ordinary cultivator. The skeletal old demon lamented. This old man is quite reticent. I could not uncover anything. However, it matters not. Once I devour his soul, all will be revealed. The Demon King spread his arms wide, his eyes ablaze with infernal fire. Human, pledge your allegiance to me. Bah! The elder spat defiantly, even in death. I shall not bow to you. With that, he raised his hand to strike at his own crown, only to be thwarted by the skeletal old demon. Do you wish for death? It is not so easily attained. The Crimson Moon Demon King transformed into a shadow, lunging towards the elder's crown, and after a considerable effort, he consumed his soul. The ghostly figure vanished. The elder opened his eyes, an eerie bloodlight flickering within his pupils. This body remained that of the elder, yet the soul had now become that of the Demon King. He, delectable soul. Following a successful possession, the Demon King once more closed his eyes, employing a soul-searching technique to delve into the essence of the elder's spirit. Vivid scenes from his past unfurled before him. Notably, the aspects the elder held dear surfaced most frequently. The Leaf family, the Chosen One, the Eternal Immortal Demon Body. Intriguing. Chapter 33. Remarkable progress within the confines of the chamber. Lichensi secured the door and windows before retrieving the tomes acquired from the library. The Heart Sutra of the Eternal Emperor lay open before her. As she turned each page, waves of astonishment surged within her. Indeed, as I had envisioned, ascending to the status of the Eternal Emperor is an arduous endeavor. After countless eons since antiquity, the absence of such an emperor is not without reason. To attain this exalted position, one's physical and spiritual qualities must reach an extraordinary level. For instance, the initial stage of refining spiritual energy necessitates at least 30 iterations. Currently, on the divine energy rankings, the leading individual has only accomplished 25 iterations. Historically, the number one spot has fluctuated around 25 as well. Achieving 25 is exceedingly rare, and to surpass this figure has not occurred throughout the ages. 30 iterations of refining spiritual energy. Lichensi's brow furrowed deeply. This must be accomplished. Reflecting on her recent gains in the divine realm, her expression softened somewhat. In the temple of the divine body, she had obtained a remarkable opportunity to ascend to the primordial emperor divine body. With this divine form assisting her, reaching 30 iterations should pose little difficulty. Refinement demands not only vast resources, but also a robust divine body. Both are indispensable. No. Lichensi clenched her fists tightly. 30 iterations are merely a starting point. I must refine beyond that, ensuring that insufferable brat can never catch up. Having already lost to Li Heng several times, she was determined to not suffer defeat again. As she commenced her training, an ancient-looking pagoda flew forth from her forehead. Although it appeared quite ordinary, it was a treasure of the primordial era. The pagoda consisted of 10 levels, and as her finger touched the lowest tier, a jade vial materialized in her hand. Within the vial rested 10 Xianling pills, brimming with abundant spiritual energy. Such elixirs and spiritual liquids were plentiful within the Qian Kuan Pagoda. This was also her reliance on achieving the status of the Eternal Emperor. Stupid brother, without fortune, how could you ever surpass me? A hint of a smile graced the girl's lips as she consumed a spiritual pill, absorbing its essence. The spiritual energy within her became increasingly refined. In another room of the courtyard, Li Heng sat alone at the dining table. Before him lay a plate of roasted celestial deer leg, wafting an enticing aroma. Having returned from the divine realm, his stomach growled in hunger. He prioritized filling his belly. After satiating his hunger, Li Heng settled onto a blue cushion. The bounty from the divine realm had been monumental. First, he had signed for 4 vials of life tree sap, then acquired a spiritual liquid celestial pool, along with 2 strains of the 10,000-year-old Qiyang immortal mushroom. From the other 2 signing locations, he had obtained 2 types of cultivation elixirs, 10 vials of Jiuling Dan and 12 vials of Xianjin Dan. The cumulative worth of these items was beyond measure. Furthermore, he had also acquired 22 vials of eternal divine oil and 3 types of cultivation treasures from the treasure vault. The forthcoming refinement of spiritual energy promises formidable effects. The Golden Radiance Immortal Herb, the Xiantian Immortal Dew, and the Lingyun Treasure Pagoda are all invaluable assets. The Immortal Herb may be utilized to concoct elixirs or consumed directly, albeit with slightly diminished efficacy. The Xiantian Immortal Dew, a liquid for tempering the physical body, is not immediately necessary but will prove indispensable in the future stages of body refinement. Next, we have the Lingyun Treasure Pagoda, an exceptional artifact for absorbing spiritual energy. With a flick of the wrist, a 7-tiered tower materializes in the open space, emanating a rich aura of spiritual essence. Within this tower lies a sacred ground for cultivation, replete with abundant spiritual energy to be consumed. The refinement of spiritual energy requires precisely these elements. The Li family also possesses a cultivation sanctum, the Xianling Secret Realm, which one ought to visit for sign-in purposes. Such sanctums typically harbor a sign-in location, and under the effects of 21 times amplification, the rewards garnered will be exceedingly generous. Attaining the pinnacle of the ancient divine energy rankings is imperative. Different ancient divine rankings correspond to varying opportunities. The next list to participate in is the ancient divine energy rankings. Li Heng is fully prepared. He shall not participate unless he is assured of the top position. Closing his eyes, he immerses his consciousness in the system space, ready to refine spiritual energy without disturbing the outside world. He begins with the celestial liquid pool. Previously, he had signed in at the celestial pool, acquiring a basin 3 zhang wide and 21 zhang long, filled with spiritual liquid, ample for prolonged absorption. Within the system realm, Li Heng's ethereal form enters the pool, and the spiritual liquid flows directly into his body. The spiritual energy undergoes repeated refinement. As the liquid in the pool diminishes, Li Heng's aura intensifies. The latter stages of refinement proceed at a slower pace. Thus, after half a month, the pool is entirely depleted. Boom. In the chamber, Li Heng's aura surges dramatically. 25 refinements suffice to secure the top position on the divine energy rankings. However, 25 is not my limit. I shall continue. With an abundance of elixirs and spiritual liquid at my disposal, I need not worry about resources and can persist in the refinement process until I reach my utmost limits. The objective extends beyond the rankings. It encompasses the enhancement of my own capabilities, laying an unshakable foundation for the future. Next, I shall enter the Lingyun Treasure Pagoda. This realm spans millions of miles, with spiritual energy 100-fold denser than the outside world, allowing for accelerated cultivation. Li Heng employs the Qi induction technique to summon spiritual energy from a radius of 10,000 miles, rapidly coalescing it. The spiritual energy within his body becomes increasingly refined. 6 months later, in the chamber, Li Heng sits cross-legged on the ground, surrounded by a swirling mass of dense demonic energy. He opens his eyes, exhaling a breath of murky air. The demonic energy within him now surpasses that of his pre-refinement state by over 1,000-fold. During these 6 months, alongside the refinement of spiritual energy, he has also completed the tempering of demonic energy. To date, the refinement of spiritual energy has reached 35 times, while the refinement of demonic energy stands at 32 times. 36 times represents the ultimate limit of eternity. With my celestial demonic divine body, Achieving this 36 times poses no challenge. What remains is merely a matter of time. Suddenly, a thunderous roar emanated from the direction of the backyard, causing Li Heng to narrow his eyes slightly. His younger sister was indeed refining her spiritual energy at a remarkable pace. She was now ready to challenge the eternal divine energy ranking. In the next moment, Li Heng concluded his cultivation and hurried towards the direction of the ranking. Beside the square stood a colossal stone tablet, inscribed with the words Eternal Divine Energy Ranking. The name of Li Qinxi prominently occupied the top position. Once again, a pseudonym was employed. Divine Energy Ranking, first place, Mu Zi, 32 times. Divine Energy Ranking, second place, Yi Tianfan, 25 times. Divine Energy Ranking, third place, Wang Heng, 24 times. Chapter 34. At last, the Emperor has triumphed. The members of the Li family, upon witnessing this extraordinary feat, were left utterly speechless. Good heavens! The Divine Maiden has managed to refine her divine body 32 times. How astonishing! That individual, Yi Tianfan, has only achieved 25 refinements. She has outpaced the second-place contender by 7 counts. Qinxi truly deserves the title of the Divine Maiden of the Three Realms. It is worth noting that reaching 25 refinements is already a formidable accomplishment. This score has dominated the leaderboard for over 8,000 years, with no one ever managing to challenge it. Now, with an impressive display of talent, Li Qinxi has surpassed the second place by 7 counts, claiming the top position. Such an achievement is indeed worthy of being etched into the annals of history. Buzz! A radiant orb of red light descended from the heavens, enveloping a treasure of unparalleled worth. The members of the Li family gazed upon this spectacle, their expressions filled with envy. Good heavens! This is an opportunity of a lifetime. With Li Qinxi ascending to the pinnacle, her fortune is undoubtedly immense. Securing this opportunity, the Divine Maiden's future accomplishments are boundless. Certain divine rankings bestowed divine keys, granting entry into the eternal divine domain, while others directly present opportunities. The eternal divine ranking before them serves as a monument of opportunity, rather than merely providing a divine key. The luminous orb settled precisely before Li Qinxi, who reached out and extracted a celestial herb from within. A rich aura of celestial energy emanated from the herb. Those surrounding her, upon sensing this divine essence, felt invigorated. Celestial herbs are rare in the realm of longevity. Many failed to recognize its identity, but understood its immense value nonetheless. The venerable ancestor of longevity, well versed in such matters, recognized the herb, and his eyes widened in astonishment. This is the 10 absolute celestial herb. Goodness! Such a sizable specimen. Even in the ancient realm of the desolate heavens, the 10 absolute celestial herb is incredibly rare. A plant measuring about 1 foot in length typically takes around a millennium to mature. The one before them, however, extends to 3 feet, having taken 3,000 years to grow. If it were to appear in the ancient realm of the desolate heavens, it would undoubtedly incite a frenzy among countless celestial sections. The opportunity bestowed upon the top contender is indeed remarkable. At the edge of the square, a young boy arrived and, upon witnessing the descent of the red light, his pupils contracted in surprise. There exists the essence of eternity. In his eyes, beyond the red light, was a profound golden radiance, the very essence that could only be found in the eternal divine domain. This red light represents Li Qinxi's reward. Unrelated to Li Heng, after a moment of contemplation, he grasped the underlying reason. The eternal opportunity emanates from the eternal divine domain, where heavenly materials and earthly treasures accumulate over time, absorbing the essence of eternity. When these treasures leave the divine domain, they carry this essence with them. However, over time, this essence gradually dissipates. Li Heng hurriedly approached Li Qinxi, and as he neared the 10 absolute celestial herb, the golden energy was absorbed into his being. Ding! You have absorbed the essence of eternity. Your sign-in reward has increased 6-fold. The number of daily sign-ins has risen by 6. Li Heng felt a surge of joy within, his face breaking into a smile. How unexpected it was to benefit from my little sister's fortune. This was indeed a delightful surprise. However, it was essential that he be present when his sister attained the ancient opportunity to absorb the vast essence of eternity. Should she ascend to the divine rankings without him by her side, he would be unable to partake in that essence. Li Heng resolved that henceforth, Whenever his sister aimed to ascend the rankings, he would strive to remain close by. Li Chenxi noticed her brother standing nearby, fixated on her 10 absolute celestial herb. Wearing a rather lecherous grin, a sudden unease washed over her. Could this insufferable brother be harboring some nefarious intent? She hastily stowed the celestial herb into her spatial ring, fearing it might be snatched by Li Heng. Li Heng, do not even think about coveting my 10 absolute celestial herb. The 10 absolute celestial herb? It is not particularly rare. Why would I desire it? Li Heng raised an eyebrow dismissively. Humph. Li Chenxi decided to ignore this little brat. You've been refining spiritual energy for quite some time now. How about testing it? Why should I disclose that to you? Li Heng, having refined it 35 times and being just one attempt away from reaching his limit, remained guarded. The ancient god rankings would only bestow opportunities based on the initial test data. Not revealing it would signify his concession. Li Chenxi chuckled inwardly. Since her brother was reluctant to speak, it was evident that he was not as proficient as she. This boy had finally succumbed to his own shortcomings, perhaps failing to secure a position within the top 100 of the rankings, thus hesitating to test himself. At last, victory was hers. Yet, this was merely the beginning. He would never have the chance to surpass her again. Li Heng ruffled his sister's hair, leaving it in disarray. Don't celebrate too soon. Just hold your position at the top for a few days, and soon enough, you'll have cause to lament. With that, he departed without a backward glance. In the ancient land of the Phoenix, within a crimson hall, an elderly woman lay on a bed, her vitality waning. Cough, cough. Fenger, I fear my time is near. This ancient land of the Phoenix shall soon belong to you young ones. Standing by the bedside was a young girl, around 17 or 18 years old, with delicate features. Elder, you mustn't say such things. I have heard that the Li family possesses longevity elixirs. I will surely procure one for you. The girl, named Jean Fenger, was the Phoenix maiden of the ancient land, blessed with a rare Phoenix bloodline and one of the prospective heirs. Cough, cough. The elder Tianfeng shook her head slightly, her eyes reflecting a tranquil acceptance of life and death. Longevity elixirs are not easily obtained, even if the Li family possesses them. They are unlikely to part with them willingly. After 8,000 years, I have lived enough. My only regret is that I will not be able to guide you properly in the future. Observing the elder's increasingly gaunt visage, Jean Fenger made a resolute decision. No matter the cost, she would seek out a longevity elixir from the Li family. In the Xianling secret realm, this is a unique space, encompassing approximately 5 miles, imbued with an exceptionally rich spiritual essence, ideal for those below the realm of Xiandan to cultivate. The closer one approaches the core area, the more dense the spiritual energy becomes, reaching a maximum concentration tenfold that of the outside world. Li Yang is currently immersed in his cultivation within the core region, relishing the abundant spiritual energy surrounding him. Among the younger generation, his innate talent is exceptionally high, granting him the privilege to enter this sacred place. The crisp sound of footsteps draws Li Yang's attention. By a small tree, there appears a child who seems to be around 3 or 4 years old. This is the Divine Son. Li Yang hastily ceases his cultivation, clasping his hands in salute as he bows to the Divine Son. I pay my respects to the Divine Son. Li Heng gazes at the individual before him, offering a slight nod. Is this truly the core area of the Xianling secret realm? The spiritual energy seems surprisingly sparse. In comparison to the 100-fold concentration of the Ling Yun treasure tower, the energy here is considerably lacking. Li Yang's expression turns awkward. This core area, with its energy 10 times denser than the outside world, is deemed sparse. It is truly unfathomable what kind of spiritual energy would be considered abundant in the eyes of the Divine Son. Chapter 35. The Onslaught of the Ghost King Divine Son. Would you care to cultivate here? Li Yang offered his position for cultivation, asserting that his spot was quite decent. Never mind, with such thin spiritual energy. There's no necessity to absorb it, Li Heng replied, his gaze drifting towards a nearby sign-in location, a convergence of Taoist essence within the Xianling secret realm. Li Yang retreated a step, his expression darkening. It was uncertain whether this Divine Son had lofty aspirations or was simply conceited. After all, he seemed to disdain such a prime cultivation site. Though perturbed internally, he dared not voice his discontent. Li Heng proceeded to the central area, positioning himself beside a spring and silently uttering the words for sign-in. Ding. You have signed in at the Xianling secret realm and received the Xianling pagoda. Reward, 27-fold enhancement. You have obtained the Tianyuan Pagoda. The Xianling Pagoda encompasses a space of 1 mile filled with spiritual energy, suitable for absorption. The Tianyuan Pagoda contains a vast area of 100 miles, saturated with potent spiritual energy. Li Heng nodded slightly, pleased with the sign-in reward. The multiplication effect was indeed formidable. Without this enhancement, acquiring the Xianling Pagoda would merely be a relatively precious reward. However, with a 21-fold increase, obtaining the Tianyuan Pagoda constituted a truly rare treasure. Though it did not rival the Spirit Essence Pagoda within the ancient treasure hall, the disparity was not insubstantial. Such a place yielding such exceptional rewards underscored the power of the ancient sign-in mode. Having claimed his sign-in rewards, Li Heng had no intention of absorbing spiritual energy here and prepared to depart the secret realm. Swish, swish, swish. In the core area, an elderly man clad in a gray robe appeared, wielding a broom. The old man swept the ground carelessly with the broom, yet his eyes roamed, scanning the surroundings as if in search of something. Before long, a child's figure emerged ahead, and the old man's gaze sharpened like that of a hawk, his movements quickening. Swish, swish, swish. Dust soared as withered leaves and weeds danced in the air. Li Heng scrutinized the old man's actions, his brow furrowing tightly. Something was amiss with this old fellow. Surely, with a millennium of sweeping experience, he had encountered all manner of dirt. Yet, it was evident that the old man's thoughts were not on cleaning, but rather on some sinister scheme. His eyes radiated a palpable aura of malice. This was not mere malevolence, but rather the stench of death. Li Heng acutely sensed a morbid energy emanating from the old man, reminiscent of a long-decayed essence. Ha ha ha. The corners of the old man's mouth twisted into a rigid smile. The little brat was rather perceptive. Once this king has devoured your demonic energy and drained your blood, I shall transform you into a puppet. A rare find indeed. In the midst of his monologue, the old man had already closed the distance to a mere 3 yards from the boy, his broom thrusting forward, aimed directly at Li Heng. Who are you? Why do you attack the divine son? Have you eaten the heart of a bear and the gall of a leopard? Li Heng abruptly launched an attack, instantly covering a distance of 10 zhong, and struck the wooden handle of the broom. Crack! The broom shattered into splinters, scattering across the ground. How dare you thwart this king's endeavors? A layer of dark energy emanated from the elder's face, and 2 flickering blue flames ignited within his pupils. Li Heng merely cast a glance at the ghostly flames, and his body froze in place. The ghostly flames. You are the Crimson Moon Ghost King. Why do you seek to harm the members of the Li family? It became evident that the elder before him was already deceased, and the Crimson Moon Ghost King had taken refuge within the elder's body, presumably with the intent to assassinate the divine child. Silence, boy. The Crimson Moon Ghost King wished to avoid causing too much commotion, and with a surge of dark energy from his palm, he conjured a pair of enormous hands that gripped Li Yang's throat. Gasping for breath, Li Yang struggled desperately, but could not break free from the ghostly grasp. Panic enveloped him. It's over. The Crimson Moon Ghost King is too terrifying. Both I and the divine child are doomed here. A chilling laughter echoed from the Crimson Moon Ghost King as he slowly approached the boy. Boy, offer your life as a sacrifice to me. Ghostly energy erupted from the elder's mouth, enveloping the boy's body. Li Heng found himself ensnared in the ghostly aura, yet he displayed no trace of fear. Such feeble ghostly energy, do you think you can confine me? With that, he released a wisp of dark magical energy from within, and the surrounding ghostly energy was instantly repelled, exuding a palpable sense of dread. What exquisite magical energy! The Ghost King's pupils flared with brilliant light, his heart tumultuous with surprise. As his realm advanced, the ghostly energy within him had undergone continuous refinement, becoming increasingly pure. Yet, the ghostly energy of a Ghost King was now overshadowed by the purity of this little demon's magical energy, which was rather alarming. This magical energy has condensed to such a degree. Even as a Ghost King, I never achieved such refinement in my ghostly energy. It was only later that I became aware of this matter, but by then it was too late. An intriguing little demon. If you offer all your magical energy to me, I shall grant you a complete corpse. The Ghost King, now more exhilarated, raised his arm, unleashing a torrent of ghostly energy towards the boy. Devouring magic. Li Heng swiftly formed a series of seals, and in an instant, the surrounding ghostly energy was drawn into his body, transforming into spiritual energy within. Is that all? Not enough. Release more. You. What sort of magical technique is this? The Ghost King felt a twinge of panic and hastily withdrew all the ghostly energy back into his body. This was the first time he had encountered such a bizarre magical technique. The ghostly energy was something he had painstakingly refined. Under normal circumstances, outsiders would never be able to seize it. Yet, this boy had somehow employed a technique to instantly commandeer the ghostly energy he had labored to cultivate. You refuse to release it? Then I shall absorb it myself. Li Heng formed several more seals, pushing the devouring magic to its utmost limit. Buzzing. Dark magical energy was continuously drawn from the Elder's 7 orifices, as if the entire ghostly figure were being siphoned away. Li Heng broke free from the ghostly claws. Gasping for air, huff, huff. The divine child is remarkably formidable. He could never have imagined that this mere 3-year-old would force the Demon King into such a predicament. This young lad possesses an unsettling aura. The Demon King initially intended to quietly resolve the matter with Li Heng without alarming anyone, and then escape the mystic realm of Xianyuan. However, Li Heng has inexplicably acquired a sorcerer's skill, putting the Demon King at a disadvantage, compelling him to unleash even more potent abilities to deal with this child. Let this king break you apart. Boom. The old man's body shattered into countless fragments, and the true form of the Demon King emerged, transforming into a towering specter 10 zhang high. At that moment, the devouring magic lost its efficacy. Young one, this king has changed his mind. This time, I shall dismember you and feed your remains to the dogs. Upon witnessing the true form of the Demon King, Li Heng collapsed in terror, retreating incessantly. The Blood Moon Demon King is utterly terrifying. Clan leader, please come to our rescue. The mystic realm of Xianyuan is suited for those below the realm of Xiandan to cultivate, and typically, no formidable beings make their presence known here. Even if the clan members sense something amiss, it would take them a considerable amount of time to enter, by which point the two of them would likely have already fallen victim to a sinister plot. Chapter 36. The Descent of the Demon God Eye, Wretch. The Crimson Moon Demon King, having revealed his true form, sought to swiftly conclude the battle. Yet, Li Heng exhibited not a trace of panic. Instead, he bit into the tip of his finger, drawing forth a drop of dark blood. Blood summoning. The blood transformed into a swirling black mist, coalescing in the air into a towering demon god. Standing 100 feet tall, its eyes glowed a blood red, brandishing a trident, while infernal flames licked at its feet. The terrifying demonic aura permeated the entire secret realm. Many disciples who were cultivating within the confines of the realm felt the oppressive presence and collapsed in sheer terror. Even the Crimson Moon Demon King trembled, his eyes ablaze with fear. This is a demon god. How could this brat summon such a being? The Demon King gasped in horror, retreating repeatedly beneath the gaze of the demon. Perish. The technique that Li Heng had acquired within the Eternal Divine Hall was one of the most suitable for his use. It required merely a single drop of blood to enact. The stronger his bloodline, the mightier the summoned figure. The demon god towered at 100 feet, while the Demon King stood a mere 10 feet tall, resembling an infant in comparison. The demon god raised its foot, crushing the Demon King beneath its heel. Boom. Ah, no. A wretched scream echoed from beneath the foot. The Demon King lamented his decisions, regretting his choices profoundly. Had he known Li Heng possessed such terrifying power, he would never have dared to launch a surprise attack. Was this not akin to courting death? Boom. With a tremendous exertion of force, the demon god pressed down, and the cries from below grew increasingly harrowing. Ultimately, the Demon King's presence faded entirely. Li Heng lay prostrate on the ground, nearly losing his mind in terror. Was this the power of the sun? It was utterly horrifying. This was the Demon King, annihilated without hesitation. Hiss. The Crimson Moon Demon King was infamous, a name that could send even infants in the region of Qingzhou wailing in fright. Previous attempts by 4 or 5 sects to eradicate him had failed, yet now he lay vanquished at the hands of the sun. Even more alarming was the fact that the sun was merely 3 years old, a child just beginning his cultivation journey. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. The sound of slicing air filled the atmosphere as a dozen powerful figures approached from afar, led by the clan leader. Li Hengtian, riding a flying sword, nearly lost his balance upon witnessing the demon god above. Who dares harm my son? I shall take your life, he declared, preparing to launch an attack. But Li Yong hurriedly interjected, preventing the clan leader from acting. Wait, this demon god was summoned by the sun. What? Li Hongtian quickly retracted his flying sword and landed beside Li Yong. You were present. Tell me everything that transpired. It was like this. Li Yong recounted the events in their entirety. What? Li Hongtian's face burned with fury. The audacity of the Crimson Moon Demon King to target my son. This is intolerable. Li Hong, endowed with formidable powers, could maintain his tranquility amidst such chaos. The malevolent deity was exceedingly terrifying. Even he was no match for it. Summon the clan members for thorough questioning, and should any suspicious individuals arise, bring them to me immediately. The recent events compelled him to bolster his defenses, for he could not afford to be complacent. In a unique realm, at the very heart of the world, floated a towering pagoda, reaching a height of 100 zhang. This 10-tiered structure exuded a rich aura of spiritual energy, spilling forth from each of its windows. Nearby, a young child sat cross-legged, practicing his techniques and absorbing the spiritual essence released by the pagoda. This pagoda was none other than the celestial origin pagoda, acquired through the secret realm's signing-in process. Within Li Heng's body, the spiritual energy became increasingly refined, advancing towards a higher purity through relentless tempering. Boom. After 36 successful consolidations. The eternal extreme realm. At last, he had accomplished it. Ascending to the divine rankings with the eternal extreme realm would yield even more substantial rewards. The reason for Li Heng's delay was that the demonic energy also required refinement. Both energies needed to reach 36 consolidations simultaneously before he could break through to the body refinement realm. The spiritual energy had reached its limit, and further refinement of the demonic energy would require additional time to complete. 3 days passed in the blink of an eye. Several esteemed guests from the Phoenix Ancient City came to visit the Leaf family. In the Qianyuan Hall, a maidservant presented the finest spiritual tea, filling the cups of the distinguished guests. The hand of the venerable Tianfeng ancestor trembled slightly as she held the tea, and after taking a small sip, her aged voice remarked, Xianyi's spiritual tea. I fear I shall not have the opportunity to savor it again. Li Hongtian shook his head with a hint of regret, saying, Fortunate individuals are often favored by the heavens, perhaps in a few days. The Tianfeng ancestor may find a breakthrough opportunity. Sigh. The Venerable One had remained at this realm for 5 millennia, with no prospect of advancing further. The Tianfeng ancestor, with a serene demeanor, reflected on life and death, lamenting only the fate of the younger generation. As she spoke, her withered hand gestured towards several youths nearby. I hope the Li Patriarch will take care of them. Li Hongtian nodded in agreement, affirming, The Phoenix Ancient Kingdom has long been allied with my Li family. Should any matters arise in the future, we shall surely support one another. Thus, the elderly matriarch felt reassured. With the final concern resolved, her brow relaxed, and she leaned back in her chair with a tranquil expression. Beside her sat 2 children. These must be the divine son and divine daughter, correct? I have heard much about you. Seeing you today, you are indeed extraordinary. Despite her advanced age, the Tianfeng ancestor possessed a keen perception, sensing the vigorous and powerful blood energy within the boy and girl, akin to seasoned practitioners who had refined their bodies for decades. This remarkable vitality was evident in the 2 children. Why are you still standing there? Hurry and pay your respects. The Tianfeng ancestor addressed the nearby youths. Accompanying her were the finest young talents of the nation, all around the age of 20, none of whom had spent too long in this realm. 2 men and 2 women were present, with only Jean Fenger and the ancestor sharing a direct bloodline. Among them was a youth named Lu Yuchen, whose face betrayed a sense of reluctance. He pondered, as a descendant of the Phoenix Ancient Kingdom, why should I curry favor with the son of the Li family? Moreover, these 2 are merely toddlers, barely 3 years old. According to etiquette, they should be the ones to pay their respects to us. After all, I am nearly 20 years old. It seems rather undignified to bow before 2 young children. The other 2 individuals also hesitated, lingering without making a move. The heavenly Phoenix ancestor furrowed his brow and urged, You 4, hurry along. His insistence stemmed from careful consideration. The extraordinary nature of the son and daughter had long spread throughout the longevity realm. They were destined to be exceptional among men and women. The golden scales do not belong to mere pawns. When confronted by the winds and clouds, they transform into dragons. It would be wise to establish a rapport with the son and daughter early on, as future ties would undoubtedly strengthen, leading to no detriment. Among the four, Jean Fenger had the closest relationship with the ancestor and was most obedient to him. She was the first to approach the girl, placing her hands on her waist and bending down to pay her respects. Jean Fenger pays homage to the goddess. Li Qinxi, seated gracefully, merely nodded slightly, not even lifting her eyelids. Considering her standing, this young girl's act of kneeling was quite lacking in propriety. Jean Fenger then approached the boy, repeating her previous gesture. Jean Fenger pays homage to the son. Li Heng, engrossed in the celestial deer meat he was consuming, did not even lift his head, merely responding with a grunt. Chapter 37. The Elixir of Immortality. Upon witnessing the scene, the other three individuals rose and approached the two, bowing in respect. After returning to his seat, Lu Yuchen's countenance darkened. He muttered to himself, "What nonsense is this, regarding a divine child and a divine maiden? Their arrogance knows no bounds. Having been elevated by the Li family, they will inevitably come to regret this behavior." His naturally proud temperament, coupled with his exceptional talents, made the act of bowing to two youngsters feel like a complete loss of face. After much contemplation, Jean Fenger finally resolved to act. She reached into her spatial ring, and 10 precious items materialized in the center of the grand hall. These treasures included spiritual herbs, spirit swords, and elixirs, all rare within the realm of immortality. "What is the meaning of this?" Li Hongtian inquired, puzzled. "Patriarchally, I have a request," Jean Fenger said, gazing at the elderly matriarch beside her. "I wish to procure an elixir of immortality for our ancestor. The elixir of immortality is renowned for its ability to prolong life. Even a dying elder could significantly extend their lifespan upon consumption." "Fenger, this matter is ill-advised." The elder of the Tianfeng clan rose slowly. "My talents have been exhausted. Even an increase of 1,000 years would merely be a desperate struggle against death. There is no possibility of further breakthroughs. You should keep these treasures for your own use. The potential to reach a certain level of cultivation is closely tied to one's innate ability. To live a few hundred more years without the prospect of advancement holds little significance. No, ancestor, you can surely break through once more." Jean Fenger persisted in her belief. "Quickly, take back these treasures." The elder's expression turned agitated, as if stirred by old wounds, and she began to cough violently. After several coughs, her legs gave way, and she collapsed to the ground. "Ancestor." Jean Fenger rushed forward, her face filled with concern. Li Hongtian placed 2 fingers on the elder's wrist to assess her condition, exhaling softly. The elder was severely depleted of vitality, and the recent excitement had caused her to faint, but it was not a grave matter. Someone arranged for the Tianfeng elder to rest in a guest room. A servant promptly supported the elder, leading her towards the guest quarters. Jean Fenger watched the departing elder, her resolve growing ever stronger. "Patriarchally, I implore you to grant me an elixir of immortality. I am willing to exchange these treasures for it. 1 elixir can extend life by a millennium. Currently, Jean Fenger is merely one of the heirs of the ancient kingdom, the most likely candidate to inherit the throne. These treasures comprise her entire fortune." Lu Yuchen, anxious, cast a worried glance at Jean Fenger and transmitted a message. "Fenger, these treasures were bestowed upon you by the ancestor. It would be wise to keep them for your cultivation. The ancient kingdom is composed of numerous clans, and the two have no blood relation. Lu Yuchen harbors affection for Jean Fenger and does not wish to see her part with such valuable items." Jean Fenger simply shook her head, offering no response to his telepathic plea. Li Hongtian turned his gaze towards Li Qinxi beside him. Although he held the nominal position of patriarch, the true power within the clan resided in another's hands. That individual is the ancestral emperor. If she nods, it can be freely given. However, if she shakes her head, no amount of bargaining would be fruitful. Li Qinxi cast a glance at the treasures strewn upon the ground and spoke coldly. "These items hold little worth, far inferior to the elixir of life." This revelation left Jean Fenger visibly uncomfortable. She had not anticipated that the treasures she cherished would be deemed worthless in the eyes of the divine maiden. Lu Yuchen grasped Jean Feng's wrist firmly, his voice icy. "Fenger, the members of the Li family are haughty and disregardful. It is prudent for us to minimize our interactions with such individuals. No, I must save our ancestor." Jean Fenger had received cultivation from the ancestor over the years, and had been personally designated as the foremost heir of the ancient kingdom. Without such nurturing, her current achievements would be unattainable. Thus, she was determined to find a way to prolong the ancestor's life. The young girl approached Li Hongtian and, with a thud, knelt before him. Patriarchally, I possess only these 10 treasures, yet I promise that when I am crowned as the ruler, I will repay all debts owed to you. I humbly request a single elixir of life. With that, she bowed deeply 3 times. Li Hongtian nodded inwardly, though he remained silent. In terms of character, Jin Fenger was indeed exceptional. However, the elixir of life was a matter of great significance. Whether it could be granted depended on the decision of the ancestral emperor. Li Chenxi shook her head, still refraining from responding. She possessed the elixir, but in limited quantity, with each one being of great utility. The Li family had flourished for 10 millennia, housing numerous ancestors of considerable age. These elixirs were to be reserved for them, not for a stranger they had just met. Understanding the situation, Li Hongtian spoke with a hint of regret. Our Li family does not possess the elixir of life. Please take your items and leave. Jin Fenger did not rise immediately. Her body remained rigid, despair evident in her eyes. If the Li family could not provide the elixir, where else could she turn? Was it truly the case that their ancestor was beyond salvation? Fenger, we must go. Lu Yuqing pulled the girl up sharply, his tone biting. The Grand Li family would not concern themselves with the fate of an outsider. He could not believe that the Li family lacked the elixir. It was clearly an excuse fabricated by Li Hongtian. It was unbearable to be treated with such disdain after lowering their status so significantly. Jin Fenger appeared ashen, her hope extinguished as she allowed herself to be led away. Wait. At that moment, a clear male voice rang out. Li Heng, wiping grease from his hands, raised his gaze towards the girl nearing the door. I possess an item that may be exchanged. What could you possibly have? Lu Yuqing retorted, his expression still frosty, his tone aggressive. The clan leader has stated there is no elixir of life. What could a mere child offer? Even if an elixir were available, it would be bestowed upon the elder clan members, not a child of merely 3 years. The divine being was likely toying with them, rather than genuinely possessing an elixir of life. Yuqing, do not be disrespectful. In Jin Fenger's eyes, a glimmer of hope reignited. Divine Son, do you truly possess the elixir of immortality? Alas, I do not, Li Heng replied candidly. However, I do possess another item with effects akin to that of the elixir. Lu Yuqing's expression darkened instantly, his tone laced with hostility. He is merely toying with us. Let us depart. We cannot afford to provoke the Li family. Li Heng retrieved a jade vial and, with a decisive motion, uncorked it, releasing a rich essence of life that instantly permeated the grand hall. Lu Yuqing, who had intended to leave at once, abruptly halted, turning to gaze at the vial. Such a potent essence of life. How could this young man possess such a treasure? Heavenly materials and earthly treasures can be discerned by their aura. It was evident that the contents of this vial were undoubtedly capable of extending one's lifespan. With the jade vial in hand, Li Heng strode confidently to the center of the hall. I propose an exchange, the 10 treasures you previously presented, in return for a single drop of the essence of the Tree of Life. Chapter 38, Following the Sap of the Life Tree. With every single drop capable of extending one's lifespan by a century, holds a value equivalent to 1/10 of the elixir of immortality. The collective worth of the 10 treasured items slightly surpasses that of the life tree sap, making their exchange a foolproof venture. Among these 10 treasures lies a piece of gray dragon bone, adorned with enigmatic engravings, a rarity indeed. It was the intriguing patterns on this dragon bone that piqued Li Heng's interest, prompting the exchange. Previously, at the ancient life tree, he had acquired 4 vials of the sap, and with a substantial supply at hand, trading for additional resources seemed favorable. The mere mention of the life tree sap caused Jin Fenger's pupils to constrict sharply. Typically, the ancient life tree flourishes in forbidden realms, making it exceedingly difficult for cultivators to approach. The few capable of vanquishing such ancient trees are scant. Perhaps only a handful within the entire realm of immortality could achieve this feat. How did the son acquire the life tree sap? Could it be possible that he had felled an ancient tree? Surely, that could not be the case. She found it hard to believe that someone so young could conquer an ancient tree. Son, are you truly willing to engage in an exchange with me? Indeed, he replied. Jin Fenger furrowed her brow, lost in contemplation. Her visit to the Li family was driven by the desire for the elixir of immortality. which could potentially extend her ancestor's lifespan by a millennium, significantly increasing the odds of a breakthrough during that extended period. Each drop of the life tree sap, however, could only augment one's lifespan by a century. Yet, the sap possesses a formidable effect that the elixir lacks. Beyond merely prolonging life, it enhances the very essence of existence, thereby increasing the likelihood of transcending one's current realm. Inwardly, she mused, while the elixir of immortality may be unattainable, acquiring additional life tree sap would still prove beneficial. Jean Fenger acquiesced to the exchange. Li Heng tilted the jade vial, allowing a single drop of sap to fall into her hands, and in return, he successfully obtained the 10 treasures. Jean Fenger meticulously secured the sap, her gaze lingering upon the jade vial. Could you possibly grant me 2 more drops of life tree sap? If my ancestor were to consume 3 drops, it would extend his life by 3 centuries, and the enhancement of his life essence would reach a significantly potent level. I am confident that within these 3 centuries, he would surely achieve another breakthrough. Li Heng capped the vial and replied nonchalantly, should you present treasures of equivalent value, I might consider it. Despite Jean Fenger's captivating charm that stirred compassion, he was no philanthropist and would not distribute his treasures indiscriminately. Jean Fenger lowered her head, biting her delicate lip. The treasures she could offer had already been exhausted. There was nothing left to barter for the life tree sap. Fenger, I possess a huangling grass, which may assist you. Lu Yuchen, witnessing her distress, retrieved a cherished spiritual herb in hopes of providing some aid. No. Jean Fenger raised her hand in refusal, her eyes gleaming with resolute determination as she ultimately made a decision. Approaching the young man, she knelt before him once more. Jean Fenger is willing to follow the sun, beseeching him to bestow upon her 2 drops of life tree sap. The 3 representatives from the ancient kingdom present were taken aback, their expressions reflecting astonishment. Especially Lu Yuchen, overwhelmed with emotion, firmly grasped the young maiden's shoulders. You mustn't. Fenger, as a revered Phoenix maiden, how could you follow another? The status of the Phoenix maiden in the ancient land of the Phoenix is exceptional, slightly inferior only to that of the divine scion of the Li family. Such a prestigious identity, following a mere 3-year-old child, what would it say about the ancient nation? Release me. Jean Fenger, after breaking free, knelt once more. Orphaned at a young age, her ancestor treated her as one of his own. Such a precious resource had never been withheld. In her determination to save her ancestor, she was willing to follow another, without hesitation. Li Chenxi, upon hearing Jean Fenger's intent to follow, was taken aback. This Phoenix maiden from the ancient realm is indeed a person of deep emotions. With such potential, having her as a follower would be quite advantageous. Possessing the bloodline of the Phoenix, her future achievements are boundless. Given time to grow, she would undoubtedly become a trusted ally. If she were to make a decision, she would certainly agree. Trading 2 drops of life tree sap for a future powerhouse as a follower is undeniably a great bargain. Li Heng stroked his chin, speaking in a nonchalant manner. You wish to follow me? Your potential seems somewhat lacking. Having lived a second life, his perspective had broadened considerably. Only someone with the caliber of his sister would be suitable as a follower. The thought of his beloved becoming another's follower ignited a fury in Lu Yuchen. And with Li Heng's words, he finally erupted. You insolent brat! How dare you belittle Fenger's extraordinary talent? In his anger, he disregarded the Li family's status. Fixated solely on Jean Fenger, Li Heng, of considerable stature, felt a twinge of irritation at being insulted before his very eyes, and sought to teach this presumptuous individual a lesson. Spiritual energy surged through his meridians toward his right arm, concentrating at a single point before erupting violently. Spirit-invoking palm. A torrent of spiritual energy burst forth, manifesting as a colossal hand towering 3 zhong, directed towards the opposing youth. Boom. The moment Lu Yuchen collided with the palm, his clothing was torn apart, and his body bore cracks, blood gushing forth from the fissures. In a single strike, he sustained grievous injuries. Uft! You! How can you be so powerful? His potential was considerable. At less than 20 years of age, he had already attained the realm of Xiandan. The realms are categorized as qi condensation, body refinement, foundation establishment, Xiandan, Yuaning, out-of-body, spirit transformation, void crossing, nirvana, and ascension. Yet, against a mere 3-year-old child, he found himself utterly powerless, defeated in such a complete manner. Should outsiders learn of this, they would surely burst into laughter. Li Chenxi narrowed his eyes slightly. Is this the spirit-invoking palm? This little brat's execution is astonishingly powerful. It seems his spiritual energy is even purer than I imagined. The spirit-invoking palm is a rather unique martial technique. The purer the practitioner's spiritual energy, the larger the hand they can conjure. The spirit-calling palm, as grand as 3 zhang, is a rare technique that few can execute. Jean Fenger widened her eyes in astonishment, her heart thoroughly shaken. The divine son is remarkably powerful. And yet, he is merely 3 years old. Had that blow been dealt to her, she would have had no chance of survival. Li Heng approached Lu Yuchen, his voice cold as he remarked, "Is this what you refer to as divine grace? It is nothing more than this." You cough. Lu Yuchen, already grievously injured, spat out another mouthful of blood upon hearing those words. In the Phoenix Ancient Kingdom, he was regarded as a paragon, revered by many. Yet, before the divine son, he proved to be utterly feeble. The disparity in strength was painfully apparent. Li Heng then stepped before the young girl and said, "There is one aspect of you that I find commendable. If you can pass my test, it would not be impossible for you to follow me." "What test?" Jean Fenger lifted her head, a renewed spark of hope igniting in her eyes. She vowed to herself that regardless of the nature of the divine son's challenge, she would strive with all her might to accomplish it. With a casual wave of his hand, a corpse of a dragon, stretching 10 zhang in length, materialized in the center of the great hall. Chapter 39. O Phoenix Maiden, be my chef. Jean Fenger instinctively recoiled, her heart still racing with trepidation. Upon realizing that the Jiaolong was but a lifeless entity, she felt a sense of relief wash over her. Where did this Jiaolong, a creature of legend, come from? Could it have been provided by the Li family? At merely 3 years of age, he surely lacked the capacity to vanquish such a beast. Li Heng gently patted the Jiaolong's head. "Not long ago, I dispatched this creature and had yet to prepare it. This shall serve as the challenge." Jean Fenger was rendered speechless by his words. What? The Jiaolong was slain by the Son of God? At that moment, her perception of the Son underwent a profound transformation. Ashamed, she lowered her gaze, realizing how reckless her previous actions had been. If the Son of God could hunt a Jiaolong, he would undoubtedly regard her abilities with disdain. She had thought that being over a decade older than him would confer some advantage, perhaps even prompting him to value her strength and allow her to accompany him. In hindsight, that notion seemed laughable. At this juncture, she struggled to comprehend the nature of the son's trial and the purpose of presenting a Jiaolong's carcass. Was it merely a display of his achievements? As Li Hongtian raised his cup to sip his tea, he wasted not a drop, spewing it all out in disbelief. "My son killed the Jiaolong? I truly have a remarkable son. This creature is formidable. Even he would require considerable effort to subdue it, likely allowing it to escape. Yet Li Heng, at the tender age of 3, managed to slay a Jiaolong. Such power is indeed terrifying." He cast a furtive glance at Li Chenxi. "Oh, ancestor, you have truly found a worthy adversary." Li Heng gestured toward the Jiaolong. "Take a piece of its flesh and cook it with your phoenix fire. Should the flavor please me, you may remain by my side. The stronger the beast, the tougher the meat. Ordinary flames struggle to tenderize it. The Phoenix Maiden possesses phoenix fire, which would serve well for cooking, provided her culinary skills satisfy him. Keeping her around would not be out of the question. His thoughts were consumed by his training, leaving little room for distractions. You dare to have the Phoenix Maiden of the Ancient Kingdom serve as a chef." Lu Yuchen felt his blood surge, fainting from the indignation. The illustrious Phoenix Maiden reduced to cooking for the Son of God? If word of this were to spread, it would undoubtedly mock the Ancient Kingdom's lack of worthy individuals. Jean Fenger gritted her teeth, her fists clenched tightly. Serving as a chef was indeed a bitter pill to swallow. Yet, as she thought of her ailing ancestor lying on the bed, her heart sank like a stone. If it meant saving her ancestor, any sacrifice would be worth it. "Son of God, I am willing to give it a try." Li Heng pointed to one of the Jiaolong's foreclaws. "We shall use this claw for the dish." "Very well." Jean Fenger drew forth a spirit sword and struck the claw with a fierce blow. Clang! The sharp blade met the hardened scales of the claw, only to be deflected, leaving behind a mere white mark. Ding ding ding. In the same location, multiple strikes were delivered, deepening the white marks. Yet they fell short of severing the dragon's scales. Jean Fenger was almost in tears. If even the dragon scales could not be cut, what hope was there for preparing a dish? Could this truly be the sun's ultimate test? By what means did the sun slay this dragon? Stand back. Li Heng flicked his wrist, revealing a long sword suffused with celestial energy. Measuring 3 feet in length, the hilt was shaped like a vividly lifelike dragon's head. With a swift motion, he struck, appearing to exert little effort, yet the dragon's claw was cleanly severed in two. This, Li Hongtian set down his teacup and, in the blink of an eye, appeared beside the dragon's corpse, retrieving the severed claw. The cut was astonishingly smooth. This was dragon bone. The physical form of dragons was formidable, and their bones were notoriously resilient. Many dragon corpses remained uncorrupted for millennia after death. The sword before him not only sliced through dragon scales, but also cleaved the dragon bone with such precision. It was truly terrifying. Could this be the dragon-slaying sword? Upon seeing the sword's design, he was reminded of a legendary celestial sword, the Dragon Slayer. Any dragon beneath the blade of the Dragon Slayer was as fragile as tofu. Severed without hesitation. Hadn't the Dragon Slayer been sealed away by the Dragon Clan? Why was it in my son's possession? Could it be the eternal divine realm? Memories flooded back. When Li Heng entered the divine temple, he utilized the 7-colored key to access the eternal treasure pavilion. The ancestral emperor had mentioned that Li Heng obtained 10 treasures from the pavilion. The Dragon Slayer might well be among those treasures. With this analysis, everything fell into place. Li Chenxi, initially seated in a rattan chair, sprang up upon seeing the Dragon Slayer. The Dragon Slayer. You actually acquired such a treasure from the treasure pavilion. The Dragon Slayer can slay myriad dragons. No dragon can escape its fate beneath this celestial sword. Initially, she had intended to attempt breaking the Dragon Clan seal to seize the Dragon Slayer within, yet the Dragon Clan proved too powerful, and she failed. To her astonishment, Li Heng had obtained a Dragon Slayer within the eternal divine temple, inciting intense jealousy within the Empress. Li Heng wielded the Dragon Slayer, meticulously removing the dragon scales and handing a piece of dragon meat to the young girl. I shall grant you 1 hour. If you cannot prepare it properly, do not bother to see me. Ah, all right. Jean Fenger, startled, shivered at the thought. That sword was simply too fearsome. She sensed that should it graze her skin, her body would be instantly cleaved, leaving no chance of survival. A servant escorted Jean Fenger to the kitchen. Li Heng, storing the dragon's bones and the Dragon Slayer back into his spatial ring, settled into a nearby rattan chair, casually grabbing a handful of sunflower seeds to crack open. What outsiders did not know was that the Dragon Slayer had not been acquired from the eternal divine realm, but rather obtained through a signing in the Underworld. The earlier claim of acquiring 10 treasures from the treasure pavilion was made with a hidden agenda. In the future, when the treasured items are presented, as long as they are taken to the eternal divine temple, no outsider would harbor any doubts. An hour later, Jean Fenger returned to the Grand Hall, holding a platter of roasted dragon meat. Divine Son, it is ready for your tasting. The dragon meat, with its golden brown exterior, evenly brushed with a layer of oil, appeared exceedingly appetizing. Li Heng's nostrils flared slightly as he nodded in approval. Ah, the flavor is indeed commendable. He picked up a pair of jade chopsticks, lifted a strand of meat, and placed it in his mouth. Crispy on the outside yet tender within, the dragon oil spread across his palate, leaving a lingering aftertaste. Jean Fenger, her palms sweating with anxiety, feared her culinary skills might not meet the Divine Son's expectations. After sampling 3 or 4 pieces, Li Heng set down his chopsticks. The taste is satisfactory. Divine Son, did I pass the test? Indeed, you shall remain by my side as my chef. Ah, I passed. How wonderful. Jean Fenger had never anticipated such joy in becoming a chef. It was solely because she was to serve the Divine Son that such elation surged within her. Li Hongtian also wore a delighted smile. Heng is quite talented. He must have inherited my excellent foundation. This young maiden before him was, after all, the Phoenix Maiden of the ancient realm. The price of 2 drops of sap from the Tree of Life was undoubtedly worth it. Now that she had become part of Li Heng's retinue, she would surely garner admiration in the future. Chapter 40. The efficacy of divine oil on the windowsill of the guest room. An incense burner emitted fragrant sandalwood smoke, filling the air with a refreshing aroma. Where am I? The venerable Tianfeng ancestor opened his eyes, stretched his limbs, and furrowed his brow deeply. My physical condition has improved significantly, as if I have regained centuries of youth. Fenger, what has transpired? Jean Fenger smiled gently, clasping the ancestor's hand. and spoke softly. I sought 3 drops of the tree of life sap from the divine sun. Your lifespan has been extended by 300 years, and your physical constitution has also been enhanced. I believe that within these 3 centuries, you will surely break through your bottleneck. However, the Tianfeng ancestor did not exhibit joy. Instead, a frown of concern marred his features. Fenger, those treasures would serve you better. Alas, those 10 items could at most be exchanged for a single drop of the tree of life sap. How did we obtain the remaining 2? Jean Fenger hesitated, yet lowered her gaze and revealed the truth. I exchanged my allegiance to the divine sun for the 2 additional drops of sap. Enraged, the ancestor rose from the bed. Trembling fingers pointed accusingly at the girl's face. You truly infuriate me. The old matron instructed you to become a singularly powerful force in the future, yet you chose to follow another. Cough, cough, cough in her vision. If Jean Fenger diligently practiced, she would undoubtedly lead the Phoenix ancient kingdom to greater heights. Who would have imagined she would resort to following someone else? Ancestor, please do not be agitated. Jean Fenger grasped the ancestor's hand tightly. Perhaps following the divine sun is not such a poor choice after all. You. Truly hopeless. The Tianfeng ancestor withdrew her hand in exasperation. Henceforth, do not come to see me again. Ancestor. Jean Fenger knelt on the ground, bowing her head in reverence 9 times. I am unfilial, and I will no longer be able to care for you. After casting a final, profound glance at the ancestor, she turned and departed. The Tianfeng ancestor shook her head repeatedly, disappointment etched in her eyes. Following the divine sun. Fenger, you have ruined your future. In the room, Li Heng firmly secured the doors and windows, sitting cross-legged on the bed as demonic energy surged around him, his aura growing ever stronger. Boom. At a certain moment, a thunderous sound erupted from within him. The boy opened his eyes, his pupils radiating demonic energy. The demonic energy has coalesced 36 times. All have reached the pinnacle of the eternal realm. This period of seclusion lasted 6 months, consuming a vast amount of demonic crystals, finally allowing the demonic energy to reach its ultimate limit. The next step is to break through the realm. Li Heng closed his eyes once more, channeling both spiritual and demonic energies within him, surging toward the barrier. The small body was entwined with celestial and demonic energies, and upon reaching a certain peak, it erupted violently. Boom. The aura surged dramatically. Body refinement realm. Li Heng felt a qualitative enhancement in his physical constitution once more. Is this the body refinement realm of the celestial demonic divine body? Indeed formidable. One can distinctly sense that having just transcended to this realm, one's physical prowess is exponentially superior to that of the previous incarnation. Should this realm be fully realized, it is unfathomable how formidable one's body could become. The body refinement stage necessitates the tempering of the physical form to elevate one's standing. Among the various methods of tempering, the most prevalent involves absorbing the ethereal energies of the heavens and earth to refine the body. However, this approach is notably sluggish, and in the later stages, the efficacy of the spiritual energy diminishes. Given the extraordinary strength of Li Heng's divine body, it is evident that refining through mere spiritual energy would be futile. Another method entails the use of spiritual liquid, wherein one immerses oneself in a medicinal bath for refinement. The higher the grade of the spiritual liquid, the swifter the refining process becomes. With a flick of his wrist, Li Heng produced a wine-red vial. The efficacy of this ancient divine oil remains uncertain, but it is worth a try. Tilting the vial, he poured a drop into his palm and rubbed his hands together to spread the oil. The divine oil seeped into his skin, imparting a searing sensation. He could feel the muscles in his hands rapidly strengthening under the oil's influence. Li Heng meticulously applied the divine oil across his body. Remarkably, despite the small quantity, his hands remained slick even after covering his entire form. However, he realized he could not reach his back. It was imperative that the divine oil be evenly applied to all areas of the body to ensure comprehensive refinement. The unaddressed area of his back could hinder his ascension. This characteristic distinguishes it from other spiritual liquids. I should ask Fenger to assist me. Suddenly recalling that he had taken on a follower, he realized he had been preoccupied with cultivation and had not interacted much. Fenger, he called out as he opened the door, his voice echoing into the courtyard. A graceful and exquisite young woman soon entered. My lord, are you hungry? I shall prepare a meal for you. Since becoming his follower, Jean Fenger had primarily occupied herself in the kitchen, honing her culinary skills alongside the imperial chefs. Although her strength had not increased, her culinary prowess had certainly flourished. "No, please come in first." Heng gestured for her to enter the room. "Have you ever learned to apply oil?" Jean Fenger appeared momentarily perplexed, replying, "What is oil application?" Such terminology had never graced her ears before. "Oh, it's the act of spreading oil on the body and then using pressure to allow full absorption." Heng inadvertently uttered a term from his past life. "I understand now." Jean Fenger, displaying her intelligence, quickly grasped his intent. "Extend your hand." Heng took the vial and poured a drop of the ancient divine oil. "Then lay on the bed. Please help me with my back first." This. Jean Fenger could sense an overwhelmingly terrifying aura emanating from the liquid in her palm. Merely coming into contact with a drop elicited a burning sensation, as if it were igniting her skin. Following Heng's instructions, she evenly pressed the divine oil onto his back. As it penetrated the skin, the effects finally manifested in full. Heng felt as though his body was being refined by some divine force, with the quality of his flesh elevating at an astonishing rate. Boom. His aura surged dramatically. Second level of body refinement. After a brief pause to catch his breath, his aura surged once more. Boom. Third level of body refinement. The effects of the divine oil had yet to be fully realized. His aura increased again. Fourth level of body refinement. Eighth level. 14th level. Beside him, Jean Fenger was left utterly dumbfounded. What on earth was this golden liquid? The young master had merely used a single drop, and his body refinement realm had astonishingly broken through to the 14th level. Just like the chi condensation realm, the limit of body refinement was not merely 10 levels. The peak of body refinement was merely the beginning. It could continue to advance beyond that. However, such advancement was exceedingly daunting, requiring resources of an extraordinary magnitude. One drop of this mysterious liquid had refined his body 14 times, a feat she had never heard of before. Most importantly, the young master possessed an immortal and demonic physique. The liquid capable of refining such a divine body to the 14th level must be truly formidable. Chapter 41. The bloodline of the ancient phoenix. Heng leapt from his bed to the floor, stretching his limbs, and was immediately greeted by a series of crackling sounds. Indeed, the divine oil of the eternal god was formidable. It took a millennium atop the mountain of 10,000 gods to condense a single drop of this miraculous substance. Intended for body refinement, he was confident that with the divine oil, he would soon reach the pinnacle of body refinement. "Fenger, continue to apply the oil," he instructed. The golden phoenix nodded, pouring another drop into her palm and evenly spreading it across Heng's body. "By the way, you possess phoenix fire, do you not? If you concentrate it in your palm and apply it alongside the divine oil, the results should be even more remarkable," Heng proposed, struck by inspiration. "Young master, the phoenix fire is searing. Will your body be able to withstand it?" Jean Fenger replied hesitantly. "Fear not, your phoenix fire cannot harm me. After the body refinement, my physical constitution has strengthened significantly. Such intensity will not affect me," he reassured her. "All right, I shall give it a try. If it becomes unbearable, you must tell me." Jean Fenger cautiously gathered the phoenix fire in her palm and gently applied it to her master's body. "Oh, this sensation is exquisite," Heng exclaimed, pleasantly surprised by the extraordinary effects of combining the divine oil with the phoenix fire. Not only was it immensely comfortable, but the absorption rate was astonishingly rapid. Thus, after finishing one drop of divine oil, his body absorbed the liquid once more. Boom. Body refinement at the 15th level. Boom. Body refinement at the 17th level. Boom. Body refinement at the 20th level. The second drop of divine oil elevated him another 6 realms, and the effects remained terrifyingly potent. Jean Fenger stared at the vial in astonishment. Could it be that her master was utilizing a divine liquid? In such a short span of time, he had achieved the 20th level of body refinement. Initially, she had learned from the ancestor that body refinement far surpassed the 10th level. She had attempted to continue refining beyond the 10th level herself, but her results were far from satisfactory. After 5 arduous years, she had only managed to reach the 15th level before giving up. Again, Heng relished the exhilarating sensation of his breakthroughs. Jean Fenger nodded slightly, pouring out another drop of divine oil to assist in the process. As dusk descended and the sun rose anew from the east, time passed through the night. All right, let us pause here for now, Li Heng decided, intending to digest the elevated realm before continuing his refinement in a couple of days. During the time Jean Fenger returned to her quarters, she remained in a daze. This night had utterly transformed her understanding of body refinement. 68 levels of refinement in a single night. What exactly was her master using? The later stages of body refinement grew increasingly arduous. She had never heard of anyone achieving more than 30 levels. Yet, her master had reached 68 levels in merely one night. It was simply unfathomable. The treasures her master possessed were beyond the realm of her imagination. Previously, she believed the resources of the ancient Phoenix Kingdom to be sufficiently abundant. Before the young master, it pales in comparison to a single drop of divine liquid. Is this the essence of the Li family? The ancient Phoenix Kingdom appears as insignificant as an ant before the Li clan. Jean Fenger sat by the bedside, her mind restless and unable to find solace. Suddenly, a warmth enveloped her body, as if a fire were igniting within. What is happening? Earlier, while applying the oil, she felt a searing heat in her hands, the divine oil seeping into her being. With each application, a portion of the divine liquid penetrated her palms. After a night's rest, these essences had profoundly affected her body. Jean Fenger lay on her bed, her fair skin transforming into a deep crimson, beads of sweat emerging from her form. My bloodline is strengthening. Overjoyed by the changes within, she realized she bore the bloodline of the Phoenix, albeit a feeble one. The infusion of the divine liquid significantly enhanced her lineage. Moreover, signs of advancement began to manifest. Jean Fenger gritted her silver teeth, enduring excruciating pain. If she could withstand this trial, her bloodline would undergo a monumental transformation. The girl's skin grew increasingly red, and unexpectedly, a fiery phoenix emerged from her, bursting through the ceiling and soaring through the heavens. The resounding cry of the phoenix echoed throughout the realms. Li Chenxi awakened from his meditative state, astonished as he beheld the phoenix. The ancient phoenix bloodline. It belongs to that follower. The ancient phoenix bloodline is far superior to the ordinary phoenix lineage. They are not even in the same league. Only within the ancient wilderness can one awaken the ancient phoenix bloodline at birth. What did that boy give this follower? How could her bloodline advance in such a short span of time? I am increasingly unable to see through that lad. Li Heng stood in the courtyard, gazing up at the ethereal phoenix. The bloodline of Fenger has advanced. It is the effect of the eternal divine oil. The eternal divine oil not only refines the body, but also influences the bloodline within. Although Jean Fenger absorbed only a small amount, merely a residue on her hands, her weak bloodline was sufficient for this minuscule intake to facilitate an advancement. As for him, being already the strongest divine body, even absorption would not lead to progression. His chi has reached its zenith. It is now time to ascend the eternal divine chi rankings. Little sister, have you enjoyed being first for half a year? Beside the Li family's training ground stood a stone tablet, inscribed at the top with the grand characters Eternal Divine Chi Rankings. Below lay 100 lines detailing the standings of the top contenders. Divine Chi Rankings, first place, Mu Zi, 32 times. Divine Chi Rankings, second place, Yi Tianfan, 25 times. Divine Chi Rankings, third place, Wang Heng, 24 times. Nearby, several clan members training occasionally lifted their heads to gaze at the divine rankings. A few clansmen engaged in discussion. The goddess has held the top position for over half a year. Will the divine sun remain silent? It is conceivable that, despite the formidable nature of the celestial demon god body, the lack of resources makes it exceedingly challenging to refine spiritual energy. I dare say, the divine sun may not have even completed the 15th refinement, which could explain his absence from testing. These individuals have been eagerly awaiting the divine sun's arrival, and as time elapses, their disappointment only deepens. Approaching from a distance is a young boy, accompanied by an enchanting woman clad in a red gown, whose beauty is truly breathtaking. Several clansmen cast their gazes upon her, their eyes shimmering with admiration. In terms of both talent and beauty, Jean Fenger stands out prominently. Indeed, the divine sun is fortunate to have such a remarkable follower. How I wish I could have a companion as exquisite as her. Yet, one might as well cease such daydreams. With your qualifications, you hardly measure up, let alone expect the Phoenix Maiden to pursue you. Although the male clansmen harbor feelings of admiration, they dare not express them openly. After all, the Divine Son holds an extraordinary status, and to provoke him would be beyond their means. Jean Fonger, trailing behind the Divine Son, is filled with anticipation. Just how many times has the Divine Son refined his spiritual energy? If his physical prowess is so formidable, his spiritual energy must be equally impressive. Chapter 42. 3 Fortuitous Opportunities. Li Heng approached the monument, gazing up at the leaderboard inscribed upon it. What rewards might await one in this ancient realm? This monument bestows opportunities directly, rather than the ancient divine keys. However, this is inconsequential, for opportunities can equally absorb the essence of the ages. This is essential for the ancient sign-in mechanism. Buzz, the young boy raised his hand, and pure spiritual energy surged forth from his palm, soaring towards the base of the monument. Upon sensing the spiritual energy, the monument trembled violently. The entire Li family residence shook in unison with the monument. Buzzing sounds filled the air. Terrifying auras ascended skyward, while a kaleidoscope of radiant hues painted the heavens. At the pinnacle of the monument, a new line of grand characters emerged. Divine Energy List. First place, Li Heng. 36 times. Those training in the courtyard looked up, their mouths agape in astonishment. What? The Divine Offspring has condensed spiritual energy 36 times. How utterly astounding. The Divine Offspring, undoubtedly the foremost figure across the three realms. We bow in reverence. After 6 months of silence, they had presumed that the Divine Offspring lacked the capability to ascend the divine leaderboard. Little did they realize that he had devoted this time to perfecting the condensation of spiritual energy. In an instant, a multitude of Li family members flocked to the square before the monument. Upon seeing the inscription, the crowd erupted in fervor. Once more, after more than a year, they cheered for the Divine Offspring. Divine Offspring. Divine Offspring. Divine Offspring. Within a small courtyard, Li Chenxi sensed the commotion emanating from the monument and hastily peered out the window. Upon witnessing the radiant hues, her heart leaped into her throat. Radiant hues. Could it be that insufferable boy has once again achieved the ancient realm? Impossible. After condensing spiritual energy, she understood better than anyone how arduous this endeavor was. Especially after surpassing 30 times, it was akin to climbing to the heavens. The consumption of resources was astronomical. Even with preparations spanning 100,000 years, the expenditure seemed excessively burdensome. With each additional condensation, witnessing the resource consumption felt like a dagger to the heart. Where could that boy procure such resources? Could it possibly be from the ancient treasure hall? His luck is rather extraordinary. Initially, when Li Heng claimed to have acquired 10 treasures from the treasure hall, she harbored doubts. Yet, in light of current events, it appeared increasingly plausible. Moreover, the treasures he obtained were far more precious than she had imagined. Li Chenxi immediately rushed toward the monument. Buzz, a ray of radiant light descended from the sky. Landing before Li Heng, all eyes were drawn to the brilliant glow, revealing expressions of envy. An opportunity from the divine leaderboard has descended. Look quickly. Within the radiance there are 3 luminous orbs. 3 treasures. How astonishing. With these 3 treasures in his possession, the Divine Offspring's strength will undoubtedly become even more formidable. 3 treasures, beyond the imagination of the masses. Previously, while Li Chenxi had also achieved first place, it was merely a solitary red beam of light, containing but 1 treasure. In comparison, what the Divine Son obtained was vastly superior. In Li Heng's gaze, around the 3 colorful orbs, a rich aura of ancient times coalesced, even more profound than Li Chenxi's fortune. As his body drew near to this ancient energy, it instinctively began to absorb it. He could distinctly feel the system's power strengthening. Ding! You have absorbed the ancient aura. Your sign-in multiplier increases by 30 times. Daily sign-in attempts increase by 30. Ancient sign-in mode. Sign-in multiplier, 57 times. Daily sign-in attempts, 57. With the absorption of ancient energy, the rewards from sign-ins grew ever more bountiful. Indeed, the greatest benefit of ascending to the divine rankings was this ancient aura. In the future, sign-ins would yield even greater rewards. The 3 colorful orbs were directly stored within the system space by Li Heng, away from the gaze of others. Within that space appeared an oval-shaped dragon egg, a radiant celestial sword, and a flower resembling a phoenix. The ancient golden dragon egg. the celestial sword of slaying immortals, the phoenix celestial flower. Each of these three treasures far surpassed Li Qinxi's by thousands of times. Li Heng nodded in satisfaction. Reaching the pinnacle of ancient realms indeed brought abundant rewards. If my little sister were to know, she would likely be infuriated. I shall examine the specifics of these treasures once I return to my abode. Jean Fenger stood dazed, her mind buzzing. The scene she had just witnessed had completely left her in awe of Li Heng's might. The divine son was terrifying. Not only had he ascended the divine rankings, but he had also reached the pinnacle of ancient realms. Choosing to follow him might indeed be the wisest decision. Truly, when one ascends, even their companions rise alongside them. With such formidable strength, surely as a follower, I could bask in some of that glory. Li Qinxi arrived at the square, witnessing the descent of the colorful beams, among which were three vibrant orbs, stirring a tempest within her heart. What? To attain the pinnacle of ancient realms and acquire 3 fortunes. What treasures could this boy possibly possess? Curiosity regarding these 3 items overwhelmed her, and she approached Li Heng, gently placing a hand on his shoulder, and said softly, "My dear brother, may I have a glimpse of the treasures you have acquired?" Li Heng nodded. "Of course. If you wish to see, I shall show you." With that, he flipped his wrist and retrieved the 3 items from the spatial ring, laying them upon the ground. Li Qinxi's eyes widened as she gazed upon the treasures. However, upon discerning what they were, her expression darkened immediately. A celestial deer leg, a celestial deer head, celestial deer antlers. You little rascal, are you trying to fool me again? Just wait until I get my hands on you. Although the meat of the celestial deer is rare in the ancient realm of archaic sky, it cannot possibly be a boon bestowed by the eternal divine list. Having said that, she raised her fist and struck towards Li Heng. This punch was not delivered with her full strength. Internally, she mused, I have already refined my body to the 30th level. While this boy has merely completed the condensation of qi, he could not possibly withstand my blow. Though filled with anger, she had no intention of inflicting serious harm on Li Heng. At that moment, Li Heng Tian stood not far away, his heart clenching at the sight of Li Qinxi preparing to strike her son. This is it. The ancestral emperor is angered. My son is in grave danger now. He was acutely aware that Li Qinxi was a formidable warrior at the 30th level of body refinement, and his son could certainly not endure such a strike. Contemplating whether to intervene on his son's behalf, he refrained from action, trusting that Li Qinxi would exercise restraint and not recklessly injure Li Heng. As Li Qinxi's fist generated a fierce gust of wind, it hurtled towards Li Heng. Li Heng raised his palm, placing it directly in front of the incoming fist. With a sharp crack, to Li Qinxi's astonishment, Li Heng managed to absorb the impact of the blow, his arm remaining steady and unshaken. How is this boy so strong? He was able to withstand my punch. Could it be that he has also refined his body? Chapter 43. Hatching the dragon egg. Li Heng raised an eyebrow and remarked, Little sister, is this all the strength you possess? It is rather feeble, unbeknownst to outsiders. He had already reached the 68th level of body refinement. Even some of the more formidable cultivators in the realm could not match his physical prowess. Li Qinxi's brows furrowed tightly. Did this young man not only excel in energy condensation, but his body refinement realm had also grown remarkably strong? No, I must give it a try. With this thought, she lifted her fist and struck towards Li Heng's chest once again. The howling winds billowed his robes, causing even the flesh on his face to ripple backward. The surrounding clansmen displayed expressions of astonishment. They had not anticipated that the goddess's punch would possess such strength. Her fist soon collided with Li Heng's. Once again, he raised his palm to effortlessly catch her strike. A thunderous sound reverberated through the air. Li Qinxi lifted her head to gaze at Li Heng, only to be met with utter disappointment. Once more, he had easily absorbed her punch, indicating that his strength surpassed her own. You little rascal, how can your strength be so formidable? Li Heng gently clapped his hands and said nonchalantly, Little sister, is this all you have? It's barely enough for a tickle. If you wish to fight me, you might as well go back and train for a few more decades. You. Li Qinxi's face darkened instantly. Having lived a second life and prepared for 100,000 years, she had believed she could overshadow everyone. Yet she found herself outmatched even by a mere fledgling. The previous defeat to the Emperor God Body was understandable, as Li Heng's Eternal Immortal Demon God Body was exceedingly powerful. However, in the second round, on the ancient divine energy rankings, she suffered yet another loss. Moreover, Li Heng had won by a significant margin. Now, once again, he had triumphed over her in terms of strength, utterly dominating her. It was truly baffling. How had this young man cultivated? Could it be that the treasures acquired within the ancient divine hall were more potent than she had imagined? Li Heng turned his head to gaze at Jin Feng. Let us depart. Jin Fenger nodded and followed closely behind the divine son as they returned to the small courtyard. Upon returning to the courtyard, Jin Fenger spoke. Young master, in a few days, it will be the birthday celebration of the Phoenix Ancient Kingdom's ruler. The ruler has treated me well, and I hope to return to the Ancient Kingdom to celebrate his longevity. I hope you will grant me permission. Li Heng pondered for a moment before nodding in agreement. You may go. How long will you need? After a brief contemplation, Jin Fenger replied softly. I should be back in about half a month. Very well. After a moment of thought, Li Heng retrieved a red brocade box from the system space and handed it to her. Deliver this box to the ruler on my behalf as a birthday gift. Since Jin Fenger had chosen to follow him, her actions would represent him. The Phoenix Ancient Kingdom is indeed a formidable force, and forging a cordial relationship with it would undoubtedly be beneficial. Thank you, my lord, expressed Jin Fenger with heartfelt gratitude. The divine son is exceptionally remarkable. Anything he offers is bound to be of great quality. Li Heng cautioned, before presenting this brocade box to the sovereign, ensure that it remains unopened. Understood, Jin Fenger replied, carefully storing the crimson brocade box within her spatial ring. After tidying her belongings and bidding farewell to Li Heng, she departed from the Li residence. Li Heng firmly closed the door, shutting his eyes as his consciousness entered the system space. Within this extraordinary realm, 3 remarkable items materialized before him. Among them was a sword, measuring 7 feet in length, with an exceptionally sharp blade capable of seemingly tearing through the very fabric of space with a mere swing. Li Heng nodded in satisfaction. This sword was indeed impressive, on par with the Zhanlong sword. It was unexpected to acquire such a treasure even in the eternal divine realm. Next, his gaze fell upon the second item. It was a plant adorned with a flower resembling the shape of a phoenix, approximately 1 foot in height. Such a flower, a balsam, would require at least 10,000 years to mature, making it an exceedingly rare treasure even within the eternal divine realm. On the ground lay an oval-shaped dragon egg, about 1 foot tall, embellished with intricate golden patterns that exuded an air of the extraordinary. This dragon egg piqued his interest. If possible, he would attempt to hatch it, thus gaining a new ally. However, should it prove disobedient, he would not hesitate to slaughter it for its meat. Li Heng licked his lips, saliva escaping his mouth. The thought of dragon meat was undeniably tantalizing. How might one hatch this dragon egg? As he pressed his hand against the shell, he sensed a chilling cold emanating from within. This revelation sent a shiver down his spine. The dragon egg was frigid, its life force barely discernible. Hatching it would pose a significant challenge. After all, this egg had likely been dormant for eons, its vitality nearly depleted. Nevertheless, he resolved to give it a try. Previously, during his sojourn in the Underworld, he had acquired numerous invaluable dragon treasures. Li Heng lifted his gaze, surveying his surroundings, and his eyes brightened upon spotting a colossal dragon skeleton. This is the place. All dragon treasures were gathered in one location. With a mere thought, he transported the dragon egg beside the dragon skeleton. There was a crimson pool on the ground, from which a potent scent of blood wafted. This pool was filled with dragon blood. Li Heng cast the golden dragon egg directly into the blood pool. As the egg sank to the bottom, it began to absorb the pure dragon blood surrounding it. The blood pool visibly diminished, and before long, the liquid was entirely depleted, consumed by the egg. The dragon egg quivered gently, its surface patterns emanating a faint golden glow. The vitality within it surged, stronger than before. The absorption of dragon's blood proved to be efficacious. If this trend continues, it won't be long before the dragon egg hatches. The blood pool utilized earlier was but a small fraction of what is available. Li Heng ventured further back, where another blood pool lay behind the colossal dragon skeleton. The scent of blood here was far more potent, with a layer of sanguine mist floating above. This pool, though slightly smaller than the previous one, exuded a bloodiness several hundred times greater. Within this reservoir flowed the essence of dragon blood, where each drop equated to the potency of thousands of dragon's blood. After the dragon egg absorbed this, its hatching speed should accelerate considerably. Li Heng cast the dragon egg into the pool once more. The dragon blood within the small reservoir was swiftly consumed by the egg. It quivered again, releasing a brilliant golden light. Thump, thump. Pressing his palm against the shell, he could feel a small life within, its heartbeat strong and vigorous. Excellent. It was closer to hatching. Were this an ordinary dragon egg, such an abundance of dragon blood would have hastened hatching long ago. Li Heng continued his journey backward and spotted a crimson spiritual mushroom on the ground. The aura emanating from this mushroom was reminiscent of that in the blood, yet far more potent. Crimson blood mushroom. Such a specimen only appears in places where dragons have perished. This particular one had grown for at least 3,000 years. Li Heng squatted down, carefully plucking the mushroom and placing it beside the dragon egg. The egg sensed the power of the dragon blood and released a force of attraction, enveloping the mushroom and drawing it in. Chapter 44. Requesting assistance from my younger sister, a crimson blood spirit mushroom was swiftly absorbed in its entirety. The dragon egg erupted with an even more resplendent radiance. Li Heng placed his hand upon the shell of the dragon egg, feeling a profound connection. This dragon egg had now completely regained its life force. As long as it remained by his side, it would eventually hatch on its own. With his consciousness departing from the system space, a dragon egg approximately 1 foot in length materialized beside him. Gently tapping the shell, the dragon egg seemed to respond, emanating a powerful golden glow. Come on, little one, hatch quickly. I'm quite hungry. The dragon egg trembled slightly on the ground, seemingly frightened. Li Heng smiled. You're quite clever even before your birth, aren't you? Having resolved the matter concerning the dragon egg, he prepared to resume his cultivation. This time, he intended to utilize the eternal divine oil once more. The refining effect of this divine oil was nothing short of remarkable, capable of strengthening the body to an extraordinary degree in a remarkably short span of time. Li Heng retrieved the wine-red bottle and called out towards the window, Feng, come help me apply the oil. However, after a considerable wait, there was no response. Suddenly, he slapped his forehead, recalling that Feng had returned to the ancient kingdom and would not be back for half a month. How was he to refine his body during this time? The eternal divine oil was unlike ordinary liquids. It required an even application across the body to be effective. Merely applying it to the front without addressing the back would yield no results. Furthermore, after application, a thorough massage was essential. To utilize this divine oil for body refinement, he needed someone to assist him. Why not ask my little sister for help? He pondered. Her strength was quite adequate, even more so than Jean Feng, which would surely yield better results. With this thought in mind, Li Heng made his way to another room within the courtyard. He knocked evenly on the door. After a moment, a youthful voice called out from within. Who is it? It's me, Chinsi. Can you let me in for a moment? No. Li Chinsi resolutely refused. I have important matters to discuss with you. Surely that is not too much to ask? Li Heng, feeling no inclination to engage in further conversation, pushed the door open. You, how dare you enter without my permission? Li Chenxi's expression was one of deep displeasure. I genuinely have something important to discuss, Li Heng replied earnestly. What is it? Speak quickly. Do not disturb my cultivation. It's like this. I've encountered difficulties in my cultivation and need your assistance. Upon hearing this, Li Chenxi's expression softened slightly. So, even you experience challenges in your cultivation. Is it that your speed in body refinement has become too rapid, leading you to a bottleneck? Go on. Tell me how you need my help. Li Heng scratched his head. Well, it's quite simple. I need you to help me apply the oil. Apply the oil? Li Chenxi had evidently never heard of this term. Oh, you mean to give me a massage? Li Heng clarified, only to receive an eye roll from Chenxi. You want me to massage you? Are you dreaming? Chenxi glared at him fiercely. How could this emperor ever do such a thing for someone else? Even if it were a massage, it would be someone doing it for me. Chenxi, please just help me out, Li Heng said with some resignation. Originally, it was Jean Feng who was supposed to give me a massage, but she has returned to the ancient kingdom. Chenxi intended to refuse immediately, but as her eyes rolled, she recalled another matter. Do you genuinely want me to assist you? Yes, he responded. I can help you, but you must tell me one thing. As long as you tell me, I will help you with the massage. What is it? Speak. To what level have you refined your body? Today, during their battle, Li Chenxi had suffered a crushing defeat in terms of strength. Thus, she was eager to know just how far Li Heng had progressed. After a moment of contemplation, Li Heng deemed it unnecessary to conceal the truth and gave a slight nod. Fine, since you are so eager to know, I shall reveal it to you. My body refinement level has already reached 68. Upon uttering this number, it was as though a thunderous clap resounded in Chinzi's mind. A tremendous shock reverberated, nearly causing her thoughts to explode. What? 68? Are you certain you Haven T made a mistake? Having refined her body for over half a year, she had only completed 30 levels. She had initially believed that such a pace would allow her to stand proudly among her peers. Yet, before Li Heng, she felt as insignificant as an ant. Is there any room for doubt? Li Heng spread his arms wide, his body shaking violently. A terrifying aura emanated from him. Upon sensing this presence, Chinzi's eyes widened in disbelief. Indeed, it is truly 68. Why how did you refine your body to such an extent? She had prepared for 100,000 years, possessed numerous treasures for body refinement, and was knowledgeable about many techniques. Even so, in half a year, she had only managed to reach 28 levels. The disparity between them was not trivial. He surpassed her by a full 40 levels, which was utterly terrifying. I possess exceptional talent, a little refinement, and I can attain such levels. Li Heng raised an eyebrow, speaking with a hint of pride. Do you expect me to believe that? Chinzi was not swayed by such nonsense. The initial 10 levels were manageable, but as one progressed, the refinement became increasingly arduous. Without rare resources, it was impossible to achieve. I have already told you. According to our agreement, you ought to assist me with the massage now. Li Heng did not wait for Chinzi's consent, removing his robe and lying down on her bed. You insufferable brat. Chinzi's expression darkened. As an empress, she was accustomed to having maidservants attend to her. Never had she been in a position to massage someone else. However, having just promised Li Heng, she could only symbolically assist him with a brief massage. It was but a fleeting moment. Wait, Li Heng exclaimed as he retrieved a wine-red bottle, removing the wooden cork. Instantly, a rich aura of spirituality permeated the room. Upon inhaling this essence, Li Chinzi's eyes widened in astonishment. What a terrifying spiritual presence. What on earth is this? Li Heng dripped a drop of divine oil onto Chinzi's palm, subsequently returning the bottle to the spatial ring. Holding the drop of divine oil, Li Chinzi drew in a sharp breath, nearly pulling her mind into her lungs. Is this truly the legendary divine oil from the eternal divine mountain? She had only heard whispers of such a substance by chance. Yet, in all her 10,000 years, she had never encountered it. Never in her wildest dreams did she think she would behold the divine oil at her brother's side today. How could one not be astonished? Dear brother, might you enlighten your sister on the name of this remarkable item? If Li Heng had obtained this treasure within the eternal divine domain, he would surely have received its designation from that realm. Thus, he must know its name. Chapter 45. The elixir of India. This substance is referred to as. After a moment of contemplation, Li Heng resolved to conceal its true name. The elixir of India. Li Chinzi was visibly taken aback upon hearing this. The elixir of India? What might that be? Clearly, she had never encountered such a term before. It must be a divine oil crafted in some distant locale. Even if Li Heng revealed its nature, Chinzi would likely remain perplexed. Well, Li Chinzi felt a tinge of disappointment. Having never seen the ancient divine oil, she could not indulge in wild speculation. All right, hurry and apply the oil to me, Li Heng urged. Apply the oil? Where did you hear such an odd name? Li Chinzi inquired. This. Li Heng shook the bottle in his hand. I acquired this technique from this very vial of divine oil. Oh, Li Chinzi found this explanation somewhat credible. As she spoke, she began to apply the oil to her brother's back. Li Heng closed his eyes, feeling a pair of small hands moving rhythmically across his back. The pressure was notably stronger than that of Jean Fonger, yet it lacked the same comfort. Your technique is lacking. A little to the left. Yes, just there. Now a bit lower. Up a bit. And further up. Lying down, he remained unaware of Li Chinzi's increasingly darkening expression behind him. Damn it. You dare to request a massage from me, and yet you have so many demands? Go to hell. With that, her small hands pinched fiercely at his lower back, exerting a force capable of crushing boulders, eliciting a cry from Li Heng. However, Li Heng showed no signs of pain. Instead, he wore an expression of sheer delight. Oh, the pressure is just right. Far more invigorating than before. Do it again, Li Chinzi exclaimed in disbelief. She had exerted all her strength. Even against steel, she could shatter it. Yet, her younger brother seemed utterly unfazed, reveling in the experience. Was this not a sign of madness? Hey, why did you suddenly stop? Li Heng, still craving the sensation, noticed that Chinzi had ceased her ministrations. "I'm done," Li Chinzi replied, having never intended to truly massage Li Heng. How utterly unexciting. After absorbing a drop of the ancient divine oil, Li Heng's body ignited with heat, as if a multitude of ants were crawling over him. Under the influence of the oil, every cell within him was being refined, growing increasingly robust. At that moment, his aura surged, and with a resounding boom, he broke through yet another barrier. The 69th level of body refinement. Li Chinzi's eyes widened in shock, as if she had been startled. "No way, I merely gave him a few presses, and he has already broken through?" It is worth noting that Li Heng was currently at over 60 levels of body refinement. Under such circumstances, it was exceedingly difficult to advance. Just like her. When reaching the 30 levels of body refinement, it took an extensive period to break through each tier. From the 29th to the 30th level, a full 10 days were consumed. As one progresses, the barriers become increasingly formidable. By the time one reaches the 40th level, it may take a month to achieve a breakthrough. It is simply unfathomable that someone like Li Heng could ascend a level merely by expending a single drop of divine oil. Perhaps this lad has lingered at the 68th level for an extended duration? If that were the case, it would indeed make sense. While lost in thought, Li Heng's aura surged dramatically once again. The 70th level of body refinement. Li Chinzi was nearly rendered speechless with shock. What is happening? Hadn't this young man just experienced a breakthrough? How could he ascend another level? Could it be that the effects of this Indian divine oil are extraordinarily potent? Such a high level of body refinement, and yet capable of such rapid advancement. At that moment, she felt a slight warmth radiating from her palm, akin to utilizing an exceedingly rare treasure to refine her body. What an astonishing divine oil. If only I could obtain a drop. The effects on my own refinement would surely be remarkable. I wonder if this young man would be willing to part with a drop? At the 30 levels of body refinement, the process of enhancement had become exceedingly arduous. She possessed powerful treasures, yet none could compare to the efficacy of this divine oil. With this thought in mind, Li Chinzi donned a charming smile and softly addressed her brother. "Dearest brother, could you possibly grant me a drop of Indian divine oil?" Li Heng paused momentarily, slightly taken aback. "What do you need the Indian divine oil for? You have no man in your life. At such a tender age, your thoughts are quite impure." Li Chinzi was momentarily stunned by his response. "My desire for Indian divine oil has nothing to do with men. What impure thoughts? It is your perspective that is flawed." Li Heng scratched his head, resolving not to explain what the divine oil truly was. "You wish for divine oil? If you truly desire it, I suppose it could be arranged. Just give me a proper massage later, and if I find it satisfactory, I may consider it," Li Heng said nonchalantly, reclining with his legs crossed. "You." Li Chinzi felt utterly humiliated. As an empress, reborn after countless lifetimes, she found herself in the position of massaging a mere boy. The promise of her formidable presence, which once instilled fear across the realms, was now overshadowed by this newborn. If her former companions were to learn of this, they would surely burst into laughter. "What? Are you displeased?" Li Heng lightly jumped down and began to stride toward the door. "If that is the case, I shall seek someone else for assistance." "You don't go?" Li Chinzi, intrigued by the Indian divine oil and eager for a drop to refine her body, felt compelled to yield and persuade Li Heng to stay. A subtle smile crept across Li Heng's face. He had anticipated this outcome and had no intention of genuinely departing. With his hands clasped behind his head, he swaggered back to the bed. "This time, do it properly. If you treat it as you did before, you can forget about the miraculous oil." Li Chinzi clenched his teeth in frustration, tempted to storm out. Yet, upon reflection, she realized something was amiss. This was her home. It was the insolent boy who should leave. She chose to endure the moment instead. Li Heng once again retrieved a crimson bottle from his spatial ring, pouring a single drop into Li Chinzi's palm before lying down on the bed. As she evenly spread the drop of miraculous oil across her hands, she applied it to his back and limbs. Remarkably, this seemingly modest drop was sufficient to cover his entire body. Li Heng's physique absorbed every trace of the oil, and his aura surged once more. Boom. He had reached the 71st level of body refinement. Li Chinzi was momentarily taken aback. Another breakthrough. This Indian miraculous oil was indeed extraordinary. Could it possibly be more potent than the legendary Eternal Oil? Though she had only heard tales of the Eternal Oil and never witnessed its effects, she speculated that it might even be inferior to this Indian concoction. Chapter 46. A startling effect following this breakthrough, Li Heng's aura did not increase significantly. Rather, his physical strength augmented slightly. At this level of mastery, the difficulty of achieving even a single breakthrough is exceedingly formidable. My dear brother, I have already assisted you with the oil. Is it not time for you to bestow upon me the divine elixir? Li Chenxi remarked, producing a cloth to wipe her hands. However, upon grasping the rag, she swiftly retracted it. This Indian divine oil is no ordinary substance. Even a mere application upon the palms bestows remarkable refining effects upon the body. To waste it by wiping it off directly would be a disservice. Li Heng stretched lazily. Chenxi, your skills still require refinement. To earn the divine oil, you must elevate your technique. He jested, once your massage is perfected, I shall award you a technician's certificate and even craft a sign for you. I'll be sure to flip your sign daily. At this thought, he chuckled quietly to himself. What mischief are you concocting over there? Li Chenxi queried, feeling a shiver at her brother's smile. For reasons unknown, he appeared rather sinister. Is he perhaps a harbinger of my downfall? Come, apply the oil once more. Li Heng retrieved a wine-red bottle from the system space, releasing another drop of the timeless divine oil. This time, truly massage with your heart, not merely exerting strength. Do you comprehend? You. Li Chenxi was left speechless, her indignation flaring. Once revered as an empress, she was accustomed to being treated with utmost respect by all sects and sacred lands. Had anyone dared to speak to her, as Li Heng did, they would have met their demise countless times over. Yet, for the sake of the divine oil, she resolved to endure. Quickly, do not dawdle. Li Heng reclined on the bed, awaiting her ministrations. Humph. Li Chenxi muttered a silent curse, yet her actions became notably more adept. This time, her massage was executed with greater care and an even application of pressure. Soon, every drop of the divine oil was absorbed into Li Heng's body. Boom. In no time, his aura surged once more. 72 levels. Li Heng reveled inwardly. Truly, this ancient divine oil is remarkable. A single drop requires a millennium to condense atop the mountain of all gods. The potency is astonishing. Historically, from the ancient times to the present, over countless millennia, only 10,000 drops of this divine oil have been produced. Yet, he had acquired 22 bottles, equivalent to what would normally take 2,200 years to accumulate. Remarkably, having consumed less than half a bottle of the oil, he was already nearing the pinnacle of physical refinement. Li Chenxi marveled silently, her desire for the divine oil intensifying. No matter what, she was determined to test its effects. My dear brother, having completed the massage, may I now receive the divine oil? Li Heng turned over, stretching lazily, and replied, in light of your diligent efforts, I shall grant you a drop. After all, they were twins, family. There was no need for undue stinginess. Moments ago, I merely wished to amuse Chenxi. After speaking, I produced a jade vial and presented it to her. Here, within lies a drop of divine oil. Carefully, Li Chenxi accepted it, placing it within her spatial ring. Understanding the rarity of this precious oil, her earlier displeasure swiftly dissipated. She realized that Li Heng was merely being playful, without any malicious intent. Li Heng suddenly regarded the girl with utmost seriousness. May I borrow that Eternal Emperor's sutra to peruse? Having learned of the Eternal Emperor's circumstances through ancient texts, he had yet to discover the method to achieve such a breakthrough. He speculated that this sutra might contain the knowledge he sought. Moreover, he had uncovered another astonishing piece of information within an ancient tome, the imminent arrival of the Great Cataclysm. Even those who ascended to the rank of emperor would struggle to escape its grasp. Only by breaking through once more, to become the legendary Eternal Emperor, could one survive this cataclysm. Such calamities reoccur every 10,000 years, the last having occurred in ancient times, several eons ago. The time until the next great cataclysm was drawing near, thus he needed to prepare for his ascension. What do you need that book for? Li Chenxi inquired, her hand brushing against the spatial pouch at her waist. This book was pivotal to her own journey toward becoming the Eternal Emperor, and she could not afford to divulge its significance. After acquiring it from the Eternal Library, she had promptly secured it within her pouch, never anticipating that Li Heng would notice the inscriptions upon it. I'm merely curious. The texts obtained from the Eternal Temple must be immensely valuable. Li Heng would never casually reveal his reincarnation with memories intact. As for the book, Li Chenxi hesitated momentarily, yet ultimately resolved, Once I return, I shall create a copy of it and provide you with a version. The sutra contained the methods to ascend as the Eternal Emperor, and a replica would not compromise its content, remaining indistinguishable from the original and fully functional. She intended to keep the original for herself. Her willingness stemmed from the recent acquisition of the divine oil. Very well, Li Heng nodded. A few days is but a trifling matter. Chenxi, considering your promptness, feel free to seek me for divine oil whenever you require it. The Eternal Emperor Sutra was exceedingly precious, far surpassing the value of the divine oil. Li Chenxi smiled faintly at his words. Her earlier discontent now entirely vanished. This younger brother was, in truth, rather agreeable. Oh dear, my stomach is in some distress. I must attend to the restroom. Li Heng clutched his abdomen and hurriedly exited the room. Li Chenxi chuckled and shook her head. This lad must have overindulged and upset his stomach. Closing the door, she retrieved the divine oil, pouring it into her palm and spreading it evenly. The fiery sensation spread across the palm, akin to thousands of ants scurrying upon it. Bringing my hand close to the nostrils, I gently inhaled. A rich, divine aroma emanated from my palm, accompanied by an alluring fragrance. Li Chenxi, with a discerning eye and vast experience with treasures, had never encountered such a miraculous oil. Intriguing indeed. It was worthy of being a treasure obtained from the ancient realm of deities. A mere drop was sufficient to anoint the entire body. Now, it was my turn to experiment. Having just witnessed the formidable effects of this divine oil, my heart brimmed with anticipation, eager to try it for myself. The oil was evenly spread across my palm, and I interlaced my hands, applying it uniformly to my left and right arms. Subsequently, I also anointed my body with the oil, though the application on my back was somewhat uneven. Chapter 47. Acquiring the Supreme Emperor's Heart Sutra, Li Chenxi applied the remaining divine oil on his palm over his body. A fiery sensation enveloped him, as if he were engulfed in flames, accompanied by the crawling of millions of ants beneath his skin. This sensation was unlike anything he had experienced with any previous body-tempering treasures. The Indian divine oil was truly extraordinary. Merely a drop yielded such terrifying effects. The rapid pace of that young man's breakthroughs was undoubtedly warranted. Before long, Li Chenxi felt a surge of energy, his body tempering realm ascending. 28, 30, 31. His expression transformed into one of sheer astonishment. This single drop of divine oil had such formidable potency. The number of consecutive breakthroughs was unprecedented, far exceeding his expectations. Why did Li Heng, with a higher cultivation level than mine, achieve greater breakthroughs with just one drop? Was I perhaps employing it incorrectly? That lad had left in a hurry after experiencing an upset stomach, failing to return and provide any instructions. Could it be that the oil needed to be applied in a specific manner to unlock its full potential? Li Chenxi's consciousness delved into his body to assess his post-breakthrough state. Upon noticing the Supreme Emperor's bone within him, he was instantly taken aback. The Supreme Emperor's bone exhibited signs of a breakthrough. It was the result of the divine oil. The Supreme Emperor's bone was already a treasure among the three realms. Enhancing it was exceedingly difficult and typically required immense fortuitous encounters. Never in his wildest dreams did he anticipate that absorbing the ancient divine oil would induce a breakthrough trend in the Supreme Emperor's bone. The Indian divine oil was incredibly potent. If he were to absorb a few more drops, perhaps his Supreme Emperor's bone could ascend to even greater heights due to the oil's effects. Once the Supreme Emperor's bone underwent a breakthrough, its latent potential would become exponentially more formidable. Li Heng returned to his chamber, securing the doors and windows. At his bedside lay an oval-shaped dragon egg, its golden patterns flickering like a breath. He gently tapped the dragon egg, which seemed to respond, trembling slightly. "Come on, little one, hatch soon. I have yet to savor the true flavor of dragon meat." The dragon egg appeared to comprehend Li Heng's words, quaking in fear, its life force noticeably diminishing. A day later, knock, knock, knock. A voice echoed from outside, belonging to Li Chenxi. "Hey, are you in there?" "Not here," replied Li Heng. "Not here. Yet you're still talking." Li Chenxi rolled his eyes. "Come in," Li Heng beckoned. He knew that Chenxi had come bearing the Supreme Emperor's Heart Sutra. As Li Chenxi entered the room, he casually flipped open a blue tome. "I have prepared the copy for you. This Heart Sutra of the Eternal Emperor holds immense significance for her. A millennium of preparation has culminated in this singular object, thus it shall not be relinquished lightly. As for the copy, it has been transcribed verbatim from the original sutra, with content identical to the authentic text, exhibiting no discrepancies. Li Heng nodded in acknowledgement. What he sought was the method to become the Eternal Emperor. Even if it were not the original, attaining the status of the Eternal Emperor would render the distinction moot. Li Qinzi cautioned him, "You must promise me that upon acquiring this book, you will immediately take an oath never to disclose any information contained within." Li Heng promptly assented. "Very well, I shall pledge that none of the information within this book will be revealed to outsiders." He was not foolish. He understood the wisdom of discretion. Furthermore, given the gravity of this tome, it was imperative to keep its contents confidential. "Here you go," Li Qinzi said, hesitating momentarily before resolutely handing over the Heart Sutra of the Eternal Emperor. Li Heng received it with care, storing it safely in his spatial ring for further study. Qinzi, have you made a breakthrough? But didn't you use that drop of divine oil yesterday?" Li Qinzi nodded emphatically. "Yes, I utilized it right after you left yesterday. To be honest, the effect was astonishing. You are incredibly fortunate to have acquired such a treasure." She felt a deep sense of envy. "How many levels have you surpassed?" Li Heng inquired. "For levels? 4? It seems you have not discovered the correct method for using the divine oil. What is the proper way?" Li Heng explained. "You must massage it. Apply a drop of divine oil evenly over your entire body. Only after full application can it manifest its true effects. Never dissolve it in water, as that would completely negate its potency. Divine oil is not the same as spirit liquid. Using it in a medicinal bath will not yield the desired results." "I see." Li Qinzi recalled when Li Heng had asked for her assistance with the massage. Thus, following this method would maximize the absorption of the divine oil's effects. "How about this? I will give you 3 more drops of divine oil, which should enhance your breakthrough." Li Heng wished to assist Qinzi in swiftly elevating her strength. The value of the Heart Sutra of the Eternal Emperor far surpassed that of the divine oil he had just acquired. Since Qinzi was so generous, he felt compelled to reciprocate. After all, they were twins, a family, and harmony was a beautiful thing. "Really?" Li Qinzi felt a surge of joy. Having experienced the divine oil's terrifying effects the previous day, she knew it could even prompt a breakthrough in the Supreme Emperor's bone. She had been contemplating how to broach the subject of obtaining more divine oil. To her delight, Li Heng had offered it willingly. This warmed her heart. It truly felt like family. She resolved that in the future, any good fortune would be shared with Li Heng first. In the hidden passage, the younger brother remarked, "Dear sister, once we arrive in the ancient realm of desolation, I shall certainly introduce you to several beautiful fairies as potential brides, such as the White Tiger Fairy, the Chrysanthemum Fairy, and the Enchanting Fox Fairy, all of whom are splendid choices." Li Heng nodded in agreement, affirming, "Indeed, that is the truth." He retrieved a crimson bottle, from which he poured 3 drops of divine oil into an empty jade vessel, presenting it to Li Qinzi. "By the way, I can assist you with the application of the oil," Li Heng said earnestly, referring to it as the straightforward method. "You rogue." Li Qinzi glared fiercely, taken aback by his unexpected nature. The application of the oil necessitated covering every inch of her body, and if Li Heng were to assist her, it would inevitably expose her completely. "How dare you take advantage of this, Empress? Henceforth, let the fairies apply the oil instead. Why am I being labeled a rogue?" Li Heng protested, genuinely devoid of ill intentions, his heart pure and innocent. He merely wished to assist Qinzi, yet was met with such disparagement. "Moreover, you possess nothing of interest at the moment, resembling a washboard. I have no inclination to even look." You. Li Qinzi, incensed, turned to leave, declaring, "I shall return first." It had only been a brief interval, yet the two soon resumed their playful banter. One could not help but wonder if Li Heng had been sent by the heavens as a means of punishing her. Chapter 48. The birthday banquet. After the departure of Qinzi, Li Heng secured the doors and windows, taking a seat on his bed. In his hands, he cradled the blue tome he had just acquired. Opening the first page of the Heart Sutra of the Eternal Emperor, he perused its contents from beginning to end. With a sharp clap, he closed the book, his heart weighed down by the gravity of his aspirations. The path to becoming the Eternal Emperor was far more arduous than he had ever imagined. Even with an abundance of resources, success was not guaranteed. The illustrious title of Eternal Emperor was not easily attained. To ascend to the rank of Eternal Emperor, one must first attain formidable strength across various realms. For instance, In the realm of qi condensation, it was necessary to refine one's spiritual energy at least 30 times to meet the standards of an eternal emperor. Previously, on the eternal divine qi ranking, the strongest individual had only managed 25 refinements, falling significantly short of the required benchmark. Thus, such individuals would undoubtedly be unable to ascend to the status of eternal emperor in the future. Similar prerequisites existed within the body refinement realm. The pinnacle of body refinement demanded 81 refinements, while aspiring to become an eternal emperor necessitated a minimum of 60. On the eternal body refinement ranking, most could only achieve up to 40 refinements, making it exceedingly rare for anyone to surpass this figure. Consequently, these individuals were also precluded from attaining the title of eternal emperor. At present, my own refinements had reached 72. Thereby fulfilling the minimum criteria to aspire to the title of Eternal Emperor. Naturally, Li Heng had no intention of halting his progress at this stage. Possessing the eternal divine oil, which offered remarkable effects in body refinement, he was determined to push his physical prowess to its utmost limits. The subsequent foundation establishment realm was equally pivotal. To become the Eternal Emperor, one must lay down a solid imperial foundation. The foundations established by cultivators during the foundation establishment phase could be categorized into several tiers: yellow base, profound base, spiritual base, celestial base, immortal base, imperial base, and eternal imperial base. Establishing an imperial base was the standard for aspiring to become the Eternal Emperor. Many cultivators found it commendable to establish merely a celestial base, with only a handful managing to achieve an immortal base. As for the imperial base, it was exceedingly rare. Li Heng's aspirations extended beyond merely establishing an imperial base. He sought to attain the ultimate pinnacle of this realm, the eternal imperial base. The difficulty of achieving this was significantly greater than that of the imperial base, requiring an astronomical quantity of rare celestial materials and treasures. The ancient Phoenix Kingdom lay on the northern side of the everlasting realm. From a distance, this ancient city resembled a phoenix egg poised for rebirth. The kingdom's sovereign was on the verge of celebrating a 2,000-year birthday, resulting in an influx of visitors to the ancient Phoenix Kingdom. Upon her return, Jean Fenger encountered many citizens of the kingdom along her journey. Previously, these individuals would have rushed to greet her warmly, but this time, they stood at a distance, whispering and pointing. Have you heard? Jean Fenger has become a follower of the Li family. What? Such a thing exists? Who is the one she follows? It is the divine son of the Li family. The divine child is merely 4 years old this year. Why would the Phoenix Maiden choose to follow him? Surely, she must have lost her senses. As a noble Phoenix Maiden, to become a mere follower of another is a disgrace, tarnishing the reputation of our ancient Phoenix Kingdom. She is utterly unworthy of the title. Within the Phoenix Kingdom, the Phoenix Maiden holds an extraordinarily esteemed position, regarded as the heir apparent to the next ruler. It is unfathomable that someone of such stature would choose to serve another, a decision that brings shame upon us all. The venerable ancestor of the celestial phoenix personally selected Jean Fenger to become the Phoenix Maiden. Who could have anticipated that she would resort to such actions? The ancestor must be heartbroken. I have heard whispers that the ruler intends to strip the title of Phoenix Maiden from her and banish her from the Phoenix Kingdom. To become a follower of another, Jean Fenger has forfeited her right to such an esteemed identity. As Jean Fenger strolled through the familiar streets, she felt the weight of the gazes and whispers from the crowd, a sense of melancholy enveloping her. Yet, she held no regrets. How could she watch her revered ancestor, whom she regarded as her own parents, fade away without action? Upon returning to the Phoenix Kingdom, her first thought was to pay her respects to the ancestor. She traversed the bustling city, eventually arriving at a tranquil bamboo grove. Here stood an exquisite 2-story pavilion, the residence of the ancestor. At the entrance, a young attendant, appearing no older than 7 or 8, stood guard. Mingyu, please deliver a message for me. I wish to visit, she requested. However, Mingyu shook her head, her clear voice chiming. Sister Fenger, the ancestor has said she does not wish to see you. Ever since the ancestor's return, she had instructed that should Jean Fenger appear, she must be turned away. I understand. A look of disappointment clouded Jean Fenger's eyes. She knelt down, gently ruffling Mingyu's hair. Take good care of the ancestor in my absence. Rest assured, Sister Fenger, Mingyu replied with a dutiful nod. unaware of what wrong her sister had committed to warrant such treatment from the ancestor. Nevertheless, the ancestor's command was absolute. 3 days later, a grand banquet was prepared in the ancient kingdom. Outside the Phoenix Great Hall, an expansive square was adorned with 3,000 banquet tables. All prominent figures within the kingdom were seated, awaiting the ruler's birthday celebration. The ruler, a breathtaking woman clad in a phoenix robe and crowned with a phoenix tiara, despite her 2,000 years of age, appeared to be in her 30s, showing no signs of aging. Standing upon the elevated platform before the hall, she surveyed the gathered assembly, her gaze soon landing on a figure she most wished to avoid, Jean Fenger. "Seize that Jean Fenger and expel her from my sight," she commanded. Jean Fenger's choice to follow a member of the Li family, regardless of the reason, was deemed unforgivable. Thus, she found herself unwilling to confront this individual. Upon receiving the order, the guards immediately approached Jean Fenger, one of whom was the leader of the guard. "Jean Fenger, the sovereign currently wishes not to see you. Please depart at once." Jean Fenger's expression darkened slightly. "Might I not stay until the conclusion of the sovereign's birthday banquet?" The captain of the guards showed no signs of kindness, coldly replying, "The sovereign has already issued orders for you to leave immediately. Please do not compel us to act against our will." Jean Fenger stepped out from the crowd, advancing toward the high platform before the grand hall. "Sovereign, you have been gracious to me. Now, during this grand celebration of your 2000th birthday, I earnestly wish to remain and offer my congratulations, after which I shall depart." Just then, a strikingly beautiful woman emerged from the throng. She was Zhao Xia, one of the heirs of the Phoenix ancient kingdom, possessing extraordinary talents. Prior to Jean Fenger's arrival, she was the foremost heir of the Phoenix ancient kingdom, cherished by the sovereign. Had circumstances remained unchanged, it was certain that Zhao Xia would inherit the kingdom. However, with Jean Fenger's emergence, awakening the Phoenix bloodline within her, the ancestors personally bestowed upon her the title of Phoenix Maiden, resulting in a dramatic decline in Zhao Xia's status within the kingdom. Chapter 49. The Divine Son's Birthday Tribute. Zhao Xia emerged from the crowd, her voice laced with icy disdain. "Jean Fenger, are you truly so oblivious? The sovereign has treated you with utmost favor, yet you choose to align yourself with the Li family? What is even more ludicrous is that your follower is merely a child of 4. As the Phoenix Maiden, how can you act in such a manner? Are you intent on tarnishing the reputation of our ancient Phoenix kingdom?" It was precisely because of Jean Fenger that Zhao Xia's own status had plummeted. Now, with Fenger choosing to follow the Li family, it suited her intentions perfectly. In front of the assembly, she was determined to vent all the pent-up frustration accumulated over the years. She wanted all the citizens of the ancient kingdoms to know that she was the rightful heir. After her proclamation, the onlookers from the ancient kingdoms echoed her sentiments. Indeed, Zhao Xia speaks the truth. How can Jean Fenger still have the audacity to remain here and celebrate the sovereign's birthday? Depart at once. You have brought disgrace to our Phoenix kingdom. The harsh words from the crowd made Jean Fenger bow her head in shame, biting her lip. "I will leave immediately. However, before I go, I wish to present a birthday tribute to the sovereign." With that, she retrieved a red brocade box from her spatial ring. This box had been entrusted to her by the Divine Son, who had insisted it be delivered personally to the sovereign. The Phoenix sovereign cast a cold glance at Jean Fenger, showing no inclination to accept the tribute. "I have no need for your gift. Take it and leave at once," she commanded. "This tribute is meant for you from the Divine Son. I sincerely hope you will accept it," Jean Fenger implored. The Divine Son, the Phoenix sovereign, whose given name was Tang Wanrong, grimaced at the mention of those words. Previously, she would have graciously accepted any tribute from the Divine Son. However, the situation had shifted. The Divine Son had taken the Phoenix Maiden as a follower, an affront to the very principles of the Phoenix Kingdom. There was no way she would accept this tribute. The Divine Son insisted that this tribute must reach your hands personally. Jean Fenger insisted. She could defy the sovereign's wishes, but not those of the Divine Son. For as a follower, she was bound to heed his commands. With determination, she continued toward the sovereign. The sovereign had already made her stance clear. "Take your tribute and leave immediately." Zhao Xia raised her hand, warning, "If you take another step forward, do not blame me for resorting to violence." "Please step aside," Jean Fenger replied, showing no sign of retreat as she pressed onward. "You're courting death." Zhao Xia's right hand ascended, and a searing flame erupted from her palm, coalescing into the form of a phoenix. Phoenix Dance of the Nine Heavens. Jean Fenger's brow furrowed tightly. She had not anticipated such ferocity from Zhao Siyu. The Phoenix Dance of the Nine Heavens was the hallmark technique of the Phoenix Kingdom, requiring the activation of one's inner flames. If one possessed the bloodline of the Phoenix, this martial art would reach its zenith. A resounding cry of the Phoenix echoed through the air. After experiencing the formidable power of the Phoenix Dance in the Nine Heavens, the surrounding crowd was left in astonishment. What? Zhao Siyu has become so powerful. Jean Fenger could not possibly be her rival. The future throne of the realm is likely destined for Zhao Siyu. In terms of bloodline, Jean Fenger is superior. However, when it comes to actual strength, Jean Fenger pales in comparison to Zhao Siyu, who has cultivated for 30 years. Jean Fenger raised her hand and executed the same technique as Zhao Siyu. Phoenix Dance in the Nine Heavens. Flames soared into the sky, coalescing into the shape of a phoenix above. Her phoenix, though slightly smaller than Zhao Siyu's, exuded an ancient bloodline pressure. The opposing phoenix, without engaging in battle, was instantly paralyzed by fear. With a mere gesture, Jean Fenger extinguished the opposing phoenix. As the phoenix was annihilated, Zhao Siyu suffered a backlash, spitting out a mouthful of blood. What a terrifying bloodline pressure. How can your bloodline be so powerful? Even at this moment, she could not comprehend what Jean Fenger had done to defeat her in a single strike. Not long ago, her bloodline was only slightly stronger than her own. Yet now there was a qualitative difference. Tang Wanrong also sensed the bloodline pressure emanating from this phoenix, her pupils narrowing in shock. Could it be the ancient phoenix bloodline? Upon considering this possibility, she couldn't help but gasp in astonishment. The phoenix bloodline and the ancient phoenix bloodline, though differing by a mere character, are worlds apart. The phoenix bloodline is merely top tier within the realm of longevity, utterly insignificant in the ancient desolate realm. In contrast, the ancient phoenix bloodline ranks among the elite even in the ancient desolate realm. How did Jean Fenger acquire the ancient phoenix bloodline? Could it be the divine sun? As this thought crossed her mind, her eyes widened in disbelief. The transition from the phoenix bloodline to the ancient phoenix bloodline surely requires exceedingly rare, celestial treasures, unattainable by ordinary individuals. The divine sun must hold Jean Fenger in high regard to bestow such a precious gift upon her. Thus, it appears that Jean Fenger's allegiance to the divine sun was indeed a wise choice. Although the ruler is reluctant to admit it, following the divine sun seems to offer a brighter future than inheriting the phoenix ancient kingdom. Not far away, the elder of the heavenly phoenix trembled upon sensing the enhancement of Jean Fenger's bloodline. Fenger, the ancient phoenix bloodline. Could it be? Have I misjudged her? She aided Jean Fenger in becoming the phoenix maiden, hoping for a bright future as one of the strongest beings in the world. Her intention was not to make her a follower of the divine sun, fearing it might hinder her path and entirely obliterate her opportunity to become a powerful figure. Yet now, it seems Jean Fenger has awakened her stronger ancient phoenix bloodline just upon becoming the divine sun's follower. Her future achievements will undoubtedly surpass those of becoming the ruler. Jean Fenger repelled Zhao Xia and slowly approached Tang Wanrong, placing the redwood brocade box upon the wooden table. This is a birthday gift from the Son of God. May you be blessed with fortunes as vast as the East Sea, and may your longevity rival that of the ageless peaks of the South Mountain, she declared. Fenger takes her leave. With that, she departed without a backward glance. Tang Wanrong paid no heed to the redwood box, leaving it neglected on the table. She surmised that it could not possibly contain anything of great value. Subsequently, the birthday banquet commenced, with various distinguished guests offering their blessings and gifts. As the wine flowed and the dishes were savored, guests began to take their leave, and the festivities neared their conclusion. Tang Wanrong assisted the venerable Tianfeng ancestor, softly suggesting, "Ancestor, it grows late. You should return and rest." "Indeed," the ancestor replied, her countenance softened after seeing Jean Feng. As she prepared to depart, her gaze inadvertently lingered upon the brocade box on the table. "My lord, after all, it is a birthday gift from the Son of God. You should accept it." With a hint of hesitation, Tang Wanrong finally lifted the red box, though her mind remained unperturbed. Casually, she opened the lid, and a brilliant flame shot forth into the sky. Chapter 50. The blood of the ancient phoenix, a blazing firelight transformed in the sky into a magnificent phoenix. its form stretching 100 feet long, exuding an immensely powerful bloodline aura that rivaled that of the Golden Phoenix. This is the sovereign, originally named Tang Wanrong. Suddenly stiffened, the aura of the ancient phoenix. There could be no mistake. Only the bloodline of the ancient phoenix could possess such a formidable presence. She hastily peered into the redwood brocade box. Though its exterior appeared unremarkable, the box concealed a celestial realm within. The outer layer was adorned with ordinary wood, while the interior was crafted from rare phoenix wood. At the bottom of the box lay a drop of phoenix blood. This is the blood of the ancient phoenix. Gasp! Tang Wanrong inhaled sharply, almost drawing her very soul into her lungs. The bloodline of the ancient phoenix was exceedingly rare, utterly unattainable within the realm of longevity. One could only encounter the ancient phoenix in the desolate ancient realm. A single drop of ancient phoenix blood was worth its weight in gold. Indeed, the value of ancient phoenix blood far surpassed that of ordinary blood by 1,000-fold. For those endowed with the phoenix bloodline, this single drop was an invaluable treasure. If one could refine the bloodline within this essence and integrate it into their being, the possibility of bloodline evolution was immense. Tang Wanrong could scarcely dare to dream that one day she might possess the bloodline of the ancient phoenix. Now, this drop of phoenix blood had granted her a fresh opportunity. She bore the phoenix bloodline. Should she successfully absorb this drop of ancient phoenix blood, she might truly ascend to the ancient phoenix bloodline. Tang Wanrong trembled with excitement, tears of joy streaming down her face. This. The Divine Sun actually gifted me a drop of ancient phoenix blood as a birthday present. So precious, exceedingly precious. Today, I received 100,000 gifts. Yet their collective worth pales in comparison to this drop of ancient phoenix blood. Upon witnessing this drop of phoenix blood, the ancestor of the celestial phoenix was also taken aback. My heavens! The Divine Sun's generosity knows no bounds. This drop of ancient phoenix blood is undoubtedly the most precious gift bestowed upon the ancient phoenix kingdom. If it were given to her, even if it did not elevate the bloodline, it would undoubtedly enhance the potential within the bloodline. Breaking through to the next realm would be a mere trifle. Tang Wanrong suddenly slapped her forehead. Oh no, I actually sent the golden phoenix away, and spoke to her with harsh words. It was my fault. The Divine Sun had instructed the golden phoenix to bring a gift for her birthday, using such a treasured item. Yet, I treated it like refuse, leaving it there for so long. If the Divine Sun were to learn of this, would it not break his heart? Someone, quickly find the golden phoenix and bring her back to me. This incident was indeed her fault. Had she opened the redwood brocade box initially and seen the ancient phoenix blood within, she would have certainly kept the golden phoenix here to partake in the feast. Underestimating the Divine Sun, she had thought the box contained nothing of value and thus did not open it. However, the outcome resulted in a grievous error, filling the heart with profound regret. Consider this. The divine child traveled countless miles to present such a precious treasure, yet Tang Wanrong treated him with such indifference, even turning away Jin Fenger. Should this incident become known, outsiders would certainly gossip, deeming Tang Wanrong's actions inappropriate. The chief of the guards clasped his fists and responded, Your Majesty, Jin Fenger has long departed from the Phoenix ancient kingdom. It is likely we cannot retrieve her. When Jin Fenger left, 2 guards were discreetly assigned to follow her, returning only after she exited the ancient kingdom to report. With half a day's time elapsed, it is undoubtedly impossible to bring her back. Tang Wanrong found the situation quite challenging and could not help but glance at the elder beside her. Elder, how should we proceed? The elder of the Tianfeng lowered her head and pondered for a long while before devising a compromise to minimize conflict with the Li family. The divine child presented a birthday gift, which turned out to be the blood of the ancient phoenix, seemingly aiming to foster goodwill with the Phoenix ancient kingdom. Yet we dismissed Fenger, which indeed seems rather inappropriate. Once Jin Fenger returns and shares this matter, the divine child will surely perceive our lack of sincerity. Therefore, the elder believes it necessary to personally visit the Li family and extend goodwill to the divine child. For Tang Wanrong, as the sovereign of a nation, to seek favor from another is quite extraordinary. However, the actions of the Phoenix ancient kingdom were somewhat excessive. It is only fitting for the sovereign to extend goodwill. Tang Wanrong's expression fluctuated between anger and resignation, ultimately sighing at the thought of the Li family's formidable strength. Very well. I shall go to the Li family and seek out the divine child. Indeed, I shall accompany you, the elder declared, wishing to see Jin Feng. Ever since discovering that Jin Fenger possessed the ancient Phoenix bloodline, she no longer held any grievances against her. Perhaps following the divine child is indeed the wisest choice. At the Li family, within a small courtyard, in the room to the right. Inside, there were two individuals. One was a girl of just over 4 years. Her visage as delicate as a porcelain doll. The other was a woman adorned in a brocade robe, exuding elegance and possessing an extraordinary demeanor. Chinsi, why have you summoned your mother? Lu Minglan inquired with a smile. Mother, please come help me with oil. Li Chinsi exclaimed. Oil? What do you mean? Lu Minglan had never encountered this term before. Pushing oil is... Li Chinsi's eyes narrowed slightly, revealing a method of body refinement from the eternal divine realm. It was natural for her mother to be unaware of it. Oh, pushing oil. Lu Minglan's eyes brightened, surprised that her little girl possessed such depth. What would you have me do? Li Chinsi produced a jade vial, pouring its contents into her mother's palm. You must evenly apply this drop of Indian sacred oil onto my body, and include some massage to fully unleash its effects. What is Indian sacred oil? Lu Minglan had never heard of such a thing. Li Chinsi smiled mysteriously. The Indian divine oil, originating from the ancient realm, is a precious elixir for the enhancement of the body. What? This is indeed a treasure from the ancient realm. Lu Minglan's eyes sparkled as she gazed at the palm of her hand. Indian divine oil. Though the name may seem peculiar, its origins from the ancient realm undoubtedly signify its extraordinary nature. Li Chinsi lay upon the bed while Lu Minglan delicately applied the divine oil evenly across her daughter's body. Before long, the effects of the oil began to manifest, and her aura surged dramatically. Body refinement reached the 32nd level. The breakthrough did not cease there. Her aura continued to ascend. Body refinement reached the 33rd level. The effects of the divine oil had yet to be fully realized. Body refinement reached the 34th level, 35th level, 37th level. Clang. Lu Minglan was so startled that she collapsed onto the ground. Could it be? A single drop of Indian divine oil enabled her to transcend 6 levels of cultivation. Her daughter's cultivation was already impressively high, surpassing 30 levels. To achieve a breakthrough at such a level is extraordinarily challenging, and yet this divine oil allowed her to surpass 6 levels consecutively, a testament to its terrifying potency. Chapter 51. Hatching Morning Twilight. From where did you acquire the Indian divine oil? Lu Minglan inquired with great curiosity. It was obtained from... Li Chinsi hesitated slightly. From Li Heng. What? Li Heng actually procured such a treasure? Lu Minglan was aware that Li Heng had accessed the treasure hall within the eternal divine realm, retrieving numerous treasures. No wonder his strength had surged so rapidly. Mother, please assist me once more. Li Chinsi poured another drop of the eternal divine oil. Lu Minglan nodded, evenly applying the divine oil onto her daughter's body. Boom. After a brief moment, Li Chinsi's aura surged again. 38, 39, 41. This time, the enhancement effect reached 4 levels. Though not as potent as the first, it was still commendable. Li Chinsi's consciousness delved into her body, where the supreme imperial bone within her chest emitted a brilliant golden light after absorbing the divine power of the eternal divine oil twice. Judging by this progression, evolution would not take long. Indeed, as I had surmised, this Indian divine oil possesses a fortifying effect on the supreme imperial bone, with only 1 drop remaining. I hope its use will enable the supreme imperial bone to ascend. Next, Li Chinsi retrieved the last drop of the eternal divine oil and requested her mother to apply it on her. Shortly thereafter, her aura surged once more. Boom, boom, boom. A series of muffled sounds echoed. Her realm advanced from 41 to 44. Lu Minglan, witnessing this, was utterly astonished. This is the Indian divine oil. Truly a treasure of the eternal divine realm. A fleeting thought crossed her mind to obtain a drop for Li Hongtian, though she refrained from asking Li Chinsi. Recognizing the rarity and value of such a substance, deciding it was better reserved for her children, Li Chinsi's consciousness focused again on her supreme imperial bone. The golden radiance intensified, and several mysterious patterns began to manifest. At a certain moment, the patterns on the bone coalesced into an enigmatic design, emanating a terrifying aura. Li Chinsi felt an indescribable joy within her heart. The primordial imperial bone. The bone now bore the essence of primordial energy. This primordial imperial bone was vastly more powerful than before. Haha, just as I had envisioned. The Supreme Imperial Bone has successfully ascended after absorbing the Indian Divine Oil. The power of the Indian Divine Oil is extraordinary. With the advancement of the Imperial Bone, its potential had dramatically increased. Little brother, my strength will surely catch up to yours. A confident smile graced Li Chenxi's lips, her face radiating with assurance. 3 days swiftly passed. The sky was clear, unblemished by clouds. Li Heng reclined on a wrought-tan chair in his room, gazing through the window at the azure sky. His left hand rested on a golden dragon egg, gently caressing it, while his right hand held a piece of cooked dragon meat, devouring it heartily. Alas, the meat of the dragon is truly delectable. If the flesh of the serpent dragon is already so exquisite, how divine it would be to taste the true dragon's meat. As he spoke, he wiped away the drool that had escaped from the corner of his mouth. The dragon egg beside him trembled in fear, emanating a palpable aura of trepidation. Li Heng, sensing its anxiety, gently caressed the egg. Fear not. As long as you behave, I assure you I shall not consume you. The egg swayed back and forth, resembling a nod of agreement. He pondered the absence of Fenger, uncertain when she would return. According to her, it should take another 5 or 6 days. The rapidity of his prior breakthrough had left his body struggling to adapt in such a short span. However, after 2 days of cultivation, he was nearing the ability to harness all his physical strength. He intended to continue tempering his body until he reached the 81st level. This realm does not distinguish between celestial and demonic bodies. Both would progress together. Young master, a voice called from outside, jolting Li Heng from his thoughts. Come in. Young master, I have returned. Upon entering, Jean Fenger lowered her gaze, her demeanor tinged with disappointment. Why have you returned so soon? Did you not stay in the ancient kingdom for a few more days? Young master, it is as such. Jean Fenger resolved to reveal the truth. At the birthday banquet, I was expelled by the monarch. What? Such a thing happened. Li Heng's expression darkened. Was it due to my presence? The choice to present ancient phoenix blood as a birthday gift had its reasons. The Phoenix Ancient Kingdom possesses an ancient secret realm known as the Nirvana Heavenly Pool. It is said that within this pool lies an exceptionally rare treasure, the Nirvana fruit, which can bring one back from the brink of death. This fruit is also a crucial material for establishing a timeless imperial foundation. In the Phoenix Ancient Kingdom, only a select few are deemed worthy to enter the Nirvana Heavenly Pool. Outsiders wishing to gain entry must pay an exorbitant price. Those who have fallen out of favor with the Ancient Kingdom would never be granted access. Thus, Li Heng intended to establish a favorable relationship with the Ancient Kingdom in advance, ensuring that future encounters would not be so fraught with tension, thereby opening the possibility of entering the ancient secret realm. Moreover, while ancient phoenix blood is deemed precious to outsiders, it holds little value in his possession. After a millennium of sign-ins, he had not only ancient phoenix blood, but even the bloodlines of primordial phoenixes and divine phoenixes. Each bloodline is housed within its own blood pool in the system space, containing tens of thousands of drops of essence, so there was no concern of depletion. Indeed, Jean Fenger murmured, her head bowed. How outrageous. Li Heng produced a drop of ancient phoenix blood as a birthday gift, hoping it would ease any lingering animosity. To accept the Phoenix Maiden of the Ancient Kingdom as a follower would surely bring embarrassment to Tang Wanrong. A single drop of ancient phoenix blood is worth a fortune, especially to the Phoenix Ancient Kingdom, making it a rare treasure. Once Tang Wanrong accepted it, she would undoubtedly overlook any grievances concerning Jean Fenger. However, the outcome of events did not unfold as anticipated. Young master, this matter is entirely my fault. Henceforth, I shall strive to refrain from returning to the ancient kingdom. Jean Fenger is most concerned about the venerable Tianfeng ancestor. Having consumed 3 drops of the sap from the Tree of Life, her condition has improved significantly, alleviating her worries. Li Heng reassured her, focus on your cultivation. In the future, you shall become a formidable force in this world. The ancient Phoenix Kingdom will be but a place you can traverse freely. Young master, I understand. Jean Fenger replied earnestly, nodding her head. Now that she possesses the ancient Phoenix bloodline, her rate of advancement will undoubtedly accelerate, and she shall eventually emerge as a powerful being. She is confident that the Tianfeng ancestor will surely recognize her accomplishments in due time. What is this? Jean Fenger suddenly noticed a golden, oval-shaped giant egg beside the divine sun. This egg emanated a potent bloodline aura, unmistakably of dragon origin. Even with her ancient phoenix bloodline, the overwhelming presence of the dragon's blood sent shivers through her heart. What level of dragon bloodline could possess such strength? How did the divine sun acquire this dragon egg? The dragon race holds their progeny in high esteem. Should anyone dare to covet their eggs, they would eliminate their foes at any cost. Crack, crack. The dragon egg emitted several sharp sounds as cracks began to form upon its surface. Before long, a creature resembling a small serpent emerged from within. Its entire body shimmered in golden hues, with two tiny antennae atop its head. As the shell shattered completely, a terrifying aura of the dragon race surged forth, reaching skyward. The previously clear sky was suddenly engulfed in dark clouds, with thunder rumbling ominously within. Among the chaos, a striking golden lightning bolt stood out. With a resounding crash, the golden lightning burst forth from the clouds. It was not mere lightning, but a colossal golden dragon stretching 1,000 feet in length. Its formidable presence instilled dread across the heavens and the earth. Beasts within a million-mile radius prostrated themselves, paying homage to the golden dragon soaring above. Chapter 52. The ancient golden dragon. The members of the Li family concluded their cultivation, emerging from their chambers to gaze upwards at the magnificent golden dragon soaring through the sky. The overwhelming aura emanating from this dragon was so formidable that those with slightly lesser strength collapsed in terror, with yellowish liquid trickling down their legs. Even those with a bit more power trembled uncontrollably. What is this? Could it possibly be a five-clawed golden dragon? The supreme bloodline among dragons. Such a terrifying presence, whose dragon bloodline has awakened. The appearance of this golden dragon's phantom signifies numerous possibilities. An awakening of bloodline could indeed manifest such phenomena. Li Hongtian hastily ended his cultivation and stood in the courtyard, his gaze fixed upon the golden dragon above. This intense dragon aura is certainly not that of an ordinary golden dragon. You are correct. The venerable ancestor Changsheng has also come to this courtyard. If my old intuition serves me right, it may very well be the bloodline of an ancient golden dragon. He had once felt the presence of an ancient golden dragon in a relic, enabling him to discern this aura. What? Li Hongtian's face was a portrait of shock. The words ancient golden dragon resonated in his mind like a thunderclap. A five-clawed golden dragon is already exceedingly rare, and the ancient golden dragon is the ancestor of the five-clawed golden dragons, possessing the purest essence of dragon blood. Such a lineage would yield an immensely powerful dragon. Why has an ancient golden dragon's phantom appeared in our Li family? The venerable ancestor Changsheng turned his gaze towards the room on the left. I can sense that the aura of the golden dragon emanates from within this room. Are you implying that it is in Li Heng's chamber? Li Hongtian asked, his expression one of disbelief. Whether it is true or not, we shall discover upon entering. The venerable ancestor stepped forward, pushing open the intricately crafted wooden door. Inside, the room contained only simple furnishings, including a rattan chair. A small golden snake lay curled upon the chair, devouring the scattered golden eggshells nearby. Its two prominent dragon horns were strikingly noticeable. This is, the venerable ancestor Changsheng trembled in awe, an ancient golden dragon. Previously, in that relic, he had seen a mural depicting the ancient golden dragon. The aura emanating from the carved dragon nearly rendered him paralyzed with fear. He never anticipated that he would witness a genuine ancient golden dragon within the realm of longevity, especially beside a descendant of the Li family. Li Hongtian's mouth gaped wide, as if he could fit a fist inside. No way. This golden dragon has just hatched. Could it possibly belong to Li Heng? A five-clawed golden dragon is already a rarity, and the ancient golden dragon exists only in legend. Should anyone manage to subdue an ancient golden dragon, they would undoubtedly gain a formidable ally, even if one's own strength were insufficient in the future. Relying on the five-clawed golden dragon would allow one to look down upon others with pride. No one would dare to provoke an existence that harbors an ancient golden dragon. The eternal ancestor squinted slightly and remarked, this ancient golden dragon egg must have been acquired by Li Heng from the ancient divine realm. Recently, Li Heng not only entered the ancient treasure hall, but also obtained 3 fortuitous encounters on the ancient divine spirit ranking. One of these encounters must certainly be this ancient golden dragon egg. Li Hongtian raised an eyebrow and said, To procure a dragon egg from the ancient divine realm is no simple feat. The fact that Heng was able to hatch it in such a short span of time speaks volumes of his extraordinary fortune. The eternal ancestor stroked his goatee, a broad smile adorning his face as he declared, "Li Heng, our Li family has truly produced an exceptional individual. Not only does he possess a formidable divine body, but he has also managed to secure an ancient beast like the golden dragon. No one could possibly surpass him in terms of sheer fortune. Golden dragons are notoriously difficult to tame and may even flee. We must ensure it is confined here." Although the dragon egg has hatched, the ancient golden dragon has yet to acknowledge Li Heng as its master. This process may require some time and could lead to the dragon fiercely resisting and refusing to recognize its master. Thus, we must prepare in advance to prevent the golden dragon from escaping. "You speak wisely," the eternal ancestor nodded. "From now on, you shall remain here and assist Li Heng in taming this ancient golden dragon." "Understood," Li Hongtian replied, stepping into the room and pulling Li Heng aside to speak in hushed tones. "Henger, this ancient golden dragon was indeed hatched by you, correct?" "Yes," Li Heng affirmed without hesitation. "My dear son, your fortune is truly remarkable," Li Hongtian praised, giving a thumbs up. "However, taming this ancient golden dragon will not be an easy task. Dragons are inherently proud and difficult to subdue, making it challenging to establish a master-servant contract with them. Especially given the powerful bloodline of this ancient golden dragon, it will be even harder to tame. Therefore, you must allow the dragon to sense your goodwill over time, gradually gaining its recognition before ultimately signing the master-servant contract." Li Heng, however, shook his head, unconvinced by Li Hongtian's perspective. "Taming this golden dragon is not as complicated as you think. Just watch me." With that, he began to stride towards the ancient golden dragon. Li Hongtian swiftly grasped his arm. "Henger, taming the ancient golden dragon is no trifling matter. You must heed your father's advice." "Father, do not worry, it will be fine," Li Heng assured as he approached the golden serpent resting on the chair. "Little one, join me, and I shall provide you with all the luxuries." The golden dragon felt an instinctive affinity towards Li Heng. Upon hearing his words, it nodded in agreement, as if to convey its willingness to follow him. A golden radiance emanated from the dragon's body, coalescing in the air to form a mysterious contract. The power of the heavenly Tao swirled around the contract, ultimately transforming into a beam of light that entered Li Heng's brow. "This is..." Li Hongtian's pupils dilated in shock upon witnessing the contract. A companion contract. The contracts between humans and are categorized into several types. The most commonplace is the equal contract, wherein the relationship between humans is one of parity. The demise of one party holds no repercussions for the other. Following this is the master-servant contract, where the serves as a subordinate to the human master. The death of the bears no impact on the human, yet if the human perishes, as the servant, will also meet its end. Under this master-servant bond, they will fight valiantly to protect the human, making it a favored choice among cultivators. Beyond the master-servant contract exists a more formidable agreement known as the symbiotic contract. In this arrangement, the grows alongside the human and bestows upon them formidable abilities. However, entering into such a contract is no simple feat. Upon witnessing the completion of the contract, Li Heng could not help but smile. He understood the reason for the ease with which this contract was forged. Previously, the ancient golden dragon egg had lost its vital essence. It was he who submerged the dragon egg in dragon's blood, allowing it to absorb a substantial amount of the dragon lineage's essence, thereby granting the egg a second chance at life. Consequently, the golden dragon felt immense gratitude towards Li Heng, facilitating the effortless signing of the symbiotic contract. Chapter 53. Dragon-scale golden armor. Was it truly so effortless to be acknowledged as a companion beast? Li Hongtian was utterly astonished. It seemed almost too simple. The ancient golden dragon, a lineage of the most elusive dragon bloodline, was notoriously difficult to tame. He had anticipated expending considerable effort to nurture this dragon before establishing any form of contract, especially one of equal standing. To secure a master-servant contract would be exceedingly challenging. Who would have thought that Li Heng merely uttered a single phrase and effortlessly bound the ancient golden dragon as his companion beast? Could it be that my son is a child of destiny? Only a fabled child of fortune could possess such remarkable luck. The eternal ancestor stroked his goatee. nodding in satisfaction. With Li Heng's conquest of the ancient golden dragon, his future achievements would be boundless. This generation of the Li family was destined to rise. First, the ancestral emperor reincarnates, and now a divine child emerges. No one could impede the progress of the Li family. Within the depths of the 10,000 Great Mountains lies a concealed and profoundly sinister place known as the Black Dragon Valley. Here, powerful demon dragons reside. Deep within the valley, a long-dormant black demon dragon king slowly opened its eyes, raising its head to gaze toward the direction of the Li family. A deep, resonant growl echoed through the valley. The ancient golden dragon bloodline. If I could consume it, my own bloodline would undoubtedly evolve. Children, follow me to capture the golden dragon. In the Black Dragon Valley, a dozen colossal dragons, shrouded in dark energy, soared into the sky, heading toward the Li family's domain. In a small courtyard room, a radiant golden light emanated from the golden dragon's body, merging into Li Heng's chest and forming a circular rune that resembled a scale. Li Heng's heart stirred with enlightenment. This is a companion skill, Dragon Scale Golden Armor. Every companion beast bestows upon its master a unique skill, encompassing a myriad of categories such as enhancing strength and improving endurance. Heng, have you acquired a companion skill? Li Hongtian inquired with curiosity. The golden dragon was already rare, and to become a companion beast was even more extraordinary. He had never heard of anyone possessing the golden dragon's companion skill, thus his anticipation grew. Jean Fenger also turned her gaze toward the area over the young master's chest, eyes wide with admiration. How remarkable he is! At merely 4 years old, he has already tamed an ancient golden dragon as his companion beast. In time, this golden dragon will undoubtedly grow to possess immense power. With this thought, a shadow of melancholy crossed her features as she sighed softly. Alas, if my pace of cultivating strength remains too slow, I might just be surpassed by this golden dragon, diminishing my standing in the young master's eyes. I must strive diligently, hastening my training. I cannot allow myself to be outshone by this golden dragon. To be a follower, one must demonstrate their worth to avoid being cast aside. Li Heng felt a sensation from the scales on his chest. Dragon Scale Golden Armor. Scales arranged across his entire body formed a robust armor. Gleaming like it was forged from gold, Li Heng was enveloped entirely in golden armor, with only his eyes visible. As he moved his body, the joints of his arms were intricately designed, allowing for fluid motion without any sense of obstruction. The armor appeared impenetrable, yet air could circulate freely, preventing any feeling of suffocation. Indeed, it was formidable, and Li Heng was exceedingly pleased with this golden armor. With the Dragon Scale Golden Armor, his defensive capabilities ascended to an entirely new echelon, providing him with additional safeguards in this perilous realm of cultivation, enabling him to thrive with greater assurance. The armor also possessed a certain aesthetic appeal. Li Hongtian reached out to caress the surface of the armor. It seemed supple, yet felt remarkably solid to the touch. What man wouldn't he desire such a powerful suit of armor? As a father, he couldn't help but feel a twinge of envy at his son's fortune. Fenger, use your spiritual sword and gently strike Li Heng's arm, he suggested. Patriarch, that might be unwise, Fenger replied. Although possessing a spiritual sword, it was of inferior quality. Nonetheless, it could effortlessly cleave stone in two. If it were to break the young master's arm, what would they do then? Just be gentle, don't exert too much force. This lad has the golden armor. He'll be fine, Li Hongtian assured, harboring complete faith in the armor's defensive prowess. Li Heng rolled his eyes. Father, you underestimate the Dragon Scale Golden Armor. This is a companion technique derived from the ancient golden dragon. A mere inferior spiritual sword cannot hope to test its defenses. Very well, Fenger acquiesced, drawing her spiritual sword from her waist and approaching the young master. Fenger, retract your sword, Li Heng interjected, turning to Li Hongtian. Draw your sword and strike my arm. Li Hongtian was taken aback. My sword is of superior quality, significantly sharper than Fenger's. I fear, don't worry. Just give it a try. Li Heng extended his arm. Trying it may lead to disaster, Li Hongtian thought, yet he unsheathed his long sword, cautiously bringing it toward his son's arm. He refrained from using excessive force, intending to halt the strike should the blade breach the armor. The blade sliced through the air, producing a soft hum. Clang. Upon colliding with the armor, a crisp sound resonated through the room. All eyes turned toward Li Heng's arm. The point of impact merely left a white mark. The dragon scale showed no signs of damage whatsoever. Li Hengtian inhaled sharply. Wow, such formidable defense. This is indeed a superior spiritual sword, incredibly sharp. In the realm of eternal life, spiritual swords are categorized as inferior, middle, superior, and supreme. A superior spiritual sword is already considered a powerful treasure, capable of breaching most defenses. However, when faced with Li Heng's scale armor, it merely left a faint white mark. It would take dozens of strikes in the same spot to damage this piece of armor. This clearly demonstrates the formidable defensive capabilities of the WNL, J and JI. Li Heng was exceedingly pleased with the armor's resilience. Indeed, only with enhanced defense can one survive in this perilous world. Moreover, this dragon scale armor is merely in its initial form. As the ancient golden dragon's realm ascends, there exists the potential for this armor to evolve into an even more powerful state. This is the remarkable strength of a companion beast. Heng, do your utmost to conceal this dragon scale armor from outsiders, Li Hengtian cautioned. It serves as a life-saving trump card. Its true efficacy can only be realized when unknown to adversaries. If the enemy is forewarned, its effectiveness will be significantly diminished. I understand, replied Li Heng. No longer a child, fully aware of when to utilize the dragon scale armor. There are numerous precious resources for cultivating demon beasts within our clan. I will procure some for you, allowing the golden dragon to swiftly enhance its strength. Li Hengtian increasingly held high hopes for his son, desiring him to become a formidable force in his own right. Bring me more celestial beast meat, ensuring it is well roasted before presenting it. Li Heng gently patted the small head of the golden dragon. Chapter 54. The Ascendancy of the Golden Dragon. It seems the Golden Dragon has a penchant for raw meat. Li Hengtian chuckled and shook his head, convinced that his son's cravings were the reason for requesting cooked meat. However, he chose not to voice this thought. With Li Heng's current aptitude, acquiring additional resources within the clan would raise no objections. Very well, I shall procure some. There will be plenty for you to enjoy. After this, he departed the room with the ancestral figure. Li Heng settled into a wrought-tan chair, while the golden little dragon curled its arms around itself, exuding an air of familiarity. My dear little one, you must grow swiftly. The golden dragon, having just hatched, resembled a human infant in its need for time to mature before commencing cultivation. Unlike human infants, however, the physicality of the golden dragon was remarkably robust, allowing it to utilize precious materials to expedite its growth during this phase. What shall I provide you with? This stage primarily focuses on enhancing the physical strength. The most suitable options would be the rare materials designed for body refinement. Perhaps I could try using a drop of the Eternal Divine Oil. Previously, during my visit to the Eternal Shrine, I had obtained a total of 22 vials of this oil, having refined my body to over 70 levels. A single vial would suffice to reach the ultimate boundary. Thus, I am left with 21 vials of the Eternal Divine Oil. Utilizing it to enhance the Golden Dragon would also indirectly augment my own strength. Perhaps, once the Golden Dragon's power is elevated, its innate skills will also advance. At that time, the defense offered by its dragon scales and golden armor will become even more formidable. From this moment forth, I shall call you Little Jean. Feng'er, come assist Little Jean with the oil. Upon hearing this, Feng'er shuddered in disbelief. Young master, what did you say? You want me to apply oil to the Golden Dragon? Surely you jest. This is an ancient golden dragon. Its aura is overwhelmingly potent. I cannot dare to do so. In terms of bloodline strength, Feng'er's ancient phoenix lineage was at least 2 tiers inferior to that of the ancient golden dragon. Although the golden dragon had just been born, its bloodline pressure was too formidable for her to approach. Do not worry. This little one will not harm you. Li Heng fixed his gaze upon the little creature, reassuringly saying, You must be obedient. Your sister will give you a massage, and soon you shall feel very comfortable. Little Jean nodded obediently. Though it did not comprehend the concept of a massage, it trusted its master's words. Li Heng placed the little creature upon a wooden table and retrieved a wine-red vial. Pouring out a drop of the Eternal Divine Oil, Feng'er evenly spread the oil on her palm and gently applied it to the golden dragon's back. The cool sensation caused the golden dragon to shiver slightly, yet it did not struggle excessively. After a brief moment, feeling an overwhelming sense of comfort, it closed its eyes in bliss. As Feng'er's confidence grew, she lifted the golden dragon from the table cradling it in her palm and gently kneading it. The newly hatched golden dragon was roughly the thickness of a thumb and about half a foot long. Looking down at the creature, Feng'er suddenly recalled certain aspects of the man, and her cheeks flushed crimson. She encountered it by chance in a forest, yet she had never truly attempted to engage with it. Oh dear, what am I thinking? How indecent. I mustn't let the young master discover this, otherwise he will think even less of me. Jean Feng'er focused her thoughts on the golden dragon in her hands. However, after such a thought, she found it impossible to concentrate fully. Her cheeks grew increasingly flushed. Li Heng noticed Jean Feng'er's unusual demeanor and glanced at the golden dragon, unable to suppress a mischievous grin. He had already deduced the reason behind her embarrassment. Young master, I have finished, Jean Feng'er announced, evenly applying the divine oil onto the golden dragon's body before placing it on the table. The golden dragon, with its eyes closed, soon began to emanate a stronger aura. Its small form visibly expanded at an astonishing rate. It grew to the thickness of 3 fingers and extended to 2 feet in length. Feng'er, you did well. This little fellow has become both longer and thicker. Upon hearing this, Jean Feng'er's face turned an even deeper shade of crimson. She wished she could find a hole to burrow into. Oh dear, what am I thinking? The young master is merely a 4-year-old child. He surely understands nothing. It was I who misinterpreted the situation. The ancient divine oil was exceptionally potent, and the golden dragon's body continued to grow. In the time it took to burn a stick of incense, it had become a foot thick and nearly 10 zhang long. The room could no longer accommodate the golden dragon, prompting Li Heng to carry it outside. Li Hongtian had just returned from the treasure vault with some rare materials for nurturing demon beasts, as well as some demon beast meat. To his astonishment, upon entering the courtyard, he beheld a golden dragon measuring 10 zhang in length. With a clatter, the spirit bear meat he held fell to the ground. No way. How has this golden dragon grown so quickly? It was astonishing that in just over an hour, the dragon had developed to such an extent. What had it been fed to achieve such rapid growth? Clearly, he had underestimated hunger. This boy possessed treasures exceeding those of his own father. Li Hongtian approached his son and handed over a spatial ring. Heng, these are some treasures I found in the treasure vault, effective for nurturing demon beasts. As for the celestial beast meat you requested, I have already instructed the kitchen to prepare it for you. The spatial ring contains no air, ensuring the food remains unspoiled, so preparing it in advance poses no issue. Li Heng happily accepted the spatial ring. As he matured, his standing within the Li family continued to rise. The golden dragon has grown too large. You should return it to the beast companion space, Li Hongtian advised. Humans with beast companions would open a unique space within their bodies, complete with mountains, rivers, and air, allowing the demon beasts to thrive within. Li Heng nodded. Just then, a terrifying aura was unleashed from the ancient golden dragon. A radiant beam of golden light surged into Li Heng's chest, merging seamlessly with the existing scales of his armor. A surge of new information flooded his mind, igniting a profound joy within him. His innate ability had advanced. The golden dragon scales. As he focused his consciousness on the scales upon his chest, intricate dragon scales instantly enveloped his entire being. It was as though his form had been forged from gold, rendering the dragon scales nearly invisible. Following the advancement of the scales, the area they covered boasted a significantly greater number of dragon scales, approximately 100-fold compared to before. For instance, where previously only 10 scales would occupy the space of a fingernail, now that same area could host thousands of them. The density had increased, undoubtedly enhancing his defensive capabilities. Li Heng, has your golden dragon scales advanced? Li Hongtian remarked, noting the exquisite and tactile quality of the armor now adorning Li Heng. Remarkably, this was only the first day of bonding with the golden dragon, and already his innate ability had undergone such a transformation. If one were to speak of this, it would surely incite envy among others. The enhancement of a companion beast's prowess merely increases the likelihood of advancing the innate ability. Li Heng's fortune was indeed extraordinary. Chapter 55. The upgrade of the golden armor. Li Heng nodded. Well, it should now be called the Wan-Scale Golden Armor. The name sounds quite formidable. Li Hongtian smiled as he unsheathed the spiritual sword from his waist. Shall we give it another try? Trying it would lead to demise. With the Wan-Scale Golden Armor now adorning him, Li Heng was emboldened against the exquisite spiritual sword. Li Heng swung the Lingfeng sword towards his son's arm. The sharpness of the Lingfeng sword was fully unleashed. As the razor-sharp blade made contact with the wand-scale golden armor, the tiny scales sprang forth like springs, effectively blocking the blade from reaching his body. Li Hongtian felt a tremendous force emanating from the sword, and to his astonishment, the Lingfeng sword was repelled away. Clang! The long sword clattered to the ground. Li Hongtian stood frozen, staring blankly at his right hand, then glanced at the sword lying on the ground. My sword actually slipped from my grasp. After wielding a sword for so many years, it was a rare occurrence for him to lose hold of it. Yet now, merely striking the armor caused the force from it to push him back. This armor is simply astonishingly powerful. My son, you have truly acquired an extraordinary treasure. This piece of armor not only possesses defensive capabilities, but can also deflect an enemy's attack, a rarity indeed. Li Heng's eyes sparkled as he gazed at his arm. I feel no force whatsoever. It has all been absorbed by the armor. Normally, even if a sword's attack is blocked, some force would still transmit to the arm. It is conceivable that while the blade might not harm the arm, the sheer force could inflict damage. Yet, this wand-scale golden armor astonishingly possesses a rebound effect, capable of negating incoming power. This is truly remarkable. Li Heng, satisfied, patted the ancient golden dragon beside him. Little one, your innate skill is impressive. Keep up the good work, and let us aim for this armor to evolve once more. Indeed, the innate abilities of the ancient golden dragon are beyond imagination. The beast may not only endow its master with a single skill. The next enhancement could potentially yield new innate abilities. The innate skills of the ancient golden dragon are something to look forward to. Li Heng summoned the ancient golden dragon into the beast's space, and his consciousness followed suit. This was a vast world, adorned with mountains and rivers, a sight of breathtaking beauty. The ancient golden dragon appeared here, appearing considerably smaller. Little Gold, you have reached your growth phase. It is time for you to cultivate. Demon beasts grow through 3 distinct phases. Newly born demon beasts are in their infancy, during which they cannot cultivate and can only consume rare treasures of heaven and earth to strengthen their bodies. Following the infancy phase is the growth phase, during which they may begin their cultivation. After the growth phase comes the maturity phase, where the demon beast's power becomes remarkably formidable. The ancient golden dragon soared through the skies, quickly acclimating to its newfound strength. Oh well, Master, what have you bestowed upon me? Why have I entered the growth phase in such a brief span of time? In my mind, there linger memories derived from the bloodline of the dragons. Under ordinary circumstances, transitioning from childhood to maturity would require at least a century, for the growth of dragons is notably slow. However, their lifespans far exceed those of humans. The golden dragon could hardly fathom what kind of treasure could facilitate such rapid development. You need not call me master. Simply refer to me as brother from now on. Li Heng found the term master somewhat awkward. The elixir I provided is the eternal divine oil. The golden dragon's eyes widened in astonishment, as if they had become the size of millstones. It is indeed the eternal divine oil. I have heard of this treasure, which only manifests on the divine mountain of all gods. Within the awakened memories, there are many details regarding the realm of the eternal divine domain. Even in ancient times, obtaining a single drop of eternal divine oil from the divine mountain required an immense sacrifice. I never anticipated that my master possessed such strength, capable of acquiring such a rare treasure. Truly, I have chosen the right master. Li Heng opened the newly acquired spatial ring and poured out all the treasures within. Soon, a large pile of bottles and jars accumulated on the ground. Casually, he picked up a palm-sized jade bottle and removed the wooden cork. Pressing his nose to the bottle's mouth, he inhaled gently, and a subtle fragrance of medicine filled the air. This is the essence-infusing pill. Spiritual pills range from 1st to 9th grade, with an additional supreme grade beyond that. The essence-infusing pill before me is a 3rd-grade elixir. Li Heng poured out the entire contents of the bottle and counted. There were over 100 pills. His father was surprisingly generous this time, gifting him such a substantial quantity of pills. The essence-infusing pill is highly effective for the golden dragon at its current level, capable of rapidly enhancing its power. Little Jean, these are all for you. With a casual toss, the 100 pills soared into the sky, and the golden dragon opened its massive jaws, inhaling and swallowing them all. Li Heng then opened another bottle and poured out the crimson pills. The crimson spirit pill, another 100. It seems my father holds high hopes for this ancient golden dragon. The Crimson Spirit Pill is equivalent to a 4th-grade elixir, significantly more valuable than the previous one. This small bottle contains what many cultivators could scarcely imagine. Li Heng fed this bottle of pills to the ancient golden dragon and then opened the remaining containers, feeding everything usable to little Jean. The golden dragon's physique is far more robust than that of any cultivator, thus consuming a multitude of pills at once poses no issue. After ingesting a copious amount of pills, the ancient golden dragon closed its eyes and lay on the ground. "Brother, I feel a breakthrough approaching. You may remain here to absorb the pills," Li Heng replied before turning to leave. He believed that before long, the ancient golden dragon would achieve a formidable breakthrough. Behind the Li family lies a steep solitary peak, standing like a pillar that connects heaven and earth. This mountain is known as Jinyue Peak. At the summit of Jinyue Peak, there lies a colossal stone rising 10 zhang high. Its face is adorned with intricate, sunken patterns that form a mysterious design. Hundreds of members of the Li family sit in the clearing before the giant stone, all gazing upward, their eyes fixed upon the enigmatic patterns etched upon it. These inscriptions hold the secrets of an arcane technique. Should one grasp its essence, immense power could be obtained, enabling one to cleave mountains and part seas with ease. At the rear of the crowd stands a young man, appearing to be in his 30s, named Li Shi. Li Shi possesses a robust physique, a testament to years of rigorous physical training. The inscriptions upon the stone are profoundly esoteric. After 2 decades of contemplation, he has merely scratched the surface of their meaning. He wonders when he might truly comprehend the essence of Jinyue. To grasp this truth, one must possess an extraordinary innate talent for body refinement. Li Shi is indeed a paragon among the younger generation of the Li family in this regard, yet he still feels woefully inadequate atop Jinyue Peak. With a resigned shake of his head, he muses that perhaps the true essence of Jinyue may forever remain beyond reach. Chapter 56. The ancient bell descends at the precipice of Jinyue Peak. There hangs an ancient brass bell. Li Shi stands before this bell, raising his fist and striking it with all his might. The resounding thud elicits but a faint hum from the bell, with a force akin to 10,000 pounds. The bell's tone reveals the strength behind his blow, approximately 10,000 pounds. At that moment, a strikingly handsome boy, around 4 years of age, appears nearby, his large, bright eyes sparkling with vitality. Upon noticing the child, Li Shi hastily clasps his hands in a salute, bowing deeply. "I pay my respects to the Divine Son." The stature and prestige of the Divine Son within the Li family have risen significantly, and all believe him to be the future heir of the clan. Li Heng nods slightly before approaching the ancient brass bell. To him, the aura beneath the bell is imbued with profound Tao principles. Sign in. Ding. You have signed in at the ancient brass bell, obtaining the spirit tool, Great Yellow Bell. Reward, 57x multiplier. You have acquired the celestial artifact, Primordial Ancient Bell. Li Heng nods inwardly. Indeed, with the increase in sign-in multipliers, one can obtain such remarkable treasures. Had the multiplier not been enhanced, he would have merely received the Great Yellow Bell, an ordinary spirit tool. With a 57x multiplier, the spirit tool elevates directly to a top-tier celestial artifact, the Primordial Ancient Bell. Such treasures are only found in the depths of hell, at least beyond the 16th level. In the future, he hopes to absorb more of the ancient aura, which could yield even more powerful artifacts. The ancient aura is undoubtedly the most beneficial element for Li Heng. The next ancient divine ranking will be the ancient body refinement ranking, which tests the realm of body refinement. Li Heng plans to refine his body to perfection to seize the rainbow opportunity while also absorbing that ancient aura. The Divine Son. This ancient brass bell is utilized to test one's strength, Li Shi remarks, noticing Li Heng's interest in the bell. With diligent training, I believe your strength will soon resonate through the heavens with this bell. However, it might be prudent to refrain from testing it here. Striking it could be quite painful. This bell requires at least 1,000 pounds of force to produce sound. Given that you have recently begun your body refinement, possessing even a few dozen pounds of strength would be commendable. It would be impossible for you to make this bell ring. What if you strike it and cry out in pain? After all, children are prone to tears at the slightest bump or bruise. I wish to give it a try. Li Heng declares, raising his fist, centering his focus, and channeling all his strength into his arm. With a hum, a bone within his body gleams with a golden radiance. Chaos Divine Bone. An infinite reservoir of power converges from the chaos divine bone, concentrating within his right arm. This divine bone, born from chaos, possesses a terrifying effect of bestowing boundless strength. With the chaos divine bone, in conjunction with the immortal demon divine body, and having undergone body refinement surpassing 70 levels. At this moment, power erupted. A brilliant divine light blazed upon the fist, crashing into the ancient bell like a falling star. The thunderous sound reverberated. Li Shi attempted to intervene, yet he was met with a startling spectacle. After being struck by this seemingly inconspicuous fist, the brass bell exaggeratedly tilted backward. He could swear he had never witnessed such a dramatic movement of the ancient bell before. After being hit, the bell broke free from its bindings above and soared into the sky, standing majestically beneath the heavens, radiating golden brilliance. The bell expanded in the wind, transforming into a colossal structure towering 100 feet high. Golden Sanskrit characters materialized around it. Boom! A deafening roar emanated from the bell. Upon hearing this sound, Li Shi's mouth fell agape, caught in a state of shock. Such a terrifying sound. Could it be that the divine child possessed a strength of 1,000,000 pounds? He had never seen such an anomaly, merely discerning from the sound. He speculated that the divine child's power reached at least 1,000,000 pounds. Li Shi inhaled sharply, nearly bursting his lungs. The divine child, having just begun body refinement, already wielded 1,000,000 pounds of strength? How terrifying. At 30 years of age, he had been honing his strength since the age of 8. Officially starting his cultivation at 15. Calculating, he realized he had spent 22 years on body refinement. Day by day, year after year, he had achieved merely 10,000 pounds of strength. He had thought himself a standout among the younger generation, a prodigy in the realm of body refinement. Yet upon witnessing the divine child, he realized he was but a frog in a well. Compared to those true geniuses of body refinement, he was nothing. On Mount Jinhua, several elders had arrived. Among them was an elderly man with a youthful face and a robust physique, showing no signs of age. This was Li Dashan, one of the elders of the Li family, and the most influential among the strong practitioners of body refinement within the clan. Li Dashan gazed up at the brass bell in the sky, his body trembling with excitement. The bell's descent was an extraordinary phenomenon that occurred once in a millennium. The ancient texts of the Li family's body refinement contained records of this anomaly associated with the brass bell. It was said that only those whose strength surpassed the bell's limit would witness such a manifestation. The ancient bell descending? What is the meaning of this, Elder Dashan? Li Shi was utterly perplexed by the situation before him. Li Dashan exclaimed with enthusiasm, "Little Shi, do you remember when I told you that the brass bell has a limit to the strength it can withstand?" "I remember." Li Shi nodded. "It's 1,000,000 pounds of strength. The brass bell could endure a maximum force of 1,000,000 pounds. Should a human's punch exceed this threshold, it would be impossible to measure." "You are correct." Li Dashan's eyes sparkled as he looked at the nearby child. Li Heng's strength has far surpassed the bell's limit. Hence this phenomenon has manifested. What? Li Shi's eyes widened in disbelief. "Are you suggesting that the power of the divine son not only reaches 1,000,000 pounds but surpasses it? A force of 1,000,000 pounds is already terrifying in itself. Yet, to think that Li Heng has surpassed this power, achieving an even more formidable level, is simply unfathomable." At this moment, Li Shi shook his head in bitter disbelief. After 22 years of body refinement, he had only attained a strength of 10,000 pounds. Meanwhile, the divine son achieved over 1,000,000 pounds in merely a few days. How can one find joy in such a comparison? Elder of the Mountain Clan, how can we ascertain the true extent of the divine son's strength? Li Shi inquired with a hint of confusion. Observe the patterns on the ancient bell. There are 10 in total. Each illuminated pattern signifies a force of 100,000 pounds. Li Dashan pointed towards the heavens. The towering bronze bell, standing 100 feet tall, is adorned with 10 circular rings from top to bottom. At this moment, the rings are gray. When they glow with golden light, it indicates that the corresponding level of strength has been reached. "I see now." Li Shi gazed at the lowest circular ring. "How powerful do you estimate the divine son's strength to be?" "If my conjecture is correct, it must be at least 110,000 pounds. Li Dashan extended his hand towards the lower section of the ancient bell, indicating that the first ring should soon illuminate with golden light. 110,000 pounds of immense strength is a realm unattainable by ordinary mortals. At such a young age, The Divine Son has accomplished feats that place him above all others. The few individuals on the cliff all widened their eyes, fixated on the ancient bell. Just as they awaited the illumination of the first ring, the bell emitted a deafening roar, reminiscent of a sound that has echoed through the ages. The thunderous boom reverberated throughout the area, leaving all present in stunned silence. Li Dashin trembled with excitement, as if possessed by an uncontrollable fervor. Chapter 57. The terrifying power. Li Dashin trembled with excitement, akin to someone afflicted by epilepsy. This, 2 million pounds of colossal strength. Could it be that I am experiencing a dizzy spell? I am truly beginning to question whether I am ensnared in a dream. Such extraordinary events could only transpire within the confines of a dream. One toll of the bell signifies 1 million pounds of might. 2 tolls represent 2 million pounds. The Divine Son has only practiced for a few days, yet possesses such terrifying power. In terms of strength, he far surpasses Li Heng. However, let us not forget that Li Heng is a seasoned practitioner with thousands of years of cultivation, whose mind has become as muscular as his body, while the Divine Son has merely commenced his training. To wield such power at this nascent stage is indeed alarming. Li Shi, too, felt a blush of shame wash over him, wishing he could dig a hole and bury himself. The elder of the Dashin clan pondered whether the Divine Son's strength had reached its zenith at 2 million pounds. He could hardly believe that Li Heng's power could escalate further. I suspect that any additional growth would only yield an extra 100,000 pounds. It is only upon truly reaching such levels of strength that one comprehends the formidable challenge of further enhancement. Thus, Li Dashin remained skeptical of Li Heng's ability to surpass this threshold significantly. The crowd atop the precipice turned their gazes toward the base of the ancient bell. Should the circular ring illuminate, it would indicate a staggering 210 million pounds of strength. With a resounding boom, the ancient bell reverberated once more. A terrifying wave of sound transformed into a circular ripple, expanding outward. The onlookers on the mountaintop were struck with fear, collapsing to the ground. 3 million pounds. My heavens! This is utterly terrifying. Li Dashin stammered, unable to fathom that the Divine Son's strength could reach such heights. How are we to continue living in the face of this? Just as the crowd believed that 3 million pounds represented the Divine Son's limit, the great bell above erupted with a ferocious clamor once again. Boom! The sound echoed 4 times, with the sonic waves surging forth like a tsunami, spreading outward continuously. The spectators atop the mountain felt as though their ears would burst from the pressure. Li Shi, unable to endure, found blood trickling from his ear. 4 tolls of the bell, for million pounds of might. My heavens! Surely, this cannot be a dream? With a single punch, even the heavens and earth could crumble. The ancient bell's resonance was so powerful that it could be heard even from dozens of miles away. In a small courtyard, Li Qinxi, upon hearing the external din, hurriedly turned toward the direction of Jinhua Peak. This is the ancient bell descending from the heavens? 4 tolls. For million pounds of strength, to attain such terrifying power at over 70 levels of body refinement. It is not merely that. The Chaos Divine Bone also contributes significantly to one's strength. There must be a reason for this. Additionally, the Celestial and Demonic Divine Body possesses formidable power as well. Over the past 10 millennia, I have witnessed countless prodigies of body refinement. Yet never have I encountered anyone capable of wielding such terrifying strength at this tender age. In terms of qualifications, Li Heng undoubtedly stands as the strongest among the 3 realms. Presently, she has refined her body to over 40 levels, yet she remains far from the 70 levels. Her divine physique is not as formidable as that of her opponent. I must catch up to that insufferable brat. After the resounding chimes of the ancient bell, it finally vanished from the heavens. The few individuals on the rear cliff were able to catch their breath. Had the ancient bell continued to toll, they would have truly succumbed to despair. Li Dashin gradually approached the boy, crouching down to meet his large, expressive eyes. Li Heng, have you already refined your body to an impressive level? Yes, I have reached 72 levels, Li Heng replied nonchalantly. 72 levels. A thunderous echo resounded in Li Dashin's mind, more shocking than the previous chimes. At this moment, he finally comprehended the source of Li Heng's formidable strength. Although body refinement seems simple, achieving over 70 levels is akin to scaling the heavens. Within the ancient body refinement rankings, those surpassing 40 levels can barely make it into the top 100. Yet, throughout the ages, only a few hundred have managed to refine their bodies to such a level. The difficulty is evident. The divine child has already surpassed everyone in the realm of body refinement. Such an achievement is truly worthy of being hailed as the greatest in history. I believe that in the not-so-distant future, Li Heng will ascend the ancient body refinement rankings with remarkable grace. The three realms shall tremble at his prowess. Continue your diligent cultivation. If you encounter any uncertainties in the future, feel free to come. Li Dashan intended to say come to me, but upon reflection, he felt a sense of dissonance. Li Heng possessed strength far exceeding his own. What could he possibly teach him? It would be a jest if he were unable to enlighten another. Subsequently, the group prepared to descend the mountain together. Li Heng halted before a massive stone. Beneath his gaze, he perceived that the depths of the stone also harbored rich Tao essence, even stronger than that of the previous Huang El Bell. Li Dashan explained, "This stone is known as the Jinyue stone, inscribed with a powerful body refinement technique. With your physical strength, mastering the Jinyue technique will undoubtedly enable you to unleash your power to its fullest potential. The Jinyue technique possesses a unique effect. The stronger your own strength, the more formidable the power you can wield. Given the divine child's strength, should you cultivate this technique to over 30 layers, there would be no one in this world capable of withstanding a single strike. However, grasping the Jinyue technique from the giant stone is exceedingly challenging. This technique seems intriguing," Li Heng remarked, genuinely interested. After refining his body, he had grown increasingly powerful. Relying solely on brute strength in barehanded combat is the most outdated approach. Learning an appropriate technique is essential for enhancing one's own capabilities. During his time in the Underworld, he acquired many potent demonic techniques, all of which were executed by harnessing demonic energy in conjunction with the body. Purely relying on physical strength was quite rare. Li Dashan pointed towards the various indentations on the giant stone, continuing his introduction. The Jinyue technique is divided into 10 stages, each comprising 10 tiers, culminating in a total of 100 levels of comprehension. The strength of a martial art can be discerned by the number of its tiers. The greater the number, the more formidable the technique. This method applies to martial arts that possess layers. To begin understanding the technique from the colossal stone, one must start from the very first tier. Once one fully comprehends this stage, the practice may commence. Li Heng listened attentively and then nodded. "I understand. How long does it take to grasp this first tier?" he inquired. "The higher one's aptitude, the quicker the understanding," replied Li Dashan with a sigh. "Each individual's comprehension varies. Some may possess exceptional physical training talent, yet lack the requisite insight, resulting in a longer time to comprehend the technique compared to an average person. The Son of Heaven may have an outstanding physical training aptitude, but that does not necessarily imply superior insight. Only through experience can one ascertain the speed of comprehension." Chapter 58. The Town Guardian Technique. The Li family boasts numerous disciples dedicated to the art of physical cultivation, each requiring a minimum of 3 years to comprehend the first stage. Li Dashan sighed, reflecting on this reality. Those with lesser aptitude may take as long as a decade to fully grasp this initial phase. After voicing this, he turned his gaze toward the divine child. At merely 4 years of age, now is the prime time for you to master this foundational stage. By the age of 7, you may very well be able to cultivate the first 10 layers of the Town Guardian technique. He believed that Li Heng, being so young and inexperienced in the ways of cultivation, would find it quite challenging to grasp the first stage. 3 years would be an optimistic estimate, with the possibility of it extending to 4 or 5 years. "Very well, I shall give it a try now," Li Heng declared as he stood beneath the colossal stone. Initially, he did not prepare to delve into comprehension. Instead, he silently focused on signing in. "Ding! You have signed in at the Town Guardian Stone, acquiring the cultivation method for the 30 layers of the Town Guardian technique. The Eternal Sign-In mode has granted a 57-fold enhancement. The Town Guardian technique has evolved into the Town Guardian Divine Art. The Town Guardian Divine Art, an upgraded version of the Town Guardian technique, enhances the original 100 layers of cultivation into a comprehensive 500 layers. When mastered to perfection, it grants the ability to suppress the 3 realms with a single punch." Li Heng's heart soared with joy. The Town Guardian technique is merely a premier cultivation method within the realm of longevity, limited to 100 layers. In contrast, the Town Guardian Divine Art ranks among the finest in the 3 realms, boasting 500 layers of cultivation. It far surpasses the Town Guardian technique, placing them in entirely different leagues. Li Heng settled cross-legged on the ground, his eyes firmly shut as his consciousness entered the system space. The Town Guardian Divine Art, comprising a substantial 500 pages, contained illustrations detailing the intricacies of cultivation. He meticulously turned each page, committing the contents to memory. "Ah, I have this." Li Heng raised his hand and gestured toward the void. A golden orb of light emerged from a corner of the system world, revealing a pair of eyes within. This remarkable ability, perfect for learning cultivation techniques, was a treasure acquired during his sign-in at the Underworld. Upon merging with the photographic memory, the eyes scanned the pages, effortlessly absorbing the information. In the future, he could recall this knowledge like a slideshow in his mind at will. With swift precision, he turned each page, lingering only for a few breaths before advancing to the next. The entire book was perused in the time it takes to burn a stick of incense. The 500 layers of technique were now etched in his heart. Next came the practice, to manifest the technique. His consciousness returned to reality. The individuals nearby remained standing. And Li Shi glanced at the sky before suggesting, "Elder Dashin, it is getting late. Shall we head back?" Li Dashin surveyed the group and replied, "You may all return. I shall remain here to guard him." The state of comprehension is one of unconsciousness, and should anyone harbor ill intentions nearby, it would be difficult to react swiftly. Li Shi felt a profound sense of admiration for the fortune of the divine child. This elder of the clan, typically so preoccupied with his duties, had taken the initiative to protect Li Heng, a testament to the high regard in which he held the divine child. A subtle tremor coursed through Li Heng, as if a formidable power had been awakened within him. This revelation caused Li Shi to abruptly halt, turning back in astonishment to gaze at the child on the ground. He had comprehended the first stage. The Jinyu stone comprised 10 stages, and only through mastering each stage could one cultivate the associated martial arts. What Li Heng had just demonstrated was indeed the technique recorded in the first stage. Such exceptional comprehension was truly astounding. Li Dashin's eyes nearly bulged out of his head. Just moments ago, Li Heng had spent but the briefest of time, a mere incense stick-s burning, to grasp the first stage. This level of insight could only be described as miraculous. Li Heng's hands intertwined and crossed, swiftly forming a series of seals, each representing a layer of the Jinyu technique. He seamlessly manifested the second seal, symbolizing the second layer. One after another, he conjured 10 seals, and with each, his aura grew increasingly potent. The divine child's comprehension was extraordinary. Li Dashin couldn't help but applaud. Understanding a set of techniques and executing them were two distinct phases. It was conceivable that one might comprehend all 10 layers yet possess insufficient strength to perform beyond 5 or 6. However, the divine child not only grasped the first stage in a remarkably short span, but also managed to execute it. Both his insight and physical prowess were formidable. Just as the 10th seal crystallized in Li Heng's hands, the crowd assumed it would culminate there. Little did they expect him to continue forming seals. 11. The audience was left in shock. Li Shi found the scene unfolding before him utterly inconceivable. 11 layers. The divine child had already comprehended the second stage. This was beyond belief. It had taken him over 3 years to grasp the first stage and more than 5 years for the second. Yet, the divine child had achieved both in the span of merely an incense stick-s burning. How could one even begin to compare? The number of seals in Li Heng's hands multiplied, and his aura intensified further. 25, 30, 31. Upon reaching the 31st seal, Li Shi's legs buckled, and he collapsed to the ground, utterly paralyzed by fear. This was no mere fright. He was genuinely overwhelmed. It had taken him a full decade to barely comprehend the third stage, while Li Heng had achieved it with just a glance. Such comprehension was unfathomable. The divine child's power was terrifying. Li Dashin sensed that Li Heng was brewing an overwhelming aura. Even with his own 70 layers of strength, he was no match for Li Heng's 31 layers. It was evident that Li Heng's foundational power was exceedingly robust. 400,000 pounds of might surpassed the 200,000 pounds by a considerable margin. The seals in Li Heng's palm continued to coalesce. The individuals nearby exchanged glances, their eyes reflecting mutual astonishment. At that moment, they found themselves rendered speechless, incapable of articulating the profound insight possessed by Li Heng. His hands continued to form intricate seals, showing no signs of cessation. 40, 50. 99. The elders collapsed onto the ground, gazing upward at the child in awe. The aura emanating from Li Heng was utterly terrifying. Even Li Dashan, at his level of cultivation, felt his body tremble under its weight. There was an unsettling sensation that if Li Heng were to unleash a punch upon him, he would be reduced to nothingness. The combination of the Jinyue technique and an extraordinary strength of 400,000 pounds constituted a cataclysmic strike. A prodigy. This boy is undoubtedly a prodigy. In the span of merely a single incense stick's burn, he could comprehend the entirety of a 10-stage technique. Such a terrifying level of insight is likely unparalleled throughout the ages, with Li Heng standing alone in his brilliance. Once more, Li Heng gathered a seal within his hand. In the next instant, he thrust his palm towards the heavens. Chapter 59. The onslaught of the black dragon. A tremendous rumble echoed as the Jinyue stone trembled violently, transforming into a streak of light that soared into the heavens. The Tenjong High stone morphed into a colossal seal of 100 zhang. Beneath the seal, 2 golden characters were inscribed. Jinyue. Li Dashan recalled a legend associated with Jinyue Peak, his eyes widening in astonishment. Could this be the legendary Jinyue seal? It is said that Jinyue Peak conceals a treasure of the 3 realms, the Jinyue seal, capable of subduing all malevolent entities. For countless millennia, Jinyue Peak has stood resolute. Yet no one has ever comprehended the Jinyue technique to the 100th layer. Now, with Li Heng demonstrating 100 layers of mastery, he has awakened the Jinyue seal. As the seal hummed, it gradually diminished in size, landing in the palm of Li Heng's hand. Indeed, it was the Jinyue seal. Li Heng toyed with the small seal in his grasp. The combination of the Jinyue technique and the Jinyue seal would unleash the technique's utmost power. Moreover, he possessed an upgraded version of the Jinyue divine skill. Once invoked, the seal's might would surely be even more formidable. Li Dashan approached, a look of admiration on his face, and remarked, "Young master, you have thoroughly mastered the Jinyue technique and acquired the Jinyue seal. Truly, it is as if you have divine assistance. Your potential is already terrifying, and with the Jinyue seal as your trump card, none would dare challenge you. Alas, the only regret is that the Jinyue stone has vanished. The Jinyue stone has transformed into the Jinyue seal, taken by Li Heng. The mountaintop now lay barren, as if Jinyue Peak had lost its spirit, reduced to an ordinary mountain. Many clansmen of the Li family had come here to comprehend the Jinyue technique. Upon witnessing the disappearance of the stone tablet, disappointment washed over their faces. Alas, I was so close to grasping the 2nd stage. Yet the stone tablet is gone. One lamented. I am at the 3rd stage, just a step away. I estimate it would only take a few days to comprehend. But what technique shall we practice now? With the Jinyue stone lost. These individuals seem to have lost their souls, looking utterly bewildered and uncertain about what to cultivate next. After refining his body, Li Heng's senses became remarkably acute, allowing him to overhear the conversations of his clansmen. A pang of guilt stirred within him. Turning his gaze toward the desolate mountaintop, a new idea blossomed in his mind. Elder Dashan, please seek out a piece of Qingling stone and return to me once you have found it. What do you need the Qingling stone for? Li Dashan inquired. Puzzled. You shall know once you acquire it. Li Heng replied with a mysterious smile. The disappearance of the Jinyue stone was inconsequential. Through his understanding of the Jinyue technique, he could forge a new one. In due time, it would be placed here for the descendants of the Li family to comprehend. Very well, Li Dashan nodded. How large a piece do you require? Li Heng extended his arms to demonstrate the size. It must be 3 zhang wide and 15 zhang tall. And it must be a single piece, with no fractures in the middle. Li Dashan's eyes were nearly bulging out of their sockets. 15 zhang high, and yet it could not be shattered. How difficult could this possibly be? The Qingling stone was not considered particularly precious. Yet finding such a large piece posed a considerable challenge. Henceforth, the possibility of continuing to cultivate the Jinyue skill would hinge upon whether one could locate the Qingling stone. Li Heng remarked. What do you mean? Li Dashan hastily inquired, but received no response from Li Heng. Subsequently, Li Heng departed from Jinyue Peak, and the remaining clansmen followed suit, leaving Li Dashan alone. Alas, Jinyue Peak. It seems it may soon be expunged from the records. Without the Jinyue stone, these clansmen would cease to frequent this mountain, and over time, it would inevitably transform into a desolate wasteland. The Divine Sun seeks the Qingling stone. Could it be that he wishes to reconstruct the Jinyue stone? Such a feat seems implausible. To reforge the Jinyue stone, one must possess an intimate understanding of the Jinyue skill, achieving a pinnacle of mastery. It is hardly a task easily accomplished. Therefore, I cannot bring myself to believe that Li Heng will succeed. 10 miles south of the Li family lies a field of spiritual crops. Several disciples tasked with farming were diligently fertilizing and watering the land. Suddenly, a dark cloud appeared in the previously clear sky, casting a shadow over the entire area. An elder wearing a wide-brimmed hat noticed the ominous change in the cloud and was seized by terror. The Black Demon Dragon King. Everyone, flee and inform the sect leader. The individuals in the field quickly turned and ran towards the Li family. The dark cloud enveloping the spiritual field revealed 100 Zhonglong demon dragon, descending with claws bared, swallowing several fleeing souls whole. Li Hongtian's figure appeared in the courtyard, his senses heightened as he gazed towards the south. Such formidable demonic energy. It is the demon dragons from Black Dragon Valley. Li family, heed my command. Set up the heavenly sealing grand array. The rest of you, come with me to confront the demon dragons. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. Powerful cultivators emerged from their chambers, racing towards the direction of the demon dragons. The formidable heavenly sealing grand array was swiftly established, forming a golden barrier around the Li family. The demonic energy was repelled beyond the golden shield. A dozen demon dragons emerged, the largest among them measuring an impressive 300 zhong in length, its enormous eyes glowing with a blood-red hue. The Black Demon Dragon King opened its cavernous maw, emitting a voice akin to thunder. Li Hongtian, surrender the golden dragon, and I shall spare the lives of your 100,000 kin. Otherwise, today the Li family shall be erased from the realm of eternal life. A fearsome sound wave surged forward like a 12th-level tsunami, crashing against the barrier. The golden shield trembled violently, nearly shattering. Some of the less powerful clansmen began to panic. The Black Dragon King is too powerful. With a thunderous roar, the celestial sealing array trembled on the brink of collapse. If a battle were to ensue, the array would scarcely withstand a few blows. Only the venerable ancestor could contend with the Black Dragon King. At that moment, an elderly man with grizzled hair appeared outside the formation. Despite his frail physique, he withstood the oppressive aura of the Black Dragon King. As long as I am here, you shall not cross the threshold of the Thunder Pool, he declared. Li Changsheng, you decrepit relic, it is high time you return to the earth. The Black Dragon King sneered. Today, I shall escort you on your final journey. Return to your Black Dragon Valley, or none of you shall leave. Li Changsheng, possessing the strength of the Nirvana realm, was nearly equal to the Black Dragon King. In their clash, the outcome was uncertain. Do you presume to annihilate our Black Dragon Valley? The Black Dragon King cast a disdainful gaze over his 12 subordinates. I command 12 generals. Let us see which of your Li family can withstand them. Among these 12 generals, 8 possessed the strength equivalent to the human void realm, surpassing the number of void experts in the Li family by 2. In battles of such magnitude, the number of formidable warriors often dictated the outcome. A single powerful combatant could sway the tides of victory. If the Dragon King could hold Li Changsheng at bay, his 12 generals would swiftly eliminate the entire Li family. Surrender the golden dragon. Otherwise death awaits. The stage was set for a cataclysmic confrontation. Chapter 60, Confronting the Black Dragon Whoosh. The formidable warriors of the Li family emerged from the protective barrier, standing resolutely against the advancing horde of black dragons. Their numbers were not particularly overwhelming, amounting to just over 1,000. This represented the strongest faction of the Li family. For those whose abilities fell below the realm of Dongshu would find only death awaiting them. Amidst the crowd, a child of merely 4 or 5 years appeared, standing out conspicuously among the elders. Li Heng, return at once. This is no place for your recklessness, Li Hongtian exclaimed, his heart racing with fear upon seeing his son venture out. Father, I am fine, Li Heng replied, his gaze fixed intently on the black dragons, smacking his lips. Although the black dragons are infused with demonic energy, it should not overly affect the quality of the meat. After all, dragon flesh must surely be delectable. The innocent voice of the child rang out among the gathered warriors, disrupting the tense atmosphere. Elder clansmen, please do not be too ruthless in your strikes. If the dragon meat is ruined, it will not be enjoyable. Li Hongtian nearly stumbled at this remark, nearly losing his footing, with danger looming. How could one think of food? Quickly, return to the formation. I promise to bring you back a large dragon to feast upon. The realms of cultivation are delineated as follows: Qi condensation, body refinement, foundation establishment, Xiandan, Yuaning, out-of-body, transformation, Dongshu, nirvana, and ascension. Li Hongtian stood at the 5th level of Dongshu, while the strength of the Black Dragon King's subordinates was commensurate with that realm. Given the formidable nature of the demonic dragon's physique, an individual demonic dragon could contend with 2 or 3 Dongshu realm warriors simultaneously. The Black Demon Dragon King himself possessed the strength equivalent to that of a Nirvana realm cultivator, matching the venerable Changsheng Laozu, if not surpassing him. With Li Hongtian's prowess, facing the generals under the Black Dragon King should pose no significant issue, provided he exercised caution. However, once the battle commenced, it would undoubtedly escalate into a fierce confrontation, leaving no room for concern over Li Heng's safety. Previously, the Li family had a practitioner at the Ascension stage, but due to impending tribulations, they had already ascended to the ancient realm of wilderness. As of now, no new Ascension stage warriors had emerged. A plume of black mist erupted from the nostrils of the Black Demon Dragon King. It appears that your Li family has no intention of surrendering the Golden Dragon. This child carries the scent of the Golden Dragon. It seems to be a scale. Seize him. Roars echoed as the battle commenced. Li Changsheng immediately launched an assault against the Black Demon Dragon King, while dozens of other family members surrounded a single black dragon, unleashing a flurry of spiritual artifacts and martial techniques amidst the cacophony of explosive clashes. Li Hongtian swiftly scooped up his son and turned to flee towards the protective formation. Where do you think you're going? A black dragon had already set its sights on Li Heng, diving from the sky with powerful claws aimed at the pair. Li Hongtian felt a violent gust of wind at his back and instinctively swung his Lingfeng sword in defense. Clang! The exquisite spiritual sword met the dragon's claw, merely creating a gash without penetrating its essence. The terrifying force unleashed by the dragon's claw slammed him to the ground. As he fell, Li Hongtian landed on his back, shielding Li Heng's body with his chest. Boom! A deep pit of about 2 feet was created upon impact. Human, dare you harm me? Die! A thunderous dragon's roar echoed. As the black dragon swung its tail, aiming for Li Hongtian's position, the howling winds stirred up the dust and debris from the ground. Grasping his son tightly, Li Hongtian forcefully flung him towards the barrier. Quick, get inside. However, he had no intention of retreating. He resolved to face the black dragon head-on. If he were to hide as well, Li Heng could very well be injured by the dragon. If only one of them could survive, he would unhesitatingly choose to save Li Heng. Li Heng soared through the air in a parabolic arc towards the barrier. Yet, he did not enter immediately. Instead, he turned around and retrieved a sword from the system space. Father, catch! This is... Li Hongtian's keen eyes and swift reflexes allowed him to grasp the sword in his palm. Dragon-slaying sword. Hiss! What an intimidating sword intent. Only by holding this sword did he realize its true power. It was a celestial sword, and even with his strength, he could not fully unleash its might. Father, use this sword to slay those black dragons. Remember, cut neatly. Do not damage the meat, as I intend to savor it later. Li Heng understood the sword's potency. If he handed it to Li Hongtian, the black dragons would be dispatched with greater ease, minimizing casualties among their kin. Upon relinquishing the sword, Li Heng retreated into the formation. All right, Li Hongtian, now wielding the dragon-slaying sword, felt a surge of confidence. Now let this sword taste blood. Come, let us battle. With the dragon-slaying sword in hand, Li Hongtian ascended into the air. The black dragon, sensing his intent, fiercely whipped its tail, conjuring a tempest aimed at his body. Should it strike, Li Hongtian would undoubtedly suffer grave injury. Come, let us battle. Li Hongtian swung the dragon-slaying sword down with force. Crack! The sound of collision was not loud. Instead, it produced a certain tearing noise. The dragon's tail met the blade and was effortlessly severed. The severed tail plummeted to the ground, creating a massive crater upon impact. Roar! The black dragon howled in agony, infuriated by the loss of part of its tail. As it sensed the aura of the dragon-slaying sword, a feeling of dread welled within. Damn human, you possess the dragon-slaying sword. Li Hongtian gazed in astonishment at the celestial sword in his hand, his eyes widening in disbelief. How terrifying! If he were to confront the black dragon using only his own strength, it would require considerable effort to defeat it. Yet, with just a single strike, the dragon's tail had been severed. This clearly demonstrated that the sword held an extraordinarily fearsome lethality against dragonkind. Upon his descent, Li Hongtian exerted force once more, propelling his body like a cannonball toward the head of the dragon. The dragon-slaying sword swung with a fierce gust, descending upon the black dragon's head. The black dragon, having lost half of its tail, was in a state of madness, utterly oblivious to the approaching figure of the human. By the time it sensed the impending danger, it was too late. Crack! The dragon-slaying sword sliced through the black dragon's neck as effortlessly as cutting through tofu, blood gushing forth from the wound. The dragon's massive head separated from its body, plummeting from the sky. The once mighty black dragon lay utterly defeated. Li Hongtian maintained his stance, momentarily entranced by the spectacle before him. Did I slay the black dragon? The dragon-slaying sword. How terrifying! The dragon-slaying sword, a supreme artifact of celestial rank, embodies the nightmare of all dragonkind. Coupled with his formidable strength, it can effortlessly vanquish dragons. This is precisely why all dragons strive desperately to seal away this sword. Should it fall into the hands of those harboring hatred toward dragons, there would be no peace for the dragon race. It is indeed fortunate that Heng was able to acquire the dragon-slaying sword within the eternal divine realm. From now on, there shall be no fear of any dragon. Chapter 61. Dragon Slaying on the Battlefield. The demise of a black dragon immediately alerted the remaining dragons, inciting them into a frenzy. The intensity of the conflict escalated. Within the formation, numerous members of the Li family were struck dumb by the earlier spectacle. Good heavens! Was that figure who felled the black dragon the patriarch? Did anyone catch a clear glimpse? The distance rendered details somewhat indistinct, yet the silhouette bore a striking resemblance to the patriarch. Impossible! Surely you must be mistaken. When has the patriarch wielded such formidable power? To vanquish a black dragon so effortlessly? The emergence of the black dragon cast ominous clouds, shrouding the sky in darkness, and a golden barrier further obscured the external scene. On the opposite side of the battlefield, Li Dashan raised his fist to clash with the black dragon before him. This dragon's hide is impenetrable. Blast it, take another punch. The black dragon he faced was one of the mightiest of the horde, its massive form stretching a staggering 150 zhang. Boom. Li Dashan unleashed another blow, but the black dragon deftly evaded, opting to absorb the impact with its claw. Humans shall perish. The black dragon, seizing the moment, swung its robust tail toward Li Dashan with ferocity. Oh no! I've exhausted my strength. It is near impossible to gather power in such a brief span, and that tail is hurtling toward me. Should he be struck, survival would be a miracle, yet he could only brace himself with his arms crossed before his chest. Blast it! If I survive, I shall flay your skin and extract your tendons. Human, your demise is inevitable. The black dragon showed no mercy as its tail approached, ready to deliver a devastating blow. At that critical juncture, a familiar figure appeared before Li Dashan. His eyes widened in shock upon recognizing the individual, and he raised his hand in a gesture of warning. Patriarch! No, get back. The patriarch's power was not an advantage. It would be a formidable challenge to withstand the black dragon's terrifying strength. Li Hongtian, wielding the dragon-slaying sword, struck fiercely at the oncoming tail. Crack! The tough dragon scales shattered as if they were mere paper, creating a smooth, mirror-like incision devoid of any burrs. Boom! The severed tail plummeted to the ground, creating a deep crater upon impact. This time, the cut was made closer to the end of the tail, inflicting minimal damage to the black dragon. Once on the ground, Li Hongtian seized the opportunity, once more brandishing the dragon-slaying sword as he leaped into the air. With family members preoccupied with restraining the black dragon, he swiftly found his chance. Die! This time, the dragon-slaying sword pierced the black dragon's neck, carving out a gaping wound 3 zhang deep. With a rush, blood gushed forth, drenching Li Hongtian's robes in crimson. Roar! The black dragon attempted to let out a howl, but its voice grew progressively weaker. Ultimately, losing control, it plummeted from the sky. Boom! Dust erupted into the air. Upon the ground lay the colossal carcass of a dragon. Li Dashan's jaw dropped wider, his eyes nearly popping from their sockets. What manner of sword is this that so effortlessly severed the neck of the black dragon? Could it be the dragon slayer? How terrifying! The formidable defense of dragon scales offered no resistance, instantly cleaved asunder. This sword is indeed a celestial-grade artifact. The Dragon Slayer is the sword of legends that sends all cultivators into a frenzy, the very source of dread for all dragonkin. It is said that even celestial dragons would fall before its blade. Where did the chieftain acquire such a treasure? Until now, I had never heard of him possessing such a celestial relic. If these black dragons were aware of the chieftain's possession of the Dragon Slayer, even a thousandfold courage would not embolden them to approach. The numerous clan elders, hall masters, and stewards who had joined the fray stood petrified at this sight, utterly forgetting their attack. This, the Dragon Slayer? It has fallen into the hands of our chieftain. Heaven bless the Lee family. I recall that this is the very sword of the divine child. These individuals, at the very least, are seasoned cultivators with hundreds of years of experience, some even having trained for millennia. In the face of the black dragon, a moment's carelessness could lead to their demise. Yet here stands the chieftain, effortlessly dispatching the black dragon with a celestial sword. All present were consumed with envy. These black dragons were formidable adversaries. Otherwise, the Black Demon Dragon King would not have dared to intrude upon the Lee family. It is precisely due to the emergence of the Dragon Slayer that the black dragon was so easily vanquished. This was utterly unforeseen by the black dragon. Mere moments into the battle, two powerful black dragons lay slain, alerting the Black Demon Dragon King, who turned his gaze toward Li Hongtian. This is rather uncanny. How could my two generals be dispatched so effortlessly? Li Hongtian possesses great strength, yet it should not be so simple to slay a black dragon. Wait, the aura of that sword. Why does it feel so malevolent, invoking a sense of revulsion and a hint of trepidation? The sword has piqued the Black Demon Dragon King's wariness. Haraha! Li Changsheng laughed heartily, his white hair dancing wildly in the wind. Black Demon Dragon King, you could never have imagined that my Li family possesses such a sword. Today, you have come to meet your demise. Charge forth. Annihilate these black dragons. After vanquishing the two black dragons, the remaining clan members can effectively restrain the rest, with the Dragon Slayer striking down a few more, even injuring several. The tide of battle will be irrevocably altered. The Black Demon Dragon King will have no chance of a comeback. Chapter 62. The exquisite pagoda. The Black Dragon King felt the aura of the sword and was nearly struck with terror. The Dragon Slayer's sword. How could this be? Wasn't this blade sealed by the Dragon Clan? Why has it appeared in the realm of longevity and in the hands of Li Hongtian? No. At this moment, an overwhelming sense of death emanated from the sword. Facing such a supreme celestial blade, there was no chance for survival. That is the Dragon Slayer's sword. Withdraw. The only way to survive now was to escape the battlefield amid the chaos. As for the Golden Dragon, capturing it was no longer an option. Roar! Roar! The resonant dragon roars echoed. 10 black dragons unleashed their full strength, shaking off their foes, preparing to flee for their lives. Where do you think you're going? In Li Hongtian's eyes, these black dragons were merely a feast for Li Hong. Since Li Hong had lent him the sword, he must slay a few more to collect dragon whips and dragon kidneys to nourish his son. Food. Leave some for my child. Barely had the words left his mouth when he propelled himself off the ground, soaring like a wild goose towards a fleeing black dragon. The Dragon Slayer's sword descended, severing a dragon leg in an instant. That leg would be roasted for Heng. The black dragon felt a sudden chill in its leg. One limb was gone without even a hint of pain. Then, a cold sensation washed over its abdomen, as its scales tore open like paper, leaving a massive gash. This dragon whip would be roasted for Heng, and the dragon kidney would be cooked for Heng as well. Wait, my wife has been a bit dissatisfied lately. I shall indulge myself too. Roar! The black dragon bellowed, losing control of its body and crashing towards the ground. Boom! The black dragon smashed into the earth, creating a vast pit. Li Hongtian used this fallen dragon as a springboard, launching himself towards another black dragon. Another strike. Encountering the Dragon Clan and wielding the Dragon Slayer's sword, he intended to kill with gusto. The sharp blade cleaved through the black dragon's abdomen, creating a gaping wound. Blood gushed forth. Gradually, the dragon lost its fighting strength, easily slain by the oncoming kin. In the blink of an eye, 5 out of 10 black dragons had been dispatched by the Li family. The remaining 5 were also subdued by their kin, finding it difficult to escape. Witnessing this scene, the Black Dragon King's eyes turned crimson. Damn humans! You wretch, I shall return one day. You could never have imagined that on this day you would face the Dragon Slayer's sword. Nowhere to run. The ancestor of longevity, stepping upon a celestial crane, pursued the black dragon. With a wave of his whisk, countless fine threads surged forth from all directions towards the black dragon. Begone! The black dragon roared in fury, a terrifying black aura rising to repel the whisk. You think you can trap me? In your dreams. In the next moment, the black dragon vanished into the dark clouds. The whisk, entering the clouds, lost its target and failed to pursue the Black Dragon King. Should the Black Dragon King escape, it would continue to wreak havoc upon the world. One cannot fathom how many innocent lives would fall victim to its malevolence. There is no escape. A spirit crane, bearing an elderly man with silver hair, pursued the Black Dragon. The Ancient One waved his hand, and a precious pagoda soared towards the black mist above. The exquisite pagoda. Go! The pagoda, catching the wind, transformed into a towering structure of 100 feet, radiating a brilliant golden light. A majestic aura flowed around the pagoda. The dark clouds were instantly dispersed by this powerful presence, revealing the concealed Black Dragon King. What is this? The Black Dragon King sensed an overwhelming righteousness approaching from behind, causing immense discomfort. Turning its head, it was struck with astonishment. Is this the exquisite pagoda? Was it not believed to have vanished into the annals of history? How could it possibly be in the hands of Li Chongqing? Damn it! In that moment, it had no intention of battling. Its dragon form morphed into a streak of darkness, fleeing into the distance. Suppress! The Ancient One swiftly formed a seal with his hand and struck the heavens. The pagoda transformed into a streak of flowing light, rapidly catching up to the Black Dragon King. The pagoda descended upon the Black Dragon King, its body shimmering with radiant golden light. Howl! Howl! The golden light pressed against the Black Dragon's back, causing dark mist to emanate. The once formidable Black Dragon King now felt its power wane under the immense pressure. The exquisite pagoda, being a treasure of celestial rank, proved most effective in suppressing such malevolent beasts. Being merely a demon beast, the Black Dragon King could not contend against a celestial artifact. Boom! The exquisite pagoda crashed towards the ground, pinning the Black Dragon King beneath it. No matter how it struggled, it could not escape the control of the immense seal. Thanks to the pagoda gifted by the Ancestor Emperor, I was able to easily subdue the Black Dragon King. The Ancient One remarked with a tinge of nostalgia. With the Black Dragon King vanquished, the remaining 5 Black Dragons lost their leader and dared not to continue the fight. The members of the Li family had no intention of sparing the Black Dragons, and together they launched a united assault, slaying the remaining Black Dragons. After the battle, an eerie tranquility descended upon the scene. All eyes turned towards the clan leader, reflecting admiration. This sword is truly formidable. No number of Black Dragons could withstand it. And the Ancient One, who knows when he acquired the exquisite pagoda, a celestial treasure in this realm of longevity, symbolizes invincibility. Possessing one can exponentially enhance one's power. Yet, obtaining such a treasure is no easy feat. It can only be found within the eternal divine domain. Li Hongtian soared into the air, raising the dragon-slaying sword high, his gaze sweeping over all the clan members present. Had it not been for Li Heng's dragon-slaying sword in today's battle, our Li family would have suffered devastating losses. This battle has also unveiled the might of the dragon-slaying sword. Let us cheer for the divine son. In accordance with customary tradition, after each great battle, the clansmen would erupt in cheers for those who contributed most to the fight. Upon hearing the chieftain's words, the thousands of tribespeople were astonished to learn that the dragon-slaying sword belonged to Li Heng. The revelation left them utterly stunned. Good heavens! That legendary sword, the very essence of divinity, was indeed in the hands of the Son of God. The prospect of wielding such a celestial artifact is terrifying. As his cultivation ascends and he harnesses the power of the dragon-slaying sword, his strength will undoubtedly become formidable. The clansmen raised their arms in exuberance, chanting, Son of God, Son of God, Son of God. They firmly believed that if Li Heng were afforded sufficient time to cultivate his skills and reach greater heights, he would surely possess unimaginable power. In the not-so-distant future, under the auspices of the Son of God, the Li family would embark upon its next glorious era. Chapter 63. The Soul Lantern. Amidst the jubilant celebrations of the Li family, one individual stood apart, cloaked in a veil of melancholy, Li Chenxi. The dragon-slaying sword. How terrifying it is. How could that young man have acquired such a celestial treasure? His fortune eclipses mine by a considerable margin. The cycle of rebirth was meant to be her stage, a platform to showcase her formidable prowess. Yet, she never anticipated that her limelight would be so thoroughly usurped by that youth. It would be one thing if he was not superior on the divine rankings. But even the celestial treasures amassed over countless millennia pale in comparison to his. Li Heng, one day, I shall surpass you. For now, I shall allow you to bask in the glory, but the future shall be my stage. The cycle of rebirth has granted her not only the treasures of the Primordial Universe Tower, but also a wealth of memories pertaining to various cultivation techniques and martial skills. These memories are among her most cherished possessions. For instance, she has mastered over 1,000 sword techniques, each refined to the pinnacle of excellence. Meanwhile, Li Heng has yet to embark on his training and likely knows little about the true essence of swordsmanship. How can he possibly compare to her? At this juncture, Li Heng relies solely on the strength of his divine physique to stay ahead. In due course, once he begins his martial training, it will be her moment to truly shine. Beneath the exquisite treasure tower, the Black Demon Dragon King was ensnared. Several members of the Li family gathered around. Li Hongtian, wielding the Lingfeng sword, pointed it menacingly at the nostrils of the Dragon King, declaring coldly, "Black Demon Dragon King, you have wrought chaos for far too long. Today, I shall enact justice on behalf of the heavens. Reveal the location of your Black Dragon Valley, and I may grant you a swift end." Moments ago, he had returned the dragon-slaying sword to Li Heng. The Black Dragon Valley harbors far more black dragons than the mere dozen before them, and there remain hidden remnants. If they do not resolve this swiftly, a new Black Demon Dragon King will inevitably arise. Haraha! The Black Demon Dragon King scoffed. "You may have imprisoned me, but you cannot confine the spirit of my kind. I shall never disclose the whereabouts of the Black Dragon Valley. The valley is concealed in a remote location, surrounded by intricate formations. Without knowledge of how to breach these barriers, entry is impossible. Speak." Li Hongtian pressed the tip of his sword against the dragon's eye, threatening, "If you refuse, I shall gouge your eyes out. Do not expect to pry any words from me." The Black Demon Dragon King, resigned to his fate, accepted his impending demise. Li Chenxi stepped forth from the throng, channeling her spiritual energy into a focused line to transmit a message to Li Hongtian. "I possess a soul-searching technique that can interrogate its spirit. Let's dispense with idle chatter and resolve this directly." Li Hongtian nodded, raising his Lingfeng sword to strike the dragon's head. Clang! The sword failed to sever the dragon's scales and was deflected. A hint of embarrassment crossed Li Hongtian's face. An upper-tier spiritual sword truly struggles against the Black Dragon. Perhaps I should use this sword instead. Li Heng stepped forward, retrieving the dragon-slaying sword. This dragon flesh is a delicacy, best enjoyed when sliced. In a moment, I shall prepare slices of raw dragon, dipped in soy sauce and horseradish. A culinary delight that promises an exquisite taste. As a seasoned connoisseur, I would never overlook such a splendid ingredient. Raw dragon, soy sauce, horseradish. Li Hongtian was unfamiliar with these terms. He was utterly perplexed as to where his son had come across such notions. "This is a unique culinary method I have researched," Li Heng explained succinctly. Li Hongtian severed the head of the Black Dragon, while Li Heng gazed intently at the lifeless body, muttering incessantly. "The dragon claws should be braised. The dragon tendons are tough. They are best when slow-cooked over phoenix fire. This piece is suitable for marinating. The dragon tenderloin is exceptionally delicate. Consuming it raw might be delightful." After slicing, he stored the dragon meat in a spatial ring, ready to be retrieved whenever desired. Li Chenxi stood before the dragon's head, producing a lantern-like artifact, her hands forming a seal as she ensnared the fleeing dragon's soul within. Awoo! The Black Demon Dragon King attempted to escape, only to be captured, unleashing a furious roar. "Cursed humans, how dare you imprison me with such a treasure? Speak, where's the Black Dragon Valley?" Li Chenxi demanded, her expression icy, venting all the pent-up frustration from earlier. Eerie blue flames ignited beneath the soul-capturing lantern. The seemingly inconspicuous flames caused the Dragon King to wail in agony. "Curse you, Awoo! I shall haunt you even in death. You are no longer worthy of such a fate." Li Chenxi commanded the azure flames, scorching the Dragon King within the confines of the lantern. "Reveal the location of the Black Dragon Valley, and I shall grant you a swift end. Otherwise, I shall burn you within this lantern for 1,000 years. Let us see if you will divulge the truth." The Black Demon Dragon King remained obstinate, enduring the torment of the ghostly flames without revealing the whereabouts of the Dragon Valley. Li Chenxi shook her head slightly, realizing that they could only wait until the Dragon King could no longer withstand the suffering and would eventually speak. There was nothing more they could do in the meantime. "Hey, old dragon, allow me to showcase my masterpiece." Li Heng seized the lantern and illuminated the dismembered black dragon's corpse. The once mighty Black Demon Dragon King lay in tatters, a sight too grim to behold. "Look, these dragon claws shall be stewed shortly. The flavor will undoubtedly be exquisite. Cursed humans, you dare to insult me so." The Black Demon Dragon King thrashed within the lantern, unable to break free from its grasp, forced to witness his own body being dismantled piece by piece by the humans before him. For one of his proud lineage, this was an unparalleled humiliation. "Why is your tail so small?" Li Heng gently tapped the dragon's tail with the back of his sword. With such a massive physique, it seemed incongruous with such a diminutive appendage. The black dragon's true form measured nearly 100 feet in length, logically suggesting that its tail should span several feet to match. Yet, the tail before him was merely 3 feet long. In comparison to its enormous body, it was indeed rather small. "You, cursed be you." The diminutive tail was a source of deep humiliation for the Black Dragon King. Never did it expect that even in death, it would become a subject of mockery. This was an unbearable reality. "Look, behold the once formidable dark magic Dragon King, whose dragon whip is so diminutive." Surrounding kin, upon hearing Li Heng's words, turned their gaze towards the size of the dragon whip. Upon witnessing the incongruity between the whip and its grandiose physique, laughter erupted among them. "Ha ha ha. If it were to transform into human form, it would likely resemble a mere peanut. So small, no wonder the Dark Magic Dragon King has no offspring." It was rumored that the Dark Magic Dragon King had an aversion to the opposite sex. It appears the truth is far more tragic. Its inadequacy. This is utterly hilarious. The derisive laughter pierced the ears of the Dark Magic Dragon King, burrowing deep into its very soul. The torment of its soul, engulfed in demonic flames, paled in comparison to the agony invoked by these words. "Damn it, you wretched humans deserve to perish." Chapter 64. Fresh dragon slices. Let it be small. After all, when sliced and soaked in liquor, it can still provide ample nourishment. After Li Heng spoke, he wielded the dragon-slaying sword and severed the dragon's whip. He then retrieved a 3-foot-wide wine jar, intending to place the dragon's whip inside. However, scratching his head, he paused his actions. "Oh, this dragon's whip seems a tad too small. Using such a large jar feels wasteful. Let me find a smaller one." He then extracted a 1-foot-wide wine jar and placed the dragon's whip within. The Black Magic Dragon King was utterly infuriated by this action. "Human, please, spare me the torment. I will reveal the location of the Black Dragon Valley. Just grant me a swift end." It had grown weary of enduring such suffering and preferred a quick demise instead. "Speak quickly." Li Heng, having achieved his goal, smirked slightly, ready to grant a swift release. Upon inspecting the Dragon King's corpse earlier, he had discovered it bore no treasures. This indicated that the Black Dragon King's treasures were likely stored within the Dragon Valley and not carried on its person. The Dragon Valley lies 3,600 miles north of the Black Wind Mountain Range, where a gorge awaits. You will find. The Dragon King divulged the location of the Black Dragon Valley. After listening, Li Chenxi nodded and said, "Since you have spoken, I shall grant you a swift end." The soul-capturing lamp ignited with ghastly flames, instantly reducing the Dragon King's spirit to ashes, erasing it from the mortal realm entirely. "Well done, Heng." Li Hongtian gently ruffled Li Heng's hair. Without Li Heng's assistance, the Black Dragon King may have never revealed the location of the valley. Had the remnants within the valley been alerted and evacuated their treasures, they would have returned empty-handed. After a week of recuperation, they would proceed to the Black Dragon Valley to eradicate the remaining threats. The Li family had just endured a fierce battle, and several clan members were injured, necessitating a few days for recovery. "I want to go too." Li Heng's primary objective was not the treasures of the Black Dragon Valley, but rather to sign in there. With a 57-fold reward, he was sure to acquire numerous valuable items. The Black Dragon Valley, being a place of extreme darkness and infused with the essence of dragons, promised enticing rewards. Li Hongtian initially contemplated refusing. The Black Dragon Valley was perilous. However, upon further reflection, he reconsidered. Though his son was young, his strength was formidable. Without him, they might not have been able to vanquish the Black Magic Dragon King. Thus, bringing him along to the Black Dragon Valley would not be a burden, but a significant advantage. Very well, you shall accompany us to the Black Dragon Valley in 7 days. Li Heng nodded, his heart brimming with anticipation for the journey ahead. Inside the room, a long platter adorned the dining table, resting upon a layer of ice, with delicate, translucent slices of dragon meat atop it. Holding a pair of spiritual jade chopsticks, Li Heng picked up a slice of dragon meat and placed it in his mouth. It melted in his mouth, tender and exquisite. Fresh dragon slices. Indeed, the flavor is superb. Dipped in soy sauce and horseradish, it should taste even more delightful. The chopsticks deftly picked up a piece of dragon meat, dipped it in the seasoning on the small plate, and then brought it to the mouth. The flavor of the dragon meat, infused with the seasoning, was exquisite and left a lingering aftertaste. In this world, there were no soy sauce or horseradish. However, Li Heng had instructed his subordinates to create a suitable alternative, a process that was not overly complex. Fenger, you should try some as well. Young master, please enjoy it. I am not hungry. Jean Fenger typically only consumed cooked meat and had never tasted raw meat before. To her, the young master's method of eating was utterly peculiar. Most people would find it unacceptable. Raw dragon meat surely would not taste pleasant and could even induce nausea. Just taste it, it is quite delightful. Li Heng retrieved another pair of chopsticks and handed them to Fenger, deliberately feigning a frustrated expression. All right, fine. Jean Fenger took the chopsticks, picked up a piece of dragon meat, and dipped it in the sauce. As she placed the meat in her mouth, her brows furrowed tightly. This flavor. It is far more delectable than I had imagined. Once the dragon meat entered her mouth, combined with the sauce, it was incredibly flavorful, devoid of any raw meat's fishiness. She could swear that she had never tasted anything so delicious in her life. How does it taste? Li Heng inquired with a smile. Delicious, Jean Fenger exclaimed, her eyes sparkling. Young master, how did you come up with such a unique way of eating? I have an extensive understanding of culinary delights, Li Heng replied, his lips curling into a grin. If it is good, feel free to have more, do not hold back. Each black dragon was of considerable size, and a single person could not possibly consume it all in years. Since Li Heng had exerted the most effort in dealing with the black dragon, he claimed all of its remains to savor at his leisure. Jean Fenger picked up another piece of dragon meat, dipped it in the sauce, and placed it in her mouth. So good. After savoring 4 or 5 pieces, she set down her chopsticks, hesitant to continue. This was dragon meat, an exceedingly precious delicacy. If she indulged too much, she risked displeasing the young master, which would be an unwise trade-off. Are you done? Do not be shy, Li Heng remarked as he continued to enjoy the dragon meat. I am finished. I feel as though the dragon meat contains a wealth of pure energy that needs time to digest. After consuming a few pieces, Jean Fenger felt a warm sensation spreading within her, as if she were on the verge of a breakthrough. Under the influence of this energy, her body grew increasingly stronger. Return and properly absorb this. The dragon meat should greatly benefit you, Li Heng advised. Dragon meat is exceptionally nourishing. Consuming it over the years will enhance one's physical constitution. Understood, young master. Jean Fenger stood by, waiting for Li Heng to finish his meal before tidying up the bowls and chopsticks. Li Heng secured the doors and windows, then seated himself cross-legged on a mat. With swift precision, he formed 100 seals with his hands. Jinhua Divine Technique. This was the first 100 layers of the Jinhua skill. Previously, at the Jinhua Stone, the Jinhua skill was upgraded to Jinhua Divine Art, transforming from its original 100 levels to an astonishing 500. Beyond the 100th level, the cultivation difficulty escalates significantly, necessitating that the body be refined to an exceptionally formidable state in order to successfully manifest the technique. Even for the formidable body cultivator Li Dashin, executing the seals beyond the 100th level presents a considerable challenge. With a swift motion, Li Heng once again formed a seal with his hands. 110 levels. The aura emanating from him surged dramatically. The furniture within the room trembled violently, and the wooden structure groaned under the strain, threatening to collapse at any moment. Li Heng hurriedly halted his cultivation. It was unfeasible. The power generated beyond 110 levels was too terrifying for this modest dwelling to withstand, risking its imminent collapse. He decided to utilize another means for his practice. With a flick of his wrist, he retrieved a model of a residence, approximately a foot in height. Its appearance was quite exquisite, sculpted from jade. Tianyuan Pavilion. This was a celestial abode obtained during his time in the Underworld. The interior housed a unique space, fortified with formidable defensive capabilities. His body could soar into it for cultivation. Chapter 65. The storyteller Li Heng bit his fingertip, allowing a drop of blood to fall upon the Tianyuan Pavilion, where he refined it. Upon the stirring of his consciousness, his body transformed into a streak of light, soaring into the pavilion. Inside lay a unique microcosm, where a picturesque hill stood before a meticulously crafted two-story loft. The spiritual energy here was over tenfold denser than that of the outside world, making it a splendid place for cultivation. Li Heng sat cross-legged on the ground, his hands weaving intricate seals as he resumed his practice of the Jinhua divine art. 110 seals, 150 seals, 220 seals. The aura emanating from him grew increasingly formidable, as if a mere gesture could rend the heavens asunder. 220 seals represented the mastery of this art to that level. At this juncture, he began to feel the strain, finding it challenging to effortlessly manifest the seals. After all, the Jinhua divine art transcended the mundane, reaching the celestial tier, thus presenting a high degree of difficulty in cultivation. Were it not for his physical body being tempered to the 72 layers, he might not have even completed the first 100 layers. 230 layers. 232 layers. Li Heng abruptly opened his eyes, his palms swiftly forming the final seal, which he thrust forward. Thunderous roars ensued. His fist struck the air, shattering the space around him, creating numerous fissures. Within this microcosm, everything that came into contact with the spatial rifts, be it the loft or the hill, was utterly obliterated. This technique was indeed powerful. Li Heng felt immense satisfaction with the might of his divine art. At this moment, having just reached the tempering stage, he could wield such strength. It was quite commendable. If he continued to refine his body, achieving the 81 layers and reaching the pinnacle of eternity, this divine art should be cultivable to around 300 layers. The Jinhua divine art would become a formidable trump card. In Jinling City, street vendors were vociferously calling out, enticing passers-by. Inside the Jinling tea house, a storyteller sat behind a desk, regaling the tea drinkers with the latest tidings he had heard. Crack. He began. A few days ago, the Black Dragon Valley's king of dark magic, accompanied by 12 generals, ventured to the ancient Li clan, aiming to seize the golden dragon and devour it. The Li family was soon to be embroiled in a bloody conflict. The Black Dragon Valley was an immensely powerful force in the Eternal Realm, capable of directly contending with the Li clan. The storyteller's words instantly drew a multitude of visitors. Many ordered tea and settled at the tables, ears perked, listening intently. Two figures approached from a distance, clad in resplendent robes, unmistakably not of ordinary origin. They were Tang Wanrong of the Phoenix Ancient Nation and the Grand Ancestor of the Tianfeng. Wait! The Grand Ancestor of the Tianfeng paused, his cane halting midair. Ears perked up. The Black Dragon Valley has targeted the Li family? What? Tang Wanrong's face immediately displayed shock. The Black Dragon Valley was a presence that her Phoenix Ancient Nation dared not provoke. If the Black Dragon Valley were to set its sights on the Phoenix Ancient Nation, they would have no choice but to cower within the city, relying on their grand formation for defense. The Grand Ancestor, now aged, found it increasingly difficult to exert the formation's full potential, and there was a chance the King of Dark Magic could break through their defenses. Let us go listen. The venerable ancestor Tianfeng sat gracefully upon a bench, her cane propped alongside her. Throughout their journey, they had traversed the skies without a whisper from the Black Dragon Valley. I sincerely hope the Li family can weather this calamity, murmured Tang Wanrong, her delicate brows knitted in concern. In the realm of ancient clans, the Li family stood at the forefront. With their presence, the forces of darkness dared not act with impunity. Otherwise, chaos would surely ensue. The storyteller leisurely fanned himself, tantalizing the audience with suspense before continuing. The Dark Magic Dragon King, accompanied by 12 formidable generals, was determined to confront the Li family, and his ambitions regarding the Golden Dragon were undeniable. At the mention of the Golden Dragon, Tang Wanrong's frown deepened. Producing a spirit stone from her bosom, she tossed it onto the storyteller's table and inquired, "What is the significance of the Golden Dragon?" The storyteller picked up the spirit stone, polishing it with keen interest. Madam, your accent suggests you are not from the Jinling region. Perhaps you have recently arrived, he observed. As for the golden dragon, it is indeed a captivating tale that dates back 4 years, to the birth of the Li family's prodigy. With a flourish, the storyteller unfurled his fan and waved it languidly before his chest. When Li Hongtian wed Lu Minglan, they welcomed a son, and upon his arrival, countless divine beings and demons bowed in reverence. The audience gathered at the tea house was left speechless. If the storyteller were to elaborate on the emergence of the golden dragon, it would take many tales to convey fully. Their immediate concern was the outcome of the Black Dragon Valley's incursion into the Li family. To make a long story short, Tang Wanrong interjected, producing yet another spirit stone from her garment and casting it onto the table. The storyteller, with deliberate slowness, pocketed the stone and resumed fanning himself, remarking, "To delve into the specifics of the golden dragon's origins, we must revisit the day the prodigy ascended the eternal divine rankings. On that fateful day, the prodigy, standing upon a golden lotus and crowned by celestial clouds, reached the pinnacle of the eternal divine rankings, causing the heavens to tremble. Subsequently, a radiant beam descended from above, bearing hundreds of vibrant rays of light, all gifts bestowed by the eternal divine rankings. Among them was a singular radiant beam, which contained a golden dragon egg. Among the audience present, some were visiting the tea house for the first time. The news of the prodigy acquiring a golden dragon egg filled them with envy. The venerable ancestor Tianfeng, leaning on her cane, approached the storyteller's table. As she understood, the dragon eggs within the realm of the eternal divine had existed for at least 10,000 years. Even if the prodigy were fortunate enough to possess one, hatching it would not be a simple endeavor. Could it be that the dark magic dragon king coveted the dragon egg? The Phoenix ancient nation also possessed a phoenix egg, a relic from antiquity, now over 1,000,000 years old. The lineage of the Phoenix clan had nurtured the egg with their blood through generations, yet it had never shown a flicker of life. How could the prodigy, having just obtained the golden dragon egg, possibly hatch it? With a decisive clap, the storyteller closed his fan. Nay, who is the prodigy, you ask? He placed his hands in a gesture of reverence, bowing to the heavens. He is the child of destiny. Any seemingly impossible feats, in the presence of the chosen one, are but trifles. In merely a few days, the divine heir successfully hatched the golden dragon egg. On that day, the magnificent golden dragon soared through the heavens, causing the very earth and sky to tremble. The two individuals from the Phoenix ancient kingdom exchanged glances, each reflecting the astonishment in the other's eyes. The esteemed ancestor of the Phoenix murmured, swallowing hard. To hatch the golden dragon egg in just a few days, this truly exemplifies the essence of a fated child. Tang Wanrong sighed, expressing her resignation. In comparison to the divine heir, the Phoenix maiden of the ancient kingdom is but a mere flicker of light. The chosen one can effortlessly summon celestial phenomena, with both immortals and demons yielding before him. It is the Phoenix maiden who truly benefits from his brilliance. Chapter 66. The visit from the ancient kingdom. With a sharp clap, the storyteller unfurled his fan, gently waving it before his chest. The Black Dragon King, accompanied by 12 formidable generals, was determined to seize the golden dragon, and a fierce battle was imminent. To learn what transpired next, please stay tuned for the next tale. With another clap, the storyteller closed his fan and rose to depart towards the tea house. Hold on, Tang Wanrong exclaimed, retrieving a pouch of spiritual stones from her bosom and tossing it onto the table. Continue your narrative. The storyteller untied the leather cord from the pouch and peered inside, noting that it contained no less than 100 spiritual stones. Since this lady wished to listen, he would make an exception today. This captivating lady, so generous, was evidently a powerful cultivator. For a mere storyteller at a tea house to provoke such a figure was akin to courting death. Now, where we left off, the storyteller resumed. Logically, the Li family would have to pay a considerable price to repel the Black Dragon Valley, potentially resulting in the deaths of hundreds of their kin. Yet, astonishingly, the Li family suffered fewer than 10 casualties while completely annihilating the Black Dragon Valley. Even the Black Dragon King was not spared. At this revelation, shock rippled through the audience. Many tea bowls clattered to the tables, spilling their contents everywhere. What? The Li family actually eliminated the Black Dragon Valley. How terrifying. Could it be that the longevity ancestor has enhanced his strength? Sir, Please enlighten us on what truly transpired. The mere mention of the Black Dragon Valley instilled fear, enough to make infants wail. The audacity of the Leaf family to claim its destruction was simply astonishing. The storyteller sipped his unrefined tea, casting his gaze across the room. The fall of the Black Dragon Valley was due to a single individual. That individual is the Divine Sun. All eyes in the room turned towards the storyteller, eager to hear how the Divine Sun had altered the course of the battle. On that fateful day, the Divine Sun stood undaunted before the Black Dragon, soaring into the air and striking down with his sword. You won't believe what happened next. The head of the Black Dragon fell instantly, devoid of any resistance. Subsequently, the Divine Sun wielded his long sword with the finesse of a butcher, dispatching the Black Dragon with ease. Thus, he effortlessly dealt with 2 Black Dragons, with 2 of the 12 generals eliminated. The remaining Black Dragons sensed danger and fled, while the Black Dragon King vanished into the black mist, seeking to escape. Yet, the Divine Sun summoned a grand seal, pinning the Black Dragon King beneath it. At this proclamation, the room fell into a profound silence. The sound of a pin dropping could be heard. Could it be that the Divine Sun, at merely 4 years of age, was capable of slaying the Black Dragon? Such strength is almost beyond comprehension. Truly, he is the Divine Sun of the Leaf family, a powerful being who has ascended the eternal divine list twice. Some members of the audience accepted the storyteller's words with belief, while others remained skeptical. Sir, did the Divine Sun truly vanquish the Black Dragon? What manner of sword possesses such might? Could it be that you have embellished the tale? It sounds quite extraordinary to me. The Black Dragon is immensely powerful, and the Divine Child is merely 4 years old. If he could truly annihilate them, such strength would be beyond comprehension. With a gentle flourish of his fan, the storyteller continued, the Divine Child's triumph over the Black Dragon I learned from the lips of the Leaf family. It is undoubtedly true, with not a hint of fabrication. Whether the audience chooses to believe it, however, is beyond his control. The venerable Tianfeng ancestor and Tang Wanrong exchanged glances, each perceiving the other's skepticism. Tang Wanrong shook her head slightly and remarked, how could these mortals comprehend the might of the Black Dragon? Though the Divine Child possesses extraordinary potential, it is implausible for him to vanquish the Black Dragon at this moment. Thus, the storyteller must be exaggerating. The Tianfeng ancestor's cane was firmly planted on the ground. You speak wisely. I too cannot believe that the Divine Child wields such power. The Leaf family's survival through this tribulation must stem from another cause. We should hasten to the Leaf family to uncover the true reason. The two soared through the skies towards the Leaf family. At the Leaf family's main hall, a maidservant gracefully set down exquisite tea sets before the esteemed guests. Li Hongtian smiled warmly. I did not expect the 2 illustrious visitors to come. I apologize for not welcoming you properly. Not at all, replied Tang Wanrong, lifting her teacup to savor the fragrant spirit tea. Upon hearing of the recent incursion from the Black Dragon Valley, both the Tianfeng ancestor and I were greatly concerned. Now that I see the Li family is safe, I can finally breathe easy. The ruffians from Black Dragon Valley dared to come to my Li family. They shall not go unpunished. Li Hongtian responded with a hint of irritation. Tang Wanrong raised her gaze, locking eyes with him. Along the way, I have heard that the Black Dragon Valley was vanquished due to the Divine Child. Is there any truth to this? She had inquired further and learned from passers-by that the Divine Child had slain 2 black dragons and subdued the Dark Dragon King beneath a great seal. How embarrassing, Li Hongtian said, shaking his head, his face tinged with a flush of shame. Had it not been for Li Heng's intervention, our Li family would have paid a tremendous price during this calamity. Then, it was indeed the Divine Child who vanquished the Black Dragons. Tang Wanrong's pupils constricted suddenly, her delicate hands trembling. Not entirely. However, Heng played a pivotal role in this battle. Li Hongtian replied with a smile, shaking his head. These storytellers are prone to exaggerations and fabrications. Tang Wanrong and the Tianfeng ancestor exchanged looks once more, both recognizing the futility of their disbelief. Indeed, the storytellers were often unreliable. Yet, to have played a crucial role in this conflict is impressive in itself. With such a divine child, the Li family is destined to revive the glory of 100,000 years ago. Tang Wanrong resolved in her heart that it was imperative to forge a strong alliance with the Li family. Li Heng is truly a valuable asset, and the Phoenix Ancient Kingdom must seek to align with him. What brings you two here? Li Hongtian inquired. It is indeed a source of shame. Tang Wanrong placed the jade teacup upon the table. Not long ago, during my birthday celebration, Jean Fenger, in her capacity as a well-wisher, presented me with a gift from the divine sun, yet in a moment of pique, I unwittingly expelled her. The incident involving Jean Fenger was indeed a misstep on Henger's part. Li Hongtian lifted the teapot, personally pouring tea for the two guests. Should you both believe that Jean Fenger ought to return to the ancient Phoenix Kingdom to continue her role as a Phoenix Maiden, I shall speak with Heng and urge him to release her. The ancient Phoenix Kingdom is a venerable power, and it would be unwise to allow a mere maiden to create discord. Alas, the venerable ancestor of the Tianfeng set aside his staff, acknowledging that since Jean Fenger had chosen to follow Li Heng, she should be permitted to do so. It is her own opportunity. Our journey to Jinzhou led us to the Li family, and it is my hope that we might encounter Li Heng. Please wait a moment. I shall summon Henger forth. Li Hongtian instructed his servants, and soon, Li Heng's figure appeared in the main hall. You are Li Heng. Tang Wanrong appraised the young lad from head to toe, his large, expressive eyes particularly striking. Indeed, it is I. Li Heng nodded gently. Did you find favor in the birthday gift that I had Jean Fenger deliver? To speak candidly, the gift was exceedingly lavish. Had it not been for its extravagant nature, it is unlikely that the two of them would have come personally to meet a younger generation. It would surely become a source of jest. Chapter 67. The Black Wind Mountain Range. A single drop of ancient phoenix blood is of little consequence. For these individuals, the ancient phoenix blood is a treasure beyond reach. However, for Li Heng, ancient phoenix blood is abundant, even surpassed by other, more potent sources. Moreover, to offer ancient phoenix blood as a birthday gift signifies a desire to enter a secret realm within the Phoenix Ancient Kingdom, the Nirvana Pool. Gulp. Tang Wanrong swallowed hard, remaining silent. Is ancient phoenix blood truly of no significance? Within the Phoenix Ancient Kingdom, it is considered an unparalleled treasure, one for which any price would be paid. Indeed, the child of destiny, in the eternal divine realm, he must have acquired numerous treasures, and with the Li family as his backing, his rise is merely a matter of time. Tang Wanrong retrieved a translucent jade vial, removing the wooden cork at its opening, releasing a rich aura of spiritual energy. The few individuals in the room were invigorated by its scent. Li Heng, the ancient phoenix blood you gifted me brings me immense joy. To express my gratitude, I present you with this vial of dragon marrow, which should greatly benefit you. Li Hongtian's eyes gleamed upon hearing the words dragon marrow. This is an exceedingly rare treasure, worth its weight in gold. Although it may be slightly inferior to ancient phoenix blood, its value is nonetheless substantial. The willingness of the Phoenix Ancient Kingdom to part with such a significant treasure speaks volumes of their sincerity. Li Heng accepted the jade vial, peering into it with the light streaming through the window. The bottom of the vial contained a glimmering green liquid. I do not require this dragon marrow, he said, pushing the vial back. Tang Wanrong displayed a look of astonishment. Are you aware of the uses of dragon marrow? Of course, Li Heng replied with a blink. For those possessing dragon blood, dragon marrow offers tremendous benefits. Even for those without such lineage, it can be used to refine the body, making it a rare gem. At present, my physique would not yield the desired effect from dragon marrow, so it would be best for you to keep it. Tang Wanrong had not anticipated that her offering of dragon marrow would be declined. She had hoped to exchange it for ancient phoenix blood, believing it to be a mutually beneficial arrangement that would avoid future reproach. I have heard that there is a delightful place in your Phoenix Ancient Kingdom. When I visit the ancient realm again, I hope to go there, Li Heng remarked. You are most welcome to visit our ancient kingdom. Tang Wanrong responded with a warm smile. Pray tell, where do you wish to go? That place is called the Nirvana Pool. What? You wish to go to the Nirvana Pool? Is that not permissible? It is not entirely out of the question. If an outsider were to recklessly seek entry to the Nirvana Pool, Tang Wanrong would undoubtedly refuse. However, Li Heng is somewhat exceptional. The ancient phoenix blood has left her indebted to him in a significant way. An exchange of ancient phoenix blood for entry into the Nirvana Pool would certainly suffice. After a moment of contemplation, Tang Wanrong raised her head. The Nirvana Heavenly Pool is a secret realm of the Phoenix Ancient Kingdom. An entry requires the unanimous consent of 4 elders and the sovereign. I naturally agree to grant you this qualification. The remaining task is to secure the approval of the 4 elders. Li Heng felt a surge of joy within. He never anticipated that Tang Wanrong would agree so readily. It seems that the ancient phoenix's blood plays a significant role. The heavenly phoenix ancestor lightly tapped her cane on the ground. The old woman holds considerable influence in the phoenix ancient kingdom. With my intervention, I can persuade the second and third elders. As for the grand elder and the fourth elder, it will depend on your own capabilities. Jean Fomer, having just followed the divine sun, has already acquired the ancient phoenix bloodline, indicating that Li Heng genuinely nurtures her without any selfish motives. This significantly altered the heavenly phoenix ancestor's impression of Li Heng, to the extent that she was willing to assist in the matter of entering the Nirvana heavenly pool. Thank you, sovereign of the Phoenix Kingdom and heavenly phoenix ancestor. Li Heng grinned, revealing a set of pearly white teeth. Let us hold off on the thanks for now. Tang Wanrong gently shook her head. The Grand Elder is a very stubborn individual, and as an outsider, persuading her will be quite challenging. I am confident I can convince her. I am prepared to face any trials that may arise. To establish an everlasting imperial foundation, it is imperative for Li Heng to enter the Nirvana heavenly pool and obtain the Nirvana fruit. When do you plan to visit the ancient kingdom? Tang Wanrong inquired. I should be able to go within a year. Li Heng, utilizing the eternal divine oil, is rapidly refining his body and will soon reach the eternal extreme realm. After breaking through the foundation, he will head to the ancient kingdom. Very well, Tang Wanrong nodded. The Black Wind Mountain Range is perpetually shrouded in a thick, ominous mist. Any demon beast that inadvertently ventures into the black fog will soon find itself reduced to mere bones. Few creatures manage to survive the treacherous mists. Consequently, anyone entering the Black Wind Mountain Range tends to steer clear of the fog as if it were a plague. A group of about 30 individuals appeared within the Black Wind Mountain Range, halting before a canyon. Towering cliffs, 1,000 feet high, flanked the canyon, and a dense black mist hovered along the path leading deeper into the gorge. Li Hongtian pointed ahead, stating, "We have ventured 3,600 miles into the Black Wind Mountain Range. This canyon is the one spoken of by the Black Demon Dragon King." Among the crowd, a middle-aged man clad in a blue robe stepped forward. His name is Li Yuanqing. Clan leader, this black mist seems peculiar. I sense a formidable formation within it, so we should proceed with caution. The Black Dragon Valley has managed to remain concealed in the Black Wind Mountain Range for so many years without being discovered, indicating it has its own defenses. Elder Yuanqing, since you possess knowledge of formations, perhaps you could lead us. Very well. Li Yuanqing cautiously approached the black mist, and as his first foot crossed the threshold, he raised his hand to signal for everyone to halt. Do not enter just yet. As I suspected, this black mist is indeed a formation. The Dark Dragon King has led us to enter the Valley of the Black Dragons, undoubtedly with ulterior motives. No one can ascertain whether the last words of the Dark Dragon King concealed any hidden agendas. Li Yuanqing's figure vanished into the black mist, while those behind him awaited in silence. Nearly half an hour passed, yet no signs of activity emerged from the obscurity. Li Hongtian paced back and forth, his expression growing increasingly grave. Half an hour had elapsed since Elder Yuanqing entered the formation. Logically, he should have returned by now. Elder Yuanqing is the most skilled in formations among the Li family. The formation that could ensnare him for half an hour must possess formidable power. You few remain on guard outside. I shall venture in to investigate. Sensing something amiss, Li Hongtian instructed his kin before preparing to step into the formation. At that moment, a figure emerged from the black mist. Li Yuanqing, with arms supporting his grievously injured body, struggled to crawl out of the darkness, leaving a trail of blood in his wake. His clothing was tattered, hanging in shreds, and his body was smeared with blood. A portion of his lower leg exposed ghastly white bone. Chapter 68. Healing Wounds. Elder Li Yuanqing. Li Hongtian hastily retrieved a jade vial from his bosom, pouring forth a pill imbued with the essence of life, which he administered to the elder. Upon consuming this elixir, Li Yuanqing's complexion improved slightly. One must never tread into the Black Mist Gorge. Li Yuanqing recalled the harrowing scene he had just witnessed, still haunted by the memory. This place is a rare innate formation, known as the Heavenly Slaughter Array. The formations are categorized into innate and acquired. The acquired ones are man-made, requiring the expenditure of precious materials and the establishment of foundational nodes to activate the array. In contrast, The innate formation is birthed by nature itself, possessing terrifying power. What? Li Hongtian was struck with astonishment. This was the legendary Heavenly Slaughter Array. Among the array of slaughter formations, the Heavenly Slaughter Array stands at the apex of terror. Even the most accomplished practitioners of the Li family's array techniques face dire consequences upon entering this formation, while those with lesser skills are assuredly doomed. Cursed Black Dragon King, how could you lead us down such a path of certain death? Patriarch, what should we do now? Li Dashan stepped forth from the crowd. Shall I shatter this array with my fists? Elder Yuanqing, can you identify the location of the array's foundation? Li Hongtian inquired, turning his gaze toward him. I have discovered it. Li Yuanqing coughed heavily a few times. Upon entering the formation, I located the position of the foundation, but it is fiercely guarded by formidable demonic creatures. With my current strength, I cannot breach it. The foundation is the essence that sustains the operation of the formation. If it is destroyed, the entire array will cease to function. After a moment of contemplation, Li Hongtian proposed, how about this? Elder Yuanqing, you focus on healing. Once your condition improves, Elder Dashan and I will accompany you into the Heavenly Slaughter Array. Li Yuanqing nodded. Indeed, the combined strength of the three of us should suffice to contend with those demonic creatures. As long as we can destroy the foundation, the array's potency will undoubtedly diminish, allowing us to advance gradually. Elder Yuanqing, your leg. Li Heng approached, observing the ghastly sight of exposed bone. Feeling a pang of sympathy, this elder had always been kind to him, often carrying him around during their time at the Li family estate. Their bond had grown deep over time. It's nothing, Li Yuanqing replied with a forced grin, deliberately feigning indifference as he inhaled sharply. With the elixir from the sect leader, I shall recover in a couple of days. Here, use this, you will heal swiftly. Li Heng produced a jade vial, uncorking it to release a rich aura of life. Is this sap from the tree of life? Li Yuanqing, well versed in such matters, instantly recognized the substance. Li Heng tilted the vial, letting a drop of the verdant liquid fall into his palm, extending it toward the elder. No need. Li Yuanqing gently ruffled Li Heng's hair. With the sect leader's elixir, I will be well in a couple of days. The elixir bestowed by my father, when consumed, merely produces fleeting vitality and fails to restore one's injuries completely. Li Heng was acutely aware of the elixir's limitations. To achieve a full recovery to one's former prime would undoubtedly require a minimum of 6 months. Given your leg injury, entering the Abyssal Slaughter Array will significantly impede your performance. Thus, it would be prudent to ingest this drop of sap from the Tree of Life. Worry not, for I possess an abundance of this sap. Li Heng, being generous towards those dear to him, would never withhold such a gift. However, with outsiders, he would certainly not be as accommodating. Very well. Li Yuanqing, unable to refuse, accepted the sap and consumed it. The rich essence of life transformed into a vibrant green light, swirling above his head for a time, even tinting his black and white hair a lush green. Several younger members of the Li clan stifled their laughter at this spectacle. Li Yuanqing immediately cast a fierce glare at them. Do you dare to laugh? Should there be any issues with the formation later, do not come seeking my assistance. The young ones promptly silenced their mirth. The green light cascaded downwards, healing every wound it touched. Even the exposed bones in his leg quickly sprouted fresh flesh. After half an hour, Li Yuanqing was restored to his former self. Indeed, the sap from the Tree of Life is a remarkable treasure. Li Heng, you are truly fortunate to have gathered so much. This substance should be preserved well. Should any injuries occur in the future, it will facilitate swift healing. Upon hearing this, Li Hongtian shot a disapproving glance at the elder. My son shall not suffer injury. Ah, that is precisely my point. I trust you understand. After Li Yuanqing's injuries healed, his spirits lifted considerably. Elder Yuanqing, I shall not misuse this sap. I will reserve some for you, Li Heng remarked with a smile. Once Li Yuanqing processed this, he playfully rebuked. Are you wishing for my misfortune? Not at all. Li Heng scratched his head. I merely meant it in that context. I hope you grasp my meaning. Haha, little fellow, you possess a certain charm. Li Yuanqing turned his gaze towards the black mist gorge, his eyes ablaze with determination. Today, I am resolute in dismantling this formation. Clan leader, let us proceed. Li Hongtian nodded and exchanged a knowing glance with Li Dashan. I wish to join as well. Li Heng, sensing the profound Tao essence within the array, Recognize this as an unmissable opportunity for enlightenment. What chaos do you intend to create? Li Hongtian shot him a stern look. This is no trivial matter. There are fiends within. Be cautious lest they consume you. Li Dashan nudged the clan leader with his elbow and whispered, Clan leader, this ruse to frighten children surely won't work on Li Heng, will it? Have you forgotten that it was Li Heng's dragon-slaying sword that enabled us to vanquish so many demon dragons? Li Hongtian's face flushed with embarrassment as he realized he had indeed overlooked this detail. This is a perilous formation. Should you unwittingly step into a deadly trap, we may not be able to save you in time. I will enter and assist you. Li Heng spoke earnestly. Chief, I believe we should allow him to go. Li Dashan nodded in agreement, for Li Heng possessed the dragon-slaying sword, enabling him to effortlessly confront the Black Dragon. This time, the Elder of Longevity did not accompany them to the Black Mist Mountains, and Li Qinzi was preoccupied with training within the clan. Very well. Li Hongtian reflected on Li Heng's capabilities and ultimately consented. However, he added, once we enter the Black Mist Gorge, you must not wander off. You must heed our instructions. Understood, Li Heng replied with a nod. Li Yuanqing led the way, followed closely by the three as they gradually made their way deeper into the Black Mist Gorge. Shortly after setting off, Li Heng noticed a sign-in point to his left. Without seeking the consent of the others, he quietly approached it. Chapter 69. The Primordial Slaughter Formation Ding. You have checked in at the Black Mist Canyon and received a vial of Black Demon Elixir, with a reward of a 57-fold increase. You have obtained 57 vials of Black Demon Elixir. The Black Demon Elixir, a potion rich in demonic energy, is particularly suitable for demon cultivators. Among the elixirs found in the mortal realm, it ranks among the highest tiers. To receive 57 vials at once is indeed a generous reward. As Li Heng possesses the eternal celestial demon body, he requires both celestial and demonic cultivation, making these elixirs exceedingly valuable. With ample preparation, his ascension and cultivation will undoubtedly accelerate. Beside the cliff, several towering shadowy figures, each 10 zhang tall, lunged toward Li Heng. Hunger. Be careful. Li Hongtian's heart raced, nearly leaping from his chest. He sensed that these demonic creatures were formidable, comparable to cultivators at the cave void realm. Li Heng raised his gaze toward the imposing demons, his eyes devoid of fear. With a casual flick of his hand, he summoned the Town Mountain Seal, striking the first approaching demon. Boom! The shadow was shattered into countless fragments, exploding into a cloud of black mist. The remaining demons, too, were swiftly obliterated by the Town Mountain Seal. Is that all? Their strength seems somewhat lacking. Though they appeared terrifying, they were inferior to the might of the Black Dragon, presenting no challenge whatsoever. Gulp. Li Yuanqing swallowed hard. Earlier, when he had ventured alone into the myriad slaughter formation, he encountered these shadowy figures. Dealing with one was manageable, but if 2 or 3 had appeared simultaneously, he would have sustained injuries. He could hardly fathom how effortlessly Li Heng dispatched them with the Town Mountain Seal. Truly a treasure of celestial caliber. The surrounding black mist coalesced, forming an even larger ghostly figure. It stood 50 zhang tall, with a human-like form, its sunken eye sockets ablaze with eerie blue ghost flames. Roar. Human, die. Be careful. Li Hongtian positioned his towering frame in front of Li Heng. The demons, formed from demonic energy, attacked with pure force, rendering direct annihilation impossible. Let me handle this, Li Dashan said, swinging his arm to strike the demon's posterior. Boom. The demon's rear indented, releasing a jet of eerie blue gas from its backside. Bang. The sound was akin to thunderous flatulence. Li Dashan was caught in the gust. His body propelled backward like a kite cut from its string, hurtling toward the cliff. Damn it. Being blasted away by such a gaseous expulsion left him utterly humiliated, wishing to find a deep pit to bury himself in. Allow me to take over. Li Heng's Town Mountain Seal proved remarkably effective against these demons. The seal flew forth, colliding with the shadow and purifying it instantly. The black mist ahead thickened, continuously gathering into more shadowy figures. This will work against the black mist, Li Heng declared, producing a black orb in his hand. As it appeared, the surrounding demonic energy seemed to be drawn toward it, swirling eagerly. Soon, the gathered demonic essence that sought to manifest as shadows was entirely consumed by the orb. Even the black mist within the canyon cannot escape calamity. Li Hongtian's gaze was fixated on the orb, his eyes nearly bulging with disbelief. The Abyssal Demon Pearl. How could you possess such a treasure? Within the realm of demonic arts, there exists a supreme artifact capable of gathering demonic energy, storing it within a pearl for future cultivation. The Abyssal Demon Pearl is extraordinarily rare. Whenever it appears, it becomes the object of fierce competition among practitioners of the dark arts. Naturally, it was acquired from the ancient Divine Palace. Li Heng attributed all the treasures he had obtained to the ancient Divine Palace, knowing that outsiders could not discern the true nature of his acquisitions. You, my boy, are quite fortunate, Li Hongtian remarked with a hint of admiration. This Abyssal Demon Pearl is a priceless treasure of the demonic path. It must never be displayed in front of outsiders, lest chaos ensue. I understand, Li Heng nodded. The demonic energy within the Black Mist Canyon is quite dense. Collecting it for future cultivation would indeed be advantageous. The group pressed onward and soon arrived at the location of the formation's foundation as described by Li Yuanqing. It is this massive stone. If we can destroy it, the outer formation will be shattered, Li Yuanqing pointed ahead. There are many guardian demons here, at least 30 of them. For the 4 of us, these demons pose little challenge and can be easily dealt with. The dispersed demonic energy was absorbed by the Abyssal Demon Pearl. Leave this stone to me, Li Dashan declared, raising his fist to strike the massive rock. Boom! A thunderous sound erupted, yet the stone remained utterly unscathed, while his knuckles swelled painfully. Why is this wretched stone so hard? I can't believe this. He raised his fist once more and struck the stone again. This time, golden light coalesced around his fist, likely a manifestation of some powerful technique. Thunderous roars reverberated throughout the canyon. Crack! Boom! The massive stone was struck with overwhelming force, shattering into countless pieces. Li Heng swallowed hard. What a terrifying power! When will my strength reach such heights? Compared to Li Dashan's display of technique, I still have a long way to go. Li Heng. Li Dashan seemed to sense Li Heng's unease and approached to offer comfort. You are still young. With diligent practice, your power will surely grow. Indeed, Li Heng nodded, resolved to advance further on the path of body refinement. With the foundation of the formation destroyed, its effects dissipated, and the black mist began to drift away from the canyon. It would not be long before the black mist completely vanished from this place. Seizing the opportunity, Li Heng checked in at the massive stone's location. Ding! You have checked in at the Black Mist Canyon and received the reward Heavenly Slaughter Formation. Reward multiplied by 57. You have obtained Primordial Slaughter Great Formation. This Primordial Slaughter Formation is undoubtedly a significantly upgraded version. Even if deployed in the Celestial Realm, few immortals could traverse it. It equates to having an exceptionally powerful trump card. Let us continue onward. We should soon arrive at Black Dragon Valley. Li Hongtian summoned the waiting clansmen behind him, and together they ventured into the depths of the canyon. After traversing several dozen miles, they finally caught sight of the elusive Black Dragon Valley. The black dragons remaining here were far inferior in strength to the 12 formidable generals of the Dark Magic Dragon King, and they were easily dispatched. Before them emerged a cave adorned with intricate formations. This was undoubtedly the lair of the Dark Magic Dragon King, and any treasures would surely be concealed within. Li Hongtian exchanged a knowing glance with Li Yuanqing. This formation is yours to unravel. Very well, Li Yuanqing nodded. It should take about 2 days to breach this formation. You all can wait here. There's no need for such effort. Leave it to me, Li Heng interjected, possessing an alternative method to swiftly dismantle the array. Chapter 70. The Essence of the Ancient Dragon. What methods do you possess? Li Yuanqing inquired, confusion evident on his face. The Jinyu seal, Li Heng proclaimed, producing the seal and placing it upon the barrier of the formation. With a crackle, the golden seal made contact with the black formation barrier, emitting white smoke that rapidly purified it. The Jinyu seal indeed exerted a suppressive effect against such a gathering of demonic energy. In but a brief moment, the formation shattered. Ah! Li Yuanqing scratched his head. The Jinyu seal is truly a treasure of the celestial rank. Well then, let us venture inside, Li Heng declared, stepping forth into the cave. The lair of the Black Dragon King was spacious, with numerous treasures imbued with demonic energy adorning the corners of the walls. At the farthest end lay a pool, roughly 10 zhang in width, filled with a dark, chilling liquid. The extreme demon pool. Li Hongtian stood beside the pool, feeling a wave of discomfort wash over him. Hunger, you possess the eternal celestial demonic body. You will require demonic energy for your future cultivation. All the treasures of the demon race here, along with this pool, are yours. The Li family, being practitioners of the righteous path, seldom accumulated items of demonic cultivation. Now, having plundered the treasury of the Black Dragon Valley, they could bestow these riches upon Li Heng for his use. Then I shall not be courteous, Li Heng declared, collecting the demon pills, demon herbs, and demon liquids into his spatial ring. No matter how abundant these items were, they would never be excessive. This place is suitable for a sign-in. Li Heng observed a spacious area within the cave. If his assumptions were correct, this should be where the Black Dragon King practiced and slumbered for years. The Tao essence gathered here was remarkably dense. Sign in. Ding. You have signed in at the residence of the Black Dragon King and received a vial of dragon essence liquid. Bonus multiplied by 57. You have also obtained a vial of ancient dragon essence. The ancient dragon essence, infused with the primordial power contained within the bones of the ancient dragon race, could elevate the bloodline of dragonkind upon absorption. This is truly a valuable item. Previously, individuals from the Phoenix Ancient Kingdom had offered him some dragon essence liquid, which he had declined. He understood that the jade vial contained only a meager amount, perhaps merely a small portion at the bottom, with the majority being empty. Now, with the enhanced sign-in rewards, acquiring a vial of the even more precious ancient dragon essence was perfectly suited for the ancient golden dragon. Perhaps after absorbing the ancient dragon essence, little Jean would have the opportunity to ascend to an even stronger bloodline. After thoroughly emptying the Black Dragon Valley, the group departed. Li Hongtian set the valley ablaze, ensuring its complete destruction. Thus, the Black Dragon Valley became a relic of history. The Li family. Sunlight streamed gently into the small courtyard, where several butterflies danced gracefully amidst the flower beds. Li Heng returned home, settling onto the long bench within the bamboo pavilion. Closing his eyes, he directed his consciousness into the space of his companion beast. In that realm, a colossal five-clawed dragon, spanning 100 zhang in length, shimmered with resplendent golden scales beneath the sunlight. Roar, brother! The ancient golden dragon affectionately nudged its massive head against Li Heng. Your strength is advancing swiftly, Li Heng remarked, nodding in satisfaction as he sensed the presence of little Jean. Not long after entering the growth phase, Xiao Jin has already ascended to the mid-stage of the 4th rank. The realm of the monsters is classified into 10 ranks, corresponding to the various stages of humanity. The 4th rank is akin to the Xiandan realm of humans. Unbeknownst to him, Xiao Jin's cultivation has surpassed that of Li Heng. Xiao Jin, shall we test our strength with a punch? Brother, I fear I might injure you. Do you think you could harm me? Li Heng clearly expressed his disbelief. Without body refinement, he would not dare to contend with the ancient golden dragon. Yet now, having refined his body to 75 layers, he is on the brink of breaking through to the 80th threshold, advancing towards the final barrier. With such a robust physique, he can confidently assert that he is unparalleled in the mortal realm. Come now, let us see just how strong you truly are. Very well. I shall be gentle. In the world of companion beasts, the golden dragon soars through the skies, facing a child of merely 4 years. The claws of the dragon collide with those of the child. Boom. A terrifying sound wave erupts, akin to a tsunami, reverberating outward. The space around them fractures, creating deep, dark crevices that stretch for hundreds of feet. Upon observing the two, the seemingly inconspicuous child remains unperturbed, while the ancient golden dragon spins uncontrollably, akin to a windmill, spiraling away into the distance. Dazed, the dragon sees stars before its eyes, its head spinning. Ah, brother, how is your strength so formidable? It could never have anticipated that it would be bested by a mere 4-year-old child. Can one still deem it a child? It would not be an exaggeration to call it a monster. Indeed, Li Heng nods in satisfaction, just having reached the 4th rank. Xiao Jin already possesses a tremendous strength of 2 million pounds, truly a worthy ancient golden dragon. In contrast, the black dragon previously encountered, despite its 8th rank prowess, wielded only 2 million pounds of strength. The golden dragon, at the 4th rank, exhibits such immense power, rendering it capable of contending with the 8th rank black dragon. This is the remarkable effect of its potent bloodline. Were it a common golden dragon, even upon reaching the 4th rank, it could not hope to possess such power. One can only imagine that upon ascending to the 8th rank, Xiao Jin would wield a strength of 7 to 8 million pounds. This undoubtedly marks him as Li Heng's most formidable ally. Xiao Jin, your performance was commendable. This is a reward for you. With that, he produced a jade vial, swiftly removing the wooden cork with a pop. A rich, draconic aura wafts from the vial's opening. Upon catching a whiff of this scent, Xiao Jin's large eyes widened in astonishment. This is the essence of the ancient dragon? Li Heng nodded, affirming, indeed, you are correct. It is the essence of the ancient dragon. Thank you, brother. Xiao Jin exclaimed with excitement, his joy akin to that of a child. Within its inherited memories, it understands just how precious the essence of the ancient dragon truly is. Even in ancient times, dragons possessing the bloodline of the ancient dragon were exceedingly rare. The essence is not to be confused with dragon marrow, which is extracted from the dragon's bones. A colossal ancient dragon, measuring 100 feet in length, must extract all its marrow to potentially condense a mere 100 drops of dragon essence, roughly equivalent to a single vial. Furthermore, the quintessence is derived from this dragon essence. Thus, it takes 100 drops of dragon essence to distill just 1 drop of quintessence. This alone attests to the extraordinary rarity of the quintessence. How many drops of ancient dragon quintessence are contained in this vial? Inquired the curious little golden dragon, tilting its head. 1 drop? Or 2? There are 100 drops. Li Heng observed the contents of the vial. What? The ancient golden dragon trembled with excitement, its pupils quivering uncontrollably. 100 drops. This signifies the essence of 100 ancient dragons. To have slain 100 ancient dragons to condense this vial of quintessence, who is the master behind this? How could one possess such wealth? The treasures casually displayed could cause tremors across the 3 realms. If I were to ingest this vial of ancient dragon quintessence, it might very well elevate my bloodline. Chapter 71. The Ancestral Golden Dragon. Consider this. The essence that has materialized from 100 ancient blood dragons is bound to facilitate the elevation of the primordial golden dragon lineage with remarkable ease. Thank you, dear brother. The little golden dragon joyfully consumed the ancient dragon essence. It vowed that once its power was formidable, it would resolutely protect its master at all costs. Anyone daring to trouble its master would be ruthlessly vanquished. Buzz. The golden dragon lay upon the ground, its 100,000 golden scales radiating a resplendent light. Thunder rumbled, dark clouds drifted across the horizon, and golden lightning danced within the depths of the clouds. Crack! A bolt of lightning, as thick as a water barrel, descended from the heavens, striking the golden dragon's form. Yet, the 100,000 scales remained unscathed, their brilliance only intensified. Crack! 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 Successive bolts of lightning struck the golden dragon's body, augmenting its bloodline aura, rendering it even more potent. A surge of joy welled up within Li Heng. The bloodline had ascended. Ancestral Golden Dragon, also known as the Ancestral Dragon. This bloodline is a gift bestowed upon the ancient dragon lineage upon their return to ancestry, more mysterious and powerful than ever. At that moment, an overwhelming force erupted from the golden dragon, merging with Li Heng's very being. A notification echoed in his mind. Ding! Your companion beast has ascended to the Ancestral Golden Dragon, and its innate skill has evolved to Ancestral Dragon's golden armor. What delight surged within Li Heng. Previously, after the ancient golden dragon's growth, the golden armor had already advanced to the 10,000 scale golden armor, marking a significant enhancement. Now, with the bloodline's elevation, it had undergone yet another evolution. The Ancestral Dragon's golden armor sounded far superior to the 10,000 scale golden armor. Ancestral Dragon's golden armor. Li Heng softly called out. Buzz, buzz, buzz. Tiny golden particles, akin to dust, swirled around him. Those with keen eyesight could discern that these were not mere specks of dust, but fragments of golden dragon scales. Although the scales had diminished in size, resembling mere dust, their defensive capabilities were magnified 100-fold. Crack! The minuscule scales enveloped his entire body, layering upon one another to form a formidable defensive net. There was no doubt regarding the strength of this protective force. His skin, now covered in scales, gleamed with a golden hue. Due to their diminutive size, the scales posed no hindrance to joint movements. Li Heng drew forth a low-grade immortal sword, and, channeling a mere 10% of his strength, brought it down upon his right arm. Ding! The sword descended swiftly. Upon contact with his skin, the intricate scales interlocked perfectly, dissipating the force of the blade. Just moments before, Li Heng had employed 1/10 of his strength. Though the sword could not breach the defense, it would nonetheless deliver a terrifying impact. Yet, astonishingly, the scales absorbed all the force, leaving both the armor and his arm entirely unscathed, flawlessly negating the blow. This was a low-grade immortal sword, its sharpness far beyond that of a spiritual sword. Such an assault, with the ancestral dragon's golden armor enduring it with ease, attests to the sheer strength of its defensive capabilities. With the Dragon Emperor's golden armor, one should be able to withstand the majority of attacks from cultivators. This armor has significantly enhanced Li Heng's sense of security. Henceforth, even if someone of the ancestor's caliber attempted a sneak attack, he could endure a few strikes. The little golden creature is still evolving. It will likely take some time before it awakens. The duration of this evolution could span 3 to 5 months, or even 3 to 5 years. Li Heng could not ascertain the exact time frame. Exiting the space of his companion beast, he continued his search for Jean Fenger, requesting her assistance in refining his physical body. Before long, he would reach the pinnacle of body refinement. 5 months swiftly passed. At Li Dashan's residence, a man clad in a blue robe, his face gaunt, approached the entrance. He was a member of the Li family, named Li Lei. Elder Dashan. After knocking at the door, it eventually swung open. Within the loft, the imposing figure of Li Dashan appeared. Li Lei, have you located the Azure Spirit Stone? Fortunately, I have fulfilled my mission, Li Lei gasped. I acquired an Azure Spirit Stone at an auction in the Southern Mountain Kingdom, paying a considerable price. Its dimensions should meet your requirements. The Jinhua stone atop Jinhua Peak had vanished, taken by Li Heng, causing the Li family to lose a powerful cultivation method. Many family members could no longer practice the Jinhua technique. Subsequently, Li Heng instructed Elder Dashan to seek an Azure Spirit Stone, at least 3 zhang wide and 15 zhang tall. While the Azure Spirit Stone itself bears little value, finding such a large, unblemished piece is exceedingly difficult. After expending over 5 months and deploying significant manpower, they finally procured one. Good. Li Dashan chuckled heartily. Rest assured, I shall reimburse you for the spirit stones you used. Li Lei handed over a spatial ring containing the Azure Spirit Stone. Elder Dashan, may I boldly inquire what you intend to do with this Azure Spirit Stone? Is it truly related to the reforge of the Jinhua Stone? I recall the Grand Elder mentioning this previously, yet is it truly so simple to reforge the Jinhua Stone? It is said that the original Jinhua Stone was crafted by the creator of the Jinhua technique. None from our Li family has comprehended the entirety of the Jinhua technique. So how could we engrave the method upon it? Li Dashan hesitated, unwilling to guarantee that Li Heng could indeed reforge the Jinhua Stone. He understood the magnitude of this challenge. Should he boast and Li Heng fail, it would undoubtedly invite ridicule. Do not inquire further about this matter. Whether it succeeds or not will be revealed in due time. Understood, Li Lei nodded and turned to descend the mountain. As for the elder's words regarding the reforge, he held little hope. Li Dashan refined the spatial ring, his consciousness entering the space within, where he beheld a towering Azure Spirit Stone, measuring 16 zhang. It was even larger than Li Heng had described, surely sufficient for their needs. Let us hope he can provide us with a surprise. Slowly, he made his way to the small courtyard where Li Heng resided. In the courtyard, Li Heng sat cross-legged, his torso bare, his skin radiating a bronze glow. Upon sensing something amiss, Li Dashan refrained from immediately intervening. It was a moment of cultivation. Surely, he had reached a critical juncture in his body refinement. What realm of body refinement was he currently in? In the courtyard, Li Heng's aura intensified, growing more formidable by the moment. At one point, a brilliant golden light enveloped him, akin to a radiant sun, exuding a dazzling brilliance. Thump, thump. The beating of his heart resonated like the tolling of an ancient bell, its sound profoundly resounding. Li Dashan stood transfixed. What a terrifying force of vitality. It was as boundless as the vast ocean. Could this be the ultimate state of body refinement? Never had he conceived that a person's vitality could reach such heights. Even the black magic dragon king he had encountered before paled in comparison. Suddenly, ominous clouds rolled in from the horizon, shrouding the entire sky. Crackle, crackle. Strands of silver lightning danced within the clouds. In the next moment, a bolt of silver lightning, as thick as a man, descended toward the small courtyard. This is bad. A sense of foreboding surged within Li Dashan. Was this the divine retribution of thunder? Could Li Heng withstand it? Chapter 72. The recasting of the Town Guardian Stone, when one's physical form reaches a certain level of strength, it may attract the wrath of the heavens, resulting in a tribulation of thunder. To endure this trial signifies the culmination of one's body refinement. However, failure to withstand it would lead to an irreversible doom. Crack! The thunder was poised to strike Li Heng. Li Dashan had never witnessed such a terrifying force of lightning. He shielded his eyes with his arm. Too fearful to look further, Li Heng spread his arms wide, defiantly welcoming the thunder. Although he possessed the ability to summon the ancestral dragon's golden armor to counter the tribulation, he refrained from doing so. This was primarily because the thunder could temper his physique, pushing it to an ultimate state and enabling him to break through to the final realm of body refinement. The silvery lightning engulfed Li Heng. At this moment, his flesh was incessantly tempered by the power of the thunder, and his nearly perfected body was on the verge of its final breakthrough. Boom! A terrifying aura erupted, creating a wave of force that surged towards the heavens. The dark clouds were torn apart by this power, revealing a void through which sunlight streamed down upon the Li family estate. Success! He had reached the 81st level of body refinement, the pinnacle of his realm. Li Heng had finally achieved this stage, attaining an unparalleled state. Had it not been for the ancient divine oil, this process would have been significantly prolonged. Now, his body was invincible among mortals, and his strength had reached its utmost limit. The time and resources expended were undoubtedly worthwhile. In the distance, Li Dashan stood in stunned silence at the entrance of the courtyard, utterly bewildered. 81 levels of body refinement? This was monstrous. The body refinement stage was notoriously arduous, with the highest individual on the ancient refinement rankings having attained only 40 levels. Yet, Li Heng had surpassed that by a full measure, achieving 81. Merely contemplating this feat underscored its difficulty. Li Heng, congratulations. Elder Dashan. No. From now on, I shall simply address you as Elder. Li Dashan now felt that the title of Elder, spoken from Li Heng's lips, was laced with irony. How could an elder be outshone by a child not yet 5 years old? It was quite shameful to live under such circumstances. The elder jested. Li Heng, nearing 5 years of age, was taller than the average child, with thick brows and large eyes, his lips red and teeth white. He would undoubtedly grow into a handsome youth of remarkable demeanor. Now that you have achieved 81 levels of body refinement, it is time for you to ascend the divine rankings, is it not? Li Dashan inquired. Indeed. Li Heng nodded gently. He would go shortly. The ancient divine rankings offered splendid opportunities and the chance to acquire ancient vitality, enhancing his signing-in multiplier. There was no reason to forego it. I have also located the Azure Spirit Stone. Li Dashan gestured casually, and a massive azure stone rose upright in the center of the courtyard. You mentioning it almost made me forget. Li Heng suddenly recalled his obligation to aid the elder in recasting the Town Guardian Stone. The Town Guardian technique was a formidable martial art of the Li family, diligently practiced by many clan members, consuming considerable time. Should it be lost in this manner, the strength of the clan would diminish significantly. Thus, he must assist his clan in reforging a piece of the Town Mountain Stone to be placed upon the Town Mountain Peak for the benefit of their cultivation. Please step back, Li Heng instructed, positioning himself before the Azure Spirit Stone, closing his eyes in deep concentration. During this period, aside from enhancing his strength through oil pushing, he dedicated all remaining time to the cultivation of the Town Mountain Divine skill. His mastery of this skill had already reached the 280 levels. It was speculated that upon achieving complete physical refinement, he could advance this technique to 300 levels. Beyond that, further enhancement would prove challenging. With his eyes closed, he reflected on the application of the Town Mountain Divine skill. In the next moment, he suddenly opened his eyes, exuding a formidable aura. His hands swiftly formed intricate seals, moving with such rapidity that it was almost dazzling. Within a single breath, he managed to condense 200 seals. Li Dashan's keen gaze could not discern Li Heng's movements. He was merely left in a daze by the flurry of actions before Li Heng's fist struck towards the Azure Spirit Stone. "Ah, no, my Azure Spirit Stone," he exclaimed. This Azure Spirit Stone was a precious treasure acquired at great cost, depleting a third of his family's resources. Would Li Heng's terrifying strength not shatter it to pieces? Yet, the anticipated thunderous sound did not resonate. Instead, a series of cracks appeared on the stone's surface, with numerous fragments falling away. Obscure and intricate patterns emerged on the face of the azure spirit stone. Did it succeed? Li Dashin scratched his head, astonished that a single punch could reforge the town mountain stone so effortlessly. Moreover, the patterns that now adorned the stone were markedly different from those of the previous town mountain stone. The earlier version bore sparse lines, akin to an elderly gentleman nearing baldness, while the current one exhibited dense patterns, reminiscent of a fierce and vigorous woman with luxuriant hair. Done. Li Heng dusted himself off. Is this it? Li Dashin inquired, a look of bewilderment on his face. What else would it be? Li Heng pointed at the vacant edges of the azure spirit stone. Shall I embellish it with a few little red flowers? Perhaps add some lace trim for an aesthetically pleasing touch? Little red flowers? Li Dashin replied, somewhat embarrassed. Perhaps not. The solemn elder seemed uninterested in such embellishments. As for lace, it must be some sort of floral design. But he had never heard of it and felt too shy to inquire further. It can be taken now. Reluctantly, Li Dashin placed the new Town Mountain stone into his spatial ring, intending to position it at Town Mountain Peak later for further examination. In another room within the small courtyard, Li Chenxi felt the tumult outside, her heart in turmoil. Her focus on cultivation waned. Li Heng had already reached the 81st level of physical refinement. How swiftly he advanced. Though she had begun her cultivation 6 months earlier than Li Heng, she had failed to gain an advantage, now stagnating at the 60th level. The efficacy of the Indian essence is remarkably potent. Previously, I acquired 3 drops from Li Heng. Without this, my current cultivation in the body refinement realm would likely stagnate at merely the 50th level. Otherwise, I would seek him out again for another exchange. As one progresses further in the body refinement realm, the challenges intensify, and the effectiveness of ordinary refining treasures diminishes significantly. They pale in comparison to the enduring and steadfast effects of the Indian essence. She possesses a multitude of treasures that could be traded with Li Heng. At present, the utmost priority is to elevate the body refinement realm to its pinnacle, Jinyue Peak. Once a bustling mountain, it now lies desolate and seldom visited. The slopes are overrun with weeds, appearing as though they have not been tended to in ages. Li Shi strolled along the narrow path amidst the mountains, his heart heavy with solitude. Alas, I spent 22 years dedicated to mastering the Jinyue technique. I had envisioned a future dedicated to this path. Who could have foreseen the loss of the Jinyue stone? 2 decades of arduous labor, all in vain. The future seems uncertain. And with nearly 30 years behind me, the opportunity to pursue other techniques feels irrevocably lost. Chapter 73. The Remarkable Effect. Is that Elder Dashi? Li Shi spotted a robust elder appearing atop the mountain. Furthermore, in the place where the Jinyue stone had vanished, a new stone had emerged. Elder Dashi, what is this? Li Dashin turned and said, this is the new Jinyue stone. What? A new Jinyue stone has appeared. Li Shi's face lit up with joy. Where did it come from? Could it be from some ancient relic? Never mind its origins for now. Let us test it out, Li Dashin instructed, gesturing towards the massive stone. Very well, I shall give it a try, Li Shi replied as he settled cross-legged on the ground. His gaze fixed upon the intricate patterns of the 3rd stage of the Jinyue stone. Upon closer inspection, he noticed something amiss. The previous Jinyue stone had a total of 10 distinct layers, each clearly delineated. Now, however, this new Jinyue stone possessed an astonishing 20 layers. The intervals between the layers were shorter than before, yet the number had doubled. Could this still be the Jinyue technique? Has it transformed? Counting from the lowest stage to the 3rd stage, Li Shi scrutinized the engravings above, soon entering a state of comprehension. Previously, achieving such a state would require a significant amount of time, often 2 to 3 days, or even longer. Yet this time, after merely glancing a few times, he was captivated by the profound patterns, allowing his consciousness to immerse itself in the meditative state. The patterns of the 3rd stage seemed to come alive, shifting slowly before his eyes. Li Shi had spent nearly a decade mastering this stage. He estimated that he would need about another year to fully comprehend it. However, upon witnessing the new engravings, he swiftly grasped the method of execution. After a stick of incense had burned down, Li Shi opened his eyes and swiftly formed 10 hand seals. A radiant smile adorned his face. I have finally mastered the 3rd layer. I thought I would never learn the Jinyue technique again. Yet who would have thought that Elder Dashi would recover a new Jinyue stone? Its efficacy is 100-fold greater than the previous one. No, it is 1,000-fold. What once required a year of understanding could now be achieved in the time it takes to burn a stick of incense. The comprehension effect had undoubtedly increased 1,000 times. Li Shi embraced Elder Dashi, planting a fervent kiss on his stubbled cheek. Elder Dashi, I adore you. Get off me. Li Dashin pushed Li Shi away. How effective is it? Excellent. Remarkably powerful. Li Shi struggled to find words that could encapsulate the potency of the Jinhua stone. It was simply extraordinarily formidable. Previously, I had contemplated spending 10 years in the third stage, estimating another year to gain complete control. Now, with the new Jinhua technique, I have managed to achieve this in merely the time it takes to burn a stick of incense, a significant reduction. With the increase in patterns, the cultivation method of the technique is now presented with greater clarity. Upon hearing this, Li Dashin's heart surged with tumultuous waves. He mused, Li Heng's casual fist, inscribing the Jinhua technique, is indeed so powerful? He has mastered this technique to an extraordinary degree. Furthermore, as he contemplated this, he raised his gaze towards the stone that holds the essence of the new town. What could those additional 10 stages be? Could it be that? A sudden realization struck him, causing his heart to race. Not only had Li Heng completed all 100 layers, but he had also forged a new technique? Surely, this is implausible. Elder Dashan, did you acquire this stone from the ruins? I surmise that this stone must have been crafted by some celestial being. The previous stone was forged by the disciple of a celestial. There is a significant disparity. If the Li family had obtained this stone earlier, their training in the town suppression technique would have accelerated immensely, undoubtedly leading to the emergence of more formidable individuals. At that time, who would dare to bully the Li family? They would be wise to tread carefully around them. No. Li Dashan inhaled deeply, a sound reminiscent of a bellows emanating from him. This is the town suppression stone reforged by Li Heng. What? Li Shi's face was a portrait of shock as he clutched the elder's arm tightly. You must be jesting, right? Li Heng is merely 5 years old and has already reforged the town suppression stone. Can it be any more exaggerated? Why would I deceive you? Li Dashan pushed Li Shi away and brushed off his robe. I witnessed it with my own eyes. He merely used a single punch to reforge this stone. Hiss. Li Shi inhaled sharply, feeling as though his lungs might burst. The divine child is terrifying. Surely, our ancestral grave has emitted smoke? Otherwise, how could such a formidable individual arise? Since birth, Li Heng has exhibited astonishing capabilities. Although the divine maiden is also powerful, there remains a significant gap when compared to the divine child. Very well, go and inform all the clansmen of the news regarding the reforging of the town suppression stone. Starting tomorrow, the town suppression peak can continue to be comprehended. Li Dashan commanded succinctly. Understood. Li Shi immediately dashed down the mountain, eager to share this good news with all the clansmen, while also extolling Li Heng's prowess. I shall attempt it as well. Li Dashan glanced at the 8th stage inscribed on the monument, which recorded the techniques from the 71st to the 80th layers. He had lingered at this stage for quite some time. The techniques were exceedingly difficult, rendering comprehension nearly impossible, and he gradually abandoned hope. However, with Li Heng's reforging of the town suppression stone, he felt a renewed sense of hope. Perhaps he could indeed learn this layer of technique by basking in Li Heng's brilliance. The patterns of the 8th stage technique were even more profound. The newly forged technique exhibited roughly 10 times the intricacy of the previous one. Li Dashan gazed intently, as if he could see a small figure manifesting the technique before him. How? How did Li Heng achieve this? He must have cultivated this technique to its utmost limit. If the 8th stage is indeed the previous one, then what are these newly emerged 10 layers? Is it truly a new technique created by Li Heng? If this is indeed the case, then Li Heng's comprehension is remarkably formidable. Once he entered a state of cultivation, his speed in grasping the techniques accelerated to a rate several hundred times faster than before. A surge of joy welled up within him. At this pace, he should be able to comprehend this layer in merely 2 to 3 months. Despite having devoted several centuries to cultivation without attaining insight into the remaining methods of the 8th stage, he now found himself reformed by Li Heng, and the prospect of mastering them in just a few months was astonishingly rapid. In the backyard of the Li family, there stood a colossal stone tablet, imbued with boundless divine power, known as the Eternal Tempering Tablet. Li Heng approached the stone tablet with measured steps. The towering monument cast a stark contrast against his diminutive figure. Eternal Tempering Rankings. First place, Jean Batian. Tempering Level 40. Second place, Ji Wubbing. tempering level 39. Third place, Lu Tian, tempering level 38. The leading contenders were in close pursuit of one another, with scarcely a level's difference separating them. I recall that Jean Batian hailed from the ancient clan, a family renowned for their prowess in body refinement, making such achievements entirely understandable. Chapter 74. Ascending to the pinnacle during his time in the Underworld, Li Heng enjoyed conversing with wandering souls, gathering fragments of information about the ancient realm of Huangtian. This realm is home to numerous formidable factions and hidden celestial sects, rendering it far more intricate than the realm of eternal life. The appearance of the divine sun captivated the attention of the surrounding cultivators, drawing their gazes toward him. Look, is that not the divine sun? He stood before the ancient body refinement board, seemingly preparing to make his mark. Hurry, spread the word, and summon the clansmen to pay their respects. Could it be that the divine sun has only been refining his body for less than a year? What level could he possibly attain? For those in their 20s, a year is a mere blink of an eye. At the tender age of 4 or 5, they were likely still indulging in childish whims. Li Heng's palm radiated a layer of ancient bronze light as he gently touched the stone tablet. Buzz, buzz, buzz. The stone tablet, sensing Li Heng's aura, began to tremble violently. From the distant horizon, golden clouds billowed forth, enveloping the land for miles. Amidst the clouds, towering figures of celestial beings and demons emerged, each standing thousands of feet tall, their imposing presence exuding an aura of terrifying might capable of shattering the heavens and earth. People across hundreds of thousands of miles beheld these celestial figures. Recently, several extraordinary phenomena had manifested, leading them to conclude that someone must be ascending the ancient divine rankings. Look, there are so many ethereal figures, at least 1,000. Why are there so many apparitions? What purpose do they serve? Who has summoned them? Could it be the divine son of the Li family again? In recent times, the name of the Li family's divine son has echoed throughout the realm of eternal life, becoming widely known. Thunderously, the multitude of celestial figures knelt in unison, seemingly submitting to the divine presence of Li Heng. This astonishing spectacle left both mortals and cultivators in utter awe. The direction of their worship appeared to be towards the Li family. Here we go again. Is it the divine son once more? How much hidden power does he possess? It is truly terrifying. After the multitude of celestial beings had bowed in reverence, a radiant pillar of 7 colors descended from the heavens. Within this luminescent column, 3 spheres of vibrant light fell at Li Heng's feet. Additionally, he perceived a golden mist invisible to ordinary eyes, an essence of the ancient world. The amount of this ancient essence within the 3 orbs was evidently greater than before. Upon approaching, it was entirely absorbed by Li Heng's being. Ding! You have absorbed the ancient essence. Sign-in rewards have increased 50-fold. Daily sign-in attempts have risen by 43. A look of puzzlement crossed Li Heng's face. Why has the number of sign-in attempts increased by 43, not 50? Ding! The maximum number of daily sign-ins is capped at 100. You have reached the limit and cannot increase further. I see. 100 sign-ins per day is indeed a sufficient and ample allowance. Li Heng had never encountered a situation with so many sign-in locations. A few instances each day sufficed. The eternal sign-in, a staggering 107-fold. This was a significant increase compared to before. Even at a mundane location, one could reap remarkably generous rewards. The essence of eternity within the eternal body refinement ranking was truly abundant. If only it could happen again. 3 colorful orbs could yield such a wealth of eternal essence, indeed a rarity. Suddenly, Li Heng recalled another crucial matter. Li Qinxi had gained an opportunity of eternity. Merely standing beside her would allow him to absorb it. He remembered the last time Qinxi's orb enhanced the sign-in rewards by 6 times. If she could also achieve the pinnacle of eternity, would she not then summon 3 vibrant orbs? By absorbing the eternal essence within those orbs, he might even enhance his rewards by 50 times. This would far exceed the ordinary rewards derived from the essence of eternity. Should he fail to reach the pinnacle of eternity, the result would be a red beam of light containing only a single opportunity, harboring a meager amount of eternal essence. Even with an increased reward, it could at most enhance the sign-in rewards by 10 times. How could that compare to 50 times? An additional 40-fold increase in rewards would undeniably yield far richer rewards. Having realized this, Li Heng made another significant decision: to assist Qinzi in attaining the pinnacle of eternity. This was a venture with guaranteed returns. There was still an abundance of eternal divine oil. The last time he signed in at the Eternal Temple, he acquired 22 bottles of it. To date, having reached the 81st level of body refinement, he had utilized less than a single bottle, leaving him with 21. This liquid primarily served to refine the body and did not enhance spiritual or demonic energy. Given that Li Heng's physical form had already reached its zenith, he had no further need for this divine oil. If he could spare some of the divine oil to aid Qinzi in refining her body to the same pinnacle, she too could summon 3 colorful orbs. He would merely need to stand nearby to absorb the eternal essence. Surely, enhancing his sign-in rewards by 50 times would be far more gratifying than a mere 10 times, wouldn't he? By offering just a few drops of eternal divine oil, he could secure a 40-fold enhancement. This was an undeniably lucrative transaction. After nearly 5 years of companionship, Li Heng gradually accepted Qinzi's presence, regarding her as family. Assisting her in times of need was but a natural course of action. He then turned his gaze toward 3 items: a golden basin, a jade vial, and an ancient tome. With so many people around, he decided to examine these 3 items later. The square was filled with a throng of individuals, all gazing upward at the eternal body refinement ranking. Upon seeing the name of the top contender, the crowd was rendered speechless. The Eternal Body Refinement Ranking. First place, Li Heng, 81st level. Second place, Jean Batian, 40 levels of refinement. Third place, Ji Wubing, 39 levels of refinement. The crowd erupted in astonishment. My heavens, the chosen one has achieved 81 levels of body refinement. Is it truly necessary to be so formidable? Could it be that the divine child hails from the eternal divine realm, reincarnated among us for the sake of cultivation? Haraha. My Li family is indeed growing ever more powerful. The second-ranked Jean Batian possesses merely the 4th level of the body refinement realm. Li Heng surpasses him by a factor of 2, plus an additional level. It is common knowledge that such a disparity signifies an insurmountable chasm. In previous encounters with the Black Dragon Valley, Li Heng, with his formidable physique, could obliterate a black dragon with just a few punches. Such is the advantage of a higher level in the body refinement realm. Li Heng Tian laughed heartily, his grin nearly stretching to the roots of his ears. My son possesses the qualities of an emperor. Before Li Heng, what are mere ancestral emperors? They are utterly insignificant. An ancestral emperor, after 10,000 years of preparation and countless reincarnations, pales in comparison to a newborn child. This is the true embodiment of a celestial prodigy. Meanwhile, in the 3,000 small worlds and the vast universe, innumerable ancient body refinement tablets trembled in response. The name of Li Heng once again garnered the admiration of many. In the ancient desolate realm, within the ancient golden family, a robust man was engrossed in secluded cultivation. The disturbance of the stone tablet roused him from his meditation. Someone has surpassed my top position. Who could it be? Chapter 75. The 3 artifacts of the demon god Jean Batian stood before the stone tablet, utterly bewildered upon seeing the name Li Heng. Li Heng, 81 levels? Hiss, is there truly someone stronger than me in this world? Since the day of his birth, Jean Batian had immersed himself in medicinal baths, consuming vast quantities of rare herbs daily. Thus, he was able to refine his body 40 times by the time he reached the body refinement stage. He had always believed himself to be the strongest in the realms of body refinement. Who could have anticipated that Li Heng would emerge, surpassing him with an undeniable superiority? This realization ignited a restless energy within Jean Batian, his muscles twitching with excitement. What a remarkable individual! I eagerly await your arrival in the ancient wilderness realm. We shall see whose strength prevails. For one who lives by the art of body refinement, encountering a rival stronger than oneself is a thrilling prospect. Were it not for the exorbitant costs and numerous restrictions of descending to the lower realm, he would wish to confront Li Heng immediately, to witness the true power of someone at the 81 levels of body refinement. In a small courtyard, Li Heng returned to his dwelling and closed the door behind him. He entered the system space, eager to examine the 3 artifacts he had acquired. The first was a golden basin, the foot-soaking basin of the demon god, once used by an ancient demon god renowned for body refinement. This basin, having absorbed medicinal liquids over countless years, had transformed into a divine object capable of yielding remarkable effects even with the most mundane water. Li Heng couldn't help but reflect on the fact that even the demon gods of the eternal divine domain understood the principles of wellness. Did demon gods suffer from athlete's foot? He placed the basin on the ground. Thud! The basin collided with the floor, producing a resounding noise. The spacious room was nearly overwhelmed by the sheer size of the basin, its edge almost brushing against the beams above. Rather than a foot-soaking basin, it resembled an enormous pot. It was only natural that a demon god residing in the eternal divine domain would possess such a vast size, far exceeding that of a human. This basin's enormity was to be expected. One could even swim in it. It could accommodate 3 or 4 individuals at once. However, this artifact seemed rather impractical. Li Heng had no desire to use a demon god's foot-soaking basin for bathing. Even for foot-soaking, it seemed somewhat off-putting. He gently leaped and stood at the basin's edge, peering inside. The exterior of the basin gleamed gold, yet the interior was stained black, resembling a layer of sludge that had solidified, obscuring its original hue. It appeared that this demon god was not particularly fastidious. One would think a foot basin would be cleaned occasionally. Had it truly not been scrubbed in millennia? The residue clinging to the basin was at least a foot thick. Who could tell if it was dirt from the demon god's feet, or simply remnants of the medicinal liquid? Upon witnessing this scene, Li Heng's desire to use the basin vanished entirely, and he returned it to the system space. He then retrieved the second artifact. The cork, sealed tightly, was pulled from the bottle, releasing a foul-smelling green gas that surged forth. An ominous premonition stirred within Li Heng. The essence of the demon god's foot bath, a concoction that had been infused with new celestial herbs over countless millennia, possessing an extraordinarily potent medicinal power. Goodness! A foot bath steeped for 10,000 years. The pungent aroma. Only those who have experienced it would truly comprehend. It is unfathomable why the eternal divine realm would present such an eccentric substance. Could it be that he is expected to soak his feet in foot bath water that has been steeped for a millennium by divine demons? Such a notion is utterly inconceivable. Li Heng's physical form had already been honed to perfection. He had no need for such a thing, as it would yield no effect. Inside the bottle lay a vast expanse, capable of holding an entire lake. It was filled entirely with the foot bath water steeped for 10,000 years. This was something he would unequivocally refuse to use. Perhaps he could let Chintzy give it a try? He returned the bottle to the system space and retrieved the last tome. Demon God's Heavenly Foot Description, pinned by a demon god with a penchant for foot baths. This text elucidates the method of refining one's feet to their utmost potential through foot therapy. The strength of a single foot could cleave the heavens and the earth. It turned out that these 3 treasures formed a complete set. Among them, the heavenly foot of primordial chaos was the most conventional. When combined with the footbath basin and the 10,000-year footbath water, it should be relatively simple to cultivate the heavenly foot technique. Li Heng settled into a rattan chair, opened the ancient tome, and, illuminated by the sunlight streaming through the window, began to read the inscriptions on the pages. To master this skill, one must the first page bore these grand characters. Upon reading this, his heart sank. Could it be that practicing foot techniques required one to undergo castration? Turning to the second page, he found, one must first soak their feet. Did the demon god have a penchant for dramatic pauses? If one were to castrate themselves only to discover the second page afterward, it would indeed be a futile sacrifice. Utilizing the footbath basin I have crafted, combined with the 10,000-year footbath water, will yield miraculous results. The pronoun I referred to the demon god who devised this technique. The other 2 items were also the fruits of the demon god's research, collectively known as the footbath trifecta. No, there was absolutely no way he would use that footbath basin or the 10,000-year footbath water. In any case, Li Heng resolutely refused to partake. Even if the results were remarkable, he would not acquiesce. If one does not possess the 10,000-year footbath water and basin I have created, one may prepare their own. Reaching this point, he finally exhaled in relief. This way, he could use his own resources to practice this technique. I have developed a set of techniques for refining the soles of the feet, which, when combined with the sedimented footbath water of 10,000 years, will maximize the medicinal effects. Li Heng paused, clearly taken aback. Had the eternal divine realm truly embraced foot reflexology? Might the foot reflexology practiced on Blue Star have been passed down from this demon god? It could even be a long-lost divine art from eons past. Quite intriguing indeed. With a swift motion, he completed the reading of the book. Li Heng retrieved a blank book and, with a brush in hand, began to inscribe a plethora of words upon its pages. Among them, several illustrations of footprints adorned the leaves. Once he had completed his writing, he inscribed 5 resounding characters on the cover. Having accomplished this, he called out to the courtyard, "Feng, come here." In the courtyard stood a side room, where the enchanting Jean Fenger resided. Whenever Li Heng summoned her, she would arrive without delay. The door creaked open, revealing a graceful young woman with her hair cascading over her shoulders, accentuating her delicate features. "Young master, how may I serve you? Today, I wish to impart to you a set of long-lost martial arts, forgotten for 1,000,000,000 years." Ah! Jean Fenger's beautiful eyes shimmered like autumn waters, trembling with excitement. "Young master, you are far too kind to Fenger. I cannot accept such a gift. Just think about it. How invaluable could a martial art lost for 1,000,000,000 years be? Surely, it is not something a mere follower could hope to possess." Today, the young master ascended the ancient body refinement rankings and obtained 3 fortuitous opportunities. It is very likely that this martial art was derived from the realm of the eternal gods. Such a treasure should be reserved for the young master to utilize. Chapter 76. The lost martial art of 1,000,000 years here. Take it. Although this martial art has been lost for 1,000,000 years, it is not particularly valuable. Li Heng said softly. "Ah, very well." Jean Fenger, seeing her master's unwavering insistence, immediately knelt on the ground. "Thank you, master, for your guidance. I shall repay this kindness in the future." Li Heng nodded. "Practice diligently, and you shall soon be able to utilize it." "Is it that soon?" Jean Fenger felt an increasing curiosity about this long-lost martial art. She received the manual and glanced at the cover. It bore 5 bold, vigorous characters. The ink still fresh as if inscribed recently. Foot reflexology technique. Foot reflexology. Jean Fenger had never encountered this term before. However, in the realm of cultivation, there exists an unspoken rule. The stranger the name, the quicker the demise, referring, of course, to one's enemies. "Thank you, master. I will practice this technique immediately." Li Heng replied with a nod. "Practice well. I shall assess your progress by tomorrow evening." So soon. A sense of urgency surged within Jean Fenger. This was a martial art lost for 1,000,000 years, and to be evaluated after a mere day's practice seemed rather hasty. Nevertheless, she dared not voice any dissent. Her master was testing her. If she could not manage this minor task, her future standing would undoubtedly diminish. Returning to her chamber, Jean Fenger firmly shut the door and windows, and by the dim light of a candle, she turned to the first page of the foot reflexology technique. There was an illustration depicting a foot, marked with various black dots, accompanied by annotations. Acupoints. Jean Fenger earnestly memorized the acupoints illustrated, then turned to the second page. Massaging these acupoints can accelerate the refinement of the feet, resulting in a pair of invincible golden feet. Oh, so this is a cultivation technique focused on the feet. If I massage my feet, it could significantly enhance my physical capabilities. Thus, Jean Fenger sat diligently at her desk, engrossed in the book. As night deepened and fatigue set in, she eventually succumbed to sleep, resting her head upon the table. In another room, Li Heng sat cross-legged, his aura intensifying. Boom! A certain shackle within him broke open, thrusting him into a brand new realm. He had entered the foundation establishment stage. His consciousness delved deep into his body. Thump, thump. His heart pulsated robustly, echoing like the resounding clang of a great bell. With each beat, blood surged like a tsunami, crashing against his veins. Such force, if wielded by an ordinary cultivator, would shatter their vessels in an instant. Yet, Li Heng remained unscathed. To break through from the 81st level of body refinement to the foundation establishment stage was indeed formidable. The efforts and resources expended were well worth it. The foundation establishment stage comprises 9 levels, culminating in a peak. Upon reaching this pinnacle, one can transcend into the profound core realm. At the peak of foundation establishment, consuming various rare herbs can establish different tiers of foundation, divided into various foundations: Huang Foundation, Xian Foundation, Ling Foundation, Tian Foundation, Xian Foundation, Di Foundation, and the Eternal Emperor Foundation. Ordinary cultivators, lacking abundant celestial materials and earthly treasures, typically manage to establish only the Huang Foundation. Those with exceptional talents, who are valued by sects and prioritized for cultivation, may acquire sufficient celestial resources to form the Xian Foundation. Members of prominent clans or ancient lineages, particularly direct descendants, possess access to more celestial treasures, enabling them to cultivate the Ling Foundation. Within the myriad small worlds, the number of individuals capable of establishing the Tian Foundation is exceedingly rare, akin to finding a phoenix feather or a unicorn's horn. Only in the ancient realms, such as the immortal sect of the Wild Heaven, can the immortal races assist a clan member in forming the Xian Foundation. As for the D Foundation, even with adequate resources, it cannot be easily achieved. Personal aptitude plays a crucial role. The Eternal Emperor Foundation was only attainable in ancient times by deities and demonic beings. After the era of gods and demons concluded, it has never resurfaced. For Li Heng to ascend as the Eternal Emperor, he must establish the Eternal Emperor Foundation. This is essential for acquiring sufficient strength to confront the impending catastrophe of immortality, which is overwhelmingly terrifying. Beneath the Eternal Emperor, survival is virtually impossible. I alone may struggle to endure it. If I could have someone to assist me, it would undoubtedly ease the burden. How wonderful it would be if Li Chenxi could also become the Eternal Emperor. Two individuals facing the tribulation together is far more advantageous than one. Preparations must commence promptly. The following evening, a full moon ascended into the night sky. In the grass, crickets chirped melodiously. Jean Feng nervously entered the young master's bedroom. Upon pushing open the door, she discovered the young master seated at the bedside, a wooden tub about 2 feet high resting on the floor, enveloped in a layer of steam. Li Heng inquired, "How was your study last night?" "Young master," Jean Feng dared not harbor any deception or concealment. "This foot massage technique is profoundly intricate. I have only grasped the surface." "That is quite all right," Li Heng reassured her gently, not expressing any reproach. "With gradual practice, your skills in this massage technique will surely improve. Just as massage therapists on Blue Star require several months of training to truly understand the art of massage. You are exceedingly kind, young master." Jean Feng felt a swell of emotion, nearly moved to tears. Initially, she had thought that following the Son of God would entail enduring various indignities. She never anticipated that he would treat her with such kindness, even sharing this long-lost technique from 1,000,000,000 years ago. As the saying goes, reading countless volumes of books is not as enriching as traveling thousands of miles. Practice indeed serves as the finest method for mastering a technique. Li Heng kicked off his shoes and extended his 2 fair feet. "Let me demonstrate first." "All right." Jean Feng promptly rolled up her sleeves, revealing her arms as white as jade. "I shall prepare some materials." Li Heng retrieved a significant quantity of leaves and herbal plants from his spatial ring, tossing them into the tub. A rich aura of spiritual essence emanated from these herbs. Jean Feng merely inhaled lightly, sensing a stir of spiritual energy within her, hinting at a potential breakthrough. "This is golden leaf grass, celestial spirit flower, longevity leaf. Hiss! To use these for foot soaks? How extravagant!" Within the basin lay over a dozen herbs. Her limited experience allowed her to recognize only the 3 with the weakest spiritual energy. The remaining 10, each exuding increasingly potent energy, were clearly no ordinary items. Golden leaf grass, celestial spirit flower, longevity leaf, each an incredibly rare treasure in the realm of longevity, deserving of the title Supreme Treasure. Powerful alchemists, upon acquiring even a fragment of these, would diligently preserve them for the future crafting of high-tier elixirs. Only through the alchemical process could the inherent spirit of these herbs be fully realized. To use them merely as foot bath water seemed excessively lavish, bordering on wanton waste. Li Heng, upon hearing Jean Feng's astonishment, paid it no heed. These items were all acquired through sign-in rewards, plentiful in number and far from exhausting. Utilizing them for cultivating the demonic god as heavenly steps could be considered a fitting use of resources. Chapter 77. The elixir foot soak. Li Heng dipped his feet into the foot-soaking barrel, feeling the spiritual essence of the water seep into his body through his skin. The sensation was exceedingly pleasant. Jean Feng reached into the barrel, grasping Li Heng's small foot, gently pressing on the acupoint of his big toe while massaging it. Simultaneously, a stream of spiritual energy flowed from her fingertips, enhancing the absorption of the essence within the foot-soaking water. "Oh, how delightful!" Li Heng sighed in bliss, closing his eyes in enjoyment. Under the soothing massage, the spiritual essence in the water rapidly spread throughout his body, fortifying his physical form. The recently achieved breakthrough in his cultivation was gradually elevating. At this rate, it would not be long before he could advance to the second level of foundation establishment. If cultivation were always this effortless, who would still desire the tedious and monotonous practice? After a while, Heng nearly drifted off to sleep. Feeling the water temperature had dipped slightly. The water is a bit cool. I'll heat it for you, Jin-Feng replied, as a layer of phoenix fire surged from her palm, rapidly raising the water temperature. Your phoenix fire is truly remarkable. Heng had initially agreed to accept Jin-Feng as his follower partly due to this unique ability. Not only was her combat prowess formidable, but her capacity to heat the foot-soaking water was also exceptional. Upon hearing the young master's praise, Jin-Feng felt a surge of joy. If the heavenly phoenix ancestor were to discover that she was using her phoenix fire to heat water, it would surely infuriate him. As the water temperature increased, the spiritual essence from the various herbs began to diffuse and meld into the water. Jin-Feng felt the essence continuously seeping into her palm, and the spiritual energy within her surged rapidly. At one moment, a powerful surge erupted. Boom! Her aura intensified. 7th level of the profound pill. I broke through using the young master's foot-soaking water. It was unfathomable that while merely massaging the young master's feet, she could achieve such a breakthrough. What kind of herbs was he using that possessed such pure spiritual essence? Among the dozen herbs, she recognized only 3. The remaining 10 were beyond her knowledge. Yet she could surmise that they were undoubtedly extraordinary. Such precious herbs for a foot soak could only be afforded by someone of the young master's stature. Heng reclined on the bed, relishing the foot massage, and soon drifted into a peaceful slumber. An hour later, Jin-Feng's aura surged once more. Boom! 8th level of the profound pill. Hiss! Another breakthrough. The spiritual essence in the foot-soaking water is too potent. The fluctuation in her aura startled Heng awake, rubbing his drowsy eyes. Fenger, you've broken through again. It seems you've absorbed quite a bit of medicinal essence. Young master, Jin-Feng, startled, quickly withdrew her hand from the foot-soaking basin, hiding it behind her back. Fenger didn't mean to. It's just that when my hand is in the foot-soaking water, the essence seeps in. I didn't intend to absorb it. She was genuinely taken aback. The young master's precious foot-soaking water, infused with countless invaluable herbs, must be intended for his own absorption. Yet, she had absorbed quite a bit as well, and if the young master were to blame her, she would have to bear the consequences. It mattered not. Heng waved his hand dismissively. A few pieces of spiritual herbs and elixirs were hardly worth a fortune. Elixirs. Upon hearing this term, Jin-Feng's eyes nearly bulged. The young master had indeed used elixirs in the foot-soaking water. This implied that the 10 unrecognizable herbs might very well be elixirs. Soaking one's feet in elixirs? Surely, even immortals would not indulge in such extravagance. Yet, the young master appeared utterly unconcerned, a testament to his substantial wealth. How long have I soaked? Heng glanced at the moon outside, which had shifted towards the back mountain. About an hour and a half, Jin-Feng replied. Heng said, all right. That should suffice for today. How has your foot massage technique been progressing? Do you feel any improvement? Jin-Feng nodded eagerly, like a chick pecking at grains. Practicing with your feet has indeed enhanced my skills significantly. That is splendid. Heng smiled gently. We shall continue tomorrow night. I will store this foot-soaking water for you to use again tomorrow, Jin-Feng said, retrieving a glistening white jade bottle to collect the water. The foot-soaking water contained numerous rare treasures. Soaking for just an hour and a half still retained considerable medicinal properties, and discarding it would be a waste. No need. Just pour it out, Heng insisted, showing no concern for such treasures. He did not wish to create something akin to the infamous stinky foot water of the demon god. Who could endure that pungency? Jin-Feng swallowed hard. You wish to discard this water? Isn't that too wasteful? The medicinal properties have diminished significantly. It would be better to use fresh water tomorrow for optimal effect. All right, Jin-Feng gazed longingly at the pale golden foot-soaking water in the basin, clearly reluctant to part with it. Biting her lip and contemplating for a while, she finally voiced her innermost desire. Young master, I have a request. Speak. Could I possibly have this foot-soaking water? What do you need it for? I too wish to soak my feet. Jin-Feng's head hung low, her cheeks flushed like ripe apples. You wish to soak as well? Then take it and soak. Heng replied without further ado. After all, whether it was discarded or given to Jin-Feng, using it would enhance her abilities. a case of making the most of resources. Thank you, young master. Jean Fenger knelt once more, bowing her head 3 times. From the moment of her birth until now, besides the celestial phoenix ancestor, no one had shown her such kindness. Although this was merely foot-soaking water, it contained elixirs of immense value, possessing a potent refining effect on the body. Rise. It is merely a bucket of foot-soaking water. It is no great matter, Li Heng said. The great kindness of the young master will be forever engraved in my heart. Jean Fenger expressed her gratitude. Once she finished speaking, she carefully picked up the foot-soaking bucket and proceeded toward the door. As she wandered through the courtyard, a refreshing evening breeze swept by, causing the hem of her long skirt to sway gracefully. Jean Fenger lifted her gaze and discovered another figure in the courtyard. What do you hold? Li Qinxi inquired curiously, sensing a profound spiritual aura emanating from the wooden bucket. Goddess, Jean Fenger replied with a slight bow, paying her respects. As she bent down, Li Qinxi caught a glimpse of the elixirs within the bucket, and her pupils dilated in astonishment. This is celestial herb, golden immortal flower, 9 heavens celestial leaf. She named 10 varieties of divine herbs in succession, and upon hearing them, a thunderous resonance echoed in Jean Fenger's mind. Celestial herb? 9 heavens celestial leaf. The names of several divine herbs were unfamiliar to her. Yet, she recognized one, 9 heavens celestial leaf. In the ancient wilderness realm, there exists a place known as the 9 heavens sacred land, where a sacred mountain harbors exceedingly rare treasures, the 9 heavens celestial tree. Once every million years, the 9 heavens celestial tree bears leaves, and the quantity is limited, amounting to only around 100. Chapter 78. The celestial leaf of the 9 heavens. It is said that the Empress Xiantian of the 9 heavens sacred land places immense value on the celestial leaf of the 9 heavens. Once harvested and dried, it is brewed to create exquisite tea. Only on her birthday each year does she permit herself to indulge in a single leaf. With a growth cycle spanning a century, only 1 leaf is produced annually, allowing the celestial tree of the 9 heavens to flourish once more only after the previous leaf has been consumed. The rarity of the celestial leaf has thus elevated its renown to the mortal realm. Upon hearing the name of the celestial leaf, Jean Fenger was rendered speechless. The young master intends to use the celestial leaf for foot soaks? If the Empress Xiantian were to discover this, would she descend upon the realm of immortals in wrath? It is said that when the Empress brews her celestial leaf tea, she meticulously steeps it a total of 99 times to extract every nuance of flavor. Yet, this is not sufficient. She must grind the leaves into a fine powder to enhance each infusion. Only then can the full potential of a single celestial leaf be realized. And then there is Li Heng, who carelessly discards the water after soaking his feet for merely an hour and a half. Such opulence is beyond comprehension. Even immortals would scarcely dare to envision such extravagance. Li Qinxi was equally astonished. It was unimaginable that a mere wooden tub could contain such a wealth of precious medicinal herbs. She had never even encountered the celestial leaf herself. Secretly, she pondered how this young man had accrued so many extraordinary items. Could it be that he had stumbled upon them in the ancient divine domain? What astonishing luck he possesses. At that moment, her envy for Li Heng's fortune grew ever stronger. She turned to Jean Fenger and inquired, "What lies within this wooden tub? Is it the medicinal tea crafted by Li Heng?" The celestial leaf is exceedingly rare, and even she had only had the privilege of tasting it once. The flavor lingered long after. With such a large tub brimming with medicinal herbs, the concoction must be delightful. Li Qinxi smacked her lips, eager to taste a sip. Wait. Jean Fenger placed the tub on the blue bricks, exclaiming, "This is the young master's foot-soaking water." What? Li Qinxi's expression gradually froze. Foot soaks using so many precious herbs? How extravagant. Across countless lifetimes, one might possess innumerable treasures, yet none would dare to indulge as lavishly as Li Heng. 10 varieties of rare herbs used merely for a foot soak. How absurd. Just moments ago, she had considered sampling it herself. How fortunate she was that she refrained from speaking prematurely, lest she become the subject of ridicule. Could these precious herbs be the fruits of Li Heng's recent fortune? Just yesterday, he ascended the ancient body refinement rankings, and 3 opportunities descended upon him, concealed within a colorful light that obscured their contents from prying eyes. By her estimation, these 3 opportunities were certainly not of mundane origin, and possessing such herbs would be entirely reasonable. Why are you taking this tub away? Planning to brew it again tomorrow? Oh no. Jean Fenger tucked her scattered hair behind her ear, revealing her delicate earlobe. The young master originally intended to discard the foot-soaking water, but I felt a pang of reluctance, so I requested it. Speaking of the foot soak, she displayed no hint of embarrassment. After all, the foot-soaking water contains 10 types of celestial elixirs. Li Heng. Such extravagance. Li Qinxi was filled with emotion, even experiencing a fleeting illusion that she was not the reincarnated soul, but rather Li Heng was. I shall take my leave. Jean Fenger carried the foot-soaking water back to her room, placing the wooden tub on the floor. Sitting at the edge of her bed, she dipped her delicate jade-like feet into the warm water. Ah, how delightful. Young master truly knows how to indulge. She never imagined that soaking her feet could be such a pleasurable experience. The pure spirit essence seeped through her skin and into her body. Each of the 10 celestial elixirs, if taken individually, would have caused her to explode from the overwhelming potency. However, once immersed in the water, the medicinal properties became significantly milder, allowing her body to endure. Li Heng had already soaked first, absorbing 90% of the elixir's effects, leaving only a small fraction in the water. Thus, Jean Fenger could safely absorb what remained. She plunged her hands into the tub and, using the techniques recorded in foot reflexology, began to massage her feet. This accelerated the absorption of the medicinal essence considerably. In just the time it takes to brew a cup of tea, her aura surged once more. Boom. 9th level of the profound pill. After a while, she broke through again. Boom. Pinnacle of the profound pill. Not only did her realm ascend, but the impurities within her body were also expelled by the potency of the elixirs. The ancient phoenix bloodline within her veins became much purer. The young master's foot-soaking water is truly formidable. At this rate, my bloodline may even ascend. Jean Fenger resolved that from now on, any foot-soaking water left and used by the young master would be brought to her for the purpose of enhancing her cultivation. Thus, a tale emerged in the realm of longevity about gaining strength through foot-soaking water. Meanwhile, Li Qinxi approached the tightly shut wooden door, gently knocking. Knock, knock, knock. Li Heng, are you there? Not here. If you're not here, then how can you respond? Li Qinxi, irritated, pushed the door open. You. Li Heng hastily pulled up his trousers, exclaiming, could you at least seek my permission before entering? You've seen everything. With your little peanut. Li Qinxi scoffed dismissively. You. Li Heng was barely 5 years old, his body still not fully developed. When I grow up, I'll scare you, just wait. I'll show you what it truly is. Upon hearing, Li Qinxi immediately thought of something inappropriate, her face flushing crimson. Rogue, don't let the door hit you on your way out. Li Heng issued an eviction order. You. Li Qinxi was not the type to be obedient. She sat down in a wicker chair beside the desk. I have come to see you for a reason. Speak. I wish to exchange some Indian divine oil. She finished, pulling out a collection of bottles and jars, along with a few richly infused celestial herbs from her spatial ring. Li Heng glanced at the herbs, nodding slightly in approval. These few medicinal herbs are exceedingly precious, indicating a profound sincerity. How many drops do you wish to exchange? 15 drops. Li Qinxi had assessed the value of these items and deemed that 15 drops would be more than sufficient. How many layers of body refinement have you achieved? Li Heng did not immediately agree, but instead inquired first. 60 layers. 15 drops of divine oil will certainly be inadequate. Li Heng, having experience with body refinement, naturally understood the requisite amount. In the initial stages, the effects of the eternal divine oil are remarkably potent, with a single drop capable of enhancing several layers. However, as one advances, the increments become increasingly arduous. Transitioning from 60 layers to 81 layers would necessitate at least 40 drops of divine oil. Given that Li Qinxi's constitution is somewhat inferior, she might require an even greater quantity. 40 drops. Li Qinxi furrowed her brow tightly. As this amount exceeded her expectations significantly, she had gathered a considerable number of rare materials, yet to present such a quantity all at once was indeed a painful sacrifice. This is merely for body refinement. There will be many more instances in the future where rare materials will be essential. If this consumption continues, there will inevitably come a day when they are exhausted. I have an alternative method, which might prove beneficial to you. Li Heng suddenly recalled 2 treasures from the eternal opportunity, though he was uncertain if he would be willing to attempt it. Chapter 79. An unconventional method of advancement. What method? Soaking feet. Just as you did earlier? Li Qinzi recalled the wooden tub held by Jean Feng. Indeed, using the elixirs within that tub would yield some benefits for the body, yet they would be far from potent. Compared to divine oils, they are certainly lacking. Is that so? The method involves foot soaking, but it does not require those elixirs. As he spoke, Li Heng gestured towards the center of the room. A foot-soaking basin, towering at nearly 7 feet, materialized in the middle of the space. Li Qinzi tilted her head back, fixated upon the golden basin, swallowing hard. What is this? A bathtub? A typical bathtub would surely be much smaller than this. This model could even serve as a swimming pool. No, this is a foot-soaking basin. Li Heng did not disclose its precise origins or true purpose. His knowledge stemmed from the system's prompts. A person of ordinary experience would only discover its specific use through their own encounters. Should one possess limited experience, they might mistakenly regard a demon god's urinal as a dining bowl, relishing their meal without a second thought. A foot-soaking basin? Are you jesting? How could Li Qinzi possibly believe this to be a foot-soaking basin? Such a trick, fit for deceiving children, could not fool an empress with 100,000 years of experience. This truly is a foot-soaking basin, believe it or not. Li Heng was disinclined to elaborate further. The specific purpose had already been made abundantly clear. If Li Qinzi chose to view it as a dining bowl, there was little he could do about it. The other method you mentioned involves using this. Precisely, although it requires an additional component. With a deft motion of his hand, Li Heng produced a jade vial, no taller than his palm. The essence of foot-soaking water from millennia past. Pop! The wooden cork was removed. A pungent, sour odor permeated the entire room. Upon catching a whiff of the scent, Li Qinzi's brows furrowed in dismay. How foul! Li Heng, you cannot be deceiving me. Wait a moment. This aura? Amidst the stench, she detected an unusual essence. Li Qinzi took the jade vial into her hands, bringing her delicate nose to the opening and inhaling deeply. The sourness, words could hardly convey it. Yet, she did not dwell on the unpleasantness. Instead, she sought something within. In a moment, her eyes widened in astonishment. The aura of a deity. Hiss! Li Heng, how could you possess such a divine artifact? Indeed, the essence of a deity. During her reign as empress, she had once ventured into ancient ruins and encountered a fragment of a deity's bone. The power of that bone was immense. Even the faintest trace of its divine aura had nearly cost her life. Since then, she had retained the memory of that divine essence, and after 100,000 years, it remained etched in her mind. The aura emanating from the vial was unmistakably stronger than that of the bone, leaving no room for doubt. Li Heng speculated that it might be the lingering aura from the deity's foot bath. For instance, shedding calluses or toenails would certainly leave behind a trace. It is quite normal for the footbath water to contain divine essence. This is indeed footbath water. Are you trying to deceive me? Why is it so arduous to be a good person? Li Heng was rendered speechless. He had articulated his point clearly, yet the other party remained skeptical. What could he do? Suddenly, Li Qinzi sensed a potent divine aura emanating from the basin as well. Lightly leaping onto the rim of the basin, she retrieved a piece of flint and lit a candle, peering into the basin. The edge of the basin was covered with a thick layer of black substance, nearly a foot deep. Attempting to reach in and pull a piece from the top, she discovered that the material was as hard and foul-smelling as stone. This substance possessed an extraordinary medicinal quality, intermixed with divine essence. It was undoubtedly a divine artifact. Li Qinzi was once again astonished. 2 treasures imbued with divine essence were rare, even in the 3 realms. To label them as divine artifacts would not be an exaggeration. Li Heng was once more at a loss for words. It was quite normal for a deity's footbath to leave behind some dead skin, accumulating over the years without cleaning the basin. Yet, the elder insisted on calling it a divine object. So, what do you intend to do? Li Qinzi inquired. It's quite simple. Pour the footbath water into the basin, then immerse your feet, allowing yourself to absorb the medicinal properties within, which may yield remarkable effects for body refinement. Li Heng surmised that this method should be effective, otherwise, it wouldn't have been presented. He had already reached the pinnacle of body refinement and had no need for such items. Leaving them to languish would only diminish their value. As long as the terms were clear, it was up to Qinzi to decide whether she wished to try. These 2 items, bestowed by the eternal divine realm as opportunities, inherently held their worth. I believe in you. Li Qinzi quickly placed her trust in Li Heng's words, primarily because both items possessed a divine aura and were exceedingly exceptional. They might indeed assist her in rapidly refining her body. Li Heng reiterated, I tell you, this basin is for foot bathing, and the jade vial contains the foot bath water. As long as you don't mind the dirt, feel free to use it. Li Qinxi paused for a moment, then raised her head, gazing earnestly into his eyes. Are you speaking the truth? Naturally. Li Heng nodded seriously. This. From his gaze, Li Qinxi discerned that he was not speaking falsely. She found herself hesitating, contemplating whether to utilize these items. Li Heng suggested, I believe if these items are beneficial for body refinement, it's worth a try. After careful consideration, Li Qinxi felt her resolve soften. To become the Eternal Emperor, she had endured humiliation and hardship for 100,000 years. What suffering and toil had she not experienced? She was inherently a remarkably resilient individual. As long as it could enhance her strength, enduring hardship and toil would be worthwhile. Although it was merely footbath water, if it could genuinely bolster her power, it would be worth the discomfort. After reaching the 70th layer of the body refinement, Li Heng's strength became exceedingly formidable, which filled her with profound aspiration. Upon coming to this realization, Li Qinxi no longer hesitated. I shall take this back. Let us test its efficacy, she declared. These treasures are for you, she offered, yet Li Heng waved his hand, declining. You may keep them. I have no use for this foot-soaking water or basin. Since when did you become so generous? Li Qinxi inquired, her gaze lifting in surprise. I wish to assist you in attaining the eternal realm. Li Heng responded with a benevolent smile, for after all, you are my family. However, his true intention was to absorb the ancient energy of the myriad opportunities. Without replying, Li Qinxi departed, clutching her belongings. Yet deep within her heart, she felt a greater acknowledgement of this kinship. In the room, the candlelight flickered. Li Heng sat at his desk, cradling the Heart Sutra of the ancient emperor, opening to a specific page at the back. It detailed the methods for establishing the foundation of the Eternal Emperor. Celestial grass, profound immortal bones, and 9 heaven spirit dew, each a rare treasure from the ancient realms, meticulously recorded within the tome. He realized he possessed nearly all of these items. A sense of nostalgia washed over him. Had it not been for a millennium spent in the Underworld, gathering treasures only obtainable in the celestial realm, he would have been unable to establish this foundation of the Eternal Emperor. Now, what remained was merely the Nirvana Fruit. Chapter 80. Sword Peak. The Nirvana Fruit can be found within the Nirvana Heavenly Pool of the Phoenix Ancient Kingdom. Whether one can truly locate it, however, is contingent upon fortune. By signing in at the Nirvana Heavenly Pool, one might also acquire the Nirvana Fruit. Li Heng possesses another ace up his sleeve, the ability to sign in. He plans to elevate his foundation to its pinnacle before embarking on a journey to the Phoenix Ancient Kingdom. This endeavor should not take too long. The Li family is home to a solitary peak, its steep slopes resembling a sharp sword thrust upwards from the earth. This majestic formation is known as Sword Peak. Typically, family members practicing the sword art will gather atop this peak. Along the narrow and winding path within the mountain, a middle-aged man is seen ascending leisurely with a child of about 5 years of age. Heng, you will soon turn 5, at which point you will be able to practice sword techniques. Within the Li family, there exists a custom that prohibits the use of weapons until one reaches the age of 5, allowing only simple martial arts training prior to that. This rule is in place primarily because swords and blades are perilous, and young children are prone to injury. Li Heng nodded in acknowledgement. The study of swordsmanship has also been extensively explored in the Underworld. Over the course of a millennium, aside from menial tasks, his time has been devoted to the study of sword arts, alchemy, formations, painting, and chess. During his time in the Underworld, he acquired numerous enlightenment fruits, which can be utilized in his spiritual state. With the aid of these fruits, his comprehension of sword techniques has significantly accelerated. To date, he has made considerable progress in swordsmanship. Does the Li family possess the ancient sword steel? The ancient sword steel serves as a divine ranking of swordsmanship, categorized into various tiers. To ascend such a divine list, one must rely on their own understanding of the sword. Those who manage to reach the ancient sword steel possess exceptional talent in swordsmanship. No, Li Hongtian replied with a shake of his head. The Li family is neither a lineage of sword cultivators nor a sect, and thus lacks such a steel. If one seeks the ancient sword steel, the nearest location would be the Extreme Cloud Sword sect. The Extreme Cloud Sword Sect is one of the three great sword sects of the Eternal Life realm. Situated 1,000 miles from the Li family, with the pace of a cultivator, it would take only a few days to reach. Li Heng etched this name into his memory, vowing to visit when the opportunity arises. Ascending the divine rankings could yield fortuitous encounters and the essence of ages. The enhancement of signing in rewards relies heavily upon this ancient essence, and the more one possesses, the better. Given my current prowess in swordsmanship, reaching the divine rankings may prove challenging. Although he has practiced swordsmanship in the Underworld, his innate talent is not particularly strong. Even with the enlightenment fruits, his skills are merely at a slightly above average level compared to those prodigies of the sword. The ancient immortal and demon body boasts a formidable physical presence, yet its swordsmanship remains unremarkable. To improve in this regard and attain the level necessary to ascend the divine rankings, he must seek a specific sword-based constitution. During his time in the Underworld, he acquired a sword constitution and sword bones, but they are not of the highest caliber. Once a sword constitution is integrated, it cannot be exchanged, making any enhancement exceedingly difficult. Li Heng has resolved that unless he encounters a top-tier sword constitution, he will refrain from merging. The two continued their ascent until they reached the summit. A grand palace emerged before their eyes. Li Hongtian introduced Heng. This hall is named the Hall of 100 Swords, housing the spiritual swords collected by the Li family over many years. Later, I will endeavor to secure an opportunity for you to choose one. However, Li Heng shook his head. It's best to leave it be. After all, they are merely spiritual swords, nothing extraordinary. Let the clan members use them. Having signed in at the Underworld, he thought, it was not just spiritual swords. Even celestial swords were plentiful. To him, the spiritual swords revered by cultivators were hardly worth a glance. Ah, wait. Li Hongtian scratched his head, suddenly recalling a matter of great importance. You possessed the dragon-slaying sword. Previously, Li Heng had drawn the sword once. This was a celestial sword, and if the dragon clan became aware of it, it would undoubtedly invite relentless pursuit. Henger, do not wield the dragon-slaying sword lightly, lest you provoke the wrath of the dragon clan. For now, it is wiser to select a spiritual sword. Li Heng initially intended to refuse, but ultimately nodded in agreement. The opportunities available in the eternal divine realm were finite. It was best not to reveal too many treasures to avoid arousing suspicion from outsiders. An elder clad in a white robe and bearing a long sword emerged from the hall. He was the master of Sword Peak, Li Yijian. Master Yijian. Li Heng clasped his hands together and performed a martial salute. Haha, such a young age, yet already familiar with martial etiquette. Li Yijian responded amiably, chuckling before welcoming the two into the hall. Master Yijian, I have come to familiarize Henger with the surroundings and seek a master in the sword arts for him. Li Hongtian stated with great courtesy. His primary focus was on fist techniques. While he was skilled in swordsmanship, he was not an expert. It would be better to find a more proficient master for Li Heng. I see. Li Yijian stroked his goatee. I once vowed never to take a disciple again, but since Li Heng is the chosen one, I shall make an exception and accept him as my disciple. Li Hongtian's face brightened, and he promptly patted Li Heng's shoulder, urging, why not hasten to pay your respects to your master? Li Heng performed the customary bow once more. Disciple pays respect to master. Ha! Li Yijian laughed heartily, delighted at the prospect of becoming the mentor of a chosen one. Hongtian, rest assured, everything I know will be imparted to Li Heng without reservation. Thank you, Master Yijian. Li Hongtian finally felt at ease. By seniority, this Master Yijian could be considered an elder. He had been practicing the sword for 2,000 years and had taught countless exceptional disciples in swordsmanship. Even he had learned a trick or two from Master Yijian, making him a half-disciple. Li Heng silently walked toward the center of the hall. This was where Li Yijian instructed swordsmanship, imbued with profound Taoist essence. Sign in. Ding. You have checked in at the Hall of 100 Swords. Acquiring the sword's spirit body. Reward, 107-fold enhancement, obtaining the primordial sword bone. Li Heng's heart surged with joy. Such a remarkable treasure indeed. Previously, this primordial sword bone alone would have secured him the top position on the eternal divine body rankings. Born from the essence of the primordial cosmos, the sword bone possesses an extraordinarily high rank. Integrating it into one's being can elevate swordsmanship to the pinnacle of excellence. Coupled with prior enlightenment in the art of the sword, the pace of cultivation will witness a remarkable enhancement. With this sword bone in possession, one can confidently venture into the ancient sword rankings. Indeed, the multiplied rewards of attendance prove beneficial. Previously, this place could only accommodate a mere spirit sword body, a physique deemed ordinary in the mortal realm. While it may suffice in the realm of eternal life, it appears rather commonplace when viewed against the backdrop of the ancient wilderness. It is simply not worthy of distinction. Should the rewards for attendance continue to escalate, one might attain even superior sword bones. The integration of the sword bone is not without its commotion. Further discussion shall ensue upon my return. As for the master of Sword Peak, I wish for Heng to select a spirit sword here. What say you? Certainly. Follow me then. Li Yijian, without a trace of hesitation, readily acquiesced. For ordinary disciples of the Sword Peak, obtaining a spirit sword necessitates traversing numerous trials, presenting but a slim chance of success. Yet, for someone like Li Heng, who has just joined, acquiring a spirit sword is unprecedented. Chapter 81. The fusion of sword bones. At the rear of the Grand Hall lies a hidden sword chamber, housing over 100 spiritual swords. As Li Heng stepped into the chamber, a wave of sword energy washed over him. The swords were arranged on platforms according to a unique pattern, revealing the presence of a sword formation, which explained the dense aura of sword energy. Under normal circumstances, the mere presence of 100 spiritual swords would not generate such an abundance of sword energy. I did not expect you to possess such knowledge, Li Yijian remarked with a hint of surprise. Li Heng merely smiled, choosing not to respond, for he understood the wisdom in speaking less. There are a total of 103 spiritual swords here. Feel free to choose whichever you desire. The swords treasured by the Sword Peak are of commendable quality. There are 5 superior grade swords and 1 extraordinary grade sword. Should you select the extraordinary one, it would indeed be a significant gain. Li Hongtian searched among the spiritual swords for a moment, his eyes brightening. The swords, sheathed within their scabbards, emitted only a faint aura, making it difficult to discern their strength from mere appearances. Only those with profound insights into the sword path could ascertain which scabbard contained the higher grade sword. That must be the one, the extraordinary sword. He pointed to a larger sword resting on a platform against the wall, adhering to the notion that larger sizes indicate greater value. Hunger. Li Hongtian gestured toward the sword platform, indicating his choice. Cough, cough. Li Yijian interjected lightly. Elder, let Li Heng make his own choice. How can you be so certain that this one is the best? Realizing his intentions had been uncovered, Li Hongtian awkwardly scratched his head. Li Heng, meanwhile, approached the innermost part of the sword chamber, silently reciting the word sign in. Ding. You have signed in at the sword chamber and received the Xianling sword. The reward has increased by a factor of 107, granting you the Zhan Tianxian sword. The Zhan Tianxian sword, capable of cleaving through immortals and demons, was described in only a few powerful words. This sword belonged to the extraordinary category and was exceedingly rare even in the vast expanse of the ancient realm. Previously, he had signed in deep within the abyss of hell and acquired swords of such caliber. Now, obtaining one in the mortal realm was indeed a testament to the enhanced rewards from signing in. Li Heng, have you decided which sword to choose? Li Yijian noticed Li Heng standing still, seemingly overwhelmed by the options. I have made my choice. Li Heng turned his gaze to an inconspicuous platform in the corner of the hall, upon which rested a damaged spiritual sword. This one. You wish to select that? Li Yijian was taken aback. It was a broken spiritual sword. I will give you another chance. Choose something else. This damaged sword had been discovered in a relic and had remained here for 500 years, never chosen by anyone. The exposed blade was covered in rust, appearing as if it would shatter with the slightest swing. It had merely served as filler, never intended for selection. I'll take it. Li Heng displayed little interest in the other swords. Rather, this battered sword intrigued him. With his understanding of the sword path, he sensed that this sword was far from ordinary, despite its outward appearance. Specifically, it is not a spiritual sword. Well, Li Yijian nodded, ceasing further persuasion. Since you are destined to this sword, choose it. Li Heng picked up the sword sheath and placed it into his spatial ring, intending to examine it further upon his return. Li Hongtian shook his head with a hint of regret, refraining from saying more in front of Li Yijian. Master of Yijian Peak, we shall take our leave. Upon Li Heng's 5th birthday, we shall return to cultivate the sword path. I hope for your guidance. After uttering these words, the two departed from the Hall of 100 Swords. On the narrow path, Li Hongtian remarked, "Heng, why did you choose this sword? With the opportunity once secured for you, you should have selected a superior spiritual sword." Li Heng responded with words imbued with profound meaning. The strength of swordsmanship does not depend on the spiritual sword, but on the individual. You. Li Hongtian was taken aback. Then tell me, what do you believe the sword path to be? Li Heng brought his fingers together in the shape of a sword and pointed forward into the void. In the heavens, the sword immortals number in the millions, and even they must bow their heads before me. Sword energy whistled, piercing the vast sky. In the emptiness, the resonating hum of a long sword echoed. Li Hongtian looked up, as if witnessing a celestial sword materializing in the void, stretching a myriad of lengths. Wherever the sword pointed, there lay mere ants. Such terrifying swordsmanship. Heng, you possess the potential of a sword path emperor. It was truly unexpected that Li Heng's understanding of the sword path could be so formidable. That statement was undeniably domineering. Li Hongtian attempted to echo Li Heng's declaration, but faltered midway, feeling a certain trepidation. The latter part of his words seemed suppressed by a force of heavenly law, rendering them unutterable. I cannot complete a single sentence. It appears I am truly not as capable as my son. Some truths require the backing of heavenly law to be spoken. Li Heng's sword path enlightenment was indeed as powerful as described, capable of resonating with the sword path and manifesting an illusory, celestial sword in the void. He, however, could not attain Li Heng's level of sword path insight. Unable to articulate his thoughts fully, Li Heng had spent a millennium in the Underworld, deeply researching the sword path, leading to his profound understanding. Upon returning to his chamber, Li Heng entered the celestial estate, Tianyuan Pavilion. The integration of the Hongmeng sword bone was too significant. It was safer to do so here. The bone resembled a sword blade, adorned with golden patterns that formed an intricate and obscure design. Subtly, a sense of sword path enlightenment emanated from it. Li Heng, well versed in the sword path, sensed the profound nature of this enlightenment, difficult to master. The Hongmeng sword bone was indeed extraordinary. It was alive, imbued with a breath of life. Placing the sword bone against his abdomen, it made contact with his skin and seamlessly merged into his body, causing no harm. He could distinctly feel a new life burgeoning within his abdomen. Ugh! Li Heng nearly discarded the bone. Such a legacy cannot be so recklessly squandered. The sword bone fused seamlessly with a rib, becoming an integral part of the body, and the breath of life dissipated. Li Heng finally exhaled, feeling a sense of relief. This process proved to be far less painful than he had anticipated. It must be that my divine physique is exceptionally robust, allowing for such a smooth fusion. Had it been another person attempting to merge with this sword bone, they would likely suffer greatly. A vibration coursed through his body, and the essence of the sword surged skyward, coalescing in the void to form a colossal golden sword, stretching for thousands of feet. It felt as though a certain constraint had been lifted within his mind. The obscure and perplexing concepts of swordsmanship that had troubled him for years swiftly became clear. His understanding of the sword path had never felt so effortless. Truly, the primordial sword bone is remarkable. In an instant, his comprehension of the sword's realm had dramatically elevated, transforming the insights gained over a millennium into a qualitative leap. With the fusion of the sword bone, he felt emboldened to leave his mark upon the ancient sword monument. Li Heng unsheathed the sword he had just acquired. With a sharp sound, the long sword emerged from its sheath, the metallic friction echoing in the air. It was evident that this sword had not been drawn for quite some time. Measuring 4 feet in length, the blade was riddled with holes, resembling the work of wood-boring insects. It seemed that a mere casual swing could cause this sword to shatter. The bloodthirsty sword. The long sword emitted a soft hum, slipping from his grasp and circling around Li Heng. Chapter 82. Blood-drinking sword. The gentle murmuring of the blood-drinking sword responded to Li Heng's call. A cheerful note, as if it reveled in being discovered. However, after soaring gracefully through the air, it plummeted heavily to the ground. It seems you have not tasted blood in quite some time. In essence, the blood-drinking sword is not merely a spiritual sword, but rather a celestial one. It requires the sustenance of blood to flourish. One can surmise the reason for its current state. The sword may have lain forgotten in some ancient ruin for millennia, deprived of the essence of life, losing all its spirit, thus becoming nothing more than a common inferior spiritual sword. Its blade had dulled to the point where it could scarcely pierce the skin of an adversary, rendering it incapable of drinking blood and regaining its former luster. The holes along the back of the sword were not due to corrosion, but were specially designed blood channels. When it penetrated the flesh of an enemy and was withdrawn, these channels would tear through the flesh, allowing for the spillage of more blood. Every design element served the singular purpose of witnessing more bloodshed. As a celestial sword, the blood-drinking sword could grow endlessly by consuming blood, potentially transcending even the highest echelons of celestial swords to reach more terrifying realms. Li Heng had a fondness for this sword and resolved to nurture it. Blood, let us restore your brilliance now. First, I must establish my dominion. Li Heng bit his fingertip, allowing a drop of his extraordinarily potent life essence to fall upon the back of the blood-drinking sword. The sword trembled violently, akin to a ravenous wolf, long-starved, spotting a tender young rabbit. The blood slowly seeped into the sword's body, and with just a trace, the blade erupted in a dazzling crimson radiance. With a crack, all rust fell away, revealing a fearsome dark red sword. As it absorbed Li Heng's drop of blood, the sword's aura grew increasingly formidable. A gentle hum reverberated, resonating through the heavens. It was as if one could glimpse the sword's former glory. Could it truly ascend to the level of a celestial sword with just a single drop of blood? Li Heng spoke in astonishment. Having anticipated a lengthy process to restore its past splendor, he had never imagined it could happen so swiftly. The rapid enhancement was not due to the sword's inherent speed, but rather the terrifying power contained within Li Heng's blood. The ancient immortal demon body, refined to the 81st layer, endowed him with an extraordinary vitality. Just one drop of blood allowed it to reclaim its former brilliance and restore its celestial sword status. The blood-drinking sword nestled against Li Heng's form, affectionately rubbing against him. Let us proceed to your upgrade. The Underworld, with its ghostly ambience, is rife with dark treasures, and blood is quite common there. Much of this blood holds little practical value, so allowing this sword to consume it would be a wise use of resources. In the realm of the system, there exists a blood sea shrouded in eternal darkness, where the clouds above are tinged crimson and the air is thick with the scent of blood. As Li Heng's consciousness arrived in this place, the blood-drinking sword in his hand caught the scent of blood, excitedly murmuring. The blood sea was vast, filled with the blood of demon beasts acquired through sign-ins. The bloodline power was feeble, lacking substantial collectible worth, hence it was all gathered in one place. Gradually, the expanse of the blood sea continued to swell, stretching endlessly before the eye. Behold, this blood sea is now yours. Such an abundance of superfluous blood accumulated here saturates the surrounding atmosphere with a pungent, sanguine odor. Li Heng, disliking this morbid ambience, deemed it more prudent to deplete it sooner rather than later. Buzz, buzz, buzz. The blood-drinking sword sang with exhilaration, plunging into the sea of crimson, voraciously devouring the sanguine essence. It was utterly elated. Having followed its previous master into countless battles, it had never encountered such a plethora of blood. Could this new master, too, be a demon steeped in bloodshed? Yet, appearances suggested otherwise. It mattered not. Regardless of its master's temperament, it had sworn loyalty. Let it absorb at its leisure. Li Heng turned to depart. The absorption of this blood sea would undoubtedly require a considerable time. It could be summoned when necessary. In Li Chenxi's chamber stood a colossal basin. Its exterior gleamed with golden luster, yet its interior was shrouded in darkness, caked with murky impurities. Upon refining the footbath, she could manipulate its size and, once used, return it to Li Heng. The massive basin shrank to a height of about 1 foot, perfectly accommodating her feet. With a flick of her wrist, a translucent jade vial materialized, and as she unscrewed the cap, a stream of verdant vapor erupted forth. This substance must indeed be foot-soaking water. It reeked terribly. That rascal, daring to provide me with such a concoction for body tempering. Fortunately, it was a gift from Li Heng, who had not demanded any resources in return. Thus, Li Chenxi approached this endeavor with a spirit of experimentation, curious to ascertain its efficacy. Tilting the vial, the inky liquid cascaded into the footbath like foul drainage. The pungent aroma was unmistakable. To indulge in a foot soak, it was imperative to heat the basin. Li Chenxi procured a brazier and positioned it in the room, placing the basin atop it. The searing flames swiftly warmed the basin's bottom, and after the passage of a fragrant stick of incense, black bubbles began to froth ominously. As the fire crackled, the acrid odor mingled with a faint, aromatic fragrance. Li Qinxi leaned closer, squinting slightly. This medicinal aroma likely stemmed from years of accumulated potency, and the efficacy was decidedly robust. Should she dare to try? Once the water reached a boil, the offensive stench diminished, replaced instead by the scent of herbs. Internally, Li Qinxi felt a strong aversion, yet contemplating the potential benefits of body tempering steeled her resolve. To try it was to risk everything, to become the Eternal Emperor. She had endured 10,000 years of humiliation. What hardship had she not faced? This foot-soaking water was but a trifling challenge. With that thought, Li Qinxi finally submerged her feet into the basin. Ah, how scorching! Under normal circumstances, given her physical constitution, she would not be deterred by such temperatures. Yet this foot-soaking water possesses an unusual quality. Upon immersing my feet, I felt a searing heat, akin to stepping barefoot into molten lava. The potent medicinal essence surged from the soles of my feet, radiating throughout my entire being. Its strength surpassed any herbal bath I had previously encountered by 100-fold. Truly, it is worthy of the divine and demonic. The vigor of this foot soak is astonishing. Although it may not quite rival the famed Indian oil, it compensates with its abundant supply, unyielding in its consumption. Thus, perhaps I could refine my body to its utmost limits. In this manner, I, Li Qinxi, utilized this foot soak for body tempering. After a night of immersion, I experienced a significant breakthrough. Boom! I have reached the 61st level of body refinement. Hiss! Li Heng certainly did not deceive me. Though the foot-soaking water appeared somewhat unclean, once I overcame that mental barrier, it revealed itself to be an exceptionally potent liquid for body tempering. Consequently, day after day, I continued to soak my feet, ascending ever higher in the realm of body refinement. Chapter 83. The Strong One Born from Foot-Soak Water 3 months later. In her chamber, Li Qinxi sat upon her bed, her legs immersed in a basin of foot soak, the inky water rising to her calves. Upon closer inspection, one could discern that the hue of the water was gradually becoming clearer. At a certain moment, her aura intensified significantly. Boom! She had reached the 81st level of body tempering. Li Qinxi abruptly opened her eyes, a slight curve gracing her dark lips. At last, she had succeeded. Her body tempering had ascended to the 81st level. Haraha! According to her original plan, using the rare materials she had gathered, she would have barely achieved a tempering level in the 60s. Yet now, she had reached the 81st level, all thanks to Li Heng's generosity. Were it not for his magnanimous gift of the foot-soak water, she would never have broken through to such heights in such a brief period. This remarkable achievement made the 3 months spent in the foul-smelling soak water worthwhile. Creak! The doors suddenly swung open, revealing a shadowy figure outside. It was Li Heng. Qinxi, congratulations. During this time, Li Heng had already attained the pinnacle of foundation establishment, yet he had not left the courtyard, remaining vigilantly by Li Qinxi's side, eagerly awaiting her breakthrough to the 81st level. Upon her reaching the ultimate realm of ancient body tempering, she would ascend the ancient body tempering rankings and acquire a colorful opportunity. Merely standing nearby would allow him to absorb the ancient energy contained within this opportunity. In turn, his signing-in system could be enhanced. His willingness to assist Qinxi in reaching her peak stemmed from this very reason. Regardless of the circumstances, Li Heng was the greatest beneficiary. Why did you barge in without knocking? Li Qinxi scolded, a hint of irritation in her voice. This is a lady's chamber. It's rather inappropriate to intrude so directly. What is there to fear? Is there anything on you that I haven't seen before? Li Heng replied nonchalantly. You. Li Qinxi stammered, her teeth chattering in anger. Li Heng, taking advantage of the sunlight streaming in from outside the door, looked at Qinxi, and in that moment, he burst into laughter. Uft! Have you been poisoned? Why are your lips so dark? You haven't been drinking that ancient foot-soak water, have you? Moreover, even her calves and feet were entirely darkened, resembling the aftermath of poisoning. Isn't it all due to your foot-soak water? Li Qinxi was equally surprised to find herself marked in several places. Besides her lips and the tops of her feet, there was also an embarrassing area that had turned dark. I'm only 5 years old, and I look like this. Is this reasonable? This thought ignited a fierce impulse within her to eliminate Li Heng. She wondered if this color would ever wash away. If it didn't, it would be quite a disaster. How could she possibly explain this to her future husband? Here, Take these back. Li Chenxi handed the basin and the foot-soaked water back to Li Heng. Having reached the pinnacle of body tempering, she no longer wished to use such things. Additionally, she retrieved a collection of bottles and jars, along with several rare celestial herbs, and presented them to him. Although these items hold little value compared to the foot-soaking water consumed, they nonetheless represent a gesture of goodwill. Li Heng accepted them without hesitation. Chenxi, let us proceed to the everlasting body refinement ranking. Why must we go now? Can't we wait a little? Li Chenxi's lips had darkened, and she wished to delay her appearance until the color faded somewhat. Let us not tarry. This matter should not be postponed. Li Heng was eager to absorb the essence of eternity, allowing him to attend to other matters without constant preoccupation. But my lips. Li Chenxi glanced at her reflection in a nearby copper mirror, revealing a face deeply affected by some poison. This is easily remedied. Simply cover it with a black cloth. Li Heng suggested, retrieving a piece of black fabric from his spatial ring and offering it to her. Allow me to assist you. The black cloth, folded into a triangle, was perfectly suited to conceal Chenxi's face. Wait, what's that foul odor? Li Chenxi sniffed, detecting a familiar stench. Upon closer inspection, Li Heng awkwardly scratched his head. Oh, my apologies, that is merely my foot towel. He had been soaking his feet frequently while practicing the heavenly foot technique, leading to the cloth accumulating some odor. I could kill you. Li Chenxi yanked the foot towel from her face and flung it vehemently at Li Heng. No wonder the smell was so recognizable. It was indeed the foot towel. Having been in contact with the foot-soaking water recently, her nose had nearly grown accustomed to the scent. Do not be so fierce. You might scare away any potential suitors. Li Heng, with a chuckle, produced a cleaner piece of black cloth from his spatial ring. No need. I have my own. Li Chenxi revealed a red handkerchief to cover her face. The two made their way toward the everlasting body refinement monument. The blazing sun cast its fervent rays upon the plaza, where numerous young clansmen were diligently practicing, perspiration glistening under the sunlight. The appearance of the divine son and daughter drew their attention. Look, isn't that the divine son? The person accompanying him must be the divine daughter. Why is her face covered? Hey, do you detect that strange odor emanating from the divine daughter? It resembles the foot odor of a rough man. Be careful with your words. You might attract the divine daughter's ire. How could she, being so fastidious, possess such a foul scent? I believe the odor is from your own sweat. Why are they here? Could it be that the divine daughter has also completed her refinement? The clansmen, intrigued by the presence of the divine son and daughter at the stone monument, followed closely behind. Although the divine daughter was slightly lesser than the divine son, she too was a worthy candidate for the divine rankings. As Li Chenxi approached the divine monument, her hand emanated a golden light, pressing against the stone's base. Suddenly, the everlasting body refinement ranking trembled violently, a beam of golden light shooting skyward. Ethereal apparitions of immortals and demons materialized in the heavens, all bowing in reverence toward Li Chenxi. A cascade of rainbow-hued beams descended, landing before her, with 3 radiant orbs of light simultaneously appearing from the sky. Li Heng stood by, his gaze firmly fixed on the 3 radiant orbs of color. Upon witnessing the dense aura of eternal vitality, his elation reached its zenith. Ahaha! It truly aligns with my conjecture. The trio of vibrant orbs, accompanied by an abundance of ancient energy, bore a striking resemblance to the 3 orbs he had previously acquired. By absorbing this ancient vitality, he surmised that he could amplify his sign-in rewards by approximately 50-fold. Choosing to aid Li Chenxi in enhancing her prowess was undoubtedly the wisest decision he could make. As the orbs descended, all the ancient energy was absorbed by Li Heng. A notification resonated in his mind. Ding! You have absorbed ancient vitality. Your sign-in rewards have been enhanced 50-fold. Had he not assisted Li Chenxi in refining her body to attain the pinnacle of eternal realms, he would have only received a singular red orb. Based on prior experience, the energy within this orb would yield merely a 10-fold increase in sign-in rewards. The additional 40-fold promised far more substantial rewards. Thank you for being you. For warming the seasons. In a buoyant mood, Li Heng could not help but hum a cheerful tune. Chapter 84. The Wutong Fruit Thank You? A look of confusion crossed Li Chenxi's face. It was evident that it was Li Heng who had aided her, enabling her to obtain 3 extraordinary opportunities. Yet, here was Li Heng, humming a cheerful tune, appearing remarkably pleased, and expressing gratitude, which left her puzzled. "Oh, it's nothing. I just felt inspired to sing a few lines," Li Heng offered with minimal elaboration, his mood evidently joyous. "Oh." A flicker of suspicion danced across Li Qinxi's features. Was it possible that this fellow had undergone a transformation? "Later, come to my room. I wish to discuss a matter with you." "All right." The two returned to the courtyard, with Li Heng following Li Qinxi into her chamber. She settled into a rattan chair, idly tending to the chrysanthemums on the windowsill. "Now that you are at the foundation establishment stage, have you contemplated what kind of foundation you wish to establish? You've perused the ancient Emperor's scriptures. You should possess some knowledge regarding the foundational matters, correct?" Without a moment's hesitation, Li Heng replied, "Naturally. I aspire to build the foundation of the Eternal Emperor." "What?" Li Qinxi was visibly taken aback. After preparing for 100,000 years and acquiring numerous resources, she had never even considered establishing the foundation of the Eternal Emperor. In her eyes, merely achieving the foundation was sufficient, and that was the benchmark for becoming an Eternal Emperor. As for the foundation of the Eternal Emperor, it was beyond her wildest imagination. Indeed, Li Heng continued, "I possess a plethora of resources accumulated through sign-ins. All that remains is the Nirvana fruit. Once I find one, the foundation of the Eternal Emperor can be realized. If you are determined to establish such a foundation, I can assist you." This marked the first time Li Qinxi had expressed her willingness to aid Li Heng. Her gratitude stemmed from the fact that he had provided her with precious resources for body refinement, inspiring her to extend her hand in help. "How will you assist me?" Li Heng inquired. Li Qinxi leaned closer to the chrysanthemum, inhaling its fragrance with a look of pure enjoyment as she closed her eyes. "The foundation requires numerous heavenly materials and earthly treasures. I can help you gather them. Collecting sufficient resources for the foundation, even in the wild heaven ancient realm, proved exceedingly challenging. To that end, Li Qinxi had spent thousands of years amassing a modest collection. To be prudent, she had gathered more than enough. And if it could benefit Li Heng, it would indeed serve a purpose. It was solely due to Li Heng's assistance in helping her reach the pinnacle of body refinement that she was willing to part with these precious materials. "When did you become so generous?" "I've always been generous, you know," Li Qinxi retorted playfully, producing a spatial ring. "Would you like it?" "Of course." Li Heng accepted the ring, probing within with his consciousness to discover over 100 rare heavenly materials and earthly treasures from the wild heaven ancient realm. It was undeniable that the establishment of a foundation necessitated such treasures. Possessing these items would shield him from undue scrutiny when he eventually laid down the foundation of the Eternal Emperor. One must exercise caution in their dealings nowadays. "If you encounter any issues in your cultivation, feel free to ask me," Li Qinxi offered. Seemingly, Li Heng paused. "I am advancing faster in my cultivation than you know. My strength surpasses yours. I have already reached the peak of foundation establishment. You have only just begun your foundation establishment. Do you think you can instruct me? Even in the realm of body tempering, I have already surpassed the boundaries of the eternal realms." Li Qinxi shot a fierce glare. "Now, I too have achieved the pinnacle of body tempering. It remains uncertain who will prevail in the future. Sooner or later, you shall come to understand my prowess." The 100,000 years of preparation involved not only the gathering of resources, but also the comprehension of various Tao laws, making each realm exceedingly formidable. In the world of cultivation, mere physical strength does not suffice to become a true powerhouse. Catch up to me first before making any assertions. After leaving these words, Li Heng turned and departed. To the north of the realm of longevity lies an ancient city. Its towering walls intertwine, resembling the graceful form of a phoenix. This city is known as the Phoenix Ancient City. Its history predates even that of the Li family, flourishing in times long before the family's existence. However, it has since fallen into decline. On the bustling streets, a slender girl accompanied by a boy, who appeared to be her younger brother, strolled along. "Let us go there," Li Heng said, gesturing toward a gnarled tree in the distance. Jean Fenger explained, "That is a phoenix tree. It is said that before the founding of the Phoenix Ancient City, a phoenix made its nest upon it. However, during a great battle, the roots of this ancient tree were destroyed, rendering it a dead tree. The withered phoenix tree, towering high, stands in the heart of the ancient city. The ancient kingdom chose not to uproot it in memory of the departed phoenix." In Li Heng's eyes, this ancient tree exuded a profound aura of Tao, making it an excellent location for a sign-in. Sign-in. Ding. You have signed in at the withered phoenix tree and received 1 phoenix fruit. Your reward has increased by 157 times, granting you 7 phoenix fruits. Additionally, you have acquired 15 celestial phoenix fruits. The phoenix tree, having absorbed the essence of the phoenix for countless years, produces an exceedingly rare fruit known as the phoenix fruit. Typically, it takes a century for a single fruit to mature, and during that century, a phoenix must reside upon it to facilitate its growth. If the phoenix departs for more than 7 days, the tree can no longer absorb the phoenix essence, and the fruit will wither. Thus, the cultivation of a single phoenix fruit is indeed a formidable challenge. The celestial phoenix fruit, born from the celestial phoenix tree, takes a millennium to produce even one. Such fruits can only be found in the ancient realm of desolation, their value beyond measure. Closing his eyes, Li Heng's consciousness entered the system. This sign-in proved intriguing. 7 phoenix fruits and 15 celestial phoenix fruits likely correlate with the sign-in multiplier. For every 10-fold increase, a phoenix fruit can be upgraded to a celestial phoenix fruit. Currently, the sign-in multiplier stands at 157 times, and the 7 fruits obtained cannot be upgraded to celestial fruits, hence yielding 7 phoenix fruits. The essence contained within the phoenix fruits embodies the power of the phoenix. Those possessing the phoenix bloodline who consume them may enhance their innate bloodline strength, potentially even achieving an immediate breakthrough. Naturally, Li Heng has no need for such items and intends to bestow them upon Jin Fenger. During this time, she has exhibited remarkable diligence while by his side, practicing diligently each night in the art of foot massage. Li Heng, in turn, has found great enjoyment in this endeavor. Even the heavens seem to be swiftly cultivating their formidable powers. Henceforth, I intend to nurture Jin Fenger to become the court's esteemed foot masseuse, one who wields the essence of the phoenix fire. Ding. Would you like to activate the auxiliary hints? You can receive additional information without entering the system space. Activate, Li Heng murmured. This feature had existed within the system previously, yet it had remained dormant. Gazing at the Wutong fruit in his hand, a line of small text materialized before him. The power of the phoenix within this Wutong fruit stirs with anticipation, as if longing for you to consume it. However, your body cannot assimilate the phoenix's power unless you choose to wield a blade against yourself. Li Heng shuddered. Wield a blade against myself? Perhaps not. The auxiliary hints proved somewhat useful, at least providing insight into the methods of merging with certain entities. Young master, shall we venture into Phoenix City today? Jin Fenger inquired, gracefully fanning Li Heng with her jade fan, attending to him with utmost diligence. It is a rare occasion to visit an ancient city. Let us first immerse ourselves in the local customs and culture. Li Heng's gaze wandered, searching the various stalls. Is there any renowned delicacy? Please show me. Chapter 85. Cultivation. There lies a shop, the Phoenix Tea House, renowned for its exquisite phoenix cakes. Jin Fenger pointed towards a store on the street. Very well. Let us indulge ourselves, replied her companion. The two entered the Phoenix Tea House and settled at a window-side table on the second floor. The waiter approached, holding a menu. Esteemed guests, what would you like to order? Here is the menu for your perusal. Li Heng had no intention of examining the menu. He promptly declared, I will have 10 of each dish on this menu. The waiter, taken aback, glanced at Jin Fenger, his eyes silently questioning if such an order was indeed appropriate. Just as my young master has stated, 10 of each, please, Jin Fenger replied softly. The waiter hesitated. Esteemed guests, our portions are quite generous. Are you certain you wish for 10 of each? It seems rather excessive. Would you not prefer to take some away? Li Heng, holding up his spatial ring, responded confidently. I have a spatial ring. It can preserve the food without spoilage. The waiter's gaze lingered on the ring adorning the boy's finger, a sudden realization dawning upon him. A spatial ring. Such a treasure could only be possessed by formidable cultivators. This boy might hail from a prestigious cultivation family. It was best to tread carefully. In the eyes of ordinary folk, cultivators were akin to deities, and provoking them would lead to dire consequences. Please wait a moment. I shall inform the kitchen at once. With that, the waiter hurried downstairs. After a short while, an array of exquisite dishes was presented before them. Phoenix cake. Please enjoy, the waiter announced. On the delicate porcelain plate lay a beautifully crafted phoenix. The chef's skill was exceptional, with even the feathers of the phoenix meticulously carved to life. Li Heng took a gentle bite of the phoenix cake. The outer layer was crispy and soft, melting in his mouth, releasing a delightful aroma. Quite delectable, he exclaimed. To savor such a delightful pastry, his visit to the Phoenix Tea House was indeed a fortuitous decision. Once satisfied, he stored the remaining dishes in his spatial ring and casually tossed a bag of spirit stones onto the table. "Waiter, the bill, please." The waiter opened the brown cloth bag and was astonished to find 8 spirit stones within. In the realm of mortals, currency consisted mainly of gold, silver, and copper coins, while spirit stones were exchanged among cultivators. 1 spirit stone equated to 10 taels of gold. The order placed by the guest was substantial but amounted to merely a few dozen taels of gold, far less than the spirit stones presented. "Esteemed guest, you have given far too much. 7 spirit stones along with 3 taels of gold will suffice. The remainder is a gratuity. No change is necessary." Li Heng waved his hand dismissively, and his figure vanished around the staircase corner. "Thank you, esteemed guest." The waiter was elated, overjoyed to have encountered such a wealthy patron. The casual generosity of several taels of gold as a tip equated to decades of his earnings. As night fell, the streets of the ancient kingdom were adorned with lanterns shaped like phoenixes, their flickering candles illuminating the night like soaring phoenixes in flight. The Little Phoenix Inn. Li Heng stood by the window, gazing into the distance, entranced by the nocturnal beauty of the ancient kingdom. Indeed, the Phoenix Ancient Kingdom is quite remarkable, far surpassing the scenery of the Li family. Young Master Jean Fenger, bearing a steaming wooden basin, placed it upon the wooden planks beside the bed. "I shall commence my practice of foot massage," she announced. "How have you been feeling lately? Have you made any progress?" Li Heng inquired, as he lifted his feet. Fenger promptly assisted in removing his shoes. "Thanks to you, young master," she replied with a radiant smile. "I have made significant advancements in my practice recently." "After your progress, do you sense any differences?" Li Heng asked. After a moment's contemplation, Jean Fenger softly replied, "If there is a difference, it lies in the ability to provide greater comfort to others." Gradually, she discovered that this long-lost divine skill, thought to be a means of attack, was, in truth, a method of massage. It must be that the divine son cherished it, for he entrusted her with this technique. Presently, her sole focus was to serve the divine son well. Whatever she did was of little consequence. Moreover, when the divine son soaked his feet, she was able to benefit from it as well. Of course, she did not mean to take advantage of his feet, but rather to utilize the remaining foot-soaking water for her own use. With the water from the divine son's foot soak, her cultivation levels steadily ascended. In a matter of months, she remarkably broke through to the transformation realm, surpassing the previous stages of foundation establishment, profound pill, nascent soul, out-of-body, transformation, and void. This achievement was 3 major stages higher than her previous level of profound pill. For an ordinary cultivator, such a breakthrough typically requires decades, if not centuries. Yet, Jean Fenger achieved it in mere months, all thanks to the efficacy of the foot-soaking water. Even with only a faint trace of spiritual essence remaining, it greatly benefited her. Absorbing the medicinal properties of the foot-soaking water, her bloodline power grew increasingly robust. Li Heng placed his feet into the basin, while Fenger gathered phoenix fire in her hands, gently kneading his delicate feet. The method of using phoenix fire for foot soaking was an innovative idea of Li Heng's, as the flame significantly enhanced the absorption of medicinal properties. "Ah, how delightful! Fenger, your massage skills are truly improving," Li Heng praised, and upon hearing his commendation, Fenger's heart swelled with joy. Nothing could validate her worth more than this. She dedicated herself earnestly to the massage. In the blink of an eye, an hour had passed, and the water in the basin had transformed into a golden hue, imbued with an extraordinary power, as if a mere kick could rend the heavens asunder. She pondered in awe, what exactly is the young master cultivating? Why does his aura seem so formidable? Beneath those golden feet, she dared not draw a breath. Today's massage was quite remarkable, Li Heng commended. With the use of phoenix fire, the speed of absorption has accelerated. Previously, it took an hour and a half to absorb completely, but now only an hour suffices. If the bloodline advances and the fire's power intensifies, the effects of the massage will be even more profound. "Young master, I shall take my leave now," she said. "Wait, stay with me tonight." Jean Fenger's face flushed crimson in an instant. Although the young master was still but a child, he was nonetheless of the opposite sex. She had never encountered such experiences before, and a sense of shyness enveloped her. Li Heng turned his wrist, revealing a bright red fruit resting in his palm. It was the size of an adult's fist, adorned with vein-like patterns on its surface. "Tonight, we shall absorb it here, and I will protect you." "What?" Jean Fonger's cheeks blushed deeper. She wished to dig a hole and bury herself within it. Goodness, what was I just thinking? I truly misjudged the young master. What is this fruit? The Wutong fruit. Ah, the Wutong fruit. Jean Fonger gasped in astonishment. The Wutong fruit was a legendary delicacy, said to exist only in tales. How could the young master possess such a rare treasure? It took a phoenix resting beneath the Wutong tree for 100 years to bear a single Wutong fruit. Any slight misstep would cause the fruit to wither. Compared to the ancient phoenix's blood, this fruit was even more extraordinary. "Young master, this fruit is far too precious. Fonger cannot accept it. It is merely a Wutong fruit. It is of little consequence," Li Heng replied. He had collected 7 Wutong fruits and 15 Wutong celestial fruits through his sign-ins. Since he had no personal use for them, nurturing Jean Fonger with them seemed quite fitting. Following her transformation into a follower, Jean Fonger had shown remarkable potential, proving to be a loyal confidant worthy of cultivation. Chapter 86. The ancient phoenix blood. The Wutong fruit was hardly significant. Jean Fonger was utterly astonished. The treasures possessed by the Son of God were beyond imagination. He bit through the outer skin of the fruit and consumed its flesh. Li Heng presented the fruit to her. "All right." Seeing the son's insistence, Jean Fonger did not refuse. In her heart, she vowed to remain fiercely loyal to him henceforth. With delicate hands, she held the fruit, parting her cherry lips to take a gentle bite. Crunch! The shell was brittle. A blaze of crimson flames erupted from the breach, instantly elevating the temperature within the room. Inside the Wutong fruit was not flesh, but a dark red liquid. Jean Fonger quickly sealed the opening with her mouth and drank the liquid within. The searing fluid coursed down her throat into her abdomen. Phew! It felt as though a flame was igniting within her. Were it not for her significantly enhanced realm and the ancient phoenix bloodline, her body would have been unable to withstand such terrifying fiery power, reducing her to ashes. Her skin temperature soared, turning a deep crimson, akin to a heated iron. Sizzle! The wooden floor was scorched by the intense heat, emitting acrid black smoke, with flickers of flame dancing upon it. Sitting atop the millennia-old ice, Li Heng observed and retrieved a block of ice radiating cold, placing it on the floor. The temperature in the room plummeted dramatically upon the emergence of the ancient ice. Jean Fonger was taken aback. This was a treasure even more precious than the Wutong fruit. How could the young master possess such an item? Sizzle! As she sat cross-legged on the ancient ice, the internal heat was subdued, bringing her considerable relief. Gradually, Jean Fonger absorbed the power of the Wutong fruit, her bloodline strengthening with each moment. As dawn broke in the east, golden sunlight cascaded from the horizon, enveloping the Phoenix ancient city in a radiant golden hue, as if the Phoenix were about to take flight. In the sky, a streak of crimson flame emerged, drawing nearer. The citizens of the ancient kingdom, witnessing this extraordinary scene, gazed upwards in wonder. What is that flame? Why do I sense the essence of a phoenix within it? Could it be that our ancient kingdom is about to witness the birth of another phoenix bloodline? This spectacle captivated not only the common folk, but also the cultivators within Phoenix City, who sensed the anomaly. The flames hovered above the Phoenix ancient city, transforming into a colossal golden red egg. As time passed, the egg grew larger, and the essence of the phoenix intensified. At a certain moment, crack! The egg shattered. From within emerged a golden red phoenix, spreading its wings and emitting a majestic cry. Gah! A terrifying phoenix aura was unleashed from its form. The citizens of the ancient kingdom felt this power and knelt in reverence, worshipping in awe. The ancient phoenix clan. My heavens! Our ancient kingdom has birthed a being of ancient phoenix blood. If one categorizes the phoenix by bloodline, it can be divided into several types. The phoenix blood, the ancient phoenix blood, and the primal phoenix blood. Although the distinction between the primal phoenix blood and the ancient phoenix blood appears to be merely a single character, the disparity in the power of their bloodlines is as vast as heaven and earth. The Phoenix clan, which originated in antiquity, possesses an extraordinarily potent bloodline. However, with the passage of time and proliferation, this power gradually diminishes. Presently, the ancient blood phoenix has only 1,000th of the bloodline strength that existed in the ancient era, rendering it an entirely different tier of existence. In Phoenix City, within the Imperial Palace, Tang Wanrong, clad in a delicate silk nightgown, has just concluded her meditation. What? The Primal Phoenix clan. Who has broken through? Sensing the presence of the Primal Phoenix clan, she gasps in astonishment. As one possessing the Phoenix bloodline, she finds it exceedingly difficult to breathe under the oppressive aura of the Primal Phoenix lineage. Her consciousness envelopes the entire ancient kingdom, searching through the crowd, ultimately resting upon the Phoenix Inn. Here, who could it be? In the next moment, her figure vanishes from her location, forgetting even to change from her nightgown. In the corridor of the inn, a graceful silhouette appears. The delicate curves beneath the sheer fabric are tantalizingly visible, exuding allure. Crash. The innkeeper, in his excitement, drops his tray to the ground. Tang Wanrong glances back, and the innkeeper stands frozen in shock. The sovereign. I saw nothing. He flees in a panic. What a jest. This is the sovereign. Should he dare to speak indiscreetly, his fate would be most dire. Tang Wanrong, aware of her own predicament, hastily dons a long robe. At the end of the corridor lies a prestigious guest room, typically occupied by individuals of great renown. Through the wooden door, she can distinctly sense the aura of the Phoenix ancestor within. A resident of the guest room? It should not be someone from the ancient kingdom, but rather an esteemed visitor. Initially intending to push the door open, Tang Wanrong hesitates. If it were someone from the ancient kingdom, her actions would be acceptable. However, if it were a guest, there might be a formidable figure of higher standing within. To intrude so abruptly would surely provoke their ire. Thus, she stands outside the door and softly proclaims, I am Tang Wanrong from the ancient Phoenix Kingdom, seeking an audience. Might the esteemed elder permit me entry? A youthful voice emanates from within the room. Please enter. Tang Wanrong retrieves a bronze mirror to arrange her appearance. The occupant is likely a person of significant stature, and she must be mindful of her image. The youthful voice belongs to the attendant serving this illustrious individual. Creak. The door swings open inward. Tang Wanrong had envisioned the appearance of this esteemed figure. Yet upon seeing the person seated upon the ice stone, her expression turns to stone. Jean. Fenger. How could it be you? She could never have dreamt that this individual, possessing the bloodline of the Primal Phoenix clan, would be the former Phoenix maiden. Jean Fenger rises from the ice stone, a smile playing upon her lips. Thanks to the divine offspring's nurturing, Fenger is able to awaken the ancient bloodline of the Phoenix clan. Hiss. Tang Wanrong gasped in astonishment, nearly drawing her breath into her lungs. The divine offspring is truly formidable, is he not? Previously, transforming Golden Fenger into a bearer of the ancient Phoenix bloodline was already remarkable. Now, to cultivate her into a vessel of the primordial Phoenix blood is terrifying enough to send shivers down one's spine. She could hardly fathom how the divine offspring possesses such an abundance of treasures, even capable of nurturing the ancient Phoenix blood. Divine offspring, do you still seek followers? How about this old bone of mine? Otherwise, I might just follow you. Although the Phoenix sovereign enjoys grandeur, it pales in comparison to the ancient Phoenix blood. If it weren't for her status as sovereign, she would shamelessly seek the divine offspring's favor to become a follower. Tang Wanrong glanced down and noticed only the empty shell of the wutong fruit, her pupils suddenly constricting. So, the divine offspring has bestowed upon Golden Fenger a wutong fruit. Such a rare treasure. How did it come to be? And the millennium cold ice, exuding an aura of chill, is even more precious than the wutong fruit. Just these two treasures alone would not amount to the value of all the spirit stones in the ancient kingdom as treasury. Li Heng, you have come to the ancient kingdom for the matter of the Nirvana heavenly pool, have you not? Indeed, Li Heng nodded, hoping that the sovereign of Tang would fulfill her earlier promise. Chapter 87. The Balsam Flower. Of course, Tang Wanrong replied with a prompt nod. I consent to your entry into the Nirvana heavenly pool. But there are regulations within the nation that necessitate the unanimous agreement of all 4 elders for you to gain access. The second and third elders were likely to be persuaded, but as for the first and fourth elders, you must convince them yourself. Li Heng nodded. As long as the national leader was in agreement, it sufficed. The other elders would merely present some challenges, and overcoming them would grant him the qualification he sought. Will you both accompany me into the ancient kingdom? Tang Wanrong inquired. Indeed, Li Heng responded. Having thoroughly explored the ancient kingdom, it was time to attend to serious matters. The trio made their way into Phoenix City, their passage facilitated by the national leader. Within the Phoenix Palace, where the national leader typically convened to manage state affairs. Tang Wanrong gathered the elders today. Accompanying her were individuals of significant stature within the ancient kingdom. The four elders stood at the forefront, exuding an imposing aura that instilled awe in all present. Tang Wanrong surveyed the assembly and declared, "The purpose of today's gathering is to deliberate on a matter." Her gaze turned towards Li Heng, who stood in the grand hall. The scion of the Li family wishes to enter the Nirvana heavenly pool. Upon hearing this, the assembly erupted in surprised murmurs. What? Does Li Heng wish to enter the heavenly pool? This seems rather inappropriate. The heavenly pool was regarded as the most sacred site in the ancient kingdom. Even its own citizens had to undergo rigorous trials to gain entry, let alone an outsider. Yet amidst the dissenting voices, some expressed their support. The scion of the Li family has ascended the divine rankings thrice, consistently claiming the top position. He is destined to become one of the mightiest beings in existence. If our ancient kingdom were to foster a relationship with him, it would indeed be a cause for celebration. I believe it is permissible. The nirvana fruit within the pool is meant for the capable. Even if the scion is permitted entry, he may not necessarily obtain it. If he is truly destined for the nirvana fruit, acquiring it would not be a detriment, but rather a gesture of gratitude towards our ancient kingdom. As the discussions unfolded, Tang Wanrong continued, "May I inquire about the opinions of the four elders?" The second elder exchanged a glance with the heavenly phoenix ancestor behind him and nodded slightly. "I concur with the entry of the scion into the nirvana heavenly pool." The third elder stepped forward from the crowd to voice his agreement. "I too am in favor." The heavenly phoenix ancestor had previously conferred with them and thus expressed his approval without hesitation. Tang Wanrong turned her attention to the first and fourth elders. "What are your thoughts, esteemed elders?" The first elder, his face marked by a heavy countenance, appeared to be an unyielding figure. "I do not agree to Li Heng's access to the pool." He stepped forward, planting his phoenix-headed staff firmly on the ground. "Li Heng is not a citizen of our ancient kingdom, and he has previously taken the former phoenix maiden as a follower, which brings disgrace to our nation. Allowing him entry into the nirvana heavenly pool would imply to the world that our ancient kingdom is inferior even to a mere child of the Li family." Upon hearing this, the fourth elder nodded in agreement. "My views align with those of the first elder. To enter the nirvana heavenly pool, one must obtain the consent of the nation's ruler and the four elders. If the great elder and the four elders do not approve, the agreement of the other three holds no weight." Tang Wanrong addressed the two elders, stating, "According to the ancient customs of our nation, if an elder opposes a person's entry into the heavenly pool, they may gain eligibility by challenging the Phoenix Tower." The great elder slammed his phoenix-headed cane sharply against the ground, his expression fraught with displeasure. He cast a frigid gaze upon the boy in the hall. "Li Heng, do you dare to challenge the Phoenix Tower? If you do not possess the courage to step inside, then kindly take your leave." Before Li Heng could respond, Jin Feng, standing behind him, felt a wave of anxiety wash over her. The Phoenix Tower represented the most formidable trial in the Phoenix ancient nation under normal circumstances. Such a method of assessment would not be employed unless absolutely necessary. "What is there to fear?" Li Heng declared, lifting his chin defiantly. Tang Wanrong interjected before the elders could speak. Given Li Heng's age, he need only conquer the third level of the Phoenix Tower to gain entry into the heavenly pool. The tower consists of 10 levels, with each ascent presenting a qualitative leap in difficulty. She was aware of some of Li Heng's accomplishments and believed that passing the first 3 levels would be relatively assured. This, in effect, was a way of granting him entry into the heavenly pool. "This is unacceptable." The great elder shot a cold glance at Tang Wanrong. "Since you have proposed the challenge of the Phoenix Tower, according to our customs, I shall determine the number of levels to be faced." Tang Wanrong fell silent, acknowledging that it was indeed the prerogative of the dissenting elder to decide the level of challenge. With a disdainful huff, the great elder proclaimed, "Li Heng, to earn the qualification for the heavenly pool, you must conquer the 7th level of the Phoenix Tower. Otherwise, kindly take your leave." Tang Wanrong's heart sank at this proclamation. The 7th level? Was this not excessive? After all, Li Heng was merely a child. How could he possibly overcome such a challenge? A child? The great elder pointed his phoenix staff at Li Heng. At such a tender age, he has ascended the divine rankings thrice. He is far from an ordinary child. "Li Heng, do you dare to face the 7th level of the Phoenix Tower?" Jin Fenger, standing anxiously behind, was well aware of Li Heng's formidable strength. Yet, The illusory beasts conjured within the tower were equally powerful, making passage through them no easy feat. The most prudent course of action would be to remain silent and allow the ruler to negotiate a reduction in the difficulty of the challenge. Levels 5 or 6 would be significantly more manageable. Naturally, I accept the challenge. Li Heng possessed strength surpassing his previous self. Especially with the Chaos Divine Bone and the Jinhua Divine Art at his disposal, retreat was not an option. You exhibit commendable courage, the Great Elder remarked with a cold chuckle. Then proceed. Tang Wanrong had intended to interject and suggest a reduction in the difficulty of the levels. But Li Heng's swift acceptance left her at a loss for words. Alas, the Divine Son must mistakenly believe that the Phoenix Tower is a simple task. Hence his eagerness to accept. In the Phoenix Ancient City, very few among the younger generation can successfully conquer the 7th level of the Phoenix Tower. Li Heng, at such a tender age of merely 5, how could he possibly succeed? The prospect of entering the heavenly pool seems rather bleak. After concluding the discussion regarding the Phoenix Tower, Li Heng silently advanced a few steps, arriving at the sign-in location. Given the rare opportunity to visit Phoenix City, he could not let such a splendid chance slip away. Ding! You have successfully signed in at Phoenix City and received a Phoenix Spirit Flower. Your reward has been increased by 157 times, granting you 15 Phoenix Fairy Flowers. A Phoenix Feather Duster. As his consciousness entered the system space, he lingered momentarily on the Phoenix Fairy Flowers, receiving a piece of informative guidance. Phoenix Fairy Flower, a celestial blossom born from years of absorbing the essence of the phoenix, is imbued with rich celestial energy and the power of phoenix fire, serving as an exceptional material for concocting elixirs. However, should one lack the requisite strength and inadvertently consume it, it could lead to a banquet for the entire family. Do they wish to partake in my banquet? Li Heng raised an eyebrow. It would not be so simple. With his current physical prowess, a single Phoenix Fairy Flower would pose no threat. His gaze shifted to the Phoenix Feather Duster beside him. Its shape resembled that of a conventional chicken feather duster, albeit adorned with striking red phoenix feathers. Chapter 88. The Phoenix Tower crafted from the feathers of a phoenix. This duster serves to sweep away dust and debris. Utilizing such an extravagant item for cleaning seems rather indulgent. The feathers are exceedingly rare and imbued with a profound flame power, making them excellent materials for forging magical artifacts. Only the esteemed figures of the celestial realm could afford to fashion them into a duster. The emergence of this Phoenix Feather Duster is attributed to a surplus of 7-fold sign-in rewards, from which the elusive Phoenix Immortal Flower could not be procured. Should the need arise, these feathers could be detached and utilized, which is not without merit. Behind Phoenix City stands a 10-story tall crimson pagoda. Atop the tower is a vividly carved phoenix, appearing as though it could take flight at any moment. Access to the Phoenix Tower is restricted to those under 50 years of age. Exceeding this age disqualifies one from the challenge. The news of Li Heng's intent to conquer the Phoenix Tower swiftly spread throughout the ancient realm. A throng of cultivators gathered in the square before the tower, engaging in lively discussions. Have you heard? Li Heng has agreed to the Elder's request to challenge the 7th level of the Phoenix Tower. Although the Son of God has ascended the divine rankings thrice, the challenge of the 7th level is formidable. No one among the current youth of the ancient realm possesses such strength. I am not optimistic about the Son of God. With a few more decades of training, he might find the 7th level manageable, but he is still far too young. A majority of the crowd harbored doubts about Li Heng, considering him merely a 5-year-old child. Tang Wanrong stood before the Phoenix Tower and spoke to Li Heng with a lowered gaze. If you are prepared, you may enter at any time. Understood. Li Heng replied as he approached the grand entrance of the tower. Tang Wanrong handed him a crimson token, cautioning, should you encounter danger, shatter the token immediately. It will ensure your safe exit from the tower. Remember, do not act recklessly. If anything were to happen to you here, it would be impossible to account for it to the Li family. Thank you for the warning, Li Heng said, tucking the token into his robe as he placed a hand upon the grand door of the Phoenix Tower. With a creak, the heavy door swung inward, releasing a wave of intense heat. Cultivators of lesser strength nearby found even the slightest exposure to this aura made breathing laborious. Li Heng's figure vanished into the tower. The door closed behind him with a resounding thud. From the outside, the Phoenix Tower appeared modest, yet within lay an expansive realm. Here existed a unique world. where a large crimson bird soared across the distant sky. With a resounding cry that echoed through the heavens, the majestic phoenix flapped its wings, casting a disdainful gaze upon the diminutive human below. Is there truly no one left in the Phoenix ancient nation? They have sent a mere 5-year-old child here. Human, considering your youth, I shall allow you to leave unscathed. The phoenix circled in the sky, showing no inclination to attack Li Heng. What if I choose not to depart? Li Heng retorted, raising his chin defiantly. Then do not blame me for my lack of courtesy. The phoenix, with its magnificent wings, flapped vigorously, conjuring a tempest that surged towards Li Heng. Li Heng, disinterested in exchanging words with the phoenix, propelled himself forcefully from the ground, leaving behind a crater several feet deep. His body soared skyward like a cannonball, his small fist striking the phoenix squarely on the jaw. Boom! The once ferocious phoenix erupted, its brain matter splattering as it lost control and crashed heavily to the ground. Li Heng descended gracefully, akin to a feather, brushing off the dust from his shoulders. The initial layers were merely an appetizer. The true spectacle lay ahead. How formidable could the 7th level of the Phoenix Tower be? Faced with the imminent challenge of a powerful adversary, he felt not a trace of fear, but rather a thrill of excitement. At last, an opportunity to showcase his prowess had arrived. The world of the Phoenix Tower was vast and boundless. Having dealt with the first Phoenix, he could now delve deeper into the subsequent trials. In the square, many gazed intently at the Phoenix Tower. Ordinarily, the windows of the tower were shrouded in darkness, obscuring any light from view. If someone were to navigate the trials within the tower, each level surmounted would ignite a blaze of fire. Upon entering the Phoenix Tower, the onlookers speculated on how far he might progress. The Grand Elder planted the phoenix-headed staff firmly into the ground, casting a cold gaze upon the tower. The scion of the Li family, I am eager to witness your capabilities. The 4th Elder stood beside her, snorting in disdain. An outsider dares to attempt entry into the sacred grounds of our ancient nation. It cannot be so simple. Jean Fonger and the Heavenly Phoenix ancestor stood together, gazing up at the Tower-S situation. Since the last visit of the Heavenly Phoenix ancestor to the Li family, their relationship had softened. Ancestor, how long do you think it will take for the young master to clear the first trial? After consuming the essence of the Tree of Life, the Heavenly Phoenix ancestor's complexion had considerably brightened. The first 3 trials of the tower were not overly difficult, yet they required a measure of time. For an ordinary person, it would typically take about a cup of tea to complete the first level, 2 cups for the second, and 3 for the third. Within the Phoenix Tower, each challenge was guarded by avian creatures imbued with phoenix blood. The higher the level, the purer the bloodline of the phoenix, with the possibility of encountering true phoenixes. The phoenixes excelled in flight. Lacking long-range attack capabilities, they would evade for an extended period before being vanquished. Just as they were conversing, the wooden window of the first level of the Phoenix Tower ignited with flames. The searing fire seemed to herald Li Heng's triumph. Everyone present was taken aback. What? Li Heng had only entered the Phoenix Tower for a mere 20 breaths, and had already slain the Phoenix? 20 breaths, a time span that should have merely allowed for an initial encounter with the Phoenix. How could it be so swift? Could he possess the strength to deliver a fatal blow? 20 breaths were indeed fleeting. To slay the Phoenix within such a brief interval was a testament to Li Heng's formidable prowess. As the crowd continued to murmur, the second level of the Phoenix Tower ignited with flames. The crowd erupted once more. It had only been 30 breaths since Li Heng had slain the first Phoenix bird, and now he had already dispatched the second? Such speed is truly astonishing. In total, it has barely been 50 breaths. His prowess is undeniably formidable. The cultivators recognized that anyone capable of ascending the 3 divine rankings and achieving the eternal realm must possess extraordinary strength. Yet, they never anticipated it to be to this extent. Before long, the 3rd level ignited with flames as well. The Grand Elder gazed up at the Phoenix Tower, his eyes shimmering slightly. To his surprise, this young man indeed possessed considerable might. He had traversed the first 3 trials of the Phoenix Tower in just 90 breaths. Such velocity could undoubtedly etch a new record in the annals of the Phoenix Tower's history. Even the legendary Tianfeng ancestor, at the age of 49, had not achieved such swiftness when he challenged the tower at his peak. The 4th Elder's heart raced as he inquired, "Do you believe Li Heng has a chance of passing the 7th trial?" "Absolutely not," the Grand Elder replied with unwavering conviction. "Li Heng is merely 5 years old. No matter how strong he is, How much stronger could he possibly be? Upon hearing this, the fourth elder finally felt a sense of relief. You are correct, at most. Li Heng may excel in the earlier trials, but he will certainly falter in the later stages. Chapter 89. Breaking through 7 barriers. As the crowd engaged in animated discussions, a brilliant blaze ignited on the 4th level of the Phoenix Tower, the 5th level, the 6th level. A profound silence enveloped the arena. The Grand Elder gripped his phoenix-headed staff tightly, beads of cold sweat forming on his forehead. The 6th level. How could the pace be so swift? With every 10 breaths, Li Heng felled a phoenix bird. Remarkably, he dispatched the 6th bird in merely 70 breaths. The heavenly phoenix ancestor wore an expression of astonishment, staring in disbelief at the 6th level of the tower. Unbelievable. Defeating 6 phoenix birds, nearly with a single strike each. At merely 5 years of age, how could he possess such formidable strength? Having once navigated the 7th barrier at the age of 49, she was acutely aware of the internal dynamics of the Phoenix Tower. The realm within was expansive. After slaying a phoenix bird, one had to traverse a considerable distance to encounter the next. After vanquishing the 5th bird, it appeared that Li Heng had taken 70 breaths, but that was not entirely accurate. This span included the time taken to reach the next challenge. 70 breaths might have merely sufficed to transition from the 5th to the 6th barrier. Then, with a single blow, Li Heng struck down the phoenix bird. It was not the act of killing the bird that consumed 70 breaths. Rather, the majority of that time was spent traversing the space. Such speed was indeed formidable. In the realm of the Phoenix Tower, amidst an endless expanse of plains, a large crimson bird soared above. Adorned with a crown of feathers and a singular plume at its tail, it was a phoenix. Finally, it had appeared. The claws of the phoenix must be delectable, thought Li Heng, fixating on the claws as he swallowed hard. The world of the Phoenix Tower was illusory. Even these mythical beasts were mere fabrications, akin to inflatable dolls. In certain aspects, they were even inferior to those dolls. Possessing the strength of a phoenix, they were but manifestations of energy, ready to burst upon impact. Human, your arrival here signifies some degree of power, the phoenix intoned. However, here, your journey shall meet its end. In light of your youth, I shall grant you an opportunity to flee. Otherwise, Li Heng, unfazed, dug into his ear and flicked a piece of earwax into the air. Swoosh! The diminutive piece of earwax, enveloped in spiritual energy, emitted a sound as it cut through the air, striking the phoenix squarely on the head. How audacious! If we are to engage, let us do so without further ado. Do you think you are a reincarnation of Tangxing? The phoenix, having its dignity affronted by the incoming earwax, felt its flames intensify with fury. The temperature in the air surged dramatically, causing the grass below to wither rapidly. Having encountered a worthy adversary, I shall test you with the divine demon's opening sky kick. The phoenix before him was even more powerful than the black demon dragon king he had previously faced. Recently, his practice of the opening sky kick had consumed considerable elixirs, and he had made notable progress in his footwork. Li Heng soared into the air, his small feet enveloped in a radiant golden light, which he propelled forward with great force. The golden glow coalesced into a massive, ethereal figure in midair, which he forcefully thrust into the mouth of the phoenix. How could the phoenix ever endure such humiliation? A mere human dared to shove his foot into its mouth, an affront that was utterly unforgivable. Boom! Before the phoenix could retaliate, the foot exploded within its mouth, shattering its form into countless pieces, crimson flames erupting from the fissures. Bang! The phoenix was obliterated. The power was quite impressive. Li Heng nodded in satisfaction. The heavenly foot technique had merely reached a minor accomplishment. With continued cultivation, its potency would surely ascend further. After all, it was a technique devised by a demon god, deserving of some praise. The medicinal bath combined with the phoenix fire from Jean Fenger accelerated the enhancement of his foot technique remarkably. With another surge from the phoenix fire, the effects would undoubtedly be even more formidable. Having successfully passed the 7th trial, as per the agreement, passing this stage granted him the qualification to enter the heavenly pool. However, Li Heng noticed another matter and did not leave immediately. In the heart of the Phoenix Tower world, there was an incredibly dense essence of Tao, palpable even from a distance. With a sign-in point available, he thought it prudent to continue. It would be a missed opportunity to visit the Phoenix Tower without signing in and acquiring some valuable treasures. Given its ancient history, The accumulated Tao essence here would surely yield some remarkable rewards. Outside the Phoenix Tower, chaos ensued. Incredible. The Divine Child has passed the 7th trial. Such terrifying strength. The speed was astonishing, having only taken 80 breaths to surpass the historical record set by the Heavenly Phoenix ancestor at the age of 49. A wave of reverence washed over the onlookers. At merely 5 years old, how much more powerful would he become? Previously, the Heavenly Phoenix ancestor had, at 49, with unparalleled strength, conquered the 7th trial, taking an entire hour to slay the Phoenix. Such swiftness was awe-inspiring. Now, Heng had accomplished it in just 80 breaths. This remarkable speed instilled dread in the hearts of many. All those who had doubted Heng's prowess fell silent. The Grand Elder clutched the phoenix-headed staff tightly, his pupils trembling violently. He had succeeded. Such formidable strength. I concede. Initially, he had thought that proposing such a grueling trial would ensure Heng's failure. Yet, the outcome was that the opponent breezed through the 7th layer as effortlessly as slicing through vegetables, devoid of any challenge whatsoever. The 4th Elder sighed helplessly, his visage seemingly aged by centuries, resembling a corpse lying in a coffin. Alas, we have all been bested. He must be allowed to proceed to the heavenly pool. Truth be told, she now regretted ever suggesting such a trial. The Divine Child's power was indeed terrifying. At just 5 years old, he surpassed those who were 50, and passing the 7th layer signified what, exactly? His prowess far surpasses that of his peers. To provoke such an individual is akin to establishing a formidable adversary for the future of our ancient nation. What shall we do now? The Grand Elder trembled with trepidation. Perhaps we should consult the sovereign, suggested the 3rd Elder. Very well. The Grand Elder, shaking with each step, approached the sovereign. Your Majesty, we truly had no inkling of Heng's formidable strength. Today's interference may indeed lead to catastrophic consequences. Should the Divine Son prove to be a petty individual, harboring resentment, the future will surely hold grim outcomes for us. You too. Tang Wanrong sighed. Had I known it would come to this, I would have proposed allowing him into the heavenly pool, granting immediate consent. Now, it seems Heng is likely to bear a grudge against both of you, and I cannot guarantee your safety when the time comes. With a thud, the Grand Elder's hand trembled, causing his ornate staff to clatter to the ground. He stumbled, nearly following suit with his fallen staff. Sovereign, you must speak a few kind words on my behalf, so that the Divine Son does not hold me accountable. Alas, is it truly so simple as uttering a few kind words? Tang Wanrong furrowed her brow. Here's what we shall do when the Divine Son emerges. You must apologize before the assembly. Let us hope this act can earn your forgiveness. Chapter 90. The Phoenix before the gathered crowd. An apology was required. The esteemed status of the Grand Elder rendered such humility an unprecedented act, especially in the presence of a mere 5-year-old child. Tang Wanrong raised her gaze towards the 7th tier of the Phoenix Tower, murmuring, Heng, at such a tender age, has the capability to slay a phoenix. What prowess might he wield as he matures? The Grand Elder, recalling the tragic demise of the phoenix, shivered involuntarily. Perhaps it was wiser to offer an apology. An apology was certainly preferable to incurring the wrath of the Divine Son. Regardless of the embarrassment, it was better to remain alive. However, a thought struck her. Why had the Divine Son yet to emerge? Considerable time had passed since the 7th trial, and logically, Heng should have appeared by now. Yet, the entrance of the Phoenix Tower remained eerily silent. Could it be that? Tang Wanrong's pupils trembled as she cast her eyes towards the 8th tier of the tower. He could not possibly be continuing to challenge it. Absolutely not. The Grand Elder's voice was filled with agitation. The 8th tier was unfathomably daunting, and even within the realm of eternal life, few could hope to succeed. No sooner had she spoken than flames erupted from the 8th tier. The searing heat radiated through the wooden windows, elevating the temperature of the square. The onlookers, who had just begun to perspire, found their sweat evaporating in an instant. Could it be that I am not mistaken? The 8th tier. Indeed, it was the 8th tier. The sheer horror of it rendered many speechless and stuttering. The 8th tier was a challenge they had never dared to envision. Yet Heng had traversed it with apparent ease, taking only a fraction longer than his previous trial. Such power was beyond their comprehension. With a resounding thud, the Grand Elder's legs buckled beneath her, collapsing to the ground, her back drenched in cold sweat, quickly dried by the intense heat. The Divine Son was truly terrifying. It was over. I have angered a king of the underworld. According to the ancient ancestor Tianfeng, she too had once aspired to conquer the 8th tier, but after merely facing the phoenix in a single confrontation, she had been forced to retreat in defeat. From that moment on, the thought of challenging the 8th tier had never resurfaced. In the annals of their ancient kingdom's history, no member of the younger generation had ever succeeded in passing the 8th tier. Now, this seemingly insurmountable challenge had been surmounted by Li Heng. Had she known Li Heng possessed such formidable strength, she would never have dared to confront him. As the crowd continued to murmur in astonishment, the flames of the 9th tier of the Phoenix Tower ignited. With a thunderous clang, 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 countless individuals felt their legs weaken, petrified by fear. In their hearts, Li Heng had ascended to a divine status. Within the Phoenix Tower, Li Heng finally arrived at the core. Before him lay cracked black earth, scorched trees reduced to charcoal, and in the center stood a majestic phoenix perched upon a parasol tree. Its magnificent crown was adorned with 10 resplendent feathers. Sensing the presence of a human, the phoenix opened its eyes, regarding the young boy before it with keen interest. For thousands of years, you are the first human to arrive here. Your age carries some significance. Considering you are still a child, I urge you to turn back. You are no match for me. Li Heng's gaze fell upon the area beneath the phoenix tree. The essence of the Tao converged here. To sign in, one must approach. There is something peculiar about this phoenix. Why is its vitality so exuberant? Could it be? It is a true phoenix. This thought emerged, and a sinister smile crept across his heart as he glanced at the phoenix's claws. The phoenix claws, ideal for slow cooking, paired with star anise, cinnamon, and Sichuan pepper. The flavor is exquisite. The phoenix head, perfect for a dry pot. Accompanied by chili peppers, bell peppers, and small hot peppers. The fiery taste will be brought to its zenith. Unrivaled, excessively spicy? How did this suddenly turn into a cooking show? Li Heng's tongue licked his lips, and an abundance of saliva pooled in his mouth. Humans, in this instance, tend to become hungry quite swiftly. After savoring dragon meat, that deliciousness lingers in memory. Having yet to taste phoenix, he was left wondering how it would fare. The phoenix observed the diminutive human and suddenly felt an itch in its claws, a fiery sensation atop its head. Human, what inappropriate thoughts are you entertaining? Do not approach. Anyone who has made it this far must possess considerable strength. The phoenix's wariness heightened as Li Heng drew near. Come any closer, and I shall not show mercy. With a roar, the scorching flames of the phoenix erupted from its mouth, painting the world in crimson. So hot. For the first time, Li Heng felt such intense heat, as if he were on the verge of being roasted alive. The phoenix let out a cold laugh. Human, I concede your physique is formidable, and your footwork is commendable. However, beneath the phoenix fire, even the hardest jade shall turn to ash. To deal with a body-refining cultivator like you, the best course of action is to employ elemental power. Fire is an excellent choice. Sizzle. White smoke enveloped Li Heng, his skin turning crimson, accompanied by the aroma of roasted meat. If only some chili and cumin were sprinkled on, it would make for a splendid feast. It's getting hot. If this continues, my entire family shall be dining on me. Ancestral dragon golden armor. Buzz. Minute dragon scales, as fine as dust, layered upon his skin, forming an unparalleled defensive strength. The searing heat was instantaneously repelled by the dragon scales. This is much more comfortable. The dragon armor not only defends against blades, but also shields against flames and other assaults. Its efficacy surpassed all expectations. This is the aura of the ancestral dragon. Ancestral dragon golden armor. How could you possess such a treasure of the three realms? The phoenix was utterly stunned, its pupils quivering incessantly. The ancestral dragon, a lineage of unfathomable terror. Upon encountering this phoenix, it was destined for a grim fate, awaiting its demise under the overwhelming pressure of its bloodline. It seemed there was no room for resistance. Li Heng approached the phoenix with a leisurely stride, drawing closer to the wudong tree. Death. The phoenix spread its wings and opened its beak, unleashing a terrifying inferno. The crimson flames scorched the heavens. The sky was painted a deep red, and the earth transformed into seething magma, bubbling ominously. Such formidable power. This was the first time Li Heng had faced such a horrifying assault. The phoenix awaited its fate on a platter, and perhaps it was wise not to provoke it further. Chaos divine bone. Within his chest, the divine bone erupted in resplendent light, coalescing upon his fist. Mountain suppression divine art. With swift precision, he formed 200 seals, and a brilliant golden aura enveloped his fist. It was as if a force of celestial law descended upon his hand. The engulfing flames sought to consume Li Heng. Yet, a streak of golden light shot forth, striking towards the phoenix's chest. Boom! The terrifying force pierced through the phoenix's entire torso, shattering its heart into fragments. This, celestial-grade technique. How could you wield such a formidable, celestial-grade technique? Had the phoenix known of Li Heng's mastery of celestial-grade arts and the profound depth of his cultivation, it would never have dared to confront him. Yet now, it was too late for regrets. Its pupils slowly faded, losing all semblance of life. Chapter 91. The ancient phoenix Immortal Fire. Li Heng, with a radiant smile, collected the remains of the phoenix. Today is indeed a splendid day. At last, he could savor the flavors of spicy phoenix claws and dry pot phoenix head. Paired with slices of fresh dragon, it would be utterly divine. Even deities could not enjoy such carefree bliss. Beneath the phoenix tree, he signed in. Ding! You have signed in at the Phoenix Tower and received Phoenix Fire. Rewards multiplied by 157 times. You have obtained the ancient Phoenix Immortal Fire. Phoenix fertilizer for 100 acres. His consciousness entered the system space. A cluster of extraordinarily terrifying flames, resembling a phoenix, emerged. Ancient Phoenix Immortal Fire, one of the most powerful flames in the world, condensed from the blood of the ancient phoenix, capable of incinerating all things. It is a sight to behold, but beware of trifling with it. Exercise caution or risk urinating a map of the three realms. Humph. Who could possibly urinate a map of the three realms? Do you take me for a deity? Li Heng had long outgrown such childish notions. These were mere tales to amuse children. Even if he had, he would never admit it. A pile of dark red substance appeared on the ground, somewhat resembling excrement. It looked as if one had consumed chocolate and dragon fruit, only to expel it undigested. Phoenix brand fertilizer, the reincarnation of the phoenix's grains. Due to its consumption of spiritual herbs and celestial medicines, its excrement is rich in spirituality, making it a superior fertilizer material. If you are not averse to the filth, you may also collect its spirituality. Li Heng shuddered. Collect spirituality? How on earth does one do that? Would it require a reprocessing? Perhaps not. He could never bring himself to engage in such repulsive activities. This substance was far better suited for watering flowers or cultivating land. The ancient Phoenix Immortal Fire, however, was indeed a remarkable treasure, equivalent to 5th-grade celestial fire. Previously, the Juyang Celestial Fire, in its initial stages, was merely 1st grade, but after absorbing the red celestial magma, it ascended to 3rd grade. Although Juyang Celestial Fire could evolve, its essence remained fixed, preventing it from evolving too greatly. 3rd grade was about its limit. In contrast, the ancient Phoenix Immortal Fire started at a high grade, boasting 5th grade status. With proper cultivation, it could potentially advance to 7th or even 8th grade. It would not be an exaggeration to say it could incinerate all things under heaven. This venture into the Phoenix Tower not only culminated in slaying a phoenix, but also yielded celestial fire, a bountiful harvest. Unbeknownst to him, outside the Phoenix Tower, chaos had erupted. The once black Phoenix Tower now emitted a layer of phoenix fire. The statue of the phoenix atop the tower came to life, soaring through the skies. The grand ancestor of the heavenly phoenix appeared dazed, murmuring to herself, 10 layers. Li Heng has passed through 10 layers. How terrifying. She was more aware than any one of the formidable challenges within the Phoenix Tower. There exists a legend regarding the Phoenix Tower. It is said that its creator sealed a true phoenix at the core of the world, to serve as a trial for future generations. This phoenix possessed only a fraction of its peak strength, yet it remained exceedingly formidable, far beyond what the younger generation could contend with. A sharp intake of breath filled the air, as his chest swelled high like an inflated balloon. To possess such power at the tender age of 5, capable of vanquishing a phoenix, how terrifying that must be. As the flames enveloping the Phoenix Tower dissipated, a diminutive figure emerged at the entrance. The appearance of Li Heng sent a wave of excitement through the onlookers. The Divine Son, truly remarkable. With the strength of a single individual, he had braved 10 trials, deserving of praise for eternity. It was no wonder he had ascended the eternal divine rankings thrice. The crowd finally grasped the magnitude of the Divine Son's prowess. erasing all prior notions of doubt. The Grand Elder, dragging her weary form, approached Li Heng with a stiff gait, bowing her once proud head. Divine Son, I should not have obstructed you. I implore your magnanimity. Do not harbor resentment. I shall certainly visit the Li family in due time. Her words were genuine, and her contrition was evident. Those familiar with the Grand Elder recognized that this once arrogant elder had now fully submitted. Li Heng, however, did not dwell on the past. Given the Grand Elder's humble demeanor, he decided to let the matter rest. Had it not been for the intervention, he would not have had the chance to enter the Phoenix Tower and partake in its exquisite delights and the ancient Phoenix fire. The Grand Elder, relieved by Li Heng's response, finally breathed easier. Such a lowly apology had cost her all dignity. Yet it was far preferable to provoking the divine son of the Li family, the future unparalleled force of the cosmos. Tang Wanrong stood before the crowd to announce, Li Heng has successfully traversed the 10 levels of the Phoenix Tower, and according to our earlier agreement, he is now entitled to enter the Nirvana Heavenly Pool. With this proclamation, no objections arose. The crowd dispersed, and Tang Wanrong led Li Heng and Jin Feng back to the Phoenix Palace. Li Heng, it's getting late. Perhaps it would be wise to visit the Heavenly Pool in a couple of days, allowing you some time to recuperate. The Heavenly Pool is not without its perils, and it is crucial to be in optimal condition to seek the Nirvana fruit. After the battle with the Phoenix, Li Heng was undoubtedly exhausted. However, he felt no fatigue, but rather wished to prepare adequately for the fusion of the ancient Phoenix fire. After all, being a Phoenix flame, it might prove beneficial within the Heavenly Pool. The Phoenix fire, unlike the Phoenix bloodline, could indeed be integrated into one being. Tang Wanrong smiled. Since you both have arrived in the ancient nation, you are esteemed guests. Tonight, we shall welcome you and allow you to experience the local customs. This was splendid news, as Li Heng's stomach had been growling with hunger. As long as it wasn't a final supper, he would not refuse. The cuisine within Phoenix City was surely superior to that found outside, offering rare delicacies. Your Excellency, may I borrow the kitchen? I would like Fenger to assist me in preparing a dish. Of course, you may use it at any time, Tang Wanrong readily assented. Given your remarkable prowess, feel free to borrow my quarters as well. With that, Li Heng turned to the youthful woman standing beside him. Fenger, the moment has come for you to showcase your culinary skills. Young master, please give your instructions. Jin Fenger, having followed Li Heng, devoted herself not only to the art of foot massage, but also to mastering the culinary arts. Her current skills are equivalent to that of a royal chef. What dish would you like Fenger to prepare? This one. Li Heng gestured towards the ground. A massive claw, stained with fresh blood, emerged in the clearing. Measuring nearly 2 feet in length, its exterior was a vivid crimson, adorned with exceptionally sharp talons. This is... Tang Wanrong was momentarily taken aback, her nostrils flaring as she sensed the aura emanating from the claw. A phoenix. Hiss. She had only heard rumors of a phoenix sealed within the Phoenix Tower, never truly believing it to be real. Judging by the aura of the claw, this phoenix possessed terrifying power. Li Heng truly killed a phoenix and even brought its corpse out. Chapter 92. The Phoenix Claw Feast. The ancient phoenix ancestor, startled, shuddered as she recalled the terrifying prowess of these phoenixes, having successfully traversed the 7th trial. Beyond merely slaying the beasts to progress, there exists a comparatively simpler method to thoroughly defeat the creature, compelling it to concede. In doing so, one may also be deemed victorious in this trial. The phoenixes, endowed with formidable strength and the ability to soar, would undoubtedly flee if outmatched. However, Li Heng's ability to slay a phoenix without affording it the chance to surrender revealed his superiority in strength far beyond that of the phoenixes. Otherwise, the phoenix would certainly have escaped. Li Heng is indeed more formidable than we had imagined. Whoever provokes him shall surely face the wrath of the phoenixes. At this thought, a chill ran down her spine. It was fortunate that the divine son was present. They stood on the same side, or else numerous obstacles might have ensued, the outcome of which remained uncertain. Jin Fenger, trembling with fear, concealed her hands behind her back, too apprehensive to approach. With a quavering voice, she inquired, "Young master, do you truly wish to consume phoenix claws?" "Of course," Li Heng replied, relishing the prospect of such a rare delicacy. It would be a folly to let this opportunity slip by. Summoning her courage, Jin Fenger grasped a phoenix claw and asked, "How would you like to eat it?" Li Heng pointed at the 4 toes, stating, "The first, braised. The second, spicy pickled. The third, barbecued. The fourth, steamed. As for the claw itself, remove the bones and prepare a phoenix claw rice pot. The claws, each nearly 2 feet long and robust, promised to satiate one's hunger. By experimenting with various preparations, they would undoubtedly discover the optimal method to savor the phoenix claws. Phoenix claw rice pot? Jean Fenger mused, having never before heard of such a dish. How is it made? Simply remove the bones, stuff it with spiritual rice, season it well, and steam it, Li Heng explained, swallowing in anticipation. Very well, Jean Fenger nodded, contemplating. If the phoenix were aware that its demise would lead to such diverse culinary applications, it would surely be incensed to the point of resurrection. As a full moon ascended into the night sky, Phoenix City sparkled with lanterns and the vibrant display of fireworks, exuding a festive atmosphere. However, this day was not a holiday. Rather, it was a special arrangement by the sovereign to honor Li Heng. Within the Phoenix Palace, a round table of considerable length sat at the center, adorned with exquisite dishes that the maidens continuously brought forth. Soon, over 100 delicacies were presented. At the center of the table lay 5 circular platters, showcasing the main attraction of the day, the Phoenix Claw Feast. The hall was sparsely populated, comprising only the sovereign, the ancestor, and 2 elders. Li Heng, wielding jade chopsticks, lifted a piece of phoenix claw. Beneath the candlelight, the claw shimmered like a translucent gem. A gentle bite revealed a texture akin to jelly, dissolving in his mouth. The fragrant meat left a lingering aftertaste, while the essence of mountain pepper imbued the flesh, enhancing its exquisite flavor. Delicious. Fenger, your culinary skills are ready for the world, Li Heng exclaimed, giving her a thumbs up. With Fenger's culinary expertise, the delectable nature of the phoenix talons ascended to an entirely new echelon. Thank you for the compliment, young master. Jean Fenger beamed with delight. My culinary skills, however, pale in comparison to those of true master chefs. I still have much to learn. Not at all, Li Heng exclaimed, gesturing toward the plate of spicy phoenix talons. This dish is far superior to any I've had before. Jean Fenger was taken aback. You've had phoenix talons before? You have no idea, Li Heng remarked, lifting a piece of talon. In the past, I've had all kinds, spicy, crispy skinned, braised. I've been eating them since childhood, to the point of weariness. At times, I'd nearly gag and just feed them to the dogs. Hiss, hiss, hiss. The great hall echoed with several gasps of astonishment. One might think a serpent had entered. Tang Wanrong swallowed hard, her mind racing with Li Heng's words. Eating phoenix talons every day to the point of weariness, feeding them to dogs, how extravagant. We have never even seen them, and you indulge daily? It seems we are living worse than dogs. The others exchanged glances, astonished by the revelation. Truly, a formidable being who had vanquished celestial-level phoenixes at the tender age of 5. Did you hear that? They grew up on phoenix talons. It's only natural they possess such strength. Li Heng lifted his head, sensing the peculiar gazes directed at him, as if he were a curiosity. Did I say something wrong? Back on Blue Star, spicy phoenix talons were sold by the bag at an incredibly low price. Not just me, but people of all ages could afford them. Come on, don't just stand there. Try these talons. Once this opportunity passes, it won't come again. After much hesitation, Tang Wanrong finally picked up her chopsticks, took a small piece of talon's skin, and placed it in her mouth. What a delightful taste. It is simply exquisite. Though she bore the bloodline of the phoenix, those with phoenix blood did not share any ancestral ties with true phoenixes. It was common for humans to consume the blood of phoenixes to enhance their own lineage. But there was never a case of recognizing a phoenix as an ancestor upon encountering one. As a piece of talon entered her stomach, pure energy began to radiate within her, rich with spiritual essence and formidable bloodline strength, nourishing her own heritage. Outside the grand hall, 2 figures lingered, one wielding a staff topped with a phoenix head, none other than the Grand Elder and the 4th Elder. The 4th Elder used a bony finger to poke a hole through the window paper, peering inside the hall. Upon seeing the 5 dishes of phoenix talons, he gulped audibly. Phoenix talons. They are indulging in phoenix talons. Seeing the talons, she was utterly tantalized. However, without an invitation from the sovereign, she could only watch from the outside, unable to enter. Great Elder, it is all your fault. Were it not for your reckless obstruction of the divine sun, I would not have felt compelled to speak on your behalf, and I could have savored the phoenix claws. The phoenix claws are indeed a culinary masterpiece. I have never even laid eyes on them before, let alone tasted them. Regretting now is of no consequence. The great elder clenched her cane tightly, her heart heavy with frustration. Had she foreseen such an outcome, she would have supportedly Heng without a moment's hesitation, relishing the phoenix claws alongside him. Alas, now it is too late. The second elder and the third elder are seated, indulging in exquisite delicacies, while she and her companions can merely gaze enviously. Li Heng pointed to a porcelain basin filled with soup and chunks of black-red tofu. This is phoenix blood tofu. Give it a try. After the phoenix perished, a considerable amount of blood was shed, and discarding it would be wasteful. Transforming it into tofu is rather economical. Tang Wanrong picked up a spoon, ladled some soup along with the phoenix blood tofu into a small bowl. After tasting a piece of tofu and sipping the soup, she exclaimed, "Ah, Li Heng, this tofu is truly tender." The others in the room gazed at the sovereign in astonishment. Good heavens! Is it truly appropriate for someone of your millennia to indulge in the divine sun's tofu? This is a quintessential case of an old bull grazing on tender grass. Chapter 93. The enchanting woman, the venerable Tianfeng ancestor, lifted a spoon, scooping a portion of soup accompanied by tofu. The elderly matron, whose teeth were frail, opted for the delicate tofu. As she savored the warm broth, accompanied by a few morsels of phoenix blood tofu, a soothing warmth enveloped her, akin to a force poised to emerge from the depths of the earth. Suddenly, a radiant crimson flame erupted from her form, transforming into a phoenix that soared majestically into the sky. The phoenix ascended against the backdrop of the night, harmonizing with the ancient kingdom's nocturnal panorama, a sight of exquisite beauty. Jin Feng trembled with exhilaration. Congratulations, ancestor. Your bloodline has transcended. After years of cultivation, the Tianfeng ancestor's bloodline had reached the cusp of a breakthrough. Yet, the absence of appropriate heavenly materials had hindered the final leap. Now, having consumed the phoenix blood-infused tofu and phoenix talents, her bloodline underwent a qualitative transformation, culminating in the long-desired ascent to the ancient phoenix bloodline. Tang Wanrong, equally elated, rose to her feet. Ancestor, your bloodline has truly ascended. May the heavens bless the ancient kingdom. For years, hostile forces had loomed over the ancient realm with predatory intent. Should the Tianfeng ancestor meet her end, the kingdom would lack a formidable guardian. Those adversarial factions would undoubtedly devour the ancient kingdom, leaving not a trace behind. This concern had weighed heavily on her mind, and she could scarcely have anticipated such a breakthrough occurring today. This was undeniably a moment of joy for the ancient kingdom. Following the breakthrough of her bloodline, the ancestor's complexion visibly improved. She owed a debt of gratitude to Li Heng. Were it not for his tofu, I might have been hastening towards my demise. Li Heng, momentarily bewildered, mused, so, my tofu is akin to the flesh of Tang Sung? Consuming it grants eternal life? His words, laden with jest, could easily lead to misinterpretation. Outside the grand hall, the two elders were nearly driven to madness. The first elder, trembling as he gripped his cane, felt an overwhelming urge to rush in and partake of Li Heng's tofu. After all, that tofu was a treasure. If he could consume even a morsel, perhaps the matron's bloodline could experience a similar elevation. The ancient phoenix bloodline. Alas, how he regretted his earlier decisions. Now, he felt a profound sense of remorse, wishing for nothing more than to have made a different choice. In such a situation, how could he possibly muster the courage to enter and indulge in the tofu? Better to remain outside and endure the chill of the wind. Please, continue to eat. Do not be shy, Li Heng insisted, exuding the demeanor of a host rather than a guest. Tang Wanrong, having taken only a single piece of phoenix talon and sipped a bowl of phoenix blood tofu soup, refrained from further indulgence. The others followed suit, mindful of the precious nature of the phoenix talents. In contrast, Li Heng delighted in the feast, consuming all the remaining phoenix talons and a significant portion of the soup. Li Heng, we owe you our gratitude. It is thanks to you that the Tianfeng ancestors' bloodline has been able to transcend. Tang Wanrong expressed her heartfelt appreciation. Li Heng gently waved his hand, responding softly, "This is the result of years of accumulation. Without the ancestors' millennia of effort, such a breakthrough would not have been possible today." Following these remarks, the impression of Li Heng among the individuals from the ancient kingdom improved significantly. Previously, they had regarded the divine sun as haughty and difficult to approach. Today, They discovered his amiable nature, his understanding of etiquette, and his exceptionally pleasant disposition. The venerable Tianfeng expressed her gratitude, stating, "Today, my bloodline has ascended, all thanks to the Divine Sun. Should the Divine Sun require assistance in the future, I shall not hesitate to brave fire and water." Li Heng nodded gently, recognizing this as a gesture of goodwill from the elder. Perhaps there would indeed be an opportunity to utilize her support in the future. As the night deepened, the frogs by the pond croaked, lamenting the solitude of the evening. The guest room was empty and desolate, with Li Heng's bedding meticulously arranged, untouched. At Tianyuan Pavilion, Li Heng prepared to merge with the celestial fire, knowing that he could not do so in an ordinary chamber. Each individual is capable of merging various celestial fires, provided they can withstand the intensity and their bodies can accommodate it. The ancient phoenix celestial fire emerged in the world, illuminating the inky night sky. As he began the fusion, Li Heng placed the celestial fire upon his chest, gradually incorporating it into his being. Beads of sweat formed on his forehead, soaking his garments. Indeed, the celestial fire was formidable. Under normal circumstances, only those of celestial stature could merge with such a fire. It required the ancient Immortal's divine body and the tempering of 81 levels to achieve this state. Otherwise, one would face inevitable demise. As the celestial fire coursed through his body, its searing heat scorched every fiber of his muscles and tissues. Li Heng gritted his teeth, refraining from uttering a sound. Consuming a cold ice fruit while seated upon a cold ice stone, he managed to mitigate the intense heat within him slightly. Gradually, he began to unify the phoenix fire with his essence. 3 days swiftly passed. Suddenly, Li Heng opened his eyes wide, and a flicker of flames vanished. Success! He had attained the ancient phoenix celestial fire. With a mighty surge, flames erupted skyward, forming a colossal phoenix that soared freely through the heavens. The phoenix then dove downwards, crashing into a small mountain hundreds of feet high. With a thunderous roar, the mountain was instantly transformed into molten lava, leaving behind cracked earth and charred flora. Indeed, as a fifth-grade celestial fire, it was exceptionally powerful. With the phoenix celestial fire now at his disposal, his entrance into the nirvana heavenly pool would be significantly more secure. A peculiar vibration resonated, snapping Li Heng to attention. It was the call of his companion beast. Little Jean had completed its evolution. Previously, Little Jean had evolved from the ancient golden dragon bloodline into the primal ancestral golden dragon and had since fallen into slumber. The recent commotion was indeed Little Jean summoning him. Entering the realm of his companion beast, Li Heng found a stunning woman gracefully emerging from the stream. Her 3,000 strands of hair cascading over her shoulders, droplets cascading down and shimmering with a golden glow in the air. Her eyes resembled the tranquil waters of autumn, and atop her head were 2 golden dragon horns. The golden gown, once wet with stream water, clung closely to her form, revealing her graceful curves in their entirety. Li Heng's gaze lingered on her, transfixed for a moment. She was exquisitely beautiful. Even having encountered numerous enchanting women, none could compare to the one before him, particularly those dragon horns, which bestowed upon her an air of dignified majesty, evoking a sense of reverence that rendered her an object of distant admiration, not to be trifled with. Brother. Upon witnessing Li Heng's dazed expression, Xiao Jin felt a surge of delight within her. You are able to transform now. As Li Heng finally comprehended, he realized this was his companion beast, the ancient golden dragon. Although he had always known that the golden dragon was female, he had not anticipated such breathtaking beauty upon her transformation into human form. Indeed, Xiao Jin nodded slightly, grateful for the essence bestowed by her brother. After consuming it, not only did her bloodline ascend, but she also reached the 7th tier, gaining the ability to take on human form. It is the essence of the ancient dragon, Li Heng emphasized, clarifying the significance of the preceding words to prevent any misunderstandings. Xiao Jin smiled softly, recognizing that the 2 words could indeed carry different connotations. After transforming into human form, her intelligence had significantly increased, rivaling that of adults. I understand now, brother. Chapter 94. Entering the heavenly pool, call me brother. Li Heng lifted his head, only to discover that he barely reached the height of Xiao Jin's thigh. Judging by the length of those slender, straight legs, they must measure at least 3.5 feet. Perhaps it would be better if you addressed me as young master instead, Brother seems a bit too familiar. Since you have taken on human form, the name Xiao Jin feels rather unappealing. Let us change it. How about Long? Longer, longer, longer murmured softly, her eyes growing increasingly bright. What a lovely name. Brother. Oh, I mean young master. You are quite adept at naming. Such names are merely spontaneous, Li Heng replied. Longer held Li Heng close, her voice tender as she said, Young master, I shall be yours from now on. Whenever you desire companionship, just call for me. Li Heng's gaze darted elsewhere, a few beads of cold sweat forming on his forehead. Her words stirred something within him. Yet his body remained unresponsive. He was far too young. Whether it was due to his youth or a matter to be addressed later, he couldn't quite decide. You are making it hard for me to breathe. Please, let me down. Don't. Longer's voice, sweet and delicate, was quite alluring to his ears. This world is perilous, with eyes watching from every corner. It is safer for me to protect you. Moreover, wouldn't it be faster if I carried you? Li Heng wore an expression of helplessness. Do you take me for a child? Do I still need to be carried? Longer gazed at his youthful face, questioning. If you are not a child, then who is? I. Li Heng genuinely found himself at a loss for words. Enough. I must attend to important matters. Take me with you. Absolutely not. It is too dangerous. I have not breathed fresh air in ages. I feel as though I might suffocate. Very well. Wait until I enter the heavenly pool, and then I shall release you. Really? Indeed. Li Heng finally extricated himself, his consciousness returning to the realm of reality. The door to his guest room stood ajar, revealing a young girl seated on the stairs outside. Her head tilted against her shoulder, seemingly asleep. The sound of the door stirred Jean Fenger from her slumber. Young master, you have finally emerged, Jean Fenger exclaimed, her heart settling back into her chest. 3 days had passed in silence, nearly sending her into a panic. It is nothing. I merely delayed my cultivation for 2 days. Li Heng replied nonchalantly. Young master, shall we visit the heavenly pool today? Yes. I will guide you. Behind the ancient kingdom lay a forbidden area, perpetually guarded by cultivators. All were forbidden from trespassing, lest they face merciless consequences. Upon seeing Li Heng, the guards did not impede his passage, allowing him to enter without obstruction. Within the forbidden area lay a teleportation array. Jean Fenger stood beside it, cautioning, Young master, you must exercise utmost caution. Return if there is any danger. Do not push your limits. Rest assured, I shall be prudent. With that, Li Heng stepped into the teleportation array, his figure vanishing from sight. This is a dimly lit realm. Below lies seething magma, with dark smoke billowing above it, rendering visibility scarce. Li Heng expanded his spiritual awareness, but upon contacting the smoke, he encountered an invisible barrier that severed his connection. Indeed, as rumored, this place cannot be probed with spiritual senses. One must rely on their feet. The heavenly pool refers to an expansive lake, filled not with water, but with molten rock. No one has ever traversed its entirety, and some have entered only to vanish without a trace. To enter here is to embrace opportunities fraught with peril. One must proceed with caution and wisdom. Li Heng stood upon the charred earth, extending his foot towards the magma. With a sizzling sound, his cloth shoes ignited, releasing a noxious odor of burning fabric. Swimming in this magma would reduce even a bikini to ashes. I promised Long Air I would bring her along. In a swirl, a stunning woman clad in a golden gown, adorned with dragon horns, appeared beside him. Her skin, as fair as jade, glowed with a rosy hue under the intense heat, reminiscent of a perfectly ripe peach. Young master, Long Air exclaimed, her eyes darting warily around. How did you come to this perilous place? With that, she instinctively shielded Li Heng behind her. Do not worry, I shall protect you. Li Heng cast a reassuring glance, assuring her there was no danger. Really? Long Air's eyes were filled with skepticism as she gazed at the bubbling magma. Could it possibly be false? Li Heng understood that she was not entirely aware of his capabilities. However, he believed that, with time, she would come to understand his true strength. What is your purpose here, young master? Long Air inquired, her curiosity piqued. Li Heng pointed ahead. This is the sacred ground of the Phoenix clan, the Nirvana Heavenly Pool. It is said that within its core lies the Nirvana fruit, which is precisely what I seek. Nirvana fruit. Long Air's mind recalled such a thing. The Dragon Clan possesses ancestral memories. Upon reaching a certain stage of growth, they awaken. Not only does this grant access to the secrets of the Dragon Clan and their techniques, but it also imparts knowledge of rare treasures and their identification. The Nirvana fruit is exceedingly rare, said to appear only in places where the phoenix undergoes its rebirth. Yet, it is undoubtedly fraught with great danger. Young master, please wait here. I shall retrieve it for you. With that, Long Air prepared to soar over the magma. However, an unseen force restrained her, preventing her ascent. This place harbors a mysterious power that hinders flight. You are quite right, Li Heng acknowledged, gesturing towards the magma. We must cross it. This magma poses no threat to me, but for you, young master. Long Air, being a formidable dragon, could withstand the searing heat. Yet Li Heng's delicate skin seemed vulnerable. Perhaps you could ride on my back. That would be unnecessary. Li Heng had already devised a strategy. Open the system space and retrieve a small wooden boat, casting it into the molten lava. Young master, this is a wooden vessel. How can it navigate through lava? Longer exclaimed in astonishment. However, the anticipated scenario did not unfold. The boat, catching the wind, was composed of wood and, upon plunging into the scalding lava, did not ignite, as if it had merely fallen into water. Could it be? Longer covered her mouth with her delicate hand, her eyes shimmering with wonder. This is the Crimson Fire Celestial Boat. Young master, how could you possess such a divine treasure? The Crimson Fire Celestial Boat is crafted from an exceedingly rare wood known as Fire Immortal wood. This unique wood flourishes in the vicinity of searing volcanoes, with its roots burrowed deep within, absorbing the essence of flames to thrive. To be precise, it transcends the realm of ordinary wood, embodying the attribute of fire. A boat fashioned from this Fire Immortal wood cannot navigate through water, but can glide effortlessly through molten lava and traverse certain fiery terrains. The Crimson Fire Celestial Boat is a rare gem, acquired from the depths of the Inferno. Chapter 95. The Crimson Fire Celestial Vessel. The celestial wood of the Crimson Fire, valued at a price comparable to that of a celestial sword for every foot, requires at least 100 feet to craft a boat. Thus, this seemingly inconspicuous small vessel holds a worth akin to that of numerous celestial swords, a luxury beyond the reach of most celestial beings. Casually mentioned by Li Heng, these words resonated in Long's ears like thunderclaps. Could the Crimson Fire Celestial Vessel truly be an item that could be acquired by mere chance? The more nonchalantly it was spoken, the greater the peril that surely accompanied it. Young master, you are becoming increasingly enigmatic to me. With a splash, Li Heng leaped onto the small boat. Come aboard, he urged, and Longer joined him. Their movements were vigorous, yet the vessel remained perfectly stable, floating steadily upon the molten lava. Indeed, the Crimson Fire Celestial Vessel is extraordinary, Longer remarked with admiration. Young master, allow me to row. On either side of the small boat were two paddles crafted from the celestial wood of fire. Longer grasped the oars and began to move them back and forth, causing the boat to glide through the lava like a leaf in the wind. As Li Heng surveyed their surroundings, his brow furrowed in concern. Something is amiss. We have been spinning in place for quite some time without making any forward progress. Really? That can't be, Longer exclaimed, glancing around, her dragon horns shimmering with a faint golden light. Surrounded by lava, there were no landmarks to guide them. How did you perceive that we were merely rotating in place? The Nirvana Heavenly Pool, filled with molten lava and shrouded in black mist that obstructed both divine senses and sight, resembled a labyrinth. Once one ventured deeper, a sense of direction was easily lost. This lake of lava was, in fact, an entrancing formation. Li Heng had begun to sense the aura of the formation at work. This array was inferior to the one encountered in the Black Wind Mountains, yet the environment here was far more extreme, easily capable of ensnaring individuals within its illusion. Young master, you possess knowledge of formations. Longer's eyes sparkled with increasing admiration. I understand a bit, Li Heng replied, standing at the bow with his hands clasped behind his back, speaking calmly. Do you know how to break this formation? Wait a moment. Li Heng closed his eyes, and invisible ripples of the formation radiated outward, enveloping the entire lava lake. This, Longer stared in astonishment, feeling an immensely powerful wave of formation energy surrounding Li Heng. At such a young age, how can you possess such understanding? It appears as though you have practiced formations for hundreds, if not thousands, of years. After a brief interval, Li Heng opened his eyes. Longer eagerly inquired, Young master, have you devised a way to unravel this formation? Indeed, Li Heng nodded gently. What must we do? Nothing at all. What do you mean? Come here. Li Heng gestured for her to sit beside him on the boat. Take a seat. There's no need to row. Longer hesitated, settling down with a sense of unease, her nerves taut and vigilant to the slightest sound around them. Sitting here without rowing. Is that truly permissible? Li Heng remained silent, hanging a lantern at the bow of the boat, and then producing several plates of delicacies alongside a pot of fine sake. Come, let us eat and converse. Longer glanced around at the surroundings. The small boat drifted aimlessly amidst the lava, shrouded in oppressive black smoke overhead. This was hardly a place for dining, drinking, or appreciating the scenery. Could it be that the young master had uncovered a grave crisis and intended to feast before embarking on their journey? If we do not row, will the boat merely spin in place? No. Li Heng picked up his chopsticks, lifted a piece of roasted phoenix meat to his mouth, and took a sip of wine. Sometimes, going with the flow is not necessarily a bad thing. Longer found the young master's words to be quite profound, almost incomprehensible. Nevertheless, if he chose not to row, so be it. Should a crisis arise, she would address it without hesitation. Grabbing another pair of chopsticks, she took a piece of phoenix meat for herself. With her mind preoccupied, she had little leisure to savor the delightful flavors. After a few bites, she swallowed hastily. Li Heng raised his cup and took a slight sip of the sake. You know, drifting on this lava while enjoying some snacks has its own unique charm. Longer regarded Li Heng with admiration. In such perilous circumstances, his ability to relish the moment was truly remarkable. The small boat ventured deeper into the lava lake, floating aimlessly without a clear destination, and thus, a day slipped by. Longer remained alert, her nerves taut as she vigilantly surveyed the surroundings. She sensed that the boat had hardly moved at all, still meandering in circles. Meanwhile, Li Heng lay on the boat, fast asleep, bubbles rising from his nose, appearing to be in a deep slumber. Is this truly acceptable? Suddenly, a small island appeared ahead. Longer's heart leaped with joy. Young master, look, an island. Li Heng stood at the bow, gazing at the isle. Just as I suspected. Though his eyes could not discern the island's features, he could sense a profound essence emanating from it, even stronger than that of the Phoenix Tower world. This surely indicated the presence of the Nirvana fruit. How did you know the boat would drift to the island? Longer exclaimed in astonishment. Just moments ago, she had thought the young master had given up. Yet here they were, truly approaching the island. It was rather extraordinary. Li Heng replied calmly. This formation is known as the illusory sea maze. Its illusory nature is exceptionally potent. If one were to row or swim, they would merely turn in circles. Only by going with the flow can one access the core of this realm. Young master, your understanding is profound. Longer recalled her own ancestral memories of formations, yet she could not fathom the mysteries of this grand array. It seemed that the young master's mastery of formations was far more advanced than she had imagined. Li Heng stood with his hands clasped behind his back, the lantern beside him swaying gently. It is rumored that at the heart of the Nirvana heavenly pool lies a diminutive island. Yet only a handful of cultivators have beheld it. It is said that one such cultivator, clutching a piece of wood that would not ignite, drifted to this place. However, before he could set foot upon the island, he was beset by formidable beastly foes. After vanquishing the beasts, he found himself utterly fatigued, devoid of strength to ascend the island, and was compelled to retreat. Li Heng retracted the dish, casting a cautious gaze about him. Ahead, within the molten rock, dozens of dark figures emerged. Their forms resembled that of crocodiles, their scales of fiery crimson. These are fire-scaled crocodiles. The fire-scaled crocodile, one of the rare creatures capable of surviving in magma. Please refrain from placing your hand in its maw, or the consequences will be dire. Li Heng stroked his chin, contemplating. The flesh of the fire-scaled crocodile is rather tough, and ordinary flames cannot tenderize it. Nevertheless, it is a rarity. Longer, go and collect a few. We shall feast upon them later. Understood, Longer replied, leveraging herself lightly against the ship's deck. Soaring into the air like a celestial fairy, gliding toward one of the fire-scaled crocodiles. Her skirt danced with the wind, and her long, lustrous legs glimmered strikingly amidst the pervasive black mist of this world. Dragon Fist. Chapter 96. Arrival on the island. Dragon Fist. Longair's entire arm was enveloped in a radiant golden light, akin to a meteor striking the back of the fire-scaled crocodile. Boom. Molten lava erupted, sending a towering water column soaring into the air. The fire-scaled crocodile vanished, reduced to a heap of debris, sinking into the depths of the magma. Li Heng's lips twitched in response. If you continue this way, there will be nothing left of the fire-scaled crocodile to eat. Longhair glanced back, softly acknowledging, as her delicate form soared towards another group of fire-scaled crocodiles. This area was teeming with them, numbering 7 or 8 in total. Dragon Fury. Longhair opened her cherry-like mouth and took a deep breath. Streams of golden energy flowed into her belly. Ah! The golden dragon breath erupted from her lips, sweeping down upon the 7 or 8 fire-scaled crocodiles like a tsunami. Boom! The magma burst forth, shooting a colossal pillar of molten rock hundreds of feet high. In a brief moment, a void formed in the magma, and looking down, there was no trace of the fire-scaled crocodiles left. Li Heng scratched his head, realizing that mentioning it only seemed to intensify the situation. At this rate, there will be no appetizers left. Longhair, somewhat embarrassed, said, "Young master, upon seeing these prey, I couldn't help but want to shatter them. The sensation is simply exquisite." Li Heng's mouth twitched several times. This was the epitome of a violent spirit. If she were to become a wife, life would undoubtedly become increasingly exciting. Never mind, I'll take over. With a swift leap, he landed on the head of a nearby fire-scaled crocodile. Demon God's heaven-splitting kick. An illusory giant foot materialized, thrusting directly into the nostrils of the fire-scaled crocodile. Boom! Before it could react, the crocodiles had exploded. Using the force of the explosion, he landed on the head of a second fire-scaled crocodile, which was plumper. Here's a quick int for you. Blood-drinking sword. With a hum, the long sword was drawn, sending shockwaves into the air. The crimson blade gleamed with an eerie blood-red glow. The hollow blood groove instilled fear in those who beheld it. During this time, the blood-drinking sword had absorbed blood in the sea of blood, ascending from a low-grade immortal sword to a high-grade one, crossing 2 significant stages. Now re-emerging, the blood-drinking sword appeared exceedingly exuberant. Li Heng thrust the blood-drinking sword downward, piercing the neck of the fire-scaled crocodile. PSHH. The blade effortlessly pierced 3 inches deep. Upon encountering blood, the sword glowed fiercely, unleashing a terrifying suction force. In an instant, the fire-scaled crocodile transformed into a desiccated corpse, all its blood drained. Ah! The speed of blood-sucking is rather swift. If used as a sanitary napkin, one might very well perish. Once struck by the blood-drinking sword, even a small wound offered no hope of survival. A desiccated corpse was simply that. Perhaps it could be turned into cured meat later, which should taste quite delightful. He stored the fire-scaled crocodile in his spatial ring and flew towards the next one. The blood-draining sword exercised caution. With a swift thrust, the sword pierced the hide of the fire-scaled crocodile, and an overwhelming sucking force emerged, reducing it to a desiccated husk. Li Heng felt utterly helpless. If this continued, there would be no appetizers left. He had no appetite for excessively tough meat. Buzz! The blood-draining sword slipped from his grasp and lunged towards another fire-scaled crocodile. Whoosh! The sword penetrated through its mouth and emerged from its tail. The creature transformed into a lifeless carcass, sinking into the molten lava below. Perish! Longhair delivered a powerful blow to the back of the fire-scaled crocodile, shattering it into fragments. Thus, a dragon maiden and a blood-draining sword engaged in a frenzied slaughter of the surrounding fire-scaled crocodiles, their pace quickening with each passing moment. Li Heng stood on the small boat, watching the scene unfold before him, momentarily at a loss for words. Soon, dozens of fire-scaled crocodiles were vanquished. Longhair landed on the boat, casting a surprised glance at the dark red sword. "This is the blood-draining sword. Young master, you possess such a treasure." In the ancient realm of desolation, the blood-draining sword instilled terror in the hearts of many. The small boat approached the island. The two disembarked and retrieved their vessel. "Young master, danger surely lurks on the island. Stay behind me while I scout ahead," Longhair declared, striding forward with her long legs. Li Heng followed closely. The island was modest in size, with low hills on either side, and at its center stood a structure resembling an altar, upon which rested a black egg. Nearby, a crimson tree grew, adorned with a few azure fruits. Li Heng gazed up at the tree. Nirvana tree, which absorbs life force and condenses it into nirvana fruits. Approaching carelessly may lead to being drained. His eyes then drifted to the azure fruits. Nirvana fruits, still unripe. Perhaps your blood could nurture them. Li Heng shook his head, rejecting such a notion. The nirvana fruits were malevolent entities, requiring the life force of others for their growth, potentially resulting in the demise of countless beings upon ripening. Long Air darted to the shore, hefting the carcass of a fire-scaled crocodile that had floated ashore, and discarded it beneath the tree. The nirvana tree sensed the blood, extending several crimson tendrils to securely bind the crocodile. Gurgle, gurgle. Streams of life force began to ascend along the tendrils, absorbed by the tree trunk. The fruits above, nourished by this life force, grew a ring larger. Young master, to mature these fruits may require the lives of tens of thousands of fire-scaled crocodiles. Long Air remarked, somewhat wistfully. They had only slain dozens. In comparison to the thousands needed, it was but a drop in the ocean. In this isolated realm, it was impossible to find such a multitude of beasts. Gurgle. The carcass of the fire-scaled crocodile was swiftly drained, leaving not even a fragment of bone. Seizing the opportunity, Heng moved closer to the nirvana tree, as the designated sign-in location lay beneath its canopy. Ding! You have signed in at the nirvana tree and received 1 nirvana fruit. The reward has been elevated a staggering 157 times, yielding 15 nirvana fruits and 7 great nirvana fruits. The nirvana fruit, when consumed within 7 days by one who has lost their life, grants a slim chance of rebirth. The great nirvana fruit, however, offers a significantly higher probability of resurrection if consumed within a year by the deceased. Alas, ashes are deemed ineffective. Upon resurrection, one's strength will be markedly enhanced, and the essence of life may undergo a sublime transformation. Should one wish to embark on this endeavor, a drastic measure must be taken. Those who have undergone castration may utilize the nirvana fruit to revive their former glory, yet caution is advised against such reckless attempts. The nirvana fruit is indeed a remarkable treasure, capable of even restoring the lives of eunuchs. However, the question lingers, will the capital increase after resurrection? For certain, Heng shall refrain from attempting such a perilous venture. Even if granted the sunflower divine skill, he would not practice it before attempting resurrection. The rewards from this signing-in session have been quite impressive. Under normal circumstances, a single nirvana fruit requires the consumption of 10,000 lives to flourish, while a great nirvana fruit necessitates the sacrifice of 1,000,000 souls. Thus, acquiring 15 great nirvana fruits equates to the lives of 15 million beings. Should such actions be undertaken, retribution from the heavens would be inevitable. Chapter 97. The Nirvana Tree. The ability to sign in makes a significant difference. With a reward multiplier of 157 times, I directly acquired 15 large fruits, sufficient for an extended period. In the future, should friends or family inadvertently lose their lives, as long as time is not exceeded, the nirvana fruit can be used for resurrection. After rebirth, one's strength is enhanced, and the essence of life can be elevated. Upon absorbing the fire-scaled crocodile, the nirvana tree sensed a potent life force emanating from its surroundings and extended its vines toward Heng's position. Young master, there is danger. Long Air immediately shielded the front, raising his fist to strike the approaching vines. Crack! Several vines, exceedingly resilient, were merely deflected without breaking. A gnarled, aged face materialized upon the nirvana tree. Ha ha ha! Dragon Clan, offer your life. Countless vines surged forth like a tempest toward the dragon maiden. Long Air opened wide his mouth, expelling a stream of golden energy. Whoosh! Wherever it passed, the vines were severed, and a dark crimson liquid flowed from the ruptured tendrils, resembling bleeding vines, a most eerie sight. Indeed, this nirvana tree was no benign entity. Be obliterated. Having secured the nirvana fruits, Heng deemed it unnecessary to spare this tree. Withdrawing the blood-drinking sword, he aimed it at the encroaching hundreds of vines. Sizzle! The vine snapped in response. As the blood-drinking sword cleaved through the vines, it sensed the flavor of blood, humming with excitement. Heng glanced down at the blood-drinking sword. Recognizing its yearning, a slight smile gracing his lips. Very well, since you wish to consume it, go ahead. No sooner had he spoken than he launched himself towards the nirvana tree like an arrow released from a bow. The blood within the tree's vines was fervently absorbed by the blood-drinking sword, which recognized this blade as its nemesis. The tree's face contorted in a fierce roar. You vile human, you dare to devour my blood. Die! The tree's crown swayed like an arm, with millions of vines cascading forth, sealing off all of Heng's escape routes. This time, it must eradicate this human. Li Heng nimbly evaded, gliding like a fish through the entangled vines. Swish, swish, swish. The blood-drinking sword swung left and right, effortlessly carving a path ahead. The vines were exceedingly tough, impervious even to the mightiest of punches from long air. Even the finest spiritual sword could not breach these vines. Yet, this blood-drinking sword, now a superior celestial weapon, effortlessly dealt with the tendrils. A gentle swing was sufficient to sever them. Within mere breaths, Li Heng approached the trunk and thrust his long sword forcefully into the mouth of the tree's face. "I shall pierce you." Thud. The blood-drinking sword burst forth with resplendent bloodlight. The tree's face contorted in rage, its crown thrashing wildly. Yet it could not thwart the advance of the blood-drinking sword below. The 5 nirvana fruits hanging from the branches visibly withered at an alarming rate. The myriad vines, now withered and yellowed, hang lifelessly to the ground. The nirvana tree gradually loses its vitality. Humanity, what horror lies within your blood-drinking sword? It is unfathomable that a child who appears no older than 5 or 6 possesses such formidable power. Not only is the physique formidable, but the sword is also terrifyingly powerful. After countless millennia of blood-drinking and devouring lives, it ultimately falls beneath the very sword it wielded. Truly, the wheel of heaven turns, and evil begets evil. Crack. The nirvana tree withers, collapsing into oblivion. Long Earth's eyes, like pools of autumn water, shimmer with light as they fixate intently on the child. "Young master, your strength is overwhelming. This blood-drinking sword is terrifyingly potent." Today's battle has unveiled the extent of Li Heng's formidable abilities. As a primal golden dragon with 7th-tier strength, confronting this nirvana tree is an arduous task. It seems she might truly perish here. The young master's appearance has completely shifted the tide of battle, effortlessly slaying the nirvana tree. "Young master, with the demise of the nirvana tree, the nirvana fruit is lost." Longer remarks with a hint of regret. "It is of no consequence. Such a malevolent tree is better eradicated sooner rather than later." Li Heng, having obtained the nirvana fruit, feels little remorse. Even if descendants were to arrive here, they would have no chance of survival against the nirvana tree. This altar is. Longer directs her gaze towards the adjacent high platform. The altar is circular, housing a round egg at its center, adorned with enigmatic patterns. Its color is a dull gray, devoid of any trace of life. Li Heng ascends the altar and scrutinizes it closely. This should be a phoenix egg, and moreover, a celestial tier phoenix. Gazing intently at the phoenix egg, he receives a hint of information. Ancient blood phoenix. Born in the ancient realm of desolation, after a great battle, it tore through the spatial barriers, creating the nirvana heavenly pool, thus sowing the seeds of the nirvana fruit. Intending to use the nirvana fruit for rebirth, it waited for tens of thousands of years, attempting 3 times to obtain the nirvana fruit, yet failing each time. The ancient blood phoenix, after nirvana, may elevate its bloodline to the ancient realm. The 3 attempts at nirvana have proven to be exceedingly challenging. However, if one were to utilize the great nirvana fruit, success should be attainable. Upon seeing the celestial tier phoenix, Li Heng is indeed inclined to consider subjugating it. As long as it is willing to yield and serve him, assisting in its nirvana would pose no issue. Yet, it is essential to ascertain its willingness to submit before presenting the great nirvana fruit. Otherwise, it is preferable to allow it to perish. Nirvana is not akin to hatching. Hatching facilitates bond formation, whereas a phoenix in the throes of nirvana possesses its own consciousness and is notoriously hard to tame. Li Heng's palm grazes the gray egg, feeling its warmth, with a faint pulse of life emanating from within. However, this essence is tenuous, as if it could extinguish at any moment. Communicating with it proves difficult. Fortunately, he possesses a divine skill. The Soul Index technique, a divine skill obtained from the depths of hell, enables communication with living souls. Ordinary eggs may also be involved. Yet this unhatched egg soul is likely not fully formed, making it somewhat oblivious to the external world, rendering communication rather insignificant. However, the Phoenix of Rebirth possesses its own consciousness, facilitating effortless dialogue. The consciousness smoothly enters the realm of the rebirth egg, surrounded by a fiery landscape. With a phoenix soaring majestically in the sky, its aura is immensely powerful, far surpassing that of the one encountered in the Phoenix Tower. If it refuses to submit, a stew could still be an acceptable alternative. Li Heng had previously savored phoenix meat, finding it delectable and utterly insufficient. The phoenix, sensing the presence of a human, gazes down inquisitively. How is it that you have arrived here and are able to converse with me? I have my ways, Heng replies, with his hands clasped behind his back. I possess a method to assist you in your rebirth. What? The phoenix displays a surge of excitement, though it quickly regains its composure. You? A mere 5-year-old child? What power do you hold to aid me? It has already consumed 3 rebirth fruits without achieving success. The ability of this child to communicate with it is indeed remarkable, yet the prospect of assisting in its rebirth seems highly improbable. Chapter 98. The Great Nirvana Fruit. With a deft flick of his wrist, Heng revealed a magnificent fruit in his palm. It was as large as a watermelon, a brilliant crimson hue radiating a profound essence of life. Upon sighting this extraordinary fruit, the phoenix gasped in astonishment. The Great Nirvana Fruit. How could you possess such a treasure? While the ordinary nirvana fruit is akin to the size of an apple, requiring the essence of myriad beings to manifest, the Great Nirvana Fruit is a rarity beyond measure, demanding the life force of 1,000,000 souls for its formation. There are whispers that its emergence is often accompanied by the demise of countless lives. Those with the power to achieve such feats are invariably hunted down by entities across the 3 realms. How you acquired it is of no concern to me. I seek only one thing, Heng declared, retracting the Great Nirvana Fruit. In this realm of souls, what was conjured was merely an ethereal manifestation. Yet it necessitated the existence of such a fruit to be envisioned. The phoenix, well aware of this truth, held no doubts regarding the authenticity of the Great Nirvana Fruit. Will you submit to me? You wish for me to yield? The phoenix scoffed. Once proud and regal, it could never fathom bowing to a mere human, especially one so young as 5 years of age. If those from the ancient realm of the wild were to learn of this, they would surely burst into laughter. Heng's voice turned icy. You have but one choice, submit. Should you choose to submit, I will grant you this Great Nirvana Fruit. Otherwise, you shall remain ensnared in this fiery abyss. Submit or depart. He had no desire to engage in further negotiations with the phoenix. The phoenix hesitated, not immediately reaching a decision. It had lingered in this fiery world for millennia, having encountered the Nirvana Fruit thrice, yet achieving Nirvana had eluded it each time. Its sole hope lay in the Nirvana tree beyond this realm. To submit to this human, I would forfeit my freedom entirely, becoming merely a puppet. Perhaps I should wait a little longer. The Nirvana tree may bear fruit, offering another chance. If the 4th fruit fails, there will always be a 5th, a 6th. One day, I shall succeed. It still possessed a trump card, rendering submission to this human unnecessary. Heng seemed to pierce through the phoenix's thoughts, his voice cold. I know what you are contemplating. After failing Nirvana thrice, you might believe you can attempt again. The 4th, the 5th. Surely, one of these will lead to success. How do you know I have attempted Nirvana thrice? The phoenix's eyes widened in disbelief. The number of attempts could not be discerned from the Nirvana egg. It had not disclosed this information. Thus, it was inconceivable that the individual before it could know. At that moment, a chill ran down its spine, as if every secret had been laid bare. The boy exuded an air of enigma. How I know is of no consequence to you. Heng possessed a system that provided him with invaluable insights. Now, allow me to share another matter with you. With a circle drawn behind me, a shimmering water curtain emerged. This is the water mirror technique. The scene beyond the phoenix egg materialized within the watery reflection. The lens enveloped the entire altar alongside the withered Nirvana tree. The phoenix discovered that the Nirvana tree had succumbed to death, its desiccated vines scattered upon the ground, letting out a frenzied roar. Ah, humanity, you have dared to destroy my Nirvana tree. May you meet a wretched fate. The Nirvana tree embodied all its hopes for rebirth. Without the Nirvana fruit, it could never attain resurrection, but would be trapped here, its life force gradually waning. Within the Nirvana egg, it could not endure eternally. Each day, its vitality diminished, inching closer to death. Deprived of the Nirvana fruit, it would entirely forfeit its chances for rebirth. Now, with your final trump card lost, consider whether to submit or perish. Heng grasped the phoenix's vulnerabilities, unperturbed by the prospect of its refusal to yield. I shall slay you. The phoenix charged downwards, intent on extinguishing the life of the human before it. Heng remained steadfast, betraying not a hint of fear. He merely channeled a fragment of his spirit into the egg. Even if annihilated, His soul would sustain only minor damage, easily recoverable with time spent in cultivation. If you take my life, you may find fleeting satisfaction, but it shall bear no consequence for me. However, you will be forever trapped here. The descending phoenix abruptly halted, its gaze flickering with uncertainty. Li Heng continued, I grant you 10 breaths to decide. Will you submit or resist? 10, 9, 8. The phoenix, in a state of urgency, was beset by a torrent of thoughts. Pride, dignity, authority, the sanctity of its being. Yet, one truth prevailed above all else, the desire to live. Indeed, it yearned for survival, not death. Otherwise, it would not have endured here for tens of thousands of years, clinging to the hope of one day achieving rebirth and returning to the primordial realm. 4, 3. Li Heng prepared to turn away. The phoenix lowered its proud head, its tone softened. I am willing to submit. A smile blossomed within Li Heng's heart, as it aligned with his expectations. By obliterating the nirvana tree and shattering the phoenix's every hope, he had compelled it into submission through the threat of life and death. Swear upon your soul, establish a celestial oath, and forever submit. And this great nirvana fruit shall be yours. Aye. The phoenix hesitated momentarily, but ultimately nodded. A stream of golden light erupted from its crown, coalescing into intricate and obscure golden patterns, enveloped by the power of the celestial order. I vow to forever submit to Li Heng. The force of the celestial order erupted in dazzling golden brilliance, one stream entering the phoenix's mind, while another surged into Li Heng's brow. In that instant, the oath took effect. If the phoenix wishes to violate the covenant and inflict harm, betraying Li Heng, it will face the dire consequences of heavenly retribution, leading to its utter obliteration. This is indeed the most binding of contracts. Li Heng nodded, his consciousness returning to reality. Young master, what happened? Long Air inquired with evident concern. I heard you wanted to communicate with the Nirvana egg and intended to subdue it. I find this quite mystifying. The phoenix within possesses formidable strength. It cannot be tamed so easily, can it? It is done, Li Heng softly replied. Truly accomplished? Long Air's face was alight with astonishment. Young master, this is utterly astounding. You subdued the phoenix within such a brief moment? Even the celestial beings of the ancient wilds do not possess such prowess. What shall we do next? To achieve the phoenix's rebirth is no simple task. Long Air speculated. Given the years that the nirvana tree had consumed beings from the magma, there must have been a few nirvana fruits that had ripened. The fact that the phoenix had yet to undergo successful rebirth indicated the endeavor's formidable difficulty. Just moments prior, they had arrived without securing a nirvana fruit, and now the tree lay lifeless. Thus, how could they facilitate the phoenix's rebirth? It seemed an insurmountable challenge. With a casual flick of his hand, Li Heng produced a fruit the size of a watermelon. The Great Nirvana Fruit. Chapter 99. Species of Trees. This is the Great Nirvana Fruit. Hiss. Long Air inhaled sharply, waves of astonishment crashing within her heart. The Nirvana fruit is already exceedingly rare, but the Great Nirvana fruit is even more elusive, a treasure scarcely found in the 3 realms. Each appearance of such a fruit is often accompanied by the demise of countless lives. Such a monstrous fruit should not exist in this world. Yet, here it is, in the hands of the young master. How could one not be astounded? Li Heng pierced the skin of the fruit, releasing a rich aura of life. Just a whiff left Long Air feeling invigorated, her very essence of life seemingly strengthening. Truly, it is the Great Nirvana Fruit. How terrifying! Li Heng tilted the fruit, allowing the crimson liquid to cascade down, landing upon the gray eggshell. Upon contact, the liquid was immediately absorbed. The entirety of the fruit's essence poured forth, transforming the gray shell into a vibrant red. Thump, thump. The rhythmic sound of a heartbeat echoed from within the shell, brimming with vitality. Crack, crack. The shell shattered. A golden-red radiance soared into the sky, revealing a phoenix within. After the brilliance faded, a scarlet orb of light remained upon the altar, within which lay the nascent golden-red phoenix. Long Air exclaimed with excitement. It succeeded. It has undergone nirvana. The power of its bloodline is also transcending. Ancient phoenix blood. Initially, the phoenix within the egg possessed only the bloodline of the ancient phoenix. After its ascendance to the ancient bloodline, its strength will become even more formidable. Li Heng murmured, it will require some time to fully undergo nirvana. This duration is uncertain. It may take 3 to 5 months, or perhaps 3 to 5 years. Once it successfully transcends, this powerful celestial phoenix will become my subordinate. He pondered, considering that the ancient phoenix would indeed dwell within the companion beast space. The spatial ring lacks air, and thus, beasts cannot survive within. The system's space conceals many of my secrets, making it unwise to place it there. Humans who possess companion beasts can activate the companion beast space, allowing for the confinement of other beasts, which is rather convenient. This space is vast and will expand alongside the enhancement of human strength. It is most suitable for housing the phoenix. Previously, a master-servant contract was signed, not a companion beast contract. Rest assured, young master, I will take good care of it. Long Air assured, patting her chest. Li Heng cautioned, inform me of any abnormalities. Understood. In the forbidden land of the Phoenix ancient kingdom, a flame erupted skyward, transforming into a colossal phoenix soaring through the heavens. In her chamber, Tang Wanrong sensed the commotion outside and sprang to her feet. Is it from the direction of the heavenly pool? Could it be that the phoenix within has undergone nirvana? The existence of the phoenix in nirvana within the heavenly pool was hardly a secret among the higher echelons of the ancient kingdom. Today, a scene offers a glimpse into the depths of mystery surrounding it. For countless millennia, the phoenix has not undergone its rebirth, yet today, it has miraculously succeeded. Could this be connected to Li Heng? How enigmatic is this divine child becoming? The process of the phoenix's rebirth is no trivial matter. That Li Heng could assist the phoenix in achieving this transformation within a single day speaks volumes of his possession of treasures beyond the realm of ordinary imagination. In the next moment, Tang Wanrong appeared before the forbidden ground, and indeed, she beheld Li Heng emerging from within. Li Heng, did you assist in the phoenix's rebirth? Li Heng raised his head, responding with nonchalance, as if discussing the most mundane of events. I suppose so. I suppose. That must be it. A tempest of astonishment surged within Tang Wanrong as she regarded the divine child with newfound respect. My heavens! Assisting the phoenix's rebirth while maintaining such composure, as if it were the most ordinary task. What immense fortitude of spirit must one possess to achieve this? Were it me aiding in the phoenix's rebirth, I would be exuberant, eager for the entire city to know of my accomplishment. This is the mark of a true powerhouse. Do not be deceived by his tender age of 5. His deeds far surpass those of us who have existed for centuries. Divine child, I am genuinely in awe. Tang Wanrong added, by the way, there is something important I must tell you. Li Heng contemplated for a moment before deciding to reveal the truth. To prevent future tragedies at the Nirvana pool, the Nirvana tree has been destroyed by me, so there will be no more Nirvana fruits. Do not let anyone take unnecessary risks. What? Tang Wanrong was utterly flabbergasted. The Nirvana tree is dead? You killed it. Her anger flared. She felt compelled to reprimand Li Heng. The Nirvana tree is a treasure of the ancient kingdom, capable of nurturing Nirvana fruits. If she had even one fruit to offer to the soon-to-perish Tianfeng ancestor, it could potentially allow her to be reborn, revitalizing her existence. With its demise, the ancient kingdom's foundation has weakened considerably, and its future standing in the realm of longevity will undoubtedly diminish. The loss of this treasure left her wanting to explode with rage. Yet, upon considering Li Heng's strength, she felt as wilted as a frost-bitten eggplant. Perhaps it's best to let it go. The divine child is too formidable, capable of annihilating even a celestial phoenix. I should refrain from provoking him. Alas, what is done is done. After all, Nirvana fruits are not easily cultivated. Li Heng, reflecting on the situation, sensed the inappropriateness of his earlier actions and said, how about this? I shall give you a seed of the Nirvana tree, and I hope you nurture it carefully, steering it away from the path of malevolence. Those trees that devour all in sight have indeed strayed into darkness. However, some Nirvana trees are quite gentle. They do not slay indiscriminately, but instead absorb the life force from magma, growing gradually. Nirvana tree seeds? Tang Wanrong was momentarily taken aback, then shook her head. Divine child, you are unaware. Nirvana tree seeds are not easily obtained. Previously, the Nirvana tree bore fruit several times, yet no seeds emerged. Only within the grand Nirvana fruit can seeds truly flourish. Much like certain plants, seeds can only be sown after the fruit has matured. The Nirvana fruit merely represents an initial stage of development. It must continue to absorb life force and evolve into the grand Nirvana fruit. wherein the seeds of the nirvana tree may be conceived. The nirvana fruit is a rare occurrence, and the grand nirvana fruit is even more elusive. It is evident that Li Heng could not possibly discover the grand nirvana fruit within the heavenly pool. At that moment, however, a crumpled fruit peel appeared in Li Heng's small palm. The outer skin was a vivid crimson, radiating a rich essence of life, as if it had only recently been used. This Tang Wanrong's eyes widened in astonishment, nearly popping out of their sockets. The grand nirvana fruit. There was no doubt. This was indeed the grand nirvana fruit, a treasure that emerges once in a millennium. Could it be that the recent phoenix rebirth was due to this very fruit? The likelihood was overwhelmingly high. How did Li Heng come by this grand nirvana fruit? Was it the ancient divine realm? Or perhaps an ancient opportunity? Chapter 100. Cultivating the nirvana tree in the realm of eternal divinity. Acquiring the grand nirvana fruit is quite commonplace. After all, Li Heng has ascended the divine rankings thrice, obtaining 6 varieties of vibrant fortunes, and has even entered the divine domain once. Who knows the extent of his remarkable treasures? Upon consuming the fruit, Li Heng did not discard the remnants, deeming it too wasteful. He peeled back the skin to reveal 3 seeds, each the size of an egg. One of these he entrusted to Tang Wanrong. He harbored no intention of cultivating a nirvana tree, as he felt a twinge of guilt for having slain its predecessor. Retaining this seed ensures that neither party is left indebted. The previous nirvana tree, planted by a phoenix, had become vicious due to neglect and bloodshed. However, if this seed were to be nurtured by a caring hand, its growth could align with human desires, rendering it much more docile. Thus, the seed holds far greater value than the tree itself. Thank you. I am truly grateful, Tang Wanrong exclaimed, trembling with excitement. This seed carries immense significance, weighing heavily in both value and potential. While still young, it could be tamed to serve her, allowing it to act according to her wishes. It would facilitate the cultivation of nirvana fruits with ease and even defend against greedy humans. Indeed, it surpasses the previous nirvana tree by 100-fold, ensuring that no kin will perish in the pursuit of nirvana fruits again. With complete control over the nirvana heavenly pool, the power of the ancient kingdom would multiply immensely. Li Heng spoke softly. There is no need for such gratitude. I had no desire to destroy that nirvana tree. It was its inherent bloodlust that threatened all beings. In the future, this nirvana tree must be nurtured properly, lest it stray down a dark path once more. Tang Wanrong nodded eagerly, acknowledging his words. You're right. I will take great care of the sapling. She then added, by the way, I have some fertilizer suitable for planting trees. Li Heng produced a large burlap sack and handed it to her. Having previously signed in, he had acquired 100 acres of phoenix fertilizer, ideal for cultivation and floral irrigation. 100 acres can be divided into 10,000 bags. So offering 1 bag is hardly a burden. Since he had slain the nirvana tree, this fertilizer serves as a form of compensation. Thank you. Tang Wanrong accepted the sack without much thought. To her, a single bag of fertilizer seemed trivial in value. Divine Son, would you care to stay a few more days? I would be delighted to host you. Not necessary, Li Heng replied, glancing at the sky. The sun had passed its zenith, and it had been some time since he left the Li family. It was time to return. This journey to the ancient kingdom had yielded bountiful rewards. Not only had he acquired the nirvana fruit, but he had also tamed a phoenix. Upon his return, he would first establish the foundation of eternal emperorship to continue elevating his realm. Tang Wanrong expressed a hint of regret. Very well. Since the Divine Son is eager to return, I shall not impose. Should the opportunity arise, do visit often. The gates of the ancient kingdom will always be open for you. Li Heng departed with Golden Phoenix in tow. In the Phoenix Palace, the sovereign sat above, flanked by 4 elders, with influential figures from the kingdom positioned behind them. Tang Wanrong's gaze swept across the assembly as she proclaimed, Today, I bear tidings of great significance. The nirvana tree in the heavenly pool has perished. Upon uttering these words, a profound silence enveloped the room. The Grand Elder, brandishing his phoenix-headed staff, exclaimed, Your Majesty, how could you be so misguided? The demise of the nirvana tree is no cause for celebration. It is a monumental misfortune. If this is considered good news, what then constitutes bad news? The fall of our ancient nation? Several others echoed his sentiments, perceiving her statement as rather inappropriate. Tang Wanrong continued, I have yet to finish. Although the nirvana tree has met its end, I have acquired a seed from it. Chaos erupted throughout the hall. Heavens! A nirvana tree seed. Our sovereign has obtained such a treasure. How can this be deemed mere good news? This is a momentous joy. Laughter erupted as the realization set in. Our ancient nation has personally nurtured the nirvana tree. We shall surely tame it. The previous tree grew of its own volition, beyond our influence. To obtain nirvana fruits was purely a matter of fate. The Grand Elder, perplexed, inquired, "Your Majesty, from whence did you procure the nirvana tree seed?" A seed of the nirvana tree is nearly unattainable across the three realms. The former tree was brought here by the phoenix from the ancient wilderness. Otherwise, it would never have graced this place. It was given to me by Heng. With this revelation, the assembly fell into a state of stunned disbelief. Surely not. The divine son possesses such a treasure. The elder conceded, "Alas, this truly is the heir of destiny. Our ancient nation can only seek amicable relations with him. To possess a nirvana tree seed is something only Heng could achieve. Others would scarcely dare to dream of it." Tang Wanrong's gaze traversed the grand hall towards the sealed area. With the nirvana tree dead and the phoenix successfully reborn, the nirvana heavenly pool would henceforth be under our dominion. Elders, follow me to plant the tree. Previously, due to the presence of the nirvana egg, the formation within the heavenly pool had deterred outsiders from approaching easily. As they entered the pool, the formation dissipated, allowing them to soar through the air and effortlessly traverse the lava, arriving at the small island. Tang Wanrong stared at the withered nirvana tree, her pupils narrowing with intensity. What means did the divine son employ to bring about its demise? All vitality had been utterly drained. Such terrifying power. The elders too felt a chill run down their spines. Collectively, their strength paled in comparison to even a fraction of that of the nirvana tree. This implied that should Heng wish to confront them, it would be as effortless as slicing through vegetables. Tang Wanrong dug a hole and buried the seed within. For this seed to mature and bear fruit would require, at the very least, a century. The elders, eager to assist, produced all the precious spiritual liquids at their disposal to nurture the nirvana tree. In the realm of cultivation, one could utilize the essence of heaven and earth to foster seeds, hastening their growth. The less spiritual liquid employed, the swifter the seed would thrive. Tang Wanrong was the first to step forward, retrieving 2 jade vials from her robes. Spirit stream essence, heavenly spring water. As the wooden cork was removed from the bottle, a rich and fragrant aroma wafted forth, invigorating everyone present. The elder, taken aback, marveled at the rarity of the spiritual liquid brought forth by the sovereign. It seemed the ruler was eager to cultivate the nirvana tree into maturity swiftly. Tang Wanrong tilted the bottle, pouring the 2 types of spiritual liquid onto the soil. Like tender pea shoots breaking through the earth, they quickly grew to half a foot in height. This astonishing growth rate left Tang Wanrong momentarily stunned. It was not the rapidity of growth that astonished her, but rather the slowness. Under normal circumstances, if ordinary spiritual herbs were nourished with these 2 types of liquid, they would reach a height of at least 10 feet or advance towards maturity. Yet, the nirvana tree had only attained half a foot. At this rate, it would take an astounding 99 years and 9 months to reach its former stature. The elders, prioritizing the cultivation of the nirvana tree, should not withhold any beneficial spiritual liquids. The elder nodded, reluctantly retrieving a jade bottle from his robe. Upon receiving it, Tang Wanrong furrowed her brow at the sight. Chapter 101. The fragrant fertilizer, the spirit liquid of Lingxi, is even less than what I have in my bottle. Great elder, you cannot possibly have such meager resources, can you? This old woman, who is difficult to deal with on ordinary days, remains so miserly even in matters concerning the ancient nation, which is quite disheartening. The great elder coughed awkwardly a few times. I require numerous rare treasures for my cultivation. This half bottle of Lingxi liquid was pried from my very own teeth. After saying this, he broke into a grin. Tang Wanrong gazed into the great elder's mouth. Good heavens, not a single tooth left. No wonder he mentioned prying it from his teeth. Without teeth, there is nothing to pry. The 4th elder stepped forward, presenting a jade bottle. Upon opening it, Tang Wanrong discovered it contained Lingxi liquid, albeit slightly less than that of the great elder. Your Majesty, this Lingxi liquid was also pried from my teeth, the 4th elder said, lips pursed. Judging by his appearance, it seemed he too had lost all his teeth. Tang Wanrong's lips twitched several times. You 2 old fellows. At the time when the divine son sought to enter the heavenly pool, You obstructed him at every turn. Now, when the ancient nation requires your assistance, you offer nothing. Once the nirvana fruit matures, I shall extract all my teeth as well and pry from them. Who is afraid of whom? The second elder and the third elder approached, each producing 2 bottles of spirit liquid, far more generous than the previous 2 elders. The others soon followed suit, each contributing their respective spirit liquids. In no time, Tang Wanrong had gathered dozens of bottles, pouring them onto the soil. The nirvana tree absorbed the spirit liquid, growing to a height of about 10 feet. Its trunk thickened considerably, and its canopy spread towards the heavens. This, Tang Wanrong sighed helplessly, with so much spirit liquid. It equates to merely 3 years of growth. It will require at least another 97 years to bear fruit. The true fruition will take several hundred years. It appears that without 300 to 500 years, the nirvana fruit cannot be cultivated. Your Majesty, let us return. The great elder, uncertain if he would live to taste the nirvana fruit, lost interest. Wait, Tang Wanrong suddenly recalled that aside from the seeds, Li Heng had also given a bag of fertilizer, claiming it could be used for planting trees. The specific efficacy should not be too far off. However, since the divine sun meant well, it would be best to utilize it. If it can reduce the time by a month, that's a month gained. A gray burlap sack appeared in the clearing, releasing a rich medicinal aroma. What is this? The great elder, upon seeing this item, took a deep sniff. Clearly, he was fond of this scent, even feeling an urge to taste it. The fertilizer given by Li Heng is said to be suitable for planting trees, Tang Wanrong explained. Fertilizer? How can it possess the fragrance of medicinal herbs? It wouldn't be made from medicinal waste, would it? The great elder inhaled the aroma with a look of delight. Tang Wanrong dug a hole beside the tree trunk and emptied the burlap sack of fertilizer. The rich medicinal scent wafted through the air, enchanting the few elders in the distance. After the earth was mounded over, the saplings absorbed the energy from the fertilizer and began to grow at an astonishing pace. Their height surged visibly, reaching heights of 10 zhong, then 100. The canopy spread, casting shadows over the land, adorned with numerous azure nirvana fruits emerging from the branches. Upon closer inspection, there were as many as 100. Everyone present was left in a state of shock. Tang Wanrong gazed upward at the towering canopy, swallowing hard. What kind of substance was the fertilizer provided by the sun? Could it truly be remnants of medicinal herbs? How could it yield such terrifying results? To produce over 100 nirvana fruits, the spiritual liquid they had previously utilized was worth its weight in gold, equating to at least 30% of their treasury. Yet, the nirvana tree had only reached a height of 1 zhong with that, which normally would take 3 years. However, with this sack of fertilizer, the tree ascended to a height of 100 zhong, worth at least 100 times more than the spiritual liquid. Not only that, but the nirvana tree had also borne over 100 azure fruits. These fruits required the absorption of life force to mature, representing the early stage of fruiting. Under normal circumstances, it would take at least 200 years to reach this stage. This clearly indicated that the fertilizer was extraordinary, a treasure rare in the 3 realms. The Grand Elder gulped, astonished by the terrifying efficacy of the medicinal residues. Could it be that Li Heng had packed the finest medicinal herbs into that sack? Such extravagance. Wouldn't it be better to absorb it directly? Stealing a glance at the sack, it appeared not entirely emptied, with some remnants still inside. Perhaps later, he could find an opportunity to retrieve it for his cultivation. The heavenly phoenix ancestor remarked with admiration, "The sun is indeed generous. Though he has eliminated the previous nirvana tree, he has left us a seed along with such precious fertilizer." At this point, their reverence for the sun began to take root. Indeed, Tang Wanrong nodded, acknowledging that Li Heng's character and integrity were beyond reproach. Henceforth, our ancient nation must forge an alliance with the sun rather than oppose him. The crowd nodded in agreement, embracing this notion. The nirvana tree, having borne azure fruits, could absorb the life force from the magma and continue to thrive. If all went well, within a few decades, a nirvana fruit could mature. At that time, it would be awarded to the individual who contributed the most to the clan. After Tang Wanrong spoke, the Grand Elder felt a jolt in his heart. If the nirvana fruit absorbed sufficient life force, each would mature one by one. Yet after the first matured, it would take decades, if not 100 years, to yield the second. He thought to himself, "Oh no, I should have provided 2 more bottles of spiritual liquid earlier." Surely, The sovereign would not hold a grudge over such a trivial matter. Initially, he had thought the Nirvana tree would take centuries to bear fruit. Who would have anticipated that the sun's sack of fertilizer would accelerate its growth so dramatically? Now, it was too late for regrets. In the Li family's courtyard, after his cultivation, Li Chenxi pushed open the window and glanced at the empty yard, noting the absence of Li Heng, which left him feeling somewhat desolate. Where has that wretched boy gone? It has been half a month since his departure. Could it be that he has been devoured by a monster along the way? Perhaps it would be for the best, sparing me the irritation of his presence. Yet, despite such thoughts, my heart is filled with concern. For the past few days, I have been unable to concentrate on my cultivation, plagued by the fear that Li Heng may have encountered some misfortune on his journey. Unbeknownst to me, this younger brother, Li Heng, has truly embedded himself within my heart, becoming an indispensable member of our family. Moreover, due to our twin bond, there exists an inexplicable connection between us, still not returned. Perhaps it is fortuitous, allowing me to continue my solitary cultivation. I shut the window and resume my practice. An hour later, a boy enters the courtyard. Upon learning of his son's return, Li Hongtian immediately sets aside his tasks and rushes to the courtyard. Had Li Heng not insisted on traveling alone, he would have accompanied him to the ancient kingdom without hesitation. However, considering Li Heng's formidable strength, capable of annihilating the Dark Dragon King, he feels somewhat reassured. Nevertheless, these past few days have been haunted by nightmares, in which Li Heng is consumed utterly by a horde of female demons. What could this signify? Who can say? Chapter 102. A new family member. Heng, you have finally returned. Come here, and let your father embrace you, Li Hongtian exclaimed, wrapping his arms around Li Heng and scrutinizing him closely. Only after confirming that not a single hair was missing did he breathe a sigh of relief. While you were away these past few days, I prepared some nourishing delicacies for you. Come and take a look. Oh, such delightful tidings. Li Heng's eyes sparkled at the mention of these nourishing treasures. Nothing piqued his interest more than food. Look here. Li Hongtian pointed at the stone table, where several bloody meat cuts appeared. Let me see. Li Heng scanned the offerings on the table: lamb kidneys, lamb tails, and tiger king tails. Good heavens! Could it be that my father possesses the ability to predict the heavens? He knows I have a stunning dragon maiden by my side, always ready to attend to my needs. What a perfect way to replenish my strength and continue the lineage. Truly, he is my real father. Father, why have you gathered so many nourishing items? Li Heng inquired. I've been plagued by nightmares these past few nights. He refrained from sharing the details of his dreams, deeming them unsuitable for a child who was still innocent and impressionable. Nightmares? Nourishment? Li Heng connected the two concepts and surmised something. Father, I have something to share. Our family is about to welcome a new member. What? Li Hongtian's face registered shock, his eyes nearly bulging out. During his absence, significant events had transpired. Surely my son cannot be having children already? He is still so young. What can he possibly do? Look, Li Heng said, as he summoned the spirit beast from its realm. A breathtaking woman adorned in a golden gown, crowned with 2 dragon horns, appeared in the courtyard. The golden sunlight bathed the area, while vibrant butterflies danced around her in a mesmerizing display. The scene was so exquisitely beautiful, reminiscent of an enchanting painting, that Li Hongtian almost believed he had entered a dream. This is the Dragon Maiden, the ancient golden dragon. The prominent dragon horns made it evident. Anyone with a modicum of knowledge could deduce her identity. Li Hongtian struggled to shift his gaze from her captivating face. It was impossible. Her beauty was overwhelming, like a celestial fairy descending from the heavens. I have met the clan leader. The dragon maiden spoke softly. There's no need for such formalities. Li Hongtian averted his eyes, unable to maintain direct contact with the dragon maiden's visage. As you are Hunger's spirit beast, you are now a member of the Li family. If there is anything you require, do not hesitate to ask. As long as it is within my means, I shall not hold back. The Li family, as an ancient clan, boasted immense resources. If absolutely necessary, there was always the little treasury of the ancestral emperor. Utilizing a few items discreetly would surely not incur his wrath, especially considering the ancient golden dragon's strength and lineage. In the future, she would undoubtedly become a formidable asset to the Li family. Perhaps she could even assist the ancestral emperor in his conquests. Thank you, clan leader. Longair smiled radiantly. Eager at the prospect of entering the Li family's treasure vault, determined to select several precious items. Heng Air. Why is it that I cannot discern the strength of the Dragon Maiden? What level has she attained? Li Hongtian inquired with a puzzled expression. Oh, it's not that high. Merely the 7th level, Li Heng replied nonchalantly. What? Li Hongtian's mouth fell agape. 7th level? Is that not considered high? Within 2 years, she has ascended to the 7th level. Such speed is unprecedented. 7th level beasts are equivalent to powerful human cultivators in the transformation realm. Currently, Li Hongtian stands at the Void Realm, just 1 tier above the transformation stage. In merely 2 years, the Dragon Maiden has reached this formidable stage, which is indeed alarming. The growth potential of the dragon lineage is immense. Perhaps he is no longer a match for her. At that moment, a graceful woman approached from outside the courtyard. It was Jean Fenger. Upon seeing the Dragon Maiden, she too was captivated by her beauty. Ah, this is... Li Heng introduced. Fenger, have you forgotten her so soon? Remember, you once used divine oil to massage her, and she grew increasingly magnificent. That drop of eternal divine oil had significantly aided long heiress development. Oh, I recall now. Jean Fenger's cheeks flushed at the young masteress' words. What do you mean by growing increasingly magnificent? Such phrasing can lead to misunderstandings. The commotion in the courtyard drew the attention of Li Chenxi, who had been cultivating in her room. Upon opening the door and witnessing the Dragon Maiden's beauty, Li Chenxi was momentarily taken aback. So beautiful. Over the past 100,000 years, she had encountered numerous stunning women, yet none possessed the grace and beauty of the Dragon Maiden. Wait, this aura. Beyond her beauty, Li Chenxi discerned another extraordinary aspect of the Dragon Maiden. Her aura was immensely stronger than before, concealing her true form. The Dragon Maiden had masked much of her presence, yet Li Chenxi still detected it. The ancestral golden dragon. Hiss! How could this be? The ancient golden dragon possessed a lineage that was already terrifying, nearly impossible to find across the 3 realms. The ancestral golden dragon's bloodline was even more formidable. Should it appear in the ancient realm, it would undoubtedly command the submission of all dragons, becoming the sovereign of the dragon race. What kind of miraculous fortune has this young one encountered? The ancestral golden dragon has actually emerged. At that moment, Li Heng felt an intense envy. Even with numerous dragon treasures, one could not guarantee the cultivation of an ancestral golden dragon. Otherwise, such dragons would not be so rare in the ancient realm. What? Chenxi, are you saying she is an ancestral golden dragon? Upon hearing this, Li Hongtian carefully examined the Dragon Maiden's bloodline aura, and indeed, it was different from before. If the Dragon Maiden's previous bloodline could be likened to a wide river, now it resembled an expansive ocean, boundless and vast. The power of this bloodline was truly terrifying. Indeed, Li Chenxi nodded. There can be no mistake. She is the ancestral golden dragon. No wonder she is so beautiful. The beauty of the dragon lineage was intrinsically linked to their bloodline. The stronger the bloodline, the more exquisite the features. The remaining members of the demon clan are quite similar. Li Hongtian felt as though the world was on the verge of collapse. Just a moment ago, he had absurdly compared himself to the Dragon Maiden, believing he held a slight advantage in realms that would allow him to suppress her. However, he now realized that the Dragon Maiden possessed the bloodline of the ancestor dragon. Not to mention the 7th tier, even the 6th or 5th tier might surpass him. There was truly no basis for comparison. Li Chenxi approached Li Heng and inquired, "Brother, how did you cultivate the primordial golden dragon?" "Luck," Li Heng replied, unwilling to elaborate further, as the existence of the signing system must remain undisclosed. The dragon had advanced not long ago, and her bloodline had subsequently ascended. The dragon remained silent, as Li Heng had previously advised her not to divulge the matter of consuming the essence of the ancient dragon. "You are indeed the child of destiny," Li Chenxi mused, suspecting that she was not the true protagonist, but rather that this young man was. After 100,000 years of preparation, in the face of his fortuitous circumstances, she could only be regarded as insignificant. "My son possesses the potential of an emperor," Li Hongtian exclaimed joyfully, lifting Li Heng and spinning around several times. However, upon noticing Li Chenxi's increasingly dark expression, he abruptly halted. "Ah, my daughter also possesses the potential of an emperor," he added hastily. "Humph." Li Chenxi, infuriated, returned to her chamber, slamming the door with force to vent her frustration. "I'm absolutely furious. This is truly maddening. Not only does Li Heng provoke me, but you do as well. Chapter 103. The Ancient Emperor's Foundation. Li Heng gazed quizzically at Chunxi's room. How could she become angry so abruptly? Chunxi's temperament certainly required several decades of refinement. Longer, the Li family possesses numerous academies. If you wish to learn any martial arts or weaponry, you may seek someone to instruct you. No, I do not wish to learn those, Longer replied, aware of Li Heng's preferences. I aspire to follow in Fenger's footsteps and master the culinary arts. I wish to prepare delectable dishes for my lord to savor. That sounds delightful. Li Heng readily acquiesced. Thus, the kitchen team gained another member. The combination of Phoenix Fire and Dragon Breath promised to ignite extraordinary creativity. Upon returning to his chamber, he secured the doors and windows before entering the Tianyuan Pavilion. Sitting cross-legged on the floor of the loft, Li Heng arranged numerous spiritual herbs and celestial medicines before him, precious treasures intended for establishing the Ancient Emperor's foundation. Each item, if presented individually, could incite fierce competition among cultivators, resulting in rivers of bloodshed. He pondered how Chunxi was preparing. The last time he discovered a unique method to absorb the ancient essence, it significantly aided Chunxi in achieving the pinnacle of the ancient realm, yielding remarkable rewards. With a 40-fold increase in signing bonuses, he acquired 4 great nirvana fruits, each worth several hundred times more than a 1,000-year-old brine. Foundation establishment. Li Heng was ready. It was time to forge the Ancient Emperor's foundation. As for the nirvana fruits required for this process, he planned to utilize the larger variety. Employing ordinary nirvana fruits would considerably elevate the difficulty of establishing the Ancient Emperor's foundation. Conversely, using the great nirvana fruits would diminish the challenge. This time, success was inevitable. Li Heng first grasped a piece of celestial bone, crushing it into fine particles, which he placed in a large bowl before pouring in a vial of celestial elixir. He then added several spiritual herbs into the bowl, mashing them together. Raising the bowl, he consumed its entire contents. The potent force of the spiritual herbs erupted within him. Even with the ancient celestial demon body and the 81 refinements, he found the potency of these herbs overwhelming and difficult to control. He proceeded to swallow the remaining herbs. One by one, in accordance with the method for establishing the Ancient Emperor's foundation. Within his body, it felt as though millions of celestial beasts were rampaging, bones fracturing, skin splitting with tiny fissures, crimson blood seeping forth. Li Heng gritted his teeth, striving to control the energy within. Any misstep could lead to his obliteration. This was undoubtedly the most arduous cultivation experience since his birth. Even such a formidable divine body struggled to establish the Ancient Emperor's foundation. After consuming all the spiritual herbs, he sensed his body on the brink of rupture, perilously close to explosion. He hastily drank a mouthful of the juice from the great nirvana fruit. As the nirvana liquid coursed through him, the near-destroyed body was rejuvenated by the potent force of life. Those cells, muscles, and internal organs, once shattered, rapidly healed under the energy of the nirvana fruit. Thus, his body oscillated between destruction and rebirth, life and death intertwined. This epitomized the essence of existence. To establish the Ancient Emperor's foundation, without the treasure of the nirvana fruit, survival would be utterly impossible. The process of foundation building is exceptionally arduous. After the body undergoes regeneration, it becomes marginally stronger in various aspects, only to be subsequently destroyed by the potency of the celestial elixir, and then restored by the energy of the nirvana fruit. Destruction, restoration. Once again, a small sip of nirvana liquid is consumed to sustain the body's energy expenditure. Thus, 10 days have passed. Li Heng's skin has transformed into a lustrous golden hue, reminiscent of finely wrought gold. A thunderous aura ascends into the heavens. The Eternal Emperor Foundation. Success. Above, an ethereal figure, towering to unimaginable heights, emerges, bearing a striking resemblance to Li Heng, the Eternal Emperor's likeness. With this manifestation, as long as his foundations do not falter, he is destined to become the eternal great emperor in the future. Of course, diligent cultivation is imperative, should one possess the Eternal Emperor Foundation yet remain idle. Such exceptional potential would inevitably be squandered. Having achieved the Eternal Emperor Foundation, one can ascend the Eternal Foundation ranking. This is the realm of the Eternal Extremity, where one can obtain a 7-colored key to enter the Eternal Divine Realm. Following the Eternal Divine Body ranking, The two divine rankings grant immediate opportunities. The fourth divine ranking finally allows re-entry into the divine realm to seek out more of the eternal vitality. Each divine ranking corresponds to a different entry into the eternal divine realm, indicating that this entry will be a stark contrast to the last, offering new opportunities. This time, within the eternal divine realm, it remains uncertain how much eternal vitality can be absorbed or what treasures may be acquired. Previously, during the signing at the Eternal Temple, Heng obtained the exceedingly rare treasure, Eternal Divine Oil. With this divine oil, his breakthroughs in the body refinement realm were rapid, effortlessly reaching the eternal extremity. This time, the stakes are even higher, and he is certain to acquire even more precious treasures, potentially providing significant assistance in advancing his future realms. Heng closes his eyes, directing his consciousness into his dantian. Following the foundation building stage, one enters the Xian Dan realm, wherein a Dan is congealed within the dantian. My dantian surprisingly contains two Dan. The dantian is a unique space capable of harboring vast amounts of spiritual energy, contingent upon possessing the requisite strength. Within, there are two plump Dan. One exudes exceedingly pure spiritual energy, while the other is suffused with boundless demonic energy. The Eternal Immortal Demon Body allows for the cultivation of both celestial and demonic paths, with the Xian Dan realm distinguishing between spiritual Dan and demonic Dan. The two do not interfere with each other. For those who establish the Yellow Foundation, the Xian Dan realm ranges from the 1st to the 10th level, after which one can break through to the Yuaning realm. The 10th level represents the upper limit. Thus, if an individual is at the foundation building stage and has only laid down the Yellow Foundation, they can ascend to a maximum of the 10th level. Regardless of the resources available, the Xian Foundation has a ceiling of 20 levels. The Spiritual Foundation reaches a maximum of 30 levels. The Imperial Foundation has a cap of 80 levels. The Eternal Emperor Foundation can extend to 100 levels. The extent to which one can break through in the Xian Dan realm depends on the foundation laid during the foundation building stage. The eternal limit stands at 100 levels. Should one merely establish the Imperial Foundation, they will be incapable of attaining the eternal limit within the Xian Dan realm. The impact of this foundational establishment extends beyond a single realm. It encompasses several. Thus, it becomes evident that laying a solid foundation is of paramount importance. Suddenly, Heng was struck by another grave concern. If Qinzi were unable to establish the Eternal Sovereign Foundation, would she not be forever barred from reaching the eternal limit? Unable to absorb her eternal qi, Qinzi's acquisition of the seven-colored fortune would allow her to absorb a significant amount of eternal qi, granting her immense advantages. Should she be unable to absorb it, the speed of enhancing the signing multiplier would undoubtedly slow considerably. Perhaps aiding her once more would, in essence, be aiding myself. Heng's gaze fell upon the great nirvana fruit lying on the ground. Earlier, he had absorbed it sip by sip, and by the time he established the Eternal Sovereign Foundation, he had consumed more than half. Within this great nirvana fruit, a small portion of nirvana liquid remained. Under normal circumstances, a single ordinary nirvana fruit suffices to establish the Eternal Sovereign Foundation. Utilizing the great nirvana fruit would undoubtedly ease the process. The remaining liquid is more than sufficient for Qinzi to establish her Eternal Sovereign Foundation. Chapter 104. Dark Cuisine Soon. I shall seek out Qinzi to inquire whether she requires this fruit. Such treasures of nature, once breached or bitten into, gradually lose their spiritual essence. Retaining them in hand ultimately diminishes their intrinsic value. Presently, Heng has not conceived of any other purpose for it. This peculiar item is primarily effective for the deceased, granting them the opportunity for rebirth. It can even bestow a new life upon eunuchs. However, one cannot simply stab someone and then offer them a bite of the nirvana fruit. The cycle of life and death is far too harsh. Though Heng often enjoys teasing Qinzi, deep down, he harbors genuine fondness for her. Sitting cross-legged, he retrieved a jade vial from the confines of the system space. Removing the wooden cork, he peered into the vial under the sunlight, revealing 100 plump Heavenly Mountain Spirit pills. Each pill was roughly the size of a chicken egg. The interior of the jade vial possessed spatial storage capabilities. Otherwise, it would be impossible to accommodate such a quantity of spirit pills. These Heavenly Mountain Spirit pills, classified as 5th-grade elixirs, are imbued with a rich concentration of spiritual essence, making them ideal for absorption. Previously, he had nearly exhausted all spirit pills below the 5th grade during his refining, leaving only a few as reserves. For an average practitioner, a single 5th grade pill could elevate one's cultivation by 1 level. However, given the demands of his own elixir, the requisite spiritual essence would undoubtedly be far greater. It remains uncertain how many pills would be necessary for a single elevation. Crunch. A bite into the spirit pill revealed a crisp and refreshing taste, reminiscent of biting into a peach. After consuming several, the rich spiritual essence dispersed within his body. Li Heng meticulously directed the spirit pills within his dantian to absorb this essence, swiftly depleting it entirely. The essence contained within the pills had marginally increased, yet it was still woefully insufficient. Li Heng systematically extracted each spirit pill from the vial and swallowed them whole. In no time, the entire vial was consumed. Boom. The spirit pills within his body finally stirred to action. Spirit pill, 2nd level. The terms spirit pill and profound pill refer to the same entity. However, due to the presence of a demonic pill within Li Heng, he distinguishes between the two. The more pills consumed, the more formidable the spiritual essence contained within them becomes. In the same realm, the one with greater spiritual essence reigns supreme, exhibiting significantly enhanced endurance compared to ordinary cultivators. Having merely reached the 1st level, he still had a long journey ahead to attain the 100th level. He then retrieved 10 additional vials of Heavenly Mountain Spirit pills, totaling 1,000 pills. Crunch. Crunch. In the span of a single night, he consumed all 10 vials. His cultivation ascended from Spirit Pill 2nd level to 7th level. As one progresses, the energy required to break through each level increases exponentially. Li Heng wiped the sweat from his brow. At this rate, the quantity of pills required to reach the 100th level is staggering. Fortunately, with the recent upgrade of the signing system, each attendance yields far more substantial rewards. In the future, should he find himself lacking spirit pills, he can simply sign in, a process significantly swifter than during his time in the Underworld. As dawn broke, the sunlight cast a golden sheen over the courtyard, illuminating the flowers and grass. A stunning woman clad in a golden gown, her long legs accentuating her grace, entered the room holding a jade platter. "Young master, breakfast is ready." Li Heng opened his eyes to a whiff of a burnt aroma, reminiscent of food that had been overly tended to by the fire. He glanced at the jade platter held by Long, his right eyelid twitching several times. "Did you prepare this?" The platter contained 2 dishes and a bowl of soup. One jade plate bore a blackened mound resembling a volcano, while the other held a piece of food as dark as steak. A sense of foreboding washed over him at the sight of Longer's breakfast creations. "Longer, could you enlighten me about this black volcano?" With a proud lift of her head, Longer excitedly explained, "This dish is spiritual chicken egg fried with spiritual rice." Spiritual chicken egg, fried rice. Li Heng surveyed the charred rice and eggs, his lips twitching in dismay. Surely this cannot be mere rice, but rather something akin to coal? Why is it so dark? He questioned. "Well," Longer scratched her head, a hint of embarrassment in her demeanor. "The eggs got burnt, and I may have added too much seasoning. The color may be unappealing, but the flavor should be decent. Have you tasted it?" "Not yet." "All right then." Li Heng estimated that this fried rice was likely inedible. "What is this blackened substance?" "Steak." "Not at all," Longer replied, pointing with her delicate fingers at the plate. "This is deep-fried steamed bun." The term deep-fried surely held a different connotation. Li Heng harbored doubts that Longer had truly utilized some form of explosive to achieve such a result. The charred creation bore no resemblance to a bun. "And this soup? Why does it emit such a foul odor? Is it stewed urine?" Longer explained. "The clan leader saw me learning to cook last night, and specifically entrusted me with tiger whip and goat demon kidney to prepare a nourishing dish for you. I thought that having tiger whip and goat demon kidney soup in the morning would be highly beneficial, so I made it." No wonder the odor was so pungent, reminiscent of urine. Li Heng was left utterly speechless. Stewing tiger whip and goat kidney in plain water was hardly distinguishable from stewing urine. "I'm not particularly hungry this morning. Please take it away." "Young master, are you truly not going to eat?" "Absolutely not." Li Heng reminisced about the days before his transmigration when he could simply order takeout. If the food was unpalatable, one could always request another portion. With a hint of disappointment, Longer withdrew the breakfast. "I will strive to improve," I shall prepare the most delicious meals. Li Heng nodded in agreement. Longer's culinary skills certainly required significant enhancement, otherwise, dining would become a challenge. After consuming a modest breakfast, Li Heng made his way to Chenxi's room. Knock, knock, knock. Chenxi, are you there? I'm here. Come in. When did you become so accommodating? As Li Heng entered, a refreshing fragrance enveloped him. How is your foundation building progressing? Li Chenxi donned her shoes and, facing the bronze mirror, began to arrange her hair. She had already reached the 5th stage of foundation establishment. Your progress is rather swift. Li Heng remarked with a hint of admiration. The various realms of foundation establishment bear little significance. What truly matters is the quality of the celestial materials and earthly treasures utilized in laying a solid foundation for cultivation. You have completed your foundation establishment? Upon sensing Li Heng's aura, the wooden comb in Li Chenxi's hand paused. She could perceive that Li Heng's presence had ascended to the realm of Xiandan, indicating that he had indeed completed his foundation establishment and progressed to the next level. What kind of foundation have you established? The Imperial Foundation? In the past, she had provided Li Heng with a resource that could be used to forge the Imperial Foundation. No. Li Heng clasped his hands together, and a distinct aura radiated from him. Upon sensing this energy, Li Chenxi's eyes widened in astonishment. What? The Eternal Imperial Foundation. The Eternal Imperial Foundation was something even she dared not dream of. The difficulty in establishing it was exceedingly high. The fact that Li Heng had successfully laid down the Eternal Imperial Foundation was nothing short of astonishing. After acquiring the Heart Sutra of the Eternal Emperor, she too aspired to establish the Eternal Imperial Foundation, yet she was still lacking an exceedingly rare celestial material, the Nirvana fruit. Without this precious fruit, its completion was nearly impossible. It was far too perilous. Chapter 105, Boundary Stone Morning Sun. Do you wish to establish an eternal foundation for the Emperor? In order to continue absorbing the ancient energy of Li Chenxi, Li Heng felt compelled to assist her. Of course I do, replied Li Chenxi. This century-long preparation has been solely for the purpose of becoming the Eternal Emperor. By establishing this foundation, I shall undoubtedly ascend to that lofty title. I still require certain rare materials, and, most crucially, the Nirvana fruit. Without the Nirvana fruit, I dare not attempt this. She was well aware that Li Heng had ventured to the ancient Phoenix Nation recently in search of this very fruit. The ability to establish the Eternal Foundation undoubtedly hinged upon acquiring it. However, the Nirvana fruit was exceedingly rare, and it was likely that only a single specimen could be found in the heavenly pool. Once consumed, it would naturally leave no remnants behind. Li Heng gazed into the girl's eyes and said, I happen to have some leftover Nirvana fruit. If you desire it, I can offer it to you. Leftover. A hint of discomfort crossed Li Chenxi's face. The Nirvana fruit was limited in size. During the establishment of the Eternal Foundation, it would be entirely consumed. What could possibly remain? Perhaps just a piece of the skin. The essence of the fruit lay within its flesh, while the skin merely served as a protective layer. Let's forget about the leftovers. I don't want them. Are you certain? Li Heng raised an eyebrow, a smile forming in his heart. Chenxi must believe he was referring to a common Nirvana fruit, unaware of the existence of the grand Nirvana fruit. Indeed, Li Chenxi sighed. What use would the leftovers be to me? Very well. With a casual flick of his wrist, he revealed a Nirvana fruit the size of a watermelon. Even though only half remained, its size was nothing short of astonishing. Since you do not want it, I shall see if anyone else has need of it. Li Chenxi's eyes widened in disbelief, nearly popping from their sockets. No, I want it. She had never anticipated that Li Heng was holding the grand Nirvana fruit. This single fruit was at least a dozen times larger than an ordinary one. Even with only a small portion of the Nirvana essence left, it contained several times more than a common fruit. The life force it harbored was immensely stronger. Li Heng stifled a chuckle. As a girl, her exclamation of I want it could easily be misconstrued. Do you truly desire it? Absolutely. Li Chenxi nodded earnestly. Please, grant me the remainder, and I shall provide you with some elixirs suitable for cultivation, particularly those of the Xiandan realm. With that, she retrieved a spatial ring and handed it to Li Heng. Upon inspecting it, Li Heng discovered it contained several thousand elixirs, many of which were of considerable quality, with numerous 6th and 7th tier items. Very well, I shall bestow upon you the remaining grand Nirvana fruit. Li Chenxi weighed it in her hands, finding it even heavier than she had anticipated. Excellent. With this grand nirvana fruit, I can finally attempt to establish the eternal foundation. The countless rare materials collected over the past century will undoubtedly suffice to assemble the resources necessary for the eternal foundation. Previously, she refrained from making hasty attempts due to the absence of the nirvana fruit. Morning dawn, you must strive diligently to establish the eternal foundation of the Emperor. After Li Heng spoke, he prepared to turn away. Wait, when do you plan to ascend the eternal divine list? Li Chenxi inquired, glancing at the young boy by the door. Soon, Li Heng replied, unwilling to procrastinate for too long. The sooner he absorbed the essence of eternity, the greater his rewards would be. Li Chenxi remarked, ascending the eternal foundation list will grant you the eternal divine key, allowing entry into the divine realm. Would you care to embark on this adventure with me? Perhaps it could lead to some fortuitous opportunities. She once collected a key to a celestial elixir, which would unlock a hidden repository of rare elixirs corresponding to the eternal foundation list within the divine realm. If she could acquire a few rare specimens, the journey would be worthwhile. According to her original plan, she intended to keep the treasure to herself, but after Li Heng's repeated assistance, she resolved to share any good fortune with her brother. What can you help me obtain? Li Heng immediately expressed interest. The eternal divine realm is shrouded in mystery, harboring numerous treasures. Some predecessors who ventured there have summarized their experiences to share with future generations. Perhaps Li Chenxi indeed possesses knowledge of certain secrets that could unlock special locations. As long as they could gain entry, they would be able to absorb the essence of eternity contained within. Uncertain, yet confident that there would be valuable finds, Li Chenxi preferred not to elaborate too much, as it is often said that too many words can lead to missteps. All right, I shall wait for you to join me. Li Heng replied, unhurried. Accompanying morning dawn would provide mutual support, ensuring greater safety. I will seek you out once I establish my foundation, Li Chenxi stated. Achieving the pinnacle of eternity, whether first or second, would yield the seven-colored key. The keys for both first and second place are identical, with no distinction between them. Therefore, Li Heng's earlier ascent of the divine list would not affect her. Li Chenxi securely closed the doors and windows, casting her gaze upon the remaining large nirvana fruit. There remained a considerable amount of nirvana liquid. If she proceeded with caution during her foundation establishment, she held at least an 80% chance of success. Ordinary nirvana fruits can establish the eternal foundation of an emperor, so this large nirvana fruit is undoubtedly more reliable. Speaking of which, she truly felt grateful towards Li Heng. His constant consideration for her warmed her heart. The minor frictions and clashes that had occurred previously no longer weighed on her mind. After all, everyone has their own temperament, and there is little to fault. To establish the eternal foundation of an emperor, one requires celestial spirit bones, celestial essence, and 100 immortal fruits. Murmuring to herself, she entered the Hongming Qiankuan Tower, searching among the vast array of treasures. Soon, an assortment of essential treasures for foundation establishment was gathered and placed in the empty space of the room. The rich essence of immortality permeated the air. Just a whiff invigorated her spirit. Over 100 types of elixirs were prepared, nearly amassing all the materials needed for the eternal foundation of the Emperor. Only 2 items remained, the 100 immortal fruits and celestial spirit bones, which should be delivered from the ancient desolate realm. The Li family in the heavenly realm also possesses many treasures, kept in reserve for unforeseen circumstances. Within the realm of eternal life, the 2 celestial treasures are unattainable. In the forbidden grounds of the Li family, there exists a boundary stone capable of communicating with the celestial realm. Each interaction demands a considerable sacrifice, hence it is seldom employed, reserved only for times of dire necessity. Li Chenxi stood before the boundary stone, retrieving several richly imbued celestial stones from his bosom and placing them upon the altar before the stone. A low hum resonated as the boundary stone trembled, drawing in the celestial stones. Simultaneously, in the ancient desolation of the Li family, an identical boundary stone quivered. The ethereal ancestor, who had long guarded the forbidden grounds, not only watched over this boundary stone, but also safeguarded the secrets of the ancestral emperor. There is a disturbance in the realm of eternal life. Who could it be? The ethereal ancestor stood before the boundary stone, projecting his voice outward. I am the ethereal, who calls upon me? After a brief silence, a strange voice emanated from the stone, causing the ethereal ancestor to rise in exhilaration. Ancestral Emperor. Is it truly you, Ancestral Emperor? Chapter 106. Two radiant orbs of light. 100,000 years ago, the ethereal ancestor followed the progenitor emperor, achieving such remarkable accomplishments. Otherwise, he would have long since perished in the annals of history. For the past 100 millennia, he has remained by the boundary stone, yearning for the day he might once again hear the voice of the progenitor emperor. Today, his wishes have finally been fulfilled. Progenitor Emperor, I have dreamed of the day I could once more behold you. The voice of the ethereal ancestor quivered with emotion. Li Chenxi, filled with sentiment, remarked, "The day of our reunion shall not be far off. My purpose in contacting you is to request your assistance in procuring two celestial treasures. Progenitor Emperor, please command. I require the 100 immortal fruit and the celestial spirit bone. These two celestial treasures reside within the treasure vault. I shall retrieve them for you shortly." The ethereal ancestor responded without hesitation. "This is splendid news." Li Chenxi nodded, affirming her suspicions. Indeed, the Li family of the ancient wasteland possessed these two celestial treasures. Progenitor Emperor, what purpose do you have for these items? The ethereal ancestor inquired, puzzled. These treasures are unlikely to be of use to mere mortals, unless for some extraordinary purpose. To establish the ancient emperor's foundation, a somewhat ethereal voice emanated from the steel, causing the ethereal ancestor's eyes to widen in astonishment, brimming with excitement. What? You intend to establish the ancient emperor's foundation? He was fully aware of what this entailed. Since the end of the ancient era, the ancient emperor's foundation has never reappeared. Many have attempted, only to meet with disastrous failure. A moment's carelessness could result in utter annihilation. It not only requires numerous celestial treasures, but also a formidable divine body as its foundation. Both are indispensable. Now, the progenitor emperor declares his intention to establish the ancient emperor's foundation. How could this not evoke exhilaration? If the progenitor emperor succeeds, the future will undoubtedly be dominated by the ancient. Progenitor Emperor, do you possess confidence in this endeavor? Congratulations, Progenitor Emperor. You shall become the foremost figure of all antiquity. The foremost figure of all antiquity. Li Chenxi shook his head in resignation, for he could not accept such a lofty title to my shame. Someone has already established the ancient emperor's foundation before me. What? The ethereal ancestor was utterly astonished. Who is it? Li Heng, my family's divine son. The ethereal ancestor was left in a state of bewilderment. He even doubted whether Li Heng might be the true reincarnation of the progenitor emperor after 10,000 years of preparation. The progenitor emperor's efforts pale in comparison to that of a newborn child. Indeed, Li Chenxi had not intended to disclose this. But considering that Li Heng was about to ascend to the divine rankings and become the foremost figure of antiquity, there was no reason to withhold the truth. To my shame, had it not been for Li Heng providing me with the great nirvana fruit, I would not have dared to attempt establishing the ancient emperor's foundation. All of this is thanks to Li Heng. After hearing these words, the ethereal ancestor's heart surged with tumultuous waves. Who exactly is this Li Heng? To have taken the initiative to establish the ancient emperor's foundation and even assist the progenitor emperor in doing so, could he truly be the destined child of heaven? The ancestral emperor prepared for 100,000 years, yet still falls short compared to the true child of destiny. As the communication between the two concluded, the ethereal ancestor retrieved two celestial treasures from the treasury, sacrificing a great deal to deliver them to the eternal life realm via boundary stones. Upon receiving these two treasures, Li Chenxi, upon reaching the pinnacle of his realm, would establish an everlasting imperial foundation. On this particular day, Li Heng arrived at the rear courtyard, where a towering stone tablet stood. The ancient foundation ranking read: First place, Yi Hao, Imperial Foundation. Second place, Jun Zmo, Imperial Foundation. Third place, Jin Jiang, Celestial Foundation. Fourth place. On the ancient foundation ranking, only two had established an imperial foundation, a record for a millennium. Should one surpass this millennium, their name would be forever absent from the divine list. Among those who established an imperial foundation, the younger one ranked higher, the Li family members in the distance. Upon seeing Li Heng approach, the ancient foundation ranking began to speculate. Could the divine child have completed his foundation already? It has only been a short time since his body refinement. Such speed is astonishing. Compared to the divine child, our cultivation speeds seem trivial. What do you think? Which foundation has the divine child established? It is highly likely to be the Imperial Foundation. Given his age, claiming the first position should be effortless. In their eyes, merely establishing an Imperial Foundation is an awe-inspiring feat as long as one does not falter midway. They are destined to become a formidable emperor in the future, a terrifying existence indeed. Li Heng stood before the stone tablet, his palm emanating a layer of golden light, which he pressed against the tablet. Buzz! The tablet sensed the aura emanating from Li Heng and trembled violently. A beam of golden light shot straight up to the heavens. The firmament split open, creating a chasm spanning 10,000 zhang, behind which lay an infinite divine realm. Majestic deities and demons waged war within this domain, expanding their territories. A single punch could rend the heavens and shatter mountains and rivers. The crowd, witnessing this spectacle, was left in sheer astonishment. Is this the realm where the gods and demons of ancient times resided? The might of that great demon is formidable. Even from a distance, it evokes a suffocating sensation. Gasp! Li Heng has indeed established the ancient Imperial Foundation. My heavens! The ancient divine realm is summoning him. Does this imply that, in the future, he could enter the ancient divine realm with his physical form? The ancient divine realm, a sanctuary for the divine, is inaccessible even to those of emperor-level strength. Only through the ancient foundation ranking and by obtaining the ancient divine key can one explore its depths. Only those who truly become ancient emperors can unlock the passage into the ancient divine realm. Others may as well not even dream of it. A voice, elusive and profound, resonated from the heavens. You, who alone dictates the ages, shall ascend to the pinnacle of the ancient foundation rankings. From the sky, a radiant pillar of 7 colors descended, within which 2 luminous orbs of the same hue fell into Li Heng's palm. Why are there 2? Aside from the divine key, is there something else? Initially, when he ascended the ancient divine body ranking, only a single 7-colored key was bestowed, with nothing else accompanying it. Li Heng gazed into 2 luminous orbs. One contained a divine key, while the other held an ancient parchment. The parchment exuded an essence of timelessness, a quality absent from the divine key. As he drew closer to the aura of eternity, he absorbed its entirety. Ding! You have absorbed the essence of eternity. Your sign-in rewards have been amplified by 30-fold. A surge of joy filled Li Heng's heart. The richness of the eternal essence contained within this parchment was astonishing. Previously, he had achieved a 50-fold increase in sign-in rewards. But that was a result of 3 separate opportunities converging into one. This time, with just a single parchment, the enhancement was evidently far greater. With the additional 30-fold boost, his total sign-in rewards soared to 187 times. This sign-in promised to yield incredibly generous rewards. Wait, if Li Qinzi were to also establish an eternal Imperial Foundation, would she not acquire 2 radiant orbs? If so, he could seize the opportunity to absorb the eternal essence from both, further elevating his sign-in rewards. Regardless of the outcome, it was a surefire venture. The crowd was too dense here. He would examine the parchment more thoroughly upon returning. Chapter 107. The Mysterious Parchment of Sheep, the Eternal Foundation Ranking. The first place, Li Heng, Eternal Emperor Foundation. The second place, Yi Hao, Emperor Foundation. The third place, Jun Zmo, Emperor Foundation. The fourth place, Jin Jiang, Immortal Foundation. Li Heng emerged prominently, claiming the top position on the Eternal Foundation ranking, with the others shifting back a rank. The words Eternal Emperor Foundation left the onlookers in a state of astonishment. Goodness, could it be true? The Sun has actually established the Eternal Emperor Foundation. This is no small feat. Having achieved this, he is destined to become an Eternal Emperor, a prospect both terrifying and awe-inspiring. Our Li family has truly birthed a remarkable individual. Given a few centuries for development, Li Heng is bound to become a sovereign who shakes the 3 realms. The name of the Eternal Emperor will instill fear across the realms. Even the mightiest of emperors in the ancient wilderness realm would find it difficult to withstand a blow from the Eternal Emperor. An elder with gray hair and beard descended from the sky, none other than the ancestor of longevity. This, Li Heng, is indeed formidable. What would the ancestor emperor think upon witnessing this scene? Would he be driven to madness? If establishing the Eternal Emperor Foundation were so easily attainable, the ancestor emperor would not have endured humiliation for 100,000 years in pursuit of the opportunity to become the Eternal Emperor. Meanwhile, within the realm of longevity. The various Eternal Foundation rankings began to tremble, revealing extraordinary phenomena. Li Heng's name garnered reverence from all beings. Heavens! The Sun has established the Eternal Emperor Foundation. This is truly astonishing. The future of the Li family is destined to be unassailable. Dispatch orders immediately. We must henceforth befriend the Li family and never oppose them. Prepare a grand gift to present to the Li family, congratulating the Sun on establishing the Eternal Emperor Foundation. Numerous sects and clans that previously held enmity towards the Li family began to set aside their grievances and sought to forge alliances. Many clans wished to offer congratulatory gifts to honor Li Heng's monumental achievement. In the ancient wilderness realm, within the mysterious forbidden grounds of the Yi family, Yi Tianfan sensed the tremors of the eternal divine ranking and gazed into the distance. Li Heng, Eternal Emperor Foundation, yet another from the Li family. This individual is destined for greatness, having ascended the divine ranking 4 times consecutively. Li Heng's name resonates not only throughout the realm of longevity, but has also gained renown in the ancient wilderness realm. Yi Tianfan's brow furrowed deeply as myriad thoughts flooded his mind. The ability to establish the Eternal Emperor Foundation signifies that the Li family must have aided Li Heng, providing him with considerable foundational treasures from the ancient wilderness realm. What exactly is the Li family scheming? Could it be? Yi Tianfan's eyes ignited with brilliant divine light. The eternal cataclysm. It is said that once every 10,000 years, the eternal cataclysm will strike. In such calamity, immortals are reduced to mere ants, with survival probabilities exceedingly low. Only those who have become eternal emperors are qualified to transcend the tribulation. Yi Tianfan fell into silence. Under the immense tribulation of the ages, his chances of survival were virtually non-existent. Li Heng, this young man represents the hope of transcending the ancient calamity. The Yi family should cultivate a good rapport with him. If he truly ascends to the status of the ancient emperor, we may also navigate this peril unscathed. In this lifetime, his aspiration to become the ancient emperor appears exceedingly bleak. Only by forming alliances with a destined powerhouse can one hope to transcend the tribulation. At this moment, Yi Tianfan had gained profound clarity regarding how to engage with the Li family. Come forth. Shortly thereafter, the current patriarch of the Yi family, Yi Tao, entered the forbidden grounds. Ancestor Tianfan, what are your commands? Only those who have attained the emperor realm may be referred to as ancestor. Others are merely called elders. Yi Tao was already aware of the matters concerning the ancient divine rankings and was observing the ancestor's demeanor to determine how to approach Li Heng. Prepare a generous gift and deliver it to the Li family at once. Gift? Yi Tao was taken aback. Why should we present a gift? To congratulate Li Heng on establishing the foundation of an ancient emperor. Yi Tianfan replied, are you suggesting that we cultivate goodwill with the Li family? Yi Tao comprehended the ancestor's intent. Presenting a gift at this juncture undoubtedly indicated a desire to foster a relationship with the Li family. The ancestor, typically decisive in matters of conflict, displaying such a disposition was indeed surprising. Indeed, that Li Heng possesses the potential to become an ancient emperor is undeniable. For countless millennia, no ancient emperor has emerged in the 3 realms. There is no need for us to clip his wings. Yi Tianfan's apprehension lay with the ancient calamity, for he was the only one capable of transcending the tribulation. Preserving him was preferable to eradicating him. I understand your intent. I shall prepare a gift forthwith. After uttering these words, Yi Tao exited the forbidden grounds. Yi Tianfan stood at the edge of a precipice, hands clasped behind his back, gazing at the vast sky. May I not have misjudged this individual? In the Li family courtyard, an incense burner adorned the windowsill, its wisps of azure smoke weaving through the air, imparting a delicate fragrance. Li Heng sat in a wicker chair, casually flipping through a sheepskin scroll, half a foot long. Its edges bore signs of wear, suggesting it was not a complete treasure map. The treasure map acquired from the ancient divine domain likely indicated a location within the divine realm or in perilous territories. The map bore no markings, possibly due to the absence of annotations or because the significant details were not on this particular segment. What is inscribed upon it? After scrutinizing the treasure map for a while, a system notification materialized before him. Alchemical God Inheritance Treasure Map. If you can obtain all 4 complete pieces, they can be assembled to unlock the path of inheritance. Alchemical God Inheritance. Li Heng's heart raced. This treasure map originated from the ancient divine domain, and the so-called alchemical god refers to the deity within the divine realm. Such a level of inheritance is unparalleled. Should he acquire it, it would undoubtedly elevate his alchemical prowess to its zenith. Ascending to the ancient alchemical god rankings in the future would be but a trifling endeavor. The legacy of the Dan god captivated him immensely. However, there were a total of 4 treasure maps, and he had only acquired one of them. To obtain the remaining maps, there were 2 potential paths. The first was to ascend the eternal divine list and gain the opportunity of a lifetime, which might lead him to the other treasure maps. The second was to search throughout the 3 realms, a task that proved to be equally daunting as securing the fabled opportunity, akin to finding a needle in a vast ocean, with no certainty of when he might succeed. Li Heng stored the treasure map back in the system space and retrieved a jade vial. Upon removing the redwood cork, a rich fragrance of elixirs wafted forth. This was the Heavenly Spirit's secret elixir, a 6th-grade potion. This spatial ring was obtained from Li Chenxi, containing thousands of elixirs. Where could Chenxi have procured such a plethora of potions? Perhaps from her family? It seemed unlikely. Li Heng had long suspected something amiss with Li Chenxi. Her intellect surpassed that of an average 5-year-old, and she possessed numerous exceedingly rare treasures. Even if the Li family were to provide her with potions, it was improbable that they would bestow such a vast quantity upon a mere child. A little at a time would suffice, enough for several days of cultivation. And once exhausted, more could be given without significant delay. Could it be? Li Heng's pupils abruptly constricted. Did Chenxi also harbor a mysterious lineage? Had she been reborn? Chapter 108. Identity speculation in the 3 realms. Reincarnation is not an uncommon phenomenon. It is frequent for certain celestial beings to reincarnate for specific purposes, undergoing a rebirth that undoubtedly endows them with greater strength than before. With the existence of the netherworld, every soul, after undergoing judgment, is destined to be reborn. Li Heng is also a reincarnation, the sole distinction from other souls being his possession of memories from his previous life, along with a treasured artifact signed by the netherworld for a millennium. He surmises that Li Chenxi also harbors a unique identity, perhaps with some special connection to the Li family, which accounts for the family's considerable attention towards her. Moreover, Li Chenxi not only reincarnates, but also possesses memories from her former existence, accompanied by numerous treasures. No wonder, after my birth, I sensed that my father favored Chenxi more. It turns out to be this underlying connection. Upon acquiring this spatial ring, his previous conjectures are further solidified. Naturally, Li Heng has no intention of shattering this veil of secrecy. Since Li Chenxi prefers to keep it undisclosed, he shall refrain from inquiry. After all, being twins, they share a blood bond, ensuring that Li Chenxi would not harm herself. How intriguing. What indeed is Li Chenxi's true identity? Will my emergence disrupt her plans? A slight smile graced Li Heng's lips. Shaking his head, he dispelled these thoughts from his mind and focused on his cultivation. He swallowed a fist-sized Heavenly Spirit secret pill in several bites, unleashing a surge of potent spiritual energy within him. The elixir in his dantian began to slowly rotate, exuding a powerful allure that drew in all available spiritual energy. The elixir gradually expanded, its spiritual essence becoming increasingly robust. Boom! The elixir reached the 8th level. A 6th-grade pill. Indeed, the spiritual energy is formidable. He extracted the Heavenly Spirit secret pills from the jade vial, consuming them as one might devour steamed buns, swallowing them in quick succession. Rapidly absorbing the spiritual energy contained within, his cultivation level soared. With a strong foundation, as long as there were sufficient pills, he could swiftly elevate his realm. Thus, he immersed himself in his cultivation while simultaneously awaiting Li Chenxi to establish her eternal imperial foundation. A month later, having consumed a vast quantity of pills, Li Heng experienced remarkable advancements in his cultivation. Boom! The elixir reached the 63rd level. Not only did he break through in the realm of spiritual elixirs, but he also achieved significant progress in the demonic elixir realm, reaching the 50th level. The higher one ascends in cultivation, the greater the quantity of pills required. Previously, a mere few pills sufficed to elevate one's realm. Now, entire vials are necessary. Li Heng's consciousness entered the dantian space. Within the vast expanse, to the left lay an elixir brimming with concentrated spiritual energy. while to the right resided a demonic elixir exuding overwhelming malevolence. The spiritual elixir had grown significantly in size, measuring at least 600 feet in diameter. For a cultivator who has established their foundation, the maximum size of a spiritual elixir is merely that of a chicken egg. For those of the profound foundation, the maximum size should approximate that of an apple. The dimensions of the elixir are not only related to the foundational stage, but also to the individual's innate constitution. Even the most formidable cultivators, having established their foundations at the 63rd level, would scarcely possess a spirit pill of such immense proportions. Should one manage to transcend to the 100th level, its size would undoubtedly multiply several-fold. The larger the spirit pill, the greater the reservoir of spiritual energy it contains, thus bestowing a distinct advantage in prolonged battles. As consciousness returned to reality, I opened the door and stepped into the courtyard, seeking a leisurely stroll to procure a delectable treat. The monotony of relentless cultivation often leads to mental fatigue. Thus, a harmonious balance between labor and rest is essential for traversing this path further. At Sword Peak, a gathering of disciples was engaged in sword practice upon the plaza at the summit. The peak master, Li Yijian, offered guidance, nodding slightly as he observed certain disciples executing their sword techniques with finesse. Along a narrow path adjacent to the plaza, a young boy clad in white approached, accompanied by an exquisite woman adorned in a golden gown. Upon sighting the Dragon Maiden, the disciples erupted in awe. "Look, it is the Dragon Maiden. Alas, she is breathtaking, as if a celestial being stepped forth from a painting. Am I dreaming? How can such beauty exist in this world?" Several disciples, engrossed by the visage of the Dragon Maiden, stood transfixed, momentarily forgetting their swordplay. Even Li Yijian, whose hair was grayed with age, paused in surprise at her beauty. Having heard tales of her enchanting appearance, witnessing it firsthand was indeed extraordinary. The Son of Heaven is truly fortunate. Who would not feel elated with such a stunning companion? Even the oldest among them felt a pang of envy in his heart. Li Yijian approached, addressing Li Heng. "Have you come today to learn the path of the sword? Your aptitude for swordsmanship is commendable. The sooner you commence your training, the greater your future achievements will be." His discerning eye could ascertain a person's swordsmanship aptitude with just a few glances. Previously, he had assessed Li Heng's sword talent, recognizing it as above average. Though he fell short of true genius, with diligent practice, he too could become a formidable swordsman. Indeed, Li Heng nodded. "I have come not solely for sword training, but also to inquire about the eternal sword rankings. My father mentioned your familiarity with this matter and suggested I seek your guidance." Li Hongtian, while not particularly versed in swordsmanship, had only heard whispers about the sword rankings and was not well acquainted with their details. "Focus on your training. I shall return shortly to review your progress." Li Yijian instructed the disciples on the plaza before turning his attention back to Li Heng. "Come with me to the main hall for a more detailed discussion." At the entrance of the grand hall stood a 3-foot-high incense burner, the fragrant smoke of sandalwood enveloping the mountaintop. Li Yijian gestured towards a painting on the left wall of the hall, depicting a man in white wielding a long sword, confronting a colossal dragon that loomed menacingly from above. "By scrutinizing this painting closely, you may glean some insights," he advised. Stepping aside to grant space for the young boy and the Dragon Maiden, Li Heng gazed intently at the scroll. After a moment, he perceived a tremor within the painting, as if the figure within had come to life. Buzz, a man, wielding a mystical sword, executed an exceptionally exquisite sword technique. As the long sword was unsheathed, the air trembled with an overwhelming force, striking down the malevolent dragon in the blink of an eye. Such formidable swordsmanship. Though the man's strength paled in comparison to that of the dragon, he effortlessly vanquished it through the mastery of his swordplay. This scene depicted in the painting clearly attests to the man's extraordinary skill. In his eyes, a system prompt emerged, revealing Qishao sword technique, 33 forms. This was indeed the Qishao sword technique. Li Heng was momentarily taken aback. Was this not the very technique listed in the ancient sword enlightenment rankings? The dragon, observing the scroll for a brief moment, scoffed at the man's swordsmanship. "Humph, this little dragon is too feeble. Were I in his place, a single punch would shatter him." Li Heng chuckled and shook his head. "Not every dragon clan possesses your lineage. Moreover, this is merely a painting, crafted to illustrate the Qishao sword technique. It is evident that the artist possessed profound artistic insight, capable of capturing the man's sword-wielding elegance through mere brushstrokes. Simply possessing this painting is beyond the reach of an ordinary sect. Chapter 109. The Azure Sky Sword Technique. Are you familiar with the Red Sky Sword Technique? Li Yijin inquired, a hint of surprise crossing his features. This particular sword technique was indeed renowned, and for someone as young as Li Heng to recognize, it was quite extraordinary. I have seen it executed once before, Li Heng nodded, offering no further elaboration. To recognize it after just one demonstration, Li Yijin was momentarily taken aback. It appeared that Li Heng's aptitude for the sword was more formidable than he had initially surmised. This technique originated from the Eternal Sword Comprehension ranking, which tests an individual's insight into swordsmanship. Anyone could attempt to grasp the techniques from the ranking, but only within a span of 3 days. Once that period elapses, the opportunity to comprehend that particular sword technique is lost for a lifetime. The number of techniques one can learn depends on their insight. The more techniques understood, the higher the ranking, with the possibility of ascending the Eternal Sword Comprehension ranking. Li Heng, are you inquiring about the sword ranking because you aspire to ascend the divine ranking? The divine ranking offers opportunities that are immensely alluring, tempting many to try their hand. Yet, throughout millennia, only a scarce few have managed to reach the sword comprehension ranking. Only those with extraordinary talent in swordsmanship possess such capability. Indeed, I wish to give it a try. Li Heng's motives were not solely for the opportunity, but also to gather the essence of eternity. If he could ascend the divine ranking, he must seize the chance. As his cultivation level rose, the consumption of medicinal pills became increasingly substantial. While the demon pills were relatively plentiful, the spiritual pills were rarer, and it was only a matter of time before they would be exhausted. Preparation was essential for a smoother enhancement of strength. Gathering the essence of eternity was currently the most effective means of advancement. Just imagine, if the multiplier for sign-ins could be elevated to 1,000-fold. What was once a single spiritual pill obtained from a sign-in could now yield 1,000, an immense increase in quantity. Better utilization of those sign-in locations could generate greater value. Sighing softly, Li Yijin placed his hands behind his back and remarked, "To speak candidly, your swordsmanship requires considerable refinement. You must encounter further opportunities in the realm of swordsmanship before you could potentially ascend the sword ranking. Attempting it now would likely prove futile." His words were measured, avoiding excessive bluntness. Indeed, while Li Heng's divine physique was formidable, his swordsmanship remained relatively weak, only marginally superior to that of an ordinary person. He was still leagues away from the standards required to ascend the Eternal Sword Comprehension ranking. According to Li Yijin's assessment, with Li Heng's current aptitude for swordsmanship, several centuries, or even millennia, of cultivation would likely not suffice to reach the sword comprehension ranking. He refrained from overly discouraging Li Heng, opting for a more gentle approach in his speech. When Li Heng last visited, his swordsmanship aptitude was rather ordinary. However, subsequent sign-ins had rewarded him with a primordial sword bone, which, upon fusion, significantly enhanced his swordsmanship aptitude. Coupled with millennia of sword comprehension experience, his proficiency had undergone a qualitative transformation. He was no longer the youth he once was. Li Heng, if you aspire to ascend the sword ranking, I might have a method for you. Li Yijin deftly flipped his wrist, revealing a blue-covered book in his palm, upon which the 4 grand characters Qingtian sword technique were inscribed within a white frame. The swordsmanship chronicled in the Eternal Enlightenment sword ranking was known as the Qishao sword technique, an exceedingly profound art, one which even many seasoned warriors, having dedicated years to the path of the sword, found elusive to comprehend. Subsequently, an elder conducted research and discovered that those who grasped a sword technique akin to the Qishao sword technique beforehand would experience significant enhancement in their understanding when attempting to perceive the sword. Thus, individuals who had delved into the Qishao sword technique, through their comprehension of it, devised a simplified set of moves, giving rise to the Qingtian sword technique. This Qingtian sword technique, while rooted in principles similar to the Qishao sword technique, exhibited a remarkable affinity in execution. Through diligent practice, successors were able to cultivate the Qingtian sword technique to a consummate level, thereby augmenting their insight into the Qishao sword technique by at least a dozen forms. Practicing 2 akin sword techniques indeed accelerates the speed of comprehension. For those unacquainted with the Qishao sword technique attempting to grasp it directly, it was estimated that within 3 days, they could discern a few forms. However, those familiar with comparable sword techniques would experience a synergistic effect during their comprehension, leading to a significantly swifter progression. Many successors, through their study of the Qingtian sword technique, managed to uncover over 20 forms of the Qishao sword technique. Such a level of mastery of the Qishao sword technique wielded extraordinary power. Li Heng, if you aspire to delve into the sword ranking, it would be prudent to first cultivate this sword technique to its fullest potential. The effects will be remarkable. As the saying goes, sharpening the axe does not delay the work of chopping wood. Li Heng nodded, accepting the Qingtian sword technique, casually flipping open the pages to examine the contents. Is this truly the Qingtian sword technique? The moves are astonishingly simple. I can grasp them at a glance. With the possession of the primordial sword bone, my speed of understanding sword techniques has reached its zenith. Techniques that would normally take months or even years to master can now be learned in mere moments. This is the disparity in aptitude. Swiftly, he completed the first page and turned to the second, and then the third. Longer, with her long legs gracefully striding and a fragrant breeze trailing behind her, approached the peak master. Master, how long would it take for the young master to cultivate this sword technique to its zenith? Li Yijian cast a brief glance at Longer's exquisite visage before diverting his gaze. Given Li Heng's aptitude for the sword, it would likely take him 3 to 50 years to fully comprehend the Qingtian sword technique. Such a long time. Longer covered her cherry blossom-like mouth with her delicate hand, realizing that the young master's aspiration to ascend the sword path divine ranking was a distant endeavor. Indeed, Li Yijian replied, his hands clasped behind his back. As the adage states, it takes 10 years to refine a sword. To reach the consummate level of this technique in 3 to 50 years is already considered swift. Longer continued, I have heard the clan leader mention that you possess several spirit swords. Might you grant me one? You seek a spirit sword? Li Yijian mused, a flicker of joy crossing his face. Do you also wish to embark on the path of the sword? The dragon clan possesses formidable physical prowess, rendering the need for spiritual swords quite rare, unless one seeks to cultivate swordsmanship. However, with a gentle smile, Long Air remarked, recently, I have been honing my culinary skills and have already managed to break several dozen kitchen knives. Those knives are simply not durable, with just a modicum of force. They shatter. Thus, I thought it prudent to acquire a spiritual sword for my culinary endeavors. Crafted from spiritual iron, it surely would not succumb to damage so easily. Li Yijian felt a surge of frustration, evident by the 3 dark lines that appeared on his forehead. You truly have a knack for exasperating me, he retorted. Such a precious item as a spiritual sword should never be relegated to the mundane task of chopping vegetables. Even the 100-sword pavilion possesses only a limited number of spiritual swords, each one exceedingly valuable. Only those disciples who exhibit exceptional talent and endure rigorous trials may be bestowed with one. Such a treasured artifact should not be entrusted to Long Air for mere culinary purposes. If Long Air wishes to pursue the path of the sword, I might consider gifting one in honor of the divine scion, but using it to prepare food is simply out of the question. Chapter 110. The Reemergence of the Blood-Drinking Sword. Long Air let out a disappointed sigh. It seemed she could only ask the young master for it. Swish, swish, swish. Li Heng remained engrossed in his reading. A thick illustrated tome soon brought him to its final page. Snap! He closed the book, eyes shut, absorbing the sword techniques he had just encountered. After a dozen breaths, he opened his eyes. It's done. Done? Li Yijian was perplexed by this statement. Just now, Li Heng had merely skimmed through the Qingtian sword technique. To truly master it required meticulous study, and there lay a long journey ahead before he could fully grasp the swordsmanship. This set of techniques, while a simplified version of the Qishao sword technique, was replete with exquisite moves, a total of 68 forms. Only upon mastering all 68 could one claim to have achieved something worthwhile. Peak Master, I return this book to you, Li Heng said, handing it back. Huh, you're not going to study it? Li Yijian did not take the book. Merely glancing at it would not allow one to remember the profound contents within. It was far easier to learn when accompanied by illustrations. This book was now of no use to Li Heng. Given his aptitude for swordsmanship, he could master this set of techniques in no time. Absurd. Li Yijian's face turned stern. Mastering sword techniques required daily practice. How could one expect to remember them after a single glance? If you approach swordsmanship with such an attitude, Future accomplishments will be scarce. His words were harsh, but they stemmed from a place of concern for Li Heng, meant to awaken him. Though Li Heng possessed an extraordinarily powerful divine body, achieving feats beyond the reach of ordinary individuals, the divine body was still distinct from the path of the sword. Blind arrogance was not a virtue. I have already mastered this book. Hence, I have no further need for it, Li Heng clarified. Mastered? How is that possible? Li Yijian could not accept such a claim. He was well aware of Li Heng's aptitude for swordsmanship. It was inconceivable that one could learn the techniques from a mere glance. Observe, Li Heng offered no further explanation, flipping his wrist as a dark red sword, exuding a sanguine aura, materialized in his hand. At first glance, Li Yijian found the sword somewhat familiar. Upon closer inspection, his pupils suddenly constricted. This is that broken sword. The back of the sword bore several holes, identical to those on the original broken blade. However, this sword now showed no signs of rust, radiating an exceptionally keen edge. Why did this sword's presence induce such trepidation? Could it be a celestial sword? He possessed a high-grade spiritual sword. Yet compared to this one, it seemed like a speck of light, unable to shine. Only a celestial sword could emit such a terrifying aura. No way. In just a few months, a low-grade spiritual sword has transformed into a celestial sword. What on earth has Li Heng done? A celestial sword is an entity scarcely attainable within the realm of eternal life. Across the entire realm, finding even a few would be considered fortunate. In Li Heng's hand lay a sword that could astonish anyone. Yet, what was this ominous aura of blood? The sword exuded an intense scent of blood. Li Yijian, standing there, felt a surging of vitality within him, as if it were about to burst forth and rush towards that sword. This sensation resembled that of encountering a legendary celestial sword. The blood-drinking sword. Could it truly be that? Li Heng had actually nurtured it into a celestial sword. Hiss! A pang of regret washed over Li Yijian. Had he discovered earlier that this sword was the blood-drinking sword, he would have certainly cultivated it with blood, never entrusting it to another. A formidable celestial sword lay before him, yet he had failed to recognize it. This could only imply one thing. He was fated to be estranged from celestial swords. Alas, Li Heng was indeed the favored child of fortune. Simply selecting a sword led him to the blood-drinking sword. Yet, he felt little remorse. Treasures belong to those who are destined to possess them. His fortune was surely but a fraction of Li Heng's. With the blood-drinking sword in hand, Li Heng thrust forward. The first move of the Qing Tian sword technique. Li Yijian was momentarily taken aback upon witnessing this maneuver. Had he truly mastered the Qing Tian sword technique? Yet, this was merely the first move. This sword technique comprised a total of 68 moves. The initial ones were relatively simple and could be easily grasped by anyone with a foundation in swordsmanship. However, as one progressed, the complexity of the technique increased significantly. Without several years, or even decades, of swordsmanship experience, mastering it would be exceedingly difficult. Li Heng flicked his wrist upward, the sword's edge tracing an arc of profound mystery in the air, leaving behind a trail of blood-red sword energy. The second move. Then, the sword tip pressed downward. The third move. Whoosh, 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 the sound of the sword slicing through the air echoed continuously. The fifth move. The seventh move. The ninth move. The sword swept horizontally, creating a blood-red afterimage. The 10th move. Li Yijian was utterly astonished. 10 moves? What exquisite techniques! Compared to those who had practiced swordsmanship for decades, Li Heng certainly surpassed them. Having merely glimpsed the moves, he had achieved such mastery. Had he truly underestimated him? Although the first 10 sword techniques were not particularly intricate, mastering them typically required a year or two of dedicated practice. Especially the 10th move, which appeared deceptively simple, concealed profound intricacies. When executed, if the afterimage did not manifest, it would not be deemed successful. Just moments ago, as Li Heng performed it, the afterimage solidified, as if thousands of blood-drinking swords had simultaneously executed the same motion. After the blade was unleashed, a heartbeat later, the afterimage lingered in the air. This was ample proof of the extraordinary finesse with which this sword technique had been cultivated. Even if he were to attempt the 10th move, the afterimage would only remain in the air for half a heartbeat before dissipating. Could it be that Li Heng was a prodigy of swordsmanship? Had I misjudged previously? I did not employ the sword pathstone to assess Li Heng's swordsmanship aptitude. Rather, I merely observed based on my understanding of the sword arts. Over the years, I have utilized this method to evaluate numerous individuals, and it has generally proven quite accurate. However, there have been instances of inaccuracies, albeit rare. Otherwise, we could measure Li Heng's potential with the Sword Path Stone, which would yield a more precise result. The peak of the Sword Mountain houses the Sword Path Stone. By merely placing one's hand upon it, one can ascertain their swordsmanship talent. This method is far more reliable than mere visual observation. Li Yijian fell into contemplation. To learn 10 techniques from a single glance, what level of talent must one possess to accomplish such a feat? I have previously instructed several swordsmanship prodigies, and the most perceptive among them could only master the first 3 techniques after their initial reading. That individual had already dedicated a decade to the practice of swordsmanship. Possessing a robust foundation, without such a background, it would be utterly impossible. Just as I pondered, in a swift motion, Li Heng's blood-drinking sword did not falter, thrusting upward once more and leaving a crimson afterimage in its wake. The 11th technique. The long sword descended with a fierce slash, and the blood-red sword aura howled, cleaving the bench before him in two. Crack! Li Yijian felt a pang of heartbreak as he nearly crumbled. My beloved rocking chair. Chapter 111. The sword challenge. Li Heng wielded the blood-drinking sword, moving with an ethereal grace akin to a dragon emerging from the sea. The crimson sword energy permeated the entire grand hall. 15 strikes, 20 strikes. With a thrust of the blood-drinking sword, 1,000 sword edges coalesced, densely filling the space and sealing it completely. The sword energy howled as it pierced the walls of the hall. Puff, puff. In an instant, the walls were riddled with holes, resembling a sieve. Sunlight streamed through the openings, casting golden beams upon the floor. 30 strikes. Li Yijian was utterly astonished. He no longer cared whether the walls remained intact or the extent of the damage. The display by Li Heng was too terrifying. 30 strikes had manifested 1,000 sword edges. According to the realm of swordsmanship, this technique displayed varying forms of prowess. In the initial stage, a few sword edges would appear. In the minor completion stage, dozens. In the major completion stage, hundreds. And 1,000 sword edges indicated that Li Heng had perfected this technique to an exquisite level. How could he have reached such a pinnacle of mastery with just a glance? What astonishing swordsmanship talent did he possess? It was truly fearsome. It had taken Li Yijian a decade of dedicated practice to reach the major completion stage of this sword technique. Though his talent was comparatively strong, allowing him to progress faster than the average practitioner, Li Heng had managed to master it in the span of merely a single incense stick's duration. Such comprehension sent shivers down one's spine. I must surely test Li Heng's swordsmanship aptitude soon. I truly underestimated him. After completing 30 strikes, Li Heng sheathed his sword, refraining from further demonstration. In truth, he had mastered the entire set of techniques within that brief period. Continuing to unleash more strikes would amplify their power to such an extent that it could potentially obliterate the Grand Hall and the sword concealment pavilion behind it. With the Harmony sword bone in tandem with millennia of swordsmanship experience, mastering this technique was relatively effortless for him. Inside the Grand Hall, the sword energy roared, causing various objects to shatter, drawing the attention of the disciples outside. Upon entering, they were astounded to witness Li Heng executing the sword technique. All were left in a state of shock. Gasp! Li Heng is only 5 years old, and he has already learned 30 strikes of the celestial sword technique? His execution surpasses mine. What extraordinary talent must he possess? While those who had spent decades to master the 30th strike of the technique felt an overwhelming desire to bury themselves in shame, Li Yijian scanned the gathered disciples. His voice stern as he declared, "Look at Li Heng. At merely 5 years old, he has already mastered 30 strikes of the celestial sword technique. Don't just stand there. Go practice your swordsmanship." Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. One by one, the disciples darted out like rabbits, returning to their rigorous training under the blazing sun. Upon witnessing the earlier scene, the disciples devoted themselves to their training with even greater fervor. "Li Heng, how do you practice? Why have you progressed so swiftly?" inquired Li Yijian. Li Heng described, "As I perused the illustrations in the books, they appear almost alive, capable of executing sword techniques on their own, making it effortless to learn." A prodigy indeed, Li Yijian marveled, truly a genius of the sword. It seems I was mistaken before. The book is inanimate, yet the individual can come alive. This must be a sign of entering the state of sword comprehension, allowing one to move independently. The ability to easily attain such a state further underscores Li Heng's extraordinary prowess in swordsmanship. After millennia of practice, I have scarcely experienced this state myself. Come, accompany me to the sword repository, where we shall assess your swordsmanship aptitude. The sword repository not only houses over 100 spirit swords, but also features a stone specifically for testing swordsmanship qualifications, positioned in the corner of the room. As the trio entered the sword repository, Longer was visibly excited by the sight of the myriad spirit swords. Oh, this sword appears remarkably sharp and petite, perfect for carving intricate designs. This one is broader, ideal for chopping meat. And this one, perfect for deboning. In recent days, she had become engrossed in honing her culinary skills. The spirit swords before her transformed into mere tools for the kitchen. Hearing this, Li Yijian broke into a cold sweat. These were spirit swords he had painstakingly collected, yet she intended to use them for cooking? Such a wasteful act. At the center, upon a sword platform, lay a resplendent golden longsword. Longer, upon seeing the sword, seemed infatuated, unable to move her feet. Peak Master, this golden longsword is truly exquisite. Could you possibly gift it to me? Well, Li Yijian glanced at the magnificent sword, feeling somewhat reluctant. What do you intend to do with it? Use it for cooking? He vowed that if Longer intended to use it for such purposes, he would never part with it. Spirit swords were meant to vanquish foes, not to be sullied by culinary use. That's not it. Longer unsheathed the long sword, gently caressing its delicate blade. This sword is so beautiful. Using it for cooking would be a waste. As long as it's not for cooking. Li Yijian sighed, considering Li Heng's remarkable talent. I will gift you one. But mind you, only one. Thank you. Longer joyfully cradled the spirit sword. Peak Master, once you agree, you must not go back on your word. Indeed, Li Yijian was a man of his word and would not retract his promise. Splendid. Longer secured the golden long sword at her waist with a golden ribbon. This sword is so sharp and substantial. Using it for cutting vegetables would be wasteful. It is better suited for meat. Henceforth, she playfully tapped the sword at her waist. You shall be my designated meat-cutting sword. You. Li Yijian's eyes widened in disbelief, his voice trembling. Didn't you say you wouldn't use it for cooking? Precisely. Longer lifted her head and mischievously winked. Using it for cutting meat surely does not count. You. Li Yijian was nearly taken aback. Is there really any difference between slicing meat and chopping vegetables? Li Heng glanced at the spiritual sword and softly remarked, it's a mid-grade spiritual sword, and its sharpness is somewhat lacking. I shall gift you a celestial sword in the future. It would be far more suitable for cutting meat. He was unaware of Longer's need for such a weapon. Had he known, he would have presented it long ago. After a millennium of signing in, he possessed numerous spiritual, celestial, and even demonic swords. Really? Longer exclaimed with delight, lifting Li Heng and spinning around several times. This is absolutely wonderful. Li Yijian swallowed hard. A mid-grade spiritual sword lacking sharpness, using a celestial sword for butchering. How extravagant. In the realm of eternal life, spiritual swords were exceedingly precious. Only the peak masters of the sword summit were entitled to wield a supreme spiritual sword. And what of the divine offspring? A celestial sword used for cutting meat? Even an immortal would hesitate to employ it in such a manner. In the corner stood a stone, 3 feet tall and resembling a long sword. Li Heng placed his hand upon it to test his swordsmanship aptitude. Li Yijian pointed to the sword-testing stone, his heart brimming with anticipation. What brilliance might the stone unveil? Chapter 112. Swordsmanship Aptitude. Li Heng placed his hand upon the sword stone. A low hum resonated as the stone trembled. Li Yijian focused intently, his gaze fixed upon the stone. The intensity of the light reflected the height of one's swordsmanship aptitude. The vibrations of the stone intensified, akin to a seismic tremor of magnitude 10, nearly toppling over. A resplendent light surged skyward, so brilliant that Li Yijian nearly lost his sight. Fortunately, at the last moment, his thick eyelashes shielded him from the blinding radiance. A phenomenon of a millennium. A phenomenon of 10 millennia. A phenomenon of 1,000,000 years. The brilliance escalated, and Li Yijian murmured his assessment of Li Heng's aptitude. Swordsmanship aptitude could be categorized into various levels. Genius, once in a decade, once in a century. Once in a millennium, once in 10 millennia, once in 100 millennia. The more intense the light, the greater the age. Yet, even as the brilliance reached the magnitude of 1,000,000 years, the sword stone continued to tremble. It appeared that Li Heng's swordsmanship aptitude had yet to be fully tested. Alas, this sword stone could only ascertain a maximum aptitude of 1,000,000 years. Anything beyond that remained unmeasurable. Was 1,000,000 years merely a fraction of Li Heng's true potential? Just one swordsmanship prodigy emerging every 1,000,000 years is already formidable. The notion that Li Heng might surpass this threshold is unfathomable. As the light faded, the stone returned to its original state. Li Yijian was filled with profound emotion. Li Heng, your swordsmanship aptitude is extraordinary. You possess the potential of a sword emperor. With such a formidable physique coupled with your sword skills, an invincible path lies ahead. Li Heng smiled inwardly. It was only natural for the Hongmeng sword bone to emit such brilliance. I have heard that the Jiyun sword sect possesses an ancient sword enlightenment ranking. What are the prerequisites for entry? Li Yijian replied. To comprehend the ancient sword enlightenment ranking, there are several approaches. First, one must become a disciple of the Jiyun sword sect. Upon reaching the age of 30, one may study the Qishao sword technique. However, the Qishao sword technique can only be comprehended once, and if one is too young, the understanding may elude them. Second, one may relinquish rare materials in exchange for the opportunity to study the Qishao sword technique. This technique enjoys great renown in the Chongqing realm, attracting all who practice swordsmanship to seek its wisdom. This stone tablet has become a tool for the Jiyun sword sect to accumulate wealth, yielding substantial resources annually. Third, one may obtain qualification through the swordsmanship trials set forth by the Jiyun sword sect. The third method is exceedingly difficult. Many sword practitioners would rather part with their rare materials than attempt it. This is also one of the means by which the Jiyun sword sect compels sword practitioners to contribute resources, thereby amassing wealth. Li Heng nodded in understanding. The second method was straightforward. Surrendering some resources was a trivial matter for him. However, the third trial was worth considering as well. If the location of the trial allows for attendance, the ultimate beneficiary will still be him. Li Heng, your aptitude for swordsmanship is far more formidable than I had anticipated. Li Yijian expressed with a hint of emotion. Once you have fully comprehended the Qingtian sword technique, you may attempt to grasp the sword rankings. However, I advise you to practice for several more years to deepen your understanding of the sword, which would be more prudent. Thank you for the reminder. Li Heng had already made up his mind. He had thoroughly grasped the Qingtian sword technique. He simply had not demonstrated it earlier. Some sword moves could be further studied, and mastering them flawlessly would undoubtedly assist him in comprehending the Qishao sword technique. Therefore, he planned to dedicate some time to research before heading to the Jiyun sword sect. Opportunities are rare. To reach the pinnacle of the ancient realm, one must be well prepared. My lord, may I try on this stone? Longer pointed at the sword stone standing in the corner, feeling as though it was calling to her. Calling to you? Li Heng paused slightly. Well, then give it a try. He was aware of Longer's terrifying strength, excelling in close combat, yet he was uncertain about her aptitude for swordsmanship. Calling? Li Yijian muttered the two words. Only those with exceptional swordsmanship aptitude would sense the call of the sword stone. Could it be that Longer's swordsmanship is also extraordinary? Longer placed her delicate jade hand upon the sword stone. Buzzing. The sword stone trembled violently, akin to a magnitude 12 earthquake. It vibrated even more intensely than Li Heng's earlier attempt. Li Heng even began to doubt whether this object had transformed into a vibrational device. A height of 3 feet seemed a bit excessive. Swish. A resplendent light surged skyward, even more dazzling than before. Li Yijian fixed his gaze intently on the sword stone, and as the light erupted, he noticed blood seeping from the corners of his eyes. Once in a millennium. Once in 100,000 years. Once in 1,000,000 years. Oh, my old eyes. They can no longer see. The brilliance is too blinding. Observing at such close range nearly rendered him blind. Buzzing. The light continued to intensify. Upon reaching a certain peak, a tremendous explosion occurred, and the sword stone shattered into fine ash, dispersing with the wind. After a long silence, Li Yijian's vision gradually returned, allowing him to perceive some semblance of reality. At this moment, he could not afford to dwell on his eye injury, as his mind was still replaying the earlier scene. Longer's aptitude for swordsmanship surpasses 1,000,000 years, and it even caused the sword stone to explode. How powerful could she be? He understood that Longer's swordsmanship aptitude was significantly greater than Li Heng's. Otherwise, the sword stone would never have shattered. This 2 consecutive swordsmanship aptitudes exceeding 1,000,000 years. What kind of fortune is this? It's simply outrageous. Li Yijian felt that he had exhausted all his astonishment for a lifetime today. In the face of future tremors, there shall be no excessive display of emotion. Longer. Li Heng gazed at the exquisite silhouette of the dragon maiden, momentarily entranced. Your aptitude for the sword is astonishingly formidable, far surpassing my own. I must admit, I did not perceive it. Had it not been for Longer's assessment of her swordsmanship, I would never have contemplated this aspect. Previously, I had inquired whether she desired to pursue the path of the sword, to which she replied with disinterest, preferring to resolve matters with her fists. Li Heng merged with the primordial sword bone, a pinnacle of swordsmanship. If Longer possesses a talent even greater than this primordial sword bone, it is indeed formidable. Longer's strength is a boon. A companion beast will forever remain loyal to its master, harboring no ulterior motives. Her prowess ultimately benefits Li Heng the most. Moreover, another significant consideration arises. With her exceptional swordsmanship, Longer could effortlessly ascend the eternal sword rankings, perhaps even reach the realm of eternal extremity, securing 3 vibrant opportunities. In that eventuality, an abundance of eternal chi awaits, with the potential for exponential enhancements in rewards. Just envisioning it is utterly delightful. Moving forward, I shall diligently nurture Longer's swordsmanship, and together we shall seek enlightenment at the eternal sword steel. Beasts of the demonic kind may also ascend the eternal sword rankings, indistinguishable from humans. However, it is typically the case that their various aptitudes are not as robust as those of humanity. Chapter 113. The insight of Long-Heir Li Heng's fortune is truly extraordinary. Li Yijian sighed deeply. Not only does he possess exceptional talent in the sword arts, but the accompanying dragon maiden boasts an even more astonishing aptitude. How can those who toil tirelessly at swordsmanship endure this? At this moment, for words surfaced in his mind, the chosen one. Long-Heir, how is your swordsmanship so remarkable? Li Heng inquired, puzzled. Previously, he had not discerned any signs of this. It could be due to the brief time spent with Long-Heir, leaving him yet to uncover the truth. I do not know. Long-Heir reflected momentarily, her eyes brightening. No wonder Feng-Heir praised my carving skills, saying I learn quickly. It turns out to be because of my exceptional aptitude for swordsmanship. I shall diligently study carving. Such a splendid talent should not be squandered. Upon hearing this, Li Yijian nearly lost his composure. You possess such extraordinary swordsmanship talent, and you wish to use it for carving? Is that not a touch extravagant? If you do not desire it, at least share a fraction with me. Indeed. Li Heng acknowledged that Long-Heir's carving was rather exquisite, yet he had not considered it further. Long-Heir, with your fine aptitude for swordsmanship, it would be a shame not to practice carving diligently. Henceforth, focus on honing your carving skills, and in your spare time, continue your swordsmanship training. Mastering carving will make every meal a delightful experience. Li Heng now sought not only the delectable taste of food, but also the visual pleasure it provided. The fusion of both would yield a splendid feast. Nevertheless, swordsmanship remained essential for Long-Heir to learn. It involved the divine rankings, with ancient energy to absorb. While enjoying a meal, absorbing some ancient energy would indeed be delightful. These two. Li Yijian ran his fingers through his hair, nearly driven to madness. Such exceptional swordsmanship talent. If he received even a fraction of it, he would practice day and night. Yet, they were preoccupied with carving? It was an utter waste of such remarkable potential. In the small courtyard, colorful butterflies danced gracefully amidst the flower beds, their fragrance wafting throughout the area. Beneath the grand willow tree, Li Heng sat on a stone bench, retrieving the tome of the Azure Sky sword technique. Long-Heir, you shall study this sword technique first. Once you master the first 30 moves, come find me, and I shall guide you. After discovering Long-Heir's aptitude for swordsmanship, Li Heng had taken the tome back to allow her to study in advance, ensuring greater confidence when they ascended the sword rankings. However, Long-Heir hesitated, her delicate fingers clasping her sleeve, pursing her lips as she contemplated whether to reveal the truth. What is it? Li Heng inquired, perplexed. I have already mastered the first 30 moves. What? When did you learn them? Li Heng exclaimed, astonished. This book had only recently come into his possession, and he had yet to present it to Long-Heir. Had she truly learned the moves so effortlessly? If that is the case, it is rather exaggerated. As you executed your sword techniques, I observed just once and learned them instantly. Longer feared that revealing the truth would hurt Li Heng's pride. After all, Li Heng had devoted an incense stick's worth of time to mastering the swordplay, while she merely glanced at it and comprehended. No way. Li Heng was utterly astonished. The speed at which she learned the sword techniques was somewhat terrifying. Demonstrate it for me. I wish to see. Very well. Longer extended her arm, and the golden patterned sword at her waist unsheathed itself, landing gracefully in her hand. Swish. The long sword flicked upwards, and a golden sword aura howled forth. In terms of momentum, it was astonishingly more exquisite than Li Heng's performance. Hiss. Li Heng inhaled sharply. She truly mastered it. Such talent is a bit daunting. He had thought that the Hongmeng sword bone was already at its apex. Yet encountering someone like Longer, the realm of swordsmanship became even more formidable. Swish. Second stance. Third stance. Her graceful form danced with the golden-patterned long sword, akin to a breathtaking fairy from a painted scroll in a mesmerizing ballet. The Qing Tian sword technique, as executed by Longer, lost its sharpness yet gained an ethereal beauty. It seemed no longer a mere sword technique, but rather a dance of swords. 15th stance. 30th stance. Longer's gaze was as piercing as her sword, thrusting the golden-patterned sword forward. Buzzing. Thousands of sword energies whistled, transforming the willow trees into sieves. Not a single slender willow branch remained intact. This. Li Heng swallowed hard. Within that beautiful sword dance lay hidden lethality. An enemy enraptured by such a captivating performance would surely be caught off guard and meet their demise. What a fearsome technique. He never imagined that Longer could manifest a sword technique to this extent. Moreover, she learned it all with just one glance. Such prowess in swordsmanship is truly beyond comprehension. Previously, when he executed the 30th stance, only 1,000 sword edges emerged. Longer, however, conjured 10,000, her mastery transcending the level of perfection, reaching the realm of transcendence. Li Heng even doubted that if they went to the eternal sword steel, he would merely be a backdrop, allowing Longer to seize the first position. Nevertheless, this mattered little. As a companion beast, any treasures or opportunities would naturally benefit her. Only if she wished would she share them with him. There was no need to worry about other matters. With Longer's swordsmanship being so formidable, he could not afford to lag behind. He resolved to seek opportunities to elevate his own swordsmanship. After contemplating all this, he still handed over that book. Previously, he had only executed 30 moves. The remaining techniques were in the book, which she could take to study. Longer tucked the book into her bosom, feeling a protrusion at her abdomen, which might lead outsiders to believe that Li Heng had done something. It was quite embarrassing. This spatial ring is for you. Li Heng then presented her with another ring, which contained ample space and held various elixirs and life tree essence. Within, there are life-saving elixirs and the essence of the tree of life. Should one sustain injuries, they must be consumed immediately. He is aware of Longer's prowess. Mere mortals would find it impossible to harm her, yet it is prudent to prepare some elixirs nonetheless. Your swordsmanship is remarkable. Thus I bestow upon you a celestial sword for your protection. With a flick of his wrist, a blazing celestial sword materialized in his palm. The sword was enveloped in flames, as if a mere swing could incinerate the heavens. Upon seeing this celestial sword, Longer did not display joy, but instead shook her head. She favored golden longswords, akin to this one. As she spoke, she gently swayed the golden-patterned sword in her hand. Under the sunlight, it shimmered with a dazzling golden light. Ah, so you have a penchant for this golden hue. Very well. He retracted the blazing celestial sword and drew forth a sword that glimmered with golden radiance. The golden-patterned sword merely bore golden stripes, while this celestial sword was entirely crafted in gold, resembling pure gold itself. The supreme golden celestial sword, an exquisite item of celestial grade, forged from the rarest gold. It is unmatched in sharpness. This celestial sword lacks any fiery attributes, yet it is exceedingly keen. Any defensive celestial treasure would struggle to withstand its might. So beautiful. Longer's eyes sparkled with delight as she embraced the supreme golden celestial sword, caressing it with an unyielding affection. Chapter 114. The Unparalleled Beauties. How do you like it? Do you enjoy it? Li Heng inquired with a cheerful smile. Absolutely. Longer nodded vigorously, resembling a chick pecking at grain. She was utterly defenseless against such dazzling treasures. Where did you amass so many celestial swords? To be honest, a hint of astonishment flickered within her. The crimson flame celestial sword alone was exceedingly precious. After her refusal, she presumed Heng would not produce another sword. Yet, unexpectedly, he casually revealed another celestial sword. This awakened the long-buried memories of the dragon lineage, reminding her that celestial swords were also exceedingly rare in the ancient realm of the wild heavens. The higher the rank, the more precious they became. The two celestial swords Heng had just presented were both of the upper tier of celestial rank, something even the less formidable celestial sex could scarcely offer. Heng merely chuckled, refraining from providing further explanations. Noticing her master's reluctance to elaborate, Longer chose not to press further. Everyone harbors secrets, and it is perfectly natural not to disclose them. I am going to learn culinary skills from Feng. I shall prepare a sumptuous feast for you. Upon hearing the mention of a feast, beads of cold sweat appeared on Heng's forehead. In previous instances, when Longer presented him with her dishes, he nearly questioned his own existence. It was either a spilled salt container or a toppled soy sauce bottle. Quite inedible, indeed. Longer, you must study diligently. 2 months later, the sun shone brightly in a cloudless sky. In the courtyard of the Li family, a gathering of over 1,000 individuals assembled. Li Qinxi had completed her foundational cultivation and was poised to ascend the divine rankings. The crowd engaged in spirited discussions. What kind of foundational cultivation do you think the divine maiden has established? It should be the imperial foundation. The ancient imperial foundation is exceedingly arduous. I have heard that the divine son assisted the divine maiden by providing her with some foundational celestial treasures, perhaps enabling her to establish the ancient imperial foundation. The mutual support between the divine son and the divine maiden indeed makes for a splendid tale. Thousands of spectators gazed upward toward the towering divine rankings, eagerly anticipating the moment the divine maiden would ascend. The second position would soon belong to a member of the Li family. Due to Heng establishing the ancient imperial foundation first at a younger age, even if the divine maiden established the ancient imperial foundation, she would not be able to usurp his place, remaining in the second position. Li Qinxi approached the stone monument and placed her palm, radiating golden light, upon it. Buzz! The stone monument trembled violently, a terrifying aura surging toward the heavens. The firmament split open, revealing a chasm stretching for thousands of feet, showcasing the visage of the ancient divine domain. Towering celestial beings and demons clashed fiercely upon the sacred grounds. The scene was profoundly awe-inspiring. Colorful beams of light descended from the sky, and 2 radiant orbs of 7 colors landed before Li Qinxi. The contents of these luminous orbs remained hidden from the eyes of outsiders. In Li Heng's gaze, the aura of antiquity re-emerged. Just as I surmised, Li Qinxi's establishment of the ancient imperial foundation will indeed lead to the appearance of 2 7-colored orbs. One of them is undoubtedly the 7-colored key. What could the other one be? I shall inquire with Qinxi shortly. The vibrant orb of light descended, and the essence of eternity was directly absorbed into Li Heng's body. A refreshing sensation followed. Ding! You have absorbed the essence of eternity. Your sign-in rewards have increased 30-fold. Indeed, it was as anticipated. The colorful opportunity that Li Qinxi obtained was evidently of the same caliber as his parchment. As the divine rankings elevated, the opportunities afforded would only improve. Previously, the sign-in multiplier was 187 times. With the addition of this new 30-fold increase, it surged to 217 times. Consequently, the sign-in rewards became remarkably substantial. To assist Li Qinxi in establishing the Eternal Imperial Foundation, sacrificing a small portion of the Grand Nirvana fruit equated to 4-fold sign-in rewards. Now, the gains amounted to 30 times, far exceeding that modest fraction of the Grand Nirvana fruit. Furthermore, each subsequent sign-in would yield an additional 30-fold reward. 10 sign-ins would result in 300 times, and 100 sign-ins would translate to 3,000 times. What Li Heng could acquire vastly outweighed his expenditures, an undeniably lucrative endeavor. As Li Qinxi laid the groundwork for the Eternal Imperial Foundation, the 3 realms trembled once more. The rankings on the Eternal Foundation list exhibited changes. First place, Li Heng. Eternal Imperial Foundation. Second place, Muzi. Eternal Imperial Foundation. Third place, Yihao. Imperial Foundation. Fourth place, Junziemo. Imperial Foundation. Fifth place, Jinjiang. Celestial Foundation. Li Heng retained his position at the top, leveraging his youth. Li Qinxi ascended to second place, still recognized by the name Musi. Due to reaching the ultimate limit of eternity, the rewards remained identical to those of the first place, a fact that would not alter. Simultaneously, across the realm of longevity, all Eternal Foundation rankings revealed extraordinary phenomena. Heaven. That Musi has also ascended the Eternal Foundation list, equally possessing the Eternal Imperial Foundation. This is a tale of unparalleled brilliance. Li Heng and that Musi are destined to be immortalized in history. No one can hinder their progress. Henceforth, the tale of these two exceptional individuals will echo through the ages. In a quaint courtyard, within a chamber, the windows were wide open, allowing sunlight to illuminate the flower pots on the windowsill, where several chrysanthemums vied for bloom, exuding a delicate fragrance. Li Qinxi plucked a chrysanthemum and tucked it into her raven-black hair. Leaning on the windowsill, she brought her nose close to the flower and gently inhaled. Oh, what a delightful scent! Li Heng stood in the courtyard, witnessing Li Qinxi's affectionate gesture towards the chrysanthemum, his lips twitching in amusement. How curious that Qinxi had a penchant for chrysanthemums. Did she truly favor all varieties? After a few mischievous chuckles, Li Heng raised his head and inquired, "May I come in?" Li Qinxi nodded softly, welcoming the boy inside. This time, the establishment of the Eternal Imperial Foundation owes much to you. After all, we are siblings. Li Heng had already absorbed the essence of eternity, enhancing his sign-in rewards 30-fold. With the foundation of the Eternal Emperor's base, Li Qinxi will undoubtedly accomplish even greater feats in the realm of the Eternal Extremity, absorbing an even greater quantity of the Eternal Qi. Indeed, we are siblings. Li Qinxi gently nodded, a radiant smile illuminating her face. In that moment, she embraced her identity more wholeheartedly. You have finally acknowledged it. A mischievous grin spread across Li Heng's face. Siblings. I am the brother, and you are the sister. Although I was born a little later, I have always considered myself your elder brother. I can't be bothered to respond to you. Li Qinxi turned her head towards the window, letting out a cold huff. It hadn't been long before this rascal irritated her again. Could it be that this was a divine arrangement to vex me? Qinxi, what are the two fortuitous encounters you have obtained? Could you share them with me? Li Heng asked with curiosity. Previously, Li Qinxi would have never revealed such information to Li Heng so readily. However, without Li Heng, she could not establish the Eternal Emperor's base. Thus, she decided to share. One is a 7-colored key, and the other is a parchment scroll. A parchment scroll. Li Heng's eyes lit up. Could it be that this scroll was the same as the one he had obtained? Did it contain the legacy of the Eternal Pill God? May I take a look at that parchment scroll? Chapter 115. The second parchment. Li Qinxi effortlessly retrieved the parchment, laying it upon the table. Sunlight streamed through the window, casting a delicate golden hue upon the scroll. Li Heng gazed intently at the parchment. Judging by its appearance, it seemed akin to the treasure map he had previously acquired. The treasure map of the Dan Goddess inheritance. Should you manage to discover all 4 complete pieces, they may be assembled to unveil the path of legacy. The system provided its prompt. Indeed, this was a fragment of the treasure map. Qinxi, do you have any idea where this treasure map originates? I'm not certain. Li Qinxi had also pondered over it earlier. It might well document a location within the divine realm. Such treasure maps from the divine realm were exceedingly rare, making this encounter unprecedented. Could you possibly gift me this treasure map? You wish to have it? Li Qinxi hesitated. A treasure map from the divine realm likely contained powerful opportunities. Should it be uncovered, it would undoubtedly enhance one's strength significantly. Without your assistance, I would surely be unable to establish a timeless foundation. Since you desire this treasure map, then I shall bestow it upon you. Previously, she had offered Li Heng some resources in exchange for the great nirvana fruit, but they paled in comparison to the value of the fruit itself. Coupled with this treasure map, its worth surely exceeded that. However, she did not wish to dwell on such matters. Thank you. Li Heng smiled as he tucked the treasure map away. In light of your generosity, I shall undoubtedly assist you in finding a worthy spouse in the future. I can't be bothered with you. Li Qinxi huffed coldly. If there's nothing else, kindly take your leave. I need to rest. This boy was indeed somewhat vexing. Yet, Li Heng showed no intention of departing. When shall we venture into the eternal divine realm? We shall set forth once I break through to the Shendan realm. Very well. The eternal divine realm was a land of fertile magnificence, replete with ethereal energy. From a high vantage point, one could discern a valley at its center, enveloped in celestial aura, resembling a paradise. Li Qinxi stood atop the mountain, gazing towards the valley. That must be the Herb Immortal Valley. Corresponding to the foundation building ranking within the divine realm, the Herb Immortal Valley was renowned for cultivating numerous precious celestial herbs. Many cultivators aspired to ascend the Eternal Foundation ranking to gain entry into the Herb Immortal Valley. To enter the Herb Immortal Valley, one required a Herb Immortal token. Without it, one could only remain outside, helplessly watching. The token was exceedingly valuable, and even with wealth, procuring one in the three realms was a formidable challenge. Li Qinxi had expended considerable effort to acquire just a single token. Having previously promised Li Heng, she resolved to grant him this Herb Immortal token. When Li Heng had gifted her the great Nirvana fruit, she had vowed to assist him in obtaining a significant opportunity within the divine realm as recompense. In truth, the value of that parchment already surpassed that of the great Nirvana fruit. Yet, having spoken her intentions, she had no desire to retract her words. Let us proceed to that valley. Judging by the aura, it likely conceals numerous treasures. Li Heng followed the direction in which the girl pointed and indeed spotted a valley. Upon seeing the abundant ancient aura within, he was taken aback. Good heavens! So much ancient aura? If absorbed, it could increase his power by 70 or 80 times. It was truly the first time he had seen such a vast accumulation of ancient aura. This might be related to the cultivation of immortal herbs in the Medicine Fairy Valley. Very well, let us head over there shortly, Li Heng replied. Where shall we go now? Li Qinxi had previously accompanied Li Heng to the ancient divine realm and discovered that this lad was a child of fortune, encountering opportunities wherever he went. Thus, entrusting the initiative to him might lead them to even more treasures. Standing atop a small hill, Li Heng surveyed the surroundings. The area available for exploration in this divine realm was twice as expansive as before, allowing for the absorption of even more ancient aura. Look over there. There's a grave. Quite large, it seems to be a two-room, one-hall layout. To the left front, there was an open space with a 10-jong-high massive tomb. Its front adorned with a black stone tablet inscribed with a plethora of small characters. 2 rooms and a hall. Layout. Li Qinxi had never encountered such a description before. Let us go have a look, Li Heng said as he took the lead towards the grave. Long come out. As a companion beast, Long who resided within the companion beast space, could be summoned upon entering the divine realm. This is Long-Er's bright eyes scanned the surroundings, growing increasingly astonished. The ancient divine realm. In the memories of the dragon clan, the ancient divine realm was a mysterious and terrifying place where countless dragons had perished. Long, the divine realm is quite perilous. Do not act recklessly, Li Heng cautioned. Understood. Long nodded repeatedly, aware of the gravity of the situation. The trio advanced towards the massive tomb. As they drew near, an ominous aura of death enveloped the vicinity. Li Qinxi paused. Speaking cautiously, those who can be buried within the divine realm are deities. It is highly likely that within this tomb lies the corpse of a god. We must not desecrate the divine. Be wary of inciting the wrath of the gods. Though the deities had vanished from the divine realm, the will of the gods still lingered, and to offend them would invite their wrath. No one could withstand the will of the gods. Indeed, I understand. Long, how has your swordsmanship training been of late? Long's south eyes curved into crescent moons, revealing a sweet smile. I have been diligently studying the sword path. I even created my own sword technique. Li Heng was taken aback. What? You have developed your own sword technique? That is impressive. Creating one's own sword technique is a feat only achievable by those with profound understanding of the sword path. Long had only recently begun her sword practice, and to have devised her own technique was truly remarkable. What is the name of your sword technique? Engraved Blossom Sword Technique. Engraved Blossom? Li Heng was somewhat astonished. Could this engraved blossom even be considered a sword technique? As I tread further along the path of a chef, Li Heng approached the grave, successfully absorbing the ancient energy that had gathered above it. Ding! You have absorbed ancient energy, and your sign-in reward has increased by 20-fold. The enhancement, though modest, paled in comparison to that of the sheepskin scroll. However, the area was vast, providing numerous spots for absorption. With this 20-fold enhancement, the total surged to 237 times, steadily increasing. His gaze fixated on the gravestone. He received a system notification. the grave of the god of misfortune. The remains buried nearby will be shrouded in bad luck, with descendants over 888 generations, each worse than the last. Anyone interred here would be doomed to 888 generations of misfortune, with each generation declining in fortune. It was likely that, in the end, descendants would end up on the walls. Even if someone offered a celestial being, Heng would refuse to bury the remains here. In addition to the ancient energy, this grave possessed a profound essence of the Tao. Sign in. Ding. You have signed in at the grave of the god of misfortune, and received as a reward a coffin of the god of misfortune. The reward has increased by 237 times, granting you the god of misfortune's burial site. 100 coffins of the god of misfortune. Chapter 116. Embracing all rivers. The pool is vast, the withering god's coffin. To place a deceased person within this coffin is to doom their descendants for 88 generations, each one weaker than the last. A malicious coffin indeed. After 88 generations, the ancient clan may very well cease to exist. Though this coffin cannot take lives, it is a treacherous curse. Heng then turned his gaze towards another reward. The withering goddess grave. To bury the departed in this grave will invoke a curse upon their lineage, affecting ancestors and descendants alike. What a vicious grave. A chill ran down Heng's spine. The previous coffin merely affected future generations, but this grave directly impacts the ancestors. If one wishes to undermine a rival clan, eliminating a young descendant and interring them in this grave would surely weaken the clan over the years. Eventually, they may become so frail that they collapse under their own weight. Excellent. Heng chuckled coldly, contemplating how to deal with those who displeased him in the future. The grave represents a unique space that can be summoned at will, making it remarkably convenient to utilize. The three individuals departed from the grave and ascended a small hill. Liqinsi glanced around, noting that this hill appeared rather ordinary, lacking any remarkable features. What could possibly be found atop this hill? The trio reached a point halfway up the slope, where they encountered a spring. Water flowed from the spring, collecting in a small pool nearby. After observing for a while, Liqinsi noticed something peculiar. The amount of water flowing from the spring was considerable, and logically, it should overflow into the pool. Yet, despite the passage of time, the pool remained unfilled, still capable of accommodating more spring water. The pool was not particularly large, measuring about 10 feet square, and was clear enough to see the bottom, estimated to be 3 feet deep. Given the volume of water emerging, it should have filled within moments. The three continued to observe for a TS worth of time, as the spring water flowed incessantly into the pool, as if it were a bottomless pit. Heng focused intently on the spring and received a system notification. Heavenly Spirit Spring, capable of continuously producing heavenly spirit water. Do not attempt to excavate it. Any damage to the structure above will result in complete destruction. Heavenly spirit water, what a precious substance. This liquid is imbued with an exceptionally rich spiritual essence, ideal for cultivation and enhancing one's realm. A single sip contains as much spiritual energy as an 8th grade elixir. His gaze shifted to the pool. Ocean embracing pool, embracing all rivers. The pool is vast. A seemingly small pool can contain the ocean. You cannot relocate this pool, but you may swim freely within it. The pool is vast. What is this pool's wife? It sounds akin to a name from an island nation. Heng wore a smile that hinted at intrigue. The ocean embracing pool. So that is what it is. This too is a treasure containing the universe within. While it appears unremarkable on the outside, its interior holds boundless wonders. Could this celestial spring have existed since the ancient times? Over the years, how much of its precious water has it stored? Heng yearned to ascend and consume all the spring's water for his cultivation. As we approached, the liquid in the pool appeared to be absorbable. Suddenly, Longer positioned herself in front, sensing a formidable aura from the nearby beasts. Indeed, as the three of us drew closer, a towering water chelan emerged beside the Haina pool. Its azure eyes resembled the vast ocean, and with bared teeth, it glared at our three figures. It had guarded this place since its inception, shredding any intruders to pieces. Moreover, its strength was formidable, reaching the 9th tier. Each divine ranking corresponded to the ancient realms, where the strength of the beasts had a certain cap. Generally, the beasts in the realms accessible to mortals would not exceed the 10th tier. Little Chelan, step aside. Longer commanded, wielding the Taijin immortal sword and advancing a step. Roar. The water Qilin opened its mouth in a furious roar, leaping into the air, its claws aimed at Longer. Carving sword technique. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. The sword danced with astonishing speed, striking thousands of times in an instant, creating numerous afterimages. Before the water Qilin could descend, its body was enveloped by these phantoms. Crack, crack. Scales flew, blood splattered, and flesh was scattered. The long sword was sheathed. Longer clapped her hands. All done. Looking ahead, there was no trace of the water Qilin left. The ground was adorned with exquisite flowers, chrysanthemums, jasmine, and morning glories, each vividly colored. Beside the flowers lay the Qilin's skin, bones, and innards, meticulously arranged. Clap, clap, clap. Li Heng applauded, exclaiming in admiration. Remarkable. The carving sword technique is truly impressive. He could only conclude that Longer possessed an extraordinary talent for swordsmanship. In mere moments, she had skinned, deboned, and carved the Qilin with seamless precision, leaving no room for delay. The carved meat flowers retained their exquisite quality, promising to be delectably divine. To wield such a technique is to be an undeniable genius of the sword path. Receiving Li Heng's praise, Longer's south eyes curved into crescent moons, and she smiled shyly. You flatter me. This carving sword technique is merely something I recently devised, and there are still many imperfections to refine. Li Heng, however, dismissed her modesty. It is already quite impressive. If Longer were to work at a ramen shop in Lanzhou, slicing beef, she could easily save thousands in a month. 1 pound of beef could serve 1,000 bowls. They would learn what it means to be as thin as a cicada's wings, melting in the mouth, with the flavor of beef disappearing before one even tastes it. Sir, I shall set aside these meat flowers and prepare lunch for you shortly, Long said, gesturing to the pile of meat. No, let us prepare it now. Upon encountering the exquisite Qilin meat for the first time, Li Heng was naturally eager to savor its flavor. We decided to take a moment to rest here and absorb the celestial spring within the sea of abundance. The essence of this spring cannot be carried away, as the sea of abundance possesses the ability to confine space, rendering it impossible to collect these liquids in storage vessels. One can absorb it here, but it cannot be taken away. Very well, I shall proceed now. Longer retrieved an assortment of jars and utensils from within the spatial ring, complete with pots and pans. Upon witnessing this scene, Li Qinzi couldn't help but wonder if these two were planning a picnic. Longer meticulously arranged the items on the ground and inquired, How would you like to dine? Li Heng gazed at the tender Qilin meat, his fingers itching with anticipation. Let us roast it. That would be quicker. A simple meal will suffice. All right. Longer rolled up her sleeves, revealing arms as fair as jade. I have recently devised a unique method of roasting meat, which I have dubbed explosive roast. Would you care to give it a try? Give it a try? Li Heng suddenly recalled Longer's culinary prowess and exhaled a deep sigh. There is a saying, attempting it could lead to demise. A standard barbecue will suffice. No need for anything so elaborate. Longer shook her head with a hint of regret. Very well. I shall let my lord taste the explosive roast upon our return. The Qilin meat was meticulously categorized and neatly arranged. Longer sifted through the pile of meat until she discovered a stick about a foot long, her cheeks tinged with a delicate blush. Chapter 117. One more comparison. Esteemed young master, indulging solely in roasted meat can be rather greasy. Would you care for a bowl of Qilin whip soup? It is undoubtedly nourishing. Li Heng repeatedly waved his hand in refusal, exclaiming, No. What on earth is Qilin whip soup? It's merely stew made from urine. I have no appetite for that. Drinking soup? What difference does it make from consuming Qilin whip sashimi? I'd rather pass. Disappointed by the rejection of his culinary ambitions, Longer sought out several choice cuts of leg meat, skewering them on redwood sticks and placing them over the crackling bonfire. Sizzle, sizzle. Pop. The fire roared, releasing an enticing aroma of roasted meat. Li Heng approached the celestial spring, absorbing the rich essence of ages into his being. Ding. You have absorbed the essence of ages, increasing your sign-in multiplier by 30 times. The sensation of enhancement was exhilarating. From 237 times, it surged to 267 times. Beside the celestial spring, there was also a sign-in location. Ding. You have signed in at the celestial spring, receiving a reward of 1 bottle of celestial spring water. With the multiplier at 267 times, you have acquired 267 bottles of celestial spring water. Gulp. Li Heng swallowed hard. 267 bottles of celestial spring water? Such a quantity could only be described as immense. Each sip of celestial spring water is equivalent to an 8th grade elixir. If the bottles possess spatial storage capabilities, they could hold a vast amount. Closing his eyes, he delved into the system space, opening one bottle of celestial spring water and peering inside. From the outside, the bottle appeared small, yet within, it revealed a wondrous expanse. One bottle could easily provide 100 sips. Thus, 267 bottles equate to a staggering 26,700 8th grade elixirs. Heh. This reward is indeed quite generous. Establishing a foundation of ages and elevating one's realm requires an immense quantity of spiritual energy. Just as he was fretting over where to find elixirs, he had signed in and obtained 26,000 elixirs. This would suffice for quite some time. The heightened sign-in multiplier brought immense satisfaction. Morning dawn. This sea of absorption contains a substantial amount of celestial spring. Let us absorb its essence for half a day before departing. We have only 3 days within the divine realm. Exceeding this time will result in automatic expulsion. Thus, we cannot afford to squander time here. Very well, Li Chenxi agreed. The purpose of breaking through to the Xindan realm was precisely to enter the divine realm to absorb the spiritual liquid. Li Heng settled beside the sea of absorption, his consciousness probing into the pool. Booming. This was a vast world. Surrounding him were celestial springs, akin to an endless ocean, with no discernible horizon and no knowledge of its depth. Hiss! How many years of accumulation would it take to amass such a wealth of spring water? Regrettably, this spring water could only be absorbed, not taken away. After half a day, the more one absorbed, the greater the benefits. With his consciousness returning to reality, Li Heng retrieved a jade vial with spatial storage capabilities, dipping it into the pool, attempting to absorb the liquid within. The Haina pool emanates the laws of space, thoroughly suppressing the spatial capabilities of the jade vial, rendering it ineffective. Indeed, the spatial laws of the divine realm are exceedingly formidable, and this jade vial cannot possibly contend with them, thus failing to exhibit any effect. Morning light. Let us compete and see who can absorb the energy more swiftly. Let the competition begin. I shall not concede. Li Chenxi, as the Empress, naturally possesses formidable abilities. It seems. Li Heng raised an eyebrow. You have never won, have you? This time, victory shall be mine. I dare you. Li Chenxi swiftly formed a seal with her hands, conjuring a colossal crimson dragon before her. Crimson Dragon Invocation. With a roar, the fire dragon ascended, soaring through the air before unleashing its might upon the world. The dragon, currently being roasted, lifted its head and regarded the fire dragon with a cold glance. Roar. Gulp. Boom. The colossal dragon, overwhelmed by an immense pressure of bloodline, shattered in fear. Li Heng smiled radiantly. Is this all? You think you can defeat me? Li Chenxi, hands on her hips, glared at Li Heng. Could you refrain from allowing the dragon to intimidate my fire dragon? Very well. Li Heng gestured to the dragon, signaling it to restrain its aura. Absorbing the heavenly spirit spring is paramount. The dragon seized a handful of salt, sprinkling it over the Qilin meat. Li Chenxi summoned the fire dragon once more. Roar. The fire dragon circled the sky and then dove into the Haina pool. The water did not erupt. It merely rippled in concentric circles. The entire form of the fire dragon disappeared into the pool as if it had vanished entirely. With a pop, a stream of azure vapor emerged from the surface of the pool, laden with an exceedingly rich spiritual essence, surging toward Li Chenxi. Seated in a meditative posture, with her palms facing the heavens, she absorbed the summoned spiritual energy, directing it all into her dantian. The profound elixir rapidly grew as it assimilated the abundant spiritual energy. Boom. In no time, she broke through to a new level. Li Heng, unwilling to be outdone, bit his fingertip, allowing a drop of pitch-black blood to escape. With the immortal demon divine body, a fusion of celestial and demonic essence, he could transform at will. Even his blood reflected this duality. 10,000 demons swallowing the heavens. He had previously employed this technique during the 9 Radiant Celestial Sunday. Now, he prepared to use it once more, absorbing a torrent of spiritual energy akin to an ocean. Thunder rumbled. Dark clouds gathered from the horizon, enveloping the area for miles around. The clouds, reminiscent of a demonic realm, harbored an extraordinarily terrifying demonic aura. Illusory figures of demonic deities materialized from the clouds. Upon closer inspection, there were over 10,000 of them. Li Qinxi, immersed in her cultivation, sensed the overwhelming demonic energy, finding it difficult to breathe. What a fearsome demonic technique. This time, I may very well lose. The speed at which the 10,000 demons swallowing the heavens absorbs spiritual energy is undoubtedly superior to the Crimson Dragon invocation. The demonic entities in the sky began to move, one by one diving into the Hainan pool. The water's surface rippled as if raindrops were falling. Li Heng's consciousness entered the Hainan pool. In the vast ocean, the fire dragon soars freely, voraciously consuming the waters of the celestial spring. As the myriad of demon gods descend, the fire dragon, frightened, curls up in a corner. Li Heng emits signals of friendship towards the fire dragon. After several attempts, he discovers that the demon gods harbor no malice, and the dragon becomes lively once more. The 10,000 demons devouring the heavens. A myriad of demon gods sit cross-legged upon the ocean's surface, their terrifying gravitational pull stirring the waters of the celestial spring. On the surface of the spring, a stream of azure energy coalesces, rushing towards Li Heng's form. This stream is at least 100 times more robust than that of Li Qinxi. If Li Qinxi represents a gentle brook, then Li Heng embodies a vast canal. The spiritual energy surges forth, tumultuously coursing through his body. For those with frail constitutions, such an influx could rupture their meridians, leading to catastrophic demise. Yet, Li Heng's meridians are as resilient as steel, exhibiting no signs of distress. The accumulation of spiritual energy within him grows increasingly abundant, while his elixir spins wildly, devouring vast quantities of spiritual energy. However, its absorption rate cannot keep pace with the external influx. The 10,000 demons devouring the heavens technique is overwhelmingly potent. The elixir's absorption speed falls slightly short. Perhaps I should consider reducing the summoning of demon gods, just as Li Heng contemplates diminishing the number of demons. The long-dormant chaos divine bone within him begins to stir. The divine bone radiates a brilliant golden light, enveloping the elixir. With a hum, the elixir, as if invigorated by a potent stimulant, accelerates its rotation tenfold. The surrounding spiritual energy is instantaneously consumed, leaving nothing in its wake. Chapter 118. The limits of the profound elixir. Originally, the absorption speed of the spiritual elixir could not keep pace with the voracious consumption of the myriad demons. However, with the aid of the divine bone, the absorption rate surged dramatically. At last, a state was achieved where the amount absorbed matched the amount consumed. Thus, there was no need to worry about an excess of spiritual energy within the body leading to adverse consequences. Li Heng, being quite young, had yet to fully develop the chaotic divine bone, which would yield even greater effects in the future. The spiritual elixir spun wildly, absorbing an immense quantity of spiritual energy. In no time, it broke through to a new realm. Boom. 64-fold. Following the breakthrough, the elixir expanded in size, allowing it to contain even more spiritual energy. Moments later, another breakthrough occurred. Boom. 65-fold. Boom. 66-fold. Boom. 70-fold. The absorption rate was far swifter than anticipated. At this rate, it would not be long before a breakthrough to the 100-fold realm could be achieved. The foundation laid by the Eternal Emperor's legacy made subsequent advancements considerably easier. All that was needed was sufficient spiritual energy to transcend. Encountering the oceanic pool had also saved Li Heng a substantial amount of elixirs, a delightful surprise indeed. 1 hour passed. 80-fold. 2 hours passed. 90-fold. 4 hours passed. Within the Dantian space, the spiritual elixir continued to expand. At around 60-fold, it had a diameter of approximately 600 zhang. Now, it had grown to 1,000 zhang in size. 10,000 demonic deities voraciously consumed the spiritual energy. The accumulation of spiritual energy within the Dantian increased, all being absorbed by the elixir. Upon reaching its limit, the elixir erupted in a brilliant golden light, akin to the sun in the sky, exceedingly resplendent. Booming thunder. 100-fold. The eternal limit. Above the heavens, golden clouds began to gather. The towering figure of the Eternal Emperor, reaching heights of 10,000 zhang, reappeared. It was distinctly apparent that this manifestation of the Emperor was far more solid than the previous one. Li Qinxi felt a pang of trepidation as she suddenly opened her eyes, gazing at the Eternal Emperor's figure. This was Li Heng's Eternal Emperor image, significantly stronger than my own. It seems the disparity lies within the divine body. Despite both establishing the Eternal Emperor's foundation, the stronger the divine body's foundation, the mightier the Emperor's image. When ascending to imperial status in the future, the strength possessed would also be greater. The Eternal Demon Body, combined with the chaotic divine bone, is truly formidable. The fusion of these two supreme divine bodies will unleash even more radiant brilliance. Chenxi, what is your profound elixir's level? Li Chenxi softly replied, 50-fold. Upon entering the eternal divine domain, she had just broken through to the profound elixir realm, beginning her cultivation anew. To have advanced 50 levels in 4 hours was already quite rapid. However, compared to Li Heng, this prodigy, her speed was still vastly inferior. As one progresses toward the later stages of the profound elixir realm, the required spiritual energy increases significantly. It is likely that the energy consumed for the final few levels will surpass the total energy required for the previous 20 or 30 levels combined. You must strive harder. Li Heng gently patted her shoulder, remarking on the abundance of the ethereal springs within the Haina pool, so numerous that one could scarcely absorb them all. The extent of one's absorption depended solely on one's abilities. In 2 more hours, we shall set off. Yes, I understand. Li Chenxi nodded, once more concentrating deeply to absorb the spiritual energy. Master, dinner is ready, Longer announced, presenting a platter adorned with skewers of roasted Chilean meat. The exterior was a golden brown, evenly sprinkled with cumin and chili, its vibrant colors igniting an immediate appetite. Li Heng picked up a skewer, biting into a generous piece of Chilean meat, only to spit it out in shock. Uffed, what on earth? How much salt did you add? This is unbearably salty. It's quite inedible. Despite its seemingly normal appearance, the saltiness had permeated the meat, rendering it akin to a mouthful of salt. Not much, really. I merely sprinkled in a jar of salt, Longer confessed, having feared the Chilean meat would lack flavor, leading her to add salt 3 or 4 times. Unbeknownst to her, this had resulted in an overly salty dish. Li Heng sighed, feeling a pang of nostalgia for the meals prepared by Fenger, which were 100 times more delectable than Longer's culinary attempts. Longer, your culinary talent leaves much to be desired. Perhaps it would be best for you to reconsider your path and not waste ingredients. His words were somewhat harsh, causing Longer to lower her head, her delicate hands clutching the hem of her garment, her eyes brimming with tears. I know you appreciate fine food, so I wish to prepare some delicious dishes for you. Longer will surely strive to improve. Please grant me another chance to cook for you. Seeing Longer in such a pitiable state softened Li Heng's heart. Alas. Very well, but you must diligently hone your culinary skills and refrain from haphazardly adding spices. Yes, yes. Longer nodded vigorously, her head bobbing like a rattle drum. I will certainly do my best. Please wait, I shall roast another batch. Li Heng took his place beside the grill, placing the raw Chilean skewers onto the glowing coals. Allow me to take the lead this time. You can observe and learn. With a sizzle, the high heat of the coals caused the Chilean meat to glisten with juices, releasing an enticing aroma. Li Heng sprinkled a handful of salt evenly over the skewers, flipping them to apply another layer of salt. Longer squatted nearby, resting her chin on her wrist, watching Li Heng's every move with rapt attention. Before long, 30 skewers of Chilean meat were ready. Here, give it a taste. Li Heng offered 7 or 8 skewers to her. Longer took a bite of the Chilean meat, her expression transforming into one of pure delight as she savored the exquisite flavor. It's absolutely delicious. Your grilling technique could undoubtedly be deemed masterful. To be honest, I've never tasted anything so delectable in my life. With diligent practice, your grilling skills will surely improve. Soon, you shall be the foremost skewer master of the Dragon Clan. Li Heng encouraged her. Yes, yes. Longer clenched her fist, her bright eyes shimmering with a watery luster, filled with unwavering determination for success. Li Heng savored the delectable Kirin meat skewer, casting a glance at the training figure of Chenxi beside him. Blue streams of energy continually flowed into the girl's body, her aura gradually intensifying. Chenxi's cultivation technique seemed to progress rather slowly. Even after 2 hours, she likely wouldn't absorb a substantial amount of spiritual energy. She had just broken through to the 50th level, and the pace of her advancement would inevitably decelerate from here on. The boundless celestial spring within the Haina pool was a treasure that should not be squandered if it remained unutilized. As a being of both celestial and demonic essence, he needed to cultivate both realms to ascend to the next level. This implied that he must also reach the 100th level in the demonic core realm to achieve a breakthrough. Even the desire to transcend to the next realm was not a matter of mere moments. It would require at least 3 to 5 days. Clearly, this was not the opportune moment to advance to the nascent soul stage. Perhaps I should assist Chensi. With 2 hours remaining, and having nothing else to occupy my time, it would be wise to help her absorb more of the celestial spring. Entering the Hai Na pool with his consciousness, he envisioned a vast ocean where fire dragons soared freely, consuming the celestial spring. Yet, the speed of a single fire dragon was dreadfully slow. With a thought, 1,000 towering demon gods materialized upon the surface of the sea. The demon gods seated themselves in meditation, their hands swiftly forming seals, as the celestial spring flowed into their mighty forms. Chapter 119. On the brink of splitting after the demon god guided the celestial spring. The message did not reach Li Heng outside of space. Waves of azure energy surged towards the fire dragon. Thousands of blue streams converged from all directions, creating an extraordinarily magnificent spectacle. The fire dragon, having never witnessed such a breathtaking sight of 1,000 demon gods acting in unison, curled up in fear, feeling as though its demise was imminent. However, as those azure streams enveloped the fire dragon, they bore no intent of attack. Instead, they merged seamlessly into its body. How? At that moment, the fire dragon sensed an infinite reservoir of spiritual energy within. The absorption rate was over 100 times faster than it had ever experienced. These demon gods aim to assist me in absorbing spiritual energy. Thank you, my friends. The fire dragon, possessing great wisdom, instantly comprehended the demon god's intentions. They were aiding in the absorption of spiritual energy, not launching an assault. Consequently, this energy could be directly transmitted to its master. In the realm of reality, a particularly robust azure stream surged from the oceanic pool, merging into Li Chenxi's being. In that instant, she felt as though her body was filled to the brim. A sensation of impending rupture. So much energy, based on the size of the blue stream. It was at least 100 times greater than before. Chenxi, quickly absorb it. Don't just stand there. Li Heng urged, taking a bite from the Qilin skewer, his voice trembling. You are helping me. Li Chenxi cast a grateful glance, whispering, thank you. I nearly felt like bursting. As her consciousness delved into the oceanic pool, she beheld thousands of demon gods aiding the fire dragon in absorbing spiritual energy. At that moment, she felt a surge of emotion. This little fellow seems rather endearing. Once we reach the ancient realm of the wasteland, sister will surely find a female emperor for you as a bride. In the ancient realm, she knew many emperors, a few of whom were quite close, and as long as she revealed her identity, they would undoubtedly agree to this union. Perhaps the White Tiger Empress, or the Fierce Wolf Empress. They would adore such tender and delicate flesh. With Li Heng's assistance, the rate of energy absorption soared to over 100 times its previous pace. Within her Dantian space, the Xiandan S operation reached its peak, drawing in the robust spiritual energy. Boom. 52 levels. The speed of her ascension was markedly accelerated. She believed that within the next 2 hours, her realm would surely surpass 70 levels. Thus, Li Heng busily munched on skewers while assisting Chenxi in absorbing spiritual energy, thoroughly engrossed in the task. As 2 hours swiftly passed, Li Chenxi's aura surged once more. Boom. 75 levels. Thank you, for your warmth has made the seasons bright. The familiar melody and lyrics flowed from the girl's lips. Li Heng's heart skipped a beat, his eyes widening in astonishment. Could it be? Chenxi is also a traveler? No, I must confirm the secret code. Odd remains unchanged. Li Chenxi listened to this statement, her face a picture of bewilderment. Clearly, she was unaware of the phrase symbolic quadrants that followed. How do you know this song? She inquired. Did you not sing it before? I found it melodious and learned it, she replied, recalling that she had previously heard Li Heng sing it. The tune was rather pleasant, and it had lingered in her mind. This time, with Li Heng's assistance, a few simple lyrics suddenly came to her, and she sang them aloud. Oh, I see. Li Heng realized, understanding the situation at last. He had almost assumed that his sister, like himself, was a time traveler. Well then, let us continue our journey. With Li Chenxi having broken through to the 75th level, she needed to stabilize her realm and had no intention of pushing for further advancement. Where to next? Li Qinzi inquired, having noticed that Li Heng truly was a child of fortune. Wherever he ventured, rare opportunities seemed to abound. Following him, she felt assured that they would encounter no difficulties. Those woods over there should hold treasures. Let us proceed. The trio continued their exploration of the divine realm. Li Heng discovered 5 locations imbued with ancient vitality, absorbing it all and receiving a reward that amplified his gains by 100-fold, bringing his total to 367 times. During this journey, they also gathered abundant resources that would aid in their subsequent cultivation. After thoroughly exploring these areas, the 3 arrived at the Valley of the Herb Immortals. Towering peaks surrounded the valley, rising 100 feet high, with only a narrow entrance of about a foot wide at the front. Li Heng had previously surveyed the valley from the mountain's summit and noted the exceptionally dense ancient vitality within. Absorbing it all would undoubtedly enhance their sign-in multiples significantly. However, upon nearing the peaks, he discovered the presence of a sealing formation that prevented passage. Not even brute force could budge it. Truly, the ancient divine realm's defensive formations were formidable. Previously, Li Heng had believed his strength to be considerable, but within the ancient divine realm, he realized how feeble he was, almost like an ant, under the genuine might of the divine. Even an emperor-level power could not disturb the formations of this realm. If the ancient catastrophe were to truly descend, how terrifying would it be? Li Heng understood that he needed to prepare more trump cards before the calamity struck. No need to try, Li Qinzi stated, standing before the valley, raising her hand toward the entrance. This is the only point of entry, and it requires a token. We cannot force our way in. Is that so? Li Heng sighed, realizing that without entry, the ancient vitality would remain inaccessible. Judging by the scale of its accumulation, it was significantly more than what they had absorbed previously. I have a token here that allows one person to enter. Li Qinzi casually flipped her hand, revealing a golden token embossed with a powerful character for herb. Only one person may enter. Does this mean I am to be excluded? A sense of regret welled up within Li Heng. Such is the nature of the eternal divine domain, where sometimes one must possess a key to unlock greater opportunities. This token is for you, Li Qinzi said as she placed the token into Li Heng's hand. What? You wish to give this token to me? Li Heng exclaimed, momentarily taken aback. But then you will be unable to enter. That is of no concern. I willingly cede this opportunity to you. Li Qinzi had previously promised to ensure that Li Heng would acquire precious elixirs during his time here. Now, she was ready to fulfill that promise. Though Li Heng often teased her, their playful banter only served to deepen his affections for her. Without the great nirvana fruit, one cannot establish a foundation worthy of an eternal emperor. After countless reincarnations and the preparation of 100,000 years, is it not all for the aspiration to become a sovereign of the ages? Thank you, Li Heng said earnestly. Upon entering this valley, I shall ensure that your share of fortune is also retrieved. How about I procure a celestial chrysanthemum for you? Knowing Li Qinzi's fondness for such flowers, he intended to find one to present to her. Chapter 120. The Valley of Medicinal Immortals. Li Qinzi's face broke into a smile. Your fortune is extraordinary. Within this valley, you are bound to encounter greater opportunities. However, do not let your guard down. The Valley of Medicinal Immortals is far more intricate than you might imagine. Inside the valley, it resembles a labyrinth, requiring one to choose the most accurate path to attain the elixirs of immortality. A single misstep could result in expulsion from the valley, forfeiting the chance to continue the search for these precious medicines. Many have entered the eternal divine realm with lofty aspirations, only to leave the valley empty-handed. Those with a stroke of good fortune might find 2 or 3 opportunities for elixirs, but soon find themselves on the wrong path, losing their eligibility. From previous experiences, Li Heng's fortune appears significantly greater than that of the average individual. Even so, what opportunities he may uncover within the Valley of Medicinal Immortals remains uncertain. Rest assured, I shall proceed. Li Heng instructed Longer to return to the companion beast space, intending to summon it once more after entering the valley. Holding the Medicinal Immortal token in his hand, he made contact with the barrier at the entrance. The token transformed into a beam of light, enveloping his form and allowing him to pass through the barrier. From the outside, the Valley of Medicinal Immortals appeared modest, yet within lay an astonishing world. The sky was a brilliant blue, with gentle sunlight gracing the earth. Ethereal energy surged forth, and rare elixirs flourished in the fertile soil. Li Heng emerged at the edge of the valley, where a grove lay ahead, revealing 10 paths stretching into the unknown. This was indeed the Valley of Medicinal Immortals. The ethereal energy was undeniably rich. For countless millennia, few had ascended the Eternal Foundation rankings, and those who possessed the Medicinal Immortal token were even rarer. Therefore, the elixirs growing within this valley had existed for an extensive period. Longer come forth. Upon appearing, Longer noticed the 10 paths ahead, and a fragment of ancestral dragon memory surged in her mind. These 10 paths represented the road of medicinal immortals. Only a few of these paths led to elixirs, while the others were dead ends. The rules of the valley dictated this. Choosing the correct path would yield the elixirs at the journey's end, while a wrong choice would yield nothing and result in expulsion from the valley. Making the right selection was of utmost importance. "Young master, which path should we choose?" Longer inquired, her nostrils quivering as she stood before the paths, attempting to catch a whiff of the elixir's scent. But all she detected was the fresh aroma of grass and trees. Li Heng gazed intently at the 10 paths, momentarily uncertain of how to proceed. From the outside, the Valley of Medicinal Immortals exuded a profound aura of antiquity. Yet upon entering, it was conspicuously absent. This indicated that the essence of antiquity must lie deeper within the valley, accessible only through further exploration. Choosing the wrong path at the outset would mean missing the ancient essence and being expelled from the valley altogether. Here, in this divine realm, the rules set forth by the deities were unyielding, and none could defy them. Only by adhering to the rules and traversing the narrow pathways can one gain entry into the depths of the Medicine Immortal Valley. One must strictly follow the trails. The adjacent woods are off-limits. Among the 10 paths, perhaps only 3 or 4 lead to the fabled herbs. Relying on guesswork offers a mere 30 to 40% chance of success. It appears that chance is not a viable strategy. One must employ intellect. Li Heng gazed at the 10 paths, his mind buzzing, surely a result of excessive play with plants versus zombies, leaving his thoughts somewhat devoured. Within the Medicine Immortal Valley, spiritual senses cannot penetrate, and even the direction of Taoist essence remains imperceptible. He fixed his gaze intently on the leftmost path. Suddenly, a hint materialized before his eyes. The sea of suffering is boundless. Turning back is the shore. Turning back is indeed the shore. Although the message was vague, it imparted a valuable insight. To turn back. This suggested that this path was undoubtedly a dead end. Oh, the system proves to be somewhat useful. With a hint provided, he can select the correct path forward. Dismissing the first path, he directed his eyes toward the second. Before long, another hint appeared. The wind is bleak, the waters of Eye are cold. A brave man who ventures forth shall not return. Goodness, this path is even more perilous. To tread it would be akin to courting death. Previously, he had heard whispers of hidden dangers within the Medicine Immortal Valley. Should one mistakenly choose the wrong path, they could be devoured to the last bone. The occurrence of such treacherous paths is rare, and for Li Heng to encounter one so soon is indeed unfortunate. Each individual enters the Medicine Immortal Valley via the Medicine Immortal token, and their locations differ. Therefore, facing the 10 paths for the first time, each experience is unique. The valley resembles a vast circle, surrounded by tens of thousands of winding paths leading to its core. Only a select few can guide one deep within to discover the most precious herbs. Turning his gaze to the third path, he read, "A century-old immortal mushroom." The immortal mushroom, a type of herb, flourishes in regions rich with spiritual energy. After 100 years, it reaches maturity, and if left unharvested for a month, it withers. Dust returns to dust, earth returns to earth, nourishing the soil. The Medicine Immortal Valley has existed for a long time, yet some herbs have shorter lifespans. Once they reach their limit, they will wither. Thus, at the periphery, one may encounter herbs that have not aged significantly. The immortal mushroom holds modest value. Perhaps he should explore further. With the aid of such a remarkable hint, it is only prudent to seek out the most valuable elixirs. He turned to the fourth path, a millennium-old immortal bamboo shoot. The immortal bamboo shoot. Ah, it is said that this delicacy is exquisite. Li Heng's eyes lit up immediately. The immortal bamboo shoot is a medicinal ingredient that can be consumed raw or refined into elixirs. This bamboo shoot seems delightful. If he were to take it home and prepare a spicy pickled bamboo shoot dish, it would surely be delectable. As he contemplated, his mouth watered profusely. Finally, He approached the fifth path, a millennium-old red immortal herb. The crimson celestial grass, a plant of fiery attributes, is ideally suited for the alchemical crafting of elixirs and is an indispensable treasure for those who cultivate fire-based celestial arts. The Apothecary Valley is a remarkable locale, capable of nurturing various types of celestial herbs, each thriving splendidly. The remaining paths are all dead ends, with only the third, fourth, and fifth paths adorned with celestial flora. Young master, what captivates your gaze? Longer inquired, having been observing from behind. Li Heng displayed a mix of astonishment, mischievous grins, and a hint of drooling. Was he lost in a daydream? Nothing much. I am merely contemplating which path to take, Li Heng replied softly. Ah, have you come to a decision? Indeed, he affirmed. Which one? The fourth, Li Heng declared without hesitation. Both the fourth and fifth paths harbored millennium-old celestial herbs. However, the fourth path yielded edible celestial bamboo shoots, prompting his unreserved choice. Are you certain? Might this not lead to a dead end? Longer queried, standing before the fourth path and gazing toward its terminus, where dense foliage obscured their view, rendering everything invisible. Well then, let us proceed, Li Heng said, leading Longer down the fourth path. Chapter 121. The Eternal Celestial Bamboo Shoot on the Winding Path. Longer clasped her hands into fists and held them close to her chest, softly murmuring something. Li Heng perked up his ears and caught snippets of phrases like blessed by the Buddha. What are you muttering about, Long? He inquired. I am beseeching the Buddha for protection. There must be celestial medicine at the end of this path, she replied, her voice tinged with fear. Longer was genuinely apprehensive about reaching the end and finding nothing, returning empty-handed. The path of the Medicine Immortal was notoriously treacherous in the memories of the Dragon Clan's legacy. A single misstep could sever one's connection to the ultimate celestial herb. It was said to be a herb with a growth span exceeding 10 millennia. Just the thought of it was enough to evoke the awe of its formidable nature. Fear not. Let us proceed, Li Heng declared, striding forward with purpose. As they traversed the serpentine trail, 3 towering plants, each the girth of a person, emerged at the path's end, exuding a rich aura of celestial energy. This is... Longer gasped, covering her mouth in astonishment. Celestial bamboo shoot. It must be over 1,000 years old. The celestial shoot grew from a mound of earth and did not transform into bamboo with age. It was a unique form of celestial medicine. For every century it matured, it increased in height by a foot. The specimen before them stood a full 10 feet tall, indicating it was indeed around 1,000 years old. Beside the celestial shoot, there was a profound essence of Tao, clearly marking it as an exceptional place for signing in. Such a magnificent celestial shoot, it could provide sustenance for quite some time. Li Heng exclaimed joyfully. Despite its age and size, nurtured by celestial energy, it remained remarkably tender. He carefully uprooted the shoot and stored it in his spatial ring. Once he returned, he planned to prepare it with some pickled peppers, creating a delightful dish of pickled celestial bamboo shoot, accompanied by pickled chicken feet. It would be a culinary delight. Signing in. Ding. You have signed in at the Medicine Immortal Valley and received 1 celestial shoot aged 3,000 years. Reward amplified by 367 times. You have gained 110 shoots aged 10,000 years. Additionally, you have received a 10,000-year celestial shoot hat. The 10,000-year celestial shoot, cultivated over eons, absorbed the celestial energies of heaven and earth. The flavor would undoubtedly be exquisite. As the shoots matured, they became increasingly tender, and the 10,000-year celestial shoot represented the pinnacle of growth. The existence of the eternal divine realm spanned an immense duration. The shoot they encountered earlier, merely 1,000 years old, could have long since withered, returning to the soil to nourish future life. Choosing the correct path allowed for signing in and receiving rewards, an undeniable boon for Li Heng. It was only through Quan Shi that he could obtain such generous rewards. Once they exited, he would share some with her. After all, the quantity obtained through signing in was substantial. Distributing a few would hardly matter. Without licency, he would not have been able to enter this sacred realm for signing in. Upon entering the system space with his consciousness, he beheld a row of towering celestial shoots laid out on the ground before him. Each stood 10 feet high, their verdant skins shimmering, as if a gentle squeeze would release a nectarous essence. Gulp. Li Heng swallowed hard. The sight of these celestial shoots was irresistibly tempting. igniting an overwhelming desire to taste their flavor. Once they exited, he was determined to savor their exquisite taste. On the vacant ground lay a hat, the Eternal Bamboo Hat, obtained from the previous sign-in. This hat, crafted from bamboo that has matured over millennia, possesses extraordinary qualities when worn atop one's head, providing a refreshing coolness, clarity of thought, and an enhancement of wisdom. Li Heng was momentarily entranced by the sight of this bamboo hat. Goodness, how vibrant it is. The hat resembled a traditional conical hat, radiating a lush green hue akin to that of the ancient bamboo, occasionally flashing with a glimmer of emerald light that could be perceived from afar, as if to ensure that no one could overlook its vividness. Love is a light, green enough to make one uneasy. Who could possibly don such a centuries-old green hat? Even with its remarkable ability to impart wisdom, wearing it was utterly out of the question. The ancient bamboo was indeed a treasure, but the bamboo hat seemed rather superfluous. Nevertheless, since it was a reward from the sign-in, he decided to keep it safe. Perhaps it might prove useful to someone else in the future. Regardless, he had no intention of wearing it himself. The first choice was undoubtedly correct, yielding significant rewards. He believed that in the paths ahead, even greater rewards awaited. Young master, you truly have chosen wisely. Upon seeing the bamboo, Long Air felt a weight lift from her heart. Initially, there were 10 paths, and selecting one that contained a medicinal herb was no small feat. After acquiring the bamboo, the duo continued onward. Soon, they encountered another fork in the road, revealing 20 smaller paths. Long Air felt overwhelmed. This junction presented 3 to 4 varieties of medicinal herbs. The challenge of discerning rare opportunities amidst the 20 paths was daunting. Yet, Li Heng remained unperturbed. With a flick of his wrist, he retrieved a small piece of bamboo. Crunch, crunch. Biting into it released a delectable juice that flowed into his mouth, exquisite in flavor. The ancient bamboo was truly delightful. This journey was not in vain. Earlier, there was no trace of the ancient energy in the bamboo. It seemed that such essence could only be discovered at the end. At this point, you are still preoccupied with eating. Long Air, observing the 20 paths, grew anxious. She feared that Li Heng might make an erroneous choice and miss the opportunity. The path of the Immortal Valley consisted of 10 trials, with increasingly numerous forks. A single misstep could sever their connection to the ultimate medicinal herb. Eating something will sharpen the mind. Li Heng approached the leftmost path, focusing his gaze. A pile of bones awaits you. Bones. It appeared that those who chose this path had embarked on a road of no return. Second path. Meeting an old friend in a foreign land. An old friend. Referring to the deceased, perhaps. The second trial was unexpectedly perilous. When confronted with danger, lacking strength could easily lead to demise. Third path. 3,000 years of immortal herbs and fruits. 3 millennia is indeed rare. Li Heng silently noted the third path. In the absence of superior medicinal herbs, he would choose this one. Next, let us explore the remaining 17 paths in their entirety. Young master, have you made your selection? Longer has waited for quite some time, yet Li Heng has yet to confirm which path he will choose. I've made my choice. It shall be this one, Li Heng declared, striding towards the third path. In the second trial, 3 paths contained celestial herbs, and the third path offered the most valuable rewards. The two of them ventured down the path until they reached its conclusion, where they indeed discovered the coveted celestial fruits growing abundantly on the ground. 6 in total. Longer was taken aback. I guessed correctly again. 6 fruits. Quite a significant number. 3,000 years. That is no small feat. Celestial herbs that have matured for 3,000 years are indeed rare in the vast expanse of the ancient wilderness. They can typically only be found within certain ruins or hidden realms. Li Heng gazed at the profound essence of the herbs before him, a smile gracing his face. The celestial herbs cultivated in the Medicine Immortal Valley are not the ultimate fortune. The rewards obtained after signing in are what truly matter. Signing in. Ding. You have signed in at the Medicine Immortal Valley and received the 10,000-year celestial fruit. Reward multiplier increased by 367 times. You have obtained 110 3,000-year celestial fruits. You have also received a celestial fruit hat. The maximum growth age of the celestial fruit is 30,000 years, and after the reward multiplier, it has reached its utmost potential. The remaining multipliers from the signing in will transform into the celestial fruit hat. Chapter 122. The final challenge as consciousness entered the system space. It turned to gaze upon the newly acquired celestial fruit. Good heavens! Are you certain this is indeed a fruit? The celestial fruit, nurtured for 3,000 years, is the size of a watermelon. After 10,000 years of growth, it would amount to roughly 3 watermelons. When it reaches its utmost potential, the fruit becomes even larger, with a diameter of approximately 5 feet. Next, the attention shifted to the celestial grass hat. This hat, woven from the leaves of a 3,000-year-old celestial fruit, when worn upon the head, has the remarkable ability to gather the essence of heaven and earth, infusing it into the body through the crown. Wearing this hat would greatly enhance one's cultivation. The appearance of the celestial grass hat resembles that of a conical hat, its vibrant green hue strikingly similar to that of the celestial bamboo hat. Goodness! As if a 10,000-year-old green hat were not enough, now there is a 3,000-year-old green hat. 3,000 years. How extraordinarily verdant. In any case, since these treasures were obtained from the remaining sign-in multipliers, there was no sense of loss. After examining the 2 treasures, Heng's consciousness returned to the realm of reality, where he collected the previous celestial fruits. The 2 continued onward, encountering yet another fork in the road. Not too few, not too many. Exactly 30 paths lay before them. Dragon's heart tightened once more, her delicate hands nervously clutching the hem of her garment. Among the 30 paths, only 3 or 4 contained celestial medicine, while the rest were dead ends. This time, would they be able to choose the correct path? With so many erroneous roads, the choice grew ever more challenging. Outside the celestial valley, Lichensi sat cross-legged on the ground, attempting to cultivate, yet her heart remained restless. Just as she entered a meditative state, visions of Li Heng encountering peril surged in her mind. His cries for sister, help, echoed hauntingly. Why had he not returned yet? Could it be that he faced some crisis within? The celestial valley, where opportunities are fraught with danger, should one be unfortunate enough to select the wrong path. They may never return. Though the paths of death are few, one cannot be certain not to choose one. Suddenly, Lichensi sprang to her feet, pacing back and forth outside the valley. Brother, you must return safely. As each moment passed, her anxiety deepened. With every fleeting breath, her mood grew heavier. 2 hours had elapsed. Under normal circumstances, those who entered should have emerged by now, unless they encountered calamity and perished within the celestial valley. Throughout the ages, individuals entering the celestial valley typically select the wrong path after 2 or 3 forks, thereby being teleported out. It is exceedingly rare for someone like Li Heng to remain inside for such a long duration without re-emerging. Another hour passed, and Lichensi sat upon a small stone before the valley, her gaze vacantly fixed upon the entrance, her heart descending into despair. Li Heng, will you truly not return? If you can come back, I shall grant any request you make, dear brother. Within the celestial valley, Li Heng clutched a piece of ancient celestial bamboo, taking a hearty bite. Ah, how delightful! After navigating through the 3rd fork in the road, the journey had been remarkably smooth, as he consistently chose the path brimming with the greatest opportunities. Through diligent sign-ins, he amassed exceedingly generous rewards. Should these celestial herbs be brought forth, they would undoubtedly incite a frenzy among countless individuals across the realms, leading to rivers of blood and mountains of corpses. Longer stood behind, visibly bewildered. Have we truly arrived at the 10th fork? Even upon reaching this point, disbelief clouded her mind. Each of the previous 9 forks had expanded the paths tenfold, culminating in 90 divergent trails at the 9th fork. Among these 90, merely 3 or 4 contained true opportunities, making the selection process daunting. It was said that throughout countless eras, 90% of individuals faltered at the 2nd challenge. Of the remaining 10%, an additional portion succumbed at the 3rd fork, where 30 paths would breed confusion, ultimately leading to the selection of an erroneous route. Only a scant few managed to pass the 3rd challenge, only to falter at the 4th. Yet what of Li Heng? He had triumphed through 5 challenges, selecting correctly in all 9 preceding trials. Moreover, the terminus of each path yielded extraordinarily rare celestial herbs, plentiful in number. Such fortune evoked a singular phrase in her mind: the child of destiny, anointed by fate. No ordinary person could possess such luck to navigate 9 trials unerringly. There must be an unseen fortune surrounding Li Heng, radiant and resplendent. Young master, in this next challenge, among 100 paths, only one leads to the core of the herb Immortal Valley. The odds were daunting, with a mere 1 in 100 chance of success. Devoid of any reference points, relying solely on fortune. Having already conquered the previous 9 trials, could he still manage to guess correctly in this final challenge? Do not fret. Allow me to observe, Li Heng reassured with a confident glance before approaching the first path. As he chose to inspect each path meticulously, his progress slowed considerably. However, with system prompts aiding him, this method was infinitely superior to blind guessing. Longer clenched her fists in anxiety, beads of sweat forming on her brow. It was said that within the core of the herb Immortal Valley grew a divine ginseng. This rare species, a unique entity from the divine realm, had no upper limit on its age. In other words, as long as the eternal divine domain persisted, it could continue to absorb celestial energy and grow. If this were true, that ginseng could be billions of years old. Upon hearing the phrase billions of years, Li Heng's pupils constricted sharply. A billion-year-old ginseng? It must have attained sentience. If consumed, even a golden needle mushroom would transform into a colossal tree. At that moment, his anticipation for the billion-year-old ginseng intensified. One by one, he scrutinized the paths, and at last, on the 53rd path, he discovered that divine ginseng. Billion-year ginseng. Hiss! It truly is a billion years old. The celestial treasure known as Shun Shun, after millennia of growth, will be immensely formidable. Even Li Heng, with his vivid imagination, could scarcely fathom its true nature. Longer, let us proceed. This path is our choice. Having already discovered the route leading to the Shun Shun, there remains no need to explore the other paths. Within the Medicine Immortal Valley, the paramount value lies in this singular Shun Shun. Longer glanced towards the remaining paths, questioning why he was not meticulously examining each one. Previously, Li Heng would scrutinize every fork in the road, uncertain of its significance. Yet it may have been a rite of fortune's awakening. There is no need to investigate the rest. Let us move on. With that, Li Heng took Longer's delicate hand and strode purposefully towards the 53rd path. As they traversed the winding trail, the surroundings gradually opened into a vast expanse of soil imbued with ethereal energy. Upon this fertile ground bloomed a myriad of vibrant flowers, numbering in the tens of thousands. This is it, the Shun Shun flower. The Shun Shun itself resides beneath the soil, and for every 10,000 years of growth, a single Shun Shun flower will blossom above the ground. Chapter 123. Divine Ginseng. Before my eyes lies a vast expanse of floral beauty, adorned with over 10,000 divine ginseng blossoms, a testament to its age spanning millennia. What a magnificent sea of flowers! Longair, captivated by the kaleidoscopic array of ginseng blooms, dances gracefully amidst them, her slender arms outstretched. The gentle sunlight cascades down, illuminating this enchanting floral haven. The exquisite dragon maiden harmonizes beautifully with the blossoms, creating a scene that seems to exist solely within the realm of dreams. Longair, so enchanting. Even Li Heng, who sees Longair daily, finds himself entranced by this breathtaking spectacle. Surely, any man in the world who beholds this sight would be spellbound by Longair's unparalleled beauty. One might wager that even the most stoic eunuchs would resort to consuming nirvana fruits. After indulging in the picturesque scenery, his gaze drifts to the heart of the flower sea. Here, the essence of eternity is palpable, infused with profound Taoist energy. First, he must absorb the essence of eternity, then sign in. The Medicine Immortal Valley is devoid of demonic beasts. As long as the right path is chosen, one can seize the opportunity for celestial medicine. Otherwise, one risks returning empty-handed, or worse, meeting their demise beneath hidden traps. As Li Heng steps into the floral expanse, he feels the rich essence of eternity permeate his being. Ding! You have absorbed the essence of eternity. Your signing-in reward has increased by 70 times. Coupled with the previous 367 times, it now totals 437 times. This essence of eternity aligns closely with my expectations. When observing the valley from the mountain, I noted the abundance of this essence. Logically, one would assume that a place like the Medicine Immortal Valley would be saturated with such energy. However, each location has a limit to the accumulation of this essence. Beyond that threshold, it cannot persist, remaining at its maximum state. Thus, within this valley, there exists only a 70-fold essence of eternity. 70-fold is still quite substantial. Later, at the Temple of Eternity, I can absorb it once more. It is highly likely that this journey through the divine realm will elevate my signing in multiplier to over 500 times. The Taoist energy here is exceedingly rich. Good fortunes await at the signing. Within the Medicine Immortal Valley, I have encountered the most prestigious signing in location I have ever witnessed, comparable to the depths of the 18 levels of hell. With over 400 times the signing in rewards, I am certain to acquire something exceptional. Here we go. Signing in. With eager anticipation, I call forth the act of signing in. Ding. You have signed in at the core of the Medicine Immortal Valley. Your reward is one divine ginseng plant aged 3 billion years. With a 437-fold enhancement, you have received a divine ginseng doll. Heng is taken aback, his expression one of astonishment. A 437-fold signing in reward yields but a single doll? How extraordinarily precious must this be? This is somewhat different from what I had envisioned. His consciousness enters the system space. Upon the verdant grass lies a girl, radiant as jade. She appears to be around 3 years old, peacefully sleeping with eyes closed. Her skin resembles the finest mutton fat jade, evoking an irresistible urge to gently squeeze her. This doll exudes such a delightful fragrance. Heng breathes in an incredibly alluring aroma, like the finest celestial nectar mingled with the fragrant essence of milk. Upon closer inspection, the aroma emanates from the child. The divine ginseng doll must be delectable. Indeed, saliva drips from the corner of my mouth, almost reaching the ground. I have never heard of ginseng achieving a humanoid form. Perhaps it has been too long, hence its rarity. 300 million years of ginseng, enhanced by a staggering 437 times, equivalent to over 1 trillion years. What sort of terrifying entity must this divine ginseng doll be, having formed under such circumstances? Merely imagining it reveals the extraordinary nature of this doll. One might even ascend to the heavens with a single bite. Divine ginseng doll, give her a drop of your blood, and she shall recognize you as her master. Never to betray. Please do not hastily attempt to consume her, lest regret be your companion. Heng truly yearned to devour this divine ginseng doll. Yet upon seeing the warning, he hesitated. Regret? In what manner? A more explicit warning would be appreciated. Crouching on the ground, he gazed at the fragrant ginseng, an abundance of saliva pooling in his mouth. However, upon seeing the doll, akin to jade, how could he bear to take a bite? Alas, were she not humanoid, perhaps he would have indeed consumed her. But she is a doll. How could she resemble ginseng? Never mind. Never mind. If I cannot eat her, then I shall subdue her. She may prove useful in the future. He bit his fingertip, allowing a drop of blood to fall upon the infant's lips. The blood trickled down, entering her mouth. Before long, the doll opened her eyes. They were a pair of clear, luminous orbs, devoid of any impurities. Upon witnessing these eyes, Heng was momentarily stunned. How could such a pure soul exist in this world? Anyone who beheld those eyes would find their very soul cleansed, losing all desire for violence. The little one is rather adorable. The doll blinked and smiled sweetly. Daddy, what did you just call me? Heng's face was filled with disbelief. Daddy? Surely not. I am but 5.5 years old, and already a father? Heng composed himself and stated firmly, I am your master. You must not call me daddy, but rather brother. Long Air, being too large, had opted for young master instead. This doll, appearing to be 3 years old, was perfectly suited to call him brother. Daddy. The doll blinked her eyes, still insisting on that term. Call me brother. Daddy. If you do not call me brother, I shall not keep you. Upon hearing this, the doll looked as forlorn as a 3-year-old child, her eyes brimming with iridescent tears. Moments later, she burst into tears. Wah wah wah. Tears cascaded down her cheeks, shimmering with a kaleidoscope of colors. Drip, drop. The tears fell to the ground, producing a crisp sound. Heng lowered his gaze, and his pupils contracted sharply. The tears did not seep into the soil. Instead, they transformed into droplets of iridescent pearls. A rich aroma of medicinal essence wafted from these tear-like pearls. Could this be the 7-colored divine liquid? The 7-colored divine liquid, a substance imbued with a potent divine aura, is utilized for the refinement of elixirs and body tempering. And if one's physique is sufficiently robust, it can also be absorbed directly. It is said that the 7-colored divine liquid can only be found on the 7-colored island within the ancient divine realm, making it exceedingly rare. Since the ancient era, it has only appeared twice, holding a value comparable to the ancient divine oil. Li Heng picked up a pearl of vibrant color, cradling it in his palm, and it did not dissolve like a droplet of water. He sought to confirm if this was indeed the seven-colored divine liquid. After a brief moment, he received a system notification. The seven-colored divine liquid does not originate from the seven-colored island. Perhaps it carries a poignant tale of a father forsaking his daughter. How have I become a father? Li Heng was rendered speechless. They had clearly agreed I would be the master, yet no mention was made of becoming a parent. The little one continued to cry, dozens of droplets of the seven-colored divine liquid falling to the ground. After a while, as if exhausted from weeping, the child looked up at Li Heng with pitiful eyes. Daddy, once. No, I refuse. Call me brother. Wailing ensued as dozens of droplets of the seven-colored divine liquid fell once more to the earth. Chapter 124. The Arrival of Fatherhood. Li Heng gazed at the vibrant, multicolored liquid pooled on the ground, then turned his attention to the pitiful little girl, particularly her innocent, large eyes. His heart softened in an instant. While the seven-colored liquid was undoubtedly precious, witnessing such a delicate child in tears was utterly heart-wrenching. Alas, I am not a heartless individual. Call yourself whatever you wish. Instantly, the child ceased her sobbing and erupted into delightful laughter, sweetly exclaiming, Daddy. This change of demeanor was swifter than a shift in the weather. Li Heng truly believed the child was merely putting on an act. Yet, upon seeing her clear, sparkling eyes, he felt otherwise. He diligently collected all the vibrant liquid from the ground, counting a total of 88 droplets. The seven-colored liquid could be absorbed to elevate one's cultivation. However, its value was far greater when refined into elixirs. Why did the child weep? Resulting in the emergence of this liquid? Could it be because she is a divine ginseng? A divine ginseng that takes 1 billion years to take form. Shedding this liquid upon weeping did not seem far-fetched. After all, this being was born from the essence of the world itself. Perhaps the child harbored even more treasures, waiting to be discovered gradually. First, I shall bestow upon her a name. Since she is transformed from divine ginseng, let us call her Canner. Suddenly, he felt himself to be a true genius at naming. Li Heng crouched down, looking at the child. How about I give you a name? From now on, you shall be known as Canner. Daddy, Canner, I like it. The child clapped her hands joyfully, thrilled to have a new name. Li Heng pondered for a moment before speaking. You should remain in this world for now. The outside is perilous. I will take you out once we leave the divine realm. After all, the divine ginseng child was a creation of heaven and earth, perhaps even more precious than the flesh of the Tang monk. Who could tell if it would attract the attention of ferocious beasts? In the divine realm, he was as weak as an ant. It was prudent to exercise caution. Daddy, please don't. Canner stretched out her hands, gazing up with her large, sorrowful eyes, making a gesture as if she longed for a hug. Be good. I will return shortly to accompany you. Li Heng gently patted Canner's little head. After uttering this promise, his consciousness departed from the system world. No. Canner's eyes shimmered with vibrant tears, on the verge of spilling over. Suddenly, a 30,000-year-old celestial fruit, seemingly misplaced, rolled toward Canner. She lifted her head, and upon seeing the celestial fruit, her eyes sparkled with excitement. Ooh, delicious. Canner wants to eat. The child scrambled up, reaching out to lightly touch the azure skin of the fruit, which split open effortlessly. She grabbed a handful of the fruit's flesh and stuffed it into her mouth. Crunch, crunch. So tasty. Canner reveled in her delight, her sorrow over her father's departure fading away. Thus, the little one sat there, cradling a substantial piece of the succulent fruit, her face glistening with juice. Young master? Longer noticed Li Heng had been staring blankly for quite some time, seemingly lost in thought. Are you all right? She gently grasped his shoulder and gave it a slight shake. Li Heng opened his eyes, inhaling an alluring fragrance that nearly intoxicated him. Oh, I am fine. You nearly frightened me to death. Longer patted her chest, regaining her composure. Li Heng turned his gaze towards the sea of flowers. Here lay countless divine ginseng flowers, a treasure for alchemy. We must gather them. Every 10,000 years, a single divine ginseng flower blooms, and as the age of the ginseng increases, the value of these flowers escalates. Though they are far inferior to the ginseng itself, each flower is equivalent to 1 million years' worth of celestial medicine. 10,000 million year celestial medicines. What a staggering fortune that is. Placing one into the alchemical concoction would yield miraculous results. The two collected all the divine ginseng flowers, and stored them in the system space. Li Heng knew that collecting these flowers was merely a prelude to the day's main event, excavating the ginseng. A ginseng that had grown for 100 million years. Who could fathom its size? The soil here was rather hard, making it quite challenging to dig downwards. Li Heng retrieved a large iron shovel and scooped a small amount of earth, tossing it aside. Your method of excavation is far too slow. Watch me. Longer rolled up her sleeves and transformed her hands into claws, vigorously striking the ground. Roar! The power of the divine dragon. With a flurry of motion, soil flew into the air, landing on a distant patch of ground. In a visible instant, a pit several feet deep was excavated. Her arms moved like a blur, making it impossible to discern just how fast she truly was. Li Heng was taken aback. Is she a graduate of Lanxiang? If we brought Longer to a construction site, who would need a fleet of excavators? She could complete all the digging in a day. He realized that although Longer appeared delicate, her work ethic was fierce. Not even 10 strong men could match her vigor. In sparring, she struck with such force that it seemed she could reduce her opponent to mere pulp with a single blow. Far from a fragile maiden, she was undoubtedly a woman of strength. Longer's digging progressed rapidly, the earth vanishing before the naked eye, and she worked with remarkable precision, leaving the ginseng unscathed. 1 tea session passed, yet the ginseng remained partially buried. 2 tea sessions, a stick of incense, an hour. A mound of earth amassed beside them, while beneath the sea of flowers, a colossal pit emerged, revealing a magnificent ginseng at its center. It was estimated to be at least 100 feet deep. Another hour passed, and Longer, exhilarated, roared from the bottom of the pit, "Young master, I have finished excavating." Li Heng stood at the edge of the pit, peering down into its depths, where an immense root structure lay, a form reminiscent of ginseng but adorned with a golden exterior. Intricate, arcane patterns adorned its surface, inscribing some form of divine power. The divine ginseng, with a diameter of 50 zhang and a height of 300 zhang, had thousands of tendrils extending into the soil, drawing forth the ethereal essence within. Longer had excavated it with remarkable precision, leaving not a single part of the ginseng damaged, preserving it in splendid condition. Indeed, Li Heng nodded in satisfaction. This excavation technique is undoubtedly of masterful caliber. One could easily become a coach. I shall reward you with a segment of the divine ginseng. However, the ginseng is exceedingly precious, and Longer dared not accept it. Just take it, Li Heng said, retracting the ginseng into the system space. Once the soil was removed, it could be retrieved merely by enveloping it with thought. He chose the correct path, and the Medicine Immortal Valley would not obstruct his exit. Very well, it is time for us to leave. This venture into the Medicine Immortal Valley has consumed over 4 hours. We should depart now. I am certain that Chenxi is growing impatient. Outside the Medicine Immortal Valley, Li Chenxi squatted sorrowfully on the ground, a small mound of earth before her, upon which stood a wooden plaque inscribed with a few words. Li Heng, forever immortal. Brother, sister will always remember you. I should never have given you the Medicine Immortal Order. Had I gone instead, you would not have faced peril. It is all my fault. It is my negligence. I failed to protect you. Chapter 125. Sharing Li Heng appeared at the entrance of the Medicine Immortal Valley. Witnessing Chunxi weeping like a rain-drenched pear blossom, alongside a standing tombstone inscribed with the words, Li Heng, forever immortal. How about eternally unyielding? He realized that after spending 4 hours in the valley, Chunxi must have misunderstood his situation. Indeed, for a normal person to remain inside the Medicine Immortal Valley for such a length of time without emerging, it was undoubtedly a sign of death. Chunxi. Upon turning her head and catching sight of that familiar face, her tears ceased instantly. You're not dead. No, I am very much alive. Were you so eager to mourn? How could that be? Chunxi quickly wiped away her tears, annoyed that this bothersome younger brother had witnessed her in such a vulnerable state. Oh, the embarrassment of this Empress's face. Where can I hide it? You rascal. Why did you take so long? It was just a matter of passing through. I was delayed for a bit. Passing through? How many forks in the road did you encounter? That's a secret, Li Heng replied with a mysterious smile. Humph, so enigmatic, how dull. Chunxi huffed, turning her head away. Now, let us divide the treasures. Without Chunxi's Medicine Immortal Order, Li Heng would not have been able to enter the valley and acquire so many rare materials and the essence of eternity. Therefore, he intended to share some with her. However, Chunxi shook her head, indicating that was not her intention. Since she had relinquished the medicine immortal order to Li Heng, she planned to give him everything. She never considered sharing those immortal herbs. Besides, it was unlikely that Li Heng would obtain many herbs in the valley, probably just a few. Li Heng kicked away a small mound of earth and shattered the wooden plaque. This object was too ominous. It was best destroyed. After completing this task, he casually pointed forward. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. From the sandy ground emerged 3 towering immortal bamboo shoots, glistening emerald green, evoking an irresistible desire to take a bite. These were the immortal herbs from the first trial, and Li Heng planned to share a portion with Chun Shi from each trial, distributing them over several instances. This is... Chun Shi gasped in astonishment. 10,000-year immortal bamboo shoots. Hiss, such a treasure. Immortal bamboo shoots were quite rare in the ancient realm of the wild heavens. To reach the 10,000-year mark was nearly extinct, typically only found in specific secret realms or ruins. Moreover, there were not 1, but 3 of them. Their value was immeasurable. How did Li Heng manage to find 3 bamboo shoots? Could it be that he was extraordinarily lucky, finding 5 or 6 bamboo shoots along a single path? Such fortune was indeed remarkable. Here, these 3 10,000-year bamboo shoots are for you. Li Heng had signed for 110 10,000-year bamboo shoots. It was not that he was unwilling to share more, but taking out too many at once would arouse suspicion. He had just tested it. At the end of a small path, the most one could find was 10 immortal herbs. After reaping such a bountiful harvest, he felt somewhat guilty for not giving Chun Shi a portion. After all, emotions flourish through mutual exchange, deepening their essence. In the future, Li Chenxi would be willing to present such a key to him. To put it plainly, the ultimate victor would still be him. To offer me all 3 of these eternal celestial shoots? That seems rather implausible. Li Chenxi hesitated to accept, fearing he would be left with none. Not at all. Li Heng waved his hand nonchalantly. There are plenty more. Just take them. More? Plenty? Li Chenxi was taken aback. She was aware of certain conditions in the medicine immortal valley. Typically, at the end of a narrow path, one would find only a single medicinal herb. With a stroke of good fortune, one might encounter 2 or 3. Only by extraordinary luck could one discover 5 or 6. It would take a true child of destiny to stumble upon more than 6. Since Li Heng claimed there were many more, he must be referring to a number exceeding 6. Such luck was indeed astonishing. There are indeed many. Li Heng pointed toward the celestial shoots, urging her to accept them quickly. All right, thank you. Li Chenxi expressed her gratitude. No, I should be the one thanking you. Li Heng replied with a broad smile. Without your medicine immortal token, I would not have been able to enter the medicine immortal valley. Li Chenxi felt a wave of emotion. It seemed that giving the medicine immortal token to Li Heng had been the wisest decision. If left to her own devices, she likely wouldn't have encountered such fortuitous luck. Secretly, she thought, I have gathered quite a few keys myself, which can only be unlocked in other divine realms. I shall hand them all to Li Heng in the future. His luck is far superior to mine. Seeing Li Heng's insistence, she no longer hesitated and accepted the 3 celestial shoots. Very well, let us continue. The temple lies ahead. Wait, there are still many medicinal herbs. Li Heng said with a mysterious smile. More? Li Chenxi, having already received 3 celestial shoots, felt immensely satisfied and had not envisioned acquiring anything further. Indeed, Li Heng pointed once more to the ground. 3 enormous fruits appeared. Celestial herb fruits. One of them had even been nibbled on. How did this one get bitten? Could it be Sanner? He had merely summoned the fruits with his consciousness, unaware of the bite mark. Entering the system world with his mind, he indeed found Sanner, devouring the celestial herb fruit, his face smeared with juice. My heavens, this little rascal is actually eating my medicinal herbs. Would there be any repercussions? The celestial herb fruit was a 3,000-year-old elixir, possessing remarkably potent medicinal properties, feared even by immortals. Would such a small creature be overwhelmed by consuming it? Upon closer inspection, Sanner appeared to be unharmed, allowing Li Heng to breathe a sigh of relief. After all, this little fellow was a 1,000-billion-year-old divine ginseng. A few fruits should pose no issue. As for Sanner's indulgence in the celestial herb fruit, he did not dwell on it excessively. After all, this little creature's tears could yield dozens of drops of the 7-colored divine liquid, each drop worth far more than a celestial herb fruit. Perhaps, after consuming the celestial elixir, there may be certain extraordinary changes in Kinur. The divine ginseng doll remains an enigma, shrouded in mystery. We shall explore it gradually. As consciousness returns to reality, the celestial fruit, bitten into, was exchanged for another. Li Chenxi stared at the 3 celestial fruits, momentarily lost in thought. 30,000 years of celestial fruit. How exceedingly rare. What extraordinary fortune is this? The fact that 3 were produced indicates that Li Heng must have acquired at least 6. Encountering celestial elixirs twice in succession, both exceeding 6 in quantity, is an unparalleled stroke of luck. Here, I bestow these 3 celestial fruits upon you. Li Heng, having signed in, obtained 110, and giving away 3 is hardly significant. That seems rather inappropriate. I just acquired 3 celestial bamboo shoots. Li Chenxi hesitated to accept them easily. 3 celestial fruits, in comparison to what I have collected, are but a mere drop in the ocean. Li Heng remarked softly. A mere drop in the ocean? What treasures have you truly obtained? Li Chenxi's curiosity deepened. She wondered what challenges this fellow had overcome and what remarkable treasures he had garnered. Chapter 126, A Drop in the Ocean. Additional update. Li Heng gestured on the ground, and 3 celestial herbs materialized in the open space. Upon seeing these extraordinary plants, Li Chenxi was utterly astonished. 3 specimens of the 100,000-year-old phoenix immortal grass. 3 specimens of the 200,000-year-old golden immortal fruit. 3 specimens of the 500,000-year-old. Each of these exceptionally rare herbs lay casually on the ground. The mere presence of any single one of them in the ancient realm of desolation would incite a fierce conflict. Along with the initial 2 varieties, a total of 9 types of celestial herbs had been procured. Li Chenxi was left in a state of disbelief. 9 types of celestial herbs, and those exceeding 1,000,000 years. Could it be that Li Heng truly passed through the 9 trials? It seemed implausible. The 9 trials, each more arduous than the last. A single misstep could result in the forfeiture of the chance to continue exploring. If he had genuinely reached this point, he was undoubtedly the son of destiny. Furthermore, Li Heng had extracted 3 of each type of celestial herb. This implied that each path yielded over 6 celestial herbs. Such fortunate fate was unparalleled. Was this medicinal valley truly Li Heng's private garden, ripe for exploration? A mysterious smile played on Li Heng's lips. The main event was yet to unfold. With a flick of his wrist, 10 exquisite god ginseng flowers appeared in his palm. A rich aroma of medicinal fragrance wafted from the blossoms. Li Chenxi merely inhaled the scent and found herself entranced by the floral essence. This was the god ginseng flower. She trembled with excitement, her words stumbling over one another. The ginseng, a treasure of the heavens, could only be found in the divine realm. Many immortal beings sought even a single specimen, but after a decade of searching, they often came up empty-handed. It was said that within the ancient divine realm, this treasure was exceedingly elusive. Legend had it that the ginseng was concealed within the heart of the medicinal valley, a top-tier treasure in the entire divine realm, attainable only by true heirs of fate. The appearance of the god ginseng flower sparked thoughts of the ginseng itself in Li Chenxi. She grasped Li Heng's shoulders with both hands and shook him vigorously. Li Heng, have you truly discovered the ginseng? Li Heng nodded gently. Indeed, I have reached the core and unearthed the ginseng. A gasp escaped Li Chenxi's lips as she felt the world around her teeter on the brink of madness. The ginseng was not bound by age. After the end of the ancient epoch, how many years had it taken to grow to this point? It must have been a staggering number, at least tens of thousands of years. The mere thought of it was terrifying. Li Heng casually retrieved a segment of ginseng measuring 3 feet in length. This was merely a root, a drop in the ocean. Oh my heavens! Li Chenxi trembled with exhilaration. 1,000,000,000 years. Truly 1,000,000,000 years. How extraordinarily precious. This fragment of ginseng, if brought to the ancient realm of desolation, would undoubtedly incite rivers of blood and countless casualties. All celestial clans and sects would vie for it, and even those reclusive immortal sects would be compelled to join the fray. This divine ginseng has been bestowed upon you. In truth, the most significant gain this time is not the ginseng itself, but rather the ginseng doll. I, Li Chenxi, am at a loss for words to express my gratitude. The ginseng holds immense importance and will be essential in the concoction of certain top-tier elixirs. It is exceedingly precious. Without your medicinal decree, I would not have been able to acquire this treasure. Very well, I shall accept it. Li Chenxi felt deeply moved. During this expedition into the medicine immortal valley, Li Heng exhibited no hint of selfishness, generously sharing numerous treasures with her. For her, This was more than sufficient. Should the opportunity arise to enter the divine realm again with a key in hand, she would undoubtedly pass it on to Li Heng. Furthermore, if any extraordinary treasures were to come her way, she would think of him first. In her heart, she vowed, "Rest assured, dear brother, when we reach the ancient wilderness realm, I shall certainly find you several empresses to wed. I shall seek out the likes of the White Tiger Empress and the Wolf Empress for you." Li Heng cautioned her, "The matter of these celestial treasures I have given you must not be disclosed to a third party, especially the million-year ginseng, if word gets out. They are destined for calamity." "You need not worry, I fully understand," Li Chenxi replied with a firm nod. For 100,000 years, she had endured in silence, never revealing her personal matters. She had excelled in maintaining confidentiality. As dusk fell and the moon hung low in the sky, a refreshing breeze caressed her cheeks, bringing a sense of relief. Time was of the essence. It was prudent to eat something before continuing their journey. Li Heng, feeling the rumblings of hunger in his stomach, suggested, "Let's have a meal." "Yes, indeed," Li Chenxi readily agreed. The only place left unexplored was the temple, and with a day and a half remaining, there was ample time. "Longer," he called softly, and she appeared at his side. "Start a fire for cooking." "Of course." Longer rolled up her sleeves, donned a golden apron, and quickly ignited the campfire. "What would you like to eat tonight? Shall we prepare a Kirin tail soup? With medicinal herbs, slowly simmered, it would surely be delicious." Ever since their last encounter with the Kirin tail, she had longed to simmer it. "No." Li Heng raised his hand in refusal. "Let's avoid stewing anything like that. How about a Kirin bamboo shoot and mushroom soup instead? Let us make a large pot to share." "Oh, very well." Longer retrieved Kirin meat from her spatial ring. Since acquiring the spatial ring, she had been storing various ingredients. As she rummaged through the assortment of meat, she soon noticed a particularly nourishing item. "Young master, shall we add this?" Li Heng's right eyelid twitched several times, an ominous feeling washing over him. When he looked up, he was utterly speechless. It was a Kirin kidney. "No," he exclaimed. "What is the difference between stewing a kidney and stewing urine? Could it be that Longer has a penchant for this foul odor?" A shiver ran down Li Heng's spine, and he instinctively tightened his legs. "Fortunately, I have yet to mature. There is still time to guide her towards the right path." Alas, Longer shook her head in disappointment and settled on the leg meat. "Well, leg meat is acceptable." Li Heng glanced at the ingredients, noticing a spherical object, the Qilin treasure. Thankfully, Longer had not chosen it. It seems there is still hope. However, before he could revel in that thought, Longer pointed at the Qilin treasure. "Should we add this to the soup? I've heard it has a delightful flavor." Li Heng covered his forehead, his expression one of utter resignation. "It's over. Longer is beyond saving. Must you consume this peculiar thing? Do you truly like it?" Gurgle, gurgle. A large iron pot rested atop a pile of firewood, the pale broth bubbling away. Its aroma of meat intertwined with that of mystical herbs, gradually wafting through the air. Even Li Chenxi, who seldom indulged in food, swallowed hard, captivated by the enticing scent. The combination of Qilin meat with celestial bamboo and mushrooms truly is exquisite. Longer picked up the salt shaker, opting not to use the jade spoon within, but rather intending to pour it directly. "Oh dear, the spoon is too small. Pouring is much quicker." "Wait." Li Heng had been intently observing Longer and nearly lost focus. In a careless moment, she almost tipped the entire jar of salt into the pot. "A spoon is sufficient. For such a large pot, 2 spoonfuls will suffice. If you pour the entire jar in, how will we drink it?" Longer sheepishly scratched her head. "Oh, I understand now." Chapter 127. The Divine Medicine Soup. Gurgle, gurgle. The soup is ready. Longer picked up a spoon, scooping a generous ladleful into Li Chenxi's large bowl. "Add a chrysanthemum for her," Li Heng said softly. "Oh, understood." Longer searched the pot with her spoon, eventually locating an exquisitely carved chrysanthemum and placing it into the girl's bowl. Upon seeing the chrysanthemum, Li Chenxi felt a warm sense of belonging. This truly felt like a family meal. The chrysanthemum, delicately crafted in a vibrant green, was not a real flower, but rather a sculpted piece of celestial bamboo. Under Longer's superb carving skills, the chrysanthemum appeared lifelike, as thin as a cicada's wing, retaining its shape even after prolonged cooking. Li Heng lifted his bowl, savoring a hearty sip of the soup with his eyes closed in delight. "Oh, what a joy it is to enjoy such a bowl of soup amidst exploring the divine realm." Suddenly, a thought struck him. The little one hasn't eaten yet. He remembered he was now a father, no longer alone. So much time had passed. Who could say if the little one was hungry? Did she need to drink beast's milk? At the mention of beast's milk, Li Heng glanced at Long. It should be unnecessary. Though she appeared small, she was, in fact, a divine ginseng transformed, having existed for countless millennia. Such sustenance was likely superfluous. Longer, please serve me another bowl. I shall save it for later. Oh, certainly. Li Heng placed the bowl of Qilin soup into the system world, his consciousness following suit. Within that realm, the little ginseng sat before a celestial fruit, joyfully savoring a piece of its flesh. A large celestial fruit had already been nibbled on by her. At this rate, it seemed she could feast on it for 10 days, or even half a month. Daddy, eat. The little one offered the piece of fruit forward. Li Heng couldn't help but feel that her words sounded almost like an invitation to partake in something less appetizing. You eat it. He affectionately ruffled her hair. Would you like some soup? Upon seeing the bowl of Qilin meat soup, her eyes sparkled with excitement. She picked up a tiny spoon, scooping a piece of celestial bamboo and placing it into her mouth. Delicious. Daddy, eat. The little one presented another piece of celestial bamboo to Li Heng. I've had my fill. You should enjoy it, Li Heng replied with a smile. This little one was simply adorable, especially with those innocent eyes devoid of any ulterior motives. Who could possibly resist her charm? The little ginseng eagerly fished for celestial bamboo and mushrooms, quickly devouring them until only a few pieces of Qilin meat remained. She picked up a piece of pale red meat, sniffed it curiously, and with a hint of disdain, returned it to the soup. Are you not going to eat that? Being picky isn't good, Li Heng admonished with a mock-serious expression. The little one seemed to prefer the medicinal herbs, having no interest in the meat. She shook her head and pushed the soup bowl away. Just try it. The meat is really delicious. No. Daddy should eat. Just take a bite. No. You must eat. Li Heng's tone was somewhat rigid. While Kinnair sat there, looking pitiful, tears of various hues shimmering in his eyes, on the verge of cascading down. Well, if you don't want to eat, then don't. Although Kinnair's tears could yield a magical elixir, Li Heng felt a twinge of reluctance at the sight of the little one crying. Suddenly, Kinnair beamed, his large eyes curving into crescent moons. Daddy, I need to poop. Li Heng was taken aback. You just ate, and now you need to go? Kinnair squatted down and produced a lump of excrement. Upon witnessing it, Li Heng was once again thrown into existential doubt. The shape was unmistakably that of feces, complete with a pointed tip. Yet, its color was golden, glimmering with an ethereal light, and a rich medicinal aroma wafted from it. Li Heng pondered. If this were left out in the open, an unsuspecting person might very well mistake it for something edible. The divine medicine ointment, an amalgamation of countless precious elixirs, possesses the ability to transform decay into the miraculous. If you are not averse to filth, you may consider consuming it. To attempt such an act would be tantamount to courting death. I am not particularly squeamish, but this is best left alone. Its origins are unknown. Perhaps I would truly consider trying it. But, feces, never mind. Let those fated to it give it a try. Where Kinnair had relieved himself, there lay a discarded peel of an immortal fruit. As the divine medicine ointment came into contact with the peel, a wondrous event unfolded. The peel absorbed the ointment, sprouting a vibrant green shoot, which began to thrive. Delicate roots extended downward, burrowing into the soil. As it took root and sprouted, the peel swiftly evolved into a plant of the immortal fruit, growing increasingly larger. 100 years, 1,000 years, 10,000 years, 30,000 years, 50,000 years. This was no longer merely an immortal fruit. Li Heng stood in stunned silence, his pupils quivering. The highest recorded age of an immortal fruit was 30,000 years, with a diameter of about 5 feet. Yet this fruit before him boasted a diameter of 7 feet and an age of 50,000 years. It had transcended its original nature, morphing into a far more precious elixir. The extreme immortal fruit, a variant of the immortal fruit, may have undergone some extraordinary transformation, perhaps due to consuming a lump of excrement. This is quite remarkable. In terms of value, a 50,000-year immortal fruit undoubtedly surpasses a 30,000-year one by several multiples. Moreover, rarity enhances worth. If this were to be sold, it would fetch an astronomical price, driving cultivators into a frenzy. At that point, as long as he remained silent, who would know that this wondrous entity had been nurtured by feces? In truth, feces serve as a fertilizer, Consuming plants grown from such means poses no real concern. The divine medicine ointment was entirely absorbed by the peel, vanishing without a trace, leaving behind the 50,000-year extreme immortal fruit. Should there be a need for certain precious medicinal materials, possessing seeds would suffice. Li Heng has discovered a novel method for cultivating celestial elixirs. Shinner, your abilities are quite remarkable. Tears are akin to the divine essence, while excrement transforms into the divine balm. Perhaps there are even more treasures yet to be unearthed. Shinner, continue to partake. I must take my leave for a while. He placed the consumed celestial fruit before her, and she eagerly crawled over to indulge. Upon witnessing this scene, Li Heng felt a wave of relief wash over him. This creature, as long as it had celestial medicine to consume, remained docile and did not cry or cause a fuss. A magnificent hall stood erect in the clearing, with a towering statue of a deity positioned at its forefront. Though merely a statue, it emanated an overwhelming aura of authority. As Li Heng stood before the effigy, a single glance was enough to engulf him in a chilling sense of dread. It felt as though, with but a mere thought, the statue could obliterate him from existence. The true essence of divinity is truly terrifying. When shall I attain such strength? Two figures entered the divine hall. The rich essence of eternity permeated Li Heng's being. Ding! You have absorbed the essence of eternity. Your signing-in reward has increased by 100-fold. With this enhancement, your cumulative signing-in multiplier has risen to a remarkable 537 times. The Eternal Divine Hall offers a greater collection of eternal essence than the Apothecary's Valley. At last, the signing-in multiplier has surpassed the 500 threshold. Chapter 128. The Divine Finger of Art. Upon entering the Grand Hall, one is greeted by a lengthy corridor. The walls on either side are adorned with exquisite scrolls, each depicting fierce battles between deities and formidable demons. The grandeur of these scenes is overwhelming. A mere glance at the paintings evokes the terror of the combat. With a flick of their hands, the heavens could shatter and the earth could crumble. Only those who ascend the divine rankings before the ancient stone tablet and receive the bestowed opportunities may enter the sacred hall. Long Air, merely a follower, has not attained such fortune and must remain within the confines of the companion beast space. Li Heng turned his gaze to a painting on the left. Boom! His consciousness plunged into the world within the artwork. A deity, towering into the clouds, effortlessly rends a demon dragon apart. The spectacle is nothing short of magnificent. Being amidst it feels akin to a speck of dust. Even a single breath from the deity could herald his demise. Suddenly, the deity seems to sense something. Turning its gaze toward Li Heng, thunderous echoes reverberate as a single glance causes the world to crumble. Li Heng shuddered violently, pulling back from the painted realm. His back was drenched in sweat. How terrifying! Is this the true essence of divinity? He harbored no doubt that if the deity wished for his demise, that one look could extinguish his life 1,000 times over. Do not gaze upon these paintings, Li Chenxi urged as she steadied the boy's shoulder. These artworks are not to be trifled with. They harbor a fragment of the deity's will. If your spirit is weak, you risk being overwhelmed by divine consciousness, becoming nothing more than a soulless shell. Li Heng wiped the cold sweat from his brow. Such a mere fragment of will is already so fearsome. What if it were a true deity? In that moment, he finally comprehended the vast chasm that lay between himself and the genuine powerhouses. Divinity feels an eternity away. Yet, it stands before him as a goal. One day, he too shall ascend to become a deity, the most powerful sovereign of this realm. The two continued down the corridor, flanked by walls bedecked with murals. Soon, they reached the main hall, where two grand doors loomed ahead. Li Chenxi pointed to the left door and said, "Every ancient divine hall is unique. This particular one houses the Hall of Eternal Divine Art. It is said to be the realm of a deity skilled in painting, who studies the art daily within. If we enter and gain the deity's recognition, we may receive an opportunity. For countless eons, few have been deemed worthy by the divine." Previously, they had visited another divine hall, where the left side housed the ancient library, filled with rare techniques. The ancient emperor's scripture had originated from there. Li Heng nodded gently. The artistry of the deity is indeed formidable. To earn its acknowledgement seems a daunting challenge. The murals outside are the handiwork of the divine. The depth of their artistic essence is awe-inspiring. Even those regarded as prodigies in the realm of art may find it impossible to attain divine recognition. Li Heng had been signing in at the Underworld for a millennium. Regrettably, such a place lacked elegant halls or pavilions, filled instead with grim and eerie chambers like the Hall of Punishments, the Hall of Judgments, and the Hall of Reincarnation. In such a dismal environment, few possessed the spirit to engage in painting. Although he had acquired a physique related to the art of painting during his tenure there, it was rather weak, ranking beyond 30,000 among the 36,000 divine bodies. Even if he were to assimilate this physique, the deities would likely overlook it. Thus, he did not rush into integration. While he had studied the art of painting in the Underworld, it paled in comparison to his understanding of the sword path. Li Qinzi then gestured towards a grand hall on the right. Every divine temple harbored a timeless treasure hall, where the artifacts of deities were kept. Our main event this time centers around this. Initially, everyone believed that only deities could access the timeless treasure hall, deeming others unworthy. It was later discovered that they were mistaken. It was not a matter of worthiness, but rather the absence of the seven-colored key. To enter the timeless treasure hall, one must reach the realm of eternal extremes and obtain the seven-colored key to unlock it. Li Qinzi had learned this after witnessing Li Heng's prior entry. The outsiders remained oblivious. Regarding the timeless divine painting hall, she held no particular expectations, as her research in the art of painting was rather limited. Li Heng strolled to the center of the grand hall and silently recited the words to sign in. Ding! You have signed in at the timeless divine hall and received the reward painting Immortal Embryo. The reward has been amplified by 537 times, granting you a complete set of painting God finger bones. Painting God finger bones, what on earth is that? Previously, he had only received individual bones and had never heard of a complete set before. Upon examining the reward, he quickly understood. The painting God finger bones consist of 5 parts: thumb, index finger, middle finger, ring finger, and little finger, collectively forming a set. They can be fused with the existing bones, allowing one to touch the paintbrush and unlock the power of the painting god. So, this is a complete set. It would be quite awkward to receive just the middle finger for painting. The painting god finger bones were similar to the sword bones he had acquired before, albeit intended for integration within the hand. Merging this set of finger bones would confer a significant advantage when approaching the left divine temple. The process of fusion would likely create quite a stir. What should Qinzi do in the meantime? Li Heng could not perform this fusion in front of Qinzi, as it would be impossible to explain. He could use that immortal hall. It should allow for successful fusion in a short time. After coming to this realization, he turned to Qinzi and said, I need to go over there for a moment. You mustn't come and peek. Li Qinzi rolled her eyes. As if I care. What could there possibly be to see? Li Heng retreated to the corridor of the divine hall, seeking a secluded corner, where he took out an exquisite immortal hall, the Qian Kuan Immortal Hall. It contained the Qian Kuan, capable of adjusting the flow of time. However, the cost was substantial. The faster the time flow, the more celestial stones consumed. In the celestial palace of creation, the flow of time can be adjusted up to 100-fold. This implies that 100 hours within the palace equate to merely 1 hour in the outside world. Engaging this accelerated pace necessitates the expenditure of 10,000 celestial stones for just 1 hour. Celestial stones are imbued with a rich essence of the ethereal, and their worth, 10,000, parallels that of a second-grade celestial elixir. This hour refers to the passage of time in the tangible realm, while within the celestial palace. 100 hours elapse. Thus, 100 hours translates to a span of 8 days. Yet, when utilized for cultivation, the essence gained is far less than that obtained from consuming a single elixir. Consequently, few opt to use the celestial palace for cultivation, save for certain exceptional circumstances. In this instance, Li Heng requires a brief period to fuse the divine finger bone. Entering the celestial palace, he places 10,000 celestial stones upon the altar at the center. The stones accumulate into a small mound, and once the altar is activated, it devours the stones completely. With a hum, the flow of time has been altered, yet Li Heng perceives no anomalies. It feels precisely as it does in the external world. Only upon exiting can one truly sense the altered passage of time. Chapter 129. The Divine Maiden's Qingfeng Portrait. Li Heng retrieved the divine painting finger bones. These were 5 bones shaped like fingers, resplendent in a kaleidoscope of colors, each adorned with a vivid celestial painting. They appeared so lifelike that they seemed to transport one into a realm of fantasy. Staring at these 5 finger bones, Li Heng momentarily lost his focus. Tattoos were a trend on Blue Star. But was there a trend of bone inscriptions in the realm of cultivation? Such an endeavor surely required considerable skill. Yet, if one were to inscribe them, for whom would it be displayed? He affixed the 5 bones to his fingers, allowing them to gradually meld into his skin, seamlessly integrating with his natural digits. The fusion adjusted in size automatically, appearing no different from his original fingers. The process was both painful and numbing, accompanied by a fiery sensation. However, due to his solid foundation, the discomfort was manageable, and he successfully merged them with his body. The entire process took nearly a day. Suddenly, Li Heng's hand rose uncontrollably towards the heavens. A resonant hum filled the air as a dazzling spectrum of colors illuminated the entire sky. A colossal scroll materialized above, enveloped in ethereal mist, with divine beings and demons standing tall, while formidable monsters soared through the celestial expanse. This was a vision of the divine realm. Li Heng was once again awestruck by the scene before him. Truly, these divine painting finger bones were extraordinary. After merging with this set of finger bones, he acquired valuable insights. In the divine realm, a single divine painting finger bone could bestow one with the potential to become a master of painting. For instance, placing a complete divine painting finger bone on the middle finger and pointing towards the heavens would summon gods, demons, and monsters in a magnificent spectacle. Just the thought of it was breathtaking. Li Heng possessed a complete set of 5 divine painting finger bones, which when stacked together, would undoubtedly amplify his divine power manifold compared to a single bone. It was also due to the signing-in system that he could attain an entire set in one go, enhancing his abilities over 500 times. After integrating the divine painting finger bones, he felt an unparalleled understanding of the art of painting surging within him. The knowledge he had previously acquired transformed into practical experience, enabling him to master the skill of painting in a remarkably short duration, effortlessly applying it as needed. Indeed, with such proficiency, entering the Hall of Paintings should grant him an opportunity of great significance. Since he had come this far, it was only reasonable to leave with something of value. Li Heng exited the Qian Immortal Palace, and approximately the time it takes to brew a cup of tea had passed in the real world. If one were to consider it, that would be about right for a bout of constipation. Upon returning to the Grand Hall, Li Qinxi was still there, awaiting his return. "What took you so long for a simple errand?" she remarked with a cold huff. "With all that meat you've consumed, it would be odd if you weren't experiencing any gastrointestinal distress. All right, let us proceed to the Hall of Paintings." The two approached the grand entrance, retrieving their respective 7-colored keys, and smoothly entered the hall. Inside, they found a spacious chamber, its walls adorned with exquisite scrolls, far more refined than the murals in the corridor. It was evident that these were treasured artworks collected by a deity. At the center stood a writing desk, equipped with brushes, ink, paper, and inkstones. An aged silhouette appeared beside the window, hands clasped behind his back, gazing pensively at the distant mountains and rivers. The elder's voice resonated like an ethereal whisper. "Such magnificent landscapes, not confined to canvas. What a pity." Upon witnessing this venerable figure, Li Qinxi was overwhelmed with emotion. My heavens, this is none other than the divine painter. Mortal artists are known as brush masters, while those of the celestial realm are regarded as brush immortals. In the realm of deities, he is revered as the brush god. The essence he effortlessly exudes is beyond the reach of mere mortals. The brush god slowly turned, revealing his true visage. On his weathered face, a divine painting unfolded. Li Qinxi was instantly captivated by the scene depicted, her expression one of astonishment. Goodness! Could this be the legendary goddess Qingfeng painting? According to legend, there existed a brush god renowned for painting upon his own body. Upon reaching the zenith of his craft, he adorned his own visage with a masterpiece titled Goddess Qingfeng. Upon its unveiling, the divine realm trembled. Countless admirers flocked to behold it. All beings, be they demons, gods, or spirits, hailed this piece as a divine creation. Li Qinxi gazed at the elder's face. His nose, a vivid green, was depicted as a towering mountain peak. His eyelids mirrored the sun on the left and the moon on the right. His complexion was azure, symbolizing the boundless sea. His lips were fashioned into a solitary boat, drifting before the peak. A beautiful maiden, rowing towards the mountain, graced the boat. Atop the peak, represented on his forehead, stood a stunning woman in a flowing white gown, holding a paper umbrella. Extraordinary. This divine painting is truly magnificent. Li Chenxi trembled with excitement. To paint upon one's own face, this brush god is indeed unparalleled. Utilizing the features of his face to create a breathtaking artwork is nothing short of miraculous. Especially remarkable is the portrayal of the nose as a green peak, showcasing the brush god's boundless imagination. Upon closer inspection, the painting possesses a three-dimensional quality, as if one could step into the scene. Li Heng, observing the brush god's face, particularly the maiden upon his forehead, found his expression increasingly animated. Is the realm of cultivation truly this peculiar? Rather than painting on bones, they paint upon faces. Goddess Qingfeng? I would rather call it the beauty riding the face painting. Or perhaps two beauties riding the face. This elder, despite his seemingly dignified demeanor, appears rather lecherous. The beauty in the gown on his forehead. Could a mere glance reveal the splendor beneath her skirt? How sordid. Such facial artistry is beyond my appreciation. Yet, observing Chenxi beside him, she seemed utterly enthralled. Could it be that she is fond of such face writing? How intriguing. The elder lingered a moment longer on Li Heng, his gaze imbued with a hint of admiration. Upon witnessing this scene, Li Chenxi pondered deeply. I recall that this esteemed painter rarely reveals the divine painting of the goddess of the Green Peaks. Why? On this particular day of our visit, has it been displayed? Is it possible that Li Heng possesses extraordinary talent in the art of painting? Many had previously entered the Hall of Paintings and encountered the elder, yet none had seen that exquisite painting. This divine artwork can be concealed beneath the skin, only unveiled before certain friends or prodigies of the art. Thus, she speculated that Li Heng's artistic prowess might far exceed her expectations. Alternatively, the elder could have some ulterior motive. With hands clasped behind his back, the elder spoke softly. Your entrance into the Hall of Paintings signifies a fortuitous connection. At this juncture, he turned his gaze toward the window. Is it not a pity that the grandeur of our mountains and rivers remains untransformed into art? Would it not be delightful for each of you to create your own painting? Li Chenxi nodded in agreement, responding, since the esteemed painter desires to depict this landscape, let us indeed create a piece. As she spoke, she exchanged a knowing glance with Li Heng. This was a test proposed by the painter. Should they gain his approval, they would attain a valuable opportunity. Otherwise, they would depart empty-handed. Chapter 130. Painting. Li Heng nodded in acknowledgement to the elderly man. Today, upon witnessing the divine painting of the celestial peak, he was truly impressed. I too wish to create a piece of art. The old man, pleased by Li Heng's response, nodded in approval. You shall paint right here. On the table lay an array of vibrant inks and a selection of brushes. In the realm of cultivation, the hues of ink are numerous, most derived from the refinement of rare celestial materials. Thus, the colors on the canvas are remarkably vivid, allowing for a better representation of the artistic essence. I shall go first. Li Chenxi subtly nodded at Li Heng before stepping forward to the painting table. Aware of her own artistic skills, she doubted she would capture the elderly man's favor, so it mattered little whether she painted first or later. Grasping a golden fiber brush, she dipped it into black ink and made her first stroke on the rice paper. Swish, swish, swish. A landscape painting swiftly unfolded before their eyes. Majestic mountains towered, and a great river surged with a sense of grandeur. Li Heng stood back, observing, his right hand tingling with excitement, as if the sight of painting had awakened something within him. He had never felt this sensation before, even when he held the divine bone of the painting god. Though Chenxi's artwork was quite ordinary, while it captured the landscape, it lacked depth and spirit. Now that his own artistic skills had reached a certain level, he possessed a personal understanding of art. As Chenxi completed her final stroke, she bowed slightly to the old man. I have embarrassed myself. The old man stood before the painting, studying it intently, his expression unwavering. The mountains stood tall, and the river flowed endlessly. You are a person with a story, possessing great hopes for the future. At such a young age, to create a piece like this is indeed remarkable. Judging by her appearance, this girl seemed only 5 years old. At this age, her painting surpassed that of many others. However, this work could only be considered an ordinary piece. It bore a hint of spirit, but barely grazed the edge of a spiritual painting. In the mortal realm, paintings are divided into two categories. The first type lacks any spirit and is merely an ordinary piece. The second type possesses spirit and is thus a spiritual painting. A fine spiritual painting, when gazed upon, evokes the sensation of rivers rushing. This one, however, merely conveyed a sense of momentum in the river, only bordering on the realm of spiritual art. Li Chenxi stepped aside, not displaying any significant disappointment. She was well aware of her abilities and held no great expectations for the painting hall. The true highlight would be entering the treasure hall nearby. It is my turn. Li Heng felt his right hand growing increasingly restless, yearning to grasp the brush and unleash his emotions. Holding the golden fiber brush firmly, he felt a hum. The brush quivered slightly and faintly. The sound of a wolf's howl echoed. Li Chenxi felt a slight surprise. Li Heng's talent in the art of painting was indeed remarkable. The brush seemed to exhibit a palpable excitement. Only those who were true masters of the art could evoke such emotion from a brush, unlocking its true potential. Li Heng closed his eyes, pondering deeply for a considerable time, before suddenly opening them, his aura transforming dramatically. In that moment, he appeared not merely as a mortal, but as a divine entity. With swift strokes, the brush, dipped in azure ink, conjured a verdant meadow on the rice paper. Shortly thereafter, he switched to a different brush, this time dipping it in golden ink. In the heart of the meadow, the exquisite outline of a stunning woman began to emerge. The elderly observer furrowed his brow slightly, noticing the delicate folds of the divine woman's garment on her forehead. Could it be this youth intends to create a celestial painting? His prowess in the art, however, was far from sufficient for such an endeavor. Spiritual paintings possess a certain vitality, while celestial paintings encapsulate the essence of the universe. The path to celestial artwork lies in mastering this cosmic power within the painting. At this juncture, what was being produced transcended the mere definition of a painting. From Li Heng's previous actions, he had sensed that cosmic energy within the artwork, yet he remained far from the level required to create a celestial masterpiece. Suddenly, Li Heng's index finger radiated a spectrum of vibrant colors. The golden wolf hair brush trembled, releasing a dazzling golden light. The power of painting surged significantly beneath the brush handle. The exquisite woman within the painting became even more refined under the wolf hairbrush's strokes. Li Chenxi, possessing keen insight, quickly recognized the significance of that finger. The divine bone of painting. How could Li Heng possess such a divine artifact? With merely one such bone, one could ascend to the pinnacle of the art. Achieving the status of a painting immortal would become an effortless task. This was among the top 100 divine bodies out of the 36,000 types known. The term divine body encompasses all kinds of divine bones and divine embryos. The old man's eyes brightened, and his furrowed brow relaxed involuntarily. Even the divine woman's garment smoothed out. So that was it. It was the divine bone of painting. He had sensed something extraordinary about the youth upon his arrival, which was why he had used the image of the divine woman in the Qing Feng painting to engage both of them. However, he had failed to discern the true nature of the youth's remarkable qualities. It was not due to a lack of insight, but rather because he was now merely a remnant soul, stripped of many formidable abilities. Li Heng's wolf hair brush emanated a resplendent golden light, outlining the woman's figure. The golden gown fluttered gently in the breeze, revealing her breathtaking profile as she gazed ahead. Her elongated arm lifted, seemingly grasping something within her palm. At that moment, the object in her hand had yet to be illustrated. Li Chenxi had already recognized the woman in the painting. Who else could it be but Long? The golden gown and her stunning profile perfectly showcased Longer's unparalleled beauty. Longer's hand appeared to grasp something lightly. Could it be the Qilin whip? From the way she held the brush, it seemed quite likely. As this thought crossed her mind, her cheeks flushed crimson. Goodness, what am I imagining? Before the divine artist, Li Heng would surely not indulge in such reckless abandon. If a Kirin whip were truly to be depicted, this painting would undoubtedly be deemed forbidden. Yet, it is often the case that the more forbidden a piece becomes, the more fervently cultivators desire it. They would likely fight tooth and nail to claim it for themselves. With a gentle flick of the golden wolf hair brush, a magnificent golden sword gradually emerged upon the canvas. Upon seeing this sword, Li Chenxi's cheeks reddened like a ripe apple. She wished she could dig a hole and bury herself within it. Fortunately, it was merely a reflection of her innermost thoughts. Had outsiders learned of it, she would have been utterly mortified. Alas, how have I become so wicked? It must be the influence of Li Heng that has tainted me. Yes, indeed, that must be the case. The realization that her transformation was due to Li Heng brought her some solace. As the golden sword was completed, Li Heng's body trembled slightly. A resonant hum filled the air, and streams of sword intent encircled him. Chapter 131. The Manifestation of the Divine Bone of Painting. What? Li Chenxi gasped, covering his mouth in astonishment. He intended to merge the sword path within his painting. Could this truly be possible? The same celestial painting can indeed vary significantly in quality. From what Li Heng had just created, it appeared to be a rather standard celestial artwork. To elevate the level of a celestial painting, one must delve into various Dao techniques. For instance, consider two paintings of the same individual. One depicts them barehanded, while the other portrays them wielding a celestial sword. The painting featuring the celestial sword is not necessarily superior to the barehanded one. However, if the sword path were to be integrated into the painting, its value would ascend several tiers. The stronger the sword path, the higher the painting's worth. Ordinary celestial painters are deemed competent if they can produce a single celestial work. Advanced celestial painters, meanwhile, possess the ability to incorporate additional Dao principles into their creations simultaneously. This complexity escalates exponentially, necessitating not only an enhancement of their painting technique, but also a profound comprehension of the sword path. Both elements are indispensable, otherwise, a painting may seem to feature a sword, yet lack the essence of sword intent, resulting in a subpar piece. Li Heng radiated sword intent around him, precisely to infuse the sword path into his painting. But could he truly succeed? Li Chenxi felt a sense of uncertainty. The elder furrowed his brow slightly, the divine maiden's dress crumpling anew. This youth's painting skills are insufficient. He surely cannot integrate the sword path as a deity of painting. He possessed an intimate understanding of Li Heng's artistic abilities. Judging from the earlier demonstration, capturing the woman's beauty in a painting was likely his utmost limit. Perhaps in the future, his skills would be sufficient to merge the sword path, but his youth rendered him significantly lacking at present. Just as both harbored doubts, a dazzling, multicolored divine light flickered upon Li Heng's thumb. Buzz! His painting prowess surged dramatically. Li Chenxi fixated upon that thumb gripping the brush, envisioning a vibrant divine painting manifesting upon his skin. This is astonishing. A divine bone of painting. Another one. How can this be? How can he possess two? One divine bone of painting is already formidable, destined to ascend to the pinnacle of the art. What brilliance might emerge from two divine bones of painting, complementing one another? It is beyond imagination. The elder's heart jolted with shock. Two divine bones of painting. Such rarity. I have never encountered such a phenomenon. Previously, within the divine realm, a single divine bone of painting was exceedingly uncommon. The simultaneous appearance of two divine bones within a single individual has never occurred before. This youth is extraordinary. As long as he does not falter, he is destined to walk the path of the painting deity. In my several billion years of existence, I have never witnessed such exceptional talent in the realm of painting, let alone the possession of two divine bones of painting. Li Heng's sword intent intensified, swirling throughout the painting hall. The scrolls adorning the walls began to tremble subtly. Buzz! As the swordsmanship reached its pinnacle, it abruptly contracted, and streams of sword intent converged upon the golden fiber wolf hair brush. At that moment, the brush seemed to transcend its function, transforming into a sharp sword, etching a decisive stroke upon the canvas. The sword was formed. Li Chenxi felt a tremor emanating from the golden sword within the painting, as if it had come to life, possessing a soul of its own. Such terrifying swordsmanship, such astonishing artistry. The fusion of the two unleashed an extraordinary brilliance. At this moment, a twinge of envy for Li Heng's innate talent washed over him. It appeared that he was destined to acquire invaluable opportunities within the painting palace. The elder nodded in admiration, recognizing that this youth not only possessed formidable talent in artistry, but also excelled in swordsmanship. He was fated to become a formidable figure in the realm of painting. Without innate talent in swordsmanship, it would be exceedingly difficult to master the sword's depiction. Mere appearances would inevitably lead to mediocrity. A celestial painting gradually unveiled itself before the two. Li Heng picked up another brush, dipped it in golden ink, and began to sketch a pair of dragon horns atop the woman's head. Soon, the horns began to take shape, leaving only one final stroke to complete the artwork. Li Heng stood there, eyes closed, lost in concentration, hesitating to make his mark. Streams of golden light spiraled around his form. Faintly, the sound of a dragon's roar echoed from the radiance. The elder, upon hearing the dragon's roar, furrowed his brow once more. He was harnessing the power of artistry to gather the essence of the dragon clan from the heavens, aspiring to render the woman in the painting as a dragon maiden. If he merely intended to depict an ordinary woman, the dragon horns would be unnecessary, and the painting would already be complete. To solely depict the horns without invoking the essence of the dragon clan would render the portrayal superficial, failing to embody a true dragon maiden. The youth was not of the dragon clan. To imbue the painted woman with the essence of dragons, he must draw from the very fabric of the universe. This task proved far more arduous than the earlier fusion of swordsmanship. It demanded a higher realm of artistic comprehension. Given his current level of artistry, he was still far from gathering the essence of the dragon clan. The elder believed that, with a few more years dedicated to the cultivation of his artistry, this child could indeed summon the essence of the dragon clan. But at present, he was far too young. His artistic comprehension remained insufficient. Even if he could gather a trace of the dragon clan's essence, it would be but a mere whisper. There was still a considerable distance before the woman in the painting could truly become a dragon maiden. Heng closed his eyes in deep concentration, his right hand holding the brush quivering lightly. He endeavored to condense the essence of the dragon clan within his brush, yet he could only gather a small amount before it dissipated entirely. Clearly, his artistic realm was inadequate to connect with a greater essence of the dragon clan. At that moment, the middle finger illuminated with a resplendent, multicolored divine light. In the air, a breathtaking world from the painting materialized. With a thunderous roar, the awe-inspiring artistic intent surged skyward, transforming into a magnificent scroll worthy of a celestial realm. A series of dragon-like energies surged from afar, continuously merging into the scroll. Within this ethereal canvas, a magnificent golden dragon began to materialize. This spectacle utterly stunned Licenzi, leaving her in a state of disbelief. No, could it be 3 divine bones of the painting path? How could such a prodigious talent exist in this world? 1 divine bone is already extraordinarily rare. 2 are almost impossible to find. But 3 is simply astonishing. She could not fathom how Heng came to possess so many divine bones. The sum of 1 plus 1 plus 1 exceeds mere addition. Even the most erudite of painting deities would be left speechless by the presence of 3 divine bones of the painting path. This young man is destined to defy the heavens. The fusion of these 3 divine bones will unleash a brilliance beyond imagination, one that even he cannot predict. One thing is certain. Heng is destined to ascend to the pinnacle of the painting path, eventually surpassing even him. As the energies of the dragon clan converged around Heng, they reached a culmination, transforming the golden brush into a golden dragon that perched atop the young woman's head. A resonant hum erupted as the dragon's horns radiated a dazzling golden light, and the golden dragon soared from the scroll, its roar echoing through the heavens. Chapter 132. The legacy of the painting path. Applause echoed as the elderly man clapped his hands in admiration. Excellent. You are the most gifted individual I have encountered in the realm of painting, destined to ascend to the pinnacle of this art. Even after witnessing numerous prodigies, he could not help but express his awe. Licenzi approached the painting with deliberate steps, gazing intently at its intricate details. The backdrop depicted a serene sky adorned with wisps of white clouds and lush green meadows. At the forefront stood a breathtakingly beautiful woman, her head crowned with dragon horns, wielding a magnificent golden sword as she danced gracefully upon the grass. From the mere surface of the canvas, it was evident that this artwork was of the highest caliber. As Licenzi focused her consciousness upon it, she felt herself drawn into the realm within the painting. It was a celestial masterpiece, one that contained an entire universe, capable of sculpting its own world. In contrast, a mere spiritual painting possessed only a hint of vitality and could never reach such heights. In an instant, Licenzi found herself immersed in the world of the painting. The sky was azure, the clouds fluffy, and the air was imbued with the sweet scent of earth. On the verdant grass, the exquisite woman clad in a golden gown, with dragon horns adorning her head, began to move. With a graceful sweep of her sword, she executed a breathtaking dance, her movements perfectly synchronized with the rhythm of her steps. The sword and the woman were in perfect harmony. Every gesture was a delight to behold. Though her motions were soft and devoid of harsh strikes, they concealed an underlying lethality. To underestimate this woman could lead to a fatal encounter with the sword hidden beneath her beauty. The swordsmanship, the dragon maiden, The artistry of painting, how splendidly they intertwined. Li Heng, could it be that you are the reincarnation of a painting immortal? Perhaps one who has spent 1,000,000 years preparing. I find myself questioning whether this individual has traversed countless lifetimes, each as a master of the painting path, only to attain such an extraordinary level of artistry after 1,000,000 years. It is truly astounding, beyond the capacity of words to convey. She believed that should this painting grace the ancient realm, it would undoubtedly attract the fervent attention of countless celestial sects and clans. Even within the celestial tribes, it would stand as a treasured heirloom. As the painting reached completion, Li Heng inscribed his signature in the lower right corner, a dream of celestial fate. In a previous life, while delving into the art of painting, he had adopted this pseudonym, signifying a beautiful dream of traversing the world of cultivation and achieving immortality. Now, this legacy continued. Previously, his artworks had been ordinary, lacking any recognition. However, he was determined to elevate the name A Dream of Celestial Fate to prominence across the 3 realms. Remarkable. The elderly man nodded in approval after observing the world within the painting. At such a tender age, you wield the art of painting with such proficiency. Your talent is indeed extraordinary. It seems that my legacy in painting is finally destined to find a worthy successor. The painting deity felt a stirring desire to take on an apprentice, envisioning the potential for Li Heng to achieve greatness that could rival his own. Perhaps, he might even elevate the art beyond the illustrious goddess Qingfeng masterpiece. What is this 10 Maidens of Qingfeng painting? The 100 Maidens of Qingfeng painting. Upon hearing the elder's words, Li Chenxi was utterly shocked and simultaneously astonished by Li Heng's fortune. What? The elder wishes to take Li Heng as his disciple. Does this not imply that Li Heng will henceforth be the heir of the divine painting, the Maidens of Qingfeng? Perhaps he might even acquire that very painting. The Maidens of Qingfeng painting, renowned throughout the divine realm, is not merely as it appears. If he could truly possess this masterpiece, it could potentially instill fear across the divine domain. What ancient calamity! He would cast it aside, allowing it to witness the might of the divine artwork. However, upon hearing the elder's words, Li Heng felt no joy. Instead, an ominous premonition enveloped him. Particularly, the painting on the elder's face struck him as somewhat blinding. The elder approached Li Heng with deliberate steps, his demeanor kind and his tone gentle. Are you willing to become my successor? To inherit the essence of the divine body painting path. The elder had established his own school, named the Divine Body Painting Path, through which he painted upon himself. The most acclaimed piece was the Maidens of Qingfeng painting adorning his visage. Li Heng shook his head. May I refuse? No. You must inherit my painting path, the elder proclaimed in an irrefutable tone. Li Heng thought to himself, so, you're merely here to inform me? The notion of choice, of willingness to inherit the painting path, is but a facade. The elder pointed at his proud masterpiece and softly declared, as my disciple, this Maidens of Qingfeng painting shall also be bestowed upon you. He believed that, lured by the allure of the Maidens of Qingfeng painting, Li Heng would undoubtedly be exhilarated and agree without hesitation. Before the divine realm encountered the great calamity, countless deities implored him for a divine body painting. Li Heng covered his face, truly fearing the very thing he dreaded. Had you not mentioned this painting, I might have contemplated it. Now, you wish to grant me this painting. Who would dare accept the beauty riding face painting? Without waiting for Li Heng's consent, the elder opened his arms, and streams of painting power transformed into a colorful torrent, merging into Li Heng's brow. Waves of memories from the divine body painting path flowed into his mind. 3 hours later, the transmission concluded. In Li Heng's consciousness, a luminous orb containing the memories of the painting path emerged. By integrating this orb into his mind and thoroughly absorbing it, he would master the divine body painting path. At this moment, he gained a deeper understanding of the divine body painting path. His heart was inevitably astonished. The divine body painting path is remarkably powerful. If one paints a sword upon an arm, that individual can wield a set of sword techniques. The strength of the painter's sword techniques determines the potency of their painting path. No wonder this old man's divine body painting path holds significant renown in the divine realm. This is no mere painting. It is the embodiment of a certain power, infinitely more complex than simple artistry. Even with his current level of painting skill, it would be exceedingly challenging to fully realize the divine body painting path. The legacy of memory resides within the mind, gradually absorbed until it is thoroughly integrated, thereby achieving true mastery over it. The elder stood before a bronze mirror, gazing wistfully at the visage of the divine maiden, the azure peak. Old companion, it is time to restore the former glory. I hope the youth I have chosen will not let you fall into obscurity. The divine maiden of Azure Peak has accompanied him for countless eons, traversing innumerable battlefields. Now, he exists merely as a wisp of a remnant soul. The divine realm has been shattered, and the divine maiden of Azure Peak can no longer bask in the light of day. It is a rare occurrence to encounter a prodigy in the art of painting, and he is prepared to pass it on, allowing the divine body of the artistry to rekindle its past splendor. Li Heng observed as the elder approached him step by step, hastily retreating. Yet the doors of the grand hall were sealed, and the painting hall was the elder's domain. There was no escape. At last, the elder grasped Li Heng's shoulder, rendering him immobile. With a swift motion, radiant beams of 7 colors erupted from the elder's face, and amidst the brilliance emerged a mysterious scroll, rising from his visage. It descended upon Li Heng's countenance. Li Heng felt a sharp sting upon his face as countless visions whirled before his eyes. The azure peak, a small boat, the blazing sun, the bright moon, the divine maiden. All of this seemed to transcend mere existence, truly coming to life. Chapter 133. The treasure hall. The radiance on the old man's face gradually faded, while the glow on Li Heng's visage intensified. The divine painting of the azure peak reemerged in all its glory. Beside him, Li Qinxi looked on with envious admiration. Heavens, the divine body painting path. Li Heng has actually received such a transcendent inheritance. What remarkable prospects lie ahead. The divine body painting path is an existence she could scarcely dare to dream of. My brother's fortune is truly extraordinary. I shall encourage him to diligently pursue the art of painting. Once he achieves mastery, I shall request a few divine illustrations upon my being. Perhaps a chrysanthemum to start, followed by a white tiger. The chrysanthemum is her most cherished flower. Adorning it upon my skin, imbued with the power of divine art, would be nothing short of splendid. To envision riding forth upon a summoned white tiger would surely enhance my swiftness. Just the thought of it fills one with excitement. Before long, the divine painting of the azure peak was fully emblazoned upon Li Heng's face. Standing before a bronze mirror, he gazed at his painted visage, particularly at the divine figure upon his forehead, feeling an overwhelming sense of despair. It is over. My illustrious life, now tarnished by this very painting. He discovered that the artwork could be concealed beneath his skin, revealing itself only when summoned. His face ultimately returned to its normal state, rendering him inconspicuous to outsiders. With the acquisition of the painting came a wealth of knowledge. It must be said, this artwork is indeed formidable, truly deserving of the title of divine painting. The figure within can be summoned to engage in battle against foes. The remaining elements, small boats, azure peak, blazing sun, and bright moon, each possess their own divine powers. The old man had infused his lifetime of learning into this singular work. With this painting, Li Heng had acquired numerous hidden advantages. In the event of perilous circumstances, he could call upon it. However, to activate this divine artwork required a profound understanding of the painting path. The greater one's mastery of the art, the more potent the activation of this divine painting would be. While it may not guarantee victory, it certainly affords a means of self-preservation. The old man observed the manifestation of his masterpiece upon his disciple's face, nodding in satisfaction. With this painting, there exists a means of safeguarding oneself. My legacy shall not be easily extinguished. The primary purpose of bequeathing this painting was to grant Li Heng the ability to protect himself, ensuring that should the inheritance be passed on, Li Heng would not falter, thus preventing the complete disappearance of the divine body painting path. Such an outcome was not what he wished to witness. Having spoken these words, the old man regarded Li Heng with serene eyes, his form gradually fading, dissipating into the cosmos. Li Heng clasped his hands in salute, bowing deeply to the elder. Though the painting may appear peculiar, one must concede that it is indeed a divine artwork. If utilized wisely in the future, it could unleash formidable combat prowess. He harbored a deep gratitude towards the old man. As the elder vanished, the grand doors of the painting hall swung open, allowing the two to depart at their leisure. Li Qinxi was filled with profound reflections. There is a saying that rings true: fortune favors the prepared mind. Had Li Heng not possessed such extraordinary talent in the painting path, the elder would not have entrusted him with the inheritance. The celestial maiden of Qingfeng. I wonder when she shall once again grace the mortal realm. Li Heng, you must diligently cultivate your artistry. In the future, create a few divine portraits for me. What is this? Do you wish for me to paint a chrysanthemum? Li Heng replied with a teasing tone. Ah, you truly understand your sister. Li Qinxi's face radiated with a bright smile. Your tastes are quite peculiar. Li Heng shook his head in resignation. Why choose such a flower? There are so many others to adore. Besides, does one even paint such things? I shall study earnestly. Indeed, Li Qinxi resolved to encourage her brother, determined not to let the legacy of divine painting go to waste. Study well, and one day, allow me to embody the celestial maiden upon that Qingfeng peak. She speculated that the celestial maiden depicted by the elder must have a prototype, undoubtedly a being of immense power from the heavens and earth. Just envisioning the awe-inspiring presence summoned from the scroll made her exhilarated. Who wouldn't he wish for their divine form to be revered by all? The maiden in the painting is beyond comparison to this Li family maiden. Ah, do you wish to paint upon others' faces as well? Is that not permissible? It is, indeed. I just didn't realize you had such an inclination. Li Heng's perception of Qinxi shifted significantly. She too enjoys the thrill of writing faces. I never would have guessed. Let us depart. This visit to the Hall of Paintings has proven fruitful. Nearby lies a treasure hall, where one may select 3 treasures before departing. Li Heng took the painting he had just created and exited the Hall of Paintings. Li Qinxi gazed at the artwork, her admiration evident. Li Heng, might I have that painting? You desire it? I do. Very well. Li Heng handed over the scroll without hesitation. It is merely a painting. I can create another whenever I please. As my skills in painting improve, I shall produce even finer works. Thank you. Li Qinxi beamed sweetly, genuinely delighted as she accepted the scroll. The two then produced the 7-colored key to unlock the doors of the treasure hall. With a rumble, the stone doors ground against the floor. A rich aroma of divine treasures wafted towards them. It was Li Qinxi's first time entering the treasure hall, and her excitement was palpable. What wonders lie within this hall of the divine? The hall was vast, divided into several sections, each housing different kinds of treasures. These were relics collected by the master of the hall, the very painter of the gods. Li Heng glanced towards the first side chamber on the left. The sword repository appeared somewhat modest. It likely held nothing of great value. The painting repository probably could not compare to the one upon my own visage, so it's best to forego that. The book repository was likely filled with tomes on painting techniques. Given my heritage, they would serve little purpose. This time, one is permitted to take only 3 treasures from the treasure hall. After passing through each chamber, they finally halted before the last spacious hall. The treasure hall. The treasures amassed by the painter of the gods over the years are all contained within. In the spacious wooden rack nestled in the corner, an array of paintbrushes, ink boxes, and rice paper lay arranged. Li Heng reached out to retrieve a brush holder from the shelf, discovering it contained 10 jade-tipped paintbrushes. The shafts were adorned with exquisite engravings, exuding an undeniable aesthetic charm. Each brush was crafted from a singular material, forming a harmonious set, ideal for artistic endeavors. Li Heng was in need of a fine set of brushes and was inclined to select this one. With these jade-tipped brushes, perhaps you could depict even more beauties upon others' visages, he mused, but I have no such perverse inclinations. He chose it as his first opportunity. Nearby, another shelf displayed a collection of ink boxes, each measuring approximately 3 feet in length and 1 foot in width. Upon opening one of the boxes, a vibrant and colorful inkstone emerged before him. This colorful inkstone was fashioned from rare materials, yielding a spectrum of hues. Each ink box contained a set of inkstones of comparable value. The quality of the inkstone directly influenced the authenticity of the artworks produced. Some inkstones possessed the unique ability to conceal a painting beneath the skin when not in use. Such divine body art was best executed with these. Otherwise, displaying artwork on conspicuous areas could prove quite awkward. The ink boxes collected by the deity were indeed precious. Thus, he decided to select 2 sets, one for painting on rice paper and another for body art. In truth, among the remaining treasures, he found nothing of greater worth than the ink boxes. Therefore, the selection of the ink boxes was most fitting. Li Heng swiftly completed his selections. Within the temple, there existed but a single sign-in location, situated at the center of the grand hall, while the other areas were off-limits for signing in. Li Qinxi, too, had chosen her desired treasures from the other smaller halls. The two departed from the temple. Chapter 134. You are about to become a grandfather in the small courtyard of the Li family. Li Hongtian paced restlessly, a shadow of gravity etched across his brow. He occasionally lifted his gaze, surveying the sky. It had been nearly 3 days. Why had they not yet returned? Heng, Chinsi, you must not encounter any misfortune. The two children had ventured into the divine realm, and if it were possible, he would have wished to accompany them to avert any danger. Among the two, his greatest concern was for Li Heng. Despite his formidable strength, the boy's mischievous nature and penchant for dragon and phoenix meat were worrisome. What if he chanced upon a fearsome beast in the divine realm, succumbing to temptation and provoking it? The consequences would be dire. Suddenly, a familiar sound broke the silence outside the courtyard. A wave of joy surged within Li Hongtian as he hurriedly made his way to the entrance. Heng, you have finally returned. Come, let your father embrace you. Li Hongtian scooped Li Heng into his arms, lifting him high and spinning around joyfully. You had me so worried. Haraha, it's just a relief that you are back. However, his gaze fell upon the little eyes of Li Chensi beside him, and his heart sank. Chensi, you two were worried sick about me. Goodness, I almost forgot about the ancestor. The ancestor's piercing glare could be lethal. It seems I should prioritize embracing the ancestor next time. Humph. Li Chensi turned her head away, choosing to ignore him. Father, I have wonderful news to share. Li Heng was aware that the truth could not remain concealed for long. Caring for the children day and night had worn him out. What if he became engrossed in his training while Chun'er languished in the system world? Thus, it was best to disclose the reality to his family, allowing them to be prepared. What wonderful news? Li Hongtian inquired, an elated smile gracing his lips. If Li Heng deemed it good news, it must indeed be a momentous occasion. Have you encountered a fortuitous opportunity in the divine realm? Upon hearing the word opportunity, Li Heng thought of the celestial figure, King Feng Tu. Although it was indeed extraordinary, he could not share in the joy. Not quite. Li Heng scratched his head, uncertain of how to broach the subject with his family. After all, he was still quite young. His father likely had not prepared himself for the role of a grandfather. What is it then? Li Hongtian asked with a smile. You are about to become a grandfather. What? Li Hongtian's jaw nearly dropped to the ground. Although the sky was clear, a thunderclap reverberated in his mind, nearly shaking his very essence. After regaining a measure of composure, countless thoughts raced through his mind. You haven't, with any demoness, have you? No, that can't be right. It has only been 3 days since you arrived in the divine realm. How could I possibly have done such a thing? Li Heng was somewhat at a loss for words. He had tamed a young girl who insisted on calling him father. Thus, you are to become a grandfather. Oh! Li Hongtian patted his chest. A great stone finally lifted from his heart, scaring him half to death. It turned out he had merely acquired a child. Everything was now manageable. Li Chensi, standing nearby, appeared momentarily dazed. When had Li Heng taken in a child? How was she unaware? Within the divine realm, they had been inseparable, only parting ways in the Medicine Immortal Valley. Consequently, the origins of this child were likely linked to that very place. Suddenly, a startling possibility struck her mind. Could it be a transformation of some celestial treasure? There exists a slim chance that exceedingly rare celestial treasures can take on human form. While the probability is low, the divine realm is no ordinary place. Throughout eons, anything can happen. Li Heng gestured towards the empty space. Canner, come forth. Instantly, a delicate porcelain doll appeared in the clearing. Under the sunlight, her tender skin glistened with a milky sheen, evoking an irresistible urge to take a bite. The doll held a celestial fruit in her hands, her face smeared with juice. Oblivious to the few astonished onlookers nearby, upon witnessing such an exquisite doll, Li Hongtian's heart melted instantly. Haraha! I am to become a grandfather. Such a delightful child, who could possibly resist? Even Li Chensi, with a heart frozen for 100,000 years, felt it thaw. How wonderful it would be to have a daughter as adorable as her. Li Heng's fortune truly knew no bounds. Had she known that the Medicine Immortal Valley harbored such a charming doll, she would have ventured there herself. However, her luck was unlikely to match Li Heng's. She would probably not have been able to tame this little one. Wait, why does she emit such a fragrant aroma, reminiscent of certain medicinal herbs? It must be a transformation of some celestial medicine. This scent further solidified her earlier suspicions. Li Heng, do you know her origins? In order to protect Canner, Li Heng had already devised a plausible explanation. The identity of the divine ginseng must never be disclosed. While family members would not harbor ill intentions, should the information reach outsiders, it could spell danger. I encountered this little one near the divine ginseng and named her Canner. As for her specific origins, I am not entirely certain. Li Chenxi contemplated this revelation. Near the divine ginseng? She had never heard of divine ginseng being able to take human form. Eons of time seemed too brief. Perhaps it was another divine medicine that had reached a certain level of cultivation, allowing it to transform into human shape. Transformable divine medicines are exceedingly rare, and the medicine Immortal Valley is shrouded in mystery. One can never be sure of what may exist within. For countless years, no one had ventured into the core area. Thus, the emergence of a transforming divine medicine was not entirely implausible. Li Heng turned to his mother beside him and said, "Mother, if I were to engage in cultivation in the future, could you please assist in taking care of Canner? If I do not cultivate, I can manage to look after him. However, during the rigorous practice, day and night, should Canner fall ill or feel unwell, it would pose a significant problem. You are adept at caring for children, and with your help, I can rest assured." Lu Minglan, upon encountering such a delightful child, felt a surge of joy in her heart. After all, Li Heng was still a child himself, and he would surely struggle with the responsibilities of caregiving. "Canner, come to grandmother." Lu Minglan attempted to embrace Canner, only to be met with a refusal. With tears shimmering like a rainbow in his eyes, Canner stretched out his arms towards Li Heng. "Papa, hug." Yet, Li Heng did not approach to comfort him. Instead, he introduced, "Canner, this is your grandmother, a member of our family who will care for you from now on. Come now, let grandmother hold you." Canner gazed at Li Heng, feeling increasingly wronged, and tears cascaded down his cheeks. Wah wah wah. The colorful droplets rolled down his face, hitting the ground with a crisp sound that resembled pearls falling. Under the sunlight, the pearls glimmered with a resplendent, multicolored light. Li Chenxi, witnessing those radiant pearls, felt as though his eyes were nearly blinded. Could it be the seven-colored divine liquid? Chapter 135. The fusion of heritage. Li Chenxi learned of the seven-colored divine liquid from an ancient tome. It resembles a pearl, shimmering with a kaleidoscope of colors, exuding a rich spiritual aura. The seven-colored pearl before him is strikingly similar to the descriptions in the ancient text, leading him to believe it may indeed be the fabled liquid. The notion that a mere child's tears could produce such a miraculous substance is nothing short of astonishing, even to an immortal cultivator. Li Heng hurriedly approached, gently patting the back of the little one. "Sinner, this is my mother, your grandmother. We are all family. Please don't cry." After a few soothing words, Sinner's spirits appeared to lift. Li Heng collected the 36 droplets of the divine liquid, marveling at their rarity. Although the seven-colored divine liquid is precious, witnessing Sinner's tears is heart-wrenching. Who could bear to see such a pitiful sight? Lu Minglan picked up Sinner, and this time, the little one refrained from crying, though she still cast a forlorn glance at Li Heng. "Hunger, what does she like to eat? I shall fetch it for her." Lu Minglan inquired. "She enjoys spiritual herbs and elixirs, particularly that one in her hand," Li Heng replied softly. "At such a tender age, she consumes spiritual herbs?" Lu Minglan was taken aback. Upon seeing the item clutched in Sinner's grasp, her heart raced with surprise. "What is this fruit? Its spiritual essence is so potent." Spiritual essence, a term denoting a unique aura found in spiritual and immortal herbs, increases in value with its strength. Judging by the small piece of fruit, its essence surpasses that of the treasures in the Li family's vault. "That is a fruit from a 30,000-year-old immortal herb," Li Heng explained. "What? 30,000 years?" Lu Minglan was nearly rendered speechless. The Li family's treasury contained no such ancient spiritual herbs. The little one's consumption of such delicacies would be unsustainable for any family. Li Hengtian, too, was drenched in cold sweat, realizing that only the treasury of the ancestral emperor could possibly house such extraordinary treasures. If the child were to be placed within the ancestral emperor's vault, wouldn't it be completely depleted? After introducing Tsinner to everyone, Li Heng returned to the bedroom, placing her gently on the bed. "Be good, little one. I shall go practice," he said. "Daddy, hug." Tsinner opened her arms, making a gesture for an embrace. "Just play here. I will keep you company once I finish my training." Li Heng decided to merge with the legacy of the divine painter first, to discover what resources he could currently utilize. "Daddy." Tsinner looked utterly dejected. her eyes glistening with unshed tears. Li Heng felt an overwhelming sense of exasperation wash over him. This little fellow is indeed quite troublesome. In exasperation, I could only retrieve the leftover celestial fruit from the spatial realm and place it beside Sanner. Eat up. Upon seeing the celestial fruit, Sanner obediently calmed down, taking a small piece and placing it in his mouth. This little creature certainly has a penchant for consuming elixirs. This is a relief. I can finally extricate myself from this situation. Li Heng closed his eyes, directing his consciousness into his mind. After becoming a cultivator, one's consciousness can transform into a unique world within. This consciousness is also referred to as soul power, spirit, and is concealed within this realm. As a cultivator's strength increases, so too does their soul power. There are also unique techniques that can be employed to cultivate soul power, which may be required in certain specialized fields. For instance, alchemy necessitates the use of soul power to regulate the flames. Within the sea of consciousness, there exist two luminous orbs. One represents Li Heng's soul, while the other embodies the inheritance of the painting god. The inheritance is at least 10,000 times larger than his soul. To fully merge this inheritance of the painting god will require considerable time. The manifestation of the divine body painting method is beyond the current realm of painting mastery. The painting created previously in the painting hall had already utilized 3 of the painting goddess finger bones. The divine body painting method is a higher realm above celestial paintings. According to the painting goddess intention, it is essential for Li Heng to gradually enhance his painting prowess before eventually engaging with the divine body painting method. First, he must assimilate some of this divine body painting method and see if there is anything usable for manifestation. Li Heng is not particularly anxious at present. He can only proceed step by step. Within the sea of consciousness, his soul power gradually approached the inheritance of the painting god, pulling a thread of it and merging it into his soul power. This time, he merely drew a sliver of the inheritance. Thunderous roars erupted within the sea of consciousness, and the towering figure of the painting god materialized before him, wielding a brush and depicting a majestic mountain. This mountain rested upon the back of his hand. A casual punch unleashed a force akin to Mount Tai pressing down. Witnessing this, Li Heng was stirred by tumultuous waves of astonishment. The sheer power of a mountain consolidated upon the back of his hand. Even a mortal, wielding this hand, could obliterate celestial beings with ease. How terrifying! This is the divine body painting method. No wonder the painting god enjoys immense renown in the divine realm. Everyone yearns to have the painting god create a piece upon them. Just like the masterpiece, the celestial maiden Qing Feng, which is the pinnacle of the painting goddess artistry. It is far from being as simple as it appears. Perhaps this enchanting visage of a maiden is far more formidable than I had imagined. As the sun sets behind the mountains, a half-moon hangs on the horizon. The sky is a soft blue, not yet entirely darkened. Li Heng pushed open the window, allowing the cool night breeze to caress his cheeks, dispelling the stifling air within the room. The celestial maiden Qing Feng, a divine maiden, appeared upon Li Heng's forehead. I imitated the painting god's manner, rolling my eyes in disbelief. Wow, this old lecher. As for what I witnessed, it is not appropriate for me to disclose. The divine maiden faded away, and a radiant sun appeared upon my left eyelid. As I opened my left eye, a blazing flame ignited within my pupil, seemingly capable of incinerating all things in existence. A flicker of divine fire's essence stirred within me. Sensing the presence of this flame, a wave of elation surged through Li Heng. Divine fire transcends the realm of celestial flames. Should I truly harness its power, it would become my most formidable asset. The cataclysm of eternity is a calamity. If I can master the potency of this divine fire before its onset, navigating through the impending disaster would be significantly easier. There are 2 methods to activate the divine paintings. The first entails completing an artwork, after which the bearer can invoke the divine power contained within, unleashing its might. This method, however, does not allow for alterations to the inherent divine energy within the painting. The second method involves the invocation of the painting's power through the strength of one's artistic essence. The more potent the artistic force, the greater the divine energy unleashed. The divine painting, celestial peak of the goddess, which Li Heng possesses, belongs to the latter category, activated through the might of artistic essence. In its ultimate state, it far surpasses ordinary divine paintings. With his current artistic strength, he can only awaken a mere fraction of this painting's power, likely not even reaching 1/10,000th of its potential. Enhancing one's artistic prowess is not an endeavor that can be achieved overnight. Mortal painters primarily cultivate the essence of artistic intent, while celestial painters in the heavens pursue the path of artistic mastery. Chapter 136. The Imperial Soul Immortal Canon at present. Heng finds himself considerably lacking in the realm of painting artistry, having yet to delve into the profound depths of the painting path. The sole reason he was able to create the exquisite dragon maiden dancing with a sword was due to the formidable power of the divine painting bone. Fortunately, he possesses 5 painting finger bones, which will expedite his cultivation of the painting path significantly. Earlier, he had merged with the painting path legacy, achieving merely 1/10,000th of the integration. At this pace, it would take at least 30 years to fully assimilate the teachings. Given his current feeble soul power, he is unable to merge a substantial amount at once. Thus, it would be wise to first enhance his soul power, which would accelerate his daily integration considerably. As the saying goes, sharpening the axe does not delay the work of cutting wood. By augmenting his soul power, he can integrate a greater quantity of painting path legacies in the same span of time. With a flick of his wrist, a purple-bound tome appeared in his palm. The Imperial Soul Immortal Canon is a prestigious text acquired from the Underworld, detailing a supreme technique for cultivating soul power. The book delineates 19 levels of cultivation methods. Should one attain the 19th level, their soul power alone could be deemed imperial, underscoring the book's immense strength. As a cultivator's realm ascends, their soul power naturally amplifies, rendering them increasingly formidable. However, without practicing a soul power technique, mere possession of soul power is insufficient for its manifestation. Hence, specialized techniques for cultivating soul power have arisen. The Imperial Soul Immortal Canon stands as a potent method for refining one's soul. With swift motions, Heng perused the tome from cover to cover. The initial 10 levels correspond to the 10 realms of cultivators. Beyond the 10th level, it aligns with the celestial realm. The text asserts that during the mortal realm, it is exceedingly challenging to cultivate this technique beyond the 10th level. Let me give it a try. With a flick of his wrist, a jade vial materialized in his hand. Tilting the vial, he poured forth a pale purple elixir. A layer of violet aura enveloped the pill, and upon inhaling its fragrance, a surge of clarity washed over him. The purple soul pill, an elixir designed to enhance soul power, its consumption gradually augments one's soul energy. Utilizing soul pills for cultivating soul power techniques is most fitting. Cradling the purple soul pill in his palm, he activated the first level of the Imperial Soul Immortal Canon. Buzz! The pill quivered gently, and the violet soul power permeated his brow, surrounding his head with a shimmering violet mist. As the soul power entered his consciousness, it nourished his spirit at a visibly rapid pace through a unique operational method. The results are remarkable, truly worthy of the Imperial Soul Immortal Canon. This caliber of technique is exceptionally domineering. Within the same realm, the soul power possessed will far exceed that of ordinary methods by thousands or even tens of thousands of times. Should he cultivate this technique to the 7th or 8th level, the integration of the divine painting legacy would accelerate significantly. Thus, he became engrossed in the process of enhancing his soul power. Oh! The little creature caught a whiff of the purple soul pill, its small eyes gleaming with anticipation. Placing the celestial herb fruit on the bedding, it gently climbed to the edge of the bed, its clear, bright eyes fixated on the purple soul pill in Heng's hand. Daddy, eat, eat. Daddy, plop. The little one gently leaped to the ground. Despite her tender age of 3, she exhibited remarkable agility. Shinner cautiously approached the mat, her delicate nostrils quivering slightly as she caught a whiff of the rich aroma of elixirs, her spirit instantly invigorated. Fragrant. Daddy, so fragrant. Daddy. After calling out several times, Heng remained unresponsive, still immersed in his meditative practice. Engaged in cultivating his soul power technique, his consciousness was entirely concentrated in his mind, resulting in diminished awareness of his surroundings. Feeling secure at home, he was at ease during his cultivation. Disappointed by the lack of response from Heng, Shinner shook her head. Daddy is naughty. Oh, there's something here. A jade vial lay beside the blue mat, its mouth open, emanating a faint purple mist. Shinner tilted the vial, and a purple soul pill, roughly the size of an adult's fist, tumbled to the ground. Fragrant. She picked up the purple soul pill and took a gentle bite. Yuck! It tasted terrible. Though the elixir smelled delightful, it was bitter and astringent, with a charred flavor lingering on her palate. In comparison to the 30,000-year-old celestial fruit, it paled significantly. However, after indulging in celestial fruit for several days, she craved a change in flavor. Shinner was clad in a pink little jacket, which she had worn since birth. Near her belly, there was a large pocket, which appeared flat and seemingly empty. She reached into her pocket and pulled out a small, baby-sized object resembling a ginseng. The little ginseng had numerous roots at its base, reminiscent of an old man's beard. Overall, it resembled a large and thick brush. Holding the ginseng pin in her right hand, Shinner gently wiped it across the purple soul pill, as if dusting it off. From the ginseng pin stem, droplets of crystalline juice emerged, gradually seeping into the elixir. The purple aura surrounding the purple soul pill grew increasingly dense, and the fragrance intensified. Before long, it appeared as though the pill had been nourished, swelling slightly. Giggling with joy, Shinner continued to wipe the elixir with the ginseng pin. The purple soul pill expanded from the size of an adult's fist to that of a pomelo, and then to that of a watermelon. The purple aura thickened, swirling up like the black smoke of burning firewood. In no time, the entire room was enveloped in this purple mist. Once the purple soul pill reached the size of a watermelon, Shinner nodded in satisfaction. Fragrant. Taking another bite, the previous bitterness and charred taste vanished, replaced by a sweet, soft texture. Shinner relished her meal with great delight. The watermelon-sized elixir quickly diminished to half its size. What is this flavor? Heng, engrossed in his cultivation, detected the rich, refreshing aroma, and the speed of his soul power's growth surged significantly. Exiting his meditative state, he turned his gaze towards the pill that Shinner had taken a few bites from. I wonder, purple soul pill, what have you truly experienced? How did you come to be in this state? My gaze fixated on the purple soul pill, seeking some valuable insight. The purple soul pill appears to have undergone a rather pleasurable massage, resulting in its swelling and enlargement. A pleasurable massage, swollen? Is there a distinction between male and female for the purple soul pill? Is it male? The system's hints stirred a cascade of thoughts within Heng. With no one else in the room, it was evident that this massage must have been conducted by Kainer. Kainer, why not give me a massage as well? To stimulate my early development. Longer is still waiting to attend to me. Previously, when Fenger used the Eternal Divine Oil to assist me, I did not experience such results. I cannot tell if it was the technique that was lacking or if the divine oil was ineffective. Kainer, upon hearing Heng's words, appeared utterly perplexed and did not comprehend. Baba, eat, this is good. With that, it offered the purple soul pill that it held in its hands. Over the past few days, the little one had grown significantly in wisdom, and its speech had become more fluid. It seemed that engaging in dialogue with Heng had gradually awakened the intellect nestled in its mind. Chapter 137. The Divine Ginseng Brush. Heng held the purple soul elixir, feeling the soul power within, and was taken aback. What remarkably pure soul energy. This must be of the standard of a celestial herb. The previous purple soul elixir was a 6th grade spiritual pill, while this current one is equivalent to a 3rd grade celestial pill. The quality has enhanced significantly. Spiritual pills are typically crafted from spiritual herbs, whereas celestial pills are predominantly made from celestial herbs. The transition from spiritual to celestial is not merely a superficial change in size. It is a profound elevation in essence. I have yet to hear of anyone who could transform a refined spiritual pill into a celestial one. How did you manage this, Ginseng? Heng glanced at Ginseng, whose pink little coat exhibited no peculiarities, but the ginseng-shaped brush at its feet captured his attention. This is the Divine Ginseng Brush, a brush of mysterious origin. Using it for massage may yield unexpected results. Recommendation: only massage the elixirs. Massaging other areas is at your own risk. Indeed, this Divine Ginseng Brush was produced by ginseng. Where could the little creature have concealed it? In its tail? Or perhaps in that pocket? Heng had previously examined the pocket on its coat and found nothing inside. It is also possible that only ginseng can access the pocket and retrieve items from within. If so, this pocket may very well possess storage capabilities, a common phenomenon in the realm of cultivation. Ginseng, you used the Divine Ginseng Brush to massage the elixir, didn't you? Could you demonstrate it for me? Heng took out another purple soul elixir, placed it on the ground, and pointed towards the divine ginseng brush beside it. Ginseng, being clever, understood Li Heng's intent. "Father, look." It picked up the brush and gently stroked the purple soul elixir. Luminous juices flowed from the bristles, seeping into the elixir. The purple soul elixir seemed to be infused with some form of magic, writhing its plump body and gradually expanding. Li Heng's eyes widened as he watched the pill intently, noting the increasing potency reflected in the changing prompt. Large purple soul elixir, having undergone a delightful massage, has increased in size. Before long, it grew even larger. Super large purple soul elixir, it feels overwhelmingly bloated. Approaching the size of a watermelon, it now possessed an essence akin to that of a celestial pill. Great purple soul elixir. It feels as though it has been massaged to the point of levitation, soaring to the moon palace, where it encounters a wisp of ethereal celestial energy from the moon goddess. It continued to grow, ultimately reaching watermelon size. Bloated great purple soul elixir. It has truly floated. It has really floated. He felt as if his face were about to burst, no longer the gallant figure he once was. The name Zhang Daxian and Purple Soul Pill sounded somewhat familiar, yet somewhat convoluted. Based on the adage that the longer the name, the more potent the effect, Li Heng understood that this Purple Soul Pill was extraordinary. "Sir, your brush is truly remarkable." He had never heard of any celestial treasure capable of elevating a spiritual elixir to a divine one. The divine ginseng brush before him was likely a divine artifact, an instrument reserved for deities in the divine realm. Sir, being a transformation of a ginseng that had existed for billions of years, possessing such a divine artifact was only natural. "Daddy, hug." Sir, flattered by the praise, opened her arms in a gesture of wanting a hug. Li Heng embraced her, gently patting the little one's back. "Sir, from now on, these elixirs will depend on your massage, all right?" "MHM." Sir nodded softly, her big eyes clear and bright, devoid of any impurities. In her heart, her father's words were undoubtedly the most correct. "Good girl." Li Heng tenderly stroked the top of Sir's head. He poured out the remaining 93 purple soul pills from the jade bottle, neatly arranging them on the ground. Sir once again picked up the divine ginseng brush and began to massage one of the purple soul pills. Before long, a Zhang Daxian purple soul pill materialized before their eyes. She lifted the brush and moved on to the next purple soul pill. One by one, Zhang Daxian purple soul pills appeared within the room. Li Heng could hardly contain his joy. Sir's ability was exceedingly powerful, with spiritual pills transforming into divine pills. Who would bother with alchemy anymore? In the future, if he wished to ascend the eternal pill ranking, which tested alchemy, he could simply cheat discreetly. The thought brought an even wider smile to Li Heng's face. 5, 8, 10. Including the 2 previously massaged, they now had a total of 10 Zhang Daxian purple soul pills. The roots of the divine ginseng brush appeared to wilt, as if all moisture had been drawn out. "Daddy." Sir pointed at the brush. "It's tired." "Tired?" Li Heng stroked his chin, beginning to comprehend. Each massage with the divine ginseng brush consumed some divine essence, and after 10 uses, it was nearly depleted. It might require a day, or perhaps several days, to recover. Frankly speaking, the divine ginseng brush was already impressive, capable of 10 massages. Just look at those 10 Zhang Daxian purple soul pills. They were puffed up to the brink. Well then, let us leave it at that for today. We'll continue once the divine ginseng brush has recovered. MHM. Sir nodded in agreement. Upgrading 10 elixirs today was already quite commendable. One should not be overly greedy. "Sir, you can play for a while. I need to continue my cultivation." "Daddy, hug." Upon hearing she could play, colorful tears welled up in Sir's eyes. With a sigh, Li Heng placed the remnants of the purple soul pill and a half-eaten celestial herb fruit before Shen'er. Upon seeing the items, Shen'er's eyes sparkled with delight as she indulged herself. Observing this, Li Heng finally felt a sense of relief. This little creature had a penchant for divine medicines and elixirs. Few could afford to nurture her. He picked up a swollen purple soul pill, cradling it in his arms, and commenced his cultivation. It was cumbersome, resembling a watermelon, making it rather awkward to handle. Once again, he activated the Imperial Soul Celestial Cannon, drawing in the soul power from the pill. Buzz! The pure violet soul energy surged into his mind, invigorating his spirit. The absorption of this elixir accelerated his cultivation speed to over 100 times that of before. An hour later, the purple soul pill was completely consumed. The soul power within his mind surged dramatically. Boom. He achieved a perfect completion of the first level. The cultivation method required one to refine each level to its utmost, thereby marking the completion of that stage. This pace exceeded Li Heng's expectations by a considerable margin. The efficacy of the elixir was truly extraordinary. Had he resorted to ordinary purple soul pills, he would have needed hundreds to complete the first level. The foundational principles of the Imperial Soul Celestial Canon demanded a greater quantity of elixirs for the same level of cultivation. Thus, Li Heng secluded himself for an entire month, dedicating his time to mastering this technique. A month later, the aura of soul power emanating from him grew increasingly potent. Chapter 138. The Eternal Spirit Plant. After indulging in a hearty meal, the little one, Shenner, looked over at Li Heng, who was still engrossed in his cultivation. With her cheeks puffed out, she pouted in annoyance. Stinky poop. Squatting on the ground, she dipped her fingers in some water and began to create a drawing on the earth. To the left stood a tall man, and to the right, a stunningly beautiful woman. In the center was an adorable child. The three figures were holding hands, exuding an aura of immense happiness. Poop. Shenner. Mama. Mama. This picture was a reflection of her memories, a vision of happiness that seemed to embody what life should be like. Once she completed her drawing, she felt a slight discomfort in her belly. Need to poop. After a few calls, Li Heng remained absorbed in his training, seemingly at a critical juncture. With no time to spare. Humph. Stinky poop. Shenner lifted her head and noticed the open window, her eyes sparkling with excitement. With a gentle leap, she hopped onto the windowsill. This height posed no challenge for her. Lu Minglan was watering the flower beds in the courtyard when she suddenly spotted a little girl at the window. Quickly discarding her watering can, she rushed over. Shenner, that's the windowsill. It's quite high. Don't run around. I need to poop. Shenner's tender voice chimed. Oh, I'll take you to the toilet. Lu Minglan scooped Shenner into her arms and hurried towards the outhouse. The small courtyard was well equipped, and the outhouse was merely a short distance away, divided into 2 rooms. The outhouse was occupied by Li Hongtian, who, upon hearing commotion outside, inquired, Madam, what is happening? Shenner needs to use the toilet, so I brought her here. Lu Minglan replied, assisting Shenner in squatting. Before long, a golden, radiant deposit landed in the pit. Buzzing. Li Hongtian felt the ground tremble beneath him. As if something extraordinary was about to emerge from the depths, the commotion originating from the latrine. He glanced down, his eyes nearly bulging in disbelief. Dozens of vibrant plants began to sprout from the pit, resembling monstrous creatures as they surged forth, growing wildly. The stone slab of the latrine was effortlessly torn apart. Boom. The pit erupted. Li Hongtian fell into the excrement-filled hole, narrowly avoiding an intimate encounter with its contents. The plants continued to grow uncontrollably, 1 zhang tall, 10 zhang tall, 100 zhang tall. In an instant, countless eternal vegetables emerged from the outhouse. Lu Minglan, terrified, stood at a distance, staring in astonishment at the spectacle. The eternal dogtail grass, the eternal leeks, the eternal tomatoes, the eternal cucumbers. One might mistakenly believe this was a spiritual garden cultivated for medicinal herbs. These vegetables, initially devoid of spirit, had gained sentience through that golden deposit, evolving over millennia. What is happening here? When Li Hongtian fell into the cesspit, his reflexes were remarkably swift. It seems he has spent centuries perfecting the art of evasion from such unpleasantness. Who could have imagined that while squatting over the pit, it would suddenly explode? Lu Minglan, still in shock, recounted, just a moment ago, Sanner relieved himself, and a lump of golden excrement fell into the pit. The seeds hidden within the cesspit appeared to absorb some extraordinary power from the golden excrement, growing wildly. Behold, this is the scene that unfolded. It was precisely because of Sanner that this bizarre occurrence was unveiled. Otherwise, they would have remained oblivious. What kind of miraculous herb is Sanner, that even his excrement could yield such astonishing results? A mere lump of dung could nurture so many ancient spiritual plants. If he were to produce such a lump daily, wouldn't the Li family be able to cultivate eternal spiritual plants every day? The clan members consuming these spiritual plants would surely experience a significant enhancement in strength. The commotion from the latrine roused Li Chinzi from her meditation. Upon opening her door, she was met with an overwhelming stench. How foul! Could it be that rascal Li Heng is up to mischief again? Only he would engage in such playful antics. As she stepped into the courtyard, A glance back at the scene behind her sent a shiver down her spine. Hiss. Ancient spiritual plants. These vegetables have somehow thrived for millennia. In the wild heaven ancient realm, the cultivation period for spiritual plants is somewhat prolonged. Yet it typically spans only 3 to 5 years before they are consumed. Never has anyone succeeded in cultivating spiritual plants for a millennium. Mother, what on earth is going on? Lu Minglong explained. Just now, while I was holding Sanner, he produced a lump of golden excrement, and the seeds grew uncontrollably. The cesspit exploded, and even your father nearly fell in. Coughing gently, Li Hongtian cast a mildly reproachful glance at his wife. You could have spared me the embarrassment, Sanner, didn't you think? Golden excrement. Li Chenxi, upon seeing Sanner's innocent expression, felt a renewed wave of astonishment. The fact that Sanner's excrement could foster such a multitude of ancient spiritual plants. How terrifying. That rascal Li Heng always seems to have such luck. Previously, he acquired a dragon egg and swiftly cultivated it into a wild ancestor golden dragon. Later, he encountered Sanner, who, while weeping, produced the 7-colored divine liquid. And now, his excrement can cultivate ancient spiritual plants. Why does everyone around him possess such extraordinary capabilities? If only a fraction of that fortune could be shared with me, my circumstances would surely be vastly improved. The commotion in the small courtyard attracted numerous clan members who came to observe. Upon witnessing the towering dogtail grass resembling a dragon and the tomato the size of a house, they were left utterly astonished. Heavens, what a colossal tomato! The spiritual energy emanating from it is so rich, I long to take a bite. This dogtail grass must have attained sentience, for how else could it have grown to such a size? This ancient cucumber, astonishingly robust, ignites an insatiable curiosity within me. The eternal chives, once consumed, promise unparalleled vitality. Oh, how I yearn to rise and partake, for with these chives, I could conquer another 3 centuries. And behold, the everlasting eggplant. My wife shall undoubtedly be pleased. The villagers, captivated by these rare, timeless vegetables, allow their imaginations to wander. Previously, I had never encountered such extraordinary produce. In the Li family, there exists a sacred plot of land, where they cultivate flora imbued with spiritual essence. The steward of this sacred field is none other than Li Zhongtian, the master of the Spirit Herb Hall. Sensing the rich aura of spiritual vegetation emanating from the courtyard, Li Zhongtian set aside his hoe and hurried toward the small estate. Upon nearing, he was utterly astounded. Heavenly realms. An ancient spirit plant. This is exceedingly rare, is it not? Having toiled in the fields for nearly a millennium, I have never beheld such venerable flora. Spirit plants, possessing sentience, have a growth cycle merely extending a few months beyond that of ordinary vegetables. The longest maturation period does not surpass 3 years. No one would dare cultivate spirit plants for over 10 millennia, even the rarest of medicinal herbs. To reach such an age is almost unheard of. No sect would willingly invest resources in such an endeavor, for by the time the ancient medicine might mature, the sect could very well face annihilation. The labor of millennia could thus become the wedding garment for another. Chapter 139, Allocation Patriarch. Why do you carry such an unpleasant odor? Li Zhongtian inquired, leaning closer to the patriarch. A foul scent reached his nostrils. Oh, it's nothing, I just visited the restroom. Li Hongtian replied, his face flushing with embarrassment, unwilling to divulge the recent mishap. Nearly falling into the latrine, he thought to himself that if word got out, he would be the subject of ridicule. I see, Li Zhongtian nodded. But what about this ancient spirit plant? Well, Li Hongtian pondered, deciding it best not to reveal the incident regarding the ginseng. Just moments ago, the latrine seemed unusual. We went to investigate and found it had exploded, sprouting numerous ancient spirit plants. As for how it occurred, I am uncertain. Such phenomena rarely happen in the realm of cultivation. It is exceedingly rare. Li Zhongtian appeared puzzled upon hearing this. I suspect it may be a sign from our ancestors, smoke rising from the ancestral grave, drifting over the latrine. These seeds, sensing the presence of our forebear, began to grow wildly. It seemed illogical for a latrine to be connected to the ancestral spirits. Yet this explanation was the only one that could somewhat rationalize the situation. Li Hongtian, upon hearing this, discreetly glanced at Li Chenxi, noting her troubled expression, and felt a surge of unease. What connection could there possibly be between the ancestral grave and a latrine? Li Zhongtian, could you be a tad muddle-headed? The ancestral spirit is here, and hearing you say such things would surely infuriate it. He quickly signaled to Li Zhongtian to cease his remarks. Oblivious to the patriarch's concern, Li Zhongtian continued with fervor. I propose that perhaps the ancestral spirit has manifested, taking an interest in our latrine. Or maybe the spirit wishes for the descendants of the Li family to partake in the ancient spirit plants, channeling its celestial power into the latrine. To produce so many ancient spirit plants, what formidable celestial power must be at work? The mere thought filled me with excitement. The ancestral spirit has manifested. His incessant chatter was unstoppable, and Li Hongtian wished desperately for something to silence him. Stop your nonsense. Go eat something foul. Beside them, Li Qinxi turned pale with anger and stormed back to her room, slamming the door behind her. Bang! With her hands on her hips and eyes wide with fury, she seethed, You, Li Zhongtian, do you truly think the ancestral spirit would manifest in a latrine? Your imagination knows no bounds. Just wait until I teach you a lesson. If not for her desire to keep her identity concealed, she would have relished the opportunity to silence him with something foul. What is it with the goddess? Li Zhongtian was lost in his excitement when he noticed Li Qinxi's sudden departure to her room. Why must you speak so carelessly? Li Hongtian lamented. You've angered the ancestral spirit. Your days are becoming increasingly precarious. I'm not speaking carelessly. Li Zhongtian scratched his head. Then tell me, if it isn't the ancestral spirit manifesting, why would ancient spirit plants suddenly appear in the latrine? You truly are beyond redemption. With a flick of his sleeve, Li Hongtian turned and was about to leave. I shall remain silent. Seeing that the clan leader seemed genuinely angered, Li Zhongtian also chose to keep his mouth shut. In the room, Li Heng reached a critical moment in his cultivation. Boom! The power of his soul surged within his mind. The Imperial Soul Classic, 8th layer. He exhaled a breath of stagnant air as he opened his eyes. After a month of cultivation, he had elevated his technique to the 8th layer at an impressive pace. Without the abundant supply of soul elixirs, such rapid progress would have been unattainable. At the 8th layer, his soul power had significantly increased. Previously, he could integrate merely 1/10,000th of the painting inheritance in a single day. Now, he could merge approximately 1,000th each day, meaning that in a little over 3 years, he could achieve complete unification. This speed was remarkable. By the age of 8 or 9, he would fully master the inheritance of the painting god. Where's Canner? Li Heng noticed that Canner was not in the room and quickly rose to look into the courtyard. Upon seeing Lu Menglan holding Canner, his heart finally settled. He pushed open the door and stepped into the courtyard, suddenly sensing a strong surge of spiritual plant energy emanating from the backyard. Goodness, what a massive eggplant. This cucumber is quite lengthy as well. It must be quite useful. The chives are so robust, their aphrodisiac effects should be formidable. Spiritual plants that have reached 10,000 years undoubtedly possess some extraordinary effects. Lu Menglan approached with Canner, explaining, Canner needed to relieve herself. So I took her to the restroom, and now this has happened. I see. Li Heng surmised that the emergence of the 10,000-year spiritual plants was likely due to the divine medicine ointment. Li Hongtian inquired, What shall we do with these spiritual plants? It is not practical to leave them as they are. Have someone harvest them all, distribute a portion to the clan members, and the remainder shall be given to me, Li Heng replied. After absorbing the divine medicine ointment, the spiritual plants thrived remarkably. The cucumber, measuring a foot long, yielded over 1,000 fruits, and the tomatoes, as large as grinding wheels, also produced thousands. The quantity of other spiritual plants was similarly impressive. Previously, the celestial herb fruit, having absorbed the divine medicine ointment, had only grown to 5,000 years. However, the quantity of spiritual plants before him far exceeded that of the celestial herb fruit. This was primarily because the celestial herb fruit was a celestial medicine, requiring an immense amount of natural spiritual energy to reach 5,000 years. In contrast, the spiritual plants were of medicinal grade, possessing slightly more spirituality than ordinary vegetables and requiring less energy for growth. Thus, a single divine medicine ointment would yield a bountiful harvest. Very well, let us proceed as you suggest, Li Hongtian agreed. He was quite supportive of Li Heng's approach. The appearance of these spiritual plants had caused quite a stir. It would be unreasonable not to share some with the clan members. Indeed, Li Heng nodded. These spiritual plants emerged from a latrine, and he had no desire to consume them. He collected them with the thought that they might hold some purpose in the future. Outside the courtyard, a considerable crowd had gathered. Li Hongtian stepped out, standing atop a high stone, addressing the multitude. Today, the latrine has manifested its spirit, suddenly producing a plethora of spiritual plants. These plants have all matured over 10,000 years. I intend to distribute a portion of them among you. Those who wish to partake, please step forward and register your names so that I may organize the allocation. Upon hearing that these spiritual plants originated from a latrine, some of the clansmen immediately lost their desire to request them. While the plants were indeed a decade old, the thought of their origin was somewhat repulsive. Yet, there were others who, unfazed by the source, did not dwell on the matter. After all, who among us does not fertilize their vegetables? It might seem a bit unclean, but fundamentally, it is not impure. Numerous women, with an insatiable hunger reminiscent of wolves and tigers, surged to the front of the crowd, eager to seize these ancient spiritual plants. Chief, I want that 1-meter-long eggplant. That 1.2-meter cucumber is mine. No one is allowed to take it. You old fool. Don't hold me back. If you can't, at least let me grab an eggplant. Step aside for me. That 10,000-year-old chives are mine. Chapter 140. The reappearance of the painting deity Li Heng returned to his room and secured the doors and windows. Over the past month, every 3 days, he had instructed Ken to produce 10 elixirs. The recovery time for the divine brush was 3 days, which was reasonably swift. Transforming 10 spiritual pills into immortal pills yielded remarkable results. After cultivating the Imperial Soul Immortal Canon to the 8th level, the assimilation of the painting inheritance accelerated significantly. Li Heng closed his eyes, allowing his consciousness to delve into the recesses of his mind. His soul once again grasped fragments of the painting inheritance, merging them gradually. This time, the speed was at least 10-fold faster than before, immersed in the process of assimilating the inheritance. Half a year later, Li Heng had turned 6. He had grown taller, resembling a child of 7 or 8. With his sword-like brows and starry eyes, his features were sharply defined. If he were to truly mature, he would undoubtedly become an elegant and charming young gentleman. Throughout this half year, he had not neglected his cultivation of the Imperial Soul Immortal Canon. Every 3 days, he had Ken procure 10 plump purple soul pills. The absorption of these elixirs greatly accelerated his cultivation speed. By now, he had reached the 10th level, equivalent to the Ascension realm, the strength of a cultivator. The realms are classified as nascent soul, out-of-body, divine transformation, void insight, nirvana, and ascension. Above ascension lies the realm of immortals after transcendence. Regardless of his physical prowess, Li Heng's soul power was formidable. With the enhancement of his soul power, the assimilation of the painting inheritance progressed even more rapidly. He had now integrated 1/5 of the painting deity's legacy, gaining profound insights into the divine body painting path. With his current understanding, he was ready to attempt creating a divine body painting. Suddenly, in the corner of the room, an elderly man clad in a vibrant, flower-patterned robe appeared. The robe was resplendent, adorned with breathtaking scenery and numerous graceful women. The painting deity. Upon seeing this elder, Li Heng was taken aback. Who else could it be but the old lecher, the painting deity? He had thought that after the last transmission of inheritance, the deity had vanished. To his surprise, the deity reappeared here. The elder slowly turned, and in the dim light, an aging face with elegantly arched brows emerged. My heir, I did not expect your speed of assimilating the inheritance to be so swift. When he entrusted the inheritance to Li Heng, he had encased a fragment of his residual soul within it. This way, he could seize the opportunity of the inheritance to escape the eternal divine domain. As Li Heng assimilated approximately 1/5 of the inheritance, his residual soul would awaken. On one hand, this was to oversee Li Heng, guiding him along the most righteous path of the painting inheritance. On the other hand, he yearned to escape that forsaken realm. After countless millennia without the sight of a woman, his heart was restless. You have concealed yourself within the inheritance? Li Heng inquired. Indeed, a child worthy of teaching. The painting deity nodded with satisfaction. This heir was far more intelligent than he had anticipated, which brought him great comfort. The art of divine painting is not something that can be mastered overnight. I shall accompany you and ensure that this art is revived in our world soon. So it is, Li Heng nodded. Having a deity-level painter by his side is indeed a fortunate circumstance. How should I address you? You shall inherit my legacy, and thus I am your master. Simply refer to me as master. Very well, I pay my respects to you, Master, Li Heng responded with enthusiasm. Though this old man possesses a lecherous disposition, his prowess in the realm of painting is undeniable, and there is much to be learned from him. Taking a master is advantageous. Any uncertainties can be resolved through inquiry. Good disciple. The painting deity nodded in approval. You have already assimilated a portion of the inheritance. You may now begin to engage with the divine art of painting, progressing gradually to achieve the ultimate path. Li Heng inquired, what should one depict in the divine art of painting? Upon merging with the inheritance, he discovered that the realm of painting is filled with peculiar and bizarre artworks. They appear to be the spontaneous creations of a 4- or 5-year-old child, yet they harbor extraordinary power, which left him utterly astounded. The painting deity, with hands clasped behind his back, gazed through the window at the majestic mountains standing in the distance. In the divine art of painting, there is no single strongest piece. One must contemplate within their mind and seek out their own foundational artwork. Merely copying will never lead to the attainment of the ultimate path. For me, my foundational artwork is the feminine form. As he spoke of women, the old man chuckled mischievously, his eyes squinting into slits, exuding a somewhat lascivious aura. However, this scene went unnoticed by Li Heng, who stood behind him. The foundational artwork. Li Heng had indeed heard of this concept before. It is an exceedingly profound aspect of the art of painting. Many painting immortals may never touch that threshold. Only those with exceptional talent in painting may find the source of power amidst the myriad paths of art. There is also a saying that only by mastering the true foundational art can one truly ascend to the pinnacle of painting. Master, my current level of painting is still lacking. Can I truly grasp the foundational art? The painting deity turned his head, looking at Li Heng with a hint of surprise. Your painting is lacking? Could someone of insufficient skill create that exquisite painting of the dragon maiden dancing with a sword? Clearly not. Though your understanding of the art may not be profound, you possess 3 divine bones of painting. As long as you delve into contemplation, you still have the opportunity to discover your own foundational art. If you can master the foundational art and create divine paintings, it will be like adding wings to a tiger. I shall open the path of 100,000 paintings. Now, let us begin. Li Heng gently nodded, closing his eyes as his consciousness entered his mind. The old man slowly approached Li Heng, his large hand shimmering with a kaleidoscope of colors, as if numerous scrolls of art were gliding through it. He placed his palm on the youth's head, and a humming sound resonated. In the vast realm of his mind, vibrant and mysterious paintings began to unfold. The scene unfolds with mountains, waters, flowers, birds, fish, and enchanting figures of dragon maidens, seductive fairies, and exquisite women. Everything imaginable and unimaginable manifests within this painted realm. Li Heng's soul soars through this world of artistry, revealing new vistas before his eyes. What a magnificent realm of painted paths. The universe crafted by the divine artist is truly awe-inspiring. Truly, he deserves the title of divine artist. A soft gasp escapes as he realizes there is an abundance of one particular presence in this painted world. That is, so many women, each one more stunning than the last. Enchantresses, dragon maidens, young maidens, why are they all dressed so lightly? I am but a child. Is it appropriate for me to behold such sights? He is aware that his age surpasses mere childhood. Yet this lecherous old man is surely oblivious. Is it not concerning to expose such inappropriate imagery to a child? It seems that this old rogue's exploration of the divine body painting technique is not solely for artistic pursuits. Li Heng slightly shakes his head. The divine body painting technique allows for artistry upon any part of the body. It appears this old lecher has indulged in many frivolous pursuits under the guise of divine artistry. Chapter 141. The origin of the painting path. Li Heng traversed through the vast expanse of 100,000 painting paths in search of his own unique source path. However, amidst this multitude, he found nothing. His consciousness detached from the sea of awareness. How is this possible? You found nothing? The painting deity inquired, astonishment evident in its tone. With a resigned nod, Li Heng confirmed, indeed. The painting deity sighed. There exists a myriad of painting styles, and the 100,000 paths are but a fraction of the true number. These paths represent the culmination of its research throughout its lifetime. It is conceivable that Li Heng's source path does not reside among these 100,000, which explains the absence of discovery. Perhaps he could attempt to seek it through his own consciousness. This method would prove more challenging than navigating within the constructed world of painting paths. Nevertheless, given Li Heng's extraordinary aptitude for painting, finding his source path was merely a matter of time. Very well, I shall make an attempt, Li Heng declared, closing his eyes once more and directing his focus inward. This time, the elder refrained from offering assistance, choosing instead to observe from the sidelines. The sea of awareness was shrouded in darkness, devoid of any tangible element. Li Heng persistently adjusted the artistic realm of the painting path, endeavoring to visualize his source path. After an extended period, the surroundings remained dim, with nothing materializing. It appeared that the power of the painting path was insufficient. Painting deity's bone. The young man closed his eyes, raising his right hand above his head, his middle finger gradually extending upward. Whoosh! A radiant, multicolored divine light emanated from his middle finger, enveloping him in a breathtaking scroll of art. Yet, the mindscape remained shrouded in darkness. Again, he slowly lifted his index finger, aligning it with his middle finger to form a gesture reminiscent of scissors. Whoosh! The divine light from his index finger shimmered, and the swirling scrolls around him transformed into a mesmerizing spectacle. A beam of light pierced through the dark realm, revealing a series of vibrant images. Li Heng's eyes brightened. The source painting path. These are indeed my source paintings. They signified that as long as he painted these origin works, his divine body's painting path would reach its utmost pinnacle. However, upon glimpsing the contents of these paintings, a hint of discomfort crossed his visage. Era, Grey Wolf, Fat Tiger, Patrick Star. What on earth are these? He could hardly fathom that his source painting path would be constituted of such figures. If he were to depict them, it might elicit laughter from others. And on his own body, it would be utterly mortifying. His illustrious reputation would be in ruins. As the series of images unfolded, he counted them, discovering that there were over 1,000, all of which were illustrations he had encountered prior to his transcendence. As his consciousness returned to reality, the painting deity, noticing the hint of discomfort on Li Heng's face, surmised something. My disciple, it seems your source painting path is rather unconventional. Well, one might say so. Li Heng replied with a gentle nod. With countless strokes of the brush, one can communicate the primal force of the art of painting, thereby unleashing boundless power. The divine painter, with hands clasped behind him, spoke slowly. Often, the special foundational paintings can yield unexpectedly remarkable effects. Only through experimentation can one discern the true outcomes. I have come to understand. Gradually, Li Heng accepted this reality. After all, in this world, no one is familiar with those renowned masterpieces. Abstract as they may be, they could very well possess the potential for astonishing effects, just as the divine painter suggested. Disciple, does your foundational art include the white tiger? Li Heng recalled and indeed found that it did. Yes, but it is unlike the ordinary white tiger. No matter, paint it out for me to see, the elder urged. Li Heng responded nonchalantly. This old lecher, requesting a white tiger right off the bat. How improper. He took a sheet of rice paper and laid it on the desk. Divine body paintings can first be practiced on paper, allowing the divine power of the art to coalesce before being applied to the skin. Otherwise, should the painting yield unsatisfactory results on the flesh, it would be quite embarrassing. Li Heng placed the jade-patterned brush on the table, selecting one and dipping it into black ink. With swift strokes, 3 fingers ignited with resplendent divine light, the atmosphere shifting dramatically. His pen moved with the grace of a dragon, the divine power of painting gathering at the tip as he rendered a fierce depiction of the white tiger. This painting was merely outlined with a few simple strokes. Upon completion, beads of sweat appeared on Li Heng's forehead, and his arm trembled slightly. Evidently, this seemingly simple artwork consumed a considerable amount of artistic energy. The white tiger nearly drained him of his strength. Li Heng gazed at his creation, nodding in satisfaction. This white tiger was quite ferocious indeed. If only it had a bow, it would resemble that Hello Kitty character perfectly. The elder's expression gradually stiffened upon viewing the painting. The greater his anticipation, the deeper his disappointment. In his mind, given Li Heng's formidable artistic prowess, the foundational art should have been immensely powerful. He had witnessed numerous white tigers, capable of devouring the heavens and the earth with a mere opening of their mouths. Yet, he had never encountered one that appeared so rudimentary, resembling a mere kitten. Li Heng, are you certain this is a white tiger and not a kitten? Even a cat demon would eclipse this in ferocity, he exclaimed. This is the weakest of cats. Besides looking somewhat adorable, it bears no resemblance to a white tiger whatsoever. Of course, Li Heng emphatically nodded. In his foundational art, this was indeed a white tiger. Very well, the elder sighed, covering his face, regretting having passed on his artistic legacy to this young man. As a venerable divine painter, he had inadvertently chosen a disciple who painted cats as tigers. What would his old friends think if they saw this? They would surely laugh uproariously. Let your white tiger reveal its bloodline power. I wish to see how strong it truly is. The divine body paintings possess the potential for immense might. To depict a white tiger is to harness the power of its bloodline. The potency of this lineage signifies the strength of its primordial essence, and the resulting manifestation is as formidable as it is awe-inspiring. With 2 fingers aligned, Li Heng pointed toward the scroll and commanded, "Little white, arise." A hum resonated as the scroll trembled, the energy of the artwork intensifying until it came to life. The white tiger within the painting exhibited fierce claws and fangs, roaring defiantly to the heavens. Its thunderous roar echoed, and a colossal phantom of the white tiger soared into the sky, measuring 1,000 feet in size. This majestic creature bore an imposing appearance, marked by a royal character on its forehead, exuding an aura that could instill fear across realms. Any mortal who gazed upon it would find themselves compelled to kneel in submission, while even the most seasoned cultivators would be paralyzed with terror, stripped of all combat prowess. The pure lineage of the white tiger commanded the allegiance of all beasts within a 10,000-mile radius. The elder sensed the presence of the white tiger, and his pupils constricted slightly. The ancestral white tiger. It is, indeed, blood of the ancestors. The bloodline of the ancestral white tiger is exceedingly rare, even within the divine realms. The seemingly inconspicuous kitten that Li Heng had painted was, in fact, an ancestral blood white tiger. Such a primordial artistic power is astonishing. And moreover, Li Heng's current abilities in this domain still possess substantial potential for growth. What bloodline of white tiger might he conjure in the future? Truly, it is a prospect that fills one with anticipation. Chapter 142. The primal ancestor white tiger in her chamber. Li Chenxi had just concluded her cultivation. With her profound elixir reaching the 100-fold, she had spent the past 7 months in seclusion, diligently honing her skills. Thanks to Li Heng's assistance in the Hainao pool, her elixir had ascended to the 75th level. Furthermore, with the aid of some rare treasures bestowed by Li Heng, she managed to break through to the 100-fold in such a short span of time. The aura of the white tiger. The primal ancestor white tiger. Could it be that his divine body painting has achieved some measure of success? Just a few walls away from Li Heng's chamber, she distinctly sensed the white tiger's presence emanating from there. Recalling the divine body painting she acquired in the divine realm, she speculated that it was likely Li Heng's advancement that had summoned the aura of the white tiger. The white tiger. Could it be that this young man is aware of my desire for the white tiger? She possessed a supreme technique from the celestial realm, the white tiger devouring the heavens. This technique was renowned, instilling terror in countless hearts. Once, a female emperor who commanded the bloodline of the white tiger, consumed by her resentment towards men, unleashed the white tiger devouring the heavens, resulting in the demise of all the males in an entire celestial city. This incident sent shockwaves throughout the ancient realm of Huangtian. However, there was a challenge in cultivation. It required mastery over the white tiger bloodline within her. Merely relying on later stages would not suffice. Initially, she pondered how to harness a trace of the white tiger's power. Ultimately, with Li Heng acquiring the divine body painting, he could invoke the power of the painting to awaken the white tiger bloodline and perform this technique. At that time, she would relish the sight of which men would dare to act brazenly before her. Li Chenxi had already devised a plan to seek out Li Heng and request that he paint a white tiger on her hand. In the chamber, the elder fell into contemplation. Disciple, your foundational painting seems somewhat frail, yet its essence remains robust. I must admit, that little tiger could easily lead to misunderstandings. However, such a rudimentary painting can evoke the ancestral bloodline of the white tiger, which is truly exceptional. Once Li Heng's understanding of the painting reaches new heights, the power of the bloodline can further elevate. The divine body painting will undoubtedly flourish in his hands. Li Heng, on the other hand, felt a touch of helplessness. He too desired to depict a majestic white tiger, yet the foundational painting was inherently simplistic, leaving him with no choice. While it was feasible to create a grandiose depiction, the strength of the bloodline would certainly be inferior to the foundational painting. This exemplified the adage, not aesthetically pleasing, yet highly functional. Disciple, you must swiftly seek out places to comprehend the art of painting and elevate your understanding, the elder advised earnestly. At present, Li Heng could only manifest the divine body, painting through the divine bone of the painting. He still had much ground to cover in the foundational aspects. Only by solidifying his foundation could he restore the divine body, painting to its former glory. At this moment, he had waited long enough. Indeed, I shall go, Li Heng responded. Li Heng pondered the prospect of visiting the Li family's artistic hall to seek enlightenment. While the Li family had made modest achievements in the realm of painting, they paled in comparison to those renowned for their artistic lineage. Nevertheless, there were surely aspects worthy of emulation. The old man's figure gradually faded from view. Just as Li Heng was about to step out of the door, he sensed a stir within the space of his companion beast, his heart swelling with joy. Long Air had achieved a breakthrough. During his recent expedition to the Immortal Valley, he had acquired numerous precious herbs and spiritual treasures, generously sharing many with Long Air to enhance her power. After consuming these treasures, she had succumbed to slumber, only awakening after more than half a year. Upon entering the companion beast space, he was greeted by a breathtaking scene. By the stream, a stunning maiden tilted her head, drying her damp hair. Crystal-clear droplets cascaded down her flowing tresses, leaving a kaleidoscope of colors in the air. Witnessing this enchanting sight, Li Heng felt his blood surge, nearly spilling from his nostrils. With the passage of time, his physical reactions had intensified. A typical 6-year-old child would not exhibit such a response, but he possessed a celestial demonic physique, maturing at an extraordinary rate. My lord, why do you look flushed? Is it? Long Air emerged from the water, her graceful figure on full display. Shall we, tonight? What am I thinking? Li Heng struggled to divert his gaze. Such a beautiful scene could only be endured by someone with considerable composure like himself. You have broken through to the 9th tier. The realm of earthly beasts spans from the 1st to the 10th tier, with anything beyond representing the strength of an immortal. In just 7 months, she had advanced from the 7th to the 9th tier, a remarkable pace. Noticing Li Heng's lack of reaction, Long Air donned a golden gown. Could it be that my lord is unresponsive? Despite my allure, he remains unmoved. I suggested using the Qilin whip and nourishing him. But he shows no interest. Alas, perhaps he is too young? After careful contemplation, she concluded that the latter was more likely. One day, I shall have my way with you. Hee. As this thought crossed her mind, her cheeks flushed, resembling a ripe apple. My lord, it is stifling here. Let us venture outside. Very well. In the room, a stunning woman adorned in a golden gown with 2 golden dragon horns atop her head had materialized. Chanair squatted in the corner, dipping her fingers in water to draw on the ground. To the left was a man, in the center was herself, and to the right was a woman. For some unknown reason, the woman's face was devoid of features, only a mere outline. Chanair gazed intently at the woman in the drawing, vibrant tears welling in her eyes. Mother! Mother! Suddenly, an unfamiliar aura filled the room, accompanied by an alluring scent of milk. Chanair turned her head, her bright, clear eyes widening in surprise. Mother! Mother! The little one crawled over to Li Heng, tightly clutching his calf and softly calling out, Daddy! After speaking, he pointed towards Long Air, exclaiming, Mommy! Upon hearing the child refer to Li Heng as Daddy, Long Air's eyes nearly bulged with disbelief. Young master. So it turns out you are not incapable, but simply uninterested in me. Goodness, I have only been away for 7 months. And the child has grown so much. How astonishing. A storm cloud loomed over Long Air's face, a dark shroud hovering above, with golden lightning swirling within as if ready to strike at any moment. Long Air, please allow me to explain. A sense of foreboding enveloped Li Heng. Explain? I refuse to listen. If you desire a child, why not let me assist you in bearing one? Instead, you seek out other women. Speak. Whose is it? Li Heng was utterly speechless. What did she mean by bearing with you? I am still a child myself, you know? This is Chanair, whom I adopted in the divine realm. It is a manifestation of a spiritual herb. Is it really? Long Air leaned closer to Chanair, inhaling deeply and indeed detecting a tempting aroma of medicinal herbs. Chapter 143. A blissful family. The aroma was intoxicating. igniting within her an irresistible urge to consume the little ginseng entirely. This revelation reinforced her belief in the veracity of Li Heng's words. What kind of elixir had this little creature transformed from? Why was it so fragrant? An instinct whispered to her that, by swallowing the ginseng, her bloodline would ascend to another echelon, and her prowess would experience a significant enhancement, making the path to immortality an assured reality. Do not share this with anyone. Li Heng had no intention of concealing the truth from Longer. The foremost reason was that Longer was his companion beast, and she would never betray him. Rest assured, I shall safeguard her identity. Longer promptly affirmed. She was indeed transformed from a divine ginseng. What? The divine ginseng has taken form. Longer was utterly flabbergasted. The legacy of the Dragon Clan was exceedingly ancient. Enhancing the bloodline's power could also unlock more profound ancestral memories. Among the most archaic of these memories lay the legend of the divine ginseng's metamorphosis. It was said that only after a ginseng had existed for 1 trillion years could it potentially assume human form. At that moment, it would become one of the most formidable entities in existence. These memories merely recorded such tales. Given the extreme rarity of divine ginseng taking form, few had witnessed it even within the divine realm. The recorded accounts in the ancestral memories were not particularly detailed. Young master, is she truly the divine ginseng in human form? Longer asked, her voice trembling. Indeed, it is true. Li Heng offered another explanation to avert Longer's suspicions regarding the system. In the Medicine Immortal Valley, I nourished you with elixirs, and upon returning to the companion world, I encountered the ginseng before departing the valley. With this narrative, there would be no issues. After all, during their time in the Medicine Immortal Valley, Longer had been separated from Li Heng for a while. Ah, I see. Longer readily accepted this. Your fortune is truly extraordinary. You have managed to tame even a transformed divine ginseng. At that moment, she comprehended what it truly meant to be the child of destiny. Such luck was indeed remarkable. The little ginseng waddled over to Longer, clinging to her leg and affectionately calling out, Mama, Mama, what are you shouting about? I am not your mother. In terms of age, Longer was scarcely over 3 years old, not much older than Li Heng, and had never encountered such circumstances. Mama, the little ginseng wore a look of grievance, tears shimmering with iridescent colors welling in her eyes before cascading down her cheeks. Plop, plop. The sound of pearls hitting the ground resonated as vibrant. Multicolored drops fell. What is this? Longer felt the spiritual essence contained within the pearls, her pupils narrowing in astonishment. Could it be the divine liquid of 7 colors? Gasp! The little one weeping produced such a treasure. In that instant, she was once again rendered speechless. She had previously heard tales of divine medicines transforming into human forms, possessing extraordinary abilities. Never did she imagine that such power could be so terrifying. This was no mere tear. It was akin to a divine liquid manufacturing machine. Mother, Tiliu, Mother. Saren's cries grew increasingly sorrowful, tears of a myriad of colors streaming from her eyes. The pitiful sight shattered Longer's heart. All right, no more tears. I shall be your mother. Longer understood that the little one must have misunderstood something. However, seeing her woeful expression, particularly her pair of crystalline, unblemished eyes, made it impossible for him to bear her tears. Mother. Saren immediately ceased her weeping, transforming her face into one of pure joy, her happiness palpable. After calling out to Longer, she turned her gaze towards Li Heng. Father. A blissful family. Li Heng, observing this scene, couldn't help but smile quietly. The little one certainly had a discerning eye. Previously, when she met Fonger, there hadn't been such excitement, though he wouldn't mind bringing Longer under his wing. She was still too young, leaving him with merely the thought. It was rather awkward to behold something one could not utilize. What if he tried using Saren's divine ginseng root brush? Remembering the blissful state of the expansive purple spirit after a massage, a flicker of inexplicable anticipation welled within him. Yet, the system alert cautioned against attempting massages elsewhere too recklessly. If the outcome aligned with my expectations, it would be acceptable. But what if something went awry? Would he need to sever it and consume the nirvana pill? Shuddering at the thought, he mused, should it succeed, it would be tolerable. But should it fail, wouldn't it ruin a lifetime? Ah, never mind. It was best to ponder rather than attempt. Li Heng gathered the scattered colorful tears from the ground, counting them meticulously. There were 48 in total. The colorful tears did not originate from the 7-colored mountain. Perhaps they bore a tale of a mother's anguish in forsaking her child. Clearly, Saren had cried with profound sadness this time. Mother, hug. Saren opened her arms, signaling for an embrace. Longer bent down and held Saren in her arms, her movements surprisingly adept. Giggling, Saren smiled blissfully in the embrace. Witnessing this scene, Li Heng nodded with satisfaction. Longer, you have now acquired a more formidable task, to care for Saren. He felt that no one could be more suitable than Longer for this responsibility. With her formidable strength, now at the 9th tier, and the bloodline of the ancient golden dragon, she was extraordinarily powerful. Few in the eternal life realm could contend with her. Longer gasped. I still have something very important to accomplish. I may not be able to split my attention to care for the little one. What is it? Li Heng inquired, intrigued. To master culinary arts. Longer lifted her head, gazing through the window at the azure sky, her eyes ablaze with fervent determination. I shall become the most powerful chef in the 3 realms. Li Heng's right eyelid twitched several times, an ominous premonition stirring in his heart. Could it be that we are delving into the realm of culinary darkness? He truly does not perceive any innate culinary talent in Long. The way she handles those ingredients is nothing short of sacrilege. There is a tinge of regret for having consented to Longer's pursuit of culinary arts. Has she not merely brought misfortune upon herself? Perhaps it would be wiser to set aside the culinary ambitions and prioritize the care of the child. No, Longer's head is held high. The sunlight streaming through the window envelopes her in a golden glow. I must become the foremost culinary master in the realms of existence. The term 3 realms broadly refers to humanity, deities, and demons, rather than 3 distinct worlds. Mama, Sayer's vibrant tears shimmer in her eyes as she gazes up with an expression of utter vulnerability. Please don't abandon me. Longer lowers her gaze to the child in her arms, especially those innocent, large eyes, and her heart melts instantaneously. How could I possibly forsake you? From now on, I shall learn the art of cooking while caring for you. Is that agreeable? Mama is the best, Sayer exclaims joyfully, clapping her hands, her eyes curving into crescent moons, sparkling with translucent brilliance. Witnessing this scene, Li Heng finally breathes a sigh of relief. At last, the little one has someone to look after her, alleviating his concerns about her daily well-being during his training. Chapter 144. Seeking a painting. Come on, little one, let's go cook, Longer said, cradling the small child as she headed for the door. What would you like to drink today? How about Kirin whip soup? Or perhaps Kirin kidney soup? Or even Kirin treasure soup? I assure you, it will be exceptionally fragrant. Li Heng watched the disappearing figures at the door, falling into a contemplative silence. Goodness. It seems Longer has not forgotten about those 3 dishes. Must she find someone to taste them? Just moments ago, he had been contemplating whether to prepare everlasting cucumber or everlasting eggplant for her. But on second thought, perhaps it is best to refrain. Who knows what kind of culinary experiments Longer might concoct with those ingredients? The mere thought sent a chill down his spine. Not long after Longer left, a knock echoed from outside. Knock, knock, knock. Li Heng, I'm coming in. Li Heng glanced at Li Chenxi, who had entered without permission, his lips twitching several times. So, you only needed to inform me? Why bother knocking? Knocking is merely an act of politeness. Li Chenxi replied with a grin. Having been in the courtyard just moments ago, she knew Li Heng wasn't engaged in cultivation at that time, which is why she felt free to enter. What brings you here? Li Heng inquired. Is it not permissible for me to come and sit if there is nothing pressing? She retorted. Well, that is indeed acceptable. Li Heng nodded gently. I intend to visit the Extreme Cloud Sword sect soon. Are you interested? The mention of the Extreme Cloud Sword sect made Li Chenxi's eyes light up. Is it for the Eternal Sword ranking? The sect was renowned in the realm of longevity precisely because of this ranking, attracting numerous individuals eager to comprehend the Red Sky Sword technique. Indeed, Li Heng affirmed, as he picked up an incense stick from the table, snapping his fingers to ignite it, then placing it in the incense burner on the windowsill. I am quite interested in the sword ranking, Li Chenxi replied, a mysterious smile gracing her lips, her confidence palpable. She had extensively studied the Red Sky Sword technique. Each individual is allowed to comprehend the technique once in a lifetime, dedicating 3 days to it. She had experienced 100 lifetimes, mastering the technique in each iteration. The insights gained from the first lifetime could be applied to the second, meaning that Li Chenxi now possessed the comprehension experience of her previous 99 lives. What kind of resplendent brilliance would arise from such cumulative knowledge? This lifetime, Li Qinxi was destined to strive for the ultimate realm. In her heart, she mused, "You little rascal. This time, I shall not concede on the sword ranking. The title of the greatest in eternity shall undoubtedly be mine." She had an advantage. Having gained insights over several lifetimes, dedicating 300 days to the sword ranking, it would be absurd not to emerge victorious. "Qinxi, what are you scheming with that mischievous smile?" Li Heng asked, feeling a shiver run down his spine at her seemingly nefarious expression. In this solitary setting with a woman, could she possibly be harboring impure thoughts? "I assure you, there is not a chance." Li Qinxi cast a disdainful glance. "Humph, with such a puny stature? As if I would care." Li Heng truly wished to retrieve the long-standing cucumber from his possession and silence her with it, allowing her to experience the delightful aroma of flora that emerged from the refuse pit. He raised his hand and pointed toward the door. "Close the door behind you," he commanded. "I have matters of significance to discuss with you." Li Qinxi, undeterred, settled comfortably into her wrought tin chair, showing no inclination to leave. "Speak," Li Heng said, exasperated. "That?" Li Qinxi gestured towards the azure sky outside. "Was that white tiger you summoned?" "Indeed," he replied. "Is there something you wish for me to create? Now you seek my favor?" Li Heng scoffed. "You were just disparaging me not long ago. Is this how one begs for assistance? Do you wish for me to paint a Hello Kitty for you?" Li Qinxi raised her hand, swearing to the heavens, "I vow never to speak ill of you again. Should I ever utter your name again, may the heavens strike me down." In the clear sky, dark clouds gathered, and a thunderclap rent the night air, striking the grand willow tree in the courtyard. Crack! Boom! The willow erupted in a burst of flame, reduced to ashes that drifted away. The newly transplanted willow, mere days in the ground, vanished without a trace. "I believe you not at all." Li Heng glared at the charred remains of the willow tree, swallowing hard. It must be a misunderstanding, a mere coincidence. Li Qinxi could hardly fathom that her vow would provoke such immediate retribution. "Fine," Li Heng gritted his teeth. "I shall begrudgingly trust you this once. What do you wish to create?" "I desire a painting of a white tiger, one that can awaken my bloodline." Li Qinxi needed this for her cultivation of the supreme celestial techniques. The white tiger she had just revealed bore the bloodline of the ancestral beasts, immensely powerful. If she could have it inked on her hand, it would enhance her practice of the devouring the heavens technique exponentially. "What?" Li Heng's eyebrows arched in surprise. "Did you not already possess one? Why the need for another?" "You." Li Qinxi suddenly recalled something, her face flushing to the roots of her ears. "You can go die?" "Ha!" Li Heng laughed heartily. "Who is it that just insulted me? This is what we call poetic justice." "Finally, I found some relief. Do you genuinely wish for a painting of a white tiger?" "Yes." Li Qinxi gasped, her breath coming in labored huffs, her voice akin to a wheezing bellows. Clearly agitated. As a dignified empress, it was her first experience being so bullied. "If I were not at a disadvantage, I would have challenged you long ago. Why not just say so? I thought this was a matter of great import." Li Heng placed the jade-patterned brush on the table and produced 2 sets of colored inks. These were treasures acquired from the divine painting treasury. There are 2 sets of vibrant inks. The first set, the 7-colored glazed ink, when applied to the skin, cannot be concealed and is clearly visible to outsiders. The second set, the illusory color ink, can be hidden when one does not wish to display it, rendering it invisible to others. The celestial goddess motif on his face belongs to the category of the illusory color ink, albeit of a more exquisite nature. Even the divine artist had only treasured a single set in the past, which was never placed in the treasure vault. "You may choose one of the 2 sets of inks." Li Qinxi gazed at the 2 splendid ink boxes, a multitude of thoughts flashing through her mind. The second set of ink must surely be superior. It can be concealed when not in use, preventing outsiders from seeing anything. When needed, it can be summoned, creating a mesmerizing effect on adversaries. "I choose the second set," she declared. Li Heng gently tapped the second ink box and replied nonchalantly, "Oh, my apologies. My artistic comprehension is currently insufficient to utilize this illusory color ink." "Oh." Li Qinxi slammed her hand on the table in frustration. "If you can't use it, why present it? Wouldn't it be better to simply take the first set? I just wanted you to see what I possess. Is that too much to ask?" Li Heng flashed a broad grin, his smile stretching nearly to the roots of his ears. Chapter 145. This is clearly a cat. Li Heng opened the vibrant, multicolored ink set, revealing 15 distinct hues, neatly arranged within the ink box. He extracted a box of white ink and placed it on the table before covering the ink box once more. Is one box sufficient? Li Chenxi pondered, feeling a twinge of confusion. To depict the white tiger, wouldn't it require a combination of at least 3 or 4 inks? How could one box suffice? Li Heng retrieved a jade-patterned brush and inquired, "Where would you like the white tiger to be painted?" Li Chenxi placed her delicate, pale hand on the table, palm facing upward, indicating her desire for the artwork to adorn her hand's surface. Li Heng scrutinized her intently and remarked, "Let me clarify in advance. Once this divine body painting is applied, removing it is not a simple task. It necessitates several rare elixirs, which must be combined to create a milky liquid that can be evenly spread across your hand's surface to cleanse it. Currently, I do not possess the necessary elixirs to dissolve this divine body art. Such elixirs are exceedingly rare, even within the eternal divine domain, and are hardly found. They are not stored within the treasure hall either. If you wish to acquire them, you'll have to enter the divine realm again and seek a solution." "I understand," Li Chenxi replied with a slight nod. "However, as long as the white tiger you paint possesses the essence of the earlier ancestral tiger blood, it suffices. The bloodline of the ancestral beast is already at the pinnacle within the ancient wilderness realm, sufficient to manifest the white tiger devouring heaven technique. Indeed, this ancestral blood may even enhance the technique's power to its utmost potential. Therefore, Li Chenxi would not easily part with this artwork. There is no need to fret about the possibility of it being removed." "All right, since you agree, it makes things easier," Li Heng said, dipping the jade-patterned brush into the white inkstone. Just as he was about to put brush to paper, he paused momentarily. "What kind of white tiger do you envision? Should it be more formidable or more elegant?" Li Chenxi pondered for a moment, having already made her decision in her heart. Since it would be on her hand, it ought to be aesthetically pleasing. As a girl, she felt no resistance to beautiful things. If it could maintain the essence of the bloodline while being beautiful, wouldn't that be perfect? "Very well," Li Heng nodded. "This is quite manageable. Since Chenxi favors beauty, let us add a bow. It will be both charming and visually appealing while retaining the strength of the bloodline. I am confident that Chenxi will adore it. Keep your hand still and close your eyes." Li Chenxi obediently shut her eyes, her mind envisioning the emergence of a stunning white tiger on her hand. The mere thought brought her joy. Having a brother skilled in the art of divine body painting was truly a blessing. As the jade-patterned brush made contact with her hand, she felt a refreshing sensation. Following that was a sharp, tingling pain beneath her skin, as if some latent power were awakening within her. Is this the process of the divine body art taking form? It is quite marvelous. The white tiger is not easy to depict. It must have taken a considerable amount of time, right? Why has Li Heng ceased his movements? According to speculation, the divine body painting should not be so simplistic. The brush that danced upon the back of the hand merely rendered a few rudimentary strokes. Is it truly possible to create a painting of a white tiger? It seems rather unlikely. Li Heng submerged the jade-patterned brush in a basin of water, cleansing it of the white ink. "All right, open your eyes and see if you like it. Are you ready?" Li Chenxi slowly opened her eyes. Her heart filled with anticipation as she glanced at the back of her hand. "What is this? Where's my white tiger?" Upon her hand, the white ink outlined a simple design. A large head, with 3 whiskers on each side of the face and a character resembling king on the forehead. Most infuriatingly, there was also a butterfly atop its head. It is a tiger, not a cat. Just look at the king on its head. This is the symbol of the king of all beasts. Is this truly a tiger? It looks distinctly like a cat. Li Heng, where is the white tiger? Where is it? Li Chenxi's expression gradually hardened. Li Heng gazed upon his creation, immensely pleased. This time, the painting was evidently superior to the last. The artistic essence had elevated somewhat. Is this not so? You. Li Chenxi trembled as she pointed at the back of her hand. This is clearly a cat. Li Heng raised a finger and made a no gesture. Just look at the king atop its head. Can a kitten possess such a feature? This is a tiger. Then what is that butterfly-like thing? Li Chenxi took a deep breath, striving to suppress her emotions. I asked you earlier whether you wanted it to look more beautiful or more formidable. You said beautiful, so I added a delightful bow. Li Heng innocently shrugged. The requests were all made by the client. If you are dissatisfied, there is little I can do. Li Chenxi fumed, hands on her hips, her eyes blazing with fury. You little rascal. You must be seeking revenge against me, right? This all stems from my remark about you being small. And now you hold a grudge. You appear calm on the surface, yet you are scheming behind my back. I clearly asked for a white tiger, yet you have rendered a cat. This is utterly infuriating. Don't be angry. Li Heng pointed at the white tiger. I even gave it a super charming, super imposing name. Hello, cat head. What do you think? Does it not perfectly match its aura? The more Li Qinxi listened, the angrier she became. Her face turned a shade of green, as though poisoned. Li Heng, I shall swallow you whole. Wash away this hello cat head. It cannot be washed away. Did I not just tell you? Currently, there are no heavenly materials or earthly treasures. You. Go to hell. Li Qinxi was genuinely on the verge of madness. As an empress, how could she have a cat painted on the back of her hand? What would her friends and enemies think upon seeing it? Would they not laugh uproariously? Do not be angry. Li Heng meticulously cleansed the jade-patterned brush, returning it to its stand and retracting it into the system's space. It truly is a white tiger, and with the addition of a bow, it possesses a unique effect. Do not be deceived by the simplicity of the painting. It has consumed all my artistic energy. Allow me to demonstrate, and I assure you, you shall be satisfied. Li Qinxi tremulously raised her arm, her consciousness focusing on the hello cat's head, triggering the effect. A resonant hum filled the air. White light flickered across the back of her hand, and the essence of the white tiger surged forth. In the sky, vibrant clouds of myriad colors drifted gracefully. A lithe white tiger reclined lazily among the clouds, its long eyelashes, rosy cheeks, and captivating eyes each revealing its extraordinary nature. Colorful butterflies danced around the white tiger, crafting an exquisite tableau of a celestial realm. In that moment, the myriad beasts within 1,000 miles were driven to frenzy. Howl, my white tiger queen. I would gladly kneel beneath your tiger-skin skirt. Moo. Once more, I have rediscovered the feeling of first love. Roar. Oh, queen, you are utterly enchanting. I shall lead my 30,000 demon soldiers to pledge their allegiance. Quickly, children, prepare the dowry. Let us propose. Chapter 146. Thunder Mountain Range. The white tiger seemed to sense the unusual stirrings of myriad demons within a radius of 10,000 miles, letting out a thunderous roar that echoed through the heavens. The terrifying aura of its bloodline surged skyward, leaving all the demons paralyzed in fear upon the ground. Initially, Li Qinxi's face darkened, resembling one deeply poisoned. However, as the white tiger revealed its lineage, her expression finally softened. This is the ancestral white tiger. Such a formidable bloodline. Could it be that I misjudged that young lad? Anyone who beheld the appearance of that small kitten would assume it to be a mere harmless painting. Who would have imagined it concealed the blood of the ancestral tiger within? Li Heng explained, Qinxi, this hello cat head is my source of painting. It may appear somewhat weak, but its true effectiveness is quite formidable. It can also be well concealed, serving as a trump card, wouldn't you agree? Upon hearing this explanation, Li Qinxi's complexion returned to normal. Very well. I shall trust you this once. If you ever need anything, feel free to ask. Li Heng was quite generous. The experience of painting on his body for the first time brought him considerable insights into the art of painting. Only through continuous experimentation can one ascend to the pinnacle of their path. Li Qinxi initially intended to paint another chrysanthemum, but upon seeing the hello cat head on the back of her hand, she hesitated. This young lad's source of painting was so enigmatic. Who could predict what variations the chrysanthemum painting might hold? Li Heng seemed to perceive the girl's thoughts and spoke up, by the way. Didn't you mention wanting a chrysanthemum painting last time? I happen to have one here, with extraordinarily potent effects. Would you care to give it a try? Li Qinxi immediately became cautious. What chrysanthemum painting? I need to hear more. Li Heng smiled mysteriously and said, this painting consists of 100 chrysanthemums. If summoned, the heavens will weep and gods will lament. Upon hearing that the heavens would weep and gods would lament, Li Qinxi felt an ominous premonition. 100 chrysanthemums can have such an effect? What is it called? Li Heng, with his hands clasped behind his back, replied nonchalantly, the 100 chrysanthemum circle painting. To depict 100 chrysanthemums is quite challenging. Only by connecting them in a circular shape can one invoke the weeping of gods. Would you like to give it a try? His source of painting encompassed all sorts of peculiarities. If he were to create a complete Qingming sacrificial painting, it would be a piece of cake. You can go to hell. Li Qinxi's head nearly exploded with frustration. What 100 chrysanthemum circle painting? Isn't it just a flower wreath? You want to paint a wreath on me? How could you even think of that? You insufferable little brother. You truly drive me to madness. The Li family and the extreme Cloud Sword sect were separated by a Thunder Mountain range. Once one crossed the mountains and traveled westward for 200 miles, the Sword sect would come into view. Ahead lay the Thunder Mountain range. We could no longer fly through the air. In the lofty expanse of the sky, a colossal white crane soared gracefully, bearing an elderly man with graying hair and a child who appeared to be around 6 or 7 years old. Due to Li Yijian's familiarity with the extreme Cloud Sword sect, he took the helm of the crane for their journey westward. Very well, Li Heng nodded. However, he harbored a slight unease regarding the spiritual crane, particularly when it came to traversing westward. The trio alighted upon a small hill. Li Yijian stood atop the cliff, raising his hand to gesture towards the distant mountain range. Above the peaks, dark clouds loomed ominously, shrouding the land for miles. The undulating expanse of the Thunder Mountain range stretched far and wide. Flying through the skies here could potentially summon a tempest of lightning. By taking this path, we can traverse the mountains within a day, Li Heng remarked, his gaze drawn to the distant mountains, where a glimmer of light captured his attention. It was a convergence of Tao essence. Within this mountain range lay a gathering place for Tao essence. While it paled in comparison to the eternal divine realm, the substantial rewards under the high sign and multiplier were still enticing. After half a year of cultivation, not only had he advanced the Imperial Soul Immortal Canon to the 9th level, but his demonic core had also progressed significantly, now reaching the 95th level. In just a few months, he anticipated breaking through to 100 levels. The Immortal Demon Divine Body required simultaneous cultivation of both realms to reach the next stage. Although it was not necessary for both to attain the 100 levels, as long as their realms were equivalent, a breakthrough could be achieved. For instance, a spiritual core at 90 levels and a demonic core at 90 levels, or even a spiritual core at 60 levels and a demonic core at 60 levels. During his sign-ins in the Netherworld, the majority of the treasures contained demonic energy, resulting in an abundance of demonic cores. Therefore, he need not worry about depleting his demonic cores. With ample time, he would undoubtedly break through to 100 levels. Let us proceed there. Li Heng indicated towards a towering peak that reached 3,000 zhang. The summit loomed so high that its midsection was engulfed in the dark clouds. This is the Thunder Peak. A shiver ran through Li Yijian. It was said to be perilous, with lightning striking incessantly. Perhaps they should reconsider. Thunder was considered one of the most formidable forces in the cultivation realm. Only those with formidable physical cultivation could withstand it. Fear not. A mere bolt of lightning poses little threat. Besides, Li Heng did not intend to linger. He would depart after signing in. Very well. Li Yijian suddenly recalled that both children possessed remarkably high physical cultivation levels, which should suffice to withstand such tribulations. However, he himself might find it somewhat challenging. Longer. Li Heng called softly, summoning Longer forth. Daddy, can Sanner also enter the companion beast space? Li Heng allowed Longer to lead Sanner inside for better care. The Thunder Mountain range is dangerous. You must ensure Sanner's safety, Li Heng instructed earnestly. Understood, Longer nodded, drawing Sanner closer. Over time, the bond between mother and child had deepened significantly. The 5 of them then ventured into the Thunder Mountain range. In the mountains, trees are sparse, and the land is charred, with burnt vegetation strewn about like remnants of a past inferno. Thunder frequently strikes this desolate landscape, and any plant life that manages to sprout is swiftly severed by the tempest. The beasts that endure here are those capable of wielding the power of lightning. The expansive view allows the 5 travelers to progress rapidly. Suddenly, a sound, a clatter of loose stones, erupts from the steep slope beside them. This unusual noise alerts Li Heng. Be cautious. A beast. Atop the slope, a colossal creature resembling a pangolin looms, measuring nearly 10 feet in length. Its shell is a deep black, adorned with flickering silver arcs of lightning. The thunder pangolin, with its formidable armor, has been tempered by the forces of lightning for eons, rendering it nearly indestructible. Li Heng muses, a sense of satisfaction washing over him. The system's prompt is notably considerate, even detailing the creature's vulnerabilities. The mention of a certain weakness piques his interest, one that resonates with Chenxi's preferences. The pangolin fixates on Can Air, its eyes glimmering with an emerald light, clearly drawn to the enticing aroma of the little one's medicinal essence. A droplet of saliva trickles down the corner of its mouth. In an instant, a blinding white light flashes, and thousands of arcs of lightning erupt from the pangolin's maw, enveloping the group. Among them, a multitude of arcs targets the delicate Kinnair. Chapter 147. The return to the Jianghu. The speed of Thunder Arc was astonishing. In the blink of an eye, he had dashed to the side of several individuals. Long Air's reflexes were remarkable. As soon as Thunder Arc appeared, she swiftly turned while cradling Kinnair in her arms. All the electric arcs were absorbed by her back. Crackle! Lightning flickered around Long Air's form. This is bad. Kinnair, despite using her body to shield him, the force of the thunder would inevitably transfer to the child. Cold sweat broke out on Long Air's forehead as she anxiously glanced at Kinnair in her embrace. This little one appeared to be only around 3 years old. How could he possibly withstand the might of the thunder? Crackle! Lightning danced around Kinnair as well. However, the anticipated calamity did not materialize. Giggling, Kinnair did not cry out, but instead burst into joyful laughter, looking utterly delighted. Kinnair is unafraid of the thunder's power? Although she absorbed most of the thunder's force, the residual energy would be far too much for a child of her age to endure. The little one's resilience was far greater than Long Air had imagined. Li Yijian's once flowing white hair was now singed and frizzed, resembling an explosion. Phew! This thunder armadillo is rather formidable. Remarkably, all 4 others seemed unharmed. Among the 5 of them, 3 children and a dragon maiden, none appeared to be significantly affected. Only he, an old man with considerable years behind him, had been turned into a frizzed mess. If outsiders were to witness this, they would surely be doubled over in laughter. Kinnair is unharmed too? Well, it is one thing for the goddess and divine son to be unscathed, given their robust divine bodies that can easily withstand the thunder's might, but a seemingly 3-year-old child as well? This leaves this old man feeling quite perplexed. How dare you harm my child? Long Air's fury ignited as she rolled up her sleeves and charged forward. Take this, you wretch. Her seemingly jade-like fist slammed into the thunder armadillo, akin to a mountain descending upon it. Boom! The creature's shell shattered under the impact. Its entire form crushed into a pit approximately 100 feet deep. With a thunderous crash, the immense force caused the mountain to collapse. The fierce battle did not frighten the child in her arms. On the contrary, Kinnair's wide eyes sparkled with excitement as she clapped her tiny hands joyfully. Giggling. Mama, awesome. Kinnair, are you all right? Long Air lifted the child, scanning around for any signs of distress. Finding none, her heart finally began to settle. Kinnair enjoys this. Kinnair is so happy. Upon seeing the beast, you are not afraid but rather delighted? Long Air was taken aback once more, clearly not anticipating such a reaction. According to her initial assumptions, the often tearful Kinnair would surely be terrified upon encountering a beast. She could never have imagined her to be so elated. Hee. I like it, said Kinnair with a smile. Well, it seems your temperament aligns with mine. You enjoy this fervent battle. Longer nodded appreciatively, speaking as if the child were her own. Li Heng, witnessing this scene, fell into deep contemplation. Kinnair was transformed from the legendary divine ginseng, a medicinal herb of unimaginable potency. Thus, after enduring the recent thunderous onslaught, she remained unscathed. It appears this little creature is far stronger than I had anticipated. The mountain peak collapsed, burying the corpse of the thunderous pangolin beneath the rubble. Longer set the little one aside, rolled up her sleeves, and let out a fierce roar. Dragon goddess power. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. Her arms plunged into the debris, casting aside the scattered stones. Once again, she took on the role of an excavator. Li Heng's lips twitched. Longer, what are you digging for? Did something fall earlier? The dragon excavator made its return. The rubble and dirt were swiftly cleared, revealing the carcass of the pangolin. Due to her earlier exertion, the pangolin had been reduced to a mushy mass. Its once hard shell now collapsed. From the depths of the pit, Longer's hollow voice resonated. The pangolin is a great tonic. I intend to excavate it to brew a soup for my lord. Li Heng felt an ominous premonition. The pangolin has turned to mush. How can one brew soup from it? Longer responded once more. It's fine, just toss it in the pot and stew it. The flavor will be exquisite. Li Heng realized that Longer was venturing further into the realm of culinary darkness. With the pangolin reduced to mush, its organs all ruptured, the meat was undoubtedly contaminated. Brewing soup from such meat? Would it not be mingled with all manner of peculiar flavors? It would be a miracle to drink it. Stop digging. I shall not partake in that soup. This is a tremendous tonic. Longer leaped from the pit, holding up the pangolin's tail. Tonic or not, it seems one could lose their life in the process, Heng retorted. Look at this meat. The organs are all shattered. It is inedible. Longer examined it closely and found it to be true. Alas, what a pity. Oh, the pangolin's shell appears quite fine. How about we make a dish and stir-fry the pangolin shell? What do you think? Heng's expression gradually stiffened. Stir-fry the pangolin shell? Wouldn't he that shatter one's teeth? I have no desire to lose all my teeth at such a young age. Hurry and discard it. We must continue on. Very well. Oh, the pangolin whip seems to be unscathed. My lord. Alas. My lord, don't go. Longer, watching the four departing figures, discreetly severed the pangolin whip, stowed it in her spatial ring, and then hurried to catch up with them. The five of them traversed the winding paths, arriving at the foot of Thunder Peak. The sky darkened, ominous clouds enveloping the summit. Thunder rumbled, rumbling. Occasionally a bolt of lightning struck the peak. Li Yijian felt the formidable power of thunder and shivered slightly. Are we truly going up there? My old bones cannot endure such tribulations. Just moments ago, a bolt of lightning had transformed the mountain pangolin into a frizzy mess. The thunder atop the peak was exponentially more potent, far beyond what he could withstand. How about this? You all wait for me at the base, and I shall ascend for a brief reconnaissance before returning, Li Heng suggested. That is far too perilous. Long Air was the first to voice her dissent. I will accompany you. If danger arises, you can ride with me, and we shall flee swiftly. Her true form was that of the ancient golden dragon, possessing immense strength to withstand the might of thunder with ease. There's no need for that. This level of thunder cannot harm me. It is best that you do not bring the little one into such peril, Li Heng declined. Very well. Long Air gazed at the child in her arms, ultimately deciding against the ascent. I will accompany you, said Li Qinci, her right hand wrapped in a layer of gauze, appearing as though she had sustained an injury. If you wish to come, then so be it. Li Heng acknowledged Qinci's resilience, confident that she could withstand the thunder's power, thus consenting to her presence. And so, Li Yijian, Long Air, and Qin Air remained at the mountain's base, while the two others ventured forth to explore the heights. Chapter 148. Thunder Mountain. The towering Thunder Peak rises to 3,000 zhang, piercing the clouds above. The soil upon its slopes is charred black, devoid of any vegetation. For countless years, it has endured the relentless onslaught of thunder, and any flora that once existed has long since perished. Two children ascend the steep mountain path, climbing higher. Li Heng glances at the girl beside him, his gaze fixating on her hand, which is wrapped in bandages. Qinci, why do you have your hand wrapped? The meow cat is quite charming, I assent it. So adorable. Li Qinci grits her teeth in frustration. I can't be bothered with you. Indeed. While the meow cat is undeniably cute, she once held the status of an empress. What folly it would be to have a cat's head drawn on her hand. If the great emperors she once knew were to see it, they would surely mock her. Li Heng, you must hasten your artistic skills and remove this design, replacing it with that iridescent ink. Just think, it's best to conceal it and avoid such embarrassment in front of others. There were no signs of demonic beasts on the peak, and the two moved swiftly. Before long, they had ascended 1,000 zhang, nearing the ominous clouds above. Crack! Thunder rumbled ominously. A silver bolt of lightning tore through the darkened sky, striking towards the two. Sizzle! The lightning struck Li Qinci. A bronze glow flickered across her divine body, absorbing the power of the thunderbolt. The lightning was not particularly strong. She felt a slight tingling sensation before returning to normal. With a body refined to the 80th level, her physique rivaled that of a celestial treasure. Withstanding such lightning was, of course, a trivial matter. The pair continued their ascent, encountering an increasing number of lightning strikes as they neared the summit. Upon reaching the mountainside, they entered the thick, dark clouds, where visibility dwindled to less than 3 zhang. Li Qinci tilted her head toward the peak, saying, "It is said that at the summit lies the legendary Thunderstrike Rock, a treasure forged by millennia of thunder. If we can find it, it could be used to enhance our bodies. The effects of using the power of thunder for body refinement are profound. Even if one cannot utilize it at the mortal realm, it could serve one well after ascending to immortality. The Thunderstrike Rock possesses power far beyond that of the ominous clouds overhead. However, capturing it will not be an easy feat, Qinci. You wouldn't happen to be interested in the Thunderstrike rock, would you? Li Heng inquired. Naturally, I am. Li Chenxi nodded. But I want to compete with you for it. You can try to capture it first, and if you fail, I will take my turn. Previously, Li Heng had provided her with numerous treasures from heaven and earth, enabling her current status. Thus, out of gratitude, she wished for him to have the first opportunity. If he failed, then she would step in. I want to give you the chance, Li Heng replied confidently. Crack! Another bolt of lightning descended, striking Li Chenxi once more. Sizzle! Amidst the tumultuous crackle of thunder, Li Chenxi found herself enveloped in a silvery glow, akin to a being of electricity. Before long, the power of the storm dissipated. This time, she felt a tingling sensation coursing through her body, yet it was nothing grave. Why has it struck me again? Since the ascent began, she had taken the lead. After all, she was the elder sister and ought to set a commendable example. However, the thunderbolts had struck her twice, which was somewhat infuriating. The two were not far apart, merely about 3 zhang, and logically speaking, they should have dispersed the strikes. Li Heng, you go ahead. What's wrong? The thunder just made me feel all tingly and itchy. All right, I will proceed ahead then. Li Heng bypassed the girl and ascended first. Li Chenxi observed the distance between them, about 3 zhang, before she resumed her climb. As they continued upward, a crackling sound erupted. Another bolt of lightning descended, bypassing Li Heng and striking towards Chenxi. Oh my heavens! This sensation, while 1 or 2 strikes were manageable, an accumulation could leave some residual power within her body, which would be triggered with the next strike. The more it compounded, the more her body became numb. Li Heng, you little rascal, why is it not striking you? Li Chenxi was on the verge of exclaiming in frustration. She had thought that the lightning favored those above, prompting her to stay behind for a moment of respite. Little did she know, remaining at the back was no safeguard against its wrath. Ha! Li Heng chuckled merrily. It must be your presence that has invoked the wrath of the heavens. Crack! The sound of thunder resonated in her mind. His words seemed to unlock a door within her consciousness. Invoke the wrath of the heavens? Could it pertain to my cycle of reincarnations? It was indeed plausible. In a typical reincarnation, the heavenly path would not intervene. Yet she was reincarnating with memories and numerous treasures of the universe. As the saying goes, the heavens have eyes. When one defies the laws of nature, it is only natural for the heavenly path to enact punishment. Hiss! It appeared that this cycle of reincarnation would also invite retribution. Perhaps during the tribulation of ascension, a great calamity awaited her. In this life, achieving her ultimate goals was destined to be a formidable challenge. Li Heng's words had truly awakened her to this reality. It was prudent to make preparations in advance. The two continued their ascent. Crack! Another bolt of thunder struck Li Chenxi. Moments later, crack, crack. Thunder continued to rain down incessantly. A short distance remained to the mountain's peak, yet Li Chenxi was already exhausted, collapsing onto the ground. Her hair was singed and frizzed, and even her eyebrows curled up. One might think she had undergone a dramatic perm. As they neared the summit, the frequency of the lightning intensified. In the span of a brief distance, over a dozen strikes had descended. Though her body remained largely unharmed, the numbness was increasing, making each step a laborious endeavor. Throughout this journey, she continually adjusted her position, moving from the back to the front and then walking side by side. She endeavored to try every possible stance. The thunder seemed to possess a discerning eye, striking her with unwavering accuracy. Chenxi, hurry, keep up. Li Heng crouched beside the girl, encouraging her. I estimate that with just a few more strikes of thunder, if you help me bear the burden, we shall emerge victorious. We will triumph. Li Chenxi echoed these words. I see it as your victory. In essence, I am merely a lightning rod. Li Heng chuckled heartily, replying, I never claimed that. It is merely your own interpretation. Regardless, the journey thus far had been exceedingly effortless, all thanks to Li Chenxi's efforts. He wished to share the burden with Chenxi, yet the thunder withheld its strikes, leaving him feeling quite helpless. I'm not going any further. You can go ahead on your own. Li Chenxi resolved to concede. Her body felt unbearably heavy. Her legs weighed down, as if leaden, rendering her unable to ascend. Even if treasures awaited at the summit, she knew she could not surpass Li Heng. It was indeed wiser to relinquish her pursuit. If the thunder were to strike her any further, she might find herself incapacitated. Very well, then I shall go alone. Thus, it appeared that Li Heng would have to continue on his solitary path. Chapter 149. The lightning rod. Li Heng pressed onward. soon vanishing from Li Chenxi's sight. Crack! In the midst of the dark mist, the brilliance of thunder blazed with an almost blinding intensity. Judging by its trajectory, it was aimed directly at Li Heng's position. Li Chenxi finally exhaled a sigh of relief. Suddenly, her pupils contracted sharply. To her astonishment, the thunderbolt, after descending, veered unexpectedly downward and struck towards her. Ah! Li Chenxi felt an overwhelming urge to curse. Am I to remain here, unable to escape this thunder? How vexing! In that moment, she was utterly at a loss. Perhaps it was not only the cycle of heavenly laws at play, but also the fact that Li Heng was the child of fate. The power of thunder would not harm him, but would instead be directed at me? The child of destiny, with luck defying the heavens. All good fortune would befall him. Even when misfortune arose, those nearby would bear the brunt. From what had transpired in the eternal divine realm, Li Heng had consistently discovered opportunities. Even in the fabled medicine Immortal Valley, he had managed to enter its core and procure divine ginseng purely through luck. Such fortune was truly unparalleled. To label him as the child of destiny was no exaggeration. It must be so. Meanwhile, Li Heng had ascended to the pinnacle. At the center of the mountaintop stood a colossal black stone, towering at about 10 feet high. Silver arcs of electricity danced upon its surface. This was the Thunderstrike Rock. Its aura was formidable, undoubtedly harboring the power of thunder accumulated over thousands of years, an invaluable treasure for body tempering. Thunderstrike Rock is a unique stone capable of storing the force of thunder. Once its limit is reached, this power will gradually dissipate. Depending on its size, the amount of thunder stored varies. This 10-foot-high rock likely contains around 10,000 years' worth of thunder power. Thereafter, it would become saturated and unable to absorb any more energy. Fixing his gaze upon the Thunderstrike Rock, he noted, 10,000-year Thunderstrike Rock, renowned as the immortal cultivation world's power bank, please refrain from attempting to recharge carelessly, as the consequences shall be borne by the individual. Beads of cold sweat formed on Li Heng's forehead. Recharge this thing? Wouldn't it explode instead? Besides, he had no devices to utilize. Attempting to tame it would not be a simple endeavor. The Thunderstrike Rock lay before him, and over the millennia, countless cultivators had coveted it. Yet, they had been utterly unable to claim it, merely gazing longingly. It was likely that not even the initial thunder trial could be surpassed. Golden dragon armor. Scales, resembling dust, arranged themselves upon his body, forming the most formidable golden armor. In that instant, Li Heng transformed into a golden figure. Even the area above his eyes was covered with a layer of scale armor, reminiscent of a superhuman. His vision could penetrate outward, while attacks could not breach his defenses. Gather. Li Heng approached the Thunderstrike Rock with deliberate intent. A crackling sound echoed as arcs of electricity surged through the Thunderstrike Rock, enveloping Li Heng in an intricate web of lightning. The thunder roared ominously, as if the heavens themselves were quaking under its terrifying reverberations. Even from thousands of miles away, the dreadful sound of thunder could be heard. Near the mountain's summit, Li Chenxi felt a heaviness in his breath, his eyes filled with concern. What if something were to happen to him? I should have followed him just now. If I had realized the dangers posed by the Thunderstrike Rock, I could have urged Li Heng to retreat. It would be far better than being reduced to charred remains. With great effort, Li Chenxi braced himself against the ground and gradually stood up, limping towards the peak. A voice within him called out, Li Heng, you must hold on. I shall ascend to assist you. At the summit, following a flash of lightning, a figure adorned in glimmering gold emerged. Is this all the power possessed by the ancient Thunderstrike Rock? Under the protective effect of the dragon armor, the thousands of bolts of lightning could not penetrate, rendered utterly ineffective. Ensnare. After enduring the force of the Thunderstrike Rock, it finally yielded. Li Heng placed his hand upon the rock, drawing it into his system space. Had he been unable to withstand the earlier onslaught of lightning, he would have been reduced to ashes and would never have been able to tame it. Sign in. Ding. You have signed in at Thunder Mountain and received the reward of 30,000 years of Thunderstrike Rock. The reward has been amplified by 537 times, yielding 16 pieces of million-year Thunderstrike Rock. 1 lightning-proof cap. Upon hearing the reward of a cap, Li Heng's first thought was to scrutinize its color. Alas, the previous 2 caps he had received were both green, one a 10,000-year green cap and the other a 30,000-year green cap. Who could possibly wear such things? Within the system space, 16 towering pieces of thunderstrike rock were neatly arranged, presenting a magnificent sight. Million-year thunderstrike rock. Struck by lightning for 1,000,000 years at the peak where thunder converges, seems to have reached the pinnacle of misfortune. Nearby, a black cap resembling a beret lay on the ground. Sigh. Upon seeing this color, Li Heng finally felt a sense of relief. Thankfully, it was black. The thunderstrike rock itself was black, and it was only fitting that the lightning-proof cap shared the same hue. Lightning-proof cap, when worn, allows one to evade lightning. However, someone must bear the brunt. Please use it near your enemies. Using it near an enemy. Li Heng chuckled at this prompt. After all, he could evade the lightning while his adversaries would not be so fortunate, struck directly. How delightful. This truly was an extraordinary cap. The million-year thunderstrike rock is indeed a treasure. Li Heng mused. As the accumulated power of the thunderstrike rock intensified, the lightning would undergo a qualitative transformation. 100,000 years represents a threshold. Once surpassed, the power of the lightning would elevate to an entirely new level. 1,000,000 years represent yet another threshold. And upon surpassing it, one ascends to a higher echelon. The same bolt of thunder, the million-year thunderstrike rock, possesses a potency more than 100-fold that of the 10,000-year thunderstrike rock. Upon attaining immortality, utilizing the million-year thunderstrike rock for body tempering yields exceptionally remarkable results. Furthermore, this substance serves not only for body refinement, but also as a formidable weapon of mass destruction. Once refined, casting it into the midst of foes unleashes a thunderous force capable of obliterating all in its path. However, this thunderous power does not discriminate between friend and foe, necessitating prudent usage. The expedition to Thunder Peak has been immensely fruitful. Now, it is time to descend the mountain. Rumbling. At that moment, the earth trembled, and the entire peak quaked violently. The sensation was akin to experiencing a magnitude 12 earthquake, as if the mountain were on the verge of collapse. Rumbling. What is this? Li Heng lowered his gaze to the ground beneath him, sensing that he was gradually rising. Moments ago, he was enveloped in dark clouds, yet now he had pierced through them, beholding the sun above. It was not he who was ascending, rather, the mountain beneath him was transforming. Could it be the mountain spirit? A peak, over the years, nestled within a certain spiritual realm, possesses an exceedingly low probability of gaining sentience. At this moment, the mountain could awaken, much like those monstrous beasts and flora, possessing a life of its own. Chapter 150. The Mountain Deity. This sentient mountain is referred to as the Mountain Deity. It does not imply that the Mountain Deity possesses divine powers. Rather, it is a collective term. Nevertheless, the strength of the Mountain Deity is indeed formidable. Among cultivators, there exists a saying, even provoking a 5-clawed golden dragon is preferable to inciting the Mountain Deity. A rumble echoed. The ground trembled increasingly beneath my feet, as colossal boulders cascaded from the summit, crashing to the base of the mountain. Li Heng could feel that beneath him lay a massive head, with enormous shoulders formed from stones on either side. Standing atop this giant's head, the height of the mountain was utterly obscured from view. Oh no! Chun-Shi. Suddenly recalling that Chun-Shi was resting not far from the mountain's peak, she was currently immobilized, her body tingling, and at great risk of tumbling from the mountain deity's form. Such a misfortune would be catastrophic. As the mountain deity's head rose above the clouds, the visibility became clearer. Li Heng glanced downward in accordance with his memory, and indeed spotted Chun-Shi perched upon the shoulders of the mountain deity. She appeared to be in peril. I must rescue Chun-Shi first, and then devise a strategy to confront this mountain deity. With a gentle leap, he descended towards the shoulders of the mountain deity, swiftly grasping Chun-Shi and hoisting her up. Then, with renewed vigor, he returned to the apex of the mountain deity's head. Chun-Shi, how do you fare? Can you stand on your own? It's somewhat challenging. Although Li Chun-Shi could physically rise, being atop the mountain deity's head posed a precarious situation, potentially fraught with various dangers. Thus, her current condition was ill-suited for combat. How about this? You can ride on my back and hold tightly to my neck. If the mountain deity strikes, it will be easier for us to evade. Li Heng resolved to sacrifice a modicum of his own comfort to assist Chun-Shi. Of course, this was a one-time concession. I. Li Chun-Shi's gaze flickered to the left, where the contours of the mountain deity's visage began to manifest. It appeared to be awakening imminently. Though riding on Li Heng was somewhat awkward, It was far preferable to facing imminent danger. Had she not been struck by lightning numerous times, she would not have found herself in such an embarrassing predicament. Very well. Li Chunxi clambered onto the boy's back, clinging tightly like an octopus. Steady now. Li Heng gazed down at the mountain deity, a contemplative expression crossing his features. Why was the mountain deity awakening at this moment? What had transpired? Had he inadvertently provoked it? I merely subdued that thunderstruck rock. Logically, it should not have incited the mountain deity's wrath. Li Heng sensed that the situation was far more complex than it initially seemed. Many mountain deities remain undetected by outsiders precisely because they do not readily reveal their true forms. They exist in seclusion, indifferent to the conflicts among cultivators. Even if a few beasts were to defecate upon them, they would merely chuckle in response. Could it be? As a certain possibility dawned upon him. Li Heng's pupils constricted suddenly, his heart racing to his throat. This is dire. Danger lurks in the presence of the precious herb. It is undoubtedly the herb. This herb, transformed from divine ginseng, is a treasure of the divine realm, possessing not mere spirituality but a divine essence. Any beast or creature would covet this little one. Should it be consumed, the bloodline and power of the devourer would ascend to an incredibly terrifying degree. The pangolin encountered earlier was undoubtedly drawn to the herb. Even the aura of the ancestral dragon nearby could not deter its advance. Alas, the aroma of the herb is simply too enticing. Li Heng raised his fist and struck the massive stone head beneath him. With a thunderous boom, a sizable chunk of stone broke away. This creature is exceptionally hard. Thunder Mountain has been subjected to relentless storms for countless years, regularly struck by lightning. After hundreds of thousands of years, its rock face has become as resilient as a defensive artifact. Few could breach its defenses. Had Li Heng not possessed immense strength, he might not have even dislodged that hefty stone. The assault above did not rouse the mountain deity. It remained oblivious to Li Heng. Suddenly, Li Heng felt his altitude plummet, swiftly descending into the storm clouds. This is bad. The mountain deity intends to seize the herb. The situation is far worse than he had imagined. At this moment, he must devise a plan to thwart the mountain deity. At the foot of the mountain, a rumble echoed as rocks collapsed, but instead of falling to the ground, they conformed to the mountain deity's form, assembling into a colossal giant. Its legs alone towered over 1,500 zhang, resembling two pillars that connected heaven and earth. The mountain deity. Longer quickly recognized this entity and hurriedly cradled the herb tightly in her embrace, gently stroking its head. Fear not, little one. Such a terrifying sight could easily frighten the child into tears. Given its tender age, it would likely be terrified. Yet, upon seeing the fearsome mountain deity, the herb's pupils remained clear and untainted, devoid of any fear. He Longer heard the herb's laughter and finally breathed a sigh of relief. Fortunately, the little one was not frightened to tears. This is the mountain deity, very dangerous. We must leave this place at once, Longer said, clutching the child and calling out to Li Yijian nearby as they hurriedly fled into the distance. Just after they had covered some ground, a fierce gust of wind erupted from behind. Turning back, they saw the mountain deity's enormous arm descending towards them. The palm blotted out the sun, with a middle finger stretching 100 zhang in length. This is disastrous. Longer sensed the mountain deity's terrifying power. Even as a dragon, she could not easily contend with such strength. Thus, their only option was to flee. You two go on ahead. I will hold it off. Li Yijian cast a resolute glance at Longer and the hungry child in her arms. The determination in his eyes was unmistakable. With three of them running together, it was likely that none would escape. As a man, one must rise to the occasion and strive to secure a glimmer of hope for those beside him. Let us run together. Long Air, infused with the essence of the dragon clan, transformed into a magnificent golden dragon, stretching 300 zhang in length. Kin Air perched atop the dragon's head, her composure unwavering in the face of the breathtaking vista before her. Giggle. Mama, so impressive. Long Air lifted her eyelids and cast a glance at Kin Air above her. Hold on tight. We are off. The golden dragon soared through the sky, its speed reaching an unparalleled zenith. In one of its claws, it grasped an elderly man with hair as white as snow. Who else could it be but Li Yijian? Oh, my back. Put me down. I shall assist you in confronting the mountain god. You are no match for the mountain god. Long Air's deep voice resonated. It was evident that if Li Yijian were to engage, he would be incapable of even stopping a single finger of the mountain god, ultimately sacrificing his own life in vain. Roar! The mountain god, witnessing its prey's escape, let out a furious bellow, striking down with great force. Even the swift golden dragon could not evade the grasp of the giant's palm. Chapter 151. The reappearance of the Azure Peak with a resounding crash. The golden dragon was struck by a colossal hand, plummeting to the earth. The impact reverberated through the ground, creating a deep pit of 100 feet as the dragon's massive form struck the hardened soil. Countless scales were shattered, crimson blood seeping forth. Had it not been for her formidable lineage, this blow would surely have been fatal. In a moment of desperation, the golden dragon cast aside her companion, landing safely on a distant mound without injury. The ominous clouds above were disturbed by the giant's presence, revealing the silhouette of the mountain god. Its enormous head bore two deep-set eyes, glimmering with a sinister red light as it fixated on her companion, an expression of avarice evident upon its countenance. The mountain god had awakened its intelligence 100,000 years prior, yet had remained concealed, maintaining the guise of a mountain while cultivating amidst the stormy skies. Gradually, its form had grown stronger, until today, when it sensed a being unlike any other, exuding an alluring fragrance of potent herbs. Instinctively, it understood that consuming this small creature would grant it a profound transformation. With a thunderous roar, the mountain god raised its arm once more, aiming to strike the grounded companion. The immense hand stirred a fierce whirlwind, sending sand and gravel spiraling into the air. Above, Heng recognized the imminent danger threatening his companion, fury igniting in his eyes. In that pivotal moment, a vision began to materialize upon his countenance, the divine illustration of the Azure Peak. His right arm ascended high, fingers aglow with iridescent light. With a flourish, a colossal scroll unfurled in the skies above. There lay an infinite ocean, towering divine mountains, and the goddess who looked down upon all living beings. Li Chenxi, hidden behind Heng, gasped in astonishment at the sight of the 5 radiant fingers. Had it not been for the strength of his divine form, the mere act of inhaling in this moment would have led to 101 lifetimes of reincarnation. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. 5. He possessed 5 divine painting fingers. How terrifying! Previously, upon witnessing a single divine finger, the artist had hailed Heng as the most gifted of his generation. Upon revealing 3, he had been deemed an unparalleled prodigy in the realm of art. Little did anyone know that Heng possessed not 3, but 5. This young man was astonishingly enigmatic. Li Chenxi yearned to uncover the treasures hidden within him. In the skies, a massive scroll stretching 1,000 feet unfurled. The scenes from the Azure Peak painting revealed themselves within this majestic canvas. Suddenly, the Azure Divine Mountain erupted in brilliant divine light, soaring forth from the scroll. With a thunderous rumble, the Azure Divine Mountain appeared within the realm of eternal life, provoking a disturbance in the very fabric of the world. The forces of universal law nearly buckled beneath its weight. Though the Azure Divine Mountain was modest in stature, standing only 100 feet tall, its overwhelming divine might instilled terror in the mountain god below. Li Heng's eyes blazed with righteous fury as he commanded coldly, "Die!" Qingshan Mountain descended upon the head of the mountain deity with tremendous force. The deity sought to flee, yet its massive form rendered escape impossible within the overwhelming reach of Qingshan Mountain's assault. It could only raise its arms in a futile attempt to shield its crown from the relentless pressure of the divine mountain. With a thunderous crash, its arms met the mountain, bending under the immense weight, gradually succumbing toward its head. A roar erupted from the mountain deity, unleashing all its might, managing to momentarily lift Qingshan Mountain. Witnessing this spectacle, Heng snorted disdainfully, and his 5 fingers radiated an even more brilliant divine light. Defiance. Death. With a resounding boom, Qingshan Mountain unleashed its divine brilliance once more, forcefully descending. The mountain deity, unable to withstand this power any longer, watched helplessly as Qingshan Mountain descended upon its crown. A pained roar echoed as the deity was crushed into countless fragments, scattering lifelessly to the ground. Li Chenxi's pupils constricted at the sight of Qingshan Mountain. Was this the power of the divine maiden Qingfeng painting? Truly terrifying. The divine maiden Qingshan painting manifested through the power of artistic expression. The stronger the artistic force, the greater the painting's potency. Li Heng's current proficiency in this art was still lacking, with ample room for improvement. Moreover, he possessed 5 divine bones of art, making the ascent to becoming a painting immortal a mere formality. In the future, surpassing the painting deity was a certainty. What brilliance would the divine maiden Qingshan painting unleash then? It was almost unfathomable. With a swish, Li Heng's fingers returned to their original state, and the heavenly scroll dissipated. However, the scene of the battle was indelibly etched in the minds of those present, refusing to fade. The mountain deity's power was indeed formidable. Thunder Mountain, having existed for countless years beneath the thunder, had its very form tempered by the elements, rendering it more fearsome than even the mightiest defensive treasures. After such tempering, its strength continued to amplify. Only by unleashing its full power could Qingshan Mountain barely suppress the mountain deity. It appeared that my artistic prowess still required fortification. Only by enhancing my artistic skills could the divine maiden Qingshan painting unleash greater power. At present, it seemed Li Heng's control was a fraction of that of the painting deity. With a soft thud, he landed on a small hillock, gathering the little Shinner into his arms. "Shinner, are you all right?" "I'm fine." Shinner lifted a small hand, pointing toward the deep pit where the golden dragon had fallen. "Mama is there. Let us go." Li Heng cradled Shinner and descended into the pit. The dragon bore many missing scales, blood trickling from the corner of its mouth, its breath weak and feeble, clearly gravely injured. "Mama." Shinner stood beside the dragon, vibrant tears shimmering in her eyes, on the verge of spilling over. "I am fine." The golden dragon transformed back into human form, its golden gown remaining immaculate, yet its body bore numerous wounds. The stark contrast of crimson blood and dark scars against its porcelain-like skin was striking. The dragon maiden cradled the little one in her arms, gently patting her back. "Do not worry, my dear. With some time for recuperation, all will be well." Li Heng noticed the injuries of the young dragoness and retrieved a jade vial from his bosom. He uncorked the redwood stopper and poured a single drop of life tree essence into his palm. The verdant liquid coalesced into a bead-like form. "Dragoness, consume this life tree essence, and in a few days, your wounds will mend." The bloodline power of the dragon clan is formidable, and after sustaining injuries, they require an even greater abundance of rare herbs and treasures for recovery. A single drop of life tree essence can instantly heal a cultivator's injuries. However, for the dragons, it necessitates 2 to 3 days for complete restoration. "Papa." Upon seeing the drop of life tree essence, the little one reached into her floral pocket, rummaged around, and retrieved a robust and sturdy divine ginseng brush. Massage. Over the past few months, Li Heng had imparted many new words to her. The little creature was quite clever, her speech becoming increasingly fluent. "Can life tree essence also be used for massage?" Li Heng, intrigued, extended the green bead towards her. Due to the essence's solid nature, it could maintain its bead-like form and would not dissolve upon contact with soil. Chapter 152. The expanding essence of the tree of life. Seer cradled the essence of the tree of life in her palm, delicately gliding the divine ginseng brush over it. With gentle strokes to the left and right, Li Heng's gaze remained fixated on the tree's sap, keenly observing its transformation. The brush exuded a crystalline fluid, merging seamlessly with the essence. Before long, it swelled noticeably. The grand essence of life seemed to undergo a soothing massage, expanding further. The massage continued, and the green orb grew once again. After the enchanting treatment, the extraordinary essence had not only enlarged but also strengthened. The divine ginseng brush released a substantial amount of transparent liquid, which was entirely absorbed by the tree sap. Gradually, it transformed from the size of a green bean to that of an egg. A wisp of ethereal energy floated above it, as if the supreme essence was increasingly enraptured, resembling a celestial realm. As the massage persisted, Seer, intent on restoring her mother's health, meticulously applied the brush. The orb swelled once more, astonishingly reaching the size of an apple. The magnificent essence of life had fully expanded, exuding the impression that it could heal any ailment. "Injured? Fear not. Partake of this remedy." Li Heng observed the gargantuan essence, his lips twitching in disbelief. Truly, it was ludicrously inflated. "System, are you bereft of creativity in naming? How is it that we are left with such a limited selection?" He mused, feeling that the system's naming capabilities paled in comparison to his expectations. Seer extended her hand, offering the apple-sized essence. "Mother, take your medicine." "Thank you, little one." Long affectionately ruffled Seer's hair, leaving it in delightful disarray. The might of the divine ginseng brush had left a profound impression previously, and witnessing its power again was nothing short of awe-inspiring. Meanwhile, Li Qinxi stood nearby, her expression one of astonishment as she gazed at the colossal essence of life. What a terrifying ability! She was well aware of Seer's formidable powers, crying forth the seven-colored divine liquid, producing miraculous herbs from excretion, none of which were trivial feats. Now, she had acquired yet another extraordinary skill. With a simple brushstroke upon a bead, she could transform spiritual liquid into celestial essence. In the primal ancient realm, should such a tale be whispered, others would surely deem her mad. No one would believe it. What extraordinary fortune Li Heng possessed, to have even Seer under his influence. A heavy sigh escaped her lips, a reflection of her envy. Longer brought the magnificent essence of life to her nose, inhaling its alluring fragrance, which was indeed enticing. Yet, she felt it lacked the exquisite allure of the Qilin whip. Parting her ruby lips, her nimble tongue lightly caressed the surface of the essence. The sap of the tree of life resembles jelly, a small morsel licked away. Just a fragment, yet a profound vitality erupts within. Ah, I feel as though my body is filled to the brim. Such magnificent vitality. Wounds mend, new flesh sprouts forth. The injuries upon my body heal at a visibly rapid pace. My face regains its rosy hue. This tree of life sap is indeed extraordinary. Little one, thank you. As I spoke, I affectionately ruffled the head of Shen'er. She possesses the formidable bloodline of the ancient ancestral golden dragon, teeming with life force. To restore her injuries, an immense amount of vitality is required. Clearly, the previous sap could not facilitate such rapid recovery. Shen'er, wielding a tiny brush, had transformed the sap into ethereal liquid with just a few strokes. The results are truly astonishing. It appears I have an exceptional daughter. The five companions took a brief respite before traversing the Thunder Mountain range, continuing their journey westward. Approaching the extreme Cloud Sword sect, they beheld a grand city. At the four city gates, east, west, south, and north, towered colossal swords. This city is named Sword City. It is affiliated with the extreme Cloud Sword sect, the largest city within a 1,000-mile radius. Li Yijian glanced at the sky. The sun dipped below the horizon, and the heavens gradually darkened. Beyond this city lies the extreme Cloud Sword sect. As the day wanes, it is prudent to rest here for the night and visit the sect in the morning. Li Heng nodded gently. Indeed, since we are in Sword City, let us indulge in its culinary delights. You have visited here before. Surely you know of the local delicacies? Such cities often feature sign-in spots, which are worth exploring. Speaking of gourmet food, Li Yijian, with hands clasped behind his back, revealed a nostalgic expression. It must be the sword fruit. However, this sword fruit is no ordinary item. It is only sold within Sword Cloud Tower and requires prior reservation. Given our arrival today, we may not be able to partake. Within Sword City stands an ancient tree, known as the Ancient Sword Tree, named for its fruit resembling swords. Later, it was discovered that consuming the sword fruit from this tree enhances one's comprehension of the sword path and sharpens one's swordsmanship, leading to a rush of eager seekers. In no time, the sword fruit became the most coveted treasure among sword cultivators, with prices soaring dramatically. The ancient sword tree is under the jurisdiction of the Jin family, while Sword Cloud Tower is an enterprise of theirs. They regard this fruit as their prized possession, selling but one fruit per day. Only the wealthy and influential can acquire one. Due to its high demand, reservations are essential to secure a taste. The sword fruit. Li Heng's eyes sparkled, intrigued by its rarity. It must possess a delightful flavor. Let us head to Sword Cloud Tower. The group of five approached the eastern gate of Sword City. At the entrance stood four sword-wielding cultivators acting as sentinels. Among them, a burly leader stepped forward to bar their passage. What brings you five here? You appear unfamiliar. Do you possess the city entry permit? The Sword City, during the night, is heavily guarded, and only those bearing the entry permit may enter. Li Yijian stepped forward and produced a token. The front of the token bore the engraving of a long sword. After inspecting it, the leader nodded slightly. Do the four of you possess the entry permit? Li Yijian replied. We five have journeyed to this place and seek merely to rest for a night in Sword City before departing at dawn. The other four had never visited Sword City and had not procured an entry permit. The leading guard shook his head gently and said, according to the rules, those without an entry permit may only enter during the day. I am afraid I cannot grant you passage. Li Yijian stepped aside and gestured towards the four behind him. We are all members of the Li family. I hope for your understanding in this matter. The guard, upon hearing the mention of the ancient clan, the Li family, regarded them with newfound seriousness. He glanced back at the others. As darkness enveloped the surroundings, only a few bonfires flickered on either side of the city gate, making it difficult to discern the figures in the distance. As they drew closer, illuminated by the dancing flames, the guard's gaze fell upon a woman in a golden dress. The firelight cast a rosy glow upon her face, yet could not conceal her stunning beauty. By the heavens, the leading guard inhaled sharply. This woman is extraordinarily beautiful. In all my years, I have never encountered such a mesmerizing figure. Chapter 153. Sword City. Upon her head, two golden dragon horns accentuated her extraordinary nature. The sight of the dragon horns caused the leading guard to sharply inhale, his mind buzzing with realization. A dragon maiden. These individuals were not to be trifled with. The presence of dragon horns signified that she was a transformed member of the dragon clan. Beings capable of such transformation often possessed formidable strength, far beyond what these guards could contend with. Reflecting on the elders' words, that they belonged to the Li family, the implications became glaringly evident. The divine son of the Li family, who had subdued the golden dragon a few years prior. This child, appearing no older than 6 or 7, was indeed the divine son of the Li family. The girl beside him, of similar age, was the divine daughter. These two must not be provoked. The divine son had ascended the eternal divine rankings 4 times, each time securing the top position, an almost mythic figure in the hearts of cultivators. The leading guard's demeanor shifted to one of utmost respect, his words laced with politeness. We meant no offense. We were unaware of your identities and hope for your understanding. Please, do enter. He stepped back, clearing the path behind him. Li Yijian nodded gently and led the four into Sword City. At the gates, the 4 guards dared to whisper among themselves only after the 4 had distanced themselves. Heavens, that child is the divine son. Indeed remarkable upon this first encounter. Did you see? That dragon maiden is the divine son's follower. Oh, that graceful figure. Surely a life of happiness awaits her. If only I possessed even a fraction of the divine son's talent, I might ascend to immortality. Within Sword City, lanterns adorned the streets, their bright flames illuminating the night. Street vendors called out energetically, while pedestrians flowed continuously. Even in the darkness, the thoroughfares and alleys buzzed with life. Kenner gazed with wide, clear eyes, taking in the novel surroundings. Kenner, this is a candied hawthorn. Let me have you try it, Li Heng suggested, stopping at a small stall to purchase a skewer of hawthorns coated in thick sugar. He offered it to the little one. Kenner grasped the bamboo stick and gingerly bit into the topmost hawthorn. Crisp. Yuck. After just one bite, she spat it out onto the ground. Daddy. It's awful. Kenner doesn't want it. How could you not enjoy such a delightful treat? Li Heng replied, shaking his head in exasperation. This little one must be accustomed to heavenly herbs and fruits. She simply could not appreciate mundane flavors. If he had no wealth, he could hardly afford to raise her. Morning dawn. Perhaps the little one should recognize you as her foster mother. Upon hearing this, Morning Dawn contemplated the treasures hidden within the Hongming Qianquan Tower and quickly shook her head. I cannot afford to raise her. It must be you. TCH, how boring. Li Heng had been contemplating treating Canner to some delectable delights at the morning light, but to his dismay, the other party remained unresponsive, rendering the situation rather dull. Dad, why have we come here? Canner inquired, feeling somewhat out of place in this unfamiliar environment. We are here for the Eternal Divine Rankings. Li Heng elucidated. Eternal Divine Rankings. What is that? Canner pondered, finding the name somewhat familiar, yet unable to recall where he had encountered it. Within his consciousness, a mysterious memory began to awaken slowly. How shall I describe it to you? Li Heng mused for a moment. The Eternal Divine Rankings is a tale of numerous cultivators vying to become the foremost champion for the sake of Ji Yuan. Upon hearing this, Li Chenxi found it rather peculiar. What is this champion business? It sounds somewhat folkloric. Canner nodded, half comprehending. The 5 of them strolled leisurely, and at each shop, Li Heng would pause to purchase some local delicacies. Along the way, They indulged in a variety of exquisite culinary offerings. Longer's breathtaking beauty attracted many onlookers. However, upon noticing the pair of dragon horns atop her head, those with ulterior motives halted their advances, daunted by the presence of a dragon. The dragon clan is one that all cultivators regard with great trepidation. Approaching without the requisite strength could only lead to demise. The Sword Cloud Pavilion was ablaze with light and bustling with activity. The patrons were predominantly wealthy merchants or formidable cultivators. As a few guests approached the entrance, the waiter hurried over. "Esteemed guests, do you have a reservation?" Li Yijian replied, "No." "Do you have any private rooms available?" "I sincerely apologize, but all the private rooms have been booked." The waiter, casting a glance at the striking woman in the back, nearly lost his senses. Heavens! How could such an extraordinary beauty exist in this world? Each glance and smile appeared as though she had stepped forth from a painting. Wait, those dragon horns. Upon noticing the horns atop the woman's head, the waiter immediately regarded the group with heightened respect. The force backing the Sword Cloud Pavilion was formidable, yet they dared not provoke the dragon clan. In the realm of longevity, dragons were exceedingly rare. Any who could take form possessed formidable power. "Esteemed guests, please hold on. I shall fetch the manager to arrange a private room for you." The waiter hastily darted into the Sword Cloud Pavilion, almost colliding with the staircase in his rush. Shortly thereafter, a rotund middle-aged man emerged from the entrance. This man was none other than the proprietor of the tavern, Jin Wankai. Jin Wankai surveyed the group at the entrance, his gaze lingering on the white-haired elder, particularly fixated on the spirit-infused sword resting on his back, causing his heart to tremble. Internally, he mused, "Goodness, that sword is undoubtedly a spiritual weapon, and of a considerable grade." The Sword Cloud Pavilion frequently welcomed numerous guests. Yet those capable of bearing such a sword were typically sect leaders or elders. The mere presence of this sword suffices to affirm the identity of the elder. The innkeeper possesses a remarkable ability to read the room. Otherwise, it would be exceedingly difficult to maintain a foothold in a world rife with cultivators. One misstep could provoke a practitioner, and not only the establishment, but even one's life could be forfeited. Casting a glance backward, he noticed the lady mentioned by the attendant. Is she not breathtakingly beautiful? If a monk were to behold her, he might well abandon his vows. Even a eunuch would seek the fruit of nirvana upon encountering her. Upon closer inspection of the dragon horns atop her head, he felt an increasing sense of trepidation. The golden dragon horns likely indicate a lineage of the golden dragon. This individual possesses extraordinary strength. She must not be trifled with. Even though the inn is affiliated with the Jin family, one of the three prominent clans of Sword City, they would not dare to provoke such figures. Having come to this realization, Jin Wankai clasped his hands in a gesture of respect and courteously remarked, "Esteemed guests, I apologize for not extending a more proper welcome." Li Yijian, known for his humility, replied softly, "The innkeeper is too kind. We have traveled here and seek merely a brief respite. Please, do not call me innkeeper." Jin Wankai scratched his head. "You may simply refer to me as Wankai." In the presence of such cultivators, particularly with a dragon maiden accompanying them, it is prudent to exercise every courtesy. This is the survival principle within the realm of cultivation. Chapter 154. Gee, you are too beautiful, Wankai. Li Yijian suddenly recalled that he once had a dog bearing the same name. The shopkeeper's choice of such a name was rather unseemly. Jin Wankai, displaying utmost politeness, remarked, "I just overheard the waiter mention that several esteemed guests are seeking a private room." "Indeed, that is the case." Li Yijian gestured towards the group behind him. 3 children and a lady. A private room would indeed be more convenient. Today, all the private rooms are fully booked. A few beads of cold sweat appeared on Jin Wankai's forehead. These individuals were no trifling matter. Neglecting their needs could result in dire consequences. The waiter leaned closer to the shopkeeper and whispered, "Master, the third young master of the Wang family reserved a private room, but he may not arrive today. Perhaps we could offer this room to our esteemed guests." The third young master of the Wang family was known for his indulgent lifestyle, taking advantage of his family's influence to revel in debauchery. Over the past fortnight, he had reserved a private room daily but had only shown up 3 times, leaving the establishment waiting in vain for the remaining 12 days. The Wang family was one of the 3 prominent families in Jianqing, with significant connections to the forces behind the tavern, and Jin Wankai, merely a shopkeeper, dared not voice his reservations. That seems rather inappropriate. What if the young master arrives today? The waiter continued. The young master always comes at the hour of the high, and by then, the other private rooms will likely have guests who would have finished their meals. We can accommodate young Master Wang in one of those rooms instead. Upon reflection, Jin Wangkai realized the validity of this plan. In terms of strength, the elderly gentleman before him, along with the dragon lady, were indeed formidable. Surely, young Master Wang would comprehend the situation. With this thought, he resolutely decided. Although all private rooms were currently reserved, one guest might not arrive, thus allowing the esteemed guests to be prioritized. After a moment's contemplation, Li Yijian gently nodded. That will suffice. Thus, the group entered the golden-orange private room, with the shopkeeper personally attending to the menu selection. Esteemed guests, what would you like to dine on today? Our signature dishes include Snow Mountain Swordsman, Four Seas Swordsman, and Longyang Sunset. Upon hearing the initial names, Li Heng nearly mistook the establishment for a den of iniquity. The dish names were all associated with swordsmen. One might think they had slaughtered a swordsman. In truth, these were merely specialty dishes. At the mention of the menu, Longer's interest peaked. Shopkeeper, do you have long whip swordsman? Big sword swordsman? Or perhaps swordsman kidney? Li Heng's expression darkened further with each absurd suggestion. What is this nonsense? Such grotesque tastes? Fear not. When I am older, there will be plenty of opportunities for you to indulge. Longer, cease your nonsense. Li Heng glared at Longer and turned to the shopkeeper. I have heard that your most famous dish is the sword fruit. Could we possibly have a serving of that? Apologies. Jin Wangkai scratched his head in distress. Sword fruit. We only provide one serving each day, and today's portion was reserved a fortnight ago. A fortnight ago? Li Heng furrowed his brow upon hearing this. So, if one wishes to savor the sword fruit, one must wait for another fortnight? Indeed. To be precise, it is 16 days, Jin Wangkai replied. Such a lengthy wait. Li Heng had not anticipated that the sword fruit would be in such high demand. Jin Wangkai surveyed the group and added, since you have all arrived, why not linger in Sword City for a few days? You may relish the local customs and culture, and after a fortnight, indulging in a piece of sword fruit would indeed be a delightful affair. A fortnight is rather long. Li Heng's mind lingered on the flavor of the sword fruit, and he was reluctant to wait that long. He pondered how he might partake in one sooner. Outside the Janyun building, a young attendant stood at the entrance, scanning the bustling crowd for potential patrons. Suddenly, a young gentleman clad in a white robe, adorned with a jade fan at his waist, caught his attention. Oh no! It is the third young master of the Wang family. He did not expect the third young master to arrive so early. It was barely a quarter past the hour of you. The third young master, whose true name was Wang Tianyi, appeared slightly inebriated as he embraced a woman's waist, staggering towards the tavern's entrance. Attendant, take me to the Golden Citrus private room. Young master. The attendant felt cold sweat trickle down his back, his clothes quickly becoming damp. The Golden Citrus private room is currently occupied. However, there are a few seats by the window on the second floor. Perhaps you might tolerate that for the time being. Wang Tianyi's expression hardened, discontent flickering in his eyes. What? The private room I reserved has been given to someone else. I am the third young master of the Wang family. How can I dine amongst commoners? Please bear with us. The attendant nodded obsequiously, though inwardly he muttered. You think you can flaunt the Wang family status and indulge in debauchery? Without that privilege, you would likely be hiding in some obscure corner. Bah, tolerate. Wang Tianyi brandished his jade fan, pressing it against the attendant's chest. I have always dined in private rooms. I shall see who has dared to usurp my reservation. With that, he seized the alluring woman by his side and strode into the tavern. Young master, please wait, let me explain. The attendant wished to detain the third young master, but to his dismay, the young man was too swift, disappearing around the staircase corner in an instant. The attendant, being merely a mundane with some martial skills, could hardly pursue a cultivator. On the second floor, within the Golden Citrus private room, the door was ajar as the proprietor continued to assist several patrons with their orders. Suddenly, the door was kicked open, revealing a furious Wang Tianyi standing outside. Master Jin, this elegant room was reserved by me, and yet you have given it to another. I demand an explanation. As the cold sweat began to bead on Jin Wangcai's forehead, he realized the gravity of the situation. Young Master Wang and the Dragon Lady were not individuals he could hope to confront. I assumed that young master would not arrive today, hence I see that you, innkeeper, have no desire to retain your position. Wang Tianyi, rolling up his sleeves in a fit of anger, stormed into the elegant room, resembling a lion poised to unleash its fury. However, upon catching sight of the breathtaking woman within, his movements abruptly froze. "Gee, you are exquisite." The woman sat there casually, devoid of makeup, yet radiating the ethereal beauty of a celestial being descended from a dream. In an instant, Wang Tianyi found himself entranced, wishing solely to kneel before her. Yet, upon noticing the golden dragon horns adorning her head, his expression shifted dramatically. "My heavens, this is not Ji. This is clearly a dragon. A shape-shifting dragon must possess extraordinary power. He may be a dandy, but he was far from foolish. He clearly understood who was worthy of his respect and who was not." The dragon lady rose, also rolling up her sleeves, her voice icy as she inquired, "What do you intend to do?" "Oh." Wang Tianyi nearly lost his composure, the effects of the wine dissipating in the face of his terror. The woman's demeanor and tone were remarkably calm, yet he was acutely aware that beneath her serene exterior lay a tumultuous undercurrent. "I must have taken a wrong turn. Ladies and gentlemen, enjoy your meal and drinks. I shall take my leave." Chapter 155. The Gift of the Sword Fruit. What jest is this? Before me stands an enchanting woman, a veritable dragon. Not to mention Wang Tianyi. Even his father would stand no chance against her. It would be wise to depart swiftly. As Wang Tianyi contemplated turning away, his gaze fell upon an elderly man with graying hair, whose visage appeared vaguely familiar. Upon closer inspection, he gasped in astonishment. He promptly halted, clasping his hands in a gesture of respect, and bowed to the elder. "I pay my respects to the master of Aegean Peak. The Wang family has long been devoted to the way of the sword." Occasionally, when the family head visited the Li clan, Wang Tianyi would accompany him. He had the fortune of encountering the master of Aegean Peak on several occasions. The Li family is an ancient clan, renowned throughout the realm of eternal life. And the Wang family, although one of the three prominent families of Sword City, seemed as insignificant as a child in comparison, lacking any semblance of rivalry. Wang Tianyi. Li Aegean had dealings with the Wang family, and thus recognized this young man. However, his impression of Wang Tianyi was far from favorable. This lad exhibited mediocre talent in swordsmanship and showed little inclination to cultivate his skills, instead squandering his energy on frivolous pursuits involving women. It was evident that he would struggle to achieve anything of note in the future. The fact that he had approached so blindly in the presence of the master of Aegean Peak was indeed rather presumptuous. Wang Tianyi felt beads of cold sweat forming on his brow, hoping the master would not take offense. "This private chamber is yours, is it not?" Li Aegean, possessing remarkable insight, quickly deduced the situation. Wang Tianyi nodded. Since the master had come as a guest to Sword City, he would graciously yield the chamber to him. "And these individuals beside you?" Given the elder's esteemed status as the master of Aegean Peak, the identities of the accompanying figures warranted scrutiny. Li Aegean gestured toward the young boy and girl, stating, "These two are Li Heng and Li Chenxi." "What?" The words son of God and daughter of God rendered Wang Tianyi utterly speechless. He was merely a second-generation scion from a small town, while they were paragons of myth. Individuals who had shaped legends. To them, the ancient divine rankings were mere child's play. In comparison, he felt like nothing more than a speck of dust. Fortunately, he had sensed the precariousness of the situation and turned to flee without uttering any disrespectful words. Otherwise, his fate could have been dire. The son of God. The daughter of God. Jin Wankai stood frozen, his expression one of sheer astonishment as he gazed at the young boy and girl. These were the legendary figures he had only heard of in tales. To think he would witness them in the flesh. This must be a dream. Previously, the son and daughter of God had existed solely in the narratives of storytellers. He had never imagined that one day he would encounter the real beings. The son of God desires a sword fruit. Perhaps I should offer him one. In truth, within the Sword Cloud Pavilion, they possessed an excess of sword fruits, albeit a mere single one. This was to ensure that unforeseen circumstances would not arise. Having just witnessed the extraordinary prowess of the Dragon Lady, he had refrained from presenting the sword fruit earlier. At this moment, upon hearing that these two individuals were the legendary son and daughter of God, the intention to present the sword fruit arose. This identity undoubtedly surpassed the status of the Dragon Clan. "My esteemed guests, please indulge yourselves. I shall take my leave for now." Wang Tianyi understood that his presence would hinder the enjoyment of the meal, Thus he decided it was best to depart and gently pushed the door open. Jin Wankai wore a smile on his face and remarked, "To meet the son and daughter of God today is indeed a rare fortune. Since the son desires the sword fruit, I shall fetch the treasured sword fruit from our store. Please hold on for a moment." After the dishes were ordered, the shopkeeper hurried to the kitchen, instructing them to prepare the meal with utmost care. Li Heng smiled faintly, surprised by how advantageous his identity was. It saved him from queuing and allowed him to directly savor the sword fruit. Soon, a series of exquisite dishes were presented at the table. The final dish was served on a long plate adorned with golden silk, featuring a fruit measuring approximately 4 inches in length, resembling an elongated eggplant. Unlike the roundness of an eggplant, this fruit was flat, with its shape resembling the hilt of a sword, laid horizontally. To the untrained eye, it could easily be mistaken for a long sword. This was the sword fruit, rather unremarkable, to be honest. Li Heng did not perceive anything extraordinary about the sword fruit, finding it inferior to the 10,000-year-old eggplants and cucumbers cultivated by his family. The shopkeeper, Jin, cautiously presented the long plate and gently placed it before Li Heng. "Esteemed son, this is the sword fruit. Please indulge." Today, Jin failed to recognize the master of the sword peak, as well as the son and daughter of God. Thus, I offer this sword fruit to you all as an apology. The sword fruit is of considerable value, equivalent to that of a low-grade spiritual sword. Most individuals cannot afford such a delicacy. Those sword cultivators would much rather procure a spiritual sword than consume a mere fruit. Despite the bustling clientele at the Sword Cloud Pavilion and the high prices of dishes, the profits earned would not suffice to acquire a low-grade spiritual sword overnight. Jin Wankai was indeed generous in gifting a sword fruit, marking a significant expense. His primary intention was to foster a good relationship with the members of the Li family. Li Yijian nodded slightly, his impression of the shopkeeper soaring. He mused, "This shopkeeper certainly knows how to conduct himself. If I ever find myself in need, lending him a hand would not be out of the question." The value of a low-grade spiritual sword in exchange for the favor of a formidable ally is quite a bargain. The 100-Sword Hall of Sword Peak merely houses a collection of over 100 spiritual swords. For a peak master like him, spending the price of a low-grade spiritual sword on a meal would be extravagance. "There is no need for such courtesy," the shopkeeper. Li Heng nodded at the shopkeeper, indicating that a sword fruit was of little significance. "Given your modest establishment, I presume your profits are not substantial. When the time comes to settle the bill, simply include the sword fruit." The master of the sword peak beside him discreetly gave a thumbs up, thinking, as expected of the son, his family background is indeed formidable. Did you see? A sword fruit is nothing in his eyes. As a result, the words that followed from Li Heng nearly brought tears to Li Yijian's eyes. "The master of Yijian Peak shall settle the bill." A chuckle escaped Li Yijian's lips, on the verge of tears. "Oh, Li Heng, it seems you are not being generous, but rather leading me into a trap. Your wealth is abundant and you are indifferent to a single sword fruit, yet I cannot afford such extravagance. Could you not spare me? Canner, why don't you have a taste?" Li Heng gently cradled Canner and presented the sword fruit. Canner took a tiny bite. Crunch, crunch. Yuck. After just a few chews, he spat everything onto the ground. How terrible. Manager Jean stared at the discarded sword fruit, his eyes nearly popping out in disbelief. "Oh, my dear ancestor, this is a sword fruit, a delicacy that countless cultivators yearn for, and you dare to claim it is unpalatable? The sword fruit encapsulates the essence of the sword path, and its flavor is indeed exquisite, far superior to that of a cucumber. How could it possibly be as distasteful as the little one suggests? That bite discarded is equivalent to a low-grade spiritual sword, worth a fortune. No matter how wealthy one may be, such extravagance is hardly justifiable." Li Heng could only shake his head in resignation. The little one had grown accustomed to consuming celestial herbs, and thus held little appreciation for such spiritual fruits. Chapter 156. The Jin family. Li Heng held the sword fruit, gazing earnestly at Canner, and said, "Canner, the flavor of this spiritual fruit is indeed like this. You cannot indulge in celestial fruits every day, can you? Being picky is not the mark of a good child." Canner looked at the sword fruit with sorrowful eyes, her iridescent tears welling up in her gaze. "It's not tasty. Canner doesn't want it. Sigh. If you don't wish to eat it, then so be it." Li Heng sighed at the pitiful sight of Canner. It was likely due to the exquisite quality of the divine ginseng that she could not stomach those spiritual fruits. Nearby, Manager Jean felt utterly perplexed upon hearing this. Only consuming celestial fruits, dismissing spiritual fruits. This, such is the life of the immortals. I suppose. He had never heard of anyone who consumed only celestial fruits while disregarding spiritual ones. The life of a divine child is beyond the comprehension of mere mortals. Jean Wankai addressed the others, saying, "Please enjoy your meal. I shall take my leave." With that, he exited the room. This little one is indeed picky. Upon witnessing this scene, Li Chenxi shook her head with a smile. From her spatial ring, she produced a glimmering fruit. Ethereal emanated from the fruit, filling the room with a rich fragrance. "Little one, would you like to have this?" Upon seeing the celestial fruit, Canner's eyes instantly sparkled. However, she did not reach out immediately. Instead, she turned to Li Heng. "Daddy, Canner wants to eat." "Go ahead." Li Heng nodded at her. He had previously taught her not to eat anything given by others without caution. This time, she was quite obedient. This fruit was no ordinary item. It was a golden celestial fruit, imbued with potent, which would have a fortifying effect upon consumption. With a beaming smile, Canner accepted the fruit and did not forget to express her gratitude. "Thank you, sister." Upon hearing the term sister, Li Chenxi's smile gradually faded. "You call Li Heng daddy and refer to me as sister? Isn't that quite the generational oversight? Little one, you should call me aunt." Canner, however, shook her head in response. "Sister, it is aunt." "Sister." Li Heng stifled a laugh from the side. The little one truly gave herself an elder status, unwittingly elevating herself in the family hierarchy. Truly, a child worth nurturing. Li Chenxi was utterly flabbergasted. How could offering a celestial fruit lead to her being regarded as the younger generation? Canner cradled the fruit and took a gentle bite, her face lighting up with juice. "Delicious." Li Heng chuckled and picked up the sword fruit. Sword fruit, born of the sword tree, possesses remarkably faint effects due to the dilution of the tree's essence. This cannot be a fruit from the ancient sword tree, merely an ordinary sword tree. Within the sword city, there existed but one ancient sword tree, bearing fruit once a year, yielding only a handful of sword fruits each time. In this context, the Jean family, who possesses the ancient tree, is unlikely to part with its fruits for sale. It is said that the Jean family has utilized ripe sword fruits as seeds to cultivate several ordinary sword trees with diluted origins. This particular fruit should have been born from an ordinary sword tree. Taking a bite, the crunch resonates, crisp and slightly more delectable than a cucumber. After consuming it, a revelation dawns upon him, prompting him to shut his eyes swiftly. In his mind, threads of sword intent emerge. Swiftly, the sword intent slices through the air, forming a rudimentary sword form. However, before Li Heng could glean any insights, it vanished. This is rather feeble, isn't it? For an ordinary person, such sword intent may hold some utility. Perhaps they could derive certain sword techniques from it. The more one consumes, the more one comprehends. Yet, he possesses a sword bone and a millennium of sword comprehension experience. What extraordinary sword intents has he not encountered? These sword intents, which might seem impressive to an ordinary person, appear weak to him. "How do you find this sword fruit, Li Heng?" Li Yijin inquired, picking up a chicken claw and placing it in his mouth, lamenting softly. "Mediocre, lacking any substantial effect," Li Heng replied with disappointment. "In terms of flavor, it is merely a tad superior to a cucumber. Given your swordsmanship aptitude, consuming an ordinary sword fruit naturally yields no significant effect." Li Yijin's gaze drifted through the window towards the distant scenery of red lanterns and green willows. Beneath the night sky stands a grand estate, heavily guarded, with what seems to be some rare trees within its grounds. If one could procure the ancient sword fruit, it should prove beneficial for you. "Are you referring to that ancient tree?" Li Heng's eyes brightened. The ancient tree has stood for many years and likely harbors substantial Tao essence, making it an excellent location for signing in. "Indeed," Li Yijin nodded. "When I first arrived in Sword City, I was fortunate enough to acquire a sword fruit. I have cherished this fruit until I utilized it during my comprehension of the eternal sword steel. With the aid of this fruit, I was able to comprehend 3 or 4 additional sword techniques. The ancient sword fruit also enhances one's sword comprehension, albeit temporarily, lasting only a day. Even so, it plays a crucial role during the understanding of the sword steel. Is the effect truly that remarkable?" Li Heng was taken aback. It is said that the Qishao sword technique consists of just over 100 moves. To consume a sword fruit and gain 3 or 4 additional techniques is already quite impressive. If he could obtain an ancient sword fruit, combined with his innate swordsmanship, the results would undoubtedly be extraordinary. Peak Master, you must know someone from the Jin family, right? Please help me procure an ancient sword fruit. I do know individuals from the Jin family, but the ancient sword fruit is no ordinary item. It is not easily obtainable. Li Yijin rolled his eyes. I, too, expended great effort to acquire an ancient sword fruit in my time. Do you truly think such a treasure is as common as a cabbage, easily acquired at will? Since you know someone from the Jin family, you could at least take me to see that ancient sword tree, couldn't you? Li Heng pondered, contemplating that if he could sign in, he might obtain the ancient sword fruit, thus sparing himself considerable trouble. That is indeed possible, Li Yijin nodded. He was acquainted with the head of the Jin family. Therefore, merely attending for observation posed no significant issue. The 5 individuals indulged in some refreshments once more, after which Li Heng packed the remaining food and departed from the tavern, seeking an inn within the city. The following day, as the sun ascended to its zenith, its radiant rays illuminated the earth. The Jin family, one of the 3 prominent clans of Jin City, occupied a prime piece of land. Here, a vast courtyard belonged entirely to the Jin family. A towering ancient tree stood majestically in the courtyard, visible even from outside, showcasing its upright stature. The head of the Jin family, named Jin Peng, upon learning of Li Yijin's arrival, promptly welcomed them into the courtyard. In the main hall, Jin Peng regarded the guests with a warm smile, particularly lingering his gaze on the 2 children for a moment longer. The titles of Divine Son and Divine Daughter were already well known to him, and seeing them in person confirmed their extraordinary nature. Li Yijin raised a jade-green teacup, savoring a sip of the fragrant tea. What exquisite tea! The Jin tea from the Jin residence remains as delightful as ever. Your visit, Master Yijin, surely transcends mere tea tasting? Jin Peng inquired, directing his attention towards the 2 children. Li Yijin nodded and replied, Our purpose in visiting Jin City is to enable these 2 children to comprehend the eternal sword steel. Our presence at your estate is also related to the matter of the sword fruit. He spoke candidly, without any pretense. Chapter 157. The Sword Fruit. Thus, it was revealed. Jin Peng had also surmised the intentions of the visitors. If you seek the sword fruits, I can bestow upon the Divine Son and Divine Daughter 5 each. Now, it is well known to all the formidable prowess of the Divine Son and Divine Daughter. Whenever an opportunity arises, many would seek to curry favor with these 2. 5 sword fruits per person amounts to a total of 10, quite a considerable quantity. I wonder if the esteemed Patriarch Jin might part with 2 ancient sword fruits. We could engage in a trade, Li Yijin inquired. Alas, Jin Peng sighed, expressing his regret. It is quite embarrassing. Over these years, the ancient tree has gradually withered, and the yield of ancient sword fruits diminishes year by year. This year, it has borne only 10 fruits, which I have already promised to others. The growth of the ancient tree relies on the absorption of the spiritual energy of heaven and earth. However, the spiritual energy of this mountain range has been waning, leading to a poorer harvest. Decades ago, it could yield 17 or 18 fruits. In recent years, the numbers have dwindled. Perhaps in the coming years, the harvest will fall below 10. If you truly desire them, I could reserve 2 for you after next year's yield. Next year seems rather too late. Li Heng decided it best to first sign in. Patriarch Jin, I wish to witness this ancient sword tree. May I? Of course, Jin Peng readily consented. Ordinarily, outsiders are strictly forbidden from approaching the ancient tree, yet for the Divine Son of the Li family, every effort would be made to accommodate. In the Jin family's courtyard, several towering ancient trees stood, with the central one being the largest, towering at nearly 100 feet high, its canopy casting shade over the ground. This was the ancient sword tree. The surrounding trees were ordinary sword trees cultivated by the Jin family. Li Heng gazed at the central ancient sword tree, noticing the gathered Tao essence below, a smile gracing his features. Indeed, as I suspected, this ancient sword tree possesses Tao essence. Typically, the treasures obtained through signing in are closely related to the location of the gathered Tao essence. Patriarch Jin, may I draw closer to take a look? Yes. Jin Peng nodded gently. You may observe closely, but do not touch the trunk. This ancient tree is quite delicate. Even the slightest disturbance can slow the ripening of its fruits. Therefore, within the Jin family, all members are forbidden from touching the ancient tree. Even the caretakers tend to it with utmost caution. Rest assured, I shall not lay a hand on this ancient tree, Li Heng promptly assured. Merely approaching it suffices for signing in. There is no need to touch it. With light footsteps, he approached the base of the ancient tree. At this moment, numerous green fruits hung from its branches, easily numbering around 100. These fruits varied in length and were still unripe. Under normal circumstances, an ancient sword fruit requires 10 years on the tree to mature. Of course, 10 years is not the maximum growth period for an ancient sword fruit. If one is not in haste to harvest, it may continue to hang on the tree and grow. If it grows normally, this ancient sword tree before me will bear approximately 10 fruits by next year. The fruits still hanging on the tree will continue to develop, and in the following year, a few will mature once again. Unlike ordinary fruit trees that shed all their fruits annually, this tree possesses a different nature. Approaching the tree, I silently recited the words sign in. Ding! You have signed in beneath the ancient sword tree and received 100-year-old sword fruit. The reward has multiplied by 537 times, yielding 5 immortal sword fruits, 3,000-year-old sword fruits, and 1 immortal sword tree seed. Such bountiful rewards caused Li Heng to smile broadly. A standard sign-in grants 100-year-old sword fruit, which, after a tenfold enhancement, transforms into a 1,000-year-old sword fruit. With a 100-fold increase, it becomes an immortal sword fruit. With a total sign-in multiplier of 537, he obtained 5 immortal sword fruits. The remaining 37-fold reward provided 3,000-year-old sword fruits and 1 immortal sword tree seed. Among these, the most valuable is undoubtedly the immortal sword fruit. Consuming it enhances one's comprehension of swordsmanship and allows one to gain insights into the way of the sword, making it a rare treasure. This time, with the assistance of the primordial sword bone and an ancient sword immortal fruit, there is indeed hope of reaching the eternal realm. While a few individuals were distracted, the little one, Song Air, stealthily approached the ancient tree. She pressed her small hand against the trunk and gently swayed it. Jin Peng quickly noticed the little rascal and shouted, "Do not touch that tree. Step away immediately. Even among our clan, no junior is permitted to approach this tree." Despite Song Air's diminutive stature, her seemingly delicate actions caused the ancient sword tree to tremble slightly. The leaves rustled loudly, and several leaves fluttered down like butterflies. One ancient sword fruit, which had about 7 to 8 months left until ripeness, was shaken loose. With a soft thud, it landed at the little one's feet. "Oh, my little ancestor!" Jin Peng felt a surge of anger rise to his head. "Stop shaking it. If you continue, this tree will perish." I wonder what kind of strange strength this little one possesses to shake a tree as thick as 10 men's embrace. Her light movements caused the ancient sword fruits above to fall. Truly extraordinary strength. Song Air squatted down and picked up the ancient sword fruit, which was about a foot long, with her jade-like small hand, wiping off the dirt on her clothing before taking a bite. Crunch, crunch, it was remarkably crisp. Yuck. After just a few chews, she tossed the fruit to the ground. "It tastes terrible." Jin Peng was nearly beside himself with rage. "My ancient sword fruit. Oh, what a waste. Eating my ancient sword fruit and yet declaring it unpalatable? You take a bite and then discard it on the ground. Such extravagance." Jin Peng glared furiously at the others nearby. "I kindly brought you to admire the ancient sword tree, and this little rascal first shakes the ancient tree and then plucks an unripe ancient sword fruit. Today, you must give me an explanation. Even if these individuals belong to the esteemed Li family, such behavior is utterly inappropriate, is it not? It is a typical instance of taking liberties at the expense of others." Li Heng expressed his sincere apologies, saying, "The little one is rather ignorant. I hope Elder Jin can forgive this transgression. I shall compensate you for the damages incurred. Indeed, this misdeed is attributable to Canner." Jin Peng let out a cold snort. Observing how violently the ancient tree was shaken, its roots trembling as a consequence. "Given the extent of the damage, how do you intend to compensate me?" In recent years, the Jin family had diligently cared for the ancient tree, yet it continued to wither. After the events of today, it is likely that the tree will bear even fewer fruits in the coming years. There is no need for the elder to be overly anxious. It is merely an ancient sword tree, not of great consequence. Li Heng had just signed in and received a seed of the immortal sword tree. Thus, This ancient sword tree was hardly noteworthy, while the immortal sword tree would certainly not be offered to the Jean family. Enlisting Canner to cultivate an ancient sword tree would pose no significant challenge. Canner gazed up at the green ancient sword fruits hanging from the tree, licking her lips as if she yearned to sample a ripe fruit. She returned to the base of the tree, placing her hands against the trunk. However, this time, instead of shaking the ancient tree, she merely caressed it, her 10 fingers gliding gently over the bark as if to tickle it. Chapter 158. The ancient tree reveals its spirit-luminescent sap oozed from her fingers, seeping into the bark and penetrating the trunk of the ancient tree. After absorbing this life-giving liquid, the once withered leaves regained their vitality, flourishing with lush greenery. In the center of the trunk, the bark shifted, forming the visage of an aged tree. The little girl continued her gentle scratching, seemingly igniting a ticklish response from the ancient tree, which began to chuckle softly. "Please, no more scratching. It tickles." Witnessing this extraordinary scene, those nearby were rendered speechless, particularly Jean Peng, who had the deepest understanding of this ancient sword tree and its condition. Is it possible that the ancient tree possesses intelligence? Every creature harbors a spirit. The ancient tree was indeed alive, yet it had not awakened its consciousness, existing only in a state of instinctual awareness. For such a tree to attain sentience would require years of growth in a sacred realm, absorbing the essence of the sun and moon, making it a rare occurrence. The awakening of the ancient tree's intelligence was akin to the rare phenomenon of sentient stones. Sword City was not a sacred land. The spiritual energy was dwindling, making it improbable for the ancient sword tree to possess intelligence. Thus, it must have been that girl who aided the tree in awakening its spirit. How could this be? The child appeared no older than 3, fragile and delicate, seeming far removed from possessing such capabilities. But how did she imbue the ancient tree with sentience? Could she be more than an ordinary human? Ceasing her gentle scratching, she stepped back and gazed up at the tree's face. "That fruit tastes terrible. Little one, you must grow well and bear me some delicious fruits." Jean Peng was taken aback by her calling the ancient tree little one. It seemed, in fact, that she was the true little one. The ancient tree had existed for over 3,000 years, far surpassing the girl in age. To refer to it as an ancestor would not be an exaggeration. The tree lowered its gaze towards the girl, and upon sensing her aura, its ancient visage reflected deep respect. With a rustling sound, the trunk inclined forward, bowing its crown towards the little girl. "Salutations, esteemed elder." The motion was so pronounced that much of the bark fell away, and vibrant green leaves fluttered down. "Esteemed elder?" Jean Peng felt his mind reeling. Here was a young girl, yet she was addressed as an elder. What was her true identity? The girl appeared increasingly enigmatic in his eyes. Looking up, the girl sweetly implored, "Please bear me some fruit soon." The ancient tree's face bore a hint of embarrassment. "I am but an unworthy descendant. Due to the depletion of the spiritual essence in this soil, I am unable to bear fruit in a short time." "Ah, I see." The girl rummaged in her small pocket and produced a palm-sized piece of golden paste. The rich aroma of medicinal herbs gradually permeated the air. It was difficult to discern the true nature of this viscous substance merely by its appearance. However, Li Heng possessed keen eyesight and recognized it at once. Wasn't this the divine medicinal balm? The little fellow had taken it out, presumably to offer it to the ancient tree. But where did this divine balm originate? Recently, when Canner defecated, Longer would collect it and present it to Li Heng. Could it be that this was not from Canner's excretion? Or perhaps it was something Canner had secretly stashed away. The ancient tree sensed the potent medicinal energy emanating from the balm and widened its eyes in astonishment. "Here, enjoy this." Canner tossed the divine balm towards the tree's face. Without a moment's hesitation, the ancient tree opened its mouth and swallowed it whole. Oh, how delectable this balm was. It was incredibly fragrant. The tree's mouth exhibited a chewing motion, and its expression was one of pure enjoyment. Chewing slowly, it appeared to be savoring the exquisite flavor while offering praises. Upon witnessing this scene, Jean Peng gulped, his curiosity piqued. What could this balm possibly be? The ancient tree seemed to relish it so much. How he longed to taste it. Perhaps he could ask the little girl for a share? Judging by the fragrance, it was clear that the balm was no ordinary substance. It was likely a form of celestial essence. After consuming the balm, the ancient tree began to grow vigorously. Its trunk soared an additional 100 feet, and its canopy extended 50 feet on either side. New flower buds sprouted from every branch, blossoming, fruiting. In the blink of an eye, 200 new ancient sword fruits emerged. Combined with the existing ones, there were now 300. From a distance, they resembled small swords hanging from the branches. Many of the previously grown ancient sword fruits rapidly matured, reaching about a foot in length. Their shapes became increasingly reminiscent of fine swords. Among them, 40 ancient sword fruits exhibited the fastest growth. 1 foot, 2 feet, 5 feet. Jin Peng was astounded by the appearance of the ancient sword fruits, his mouth agape. 5 feet, 500-year ancient sword fruits. Hiss! What kind of miraculous substance was this bomb? It was truly astonishing. The age of ancient sword fruits could be discerned by their size. Reaching 1 foot signified maturity, a process requiring 10 years. Subsequently, from 10 to 100 years, their length would remain unchanged, yet they would become sharper and more sword-like. Beyond 100 years, they would grow an inch for every decade. 200 years would yield 2 feet, and 500 years would result in 5 feet. In the past, let alone 500 years, even 10-year-old fruits were exceedingly rare, yielding merely a dozen fruits each year. In recent years, the situation had worsened, producing only 10 fruits. Just when Jin Peng believed 5 feet to be the limit for the ancient sword fruits, their growth continued unabated. 6 feet, 7 feet, 9 feet. The ancient sword fruit absorbed the spiritual essence from the medicinal paste, rendering its blade increasingly sharp, glimmering with a chilling radiance. A resonant hum filled the air as profound sword intent floated around the fruit. With careful contemplation, one could grasp an elusive form of sword intent from its depths. This intent thickened, transforming into delicate, miniature swords that spiraled around the ancient tree. This spectacle captivated all the members of the Jin clan, who hastened to the backyard. Upon witnessing the transformation of the ancient sword tree, they stood dumbfounded. Hiss! So many ancient sword fruits. 1, 2, 3, 300. Is that not an overwhelming quantity? Just moments ago, there was no such commotion in the backyard. Could it be that the guests from the Li clan are responsible for this? With such a massive ancient sword fruit, consuming it would likely elevate one's understanding of the sword path to an extraordinary realm. It must be at least 10 feet long. A millennium-old ancient sword fruit. How on earth did it come to be? In the mortal realm, the sword path is delineated into 6 grand realms, a mere glimpse into the door of understanding, slight accomplishments, mastery of sword intent, consummate skill, transcendence, and the ability to shatter the void with one's sword. To attain the 6th realm is to wield a sword capable of traversing the void, becoming a sword immortal. However, individuals who achieve mastery of sword intent are exceedingly rare. Only those with unparalleled talent in the sword path could hope to shatter the void. Chapter 159. The millennial ancient sword fruit. The ancient sword fruit continued to flourish, eventually yielding a specimen that measured an impressive 10 feet in length. Following this, a second appeared. 10, 40. The golden eagle gazed, wide-eyed, at the ancient sword fruit, utterly transfixed. How astonishing! 40 millennial ancient sword fruits. What extraordinary elixir could have wrought this? Who was that young girl? In his lifetime, he had never witnessed such a heart-stirring spectacle. Under normal circumstances, a single sword fruit requires a millennium to mature to such a size, during which the spiritual energy must remain unwavering. Any decline would result in stunted growth or detachment from the branch. Thus, the millennial ancient sword fruit is exceedingly rare. In terms of the underground spiritual veins of Sword City, the maximum yield of sword fruits is merely 3 to 4 decades of cultivation. Li Chenxi gazed intently at the ancient tree, her face reflecting astonishment. The golden elixir was indeed miraculous. Over the past 100 millennia, she had heard numerous tales of wonder, yet none compared to this marvel. A mere young girl, through her excrement, could nourish an ancient tree. The tree consumed the droppings without a hint of revulsion, its expression one of delight. Li Heng. To have tamed such a treasure, truly a stroke of unparalleled fortune. After consuming the elixir, the ancient tree smacked its lips in satisfaction. This was undoubtedly the most delectable treasure in existence. It felt grateful to its benefactor. Truth be told, it longed for another piece, yet it understood the rarity of such a gift. The elder's willingness to offer one was already a monumental blessing. It could not dare to ask for more. With a rustle, the tree swayed, its leaves whispering in response. As a crimson-hued ancient sword fruit, approximately 10 feet in length, plummeted from the height of 200 feet. Whoosh! The fruit sliced through the air, emitting a sound of severance, and with a clang, embedded itself into the earth to a depth of nearly a foot. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. More millennial ancient sword fruits descended, each finding its place in the ground. Once fully ripened, the fruits gleamed a deep crimson, and the 40 connected together formed a heart shape, a gesture of gratitude from the ancient tree towards the young girl. Elder, these 40 ancient sword fruits are for you. Please indulge. The elder had treated her to a delightful elixir, and now she wished to reciprocate with her prized sword. Indeed, it was a delightful tale. A single divine elixir had nurtured 40 millennial ancient sword fruits. The remaining fruits on the tree were still green, not yet ripe. The young girl approached one of the ancient sword fruits, wrapped her hands around its blade, and with a gentle tug, uprooted it from the soil. Crack! At the very top, she took a delicate bite. Crunch, crunch. The flesh was reminiscent of an apple, crisp and refreshing. This time, she did not spit out the ancient sword fruit, but instead savored it joyfully. The flavor was delightful. Li Heng observed from the side, shaking his head slightly. This little creature takes millennia to savor the flavor of the spirit fruit. Who can afford such a luxury? The members of the Jean family nearby exchanged astonished glances as they beheld the young girl consuming the millennium sword fruit. Could such a small child truly handle it without bursting? The girl relished the fruit with delight. If only I could obtain even one. Not to mention acquiring one, I would be utterly satisfied with just a taste. The clan members were filled with envy, yet none dared to intrude. Did they not see that the clan leader was still standing by, waiting? After a brief indulgence, the girl stored the fruit in the pocket of her small garment. Though the pocket appeared diminutive, it managed to accommodate the entire ancient sword fruit. With a gentle exhale, she summoned all 39 sword fruits into the air, where they twirled gracefully. From a distance, it appeared as if she were wielding an array of spiritual swords. Whoosh! One of the ancient sword fruits landed before Longer. Mama, here, have this. Longer beamed with joy as she pushed the fruit back. Let us save it for you, Mama. With her head held high, the girl's large, clear eyes sparkled with purity. Very well, then I shall accept it, Longer replied, accepting the ancient sword fruit. Giggling with glee, the girl distributed another 2 sword fruits, one to Li Chenxi and one to Li Yijian, demonstrating her discernment in recognizing kindness. The remaining 36 sword fruits were presented before Li Heng. Papa here, I'll keep these for you. Li Heng placed all the fruits into the system's storage space. Witnessing the girl's extraordinary abilities once more left him profoundly astonished. A single medicinal balm, fed to the ancient tree, resulted in such a bountiful yield of sword fruits. It was indeed a remarkable harvest. Li Heng addressed the clan leader, stating, regarding the ancient sword tree. Earlier, when the girl inadvertently dislodged an unripe fruit and nearly toppled the tree, you may have felt some ire. Yet, the ancient sword tree has now returned to its former glory, even stronger than before, so there should be no lingering grievances. Jin Peng wore a broad smile, having completely reigned in his earlier frustration. Previously, the ancient sword tree had been withering, producing no more than 100 fruits. But now, it had grown 100 feet taller, its canopy expanded to twice its size, and it bore 300 fruits. Moreover, the ancient tree had developed sentience. Even without acquiring any of the 40 millennium sword fruits, the transaction was still immensely profitable. The value of the ancient tree had surged several-fold. Even if the spiritual veins of Sword City were to run dry, the ancient tree could maintain its vitality for centuries, providing ample opportunity for the Jin family to flourish. Thus, Jin Peng felt a sense of contentment. I was merely concerned about the ancient sword tree encountering some misfortune, which led to my earlier outburst. Please do not take offense, Divine One. Should you desire it, not only the ancient sword fruits, but even the ancient sword tree itself could be relocated without issue. The latter part of his statement was, of course, mere flattery. He would never willingly part with the ancient sword tree. Moreover, a tree is not something that can be easily uprooted and taken away. To his surprise, however, Sanner approached the ancient sword tree, muttering, Little one, I shall take you away. We will return home and bear fruit every day. Jin Peng almost burst into tears. Are you really taking the ancient sword tree with you? You are clearly taking me along. This ancient sword tree was the very foundation upon which the Jin family stood. Without it, their existence would be severely compromised. Sanner, cease this nonsense. Li Heng gently admonished. Daddy. Sanner turned away, her eyes shimmering with colorful tears. I want to take the ancient sword tree, to plant and grow delicious fruits at home. Having just tasted the fruit of the ancient sword tree and found it delightful, she was now fixated on it. No, this tree belongs to someone else. We cannot take it. Li Heng did not wish for the tree out of disdain, but rather because he had acquired a seed from the Sword Immortal tree during his previous signing in, which far surpassed the ancient sword tree in quality. The fruits born from it would be heavenly, far superior to those of the ancient sword tree. With a little one's father present, nurturing a seed would be quite swift, rendering the need to uproot this tree unnecessary. Daddy, I want. Sanner's eyes brimmed with tears, on the verge of spilling over. Do not cry. We can plant a Sword Immortal tree for you when we return, Li Heng said, exasperated. Chapter 160. The painting Fate Pavilion. Upon hearing the word Celestial Sword Tree, tears instantaneously vanished from Canner's eyes, quicker than the speed of a pump. Indeed, it is true. Li Heng pondered that it might be prudent to cultivate the ancient sword celestial tree within the Li family, undoubtedly yielding a substantial number of swordsmanship masters. Daddy is the best. Canner giggled, her speech becoming increasingly fluent with each interaction, revealing her unique personality. Upon hearing this, Jean Ping's pupils abruptly contracted. The celestial sword tree. Could it be that the divine sun possesses such a tree? The celestial sword tree embodies not merely the essence of sword intent, but the very path of swordsmanship. Its value far surpasses that of the ancient sword fruit by 1,000-fold. Sword intent pertains to the mastery of sword techniques in the mundane realm, whereas the path of swordsmanship encompasses the profound laws of the ancient chaotic world. The latter holds far greater worth. Consuming the celestial sword fruit offers a chance to comprehend the path of swordsmanship. After obtaining the ancient sword fruit, 5 individuals departed from the Jin family. Jin Peng gazed at the towering ancient tree, filled with deep emotion. Elder tree, what did that little girl offer you to eat? The elder tree was still savoring that exquisite flavor, a delightful aroma that lingered in memory, both fragrant and sweet. Jin Peng sighed helplessly as he watched the 5 vanish from sight. It seemed he would never again have the opportunity to encounter that miraculous ointment. After leaving the Jin family, the 5 headed towards the western part of the city. Longer turned to Li Heng and said, Young master, with the ancient sword fruit in hand, consuming it before contemplating the sword steel will undoubtedly yield remarkable results. The fruit not only contains sword intent, but also enhances the understanding of swordsmanship. Its effects last for a month after consumption. In contrast, the effects of the 10-year ancient sword fruit last merely 1 day. As the years increase, the duration of efficacy improves. You speak wisely, Li Heng replied with a gentle nod. Longer, you should also consume the ancient sword fruit. Then, the 3 of us shall visit the eternal sword steel together to see whose aptitude for swordsmanship is superior. Longer's prowess in swordsmanship was exceptionally formidable, surpassing even Li Heng, who possessed the primordial sword bone. In the process of comprehension, she would undoubtedly shine brightly and surely attain a place on the sword rankings. Young master, shall we find an end first, consume the sword fruit, absorb the sword intent within, and then proceed to comprehend the sword? Longer suggested. The higher the age of the sword fruit, the more sword intent it contains, allowing for a longer time of contemplation. Mastering greater sword intent would also enhance the speed of understanding sword techniques. I concur, Li Heng nodded. He possessed several ancient sword fruits. It would be best to maximize his sword intent before approaching the sword steel. As they arrived in the western part of the city, they encountered a grand hall, where a plethora of scrolls adorned the plaza at the entrance. Numerous scholars and literati stood in the square, admiring the exquisite creations. Some, upon witnessing the splendid artworks, clapped in admiration. This is, Li Heng gazed up at the plaque above the hall. The painting Fate Pavilion. Li Yijian was quite knowledgeable about the matter and began to explain. The Huayuan Pavilion is the most prominent artistic force within 1,000 miles. Every 3 years, the pavilion hosts a grand artistic exchange conference. The victors shall earn the privilege to comprehend the profound essence within the 100 Paintings Hall. Contrary to its name, the 100 Paintings Hall does not merely house 100 artworks. Rather, It is a sanctuary for 100 spirit painters, each possessing invaluable artistic insights. To immerse oneself within is to accelerate the elevation of one's artistic comprehension. The 100 Paintings Hall is indeed intriguing. What Li Heng currently lacks is a place to refine his artistic essence. If he can achieve a commendable position in the conference, he would gain access to this hallowed hall for enlightenment. So, do you wish to participate? Li Yijian was visibly taken aback. He was uncertain about Li Heng's artistic aptitude. However, to gain entry into the 100 Paintings Hall, one must secure a place among the top 3 in the exchange conference. Spirit painters from across the region, ranging from the tender age of 17 to venerable masters of several millennia, would converge at this grand event. The challenge of distinguishing oneself amid such esteemed artists was formidable. Of course, I wish to participate. At that moment, Li Heng noticed the ribbon on Li Chenxi's hand had come undone, prompting him to lift her hand, showcasing the back of her palm to the elder. Behold, this masterpiece is my creation. The elder, Li Yijian, broke into a grin upon seeing the charming little cat. How delightful! The cat is indeed adorable. The butterfly-like adornment atop its head complements it splendidly. Li Chenxi's expression gradually hardened. This is my white tiger. A white tiger? Li Yijian was taken aback, having never heard of a white tiger manifesting on a hand. Humph! Li Chenxi snorted disdainfully, grasping Li Heng's wrist and leading him toward the entrance of the Huayuan Pavilion. You must hasten to compete, win, and then seek enlightenment in the artistic realm, and subsequently use that mesmerizing ink to create another piece. Do you understand? Every time I wash my face, I see the hello cat on the back of my hand. It is not that it is unattractive, but rather too exquisite. It is simply not suitable to remain on my hand. Hey, don't pull me like that. Thus, Li Heng arrived at the entrance of the Huayuan Pavilion, where he encountered a refined elder. The elder, named Lu Shun, was the master of the pavilion and responsible for the registration for this exchange conference. Lu Shun held a feather fan, gently waving it before him. Upon seeing a young child approach, he kindly inquired, "Little one, are you here to assist a painter in registration? Which master do you serve?" From his appearance, the child indeed resembled those who serve the esteemed painters. "No, I am here to register myself," Li Heng replied, looking up confidently. "You wish to register yourself?" Lu Shun was momentarily taken aback, yet his tone remained gentle. "Dear child, this is not a place for play. You should return home." Clearly, Lu Shun mistook Li Heng for a child who had inadvertently wandered into this realm, entirely oblivious to the essence of art. "I am not here to play. Please assist me with my registration." Standing at a height that barely reached the table, it was no wonder he was underestimated. It is unwise to linger. We should hasten home. Lu Shun evidently did not believe that this child possessed any understanding of art. Even if he did, it would merely be random scribbles, lacking any merit. At that moment, Li Yijian approached, coming to Li Heng's aid. "Lord Lu, it has been quite some time." "Ah, it is you, the master of Yijian Peak." Upon recognizing the individual before him, Lu Shun's demeanor softened, and he smiled amiably. "What brings you here?" "This young man is none other than the prodigious scion of the Li family, Li Heng," Li Yijian introduced. At the mention of this name, Lu Shun's pupils contracted, and he immediately regarded Li Heng with newfound respect. What? He is Li Heng. Clearly, the name Li Heng was well known, resonating with significance. Li Yijian continued. "Li Heng wishes to register for the upcoming art exchange. I trust you will assist him in this matter." With such words spoken, Lu Shun had no grounds to refuse. However, he remained perplexed as to why Li Heng desired to participate in this art exchange and what caliber of work he might present. "The exchange is set to occur in 1 month. Kindly ensure that your artwork is prepared and submitted to Huayuan Pavilion 3 days in advance. The artwork must be completed by the artist himself, otherwise it shall not be deemed valid." Chapter 161. The sword shatters the void. After listening, Li Heng nodded, committing these rules to memory. The submission of paintings is required only 3 days prior to the commencement of the exchange meeting, thus allowing ample time. In a few days, after comprehending the sword rankings, he could create a painting in due course. Following their registration, the 5 departed and sought accommodation at an inn in the western part of the city. Room 3 on the 2nd floor. Li Heng closed his eyes, allowing his consciousness to enter the system space. Before him stood a row of ancient sword fruits, each over 1,000 years old, presenting a breathtaking spectacle. One such ancient sword fruit should significantly enhance his comprehension of the sword path. Let us give it a try. With a mere thought, a sword fruit, measuring nearly a yard in length, materialized in the room. Fortunately, being in a spacious heavenly room, it was manageable. Otherwise, the sword might have intruded upon the neighboring quarters. If carelessly done, it could have ended up on someone else's bed. He lifted the ancient sword fruit and took a bite. The crispness echoed with a delightful crunch, accompanied by the sweet juice that flowed into his belly. Boom! Countless sword intents erupted within his body. Due to their overwhelming density, many sword intents escaped his body, swirling around him. Li Heng promptly closed his eyes, endeavoring to capture the sword intents within his being. Humming, within his chest, the primordial sword bone radiated a resplendent glow. These ethereal sword intents, which were previously elusive, became easily graspable under the influence of the sword bone. In his mind, the sword intents converged in an expansive realm, forming the semblance of a pathway. At the end of this pathway stood a tightly shut grand door. The sword intents laid themselves upon the path, extending towards the door. Only by completely covering the path with sword intents and making contact with the door could one attain the ultimate realm of sword intent. If this door were to be opened, it would signify the shattering of the void with the sword, thus achieving immortality through the sword. The sword immortal represents the pinnacle of aspiration for sword cultivators. Many dedicate their entire lives, yet never touch the threshold of becoming a sword immortal. In his previous life, Li Heng had primarily cultivated the sword path. Upon arriving in the Underworld, he devoted a millennium to tirelessly studying the sword path, hoping to gain a significant head start at the moment of rebirth. His mastery over sword intent had reached a transcendent level. The realms of sword path comprehension are categorized into 6 stages. The stage of transcendence represents the 5th realm. With but one step remaining, he would shatter the void with his sword. His millennia of contemplation in the Underworld encompassed not only the sword techniques, but also the essence of the sword path. However, the sword intent had yet to reach its pinnacle. Some sword cultivators, unable to grasp all sword intents in the mortal realm, would rely on their physical forms to ascend. Upon reaching the celestial realm, they would continue to delve into sword intent, refining their sword path. Only when the realm of sword intent reaches the stage of shattering the void can one truly be regarded as a sword immortal. Li Heng focused his consciousness within his body, absorbing the fleeting and elusive sword intents. Possessing the primordial sword bone, his speed of comprehending sword intent was extraordinarily rapid. The sword intents he had previously understood merged into his mind, amalgamating with his existing sword intents, gradually growing in strength. The uncomprehended sword intent melded into his mind, laying down a new path beneath his feet. The journey of the sword gradually stretched toward the great gate. Creak, creak. The sword intent within the ancient sword fruit was swiftly absorbed. Li Heng took several more bites. The millennia-old sword fruit brimmed with an abundance of sword intent. In comparison, the ordinary sword fruit he had consumed previously was akin to a mere cucumber. The ancient sword fruit, measuring a full yard in length, was soon devoured by Li Heng. Within such fruits, the majority was ethereal essence. Once absorbed, it would vanish from the stomach without occupying any space. Another, please. After all, this time he had acquired several from the sign-in, along with some given by Shanair, so he need not worry about consumption. Thus, he continued to consume ancient sword fruits, one after another. In the blink of an eye, he had eaten 10. In his mind, the path of sword intent unfurled further, now nearly reaching the entrance. Finally, after the complete absorption of the sword intent from the 10th fruit, a silver pathway was laid before the gate. Creak. The gate of the sword path slowly opened, revealing scenes of swordsmanship that could only exist in the realm of immortals. Ethereal celestial energy, unparalleled celestial swords. Sword techniques for vanquishing demons. Each displayed the formidable power of the celestial sword. In Li Heng's mind, a certain constraint was also released. In his eyes, the sword was no longer merely a blade, but a living entity with its own essence, a companion. He yearned to traverse every corner of the world with the sword in his hand. Is this what it means to be a sword immortal? Li Heng gazed down at his hands. Though devoid of a sword, a stream of sword energy coalesced within his grasp. It felt as though with a mere flick, he could summon a razor-sharp sword strike into existence. Indeed, it was powerful. Possessing the essence of a sword immortal, the speed of comprehending sword techniques would increase manifold. Furthermore, should he desire, he could effortlessly traverse the void through the sword path, ascending to the heavenly gate and becoming a true sword immortal. However, becoming a sword immortal at this juncture would hinder his further ascension. Upon achieving immortality, he must enter the immortal pool, using the celestial liquid to refine his body and attain an immortal physique. The realm prior to the immortal body would become fixed. Henceforth, he would cultivate with the physique of an immortal. Currently, his body had yet to approach the limits of a mortal. To ascend recklessly would render all previous efforts futile. To become the eternal emperor, one must tread steadily, breaking through each realm one by one. By relying on his physical form, he would ascend the path to heaven, ultimately stepping through the heavenly gate. This was the true path to becoming the eternal emperor. Moreover, in the mortal realm, Li Heng's power was rarely matched. Yet, upon entering the ancient wilderness realm, immortals were as plentiful as dogs, and emperors roamed freely. He was but a mere small fry, inconspicuous amidst the vastness of the ancient wilderness realm. Even a few random individuals could pose a deadly threat. To ascend recklessly without adequate preparation would be tantamount to courting death. In the realm of longevity, the power of the heavenly path is constrained. Should those immortals descend to the mortal realm, they would be suppressed, and their strength would be far from formidable. Thus, it is quite safe here, far more so than in the desolate realms of the ancient world. With thorough preparation, one can at least safeguard their life from the measures of celestial beings, and ascend in due time. Knock, knock, knock. Young master, may I enter? The door creaked open, revealing Longer's exquisite face, as luminous as jade. Have you finished the ancient sword fruit? Li Heng inquired. Yes, Longer nodded. I consumed it all. Consumed? Li Heng expressed his confusion. Why would Longer use such a term? He couldn't fathom how it was ingested. What level of enlightenment had she attained? The sword pierces the void. What? Li Heng's expression morphed into one of astonishment. Nearly taken aback. With just one, you've pierced the void? Surely, you jest. He was acutely aware that it took him a millennium of comprehension in the underworld, coupled with the primordial sword bone, to expend 10 swords before achieving the realm of void piercing. Yet Longer, with merely one, had reached that pinnacle. Such speed was indeed extraordinary. Different individuals derive varied insights from the sword intent. The greater one's aptitude, the more profound their understanding. The Millennium Sword Fruit was already an exceedingly rare treasure. Given Longer's prodigious talent in the sword path, her singular consumption of a fruit allowed her to attain the realm of void piercing. This implies that her comprehension of sword intent from a single sword fruit surpassed Li Heng's by several magnitudes. Such enlightenment is truly formidable. Chapter 162. Mountain Gate Sign in Longer, you are undoubtedly a prodigious talent in the sword path. Li Heng could not help but exclaim. If only Longer were not an ally. My head would surely ache from the implications. Longer tucked her hair behind her ear. To be honest, I never intended to comprehend it. After consuming that fruit, an overwhelming torrent of sword intent surged into my mind, relentless and unstoppable. Li Heng's lips twitched repeatedly. Do you realize how that sounds? You might end up friendless. What kind of innate talent is this? Or perhaps, Longer's method of consuming the sword fruit is extraordinary. Activating a unique absorption technique? Has she extracted its essence? Hiss. The mere thought is terrifying. At that moment, Li Heng clasped his legs tightly, shuddering. The future days are certainly becoming increasingly daunting. When we arrive at the extreme cloud sword sect, you must perform admirably, striving to ascend the ancient god ranking. If Longer makes it onto the divine list and acquires the ancient fortunes, I too shall benefit from the ancient energy. The opportunities from the ancient extremity are the most rewarding. Thus, I sincerely hope she reaches that pinnacle. Fear not, I shall undoubtedly surpass you, Longer declared, thumping her chest. Li Heng nearly lost his balance. The way you say that it sounds so off-putting. If I cannot surpass you, how can I be at ease? In another guest room, Li Chinxi sat on her bed, having consumed nearly half of an ancient sword fruit. With her eyes closed in concentration, sword intent gathered around her, coalescing into an extraordinarily formidable sword technique. If an astute observer were present, they would be astonished to discover that this was the Qi Xiao sword technique. In her mind's eye, a miniature figure wielding a long sword danced, executing a series of unparalleled sword moves. 30 moves, 70 moves, 110 moves, 125 moves, each strike more exquisite than the last, until the final blow from the figure unleashed a force capable of shaking the heavens and earth. Haraha! Li Qinxi laughed heartily, her expression radiant with joy. Truly, the Millennium Sword fruit is remarkable. I have comprehended 5 additional moves, approaching the ancient extreme with 125 moves. The Qishao sword technique consists of a total of 138 moves. Mastery of all 138 signifies reaching the ancient limit. Previously, Li Qinxi had only grasped 120 moves. However, having consumed the Millennium Ancient Sword fruit, her sword comprehension surged dramatically, allowing her to reassemble her past experiences with the Qishao sword technique. Through renewed enlightenment, she unlocked the subsequent 5 moves. Do not underestimate these 5 moves. Each is progressively more challenging. Were it not for her enlightenment at the ancient sword steel over the course of 297 days across 99 lifetimes, she could not have grasped the latter 5 moves with just a single fruit. Li Qinxi's lips curled into a confident smile. Oh, dear brother, how will you compete with me this time? Sister is indeed a seasoned veteran, possessing an additional 297 days of insightful experience over you. Even with eyes closed, she could surely surpass you. Furthermore, this ancient sword fruit, aged a millennium, is bound to enhance my comprehension of the sword path significantly. When the time comes for further contemplation, a qualitative leap is inevitable. In this lifetime, I shall embody the essence of 100 lifetimes of understanding. Is it possible that with such advantageous circumstances, I could fail to surpass the one who first comprehended the eternal sword steel? Absolutely not. Li Qinxi firmly believes that this is her moment to rise. Soon, I shall have you beneath me, relegating you to the position of the second. The Extreme Cloud Sword Sect, one of the 5 premier sword sects of the Eternal Life Realm, is nestled amidst towering mountains. At the entrance stands a stone tablet, boldly inscribed with the formidable words, "When Extreme Cloud emerges, who dares to contest?" These characters exude an undeniable aura of dominance. Long Air stands before the tablet, pondering whether the individuals of the Extreme Cloud Sword Sect possess such formidable prowess. The sect's audacity to erect this tablet at their gate undoubtedly signifies their profound heritage. Li Heng murmurs softly, acknowledging that being one of the top 5 sword sects, their swordsmanship is indeed formidable. Before the stone tablet, a registration point is established. The aura of the path is not particularly dense, somewhat inferior to that of the ancient sword tree. Likely because this is merely the entrance and not the core of the sect. Once we enter the sect, I must observe keenly for any opportunities to register. Li Heng approaches quietly, silently intoning the words registration. Ding. You have registered at the entrance of the Extreme Cloud Sword Sect and received the reward, Extreme Cloud Sword Technique. Reward enhancement by 537 times, acquiring Extreme Cloud Celestial Sword Technique. Obtain the Extreme Cloud Twin Celestial Swords. Acquired Extreme Cloud Sword Technique. With eyes closed, he allows his consciousness to enter the system space, gazing upon the newly acquired rewards. Extreme Cloud Sword Technique, a closely guarded secret of the Extreme Cloud Sword Sect, can only be learned by those who join the sect and become inner disciples. The Extreme Cloud Celestial Sword Technique is derived from the simplification of 18 generations. Li Heng cannot help but marvel at this revelation. A sword technique simplified over 18 generations, yet still deemed a secret? Moreover, one must become an inner disciple to learn it. How frustrating. Next, he examines the Extreme Cloud Twin Celestial Swords. They are 2 exquisite blades. The left, the White Cloud Celestial Sword, adorned with ethereal white cloud patterns on the scabbard. The right, the Black Cloud Demon Sword, embellished with ominous black cloud motifs. Exuding a dark aura, Extreme Cloud represents the duality of these 2 extremes. Extreme Cloud Twin Celestial Swords. One must simultaneously master both celestial and demonic powers to wield them together. If one only controls celestial or demonic energy, they may only use the corresponding sword. This particular sword intrigues Li Heng. Could it be that these twin swords are tailored specifically for me? Do they recognize my mastery over both celestial and demonic forces? The eternal celestial demon divine body is indeed a synthesis of these 2 powers. Finally, he turns his attention to the set of celestial grade sword techniques. The Extreme Cloud Floating Immortal Sword Technique, conceived by a legendary swordsman amidst the mist. Boasts enigmatic and unpredictable moves, capable of vanquishing foes within the shrouded clouds. This swordsmanship is remarkably potent, Li Heng mused, realizing that without the substantial enhancements from his sign-in rewards, acquiring such celestial-level techniques here would have been utterly unattainable. There was no time to study it now. He would postpone his learning until he returned home. Li Heng, what are you doing? Li Qinxi gently tapped her brother's shoulder. Li Heng, pulled back to the present, replied nonchalantly, "Oh, nothing much. Let us continue our journey forward." The five of them ascended the winding mountain path to a mid-slope. Along the way, they encountered numerous sword cultivators bearing long swords, yet there was little interaction among them. At the halfway point, they arrived at a magnificent hall, adorned with a statue of an elderly man at its entrance. The elder, with arms crossed and standing upon clouds, seemed to be immersed in some profound contemplation amidst the mist. Upon seeing this venerable figure, Li Heng's eyes narrowed slightly. Could it be that he is the very one who crafted the Extreme Cloud floating immortal sword technique? Given the history of the Extreme Cloud sword sect, this seems quite plausible. The sect practices the Extreme Cloud sword technique, which is a simplified version of the Extreme Cloud floating immortal sword technique, distilled through 18 generations. By tracing back through history, one could deduce the identity of the sect's ancestral founder. Chapter 163. The main hall of the Extreme Cloud Sword Sect. The leader of the Extreme Cloud Sword Sect, Ji Yuanhua, personally received 5 guests. He slightly nodded to Li Yijian and, with a tone that was neither warm nor cold, inquired, "Yijian, what brings you to the Extreme Cloud Sword Sect on this occasion? Could it be that you wish for Li Heng and Li Qinxi to comprehend the ancient sword steel?" Typically, Ji Yuanhua acted with arrogance, merely acknowledging the peak master of the Li family, Miao Piaoyun, with a slight nod, displaying little respect. In terms of age, Li Yijian surpassed Ji Yuanhua by a millennium and should rightfully be addressed as an elder. Li Yijian was aware of Ji Yuanhua's haughty disposition and felt a slight dissatisfaction, yet chose to remain silent. Indeed, the offspring of the Li family, the divine son and the divine daughter, aspired to understand the red sky sword technique. Ji Yuanhua shook his head slightly and replied, "Yijian, you are aware that comprehending the ancient sword steel is exceedingly challenging. For the progeny of the Li family to attempt such a feat at their age may be premature." Many referred to the two as the divine son and divine daughter. However, in Ji Yuanhua's words, they were merely termed progeny, indicating that he did not regard their lofty titles with much esteem. They believe they can comprehend the sword steel. "So I have brought them," Li Yijian thought, holding a favorable view of Li Heng's potential in swordsmanship. As for Li Qinxi, he remained uncertain. On the surface, Li Qinxi appeared to possess exceptional talent in swordsmanship, undoubtedly a promising candidate for practice. Yet, following the incident involving Li Heng, Li Yijian had begun to doubt his own judgment. He had proposed testing Li Qinxi with a sword stone, but the latter had declined, and thus the matter was left unresolved. With a cold snort, Ji Yuanhua remarked, "To merely believe one can comprehend the sword steel and dare to attempt it? While I acknowledge that Li Heng and Li Qinxi are indeed extraordinary talents, the path of swordsmanship is distinct from other disciplines. It is not sufficient to possess a formidable body or superior physical training. One must also have the aptitude for swordsmanship. Without such talent, it is all for naught." Upon their entrance into the hall, Ji Yuanhua had observed the newcomers. Li Heng displayed average aptitude for swordsmanship, while Li Qinxi, though possessing better talent, was still only slightly above the ordinary. At such a young age, attempting to comprehend the ancient sword steel would likely yield little reward. Thus he held no high hopes for either of them. Li Yijian lifted his teacup and took a sip of the bitter tea, unable to discern any fragrant notes. After a single taste, he set the cup down on the table. The Extreme Cloud Sword Sect's hospitality was disappointing, serving such inexpensive tea. This manner of receiving guests was quite arrogant. Ji sect leader, might it be possible for the divine son and divine daughter to be granted direct access to the sword steel? Ji Yuanhua gently caressed the spiritual jade ring on his thumb and replied softly, "Are you suggesting that I should forego any requirements or trials, allowing them to proceed directly?" "Precisely," Li Yijian affirmed with a nod. "After all, they are the divine son and divine daughter of the Li family, destined to become formidable individuals in the future. This little concession should surely be granted, should it not? However, Ji Yuanhua showed no inclination to relent, continuing to caress the jade ring on his finger. As you are aware, our Extreme Cloud Sword sect has established rules. Anyone wishing to comprehend the sword steel must meet one of three conditions. First, disciples of the Extreme Cloud Sword sect who have reached the age of 30 may approach the sword steel. Second, one must provide resources to gain access to the sword steel. Third, one must pass a trial to be eligible for the sword steel. These regulations are set in stone, and it would be inappropriate for me to amend them at will, would it not? His demeanor conveyed a hint of arrogance as he spoke. Li Yijian, however, was inwardly cursing. How dare you, Ji Yuanhua, speak of rules in my presence? You are the sect leader. Are not all regulations at your discretion? With a mere word, you could grant passage to the sword steel. It is evident you seek resources, yet you offer no regard for the dignity of the divine son, the divine daughter, or the Li family. Very well, very well. I shall remember this. Since sect leader Ji insists on adhering to the rules, let us proceed accordingly. Li Yijian understood that today, he could not escape the necessity of offering a treasure. I possess 3 low-tier spiritual swords, in addition to 6 varieties of decadal spiritual herbs, including extreme spiritual grass and water spirit flower, all of which I require to secure 3 qualifications for comprehending the eternal sword steel. Previously, Li Heng had mentioned that Longer also desired to approach the sword steel. According to the established rules, each seeker of the sword steel needs 1 low-tier spiritual sword and 2 decadal spiritual herbs. For this, Li Yijian had emptied his coffers. Nevertheless, he did so willingly. Just a few days ago, he received a Millennium Sword Comprehension Fruit from Canner, a gift far more valuable than all his accumulated wealth combined. Therefore, he was more than willing to part with anything for Li Heng. After stating his intentions, he laid out the 3 spiritual swords and the 6 spiritual herbs on the nearby tea table. Wait, Ji Yuanhua gently shook his head, stroking the jade ring upon his finger. What you have presented is insufficient to allow 3 individuals to comprehend the sword steel. You must additionally provide 6 more decadal spiritual herbs. Li Yijian's expression gradually hardened. Was it not previously sufficient to present 6 spiritual herbs? In years past, members of the Sword Peak had come to the Extreme Cloud Sword sect to comprehend sword techniques, requiring only a low-tier spiritual sword and 2 decadal spiritual herbs. How has the requirement escalated so much in just a few years? Is the sect leader deliberately making things difficult, knowing the Li family possesses wealth? Has he inflated the requirements? Ji Yuanhua spoke in a calm tone. In recent years, the number of seekers at the Eternal Sword Steel has increased significantly, necessitating our sect to deploy more personnel to oversee the process, which consumes resources. Consequently, the requirements for the treasures needed to access the sword steel will increment periodically. As one hailing from a prominent family, you should certainly understand the challenges of maintaining order within the sect. As he spoke, he glanced at the treasures on the table, a flicker of greed flashing in his eyes. Li Yijian gritted his teeth, having already deduced from the earlier remarks that Ji Yuanhua was likely to create difficulties. Those who comprehend the sword steel are typically absorbed in their meditation, oblivious to the outside world. Who would dare to disrupt this crucial phase, thereby squandering their precious time for enlightenment? Very well, I shall produce 6 10-year spiritual herbs. These herbs are of considerable value, and parting with 6 of them at once pained Li Yijian greatly. Wait, Li Heng raised his hand in refusal, opting instead for the 3rd condition, to undertake the trials of the sword sect and earn the qualification to comprehend the sword steel. Upon arriving here, he had already learned from the Peak Master that the sword sect's trial involves entering a unique space and navigating the sword array. Given that it is a distinctive realm, there must surely be a sign-in point within. It is worthwhile to sign in once. The resources mentioned by the sect master were of little concern to him. However, when compared to signing in, the latter choice was decidedly more appealing. Chapter 164. The Sword Bone Divine Liquid Li Heng. Are you truly intent on challenging the sword formation? Li Yijian was taken aback, suggesting perhaps it would be wiser to reconsider. After all, merely 2 additional spirit herbs were not beyond his means. The Extreme Cloud Sword sect had designed the sword formation with great difficulty to amass wealth. Although it appeared one could attain the privilege to comprehend the eternal sword steel without charge, few managed to succeed. Failing was trivial. Yet what if Li Heng encountered peril within? That would be disastrous. Indeed, Li Heng nodded, reassuring the peak master. I merely wish to experience the sword formation. There will be no danger. Very well. Li Yijian, contemplating Li Heng's capabilities, felt a measure of relief. Should danger arise, he must withdraw at once. Understood, Li Heng affirmed. You truly wish to brave the sword formation? Ji Yuanhua was equally surprised by Li Heng's choice. The sword formation of the Extreme Cloud Sword sect was not so easily traversed. Of course, Li Heng turned to Longer beside him, advising, You should not accompany me. It is perilous within. Young master, I wish to go with you. Longer declared with unwavering determination. Li Heng replied sternly, No foolishness. The sword formation permits only one individual at a time. You cannot join me. To complicate matters for those attempting to navigate the formation, the Extreme Cloud Sword sect mandated solitary entry. Very well, Longer sighed. However, considering Li Heng's strength, her anxiety was somewhat alleviated. Chenxi, you should also refrain from entering the sword formation. It is quite dangerous, Li Heng cautioned. Knowing of the danger, you still wish to go? Li Chenxi rolled her eyes. She had no intention of delving into the sword formation herself. The resources sought by the Extreme Cloud Sword sect were minimal. It would suffice to present them to Li Yijian later. Thus, Li Yijian submitted the resources for 2 individuals, allowing Long and Li Chenxi to earn the right to comprehend the sword steel. Meanwhile, Li Heng prepared to enter the sword formation, seeking to obtain his qualification through this method. The 6 of them proceeded towards the back mountain. After a brief walk, they arrived at an expansive plaza, surrounded by numerous sword racks. Judging by their appearance, they were likely used by disciples for daily sword practice. Li Heng noted the Tao essence in the plaza, his eyes brightening. Given that disciples practiced here year-round, the Tao essence was more abundant than at the mountain gate. He should be able to acquire something valuable. With this thought, he wandered towards the plaza. Ji Yuanhua, observing this scene, furrowed his brow and quickly interjected, This is the training ground. Only disciples of the sect are permitted entry. Li Heng feigned ignorance, hastening his steps to the sign-in location. Ding! You have signed in at the Extreme Cloud Sword sect training ground and acquired the Spirit Sword Body. Reward multiplier, 537 times. You have received 1 vial of Sword Bone Divine Liquid. Upon hearing this notification, he was momentarily bewildered. A reward of 537 times yielded merely 1 vial of Divine Liquid? This Divine Liquid must indeed be extraordinary. As he delved into the system space, he focused on the vial of Sword Bone Divine Liquid. The Sword Bone Divine Liquid, if one possesses a sword bone, can be dripped upon it to enhance its strength. However, heed this warning. Do not attempt this with inferior bones, for those who are beneath contempt shall find themselves powerless, and the system shall bear no responsibility. Li Heng chuckled joyfully. Could it be that even inferior bones could utilize this divine liquid? Those who are contemptible become invincible. It seems this might be a pathway to absolute power. In any case, he did not possess inferior bones. What he had was the primordial sword bone. What effects would the sword bone divine liquid have on my sword bone? Could it possibly elevate its status? Recently, having witnessed Long Heir's swordsmanship talent, he realized what true genius in swordplay looked like. Just a single Millennium Comprehension fruit, when fully extracted, could enable one to shatter the void with their sword. Naturally, Li Heng aspired to possess such extraordinary talent in swordplay. Only then could he comprehend the ancient sword monument and attain the pinnacle of martial prowess. As he unscrewed the cap, brilliant golden light burst forth from the vial, illuminating the heavens and creating a divine spectacle of soaring sword intent. Merely approaching this golden light made Li Heng's sword bone tingle, igniting within him an irresistible urge to wield a sword. This jade vial did not serve as a storage space. It contained approximately 100 drops of sword bone divine liquid. After consuming this vial, he could then seek enlightenment from the sword monument. Whatever endeavors he undertook, it was prudent to be well prepared. Hey, what are you doing here? Ji Yuanhua gently tapped the shoulder of a young boy, a displeased expression on his face. Oh, I just found this place rather amusing. Li Heng shivered slightly, his consciousness returning to reality. Amusing? Ji Yuanhua chuckled. You don't think that sword formation is amusing as well, do you? Li Heng merely cast a cold glance at the sect leader, choosing not to respond. He mused to himself. This old man, blinded by greed, shows no regard for sentiment. This approach to managing the sect may yield considerable resources in the short term and enhance its development speed. However, over time, it is bound to attract criticism, and discontent will fester in the hearts of all. In such a scenario, should the Wujian sword sect face a crisis, no outsiders would come to their aid. Ultimately, they would be ensnared in a perilous predicament. Behind the mountain stood a vast teleportation array, guarded by disciples. Ji Yuanhua cast a distant glance at Li Heng and said, "Entering the sword formation is a matter of life and death. Should anything happen, our Qiyun sword sect bears no responsibility." To be candid, he sincerely hoped Li Heng would refrain from entering the sword formation. Wasn't it better to trade resources? Why venture into a perilous sword formation? Did he truly believe it could be traversed so easily? "I understand," Li Heng nodded. "Very well, the sword formation is now open. Step into the teleportation array." Ji Yuanhua placed several spirit stones upon the array. The sword formation comprised 10 trials. Successfully passing 6 would grant one the qualification to comprehend the sword monument. Over the years, many had sought to conserve precious resources by challenging the sword formation, yet only a select few managed to clear the first 3 trials. The 4th and 5th trials yielded even fewer successes. Unless one possesses formidable strength and profound comprehension of formations, traversing this sword array is a formidable challenge. A tremor coursed through the teleportation array, manifesting as an elliptical luminescent barrier. Li Heng acquired a token for the sword array. Should he find himself in peril, he could activate the token to extricate himself from the array. Without hesitation, he stepped onto the shimmering barrier, his form vanishing from sight. Before him lay an expansive realm. Of moderate dimensions, positioned at the periphery of this world, Li Heng's gaze was drawn to the center, where a colossal stone sword stood erect. This stone sword was undoubtedly the core of the formation, imbued with a rich essence of Tao. However, to secure his place, he needed to reach the heart of the formation, necessitating the successful navigation of the preceding 9 trials, the difficulty of which was self-evident. Standing atop a massive boulder, Li Heng surveyed the array, allowing his eyes to close as he delved into contemplation, mentally exploring the myriad possibilities of the formation. After a millennium of research in the Underworld, he had garnered considerable insights into formations. Though his expertise remained somewhat limited due to the subpar quality of his innate formation talent. Chapter 165. The Rainfall Sword Formation in the Future. There shall be opportunities to enhance one's mastery of formations. Within the 3 realms, formations serve as formidable defensive measures and weapons of offense. Li Heng opened his eyes and shook his head slightly. The essence of the formation lies in the colossal stone sword at its center. There exists but a single path to salvation, albeit not entirely devoid of peril. This path merely features a marginally weaker attack from the sword formation compared to other positions. This, indeed, exemplifies the brilliance of the formation. For those lacking strength, traversing the first 4 stages poses little challenge, yet overcoming the 5th and 6th stages proves exceedingly difficult. With determination, Li Heng stretched his limbs, the joints cracking audibly, and advanced toward the formation. Amidst the desolate terrain stood numerous broken swords. A young lad moved cautiously along the periphery, venturing inward. Suddenly, from the distant sky, swords descended like raindrops, cascading towards him. The whistling winds intertwined with the sharp sword aura surged towards Li Heng's form. The long swords blotted out the sky, effectively sealing off his retreat. Bloodthirsty sword. With a resonating hum, the long sword was drawn, its sanguine aura enveloping the blade, forming a mist of crimson. Grasping the sword firmly, he made a swift slash towards the sky. The blood-red sword aura surged forth, cleaving a distance of 100 jam. Wherever the aura passed, swords shattered into 2, clattering as they fell to the ground. He had chosen the path where the number of descending swords was least, rendering his progress significantly easier compared to adjacent routes. Thus, Li Heng advanced, effortlessly severing the flying swords with the bloodthirsty sword, smoothly passing through the first stage. The second stage featured flying swords as well, though their numbers increased by approximately 30% compared to the first stage. For those lacking strength, sustaining injuries from these long swords was highly probable. Outside the formation, Ji Yuanhua traced a circle in the air with his finger, causing a water curtain to take the shape of a circular mirror, revealing the events within the formation. As the owner of the formation, he could observe the internal circumstances through this water mirror. Nearby, several individuals turned their gazes toward the mirror, the long swords held downwards, likely numbering in the thousands, sealing off Li Heng's escape route entirely. Just from the water mirror, one could sense the terrifying might of the swords. Ji Yijian felt a cold sweat trickle down his back, his heart lodged in his throat. Li Heng, you must not come to harm. If you cannot pass through the sword formation, exit immediately and consume some resources to comprehend the sword steel. Despite knowing Li Heng's formidable strength, he still perceived him as a mere child. Ji Yuanhua focused intently on the water curtain, suddenly noticing Li Heng wielding a vibrant red long sword. With casual motions, he unleashed sword auras that cleaved through dozens of descending swords. This red long sword is extraordinary. The sword aura he conjured with such ease is remarkably potent. Could it possibly be an immortal sword? As a master of the sword path, he was well acquainted with spiritual swords. Even the most exquisite spiritual sword cannot effortlessly sever those long swords. Ji Yuanhua glanced at Li Yijian beside him. Could it be that the Li family bestowed upon Li Heng a celestial sword? No, that cannot be. Li Heng is only 6 years old, and under such circumstances, the Li family would unlikely grant a celestial sword. This implies that Li Heng most likely acquired this celestial sword himself. Hiss! At this moment, he could not help but draw in a sharp breath. Even as the esteemed leader of the extreme cloud sword sect, he merely wields a superior spiritual sword. It is not that he does not desire to use a celestial sword. It is simply that he has never obtained one. In the realm of eternal life, celestial swords are exceedingly precious. Even if one scours the world, they may not be found. Now, the appearance of a celestial sword in Li Heng's possession fills Ji Yuanhua with deep envy. Ji Yuanhua's gaze fixated on the crimson celestial sword, his eyes glimmering with infatuation. If this celestial sword were to be wielded by me, it would undoubtedly radiate with an even more dazzling brilliance. To entrust it to a mere 6-year-old child? It would surely be tarnished. He is but a formidable sword cultivator who has trained for over 1,000 years, possessing exceptional talent and a mastery of the sword path that has reached an extraordinary level. It will not be long before he attains the realm of transcendence. Perhaps he might even touch the pinnacle of the sword breaking through the void. In the water mirror, Li Heng has successfully passed the first trial. Entering the second trial, the number of fallen swords is double that of the previous one, even if it is the sole path to survival. Evading the sheer volume of swords is no easy feat this time. Li Heng effortlessly dispatched the swords ahead using the blood-drinking sword. He breezed through the second trial, and soon he approached the third trial, the fourth trial, the fifth trial. Ji Yuanhua's eyes remained glued to the water screen, his brow tightly furrowed. This boy manages to navigate the path of survival in each trial while facing the least number of swords. Could it be that he understands formations? This formation is called the Falling Rain Sword Formation, obtained from a relic of swordsmanship. Over the years, he has studied this formation but has yet to fully comprehend it. He can only manage it with difficulty, and true mastery remains a distant goal. Despite years of research, even Ji Yuanhua has only managed to pass the seventh trial, never approaching the giant stone sword. Even if one understands the formation and possesses a celestial sword, passing the sixth trial is not so simple. In the sword formation world, Li Heng, relying on the blood-drinking sword, effortlessly traverses the first 5 trials. Upon entering the sixth trial, the myriad flying swords vanish. The sky gradually darkens, and a light rain begins to fall. Pitter-patter, pitter-patter. Large raindrops splatter against his face, causing the sword bones within his chest to quiver slightly. Li Heng looked up in astonishment, warily observing the descending raindrops. In the rain, there exists an extraordinary sword intent. This is no ordinary downpour. It seems that the sixth trial is indeed connected to this rain. As anticipated, it aligns perfectly with Li Heng's conjecture. The droplets cascading from the heavens, upon nearing Li Heng, coalesce into myriad small swords, each merely a few inches in length. From all directions, these diminutive blades point unwaveringly towards Li Heng's position. Once formed, these rain swords hover in the air, refusing to descend further. As the rain intensifies, the number of assembled swords multiplies exponentially. Upon closer inspection, one finds that there are, astonishingly, over 10,000 of these small swords encircling him. The sheer volume of swords forged from the rain, so diminutive in size, renders it exceedingly challenging to annihilate them with sword energy. Unlike the previous 5 trials, where the long swords had predetermined trajectories and did not all aim at Li Heng, making them relatively easy to destroy. This sixth trial sees every single small sword targeting him directly. No matter how swift the sword energy may be, it is impossible to obliterate every rain sword from all angles. Buzzing. As the rain swords amass into the thousands, the sword energy surges forth, howling as it shoots towards Li Heng's position, with a simultaneous assault from myriad swords. If one lacks the strength to counter, they would undoubtedly be pierced through like a sieve. Chapter 166. A breezy passage outside the sword array. Ji Yuanhua gazed intently at the scene unfolding within the water curtain, already surmising the outcome. If this Li Heng possessed any sense, he would surely activate the token to extricate himself from the sword array. Thousands of rain swords would undoubtedly pierce him like a sieve. Previously, several formidable sword cultivators had attempted to breach the sixth trial. Yet when confronted with the onslaught of myriad raindrop-like swords, they all opted to withdraw. In this trial, lacking sufficient strength meant that enduring the rain swords would only lead to certain demise. Swish, swish, swish. Within the water curtain, the multitude of rain swords enveloped Li Heng. From a distance, it appeared as though a colossal sphere had encased him, with small swords protruding from every conceivable angle. Ji Yuanhua furrowed his brow. Li Heng had not activated the token. Did he wish for death? The sphere formed by the rain swords trembled slightly, as if something within was on the verge of breaking free from its cocoon. The frequency of the quaking intensified. At a certain moment, a thunderous explosion ensued. The water sphere burst, transforming into a deluge that splashed outward in all directions. Upon closer inspection, it became apparent that Li Heng had donned golden armor unbeknownst to anyone. It was this layer of golden armor that had withstood the assault of the thousands of rain swords, leaving him unscathed. Ji Yuanhua stood in a state of shock at this sight. What was this golden armor that possessed such terrifying defensive capabilities? This was, after all, a relentless barrage of myriad rain swords. Years of research had revealed that the optimal method to conquer the sixth trial was to practice a defensive sword technique. By executing this technique as the rain swords descended, one could shield against assaults from all directions. Only in this manner could a glimmer of hope be preserved amidst the multitude of rain swords. Relying solely on a spiritual treasure for defense would render one vulnerable to the sheer volume of attacks. Yet, he had not anticipated that Li Heng would accomplish such a feat. The source of his success lay in the very golden armor he wore. "Bravo!" Li Yijin exclaimed, applauding fervently. The earlier display of thousands of rain swords had nearly terrified him. Fortunately, Li Heng had utilized the golden armor at the crucial moment, absorbing all the assaults. "Master Ji, surely Li Heng has now qualified to comprehend the sword steel?" Ji Yuanhua nodded. Indeed, passing the sixth trial warranted eligibility for insight into the sword steel. However, the sect would lose a considerable source of income, a fact that left him feeling quite regretful. Yet, an unforeseen turn of events unfolded. After passing the sixth trial, Li Heng did not shatter the token. Instead, he advanced toward the seventh trial. Li Yijin was left dumbfounded. Was it possible that Li Heng was unaware he had already surpassed 6 trials? Or did he genuinely aspire to challenge the sword array? The subsequent trials were increasingly arduous. A heavy stone hung in his heart, growing ever heavier with each step Li Heng took forward. In the realm of the sword array, Li Heng successfully passed the 6th level and advanced towards the 7th. The sky grew increasingly dark, and the raindrops fell with a pace far quicker than before, marking a transition from light rain to a downpour. Plop, plop. The rain struck the ground, swiftly saturating the parched soil. As Li Heng reached the center of the 7th level, time seemed to freeze. The countless raindrops hung in the air, transforming into small blades, each measuring merely a few inches in length. Upon closer inspection, there were a staggering 30,000 of these blades suspended in the atmosphere. An overwhelming aura of swords permeated the sky. Those of lesser strength would be paralyzed merely by the weight of this concentrated sword intent. The 7th level. Is this all? The sheer quantity of blades posed little difference for Li Heng, who relied on a defensive strategy to navigate challenges. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. The 30,000 rain blades surged towards him like arrows released from a bow. Soon, his body was enveloped in a massive water sphere adorned with barbs. Outside the sword formation, Ji Yuanhua observed Li Heng's continued reliance on this method with a sneer. This 7th level was far from the simplicity it appeared to possess. Did he truly believe this challenge was merely an increase in the number of rain blades? In truth, The terrifying power unleashed when the rain blades accumulated was the true ace of this level. Having ventured through the 7th level countless times and experimented with various defensive treasures, he had concluded that no defensive artifact could withstand 30,000 rain blades. All would be shattered to pieces. Even a slightly weaker defensive artifact would be obliterated. The only way to conquer this level was through area attacks, aiming to destroy as many rain blades as possible, followed by the use of defensive treasures to withstand the remnants. Only in this manner could one succeed. Within the water sphere, the immense orb trembled violently, as if something within were on the verge of exploding. Suddenly, the surface of the sphere cracked, resembling an intricate web. Golden light flowed through the fissures. In an instant, tens of thousands of golden beams erupted from the cracks. Snap! Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. The 30,000 rain blades were repelled by the rebound force of the golden armor, shooting outwards at a pace many times faster than before. Some of the rain blades soared towards the clouds above, scattering the dark clouds of the 8th level. Consequently, the 8th level crumbled without a fight. Glancing at Li Heng, he emerged unscathed and directly transitioned into the 9th level. This, Ji Yuanhua was utterly dumbfounded. He had actually passed the 7th level without a scratch. What kind of divine artifact was this golden armor? How could it be so formidable? Previously, the defensive treasures he employed were of considerable rank, yet none could withstand such a deluge of rain swords. However, Li Heng's golden armor not only effortlessly withstood the 7th trial, but also deflected the rain swords, shattering the ominous clouds of the 8th trial. This implies that Li Heng can now directly transcend the 8th trial and enter the 9th, a level that Ji Yuanhua has never dared to approach. For years, he has toiled at the 8th trial, striving for a breakthrough, yet has been unable to achieve it. Who would have anticipated that a mere 6-year-old child, Li Heng, would conquer the 8th trial? At this moment, Ji Yuanhua could scarcely fathom the nature of the golden armor that could possess such formidable strength. In the realm of the sword formation, having passed the 7th trial, Li Heng advanced along a path and entered the 8th trial. With the ominous clouds above having been shattered by the recent rain swords, this trial presented no obstacles, allowing him to smoothly arrive at the 9th trial. Here, he could indeed sign in. The sword formation encompasses a total of 10 trials, and at the 9th trial, he approached the colossal stone sword at its center. The subsequent 2 trials would unfold here. After advancing a short distance, he reached the sign-in location. Ding! You have signed in at the rain sword formation. Earning rain sword formation. Reward multiplied by 537 times. Receiving 10,000 rain immortal sword formation. Acquired 12 celestial swords. Autumn water, extreme cold, spring thunder, and more. Chapter 167. The 10,000 rain celestial sword array. Li Heng's consciousness entered the system space, gazing upon the 12 celestial swords he had just acquired. These 12 swords, all of superior celestial grade, formed a cohesive set, designed for synergistic use among 12 individuals, allowing them to unleash the formidable power of peak celestial rank. Alternatively, by employing these 12 swords to activate a certain formation, their might could also be elevated to the pinnacle of celestial power. Next, he turned his attention to the sword technique. The 10,000 rain celestial sword array, activated by spiritual and celestial swords, can create a highly lethal formation. Such a formation is extraordinarily powerful. Li Heng felt an exhilarating rush upon grasping the manipulation techniques of the array. This formation requires no foundational setup. It can be controlled at any moment and utilized in any location. As long as there are sufficient spiritual or celestial swords, once summoned, they can be wielded to vanquish foes. Many formations necessitate a base, needing to be established in a specific location for activation, which imposes significant restrictions and risks of detection by adversaries. With his consciousness returning to reality, he noticed the sky above, densely clouded, with torrential rain cascading down. The sound of rain was a rhythmic chorus, quickly saturating the earth and gathering into small puddles. In an instant, time seemed to freeze once more. Raindrops hung suspended in the air, transforming into countless rain swords. Upon closer inspection, there were a total of 100,000 rain swords congregated aloft. Within the billowing clouds, numerous silver arcs of lightning danced. Crack! A thunderclap erupted, manifesting into myriad arcs of electricity that sliced through the rain droplets. The entire sky was bathed in a silvery hue. The rain swords, struck by the arcs, transformed their blades into a gleaming silver, infused with the potency of thunder. 100,000 thunderstorm swords pivoted their points, aimed directly at Li Heng. His expression gradually hardened. The ninth trial is formidable. The golden armor of the ancestor dragon may not withstand this onslaught of 100,000 thunder rain swords. The sheer volume of the rain swords, compounded together, would unleash a terrifying force. He had no desire to be caught in a passive stance, risking his life. Should the thunder rain swords indeed breach his defenses, there would be no path for regret. Outside the sword array, several individuals witnessed the scene within the water mirror, all rendered speechless. Ji Yuan's pupils quivered incessantly. Is this the ninth trial? The rain swords imbued with thunderous power have reached a staggering 100,000. The previous eighth trial featured merely 50,000 rain swords, devoid of any thunderous energy. Even so, it was immensely daunting, and after years of attempts with various methods, they had failed to pass. This ninth trial is certainly beyond the capabilities of mere mortals. It is terrifying. Li Yijian's eyes reflected deep concern as beads of cold sweat formed in his palms. Li Heng, quickly shatter the token. This ninth trial is beyond your reach. Do not venture forth. You have already passed the sixth trial and obtained the qualification to comprehend the sword steel. There is no need to confront this ninth trial. Within the realm of the sword array, facing the onslaught of 100,000 thunder rain swords, Li Heng surprisingly closed his eyes. With a sudden jolt of his right hand, a series of mysterious scrolls materialized upon his 5 fingers. As the power of the painting technique reached its zenith, a radiant sun emerged upon Li Heng's left eyelid. The divine sun. Upon opening his eyes, a colossal scroll manifested in the heavens, revealing a sun that shone with resplendent divine light, rising from within the canvas. As the scorching divine flames enveloped the realm, countless thunderstorm swords transformed into shimmering gold. A remarkable scene unfolded. The terrifying divine fire illuminated the rain swords, causing them to emanate white smoke and evaporate on the spot. The power within the formation was suppressed by this divine sun, rendering it powerless. Thus, 100,000 rain swords dissipated into a vast expanse of white mist, obliterated before they could even form a sword array. Outside the sword formation, the reflections in the water mirror turned entirely white. No one comprehended the events that had just transpired. Ji Yuanhua stood in a daze. How did Li Heng achieve this? First, a beam of golden light, followed by the transformation of 100,000 rain swords into white mist. He had actually passed the ninth barrier. Terrifying. If it were him, there would be a myriad of fatal outcomes within this ninth challenge, with no escape route in sight. Yet this child, barely over 6 years old, effortlessly surpassed the ninth barrier, a feat almost beyond belief. Haraha. Li Yijian stroked his goatee, declaring, I knew it. A virtuous person is always looked after by the heavens. He will be just fine. Oh, please. Li Chenxi shot him a scornful glance, recalling how moments ago he had been paralyzed with fear, nearly collapsing to the ground. The painting technique triggered by Li Heng's fingers must have utilized the divine maiden's azure peak scroll. The brilliant golden light must have been the power of the divine sun, indeed quite fearsome. Earlier, it was said that the painting deity, relying on the divine maiden's azure peak scroll, roamed the divine realm, conquering countless maidens. Today, witnessing it firsthand, it was truly extraordinary. In the world of formations, Li Heng opened his eyes, and the divine sun in the sky vanished. His right hand trembled gently, feeling both sore and swollen. With his current painting technique power, triggering the divine maiden's azure peak scroll was indeed a strain. That divine sun had already pushed him to his limits. Now, summoning the divine sun could only cover a small area. Beyond that, the divine fire's power would wane. The ninth barrier was overcome. What awaited in the 10th? As the dark clouds dispersed, all that remained was a colossal stone sword. This sword stood approximately 100 feet tall, embedded diagonally in the ground, half buried in the soil. Intricate and arcane patterns adorned its blade. At that moment, an ethereal voice resonated through the sky. It has been long since anyone visited this place, and now, a mere child appears. How intriguing. As this voice echoed, Ji Yuanhua's water mirror shattered with a resounding crack, unable to be summoned again. What was happening? Ji Yuanhua gazed at the shattered water mirror, his emotions tinged with impatience. Just moments ago, it seemed a voice resonated within the formation. Could it be the legendary immortal? After acquiring this formation and years of research, he had learned of an immortal residing here, along with a concealed celestial sword. If he could navigate through the initial 9 trials, he might very well encounter that immortal. Successfully passing the final test could grant him the celestial sword. For years, he had endeavored to traverse the sword formation in pursuit of that sword, yet the results had been far from satisfactory. Oh no! A troubling thought crossed his mind, causing Ji Yuanhua to furrow his brow in deep concern. That young man possesses an unusual aura. Could he possibly earn the Sword Immortal's recognition and obtain that celestial sword? This cannot be allowed. The celestial sword belongs to me. No one shall seize it. I must deactivate the formation and expel that young man. The formation can indeed be shut down from the outside. A simple touch would halt its operation. Those within would be directly extricated from the formation. However, this would mean that all the efforts expended in breaching the formation would be in vain. The control core of the formation lies within the spherical stone atop the circular altar. Ji Yuanhua swiftly ascended the stone platform and began to rotate the stone sphere. At that moment, Li Yijian discerned his intent and placed his hand upon the stone sphere as well. Wait, Li Heng is still navigating the trials. Shutting down the formation now seems rather unwise, does it not? Chapter 168. This celestial sword belongs to me. Li Heng has successfully passed the 9th trial. It is time for him to emerge. The 10th trial can only be traversed by our extreme Cloud Sword sect, and Li Heng's attempt to conquer this challenge is against the established rules. In order to safeguard the celestial sword, Ji Yuan can only concoct a rationale. Even if it means watching the sword remain in the 10th trial, unable to claim it himself, he cannot bear to see Li Heng take it away. Against the rules? Li Yijian scoffed, perceiving that it is your fear of Li Heng obtaining the ultimate treasure that drives your objections. Ji Yuan, unwilling to engage in further banter with Li Yijian, exerted force to twist the stone sphere, attempting to rotate it. Why can't I move it? After several failed attempts, the stone sphere remained unyielding, preventing the formation from shutting down. This meant they could only allow the formation to continue its operation, biding time for those inside to complete their trials. Ji Yuan felt as though a heavy weight was lodged in his chest, causing him great discomfort. He internally hoped that Li Heng would not succeed in the final test and acquire that celestial sword. In the sword array realm, the ethereal figure of an elder materialized beside the colossal sword. Child, place your hand upon this massive stone sword and endeavor to face the ultimate trial. Li Heng nodded, gradually approaching the enormous stone sword, placing his hand on its side. Within his chest, there resided a fragment of sword bone, radiating a formidable sword intent. Simultaneously, the colossal stone sword began to tremble. Buzzing. Crack. The enormous stone sword developed numerous fissures, with countless stones cascading down. A blue light surged upward. Upon closer inspection, it revealed a water-blue celestial sword. The celestial sword circled the elder's ethereal figure, as if expressing its reluctance to part. The elder gently caressed the celestial sword with the back of his hand, his expression tinged with sorrow, akin to confiding in an old friend. Blue water. I have long since perished. Now only a remnant of my soul remains, unable to grant you the light of day. It is time to seek a new master for you. The blue water celestial sword quivered gently. In the clear sky, dark clouds gathered, and a light rain began to fall. The howling wind echoed like a lament, conveying the sorrow of the celestial sword. Enough, go forth. The elder, shedding his previous sorrow, gazed appreciatively at the child below. This young man possesses the primordial sword bone. He is destined to become an unparalleled master of the sword path. Following him, you shall surely reclaim your former glory. Buzzing. The blue water celestial sword quivered once more, as if bidding farewell to the elder. In the next moment, it soared toward the child below. Li Heng extended his hand and grasped the celestial sword. What a fine sword. Blue water celestial sword, celestial grade mid-tier. Capable of commanding the power of rain. This grade is not particularly high, merely mid-tier among celestial weapons. However, for the elder, this sword must hold countless poignant tales. The sword path relics accessible within the realm of eternal life are not overly formidable. Even if celestial swords appear, they are likely to be of this caliber. If this were the pinnacle of the immortal sword, the difficulty of the formation would be at least 100 times greater, beyond what Li Heng could possibly surmount. However, With the assistance of a sign-in system that grants him numerous treasures, a mid-grade immortal sword holds little significance for him. Yet, for others, it would be a coveted artifact of immense value. As the colossal stone sword shattered, the figure of the elder vanished, and Li Heng was teleported back to the altar. The onlookers turned their gaze toward him. Ji Yuanhua immediately noticed the azure-long sword in Li Heng's grasp, from which ethereal energy emanated. It was unmistakably an immortal sword, and indeed, the very one from the sword formation. Crack! The colossal stone sword dissipated, and the surrounding teleportation altar crumbled into dust, scattering with the wind. This, the rainfall sword formation. Ji Yuanhua's eyes widened in disbelief. This formation is one of the most precious treasures within the sword sect, capable of thwarting countless sword cultivators seeking to gain resources without effort. Now, with the formation destroyed, the sword sect has suffered a significant loss, and finding a replacement would be exceedingly difficult. Damn it! You have destroyed my sword formation and stolen the immortal sword that belongs to me. Return the formation to me. Return my immortal sword. Ji Yuanhua's countenance darkened, glaring furiously at the seemingly unperturbed Li Heng. Unfazed, Li Heng coolly met his gaze. I passed the final trial of the sword formation. Its destruction was not my doing. Why should I compensate you for your losses? This immortal sword was earned through my own strength and is in no way connected to you. What gives you the right to demand its return? Such is the reality of the cultivation world. The capable shall reap the rewards. Do you lack the strength to guard a cave, merely standing as a sentinel? When others enter the cave and acquire treasures through their prowess, do you expect them to relinquish their spoils to you? Dream on. From the very beginning, Li Heng has harbored disdain for Ji Yuanhua, whose greed has only intensified his aversion. Ji Yuanhua trembled with rage, pointing accusatorily at Li Heng. If it were not for your entry into the rainfall sword formation, it would not have been destroyed. If I had not retrieved this formation from the ruins, would you have ever obtained that immortal sword? With that, he turned to Li Yijin beside him. The Li family must provide me with a satisfactory explanation today and compensate for my losses. Moreover, the immortal sword must be surrendered. Otherwise, no one shall leave this place. As one of the 5 great sword sects of the Eternal Life realm, he naturally had the clout to contend with the Li family. Typically avaricious, upon witnessing the immortal sword, Ji Yuanhua was singularly focused on seizing it, disregarding all else. Someone! Surround these individuals. A resounding voice echoed through the back mountain, and thousands of sword cultivators rushed towards the scene. Among them were several gray-haired elders, the senior members of the Wujin sword sect. 1,000 individuals encircled the 5. Tension hung thick in the air as a battle loomed imminent. The deputy sect leader emerged from the throng, gazing at Ji Yuanhua with a query. Sect master, why do you stand in confrontation with the Li family? What is the matter? Ji Yuanhua trembled, pointing toward the altar of the formation. It is this young man. Upon entering the formation, he destroyed it, and ultimately acquired a celestial sword, the very one he now wields. Elders, assist me in restraining a few individuals. They must not escape without compensating for the damage and surrendering that celestial sword. Upon hearing this, the elder's face flushed crimson, not from anger, but from embarrassment. Clearing his throat, he covered his mouth and coughed lightly. The destruction of the formation by Li Heng was his own prowess, and obtaining the celestial sword is likewise his merit. Treasures, after all, are destined for those who are fated to possess them. Sect master, you must awaken to reason. Do not let greed cloud your judgment. Such folly will inevitably lead to grave consequences. Before Ji Yuanhua ascended to the position of sect master, the comprehension of the eternal sword steel was freely accessible to all. Every sword cultivator could delve into it at will, without the need for any resources. It was only after Ji Yuanhua assumed leadership that the practice of resource collection was instituted. Chapter 169. Taking action on the surface. The sword sect reaped substantial benefits from these resources. However, behind the scenes, all these resources fell into the hands of Ji Yuanhua, becoming his private possessions. With only a meager portion allocated to the sect, the sword immortals who came to seek enlightenment were secretly disparaging the Wuji sword sect. The number of those willing to befriend the sect dwindled significantly, leading to a sense of isolation for the entire Wuji sword sect, largely due to Ji Yuanhua's actions. This Ji Yuanhua was exceedingly selfish, with profit as his sole concern, devoid of any sense of camaraderie. Consequently, Many members of the Jiyun Sword sect harbored disdain for their leader. Currently, Ji Yuanhua, intoxicated by the allure of the celestial sword, contemplated waging war against the Li family. Was he not pushing the Jiyun Sword sect into a veritable abyss? The Grand Elder cautioned, "Sect Master, the acquisition of the celestial sword by Li Heng is a testament to his own prowess. It is unreasonable for us to covet it. The destruction of formations is a natural occurrence. Are we to allow formations to kill while forbidding individuals from dismantling them?" This reasoning resonated with many disciples, who nodded in agreement. "Will you not take action?" Ji Yuanhua exclaimed, his gaze fixated on the celestial sword, his eyes gleaming with greed. Presently, the Li family was comprised of only a few individuals, presenting an opportune moment to strike. If they could eliminate them all, seizing the celestial sword would be within reach. With the sword in his possession, opposing the Li family would be effortless. Even if the Li family from the ancient wilderness sought to trouble the Jiyun Sword sect, he could simply distance himself, leaving the conflict behind. With the celestial sword in hand, who cared about the Li family? The mere thought of the sword had driven him to the brink of madness, with a singular voice echoing in his mind. "It must be obtained. Disciples, heed my command. Subdue a few of them." Ji Yuanhua commanded. "Let us see who dares to act." The Grand Elder's stern admonition caused several disciples, who had contemplated taking action, to withdraw. The sect master wielded authority, yet the elders held significant sway. No one dared to defy them recklessly. Only a handful of Ji Yuanhua's loyal followers emerged from the crowd, encircling the 5 members of the Li family, numbering perhaps around 100. These few dare to strike? Li Heng scoffed. His earlier inaction stemmed from a desire to discern who Ji Yuanhua's lackeys were, intending to resolve the matter in one fell swoop. The blue water celestial sword had long been deprived of bloodshed and was yearning for action. "Rise." With a flourish, the celestial sword was drawn, its intent soaring towards the heavens. Dark clouds enveloped the sky, punctuated by the sound of raindrops cascading down. Buzz. The blue water celestial sword surged forth, its first target being Ji Yuanhua. In response, Ji Yuanhua hastily drew his supreme spirit sword and unleashed the most formidable sword technique of the Jiyun sword method, the 88th style. As the technique unfolded, thick mist began to gather from all directions, obscuring the spirit sword's trajectory within the clouds. However, when this sword technique confronted the blue water celestial sword, it was shattered effortlessly. As the torrential rain poured down, the clouds and mist were swiftly dispersed, revealing the ethereal sword. With a sharp crack, the blue water fairy sword effortlessly seized the exquisite spirit sword, cleaving it into 2 halves, which fell to the ground with a resounding thud. A mournful wail escaped Ji Yuanhua as he gazed at the severed pieces of the precious spirit sword. A mid-grade immortal sword could easily vanquish an exquisite spirit sword, even without employing any sword techniques. Li Heng brought his fingers together and waved forward. The blue water fairy sword pierced through Ji Yuanhua's chest and emerged from his back, leaving a gaping wound. "Eye." Ji Yuanhua clutched at the gash in his chest, yet could not stem the torrent of blood that gushed forth. The immortal sword was truly terrifying. To have so gravely underestimated the might of the immortal sword was to meet such a pitiful demise. In mere moments, he collapsed amidst a pool of his own blood. The henchmen nearby were left utterly paralyzed with fear. No one could have anticipated that the once mighty sect master would perish at Li Heng's hands in a single encounter. Such power was truly chilling. The battle concluded swiftly, with all those aligned with Ji Yuanhua being dealt with. The remaining members of the sect exchanged glances, yet none dared to take action. Li Yijian stepped forward, his voice cold. "Today, your extreme cloud sword sect has gone too far. Do you intend to wage war against our Li family? If so, I shall accompany you to the end." Were it not for Li Heng's presence and the effortless resolution of the sect master with the immortal sword, escaping would have undoubtedly required considerable effort. The Grand Elder surveyed the lifeless bodies of over 100 disciples and then glanced at the fallen sect master, inhaling deeply. Even if he bore no fondness for this sect master, witnessing his demise in such a manner was disheartening. However, the individuals from the Li family were simply too powerful. They were not to be trifled with. Ji Yuanhua's actions did not represent the entirety of our extreme cloud sword sect. Indeed, we were at fault today. In the future, I will bring tokens of apology to the Li family. I implore you, Peak Master Yijian, to grant our sect a chance for survival. The Grand Elder spoke with sincerity, and the other elders soon followed suit, hoping for reconciliation. Li Yijian turned to Li Heng and remarked, "We have already slain many, and those remaining did not side with Ji Yuanhua. What say you? In the three realms, it is rare for rage to lead to the annihilation of an entire family. The heavenly laws dictate a cycle of retribution. The indiscriminate slaughter of innocents incurs grave consequences. Upon death, one must endure severe punishment in the underworld. Souls confined in the depths of hell, sentenced for thousands or even tens of thousands of years, are often those whose sins are beyond measure. To kill without cause is to invite retribution. Even during the tribulation, one's burden may be compounded. Li Heng, let us spare these individuals," Li Qinzi advised as well. Having traversed countless cycles of reincarnation, she understood more than anyone that the indiscriminate slaughter of innocents would ultimately lead to retribution. Much like before, as she ascended Thunder Peak, all the lightning struck her. Yet, Li Heng remained unscathed. Indeed, he nodded thoughtfully. Having swept the floors of the underworld for a millennium, he understood better than anyone the terrifying nature of the heavenly Tao. Those souls, steeped in malevolence, were confined to hell, enduring relentless torment without the solace of death. Each day spent sweeping, he heard their anguished cries echoing in his ears, truly a torment beyond endurance. Thus, he wished not to accumulate too many sins upon his hands. Eliminating those involved would suffice. However, he had no intention of letting the sword sect off the hook so easily. He sought to extract some benefit. "I require a certain item. Once the Extreme Cloud Sword Sect presents it, this matter shall be resolved." "What is it?" "Whatever the sword sect can provide, we shall certainly deliver," the Grand Elder replied earnestly. "The ancient sword steel." Li Heng expressed his desire to take this steel with him. "What? This is absolutely out of the question." The Grand Elder's demeanor turned exceedingly agitated. The ancient sword steel was the very foundation upon which the Extreme Cloud Sword Sect stood. Should it be removed? It would not be long before the sect fell from grace. In truth, many outsiders were unaware that the ancient sword steel possessed a unique effect beyond mere comprehension. It could anchor a location, enhancing the speed at which sword techniques were grasped. This was why the Extreme Cloud Sword Sect had produced numerous formidable sword cultivators. Chapter 170. Acquiring the sword steel. If Li Heng truly takes the sword steel away, even if he does not annihilate the sword sect, it will inevitably be destroyed in due time. This is precisely why the Grand Elder displayed such agitation upon hearing this request. The second elder leaned closer, whispering, "We have offended the Li family, let alone the venerable ancestor of longevity. Even this young lad before us is beyond our reckoning. It would be wise to acquiesce to his wishes and surrender the sword steel. Otherwise, those old-timers from the Li family will come after us, and none of us shall escape." Upon hearing these words, the Grand Elder sighed in resignation, the wrinkles on his face gathering as though he had aged centuries in an instant. "Very well, our sword sect is willing to relinquish the eternal sword steel." Li Yijian couldn't contain his glee upon hearing this. This young man certainly knows how to make demands. By acquiring the sword sect's most treasured artifact, the Li family will possess the sword steel. Placed upon Sword Peak, the disciple's comprehension of the sword will be greatly enhanced. He could almost envision a future where the Li family would see the emergence of even more formidable sword practitioners. "A few of you, follow me." The Grand Elder led 5 individuals to the summit, where they encountered the towering eternal sword steel, standing 10 zhang high. There, several individuals awaited their turn to comprehend the steel. Among them was a young man, appearing to be in his 30s, who approached the Grand Elder eagerly. "Grand Elder, I have prepared the resources. Where's the sect master? Please summon him quickly. I am eager to comprehend the steel." These individuals had come together, but upon ascending to the mid-mountain, they found the sect master absent, prompting the disciples to instruct them to wait. Once they presented their resources, they would be permitted to study the sword steel. However, after waiting a considerable time, the sect master's presence was still not forthcoming. Upon hearing the mention of the sect master, the Grand Elder's demeanor shifted uncomfortably. The sect master is unable to attend due to pressing matters." The word "dead" remained unspoken. "Unable to attend? My name is Wang Yi, a young swordsman. Perhaps this. I shall give you the resources and allow me to enter and comprehend the sword steel." "This is unlikely." The Grand Elder sighed helplessly. "Why?" Wang Yi was perplexed, unable to comprehend why everything seemed to be off limits. "The eternal sword steel has already been given away. It no longer belongs to the Jiyun sword sect. What? Given away? Indeed, good heavens. This cannot be. Wang Ye's face was a portrait of shock. He could hardly fathom that such a precious artifact as the Eternal Sword Steel would be bestowed upon another. Could it be that the Jiyun sword sect had encountered some calamity, compelling them to part with the steel? How could the notoriously frugal Zhuanhua possibly undertake such an act? The Grand Elder paid little mind to the others, instead addressing Li Heng. I shall now lift the restrictions on the sword steel. You may refine it. With Zhuanhua deceased, his restrictions were automatically lifted. What remained were merely the barriers set by several elders. Once all were dispelled, Li Heng effortlessly refined the steel. Collect. The ancient sword monument transformed into a palm-sized object, resting in the palm of his hand. Upon returning, it would simply be placed atop the sword peak. The nearby sword cultivators, witnessing this scene, were utterly astonished. What? The Extreme Cloud Sword sect actually gifted the sword monument to a child? Who was this young one? Could he possibly possess some extraordinary lineage? Where shall we go to comprehend the sword monument in the future? For the Extreme Cloud Sword sect, this monument is of immense value. The mere act of gifting it to an outsider undoubtedly signifies that this individual has a formidable background. Wang Yi approached the child, contemplated for a moment, and then bent down, offering a respectful bow, using honorifics. Senior, we have come to the Extreme Cloud Sword sect today to seek understanding of the sword monument. With you taking the monument away, how shall we comprehend it? Please guide us. Although the child appeared youthful, he still addressed him as senior to convey his respect. Li Heng retrieved the sword monument into his spatial ring, stating, if you wish to comprehend the sword monument, simply come to the Li family's sword peak. He held a grudge against the Extreme Cloud Sword sect, and thus, it was wise for the monument not to be comprehended there to avoid any complications. Once they returned home, upgrading the sword bone would facilitate comprehension, and it would not take long. The Li family. Wang Ye's eyes brightened. You are a member of the Li family. Could it be? The Divine Son. 6 years prior, the Li family had produced a divine son who ascended the ancient divine rankings 4 times. A tale that had long circulated throughout the Eternal Life realm. If anyone could easily acquire the sword monument, it would undoubtedly be the Divine Son. Indeed, that is correct. Li Heng nodded in affirmation. Oh, you truly are the Divine Son. Wang Yi exclaimed with overwhelming excitement, nearly leaping from his feet. By the way, what resources are required to comprehend the sword monument at Sword Peak? The thought of resources tightened a string in his heart. After a great effort to gather enough resources to comprehend the sword monument, what if it changed hands? Who knows if the Li family would impose even greater demands? Resources. Li Heng clasped his hands behind his back, gazing at the distant mountains and rivers. The sword monument is a creation of heaven and earth. Meant for all sword cultivators, it is unreasonable to require resources for comprehension. Henceforth, comprehending the sword monument at the Li family shall be entirely free. Those trivial resources are hardly worth his attention. Rather than bear the blame, it is better to be magnanimous, opening the sword monument for all sword cultivators to comprehend. Oh, really? Wang Yi trembled with excitement, his pupils quivering. It is indeed true. Oh my heavens! This is wonderful. Wang Yi leaped with joy. For an ordinary sword cultivator like him, acquiring a spiritual sword and 2 spiritual herbs would take years of frugality to amass. Being able to forego those costs is a tremendous blessing. Truly, the Divine Son of the Li family is generous, a model for our kind. Li Yijian silently nodded, fully endorsing Li Heng's approach. Though it may seem that the Li family incurs a loss, they would undoubtedly gain the goodwill of sword cultivators from around the world. Under the auspices of the sword steel, one can indeed amplify the sword peak, attracting formidable sword cultivators. The rewards garnered will undoubtedly far surpass those of overt resources. In the Li family's small courtyard, upon returning to his clan, Li Heng sequestered himself within his chamber, entering the celestial source pavilion. His first endeavor was to enhance his sword bone. The most significant gain from this journey to the sword sect was undoubtedly the divine liquid for the sword bone. Should he excavate it first? A gentle tremor coursed through his chest, startling him considerably. He retrieved the jade vial, uncapping it, and a surge of sword intent erupted from the opening, coalescing in mid-air into a breathtaking spectacle of swordsmanship. He could sense an insatiable itch within his chest, as if the sword bone eagerly anticipated the fusion of the divine liquid. You seem quite eager. Let us proceed with the fusion. Tilting his head back, he consumed the entire vial of divine liquid. His consciousness guided the liquid as it merged with the primordial sword bone. The sword bone quivered with exhilaration, gradually absorbing the divine liquid. A sharp pang of pain radiated from his chest, signaling that this piece of sword bone was undergoing a profound rebirth. Chapter 171. The Enlightenment of the Sword. Heng gritted his teeth, enduring the excruciating pain as he continued to elevate the sword bone. Fortunately, his divine body was sufficiently robust. Otherwise, the sword bone might not have successfully ascended, and his body could very well have succumbed first, resulting in a futile endeavor. Thus, the integration progressed gradually. 3 days later, buzz! A terrifying sword aura surged forth from the sword bone, cleaving the sky and creating a chasm stretching 10,000 jam. Beyond this fissure lay an incomprehensibly vast giant sword. Even with a chasm of such magnitude, the giant sword could not be entirely unveiled. An endless intent of the sword overflowed from the crack. This is truly terrifying. Could it be a divine sword? Beyond the celestial swords, there exists a divine sword. In the ancient realm of the wild heavens, divine swords have nearly become extinct. Even within the eternal divine domain, it is exceedingly rare to encounter such a level of artifact. The supreme sword divine bone. Among the 36,000 divine bodies, it ranks within the top 50. In the realm of swordsmanship, it is an absolute dominion. Haraha! Heng howled at the sky, expressing the joy in his heart. The supreme sword divine bone. Truly formidable. He believed that with this divine bone, he could certainly surpass Long Air's swordsmanship aptitude. I must show her what it truly means to be a man. However, this name is somewhat unappealing. Supreme sword. Eunuch? Inferior? Several homophones are hardly flattering. Oh well, as long as it is a divine bone. Who cares if it is in eunuch or inferior? It has nothing to do with me. With the successful upgrade of the sword bone, it was time to contemplate the eternal sword steel. This time, I must suppress Long Air and let her understand what a real man is. Sword Peak. The emergence of the eternal sword steel added a new hue to Sword Peak. Many sword cultivators from the Li family flocked to Sword Peak to refine their swordsmanship. With the influx of visitors at least tripling compared to before, an increasing number of clan members sought to cultivate the sword path. For this reason, Li Yijian was smiling broadly. At that moment, a large crowd gathered in the square before the eternal sword steel. Have you heard? This eternal sword steel was seized by the divine sun from the extreme cloud sword sect. That Ji Yuanhua, in his attempts to deal with our Li family, was fortunate to possess the divine sun's celestial sword, which easily dispatched his opponents. That azure water celestial sword perfectly counters the extreme cloud sword technique. With a celestial sword obtained from the sword formation, the divine sun will find it effortless to cultivate the sword path. No one in this world will be his match. The name of the divine sun has already become legendary among these clan members. Soon after, 3 individuals ascended Sword Peak, instantly capturing everyone's attention. The divine sun, the divine maiden, and a dragon maiden. In recent days, Li Qinxi had been leveraging the effects of the ancient sword fruit to comprehend the red sky sword technique. Had it not been for Li Heng's insistence on bringing her along, she would have continued her contemplation for some time longer. Before the effects of the sword fruit dissipate, I shall contemplate the sword monument once more. Upon learning of the arrival of the 3 individuals, Li Yijian promptly stepped forth to greet them. Are you 3 prepared to delve into the sword monument at this very moment? He inquired. Indeed, Li Heng replied, nodding gently, we are ready. Very well, proceed. Li Yijian responded, leading the trio to the forefront of the sword monument. They arrived at an expansive plaza, meticulously arranged with defensive formations. Upon entry, the outside noise would be effectively muted, ensuring an undisturbed environment. The Li family members would remain vigilant outside, guarding against any ill-intentioned individuals seeking to disrupt the formation. Contemplating the sword monument within the Li family's domain undoubtedly offered a far greater sense of security than at the Jiyun sword sect. As the 3 stepped into the formation, Li Heng raised his gaze towards the stone tablet. The Eternal Enlightenment sword ranking, Qishao sword art. He read aloud. First place, Zhong Yaij, 102 styles. Second place, Duan Yonyuan, 101 styles. Third place, Li Hanfeng, 100 styles. Fourth place. The list continued downward, revealing that only those who had comprehended at least 90 styles could ascend the Eternal Enlightenment sword ranking. In cases of tied comprehension, age would serve as the distinguishing factor for placement. Li Hanfeng was indeed a member of the Li family. At last, Li Heng spotted a familiar name among the top 3 on the list. Previously, there had been members of the Li family on the divine rankings, but their positions were always beyond the 50th. Moreover, the number of representatives was scant, totaling only 3. The vast expanse of the archaic sky realm was truly a gathering of dragons. Though the Li family was an ancient clan, they paled in comparison to those ancient and primordial lineages. The complexities of power within the archaic sky realm were far more intricate than he had initially imagined. The Qishao sword art was not of celestial rank, but rather a pinnacle of spiritual rank. The sword techniques employed in the mortal realm were also referred to as spiritual rank sword arts. The Eternal Sword Monument recorded a supreme sword art for mortals, comprehensible only by them. After achieving immortality, this qualification would be forfeited. Nonetheless, within the archaic sky realm, there existed corresponding sword monuments for the immortal realms. These pertained to top-tier celestial sword arts, necessitating mastery over profound paths for comprehension. It was evident that merely possessing sword bones would not suffice for Li Heng to ascend the divine rankings. However, if he were to fully comprehend the Qishao sword art, he could traverse the realm of longevity with ease. Longer did not immediately engage in contemplation, but instead turned her gaze towards Li Heng. "Young master, which rank do you aspire to achieve?" she asked. Without hesitation, Li Heng declared, "Naturally, I aim to be the number 1 on the list. To seek out that Jiyuan." "Number 1, he Long giggled softly, her eyes crescent-shaped. "Young master, your words are truly delightful. If you are prepared, you may begin your contemplation," Li Heng encouraged. "Very well." Longer settled into a cross-legged position in the corner to the left, her golden gown cascading over her long legs as she lifted her gaze to scrutinize the patterns beneath the sword monument. In an instant, she entered a state of profound enlightenment. So swift? Li Heng was taken aback. The state of enlightenment was a profound and immersive experience of comprehension. In this state, all surroundings fade away, leaving only the stone tablet in one's sight. Attaining such a state is exceedingly challenging. Some individuals may sit here for 3 days without success. Long Air's circumstance merely indicates one truth. Her aptitude for the sword is exceptionally profound, enabling her to enter a state of enlightenment that eludes the common person with remarkable ease. Li Heng turned to the girl beside him and softly inquired, "Chenxi, how prepared are you? Have you consumed the ancient sword fruit from a millennium ago?" "Yes, I have," Li Chenxi replied, a confident smile gracing her lips. "I must extend my gratitude to Ken Air for this. The ancient sword fruit has greatly benefited me." In her previous incarnation, she had already comprehended 120 techniques of the Qishao swordplay. After consuming the ancient sword fruit, she was able to reorganize her prior insights and grasp an additional 8 techniques, bringing her total to 128. The Qishao swordplay comprises 138 techniques. Mastering the final move signifies reaching the ultimate pinnacle of eternity. In her earlier lives, Li Chenxi had already possessed the strength to ascend the eternal divine ranking. However, to avoid revealing her capabilities, she chose to remain inconspicuous and did not vie for the top position. "Li Heng, this time, you shall undoubtedly be unable to surpass me." Never before had she felt such unwavering confidence. It was as if the title of the first in eternity beckoned to her. Chapter 172. The Sword Enlightenment World. "How can you be so certain that I cannot defeat you?" Li Heng chuckled with great delight. This time, by utilizing the Sword Bone Divine Liquid, he elevated the primordial Sword Bone to the supreme Sword Divine Bone. To triumph over Li Chenxi was merely a matter of ease. "That's a secret," Li Chenxi replied with a mysterious smile. "Just wait, I shall show Li Heng what true prowess looks like." "Very well, I shall delve into my comprehension now." With that, the girl fixed her gaze upon the sword steel and soon entered a state of enlightenment. Li Chenxi entered the state of enlightenment rather swiftly. Li Heng pondered, could it be due to the Millennium Ancient Sword Fruit? The Ancient Sword Fruit enhances one's comprehension of the sword path, and at the Millennium level, the enhancement is even more profound. It is only natural for her to enter this state with ease. Now it is my turn. Li Heng focused his attention on the stone tablet. Beneath it lay intricate, concave patterns, seemingly carved by some formidable sword. Some patterns were deeper, while others were shallower, varying in length, overlapping to form an obscure and enigmatic world of swordsmanship. Buzz, merely gazing at it caused the supreme sword divine bone within him to quiver gently, and his consciousness slipped into a state of enlightenment. This was a realm of void, engulfed in darkness. Suddenly, a fierce gust of energy surged from the left. Li Heng quickly turned to the left, yet found nothing but the persistent gloom. Whoosh! From the right, another stream of sword energy whistled past his ear. He could even sense that if this sword were to veer just an inch to the left, his ear would be severed from his head. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. 3 more streams of sword energy sliced through the air in front of him, their proximity so close that it seemed as if they were one singular strike. These sword energies must belong to the Qishao sword technique. The world was too dim. He could not see his own hand in front of him. How could he discern the trajectories of these sword techniques? If he could not perceive the movements of the sword techniques, there was no way to grasp their essence. Li Heng closed his eyes, calming his mind. In his consciousness, the world of sword intent emerged. Countless sword intents paved a path beneath his feet, leading toward the gateway of the sword path. Swish, swish, swish. The sword intent transformed into myriad white specks of light, soaring from his mind into the sword enlightenment world. The flickering lights spread outwards like fireflies, illuminating the previously darkened realm. Li Heng gazed toward the left front. There, a human silhouette brandished a long sword, its blade carving an arc of profound mystery, leaving a trail of whistling wind in its wake. This was a sword technique. Moments ago, the world had been shrouded in darkness, yet now, through the essence of sword intent, the sword enlightenment world was finally illuminated, allowing him to perceive the figure's movements. The first move of the Qishao sword technique. How astonishingly profound. Observing the figure's actions, the movements appeared deceptively simple, yet the trajectory was exceedingly intricate. A slight misstep, and this move could not be executed at all. The ethereal figure wielded a long sword, repeatedly demonstrating the first stance. Li Heng observed it thrice, yet failed to grasp the intricacies of the swordplay. At that moment, the divine essence of the sword within his chest quivered, emanating a radiant light of swordsmanship. A sense of enlightenment washed over him, akin to the sudden clarity of understanding. As he gazed upon the first stance, the previously obscure trajectory became distinctly perceptible. After just one viewing, he comprehended it, etching it indelibly in his mind. The divine essence of the sword was indeed formidable. Li Heng nodded in admiration. The first stance was mastered with a mere glance. Without this divine essence, it might have taken him 300 to 500 viewings to glean any insight. He had only 3 days to comprehend the sword monument. Beyond that, the realm of sword enlightenment would dissipate, leaving him to rely solely on his memory to decipher the remaining techniques, a daunting task indeed. Turning his gaze to the right, he noticed another ethereal figure practicing the second stance. This move was even more profound than the first. The long sword whistled as it sliced downward, its energy rippling forward. This very stance produced a sword aura that stung his ears. Li Heng observed once more. The divine essence erupted with brilliance, and his understanding of swordsmanship reached its zenith. The second stance was mastered. The same applied to this technique. He learned it with a single glance. Next, he faced forward again. The ethereal figure executed a horizontal slash, the sword's edge howling as it split into 3, manifesting 3 exceptionally sharp sword auras. The third stance of the Qishao sword technique. The distance between him and the figure was considerable, diminishing his observational acuity. Fortunately, within the realm of sword enlightenment, Li Heng could move closer to scrutinize the technique. The third stance was learned. With the divine essence of the sword, his comprehension of sword techniques soared to unimaginable heights. What seemed insurmountable to sword cultivators was effortlessly grasped by him. Thus, he gradually advanced forward, pausing before each ethereal figure to fully master each stance. 10 stances, 30, 50. In no time, he had learned 50 techniques. The realm of sword enlightenment still beckoned, yet the space grew dim once more. The sword intent he had previously released transformed into fireflies, illuminating only a portion of the area. Li Heng could not control their movement, allowing them to drift freely. After 50 stances, the expanse of the space was vast, requiring even more fireflies to illuminate it. It seemed that the sword intent he had released was insufficient. He had only unleashed about a third of it. His consciousness delved into his mind, and the sword intent once again manifested as luminous points, soaring toward the world of sword enlightenment. In the shadowy realm, countless firefly-like lights surged forth. One by one, the ethereal figures were gradually illuminated by the glow of the fireflies. Li Heng felt a flicker of understanding. In the realm of sword comprehension, the essence of sword intent is also put to the test. Their purpose is to illuminate this world, allowing me to perceive the myriad phantoms executing their sword techniques. A deficiency in sword intent limits my vision to only the initial segments. Like fireflies unrestrained, the latter aspects elude my sight. Had I not elevated my sword intent to the realm of shattering the void, I would have gleaned little from this world of sword enlightenment. Only by mastering all techniques can one attain the pinnacle of eternal realms. Otherwise, one risks losing the vibrant opportunities presented by fate. The ethereal essence of eternity contained within these opportunities is indeed of utmost importance. Thus, Li Heng lingered before each phantom, contemplating the sword techniques before advancing to the next. Time swiftly passed, and a day was gone in the blink of an eye. The initial techniques were simplistic, easily grasped with a mere glance. However, as one progressed, comprehension required multiple viewings, sometimes dozens, to fully internalize. 70 techniques, 90 techniques, 100 techniques. At this stage, the techniques grew increasingly arduous. Even with the innate prowess of the sword god physique, Li Heng needed considerable contemplation to achieve understanding. Within the formation, a stunning woman with dragon horns gradually opened her eyes. Has the young master not yet completed his comprehension? Chapter 173. The conclusion of enlightenment after more than a day, Longer had comprehended all 138 forms and awakened from her martial state. She glanced at Li Heng beside her, who remained with his eyes closed, deeply engrossed in contemplating the sword steel. The 138 forms represented the ultimate limit of eternity. The young master had mentioned that upon reaching this unparalleled zenith, one could obtain a vibrant opportunity. At that moment, she thought it would be delightful to surprise him. He had expressed his desire to become the number one. Thus, she decided to let him claim that title. As long as one reaches the ultimate limit of eternity, the distinction between first and second place becomes trivial. Therefore, Longer resolved to allow Li Heng to be the first to demonstrate before the sword steel. This way, he would undoubtedly secure the first position. Longer gazed towards the outside of the formation, observing a multitude of onlookers paying attention to the situation within. However, the formation was shielded by a barrier that prevented anyone outside from perceiving what transpired inside. She would feign contemplation until the young master awakened. Once more, she closed her eyes, focusing her consciousness on Li Heng, patiently awaiting the conclusion of his enlightenment. Time passed swiftly, and half a day slipped away. Finally, Li Heng's tightly shut eyes opened. Success. 138 forms. The ultimate limit of eternity. The bone of the great sword god was indeed formidable. In merely a day and a half, he had comprehended all 138 forms. Chun she had not yet awakened? Just moments ago, she had confidently asserted that she would surely defeat him. Yet, here they were. Li Heng found himself in a predicament, not wanting to embarrass her. Yet Chun she had practically presented her face for him to slap. After another brief interval, Longer feigned the demeanor of someone who had just completed her contemplation. Young master, have you completed your enlightenment? Indeed, Li Heng nodded. 138 forms, the ultimate limit of eternity. And you? Surely you have also mastered all 138 forms? Longer possessed a millennium-old ancient sword fruit, allowing her to reach the realm of sword-breaking void. With such exceptional swordsmanship aptitude, she would undoubtedly grasp the Red Sky sword technique within 3 days. Yes, I too have completed my enlightenment, just awakening now. Longer's expression bore an unnatural quality. This was her first time lying to Li Heng, albeit a benign falsehood. After all, the number one title must carry a certain prestige, shouldn't it? If he were to discover that it was others who had facilitated his ascent, it would surely be awkward. What shall we do now? Longer inquired, pointing at the girl still in contemplation. We shall wait for her, and then ascend the rankings together, Li Heng replied. Since he had reached the ultimate limit of eternity, his resources were already secured. Whether they ascended the rankings sooner or later made no difference. She remained with her eyes closed, her consciousness immersed in the realm of sword comprehension. For the past 100,000 years, her sword intent had already achieved the level of breaking the void. This sword intent could be carried through reincarnation as long as there was consciousness and memory. I have mastered 128 forms, leading by such a margin at the starting line. I shall undoubtedly reach the ultimate limit of eternity this time. With the enlightening effect of the ancient sword fruit, she swiftly delved into comprehending the 129th form. Subsequently, there came the 130 styles. To her surprise, the subsequent sword techniques grew increasingly challenging. Given her aptitude for swordsmanship, her comprehension progressed at a sluggish pace. Fortunately, she possessed the memories of 99 lifetimes. Otherwise, the notion of reaching the pinnacle of eternity, let alone ascending the divine rankings, would have been utterly preposterous. Thus, she delved into one technique after another. 135, 137, 138. As Li Chenxi's consciousness returned to reality, she let out a long, triumphant howl. Ha ha ha, I have reached the pinnacle of eternity. This time, I shall undoubtedly be the foremost in all ages. Have you two awakened? After her excitement subsided, she noticed a boy and a dragon girl beside her, both gazing at her as if she were a fool. What do you think? Li Heng glanced at the sky. The sun rose in the east, its radiant rays cascading upon the earth. Yet another splendid day had dawned. 3 days had already passed. If you continue at this pace, you will surpass 3 days. That day, her enlightenment occurred in the morning. Not even 3 days, quite rapid indeed. Li Chenxi felt exceedingly pleased with this time frame. Li Heng, how long did you take? A day and a half, Li Heng replied softly. What? Li Chenxi's face was a mask of astonishment. Day and a half. That is astonishingly swift. She had thought that with her unique advantages, it would take 100 lifetimes of comprehension to achieve such an accomplishment. She had imagined she could independently reach the pinnacle of eternity and earn Li Heng's admiration. Yet, it turned out that Li Heng grasped the techniques in merely a day and a half. This speed was terrifying. Longer, how long did you take? Longer replied gently. A little longer than the young master. What? You two are so swift? Li Chenxi was once again taken aback. How many techniques did you comprehend? 138. Are you even human? I am not human. I am a dragon. Li Chenxi lamented, wishing to dig a hole and bury herself, perhaps to reincarnate anew. She had initially believed that the cycle of 100 lifetimes was her stage, where no one could impede her progress. Who could have anticipated that the outcome would be so different? The brother of the dragon and phoenix twins, in just his first lifetime, possessed exceptionally extraordinary talents. His divine physique, his mastery of painting, his swordsmanship, all were formidable. Is there no respite for me? Capturing a dragon girl who is equally extraordinary, with swordsmanship that is frighteningly strong. Come, let us ascend the rankings. Upon seeing Chenxi awaken, Li Heng hesitated no longer. To ascend the rankings, one need only display their sword techniques before the sword steel. As for the order of display, let it follow the pace at which we just comprehended, shall we? The sword steel will record the time of the first display of swordsmanship, rather than the time taken to fully comprehend the techniques. If two individuals exhibit equal skills, their ranks will be determined by their bone age, with the younger one taking precedence. Without a moment's hesitation, Li Chenxi readily agreed. Indeed, Li Heng was the swiftest, rightfully claiming the top position. However, a sudden pang of anxiety struck Longer's heart. She thought to herself, this is troubling. If one were to calculate based on bone age, I am younger than the young master. Although she presently appeared as a blossoming young woman, she had only been alive for a mere 3 years. In essence, she was still but a babe. If this method of computation were employed, once she showcased her swordsmanship, she would undoubtedly ascend to the pinnacle, relegating Li Heng to the second position. She would address this situation with the young master later. Should she only perform 137 stances? Or perhaps seek the young master's counsel for a more prudent approach? The three emerged from the formation, standing before the stone tablet. Some individuals, who had been waiting for an extended period, dozed off beside the grass. Upon witnessing the trio's appearance, their weariness vanished. Oh my, they have finally emerged. It hasn't even been 3 days. How could all three conclude their comprehension so soon? Could it be that they have completed their understanding? Completed? Surely not. They had all assumed that the trio would remain within the formation until the 3 days had elapsed. It was truly unexpected for them to emerge several hours early. Chapter 174. Shattering the firmament. Li Heng casually drew a spiritual sword, directing its tip forward to carve an enigmatic trajectory. The first form of the Qishao sword technique. With a whoosh, the sword aura howled, instantly reducing the surrounding weeds to ash. As the move concluded, the blade descended with a swift stroke. Whoosh! The sword aura cleaved a great willow tree in two from afar. Nearby, several clansmen hastily retreated, fearful of being caught in the wake of the blade's power. The swordplay exhibited by Li Heng was not merely sharp. It possessed a poetic elegance, an ethereal grace that was a delight to behold. His right hand bore 5 finger bones, subconsciously influencing the motions of his swordplay, akin to wielding a brush and painting in the air. This enchanting spectacle left Li Chenxi, who stood nearby, utterly mesmerized. His swordplay had seamlessly integrated the essence of painting. Such piercing techniques were rendered with a painterly finesse, exuding a unique lightness. Truly remarkable. Though she too practiced the same sword technique, her execution was marked solely by fierce sword energy and an imposing killing intent, devoid of any poetic charm. Viewed from an aesthetic perspective, one could not help but be captivated by Li Heng's graceful display. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. The sword aura whistled as Li Heng continued to unleash his techniques. 30 moves, 50 moves, 80 moves. The clansmen were left in stunned silence. Could it be 80 moves already? Such a formidable sword technique in Li Heng's hands, transformed into something so airy and unconstrained. It was simply extraordinary. Many clansmen found themselves entranced by Li Heng's swordplay, unable to extricate themselves from its allure. It seemed no longer merely a fierce martial art, but rather a masterpiece from a grandmaster of painting. Many held their breath, not daring to utter a sound, lest they disrupt Li Heng's performance. With the spiritual sword in hand, his movements became increasingly fluid and carefree. At one moment, a surge of inspiration ignited in his mind, revealing an exquisite method of swordplay. The 5 finger bones burst forth in radiant brilliance, manifesting breathtaking scrolls of art upon his fingertips. Swish! The spiritual sword sliced forward, unleashing a torrent of azure sword aura. In the next instant, it appeared as though time had frozen. The sword energy lingered suspended in the air, refusing to dissipate. The spiritual sword thrust upward, and 5 strands of sword aura soared. These 5 auras intertwined, forming a profound pattern of swordsmanship. Like the previous sword energy, they remained suspended in the air, refusing to vanish immediately. Swish, swish, swish. The spiritual sword continued to cleave, generating an ever-increasing amount of azure sword aura. Atop sword peak, a stunning masterpiece gradually took shape. This, Li Chenxi gazed intently at the azure sword aura. Upon sensing the essence within, her pupils suddenly constricted. The art of painting. Li Heng astonishingly wielded sword energy as if it were ink, crafting an exquisite painting in the void. How could he possibly achieve such a feat? Never before had it been heard that anyone utilized sword energy in this manner. Ordinarily, the intangible nature of space prevents ink from lingering. It can only settle upon paper. Sword energy, a fusion of the spiritual sword and the atmosphere, is also formless. Yet, it can briefly suspend in space, albeit for a limited duration. Remarkably, Li Heng employed his long sword as a brush, using sword energy as ink to create his artwork in the ether. This is an unprecedented spectacle, a marvel beyond imagination. Li Chenxi, who has lived for 100,000 years, had never encountered a painter capable of such miraculous creations. Merely the concept itself merits divine recognition. If, in the future, this technique could be further cultivated, it might very well forge a unique path in painting, akin to that of the divine painter who established the divine body painting path, ascending to the pinnacle in the ancient divine realm, revered by countless goddesses. Whoosh! The sword energy whistled as an increasing number of techniques unfolded. At this moment, the onlooking clansfolk were captivated by the breathtaking masterpiece, completely oblivious to the fact that Li Heng was approaching his limits. 130 techniques. 137. Li Heng raised his spiritual sword, and thousands of sword energies soared upward, leaving a profound stroke in the air. From a distance, the azure sword energy, with its simple strokes, outlined a man of extraordinary bearing. He stood, sword in hand, pointing toward the heavens, his gaze piercing and formidable. An indescribable aura of swordsmanship emanated from him, as if he were the sharpest of blades, capable of shattering the heavens with a mere strike. 138 techniques. The sword was complete. Thousands of sword energies coalesced into the most vivid stroke, perfectly delineating the man's long sword. In that moment, a terrifying aura of swordsmanship erupted from the blade, cleaving the heavens with a fissure spanning 3,000 zhang. Beyond the rift lay an endless abyss. Li Qinxi's eyes nearly bulged from their sockets. The fusion of painting and swordsmanship was astonishingly formidable. This entire sequence of sword techniques had transcended to another realm. Truly remarkable. Normally, executing 138 techniques and delivering the final blow toward the heavens would indeed create a rift in the sky, but it would only stretch a mere 1,000 zhang at most. Yet, Li Heng's final stroke had carved an incredible 3,000 zhang fissure in the firmament. The power was threefold that of the Ling Xiao sword technique. In essence, following the integration with the painting technique, the Qi Xiao sword technique underwent a qualitative transformation. It could now be regarded as an entirely new sword technique. Such mastery over both swordsmanship and the art of painting is unparalleled throughout the ages. At this moment, Li Qinxi felt utterly defeated and convinced. The clansfolk beside him, witnessing this spectacle, were equally left in awe, rendered speechless. In the final move, shattering the heavens for 3,000 zhang. How terrifying is that? Such a technique transcends the grasp of mere mortals. I dare say, even a celestial being could not withstand this strike. It can only be said that the divine son is truly formidable. The fusion of swordsmanship and artistry. He is undoubtedly the unrivaled champion of the ages. Until now, no one had ever attempted to wield the sword in such a manner. If all goes as anticipated, Li Heng will indelibly etch a vivid mark in the annals of history. In the future, with his prowess in the art of sword painting, he may indeed gallop through the ancient realms of the desolate skies. Li Hongtian stood by, tears of joy brimming in his eyes. My son possesses the essence of an emperor. No, my son is endowed with the potential of the eternal sword emperor. Haraha. His laughter resonated, drawing the gaze of Li Qinxi nearby. Ahem. Li Hongtian's voice abruptly halted. In his excitement, he often forgot the matter of the ancestral emperor. However, this time, Li Qinxi did not roll her eyes but rather nodded in agreement. You speak truly. Li Heng indeed possesses the potential of the eternal sword emperor. The awkwardness dissipated from Li Hongtian's demeanor, replaced by a beaming smile. At last, the ancestral emperor has acknowledged Li Heng's talent. To him, harmony between the two was paramount. Why must they compare themselves to one another? Furthermore, you cannot surpass Li Heng. Ultimately, it is oneself who remains at a disadvantage. Chapter 175. Pinnacle of Eternity. Longer gazed upward at the chasm stretching 3,000 zhang, her eyes shimmering with brilliant radiance. What an extraordinary sword technique. The young master is truly formidable. He has elevated the Qi Xiao sword technique to such an incredible level. It is truly awe-inspiring. Although she too has reached the limit of eternity, mastering 138 techniques, her execution of the same techniques pales in comparison to Li Heng's prowess. Even though her comprehension may be slightly swifter than his, she has still suffered a resounding defeat, a defeat that is utterly complete. The two are incommensurable. At this moment, she noticed Li Heng radiating a luminous glow akin to that of gold, dazzling and resplendent. Boom! The stone tablet emitted a brilliant golden light, enveloping the heavens. A vast, ethereal voice resonated from the void. Thou hast shattered eternity, becoming the pinnacle of eternity. Thy name shall be eternally inscribed upon the summit of the eternal sword tablet. Rainbow-colored pillars descended from the sky, enveloping the entire mountaintop. These newly descended pillars were approximately 3 times wider than before. From within the pillars, 5 radiant orbs of color soared toward Li Heng. Witnessing this spectacle, Li Heng could hardly contain his joy. The limit of eternity signifies a threshold within eternity itself. Once humanity reaches this level, it marks the attainment of their utmost potential. The term shatter signifies Li Heng's transcendence beyond this limitation, ascending to an unparalleled height. The significance of this achievement undoubtedly far surpasses that of the eternal limit. Even the mysterious voice declared that Li Heng has become the pinnacle of eternity, elevating the eternal sword ranking to an entirely new echelon. Upon attaining the pinnacle, the coverage of the rainbow pillars expanded even further. The fortunes bestowed upon him increased from 3 to 5. The additional 2 were meant for acquiring the essence of eternity. Furthermore, due to Li Heng's breaking of eternity, his name shall forever be etched upon the eternal sword tablet, revered by future generations, ensuring it does not fade from the rankings even after 10 millennia. 10 radiant orbs, infused with abundant essence of eternity, merged into Li Heng's being. Absorbing this essence, he felt a significant augmentation of a certain power within his body. The sensation was indescribably delightful. Ding! You have absorbed the essence of eternity. Sign-in rewards have increased by 200 times. 200 times. Li Heng's heart soared with elation. This enhancement exceeded even that gained from entering the Eternal Divine Temple. With the 200-fold sign-in reward, each sign-in would yield even greater treasures. One could say that this breakthrough beyond the limit of eternity has truly been a remarkable windfall. Just moments ago, while executing the sword technique with the spirit sword held in his right hand, the 5 divine bones of the painting path were immensely eager to showcase their prowess. Suddenly inspired, he decided to wield the spirit sword as a brush, using sword energy to sketch a magnificent scroll in the air. Thousands of sword energies, empowered by the essence of the painting path, lingered in the air, refusing to vanish immediately. Continuously accumulating, they awaited the moment for a grand eruption. Thus, the scene unfolded. The man, wielding a long sword, cleaved through the heavens, creating a rift that extended for 3,000 zhang. More specifically, this was not merely a single strike. Rather, it was the culmination of countless techniques, fused together to unleash such formidable power. It was his inspiration that shattered the ancient limits, allowing him to ascend to the pinnacle of eternity and forge a new myth. My current prowess in the realm of painting is still somewhat lacking. Should I elevate my artistic comprehension, the strokes delineated by my sword's energy would become even more animated. The final strike would possess even greater potency. The confluence of the sword and painting paths has opened a new door for him. In the future, this may also serve as a pathway to enhance his strength. Advancing my painting skills will not only enable the manifestation of the divine maiden Qingfeng diagram, but also allow my sword techniques to unleash even more terrifying might. A double boon, indeed. Li Heng pondered thoughtfully. If the sword path can merge with the painting path, might it also integrate with other methodologies? Could this lead to the creation of an even higher pinnacle of eternity? This recent surge of inspiration has unveiled a new gateway, allowing for further exploration in the future. Li Heng stored 5 multicolored orbs within the system space and took a brief glance. A long sword, ancient texts, celestial fruits, elixirs, and a parchment. A parchment? Could it possibly be the inheritance of the alchemy god? Previously, when he received the multicolored fortune, he had come across a parchment that recorded the alchemy god's legacy. There are 4 parchments in total, all of which must be collected to unlock the inheritance. One was acquired from Chenxi. I wonder if this parchment contains the legacy. I will investigate it further upon my return. As the multicolored orbs descended, Li Chenxi gazed upon them with envious admiration. The pinnacle of eternity. There are actually 5 orbs. This means 5 celestial treasures. Li Heng has genuinely earned this through his own strength. Previously, she often remarked on Li Heng's good fortune, attributing much of his opportunities to luck. This time, however, she conceded that Li Heng possessed not only fortuitous circumstances, but also remarkable insight and strength. My dear brother, with such qualifications, you must be worthy of several empresses. The White Tiger Empress, the Wolf Empress, the Heavenly Snow Empress, or better yet, just marry them all. After all, why should the bounty flow to outsiders? The thought of her brother basking in such enjoyment filled her heart with joy. After the orbs descended, Li Heng's name materialized on the Eternal Sword Monument. Surprisingly, the color of his name was distinct from the rest. The monument was black, with all inscriptions in golden hues. Yet this time, Li Heng's name shimmered with a resplendent array of colors, immediately setting it apart. Eternal Sword Understanding Rankings, Qishao Sword Technique. First place, Li Heng, 138 styles. Pinnacle of Eternity. Second place, Zhong Yaich, 102 styles. Third place, Duan Yongyuan, 101 styles. Fourth place, Li Hanfeng, 100 styles. Fifth place, Li Chenxi gazed upon the vibrant, multicolored script, a spark of understanding igniting within her. Is this the treatment afforded at the pinnacle of eternity? Indeed, it is extraordinary. Amidst a sea of golden inscriptions, the multicolored lettering unmistakably signifies that Li Heng possesses an unparalleled prowess, surpassing all others on this list. Upon witnessing this inscription, Longer felt her heart finally settle within her chest. Though she was the first to reach the ultimate limit of eternity, her displayed strength was certainly inferior to that of Li Heng. Thus, it was inevitable that the top position belonged to him. No one could alter his standing. Simultaneously, across the myriad small worlds, the ancient realm of the wasteland revealed Li Heng's name upon the monument of eternity's enlightened sword. Countless cultivators, upon beholding that resplendent multicolored script and hearing the mysterious voice proclaim the pinnacle of eternity, were driven to madness. Heaven above, the multicolored script is simply too dazzling. Li Heng is utterly formidable. The pinnacle of eternity. How has he transcended the limits of time? Who can provide an explanation? It is one thing for Li Heng to possess a divine physique, but his swordsmanship is equally terrifying. How can anyone hope to compete? In comparison to Li Heng, my own swordsmanship feels utterly worthless. Forever inscribed upon the monument of eternity's enlightened sword, his name will be revered by millions. It is simply astounding. Countless sword cultivators are driven to frenzy. Is not the diligent pursuit of swordsmanship aimed at achieving a day when one is held in high esteem by all? And now, Li Heng has accomplished it. Millennia hence, his name will endure upon the stone tablet, and few shall ever surpass it. Chapter 176. The changing of the guard in the sword palace of the celestial sword sect within the ancient realm of desolation. A strikingly handsome young man radiating the essence of swordsmanship sat in quiet contemplation. At a certain moment, the ancient sword understanding monument trembled, and an ethereal voice resonated through the heavens. Zhong Yij slowly opened his eyes, a fleeting glimmer of sword intent flickering in his gaze. The foremost figure on the eternal sword ranking. Li Heng. Once again, it is this Li Heng. How can his talent be so extraordinarily exceptional? Over the past few years, Li Heng's name has gradually spread throughout the ancient realm of desolation. He has ascended to the eternal divine ranking 4 times in succession, each time claiming the top position. Such a gift is indeed remarkable. To everyone's astonishment, not long ago, Li Heng once again made his way to the divine rankings. This time, it was on the sword divine ranking. He has shattered the eternal extreme realm. At the pinnacle of eternity, how did Li Heng accomplish such a feat? To comprehend 138 sword techniques within 3 days is already extraordinary. Who would have anticipated that Li Heng not only achieved this, but also broke through the eternal extreme realm, creating yet another historical moment? This is truly daunting. If this young man continues to grow, he will undoubtedly become a prodigy of swordsmanship. Speaking of which, I find myself feeling a bit restless. Zhong Yij, a sword cultivator, has dedicated his life to the pursuit of swordsmanship, yearning to spar with formidable sword masters. Li Heng's extraordinary talent in swordsmanship leads him to believe that he will surely emerge as a formidable rival in the future. When the opportunity arises, he must inquire how Li Heng managed to break through the eternal extreme realm. Young man, grow swiftly. The enhancement of swordsmanship is his lifelong pursuit. Encountering such a genius naturally inspires a desire for exploration. At the sword peak, after Li Heng claimed the first position, the other 2 participants began to showcase their sword techniques. Long Air, with no hint of restraint, wielded her golden spiritual sword, executing her moves with an elegance reminiscent of flowing clouds. The sharpness of her swordplay, in her hands, possessed an added grace, resembling a breathtaking dance of blades. Yet beneath that beautiful exterior lay a concealed lethality. Anyone who dared to oppose her would surely be swiftly defeated. 138 moves. Whoosh. The sword aura howled, piercing the heavens. The sky was cleaved open, revealing a chasm stretching 1,000 feet. Wail. The heavens seemed to mourn, as if expressing their own helplessness. Anyone who found themselves repeatedly struck would certainly feel discontented. The clansmen on the sword peak were left utterly astonished upon witnessing this scene. No way. Could it be? The Dragon Maiden has also reached the eternal extreme? When did the Qishao sword technique become so easily accessible? The Divine Sun is indeed fortunate to have tamed such a powerful Dragon Maiden. If I had such a devoted follower, every day would be filled with bliss. Although Long Air executed the same sword technique, and its power was indeed formidable, the crowd felt a diminished sense of astonishment compared to what they had just witnessed with Li Heng. The same technique, yet Long Air appeared significantly weaker than the Divine Sun. Indeed, the performance of the Divine Child was truly astonishing, imbued with a poetic essence. It is commendable that the Dragon Maiden secured the second position. This sword dance was indeed beautiful. However, after witnessing a variety of techniques, the audience perceived this particular swordsmanship as conventional, devoid of unexpected marvels. Suddenly, a mysterious sound resonated through the sky. Your name shall be inscribed upon the stone tablet, revered by future generations. The Dragon Maiden chose this name to ascend to the Eternal God ranking. The two simple characters contained little information, making it challenging for outsiders to decipher their meaning. Thus, the Dragon Maiden successfully claimed her place on the Eternal Sword ranking, becoming second. As the colorful beams descended, 3 vibrant orbs flew toward her. Upon noticing a glittering celestial treasure within the orbs, her eyes sparkled with excitement. These treasures would undoubtedly be entrusted to Li Heng. Standing nearby, Li Heng absorbed the essence of eternity as the orbs descended. Ding! You have absorbed the essence of eternity, achieving a 120-fold enhancement. Initially, the enhancement was 537-fold. After absorbing 5 colorful orbs, it rose to 737-fold. Now, with an additional 120-fold increase, the total reached 857-fold. Well done, Dragon Maiden! Li Heng exclaimed, nodding in admiration. Her talent in the sword path was indeed remarkable. The additional enhancement would allow for the acquisition of more treasures in future sign-ins. Li Chenxi, having completed her sword technique, stood alone in the square before the stone tablet. This lifetime was one of witnessing the fruits of her labor. Her name, too, would be honored by many. The spirit sword danced gracefully, its aura slicing through the air, exuding an unparalleled momentum of relentless ambition, ready to conquer the skies. One move followed another in a seamless flow, unwavering in its execution. The more Li Chenxi practiced, the more adept she became, feeling as if, after 10,000 years, her swordsmanship had transcended to a new pinnacle. However, her performance did not capture the attention of the surrounding clans folk. One observer, distracted, picked at his teeth with a blade of grass, while another, bored, sat on the ground, idly picking at his toes. The goddess's swordplay was deemed ordinary, lacking in novelty, rather uninspiring, significantly inferior to the Dragon Maiden's performance, devoid of excitement. The Dragon Maiden's swordplay, at least, was as beautiful as a painted scroll. Let us disperse, let us go home and enjoy some everlasting cucumbers. Some clansfolk, having lost interest in Li Chenxi's sword moves, turned away from the sword peak. The techniques continued to unfold, soon reaching the 138th stance. With a whoosh, the sword aura howled, surging into the heavens. A rift of 1,000 feet split the sky. The fierce wind howled like a lamenting spirit. It seemed as if the heavens themselves were incensed by the incessant slashing. What a thrilling experience! Upon completing her series of sword moves, Li Chenxi felt an immense sense of joy. After 100,000 years of relentless effort and 100 lifetimes of profound understanding, to achieve such results makes it all worthwhile. Yet, as my gaze swept over the nearby clansmen, their expressions gradually stiffened. Why do they appear so distracted? I too have mastered the 138 forms, reaching the ultimate limit of eternity. Should I not be met with exuberant cheers? This is quite vexing. In stark contrast to the enthusiastic reactions elicited by the sword techniques of the two individuals earlier, the difference is striking. A radiant pillar of 7 colors descended, and 3 luminous orbs soared towards Li Chenxi. Li Heng stood beside him, successfully absorbing the essence of eternity contained within. Ding! You have absorbed the essence of eternity. Your sign-in reward has increased by 120 times. Previously, it was 857 times, and with this additional 120 times, it now totals 977 times. Soon, the reward will approach 1,000-fold. This sign-in yields remarkably generous rewards. Even if breakthroughs consume considerable opportunities, there is no need for concern regarding depletion. Should resources dwindle, simply sign in again. This time, the Eternal Sword Enlightenment ranking is undergoing a significant transformation. The top 3 positions have changed hands, with all 3 newly ranked individuals having attained the ultimate realm of eternity. First place, Li Heng, 138 forms, pinnacle of eternity. Second place, Long Air, 138 forms. Third place, Muzi, 138 forms. Fourth place, Zhong Yaij, 102 forms. Fifth place, Duan Yongyuan, 101 forms. Chapter 177. The third treasure map. The top 3 positions of the Eternal Sword ranking have changed hands, causing the 3,000 small worlds and the ancient heavenly realm to tremble. Countless sword cultivators regard the trio as mythic figures. Goodness, one Li Heng is not enough. Who is this Long? Why have all 3 ascended the rankings simultaneously? Could it be mere coincidence, or do they share a connection, having agreed to rise together? It appears that this era is destined for fierce competition. I eagerly anticipate witnessing what these 3 individuals are truly like. In a small courtyard, the radiant sunlight spills into the space. Colorful butterflies dance around the flower beds. Li Heng returns to his chamber, followed closely by Long. Young master, I have obtained 3 fortuitous treasures, she declares, retrieving 3 celestial artifacts from her spatial ring: a golden bracelet, a silver whip, and a crimson elixir. Initially, she intended to bestow all 3 treasures upon Li Heng. However, upon seeing the golden bracelet, a hint of reluctance flickers in her eyes. Young master, may I keep this golden bracelet? She holds a particular fondness for golden treasures. Very well, you may have it, Li Heng replies without hesitation. The bracelet serves as a defensive celestial artifact, a valuable safeguard for Longer. He then turns his gaze to the other 2 treasures. The whip? Li Heng shakes his head slightly. I already possess a whip. Why would I need a silver-scaled one? Longer, this whip is for you. Longer, however, shakes her head, evidently uninterested. I don't fancy this. It feels too artificial. Li Heng breaks into a cold sweat at her words. Good heavens. So you prefer the genuine article? Longer, why is your thinking so skewed? Longer responds with a sweet smile, her voice soft. Young master, I have heard that the pangolin whip is highly nourishing. Shall I prepare a soup for you? Li Heng's expression gradually solidifies. This delightful demeanor is so mismatched with her words. It seems this culinary path of darkness is becoming increasingly perilous. No, I do not wish to consume such things. Longer's delicate brows furrow, her gaze tinged with melancholy. Young master, you must take good care of yourself. 3 lines of despair cross Li Heng's forehead. Why is Longer's thought process so unorthodox? His eyes shift to the final treasure, the elixir. This crimson concoction, standing about 3 feet tall, resembles a bundle of golden needle mushrooms. Dragon blood immortal mushroom. A mushroom infused with dragon blood, harboring a terrifying power. It is a potent restorative, ideal for soups. The humble golden needle mushroom possesses the potential for growth. As long as you nourish it well, it will surely transform. Li Heng finds himself at a loss for words. How is it that all the treasures Longer obtained are such rare celestial items? Could it be that the nature of what one acquires is linked to one's character? Longer gazes at the dragon blood immortal mushroom and bursts into laughter. My lord, this dragon blood mushroom soup is quite delightful. How about we enhance it with pangolin whip and qilin whip for a richer flavor? Stop. Just the thought of these 3 ingredients simmering together sends shivers down Li Heng's spine. The pungent scent of blood and a hint of urine would make it quite unpalatable indeed. Longer, you ought to abandon your culinary aspirations and turn towards a more virtuous path. No. Longer shook her head vigorously like a rattle, declaring, I have grown profoundly fond of cooking. Rest assured, my lord, I shall only improve with time. With that, she took her leave to seek out Fenger for some culinary lessons. Li Heng watched her graceful figure disappear at the doorway, a chill running through him. It seemed he had indeed made a grave error in judgment. Why, of all things, did he encourage Longer to pursue the culinary arts? Closing the door, he first retrieved the sheepskin scroll. The inheritance of the pill god, originating from the ancient divine realm, is a treasure of the same caliber as the painting god inheritance. It is undoubtedly one of the most formidable opportunities of the ages. Should he acquire it, he would surely traverse far along the path of alchemy. Within the realm of longevity, there exists an ancient pill ranking. Li Heng had previously had minimal exposure to alchemy, possessing only a modicum of experience and lacking strong insights. With such limited prowess, to aspire to conquer the ancient pill ranking would be akin to chasing a fool's dream. Thus, it was prudent to wait until he was adequately prepared before attempting to ascend the pill ranking. His gaze fixated on the sheepskin scroll. It closely resembled the 3rd treasure map, Pill God Inheritance Treasure Map. Should you locate all 4 complete pieces, you may assemble them to unlock the path of inheritance. Indeed, a wave of elation surged within Li Heng. With this, he now possessed 3 treasure maps. Only one more remained to unlock the path of inheritance. Where might the fourth piece be found? Could it be yet another ancient opportunity? Having reached the pinnacle of the Xin Pill realm, he was poised to ascend the divine ranking and set a new record. There was a certain probability that he could obtain the final treasure map through an ancient opportunity. Next, he examined the remaining opportunities, all of which were relatively rare celestial treasures with considerable value. In just over 20 days, the Painter Exchange Conference would commence. The top 3 participants would earn the qualification to comprehend the 100 Paintings Hall. At that time, he could delve into the nuances of painting, significantly enhancing his artistic comprehension. The realms of artistic comprehension are categorized as a glimpse into the fundamentals, minor accomplishments, major accomplishments, mastery, transcendence, and painting that merges with the heavens. There are also 6 stages, and upon reaching the pinnacle stage, one could wield a brush to open the path to the celestial realm, leading to the ancient realm of desolation. Currently, Li Heng's artistic comprehension could only be deemed as a minor accomplishment. Should he elevate his skills to mastery, the power of his painting sword technique would undoubtedly reach new heights. He estimated that the sword he wielded could cleave the skies to a distance of at least 4,000 zhang. The fusion of swordsmanship and painting was what Li Heng termed the sword painting technique. He harbored aspirations of establishing his own sect in the future, to propagate and elevate this sword painting technique to new heights. Perhaps one might attain reverence akin to that of the divine painter. Beyond the eternal Xin Dan rankings, there exists another, the eternal Yuan Ying rankings, and thereafter, the realm of divine rankings ceases to exist. Within the mortal realm, there are a total of 10 levels. Yet only the top 5 are recognized on the eternal divine rankings. Following this, ascending to the divine rankings necessitates mastery in other domains. In truth, there are already 5 divine rankings solely based on levels, a considerable number in itself. Typically, those cultivators who manage to ascend even a single divine ranking possess talents that are nothing short of extraordinary. It is rare for individuals to ascend multiple divine rankings consecutively. Continuing with his cultivation, Li Heng entered the Tianyuan Pavilion, producing a pill exuding an overwhelming aura of demonic energy, and began to consume it. In no time, a demonic pill was entirely depleted, further enriching the demonic energy within his dantian. Thus, his realm ascended at an astonishing pace. Chapter 178, The Creation on this day. Within the celestial realm of Tianyuan Pavilion, both spiritual and demonic energies ascended in unison. The sky on the left was suffused with a golden hue, while the right was shrouded in darkness. Suddenly, the spiritual and demonic energies converged with fervor, each coalescing into a spherical form. Within the golden orb, a golden infant was nurtured, and within the black orb, a black infant emerged. In a brief moment, the 2 infants were born. Success. The Yuan Ying realm. A typical cultivator possesses but a single Yuan Ying, yet he, astonishingly, has 2. This naturally bestows significant advantages. The Yuan Ying is the essence of a cultivator. Its destruction can lead to severe injury, rendering one incapable of further cultivation, or worse, a swift encounter with Yama. In the gravest of circumstances, one may not even have the opportunity to meet the king of hell. Li Heng, in summoning his Yuan Ying to battle, would not face immediate demise if one were extinguished, for another remained at his disposal. However, substantial costs would still be incurred to restore the Yuan Ying. The Yuan Ying realm consists of 100 levels, and achieving the ultimate state of eternity is no trivial endeavor. It necessitates a special item, the Bone of All Spirits. The Bone of All Spirits is essential to imbue the Yuan Ying, enabling it to transcend to the final realm and attain the pinnacle of eternity. Beyond the Yuan Ying, the realm of divine rankings ceases to exist. Losing a source capable of absorbing the essence of eternity is indeed regrettable. Nevertheless, Li Heng has already reaped abundant rewards in the preceding realms. In the future, paths such as the sword path and the painting path await for him to ascend, albeit they present challenges far greater than those of the realm of divine rankings. With only a few days remaining until the drawing submission, what shall he create now? Li Heng's comprehension of the painting path is not exceptionally profound, yet he possesses 5 divine painting bones, which grant him the power to craft a masterpiece. With such capabilities, securing the first position is undoubtedly within his grasp. He opened the window, and refreshing air rushed in. Closing his eyes, he relished the moment, as clarity began to dawn upon his mind. he decided to create a painting of sword dancing. This time, he aimed to produce a spiritual artwork, requiring not an abundance of artistic depth, but rather employing familiar techniques. He spread the rice paper across the desk and arranged his brush and colored inks accordingly. Grasping the jade-patterned brush, his aura shifted dramatically. A resplendent light erupted from his middle finger as scrolls of imagery materialized upon it. With a few strokes, he delineated a verdant expanse of grassland, its emerald hue evoking a sense of awe. After completing the meadow, he switched to another brush and a different ink. A handsome man, draped in flowing white garments and exuding grace, appeared within the painting. Though seemingly simple strokes, the contours of the figure were rendered with exquisite perfection. This was a depiction of sword dancing, and the subsequent swords would be of utmost importance. Li Heng closed his eyes once more and then reopened them. Streams of sword energy floated around his body. With a gentle tremor of his arm, all the sword energy coalesced upon the brush. With a sweeping motion across the canvas, it struck the rice paper like a keen blade. Upon closer inspection, the rice paper remained unscathed by the sword's aura. The long sword in the man's hand merely outlined a masterpiece. A painting had been completed. Li Heng nodded slightly. The artwork could only be deemed average, sufficient for the upcoming exchange meeting. The swordsmanship, his forte, infused the painting with an elevated artistic essence. With a brush dipped in red ink, he inscribed the signature in the lower right corner, a dream of celestial fate. Done. Once dried, it would be ready for the exchange meeting. The following day, Li Heng, leveraging his profound elixirs, successfully ascended the ancient elixir rankings, earning 3 fortuitous opportunities along with a 120-fold signing bonus. Li Qinxi also climbed the elixir rankings, allowing Li Heng to absorb the ancient energy once more, amplifying his signing bonus to 17 times. The only regret was the absence of the parchment scroll among the ancient opportunities. In Sword City, at the Painting Fate Pavilion, the number of artists bustling about had noticeably increased as the artist exchange meeting approached. At the edge of the square, 3 figures appeared, a middle-aged man accompanied by 2 children. During the Sword Summit, Li Heng had showcased an extraordinary fusion of swordsmanship and artistry. Li Hongtian was well aware of Li Heng's artistic prowess and was confident he would secure first place. Hence he harbored no excessive worries this time. Li Heng, is your painting ready? Li Qinxi inquired earnestly, gazing into the boy's eyes. Yes, for such an exchange meeting, a casual piece will suffice, Li Heng replied nonchalantly. Casual preparation? That won't do. Li Qinxi appeared somewhat anxious, her right wrist still adorned with a silk scarf. You must create a remarkable piece. We must place in the top 3. Elevating your artistry is of utmost importance. The little hello cat on her hand had become a source of vexation. Each day, its presence felt glaringly juvenile, especially for someone who had graced the divine rankings multiple times. Li Hongtian chuckled, observing the playful banter between the 2 children. Their contrasting dispositions often led to quarrels, yet their relationship had seemingly improved, which was a comforting development. Don't rush, Li Heng reassured the girl. Harnessing that elusive, colorful ink is not an endeavor to be hastened. The artistic essence must reach the realm of the painting immortals, and as of now, I have yet to attain the pinnacle of artistic intent. Achieving the status of a painting immortal seems a distant aspiration. You must diligently cultivate your artistic skills. With such formidable talent, progression should be a breeze. When you enter the 100 Paintings Hall, make sure to immerse yourself in the experience. Li Qinxi encouraged. All right, I will strive to improve. Li Heng nodded affirmatively. The trio arrived at the entrance of the Painting Fate Pavilion, where they encountered the pavilion master, Lu Shun, who regarded the 2 children with a hint of surprise. Indeed, you have truly arrived. The last time, although Li Yijian took the initiative to have Li Heng enroll in the artist exchange meeting, it was merely perceived that Li Yijian was catering to the curiosity of the divine child. It was widely believed that Li Heng would undoubtedly abstain from attending the event. Who could have anticipated that he would actually show up? Could it be that Li Heng possesses some remarkable talent in the art of painting? Mastery in painting is often achieved through relentless practice over the years, culminating in significant accomplishments. The most esteemed artists are typically of advanced age. Individuals like Li Heng, who achieve the status of artist at the tender age of 6, are exceedingly rare. Lu Shun clasped his hands in a gesture of respect and greeted Li Hongtian with the courtesy of a martial artist. I pay my respects to the clan leader of the Li family. The Li family, being an ancient lineage, holds an esteemed position within society. With the emergence of the divine child and the divine daughter, both unparalleled prodigies, the family's momentum is indeed at its zenith. It is likely that it will not be long before the Li family ushers in another era of prosperity. Li Hongtian reciprocated the gesture with a respectful clasp of his hands. Master Lu, known for his humility and courteous demeanor towards all, he has earned an excellent reputation. Here, this is my spiritual painting, Li Heng stated as he offered the scroll. The scroll was rolled up, adorned with a red ribbon tied into a beautiful bow.